In the 50th year of the Kaiyuan era, the world of Blue Star underwent a dramatic transformation and its spiritual energy revived. Ferocious beasts evolved, becoming bloodthirsty and rampant, slaughtering all living things. Warriors emerged, drawing the energy into their bodies and tempering their nature. Gathering immense strength, they split mountains and cut rivers, becoming the backbone of the fight against the beasts. In just 70 years, the Dragon Kingdom produced 8 martial saints, dominating both the inner and outer realms. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom officially became one of the dominant powers of Blue Star, and humanity entered a new era of universal martial arts training. Manhwa, in the interrogation room of the Yunqing Law Enforcement Bureau of Southern Yunnan Province. A crisp slap was heard. A heavy slap snapped Ling Tian back to reality from his trance. Ling Tian sat on the judge's chair, a palm print clearly imprinted on his cheek. 2 fierce-looking law enforcers in front of him grabbed his collar and roared, "You little bastard! Did you violate Lu Ruyan? Did you kill Zhao Kuan?" After being beaten, Ling Tian did not show any anger, but instead a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "I'm really back." Ling Tian was very excited. Looking at the familiar environment, he realized that he had traveled through time and returned to his high school days when he was 17. Originally, he was supposed to attend classes at the #1 martial arts high school in Yunqing today and also sign up for the martial artist potential test tomorrow. However, he was forcibly taken to the law enforcement bureau by these 2 people to investigate a murder case. Last week, classmate Lu Ruyan had a dream in which Ling Tian assaulted her, and she absurdly took Ling Tian to court. Lu Ruyan's suitor, Zhao Kuan, beat Ling Tian up without knowing the truth. The next day, Zhao Kuan died under mysterious circumstances. Everyone was convinced that Ling Tian was the murderer. In the previous life, it was these 2 law enforcers, Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua, who teamed up with the famous female detective Meng Haiyun to torture Ling Tian, frame him, and put him in jail unjustly. Meng Haiyun also discovered that Ling Tian had awakened a rare talent for healing among warriors. No matter how severe his injuries, Ling Tian could heal himself. She used this ability to control Ling Tian for over a decade. However, Meng Haiyun underestimated Ling Tian. His healing abilities were more than meets the eye. When he heals someone, he experiences pain many times greater than when he was injured. Anyone who can endure the pain without fainting can gain access to their martial arts skills, potential, and even awaken talents. The more people he heals, the more powerful Ling Tian becomes. With this incredible ability, Ling Tian assembled nearly every talent he possessed, becoming a supreme warrior. He successfully escaped control and avenged his fate. But when he returned, Blue Star had been overrun by ferocious beasts and was on the verge of destruction. So, Ling Tian, expending all his strength, reversed time and space, returning to the age of 17. Yun Xinghua was furious. He stared at the silent Ling Tian and shouted, "You bastard! I'm asking you a question, and you're talking back." Facing the 2 men's roars, Ling Tian remained remarkably calm. "Yun Xinghua, your right leg has been disabled for almost 2 years, right? If it can't be restored, I'm afraid there's no hope of becoming a warrior in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xinghua was stunned. Yun Xinghua was once a rising star in the Yunqing Law Enforcement Bureau. With 80 meridians already opened, he was only one short of becoming a formidable warrior. However, 2 years ago, during an operation, he lost his right leg, leaving him unable to achieve this breakthrough, a pain he will never forget. Why did Ling Tian bring this up? What do you mean? Yun Xinghua stared at Ling Tian in confusion. Ling Tian had a blank expression on his face as he said calmly, "I've awakened my healing talent." What? Yun Xinghua and Zhao Haiba were shocked upon hearing this. Talents are abilities that a warrior has a chance to awaken after reaching a certain level of strength. Talents like fire, wind, and water can significantly boost a warrior's combat power. Among hundreds of warriors, only a handful can awaken a talent. Yet, Ling Tian, not even a warrior, dares to claim he's awakened a rare healing talent. Yun Xinghua frowned. "What do you want to say?" Ling Tian's expression remained calm. "You too, you know I have a solid alibi for Zhao Kuan's death. You're just suspicious, so there's no need to waste your time with me. How about this? I'll help you heal your crippled right leg and you'll let me go. Of course, if you have evidence to prove I killed Zhao Kuan, you can take me away anytime." Hearing Ling Tian's words, Yun Xinghua's heart trembled and his breathing became rapid. "Can you really cure me?" He stared at Ling Tian, his eyes full of desire. Zhao Haiba, standing beside him, shook his head anxiously. "Brother Yun, are you crazy? Even many famous doctors are helpless against your injuries, and you actually trust this brat?" But Yun Xinghua's eyes became more and more fanatical. "Old Zhao, you know my situation. If I weren't disabled, I would have become a warrior long ago. Am I going to be a low-level law enforcer forever? Will I die if I give it a try?" Zhao Haiba sighed helplessly and nodded. "Really? Would I die if I tried?" Yun Xinghua breathed rapidly, his eyes fixed on Ling Tian. "Boy, if you can really cure me, I will let you go today." "Okay." Ling Tian nodded, walked to Yun Xinghua, put one hand on his body, and then activated his innate ability recovery and healing. A green energy emerged in his palm, slowly injected into Yun Xinghua's body, and flowed into his already already crippled right leg. Instantly, Yun Xinghua felt a tingling sensation, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I feel it. I actually feel it. At this moment, a trace of pain flashed across Ling Tian's eyes. He felt the pain several times more severe than when Yun Xinghua broke his leg. Half a minute later, Yun Xinghua was able to move his right leg freely. I'm fine. I'm really fine, he shouted excitedly. Ling Tian sneered inwardly. Even though Yun Xinghua's right leg had fully recovered, Ling Tian had already drained most of his potential as a quasi-warrior. Even if he recovered, he still wouldn't be a true warrior. If Ling Tian wanted to, he could even drain all of his strength. Yun Xinghua's power was quickly absorbed by Ling Tian. Ling Tian's veins continued to open up. He had already opened up 25 veins, but in less than half a breath, he opened up 26, 27, and 28. He finally stopped after all 40 tendons and meridians were opened. Ling Tian felt refreshed, his body was as light as the wind, and his strength was endless. The human body has a total of 108 main meridians. Opening 81 of them would allow one to break through and become a yellow-level warrior. Normally, opening only 20 meridians would easily defeat 3 ordinary people. However, Ling Tian, with 40 meridians already opened, might not even be a match for him, even if several adult men were combined. Ling Tian looked at Yun Xinghua and Zhao Haiba. You two, keep your word. I have cured Yun Xinghua. Can we leave now? Of course. Yun Xinghua nodded. You can go now, but for the next few days, you're not allowed to go anywhere except your home and school. If we need you, you must come back for investigation at any time. Yun Xinghua still did not let Ling Tian go. Ling Tian knew the kind of people Yun Xinghua and the others were, and it was for this reason that he absorbed most of Yun Xinghua's potential. He glanced at the two of them coldly, then turned and left. Watching Ling Tian leave the law enforcement bureau, Zhao Haiba said to Yun Xinghua, Brother Yun, you can't let him go just because he cured you. Yun Xinghua's eyes turned sinister again. How is that possible? The day after tomorrow, the female detective will be here. She doesn't need any evidence to make ordinary people into rapists and murderers. She is the fastest female detective to solve cases in Longwa. Let this kid have 2 more days of happiness. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Haiba's eyes. They knew the deceased was the son of Yunqing billionaire Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming offered a reward of 1 million in cash and a bottle of D-grade marrow washing fluid for anyone who could find Zhao Kuan's murderer. And Ling Tian is the only one who has a motive for committing the crime. This is their only chance to change their fate. How could they let Ling Tian go? Arriving at the door of the law enforcement bureau, Ling Tian lowered his head and thought. Although returning to his 17-year-old body filled him with hope, the situation was extremely urgent. After all, he was still a weakling. Right now, what he needs to do is to clear his suspicion and become stronger, then suppress the enemies one by one. Relying on his powerful talents, he embarks on the road to invincibility, prevents the tragedy of Blue Star being invaded by ferocious beasts, and enjoys the opportunity to restart his life. Yunqing, Yunshan number 1, Mountaintop Villa. Ling Tian walked straight towards the villa. This is the Ling family. Ling Tian's family background is actually not ordinary. His grandfather was one of the first powerful men in the era of universal warriors. At a young age, he entered the realm of martial arts master and awakened the S-level talent, 9 Extreme Skyfire. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured in the battle with the ferocious beast and almost lost his life. As a result, his cultivation stagnated and even regressed. If Ling Tian's grandfather had not been seriously injured, he would have become one of the strongest people in Dragon Country. Ling Tian's father, on the other hand, has stopped asking about Ling Tian's affairs since Ling Tian's mother disappeared. The only person who loves Ling Tian is his grandfather, the only person in the Ling family who really cares about him. On this day in the previous life, his grandfather passed away due to a relapse of his old illness. But when Ling Tian attended his grandfather's funeral, he couldn't even see his grandfather for the last time. Now, Ling Tian has returned with the strongest healing ability, vowing not to let the tragedy happen again. He wants to heal his grandfather with his own hands. Only in this way can he stimulate the legendary S-level warrior talent in his grandfather's body, the 9 Extreme Skyfire. Tomorrow morning, in the warrior potential test of the number 1 martial arts high school in the city, with his dual talents, Ling Tian will surely make a leap forward, become a key high school student at the top level, so that even if the law enforcement agency has no evidence, they will not be able to detain him. Stop! Just as Ling Tian was about to enter the Ling family's gate, a cold shout echoed in his ears. A young man with a middle-parted hairstyle and overalls gazed at him coldly. That man's name was Ling Kuan, Ling Tian's cousin, the man who had been secretly fanning the flames of the Ling families near ostracism. Ling Kuan gloated. Ling Tian, before my uncle and my father left, we specifically warned you that a murderer like you isn't worthy of being a member of our Ling family. Grandpa is critically ill, and if he knew about your situation, it would only cause him more trouble. Get out! If you dare to come in, I'll break your legs. Ling Tian sneered in response. Get out of the way, I need to see Grandpa. If you delay me, you can't afford the consequences. Ling Kuan was stunned. When had the timid Ling Tian dared to speak to him in such a manner? Ling Tian, have you forgotten that I'm a quasi-martial artist who has opened up 30 meridians? How dare you speak to me like this? Believe it or not. Before he could finish his words, Ling Tian roared angrily and slapped him in the face with his backhand. The palm wind whistled and broke through the air. Ling Kuan was immediately furious. He raised his hands to block and roared, "You!" Click. Before he could finish his words, there was a sound of bones breaking in Ling Kuan's arm. He was filled with shock. Didn't Ling Tian only open up 25 meridians? Why was his power so terrifying? Ah! Ling Kuan couldn't help but roar in pain. Ling Tian's slap did not stop. It hit Ling Kuan's face with great force and power. Half of Ling Kuan's face instantly caved in, his facial features distorted, and he was thrown 3 or 4 meters away, falling heavily to the ground. But before he could recover, Ling Tian grabbed his hair and lifted him up like a piece of trash. If he hadn't absorbed most of the warrior potential of the law enforcer Yin Xinghua, it would have been difficult to kill this little beast in an instant. At this moment, Ling Kuan is nothing but a clay dog in front of Ling Tian. What's going on? The loud noise alarmed everyone in the Ling family. A cool and beautiful woman wearing tight jeans, with a slim figure and delicate features, walked out with 4 bodyguards from the Ling family. She is Ling Shui, Ling Tian's cousin. Originally, she had a good relationship with Ling Tian, but due to Ling Kuan's instigation, their relationship became extremely bad, and Ling Shui even hated Ling Tian from the bottom of her heart. Ling Shui's face was filled with shock. She thought to herself, isn't it said that Ling Tian has no martial arts talent and his grades are at the bottom? How could he defeat Ling Kuan, who had opened up 30 meridians? Of course, these were all lies that Ling Kuan lied to maliciously belittle Ling Tian. The Ling family never really cared about Ling Tian's grades. Ling Tian grabbed Ling Kuan and walked towards home. Ling Shui shouted angrily, "Ling Tian, stop right there. Uncle and my dad told us before they left that you're not allowed to set foot in the Ling family." Hearing this, Ling Tian was not moved at all. After saying that, Ling Shui brought 4 yellow-level warrior bodyguards to stop him. At the moment, Ling Tian is indeed no match for the 4 of them. But Ling Tian didn't care at all. He just looked at Ling Shui coldly. "Get out of the way. I came back to heal Grandpa." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Cure Grandpa? Ling Shui, Ling Kuan, and others thought that Ling Tian was crazy and had a broken brain to say such things. "Ling Tian, are you mentally ill? My father and your father left Yunqing and searched for medical treatment because they were at their wits' end. So many famous doctors in Yundian province couldn't cure it. So how can you, with your damn mouth?" Ling Tian didn't bother to say anything more and directly lifted Ling Kuan high up. "Get out of the way, or he will die." Everyone felt that Ling Tian was being ridiculous and unreasonable. Everyone knows exactly what kind of person Ling Tian is. Ling Kuan, who was held tightly by Ling Tian, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I die? I'm so scared, Ling Tian. Don't I know who you are? You don't even dare to kill a chicken, and you dare to kill me? Come on, come if you have the guts." Ling Shui stared at Ling Tian with cold disdain. She was convinced that Ling Tian wouldn't dare to attack her, so she threatened him directly. "Ling Tian, you still dare to threaten me? Do you see these 4 bodyguards beside me? They're all yellow-level warriors. If my brother gets hurt again today, I'll make them." Puff! Before he finished speaking, blood splattered everywhere. Ling Tian suddenly pulled out a dagger and slashed Ling Kuan's throat. The wound was clearly visible and blood gushed out. "You!" The contempt on Ling Kuan's face instantly vanished, replaced by shock and pain. He clutched his neck tightly, blood gushing out. Then, Ling Tian threw him to the ground like trash, slowly losing his life. Ling Shui was completely stunned. No one had expected that the usually weak Ling Tian would actually dare to kill someone. Before anyone could react, Ling Tian had already exerted force with his feet and rushed out in an instant. Not good. Before the 4 bodyguards could react, Ling Tian rushed to Ling Shui, grabbed her neck and lifted her up. "If you dare to stop me again, you will die." Ling Shui and Ling Tian looked at each other, and the cold murderous intent was like 10,000 years of ice, instantly drowning her. Ling Shui felt as if she was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and her whole body was trembling. At this moment, she knew that Ling Tian was not joking and he really dared to kill her. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his look was full of fear and grievance. "Ling Tian, Ling Kuan is your cousin who grew up with you. How could you kill him? Are you still human? Shut up!" Ling Tian shouted angrily, his voice exploding in Ling Shui's ears, shaking her whole body and making her tremble, not daring to say a word. Ling Tian was seen carrying Ling Shui and walking to Ling Kuan's side. A green light appeared in his hands and he activated his innate ability to treat her. Magical power was injected into Ling Kuan's body. At this time, Ling Kuan, who was originally bleeding profusely, stopped bleeding quickly, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Ling Kuan, who was on the verge of death, recovered as normal. Talent? How is it possible? Young Master Ling Tian has actually awakened his talent. Several warrior bodyguards shouted in shock. Talent? Ling Shui and Ling Kuan were completely stunned. The Ling family has trained no less than a dozen warriors, but none of them has ever awakened their talent. Even Even for Xian-level warriors above the yellow level, awakening talents is extremely rare. Ling Tian, a high school student who didn't even have the official identity of a warrior, actually awakened his talent, and it was so abnormal. A man whose throat was cut, bleeding profusely, and on the verge of death was revived within just a few breaths. Ling Kuan was almost insane and did not feel happy at all that he survived. Supernatural powers are a dream that you dare not even think about. Ling Tian, who had always been treated as a waste, actually awakened, and he also possesses such a rare and extraordinary healing talent. Ling Tian is not kind. While treating Ling Kuan, he absorbed most of Ling Kuan's potential power. Roll! That potential energy quickly entered Ling Tian's body, opened up his tendons and veins, and a total of 45 tendons and veins were activated. Ling Kuan was completely ruined, having lost all his potential. It would be extremely difficult for him to become a warrior in the future. Ling Tian held Ling Shui in his arms, his voice cold and domineering. "If anyone dares to stand in my way again, I will kill you. I won't be so kind as to save you this time." The voice echoed clearly, and no one dared to stop him. They took Ling Shui directly into the Ling family, all the way to Grandpa Ling Tian's bedroom on the second floor. Lying on the bed was a white-haired, frail old man. His face was pale, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. It was Ling Tian's grandfather, Ling Genhua. In order to protect his homeland and the people, he fought against countless ferocious beasts, but ended up like this. Such a hero shouldn't be so miserable. Ling Tian tossed Ling Shui aside, came to his grandfather, and activated his healing ability. Powers surged into Ling Genhua's body and his injuries were quickly healed. Within less than a second, Ling Tian couldn't help but let out a painful groan. "Severe pain swept over me, my internal organs seemed to be crushed and my body seemed to be torn apart." The heart-wrenching pain made Ling Tian unable to help but make a sound. This is the price of healing ability. He must endure pain several times greater than the injured person. If it were now in his previous life, Ling Tian would definitely not last more than a second, and the treatment would surely fail. But this time, after experiencing Meng Haiyan's control, treating countless strong men, and enduring endless pain, Ling Tian's will had long been extremely strong, and these pains were not a problem at all. Everyone clearly saw that Ling Genhua's face quickly returned to rosy. In less than half a minute, the painful look on Ling Genhua's face became unusually peaceful. At the same time, Ling Genhua's S-level talent was also copied into Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian only felt a magical and hot energy surging in his body, gradually merging with his blood. Ling Genhua's martial arts insights and the martial arts he mastered were all obtained by Ling Tian. Those scenes of performing martial arts instantly reappeared in Ling Tian's mind thousands of times, as if he had already mastered these martial arts. As for the essence of Ling Genhua's martial arts potential, Ling Tian did not absorb it. At this moment, Ling Genhua slowly opened his eyes. "Xiao Tian?" The moment he saw Ling Tian, Ling Genhua was stunned. "What's wrong with me?" Ling Tian's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and he was nearly fainting, but inside, he was filled with immense joy. He had healed Grandpa, and not only had he gained the S-rank warrior talent 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, he had also mastered Grandpa's S-rank martial art, 9 Extremes Blazing Slash. If this weren't Grandpa's bedroom, Ling Tian would have long wanted to test the power of 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire and 9 Extremes Blazing Slash. Now, Ling Tian possessed dual talents, both of which were at least S-rank 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, and had opened up 45 meridians. As long as he performed well in the school's warrior potential test tomorrow, Ling Tian would surely ace it and become one of Yunqing's top high school students. Seeing Ling Tian weak and speechless, a Ling family bodyguard quickly spoke up. "Old Ling, it was the young master who healed you. He's awakened his healing talent." The bodyguard knew that now that the old man had recovered, Ling Tian hadn't become a warrior yet, but he had awakened his talent. The Ling family was destined to be earth-shaking in the future. He was trying to show goodwill to Ling Tian. "What?" Ling Genhua was extremely shocked. "You know, even Yuan Tianfeng, the medical master of Yunnan province and possessing an A-level healing talent, was helpless against his injuries, and Ling Tian, who hadn't even become a warrior yet, had awakened his talent and successfully healed himself." But soon, old man Ling Genhua regained his composure. He remembered that Ling Tian's mother had awakened a healing talent. Ling Genhua looked around and said, "You guys go out first, I have something to say to Ling Tian alone." Although Ling Shui and Ling Kuan were dissatisfied, they still left obediently. After all, Ling Genhua was the most authoritative person in the family. After everyone left, Ling Genhua looked at Ling Tian with a more loving look in his eyes. "Xiao Tian, how long have I been unconscious?" Ling Tian thought for a moment. "It's been almost a month." Ling Genhua gently stroked Ling Tian's head. In the old man's eyes, Ling Tian would always be that child. "You've suffered so much these past few years." Grandpa Ling's face was filled with guilt. He had been severely injured and tortured over the years, and was only lucid for 3 or 4 days. A month. He knew something about Ling Tian's experience at home, but he was powerless to do anything. "Grandpa, it's okay, it's all over." Old Master Ling smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with dominance. "You're You're right. Now that my injuries have healed and you've awakened your talent, the past is the past. From now on, no one can bully my grandson. Then the grandfather and grandson began to talk. Ling Tian told the old man about his experiences over the past few days. Ling Genua was immediately furious. Asshole. That little bitch actually sued you just because she had a dream? And those bastards from the Law Enforcement Bureau, how dare they bully the people like this? A terrifying bloody energy erupted from Ling Genua, and the entire room seemed to be instantly submerged by a torrent. Ling Tian felt that breathing was much more difficult than before, but he remained remarkably calm, looking at Ling Genua and saying, "Grandpa, I have identified the murderer in this matter, but I need your help in arresting people." In his previous life, Ling Tian was imprisoned for 7 years, and the real murderer was eventually apprehended. Unfortunately, even after clearing his name, he still couldn't escape the clutches of the female detective. "Oh." Old Master Ling Genua's eyes flickered, and he asked in confusion, "Tell me about it." Ling Tian told them his plan. Ling Genua nodded and said, "I'll set out tomorrow to help you catch the murderer. The only thing you need to do now is prepare for the college entrance examination." "Oh, I have some things here that I can't use myself, but since you're preparing for the college entrance exam, I'm giving them to you." After saying this, Old Man Ling stood up. Ling Tian quickly supported him, and the two of them walked to the safe in the bedroom. Old Man Ling easily opened the safe and took out a bottle of medicine. Ling Tian saw the yellow liquid in the bottle, which was faintly emitting a faint glow. "The college entrance exam is coming soon, so I'll give you this bottle of grade B marrow washing fluid." Ling Tian was delighted as he accepted the precious marrow cleansing fluid. Marrow cleansing fluid was a valuable ingredient for martial artists, not only accelerating their training and significantly increasing their strength in a short period of time, but also helping them quickly open up their meridians. The lowest grade D grade marrow cleansing fluid was worth 300,000 per bottle. Previously, Ling Tian had been ostracized by the entire Ling family. Ling Kuan had used countless bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid, but Ling Tian hadn't even had a chance to smell it. Otherwise, with Ling Tian's aptitude, how could he have only opened 25 tendons? C-grade marrow cleansing fluid is worth a staggering 3 million. As for this bottle of B-grade marrow cleansing fluid, it's worth at least 30 million and is extremely rare, with perhaps fewer than 3 bottles to be found in all of Cloud City. If Ling Genua weren't one of the earliest warriors of the Dragon Nation era, obtaining a single bottle of B-grade marrow cleansing fluid would have been nearly impossible. "Thank you, Grandpa." Ling Genua smiled slightly. "Keep it and make good use of it." As he spoke, he took out another token and handed it to Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, take this token first." Ling Tian couldn't help but shudder when he saw the token. It was engraved with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon, crafted from rare purple gold. Ling Tian was shocked. He knew that his grandfather was the first martial arts master in Dragon Country and had a solid foundation, but he didn't expect that he possessed such a terrifying treasure. Ling Genua looked at Ling Tian with a serious expression. "You should understand that the value of this token far exceeds that of the B-grade marrow washing fluid. Don't take it out unless it is absolutely necessary." Ling Tian nodded solemnly. "Got it." The grandfather and grandson chatted for 2 full hours before reluctantly parting. Ling Tian couldn't wait to return to his room, took out the bottle of grade B marrow washing fluid, unscrewed the cork, and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, a gentle yet powerful force surged into the body, flowing through the internal organs and the 8 extraordinary meridians. His S-level talent, 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, automatically activated and quickly helped him absorb the power of the marrow cleansing fluid. Ling Tian was excited. As expected, with the S-level talent 9 Extreme Skyfire, the speed at which his strength increased by more than 10 times. The tendons and veins are rapidly opened up with the help of the marrow washing fluid. 46, 47, 48. In less than a moment, Ling Tian's meridians were opened up to a total of 60. But this is not the end. The tendons and veins continued to break through until 75 of them were opened. The impurities in the body were expelled, and Ling Tian had an extra layer of dirt on his body. He took a shower and felt refreshed when he came out, with the blood in his body surging like a rushing river. A punch was thrown, and the sound of breaking through the air was resounding. The wind from the fist swept several meters, and the curtains in the room shook violently. Ling Tian's face was filled with joy. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily defeat 15 ordinary people. This was before considering his talent. He raised his palm and his innate ability burst out. Instantly, a massive crimson fireball, over 2 meters in diameter, appeared above his palm. A wave of heat surged across the room, sending the temperature soaring as if the entire space had transformed into a gigantic furnace. This is the power of the S-level talent, 9 Extreme Skyfire. What Ling Tian got from his grandfather was not only the 9 Extreme Skyfire, but also the S-level martial art, the 9 Extremes Fiery Slash. There are 6 moves in the 9 Extremes Flame Slash. Just performing the first move and combining it with the 9 Extreme Skyfire can increase your combat power tenfold. Ling Tian's whole body was shining with brilliance, like a raging god of war descending descending. The huge flame in his hand instantly condensed into a flaming blade. He lunged forward, stretched his arms, and swung the blade. The whole person is like a taut bowstring, and his arms draw a graceful arc. The first move of the 9 extremes, flame slashing the sky. In an instant, the flaming blade cut through the void and turned into a 5-meter-long flaming crescent, accompanied by a deafening bang. The wall of Ling Tian's room collapsed instantly. The flaming blade shot out dozens of meters and cut off a big tree in the yard, and a blazing flame immediately ignited on the tree. So amazing. You know, I haven't become a warrior yet, but I can actually unleash such powerful power with one strike. The realm of warriors is divided into 4 basic levels: Huang level, Xian level, D level, and Tian level. Each level is further divided into 9 levels, from the lowest level to the highest level. The heavenly level is also known as the postnatal level. Those who reach the postnatal level can be called martial arts masters. Above the postnatal masters is the innate level martial arts grandmaster. Ling Tian's grandfather was once the youngest grandmaster, but due to a serious injury, his strength declined, and now he can only barely maintain the acquired realm. Ling Tian estimated that even a warrior of the 3rd level of the yellow grade might not be able to withstand his previous move. After all, Ling Tian relied on his S-level talent, 9 extreme Skyfire, and without using any martial arts, he had already reached the 2nd level of the yellow level. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. His healing and recovery talent was indeed terrifying. Back then, Grandpa had spent 3 full months learning the first move of the 9 extremes blazing slash. But Ling Tian, simply by healing Grandpa, had instantly mastered it and reached perfection, instantly reaching his full proficiency. Moreover, Ling Tian has not yet become a warrior and can only rely on his own energy and blood and talent to perform martial arts. Once you become a warrior and have enough warrior essence, it is not impossible to perform the last move of the 9 extreme flame slash and increase your combat power by 30 times. Not good. Just then, Ling Tian picked up his phone and checked the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The test for the martial arts students of the 3 major high schools in Yunqing has begun. You're late. Ling Tian was so immersed in cultivation that he forgot the time and rushed out of the Ling family without hesitation. The Ling family was in chaos. All the servants and bodyguards, armed with buckets of water, quickly put out the fire. Old Master Ling Genoa stood in front of the gatehouse, looking in the direction Ling Tian left, and sighed in his heart. He actually inherited his mother's healing talent and also obtained my 9 extreme Skyfire. Double S-level talent, Ling Tian. What a shock this child is going to bring to the millions of Dragon Country students. This shock will begin from this small cloud city, Yunqing, the gymnasium of number 1 high school. Today, we are conducting a potential test for the students taking the West College entrance examination. The top 10 students will have the opportunity to enter Yunqing's top class, which focuses on training military students. The first place in the test will also receive 3 bottles of D-level marrow washing fluid from the Education Bureau. The test has already begun at this moment, and a machine about 2.5 meters high is placed in the center of the gymnasium. The machine is cylindrical with a transparent crystal in the middle and a 40-inch screen on the front. 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. Muscles and veins, XX. Talent, XX. This is the tendon and vein tester, which can detect the number of open tendons and veins, and can also determine whether one has innate abilities. On the high platform at the front of the gymnasium, the presidents of the 5 major universities gathered to supervise the examination. Even the director of the Education Bureau, Fang Ming, was present in person. For 5 consecutive years, Yunqing has not produced a top 10 high school student in the province. The education ranking also fell from the top 5 in the province to below 20th place. As the director of the Education Bureau, Fang Ming was very troubled by this. That's why we don't hesitate to offer generous rewards to the top 3. At the entrance of the gymnasium, a young man, about 17 or 18 years old, about 1 meter 80 tall, with delicate features, handsome and confident, walked over. It's Ling Tian. The test hadn't ended yet, but a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. He caught up. He walked into the crowd and looked at the students who were being tested. At this time, the test machine started. Everyone around was staring at the young man with a crew cut standing in the testing machine, full of anticipation. The young man's name is Zhao Yang, and he is the brother of Zhao Kuan, who passed away a few days ago. Zhao Yang once threatened that if Ling Tian dared to come to school, he would beat him to death. The screen of the test machine was flashing with light, and Zhao Yang looked confident and determined. The detection light scans the chest from top to bottom. The numbers on the screen began to jump. Beat, beat. Muscles and veins, 9, 10, 11, 12. The numbers keep climbing. 60. The whole audience erupted in cheers, everyone's eyes filled with shock. However, this is not Zhao Yang's limit. The numbers continue to climb. Finally it stopped at 65. Zhao Yang actually opened up 65 tendons and meridians. All the students shouted excitedly. You should know that before Zhao Yang, more than 200 people had been tested, and the best result was no more than 53 tendons and meridians. But now Zhao Yang had rushed directly to the 65th meridian, taking a huge lead. Even Fong Ming, the director of the Education Bureau, showed a satisfied smile and then turned his gaze to Principal Zhu of number 1 high school. Principal Zhu, Zhao Yang is quite good. He has already opened up 65 of his meridians. With more than 3 months left before the college entrance exam, he is expected to open up 81 of them and become a true warrior. If he can become a first-level yellow rank warrior, he should have no problem breaking into the top 30 in Yunnan province. Hearing the director's praise, Principal Zhu's face was full of pride, and he nodded in response. Don't worry, director, I will definitely focus on training him and will never let Yunqing down. The presidents of the other 4 universities were filled with envy. Among the 4 universities, it was rare for a student to open 50 meridians, but First High School had unexpectedly produced a genius who had opened 65 meridians. However, the machine continued to run. At this moment, the word talent on the big screen of the machine suddenly flashed green. Talent, wood, purple spirit wood, strength level B. Talent! The whole audience exclaimed. Countless eyes were cast at Zhao Yang with admiration, and even the expressions of the 5 principals and the director of education suddenly changed. Zhao Yang has actually awakened his talent, and it's a B-level wood-type talent, someone exclaimed. Amazing! He's already awakened his talent before even becoming a warrior. This is probably the first person in our senior year. The students roared excitedly, and some even shouted wildly. Zhao Yang, I love you. Zhao Yang, I'm going to suck your dick. Director Fong Ming smiled broadly. Indeed, he's awakened his talent before becoming a warrior. With 65 meridians and a B-level talent, his strength is probably approaching that of a first-level yellow-level warrior. He's practically locked in as the top scorer in the Yunqing College entrance exam, and is expected to break into the top 20 in the province. Principal Zhu's smile grew wider and wider, and when he looked up, his mouth was almost stretched to his ears. Looking at everyone's crazy reactions, Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. Isn't it just a small B-level ability? Is there any need to exaggerate like this? He thought to himself. Ling Tian's words stunned everyone around him, and they all turned to look at him. Ling Tian, how come you, a murderer, are here? A sharp roar sounded all around. A girl, scantily clad and heavily made up, who looked nothing like a high school student, roared at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face darkened. The girl was none other than Lu Ruyan, the woman he had loved in his past life. When Ling Tian met Lu Ruyan again, he just felt ridiculous and muttered to himself, how could I have fallen for such a vulgar woman in the first place? Murderer! Ling Tian! Lu Ruyan's words shocked the entire audience. People were discussing, didn't this guy kill Zhao Koan and be arrested? Why is he here again now? Zhao Yang, who was being admired by everyone, suddenly became gloomy and stared at Ling Tian coldly. How dare you show up on campus, you little bastard, he shouted angrily in a low voice. Ling Tian, however, remained calm as he slowly walked towards Director Fong Ming. Why, are you afraid that I might surpass you in the test? What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, staring at Ling Tian as if he were a fool. In their eyes, Ling Tian was nothing but a murderer. He had only opened 25 meridians, yet he still wanted to surpass Fong Ming. He was simply crazy. The director of the Education Bureau was also puzzled. Who is this young man? Principal Zhu quickly explained. A few days ago, a student at our school was killed outside the school. The police suspect him of being the murderer, and he was taken away by law enforcement yesterday. Should we expel him? Director Fong Ming shook his head. No, since he's here, it means he has nothing to do with the case, otherwise the law enforcement officers wouldn't let him go. Zhao Yang, however, was extremely imposing. He looked at Ling Tian coldly and said, get lost. Today is the test day. I don't want to fight you. But Ling Tian didn't care and walked straight towards Director Fong Ming, ignoring Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was stunned and immediately flew into a rage. How dare this loser ignore him? You ignored my words, didn't you? You're looking for death. Zhao Yang roared, took a big step forward and stomped his feet on the ground. The qi and blood in the 65 tendons and veins in the body surged at the same time. Click! A floor tile was crushed to pieces by his foot. He swung his fist, and the wind from his fist broke through the air and hit Ling Tian directly. The whole audience was extremely excited, expecting Zhao Yang to teach Ling Tian a lesson. Boom! Fong Ming opened up 65 tendons and meridians and awakened the wood-type ability, so it was easy for him to kill Ling Tian. Get out! Zhao Yang roared, his fist almost hitting Ling Tian. Ling Tian shouted coldly, and slapped him with his backhand. His arm instantly stretched out and swung out like a whip. Before Zhao Yang could even touch Ling Tian, he was struck hard by the slap. The terrifying force instantly twisted Zhao Yang's face, his features distorted and crumpled into a ball. Immediately afterwards, his feet left the ground, he flew 4 or 5 meters away, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled several times before stopping. What? The whole place fell silent instantly, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in bewilderment, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhao Yang was actually flung away by a single palm strike? At this moment, Ling Tian remained expressionless and calm. He walked straight to Director Fong Ming, clasped his fists, and said, "Uncle Fong Ming, long time no see." As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. Ling Tian actually knew the Director of Education? Fong Ming also showed a puzzled look, thinking that the man in front of him seemed familiar. "Who are you?" Facing Fong Ming's status as a first-class Earth-level warrior, Ling Tian said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. "Uncle Fong Ming, my grandfather Ling Genoa once took me to have dinner with you. It should have been 5 years ago." Fong Ming was stunned for a moment, then recalled the past. It turns out to be Elder Ling's grandson. His eyes were full of admiration. Ling Tian defeated Zhao Yang with a single palm strike. Although Zhao Yang was a little careless, it was enough to show Ling Tian's extraordinary strength. Ling Tian looked at Director Fong and continued, "Uncle Fong, I ran into some trouble yesterday and didn't pay the test registration fee on time. Is it too late to pay it now?" Fong Ming nodded, and thinking of Grandpa Ling Tian's support for him, he naturally wanted to help. "Of course, in that case, the next test spot will be given to you." As soon as Fong Ming said this, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Ling Tian in surprise. At this time, Zhao Yang stared at Ling Tian angrily. If Fong Ming had not been protecting Ling Tian, he would have rushed up and killed Ling Tian. He gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, "Asshole, you asked for this." Soon, Zhao Yang secretly walked towards the head teacher of the first martial arts high school and whispered a few words. Ling Tian walked straight into the testing machine without hesitation. The surrounding students immediately showed worried expressions. Could it be that Ling Tian has been hiding his strength all along? Because of the Ling family's laissez-faire attitude, Ling Kuan's suppression of Ling Tian at school, and Lu Ruyan's slander, many people bullied him. If Ling Tian suddenly explodes, won't they suffer a great loss? Even Lu Ruyan couldn't help swallowing, her face full of worry. Just then, the machine started up and made a beeping sound. On the screen, the veins digital pulsed and quickly climbed to 25. However, the numbers stagnated and the test machine stopped working, reporting tendons, 25. Talent, none. The whole audience was stunned again. Ling Tian, who had just been praised by Fong Ming and sent Zhao Yang flying with a palm strike, actually only had 25 tendons and veins? Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Zhao Yang gave a sinister sneer. Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. "I was so scared. I thought I had made a mistake, but it turns out he's still a loser." Just as everyone realized what was happening, the whole place erupted in laughter, and the students looked at Ling Tian as if he were laughing at a joke. "He was acting so arrogant just now. I thought he could open up 70 meridians, but it turns out he can only open up 25. It must be Zhao Yang's negligence that caused him to be knocked down. We were all deceived by him." The mocking voices came one after another, and the eyes were full of contempt. Ling Tian still had no expression on his face as he stood quietly in the testing machine. The head teacher was operating the testing machine, frowning at him. "Student, your test is over. Please step down and let the next one continue." Director Fong Ming frowned. With his status and strength, he would never believe that Ling Tian only had 25 tendons. As a first-rate master of the Earth level, he had just personally felt the powerful blood energy erupting from Ling Tian's tendons and veins when he attacked. This was definitely not something that someone who had only opened up 25 tendons and veins could possess. At this moment, Ling Tian was still standing in the machine motionless. The head teacher frowned and said, "Classmate, please come down and don't waste everyone's time." Ling Tian still had no intention of leaving. "What are you doing? Ling Tian, get down here quickly. You're just a useless piece of shit with 25 tendons, and you still dare to refuse to leave?" There was a lot of discussion all around. Finally someone shouted, "Get down! Get down!" At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly roared. 75 of his veins activated simultaneously, and his blood and energy surged like a torrent. That roar was like a sudden thunderclap, instantly shocking the entire audience. Ling Tian's suffocating killing intent, like a raging flood, instantly engulfed everything around him. The sharp aura sent a sharp pain through everyone present, like a knife slicing through their backs. The air suddenly froze, and the scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in horror. Even Director Fong Ming, a ground-level warrior, couldn't help but stare at him in shock. How could a high school student who was only 17 years old exude such a terrifying sense of oppression? Ling Tian glanced at everyone coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Are you guys stupid?" His voice was not loud, but it was clear and audible to everyone. "That loser Zhao Yang has already opened up 65 of his meridians, but you think a loser like me only has 25? Is that possible?" Everyone was stunned. Indeed, even if Zhao Yang was careless, he wouldn't be defeated by a waste with only 25 tendons in one blow, right? Ling Tian sneered and stared at the head teacher with a cold tone. What happened just now was either a machine malfunction or someone did it on purpose. "Teacher, which one do you think it is?" The head teacher was suddenly in a panic. At this moment, Zhao Yang roared angrily. "Ling Tian, you useless piece of shit, what are you trying to show off to? I was just careless and got knocked down by you. I've personally felt your power, a piece of shit who opened up 25 meridians. What a joke. In that case, I'll give you one more chance. If you can beat me, I'll stand upside down and eat shit." Zhao Yang sneered, full of confidence. "Eat and drink for free." In an instant, Zhao Yang's innate ability erupted, his body shone with light, and a set of light green armor condensed. Principal Zhu wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Director Fong Ming. Director Fong Ming looked at Ling Tian with a firm gaze. "Don't worry, let's see how strong these two are first. With me here, nothing will go wrong." Director Fong Ming's words left Principal Zhu helpless and he could only sit back in his seat. Zhao Yang's face was filled with confidence. "Ling Tian, this is my innate ability. Armor condensed from wood element purple spirit wood. As long as I step on the ground, I can absorb the power of the earth, enhance my combat power, and keep my physical strength endless." When the students heard this, they were all envious. Wood-type plants can absorb nutrients from the earth, and the B-level wood-type talent ability is even more powerful. Ling Tian looked disdainful. "Stop talking nonsense and hit you with one hand." His arrogance instantly angered the entire audience. The students roared in unison. "Arrogant! Zhao Yang, stop wasting time talking to him and beat this idiot to death. Tear his dog mouth apart." Zhao Yang, filled with rage, burst out with all his strength, stomped his feet on the ground, and his body bounced out. His speed instantly increased to 14 or 15 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Ling Tian and roared, "You bastard, I'm going to let you know right now the difference between someone with talent and someone without talent." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yang condensed a 3-meter-long purple wooden spear and fiercely thrust it towards Ling Tian. The spear's force was as fierce as a dragon, extremely swift. Ling Tian sneered and raised his hand to meet the attack. Instantly, a crimson light erupted, instantly illuminating the entire venue. The temperature around them suddenly climbed, and a heat wave hit. Ling Tian's whole body was burning with flames, his aura soared like a fire god of war. "What?" The whole audience was shocked. Ling Tian punched out. The dragon roars. In an instant, the 9 extremes heavenly fire erupted and turned into a huge dragon head, slamming towards Zhao Yang's spear. The dragon head collided with the spear, and the wooden spear shattered into pieces. The flames instantly engulfed Zhao Yang. "Ah!" Zhao Yang screamed miserably, his innate armor vaporized, and his hair and clothes were burned to ashes by the flames. The dragon head disappeared. Zhao Yang's whole body was charred, he was shaky and his expression was dull. If Ling Tian had not held back, this blow would have been enough to kill Zhao Yang. Ling Tian did not stop and jumped high. "Crows take planes." With an angry roar, he descended from the sky and stomped hard on Zhao Yang's face, knocking him to the ground. He slid for several meters like a hanged glider before stopping. "Ah!" Zhao Yang screamed in pain, his face rubbing violently against the ground, his flesh and blood were all over the place, and he completely lost his fighting ability. The roaring dragon and the crow on the plane are not formal martial arts, but moves that Ling Tian came up with on the spur of the moment. To deal with Zhao Yang, no martial arts skills are needed at all. In fact, as soon as the evil dragon roared, Zhao Yang was already doomed to failure. The reason why the crow was added to the plane was to severely humiliate him. Ling Tian looked at Zhao Yang, who was being trampled under his feet like garbage, with a nonchalant look. "Talent? Do you have it? How is that possible?" In an instant, the whole audience was boiling. Everyone couldn't help but erupt in earth-shattering roars, their voices echoing like thunder. Their eyes widened in shock, their faces flushed crimson, completely unable to accept this fact. Fire talent. Fong Ming, the president of one of the 5 major universities, was so shocked that he stood up from his seat and couldn't help but shout, "Fire talent. The strength is at least B-level, and there's a 70% chance of reaching A-level." "What?" Hearing Fong Ming's words, everyone was even more shocked. Principal Zhu was so excited that he almost knelt before Ling Tian. Among the tens of millions of high school students each year, fewer than 200 were able to awaken their innate abilities. But now, 2 had appeared, and both were from this tiny Yunqing No. 1 middle school. How could Principal Zhu not be excited? Ling Tian stood proudly, scanning the room. He spoke in a resounding voice, "Who else thinks I only have 25 meridians open? If you disagree, come and fight me. Let's see who can defeat a loser like me who only has 25 tendons." His words echoed clearly in the air. What a joke! Even Fong Ming was no match for him. If they went up, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Fong Ming was so excited that he almost lost control. "Great, great, great! Ling Tian, you've opened up at least 70 meridians. With your talent, you have a good chance of becoming the top scholar in Yunnan province." He was extremely excited. He had originally only expected Zhao Yang to bring a result in the top 30 in the province, but now Ling Tian appeared, a genius who was expected to become the top scorer. Ling Tian looked at Fong Ming and asked, "Uncle Fong, can I take the test again?" Fong Ming nodded. "No problem, I will operate the machine myself this time." After saying that, Fong Ming stood up and walked straight to the test machine. The head teacher who had been in charge of the operation looked at Fong Ming anxiously with a flickering look in his eyes. "Director Fong, Zhao Yang just told me to do this." "Get out!" Fong Ming shouted angrily. His voice was like thunder exploding in the ears of the head teacher, scaring him so much that he stepped back repeatedly. "Asshole, I'll definitely settle the score with you after the test is over." At this point, point, everyone understood. Ling Tian's test had clearly been interfered with by the teacher, stopping at 25 meridians. Director Fong looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, you take the test again this time, and I'll personally supervise it." "Thank you, Uncle Fong." Ling Tian smiled slightly and walked into the testing machine. The testing machine started up again, and the red light scanned Ling Tian's body, and the numbers began to jump. Soon, the numbers skipped 25 and reached 26. As expected, 25 meridians were definitely not his true strength. 30, 40, 50, soon the number climbed to 70. 70. Everyone was astonished. For 5 consecutive years, no student in Yunqing had been able to open up all 70 meridians in the 3 months before the college entrance exam. But this is not Ling Tian's limit. Finally, the number stopped at 75. 75. The entire audience erupted in shock. Ling Tian had actually opened up 75 meridians. Everyone tried to suppress their shock as the test wasn't over yet. At this moment, the word talent on the screen flashed with a red light, and suddenly flame effects ignited around the screen. The talent level was first B level, and then quickly jumped to A level. Everyone held their breath, and Fong Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Even he, an Earth-level warrior, had only awakened a C-level talent, while Ling Tian was at least A level. The flames on the screen grew brighter, and finally the final result emerged. Talent, S-level, 9 polar heavenly fire. Seeing the dazzling words on the test machine screen, everyone was stunned, their mouths hanging open as if their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Ling Tian had far exceeded everyone's imagination. It's actually the 9 extreme skyfire. I should have expected this. Director Fong Ming's voice cracked with excitement, his saliva flying. Fong Ming knew that Ling Tian's grandfather, Ling Genhua, was one of the first powerful warriors in the era of national martial arts training, having awakened the S-level innate ability, the 9 extremes heavenly fire. Ling Tian might have inherited this S-level talent, the 9 extremes heavenly fire. Among the tens of millions of college entrance exam takers in Dragon Country each year, only one S-level genius awakener appears every 3 years. These individuals are qualified to challenge for the top 10 prodigies in the country. Now, Yunqing has unexpectedly produced such a prodigy. How could Fong Ming not be excited? S-rank? Zhao Yang was completely stunned. I had originally thought that awakening a B-level talent was already quite impressive, but now I realize that I am completely worthless in front of Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian still did not emerge from the tester. Everyone was puzzled. The results of the tendon and talent tests were clearly displayed, so why didn't the machine stop running? Just as everyone was puzzled, the crimson light around the test machine's screen changed again. Wow, a dazzling emerald green light suddenly flashed. What on earth is going on? Someone immediately noticed something was wrong and cried out in surprise. Fong Ming's heart suddenly tightened, as if it were in his throat. Could it be? He didn't dare to think any further. There were only 2 possible reasons why the tester hadn't stopped working at this moment. One was a malfunction, but Fong Ming knew in his heart that this was impossible. After all, this tester was brand new and had just arrived last month. It couldn't possibly have made a mistake. The only answer can be another one. As expected, the moment this thought came to Fong Ming's mind, a line of words suddenly appeared under the talent column on the screen. Talent, S-level, 9 polar heavenly fire. S-level, unknown talent? It's actually a dual system talent ability. Not only has Ling Tian awakened dual system talents, but both are S-level. Fong Ming, the top 10 warrior in Yunqing, finally couldn't help but burst into an earth-shaking roar. The sound was like a blockbuster bomb, booming throughout the entire stadium. The sound waves surged, shaking the entire audience and shaking everyone's hearts. Dual system talents? Everyone was completely stunned, unable to express their shock in words. Fong Ming knew what dual-type innate abilities meant. Approximately 70% of warriors never awaken any innate abilities in their lifetime, and of the remaining 30%, most could only awaken one. Those who could awaken a second ability were even rarer. The entire Dragon Nation has a population of approximately 2 billion people practicing martial arts, and nearly 200 million have ultimately become warriors, of whom approximately 60 million have awakened their innate abilities. Of these 60 million, no more than 30 possess dual-element talents. And now, Ling Tian is one of these less than 30 people. Even more terrifying was the fact that Ling Tian's other supernatural power was also at least S-rank. The reason the test machine displayed S-rank, talent unknown, was because Ling Tian's talent was very likely to exceed S-rank. Since the tester in Yunqing can only detect S-level superpowers at most, as for unknown talent, it is because there is no similar record in the talent database of Manhwa. Even the testing machine couldn't recognize Ling Tian's second talent. At this time, the test machine finally began to broadcast the final results. Tester, Ling Tian, cultivation, 75 tendons. Talent S-level, 9 extreme skyfire. S-level, unknown talent. Every word was like an invisible bomb, exploding over and over again in everyone's heart. Before this, they had never imagined that such a gifted genius would appear in Yunqing, or even in the entire Yundian province. Ling Tian slowly stepped out of the machine, remaining remaining calm. He had anticipated all of this. Ling Tian would not hide his strength. Dragon Country was a nation of martial artists, with strict laws and regulations, so jealousy and hatred were almost non-existent. Warriors compete with others and destiny. The stronger they are, the more respect they receive, and the more abundant resources they can obtain. Ling Tian never bothered to pretend to be weak and eat the tiger. In my previous life, I had awakened countless talents and abilities, and even possessed SSS-level power of time and space. Now, having two abilities in hand is nothing. He walked up to Director Fong Ming and asked calmly, "Director Fong Ming, can I become a top-ranked high school student in the country?" Fong Ming nodded immediately. "Of course. I'll apply for you today, and it will be approved by tomorrow morning at the latest." Ling Tian smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. Dragon Country only has 3 top-ranked high school students each year. Each of these recipients is a gifted genius, a title that carries a high probability of placing among the top 3 nationally in the college entrance exam. Over the past decade, the top 3 spots in Dragon Country's martial arts college entrance exams have consistently been taken by top-ranked high school students. The top 3, second and third place finishers are all top-tier students with the title of top-ranked high school students. In other words, Ling Tian has over an 80% chance of securing a spot in the top 3 this year. This title not only carries a bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing elixir, but also special privileges. For example, when leaving the safe zone, one can request the protection of 1 first-rate Earth-level warrior and 3 second-rate profound-level warriors. Furthermore, ordinary units like the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot legally detain someone for more than 8 hours without an order from the highest provincial leadership. Ling Tian's ambition to become the top high school student in the country was precisely to earn this special treatment. Bang! In his previous life, he was taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau and tortured for days. Under countless brutal tortures, Ling Tian was forced to confess and was ultimately framed and imprisoned. Now, as long as he obtained this identity and title, those in the Law Enforcement Bureau would be unable to manipulate him at will. At this moment, Director Fong Ming tried hard to suppress his inner excitement and asked, "Ling Tian, can you tell me what your other innate ability is?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. A deep silence fell, and everyone looked at Ling Tian with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Ling Tian spoke calmly, "Healing. I've awakened my healing ability." Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped and stared at Ling Tian as if they had seen a monster. Healing ability was already extremely rare, and now it had awakened, and it was an S-level ability. Fong Ming still asked doubtfully, "S-level healing talent? I've heard of healing light, but your talent doesn't seem to be that?" Ling Tian smiled faintly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. While the healing light was rare and precious, it was nothing compared to his strongest healing ability. "My healing is different from the healing light. As long as the victim is still alive and breathing, I can restore them to their original state within a minute, even regenerating severed limbs. My grandfather's injuries were healed by my ability." What? Director Fong Ming couldn't believe it, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Ling Tian continued, "Of course, this ability also has side effects. When healing, the pain felt by the injured person will be returned to me many times over. If I can't bear it, even if I pause for a moment, the healing will fail. So that's how it is." Everyone suddenly understood. After all, a seriously injured and dying person endures immense pain, and this pain is magnified many times during treatment. Who could possibly endure it? If there's a pause, the healing process will inevitably fail. While this ability is powerful, it's not as easy to use as imagined. Of course, Ling Tian concealed a crucial secret. If he successfully cured a target whose injuries had reached the point of permanent disability or near death, he would gain their potential, talents, and even their understanding of martial arts. This was Ling Tian's top secret, hidden even from those closest to him. Soon, at 4 p.m., all the tests were over. Unsurprisingly, Ling Tian took first place. In full view of the crowd, he accepted the prize for first place: 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid and a bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing fluid, the prize for being the top-ranked high school student in the country. The C-grade marrow cleansing fluid was supposed to be available only after the title was confirmed, but Fong Ming, in order to strengthen his relationship with Ling Tian, gave him his treasured marrow cleansing fluid. Once Ling Tian received his reward, Fong Ming would take it back. Everyone was practically mad with envy. Now that Ling Tian had achieved such incredible feats, what would happen once he consumed and absorbed the marrow cleansing fluid? Ling Tian! A delicate cry echoed throughout the surroundings. Lu Ruyan walked up to Ling Tian, her expression arrogant and proud. "Ling Tian, don't you like me? If you just give me your C-grade marrow cleansing fluid, I'll agree to go on a date with you. How about that?" Lu Ruyan had only opened up 28 meridians, so her chances of getting into Warrior University were slim. Grade C marrow cleansing fluid could allow warriors with fewer than 80 meridians to open up 10 at once, giving her a fighting chance. What? Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, everyone present looked at her in shock. Is Lu Ruyan crazy? She sued Ling Tian a few days ago because of a dream, and now she's asking for marrow washing fluid, and she's asking asking for C-grade fluid, which is worth 3 million. This awful guy is truly terrible. Ling Tian's face suddenly darkened. Before he could even get back at her, she showed up first. Get lost. A cold murderous aura burst out from Ling Tian, instantly enveloping Lu Ruyan's entire body. Lu Ruyan was immediately panicked. This bootlicker who was once willing to spend all his monthly living expenses to buy her a mobile phone, now actually doesn't cherish the dating opportunity created for him? I see. This must be a game of playing hard to get. Lu Ruyan adjusted her expression and pretended to be calm as she said, Ling Tian, you have so much marrow cleansing fluid on hand and you can't use it all. It's normal that you don't want to use the C-grade one. How about this? Give me 3 bottles of D-grade fluid and I'll go on a date with you, but the time cannot exceed 1 hour. Instantly, a red light flashed, and blood splattered. Ling Tian's palm condensed into a flaming blade, which swiftly thrust out, piercing directly through Lu Ruyan's heart. Seeing this, everyone fell silent, holding their breath. Time and space seemed to freeze. Ling Tian actually dared to kill. Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly dilated, and she looked at Ling Tian with despair on her face. Ling Tian said coldly, I said I want you to die. Do you really think I dare not? An icy chill erupted, freezing the surrounding space in an instant. It felt as if the surroundings had fallen into an ice cellar. Ling Tian is crazy. Everyone screamed in shock. Principal Zhu was completely dumbfounded. Ling Tian was a top high school student with the potential to become the top scorer in the country, but now he had committed murder. This was tantamount to destroying his own future. Ling Tian, are you crazy? Even if you have a grudge against Lu Ruyan, you should never kill her. Principal Zhu scolded loudly. He was counting on Ling Tian to become the top scorer, but now he suffered a heavy blow because of him. Lu Ruyan stared at Ling Tian with her eyes wide open. It was the first time she felt such a terrifying murderous aura from someone. She closed her eyes in despair. Fang Mingju's face was filled with confusion. Ling Tian, how could you kill her? However, Ling Tian's face remained calm as he said calmly, who told you that Lu Ruyan was dead? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was surprised to see that the flaming blade that pierced Lu Ruyan's body had disappeared. Ling Tian placed his palm on Lu Ruyan's body and immediately activated the recovery and healing process. His innate abilities flowed into Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan immediately stopped the bleeding, and the wound healed at a visible speed. In less than 10 seconds, she was completely recovered. What? The people at the scene were so shocked that they almost cried out. Although Fang Ming had long known that Ling Tian's healing talent was extremely terrifying, witnessing it with his own eyes was still extremely shocking. It was a fatal wound that pierced the heart, and Ling Tian was able to heal it in 10 seconds. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, a hint of excitement on her face. I'm resurrected? No, you're going to die again. Before he finished speaking, Ling Tian responded coldly. In an instant, Ling Tian once again condensed a flaming blade and slashed it fiercely at Lu Ruyan's neck, nearly severing it in half. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Lu Ruyan fell to the ground again. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What on earth was Ling Tian doing? Just when Lu Ruyan was on the verge of death, Ling Tian activated his ability again, and Lu Ruyan's injuries miraculously recovered. Although curing Lu Ruyan would cause Ling Tian to endure several times the pain, he had experienced countless inhuman tortures in his previous life, and his endurance was far beyond that of ordinary people. Ling Tian categorized pain into 10 levels, each one several times more painful than the previous. Yet, Lu Ruyan, killed in a single blow, barely felt any pain. Even if several times the pain were to fall upon Ling Tian, it would still only be level 3. Soon, Lu Ruyan recovered as before. What on earth is this operation? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ruyan had no injuries on her body, but the fear of death was deeply engraved in her heart. She trembled all over, and was so frightened that she wet her lower body. At this moment, she completely understood that Ling Tian was taking his anger out on her. Ling Tian, I don't want the marrow-washing fluid anymore. Please stop torturing me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian condensed a flaming blade and swung it out, cutting Lu Ruyan in half. Crash! The bloody and tragic scene was disgusting, with blood splattered and internal organs scattered all over the ground. Is Ling Tian crazy? At this moment, everyone was worried about Lu Ruyan's injuries. Could she recover from such a horrific wound? However, Ling Tian once again activated his ability, and the broken body gradually closed. In less than a minute, the wound was completely healed. Director Fang Ming's emotions were indescribable. He just wanted to blurt out, this healing ability is simply outrageous. A naive thought flashed through his mind. Ling Tian's healing ability might not be S level, but SS level. Lu Ruyan recovered and was full of energy, but she was completely terrified. Tears could not stop flowing, and she knelt down in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I was wrong. I don't want the marrow-washing fluid anymore. Please don't torture me anymore. Director Fang Ming also spoke up. Ling Tian, it's almost time to stop. Ling Tian nodded calmly, staring coldly at Lu Ruyan. Get lost. Don't show up in front of me again, or you'll suffer the consequences. In reality, Ling Tian had no intention of letting Lu Ruyan go. It was just that he wasn't even a yellow rank warrior at the moment. He had just activated activated his abilities 3 times in a row, and Lu Ruyan was weak. Absorbing her power would do him no good and would only consume him greatly. He secretly planned to make Lu Ruyan pay the price once he was stronger. Lu Ruyan quickly ran to Principal Zhu and cried, "Principal, I want to report it. Ling Tian wants to kill me, you must help me." Principal Zhu looked at her in surprise. "Oh, there is such a thing? Are you hurt?" Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. She had been stabbed in the heart, her throat slashed, and even cut in half, yet all her wounds had healed completely, leaving not even a scar. Principal Zhu looked at her with disdain. "Student, you don't even have a wound, and we didn't see Ling Tian trying to kill you." "What? What a joke! Ling Tian is now the treasure of the Yunqing martial arts system. How could they offend him for someone who can hardly get into a second-tier martial arts university?" Principal Zhu said in a serious tone, "Lu Ruyan, you should know that defamation is also illegal." Lu Ruyan was completely stunned and desperately turned and ran, but the murderous gleam in her eyes remained. Ling Tian had caused her great humiliation and made her the laughingstock of the entire school. She would never let him go so easily. At this moment, Ling Tian walked up to Principal Zhu and said, "Principal, I got first place in this test. Can I be admitted to the top student class?" "That's right. You will be studying in the top class from now on." Principal Zhu nodded in agreement. Ling Tian smiled slightly. "Students in the top class can practice in the school practice room for 1 day a week, so can I go to practice today?" "Of course." Principal Zhu agreed. Afterwards, Ling Tian said goodbye to the principal and director Fong Ming. In just half a day, Ling Tian became a household name throughout Yunqing Wuda University, even shocking the entire Yunqing martial arts community. Ling Tian's name spread rapidly throughout Yunqing, and nearly every high-ranking martial artist knew that a nationally ranked top-ranked high school student had emerged in Yunqing. However, what Ling Tian had demonstrated was only the tip of the iceberg of his potential. The training room at No. 1 High School is equipped with a spirit-gathering array designed by a formation master. This array can concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, significantly increasing the speed of training. 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid and 1 bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing fluid are placed in front of Ling Tian. Marrow cleansing fluid can quickly help a would-be warrior open up his meridians, but only the first 3 bottles of each grade of marrow cleansing fluid are effective. After using more than 3 bottles, the body will develop resistance and the effect will be weakened. D-grade marrow cleansing fluid can open up 4 meridians at a time, C-grade can open up 10, and B-grade can open up 30 meridians at once. These are for would-be warriors who have opened up no more than 80 meridians. Ling Tian swallowed 2 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid without hesitation, then activated his supernatural powers while simultaneously practicing his cultivation technique. Although his innate abilities and martial arts skills had disappeared after reversing time and space, his memories remained clear, and he naturally knew how to practice the technique. He frantically absorbed the power from the marrow cleansing fluid and quickly opened up all 81 of his tendons and meridians. As he refined the second bottle of marrow cleansing fluid, the difficulty of opening up the tendons and meridians gradually increased, so Ling Tian temporarily stopped at the 81st meridian. At this point, Ling Tian could break through to become a first-level yellow rank warrior at any time if he chose. However, he wasn't in a rush. The human body has a total of 108 major meridians. The more meridians one opens before breaking through to the yellow rank, the stronger one will become. This is because the more meridians one has, the faster one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In Dragon Nation today, the 8 martial saints, before reaching the yellow rank, were all peerless geniuses, having opened up at least 100 meridians. This time, having been reborn through time and space, Ling Tian naturally had to become the strongest, opening up 108 meridians to achieve the yellow rank breakthrough. Ling Tian pulled out the last bottle of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid. Ha ha ha! This time, in just 10 minutes, Ling Tian absorbed the last bottle of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid. He had successfully opened up all 82 meridians. As Ling Tian practiced his technique, his blood and energy surged, and a walnut-sized ball of light condensed around him, gleaming like a blood-red star. This was the blood chi star. After a would-be warrior opens up 81 meridians, each additional meridian opened up will condense a blood energy star when practicing. If 108 meridians are opened up, 27 blood energy stars can be condensed. However, this is only a theoretical number. According to Ling Tian's memory, among the 200 million warriors of Dragon Country, no one has ever truly opened up all 108 meridians and condensed 27 blood energy stars. The most anyone has ever achieved is to break through to the yellow realm after opening up 107 meridians. Ling Tian then opened the bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing fluid and swallowed it directly. A surge of power surged into his body, and his tendons and meridians were continuously opened. After over an hour, Ling Tian had successfully absorbed and refined the entire power of the C-grade marrow cleansing fluid, and his tendon count had increased to 86. As he practiced the technique, a powerful blood energy erupted, shifted, and the space seemed to be engulfed by the heat generated by this blood energy, slightly twisting. 5 blood energy stars surrounded Ling Tian. Ling Tian said helplessly, "The C-grade marrow cleansing fluid only opened up 4 tendons? You know, under normal circumstances, C-level marrow cleansing fluid can help a would-be warrior open up 10 tendons and meridians. But now Ling Tian has opened up 81 tendons and meridians, making the difficulty of doing so much higher. Although opening up 108 tendons and meridians is almost impossible for others, it is not difficult at all for Ling Tian. He continued to practice, feeling the changes in his internal strength. The richness of his blood and energy was already about 3 times that of a quasi-martial artist of the same level. At this moment, although Ling Tian had not yet officially become a martial artist, he had already surpassed many martial artists. Now, without using his innate abilities or martial arts, relying solely on his physical strength, Ling Tian could defeat a yellow level 2 warrior. If he employed the 9 extremes, heavenly fire, he could even defeat a yellow level 4 warrior. Adding to his own martial arts skills, his strength might have already reached the level of a yellow level 5 warrior. Before he knew it, Ling Tian had been practicing until around 8 o'clock the next morning. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the training room. Ling Tian frowned, puzzled. Why would someone knock on the door when the training time hasn't even started yet? With doubts in his mind, he opened the door of the training room. "Cuff him!" A roar echoed in the air. A female law enforcer with short hair, a harsh face, and a haughty gaze shouted the order. Several law enforcers behind her quickly stepped forward. Ling Tian recognized the female law enforcer at a glance, Meng Haiyun. This woman will always be engraved in his memory as the person who brought him the greatest pain in his previous life. Meng Haiyun, the law enforcer of Yunding City, the capital of Yunnan province, is known as the fastest solving female detective in Dragon Country. All suspenseful murder cases are a joke before her, and she never solves a case in less than a week. Once she gets her hands on an innocent person, she'll label him a perverted serial killer. The reason why Meng Haiyun is so arrogant is that she is a member of the Meng family, one of the 4 major families in Yunnan province. On this day in his previous life, Meng Haiyun arrived in Yunqing at night and took Ling Tian away. Now, with Ling Tian's time travel, many things have changed, and the butterfly effect has begun to appear. The several law enforcers before him were all yellow level warriors, one of whom had reached the 5th level. Meng Haiyun was even a 7th level yellow level warrior. Although Ling Tian's strength had greatly increased, he was still no match for them. The law enforcers pinned Ling Tian down and handcuffed him. Meng Haiyun glared coldly at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I'm Meng Haiyun, a senior law enforcer from Dragon Nation. We suspect you're involved in a murder and robbery. Please come with us." Ling Tian's face was gloomy and he didn't resist at all. He is not strong enough to compete with Meng Haiyun and the law enforcers now, so he can only endure it temporarily. Just last night, Ling Tian received a message from Director Fong Ming that the application for the title of National Top High School Student was being reviewed and approved by noon today at the latest. By then, not only would Meng Haiyun, a senior law enforcer, even the director of the Yunqing Law Enforcement Bureau wouldn't dare to touch him easily. Seeing this, Principal Zhu looked anxiously at Meng Haiyun. "Ms. Meng, didn't you just say that you wanted to ask Ling Tian to go back and ask?" Meng Haiyun smiled coldly. "Principal Zhu, why are you so anxious? We dare to do this, of course we have evidence. If he is innocent, he will come back naturally." Puff. Hearing her words, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Meng Haiyun had evidence? This was simply the most ridiculous joke he had ever heard. In her previous life, no one she had taken away for questioning had ever returned alive. Their fate was nothing more than a cold prison. "What are you laughing at?" Seeing this, Meng Haiyun's face suddenly turned cold and she shouted angrily. "Pa!" A heavy slap landed directly on Ling Tian's face. Instantly, a bright red palm print was clearly imprinted on his cheek. Ling Tian looked at Principal Zhu with a gloomy face. "Principal Zhu, please tell Director Fong Ming that I'm leaving first. You don't have to worry about me. I haven't committed any crime, so I'm not afraid." Principal Zhu nodded. He believed Ling Tian was innocent. Ling Tian had made a stunning appearance, having returned yesterday to investigate Zhao Kuan's death. Zhao Kuan had been severely injured by Ling Tian the day before his death, and Ling Tian had been in the hospital at the time, as evidenced by surveillance footage. He believed that someone as talented as Ling Tian would never kill. Anyone who could awaken a healing gift must be kind-hearted, and Ling Tian certainly wouldn't harbor malicious intentions. Inside the interrogation room of the Yunqing Law Enforcement Bureau, Ling Tian once again found himself in this familiar place. This time, however, he remained remarkably calm. He had anticipated this day, and thanks not only to Director Fong Ming but also his grandfather's support, he had fully prepared for it. Beside Meng Haiyun, Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua stared at Ling Tian, their faces etched with a half-smile of gloating. Yun Xinghua, in particular, showed no sign of softening his heart at Ling Tian's healing of his leg. In his eyes, Ling Tian was merely a stepping stone on the road to becoming a law enforcer, disposable at any moment. "Boy, don't blame me. You are the most likely suspect in the murder of Zhao Kuan in this world," Yun Xinghua said hypocritically. Ling Tian responded calmly, "I said that Zhao Kuan's death has nothing to do with me." "Shut up," Meng Haiyun snorted coldly. "Humph, stop pretending here. Do you really think that knowing director Fong Ming is so great? Since we've caught you, we can confidently prove that you're the murderer. If you tell the truth now, there's still a chance." Ling Tian sneered at her and said, "What confidence do you have? Is it because you have a strong backer? Or are you good at fabricating evidence?" Hearing this, Meng Haiyun was stunned. Indeed, she had fabricated many false evidences to solve cases and sent people to prison. But how could this boy know this? "Pa!" Meng Haiyun was furious and slapped Ling Tian hard in the face again. "You son of a bitch, you still dare to talk back at me. I'm telling you, I do have evidence. Now I'm giving you a chance to speak your mind and try to get your sentence reduced. Do you understand?" Ling Tian responded calmly, "In that case, then accuse me and take me to court." Faced with Ling Tian's stubborn attitude, Meng Haiyun narrowed her eyes slightly with disdain, as if she was looking at a sewer rat at the bottom of the society. She turned to Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua. "Come out with me for a moment." The three of them arrived at the door of the interrogation room. Zhao Haiba asked expectantly, "Sir, is it true that there is evidence?" Meng Haiyun sneered, looking through the glass at Ling Tian in the interrogation room. "I've read Ling Tian's information. I can tell at a glance that this kind of person is very wrong. He's definitely a murderer." "Oh, Commander, where do you get this from?" Zhao Haiba looked at her in confusion. Meng Haiyun was full of confidence. "It's so clean. From the information you showed me, this Ling Tian is simply too perfect, without a single flaw. He's clearly the most suspicious person, yet he doesn't have a single flaw. With so many details, there should be loopholes. But he's flawless. This isn't normal at all. He's definitely the murderer." After hearing what Meng Haiyun said, Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua were stunned. It seemed to make sense, but it also felt strange. "You said that he had no flaws at all and thought it was too perfect. But as soon as there was a flaw, you said he was the murderer. Aren't you obviously going to put him in jail? Why not just say it directly? Why beat around the bush?" "Sir, I brought what you asked for." At this moment, a law enforcer came over with a bucket of gasoline, a whip, an electric baton, and a flamethrower. Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua were immediately filled with excitement. "Sir, are you going to?" Boom! Meng Haiyun nodded. "That's right. I just want to see how tough this bastard is. I have to make him confess today." A trace of worry flashed in Yun Xinghua's eyes. "Isn't it inappropriate to torture someone into confessing?" Meng Haiyun looked relaxed. "Don't worry, we'll have no problem dealing with him. This is a big case. If we solve it, the benefits to you guys will be enormous. With me here, nothing can go wrong. Let's go." After receiving Meng Haiyun's guarantee, Yun Xinghua and Zhao Haiba were extremely excited. The surveillance cameras in the interrogation room had already been turned off. Meng Haiyun, Yun Xinghua, and Zhao Haiba walked in, all with ruthless expressions on their faces. Electric batons were also taken out. Ling Tian said calmly, "Have you considered the consequences of offending me?" Meng Haiyun and the other two just found it ridiculous. How could a dignified law enforcer be threatened by a high school student? Bullshit about the consequences. Yun Xinghua roared, leaped up, and kicked Ling Tian in the face. Ling Tian fell to the ground along with the interrogation chair. There was a shoe print on his face, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. A murderer dares to threaten law enforcement officers. He's truly audacious. Yun Xinghua grabbed Ling Tian's hair and lifted him up. Zhao Haiba followed closely and, bang, kicked Ling Tian hard in the face. Blood gushed from Ling Tian's nostrils, but he still didn't fight back. After all, he was in the law enforcement bureau and couldn't easily confront them head-on. Ling Tian calculated secretly in his mind. He knew that Principal Zhu must have informed Director Fong Ming of the situation. Director Fong Ming would definitely arrive within 10 minutes. "Pa!" Yun Xinghua slapped Ling Tian hard on the face again. "Bastard! How on earth did you manage to kill Zhao Kuan without any flaws?" Yun Xinghua roared. If it were a few days ago, Ling Tian would have been beaten to the point of collapse. But now that his 86 tendons and meridians were open, his physique was exceptionally strong, and their attacks had little impact on him. But Ling Tian couldn't stand this insult anymore. These beasts only hit him in the face. Meng Haiyun sneered at Ling Tian, "Little bastard, I know you're tough, but we have many tricks up our sleeves. Don't be afraid, you have to confess." Meng Haiyun had Ling Tian completely under control. Ling Tian glanced at the three of them coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're looking for death." A cold murderous aura suddenly erupted, like a cold current that had existed for tens of millions of years, instantly flooding the entire interrogation room. The sharp gaze was like a 1,000-year-old ice spike, piercing the hearts of the three people. The three people suddenly tensed up and trembled involuntarily. Meng Haiyun was completely furious. "Look at that look in your eyes. Believe it or not, I'll dig your eyes out." As soon as he finished speaking, the electric baton in Meng Haiyun's hand crackled and pressed directly on Ling Tian. Electricity surged into his body, but unfortunately Ling Tian had experienced too much pain in his previous life, and the shock from the electric baton was not enough enough to make him surrender. Seeing Ling Tian remain silent, Meng Haiyun became furious and started beating him up. Bang, bang, bang. Meng Haiyun was wearing high heels, and the warrior's true energy in her body was wrapped around the soles of her shoes. She kept kicking Ling Tian, and scars quickly covered his body. Ling Tian's murderous intent grew stronger. If he could hold on a little longer, as soon as director Fong Ming arrived, it would be his time for revenge. After all, Meng Haiyun is already a 7th level yellow level warrior at this moment. Even if Ling Tian unleashes all his strength, he may not be able to defeat her easily. However, Ling Tian knew in his heart that sooner or later he would have the opportunity to fight back. Seeing Ling Tian remain silent, Meng Haiyun's expression gradually became frantic. She grabbed the gasoline beside her and poured it on him. Hold him down. Meng Haiyun gave an order. Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua firmly controlled Ling Tian's movements. At the same time, Meng Haiyun kicked Ling Tian again and again, her movements extremely rough and not at all like a woman's behavior. Bitch, I want to see how long you can hold on. Meng Haiyun stared at Ling Tian with contempt. Then, she used the lighter in her hand to try to set Ling Tian on fire. Captain, the director of the Education Bureau, Fong Ming, rushed in with a group of people, saying they want to take Ling Tian away. At this time, Meng Haiyun's deputy, a 5th level yellow-grade law enforcer, rushed in. Oh, Meng Haiyun remained calm and quietly put the lighter into her pocket. You guys take your time to torture him. No one can take him away today. I'll go out and deal with those people first. After saying that, Meng Haiyun turned around and walked out of the interrogation room. With Meng Haiyun's support, Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua became bolder and stared at Ling Tian fiercely, ready to attack again. You better plead guilty, little bastard, otherwise, fuck your grandpa. Ling Tian finally exploded. He could no longer bear it and didn't want to endure it anymore. Instantly, the powerful blood and energy within him erupted, and a fiery aura instantly filled the entire interrogation room. That powerful force directly impacted Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua, forcing them to retreat. The flames burned, and flames surged on Ling Tian's body, like the god of death from hellfire descending. What? Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua were stunned by Ling Tian's aura. They knew that Ling Tian had awakened his innate special abilities, but they didn't expect that he had a talent for fire. 9 Polarity Flame Slash. Ling Tian's handcuffs were melted by the scorching flames in an instant. He took a step forward, his blood surging like a raging tide, and stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The ground suddenly cracked, and a small pit with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared. Ling Tian waved his arm, and the 9 extreme skyfire condensed into a flaming sword. With a slash of the sword, it turned into a 2-meter-long flaming crescent, engulfing the space in front of him. Puff! Yun Xinghua and Zhao Haiba had no time to react before their legs were instantly severed by the flames. The flaming sword energy struck the wall fiercely, and with a loud crash, the entire wall collapsed. Ah! The two screamed in pain. The loud noise alarmed everyone in the law enforcement bureau. Ling Tian's face was grim, like a bloodthirsty killer. He walked up to them and didn't give them any chance to resist. Crack! He raised his right foot high and stomped down hard, causing his flesh and blood to shatter. Yun Xinghua let out a heart-wrenching scream as one of his arms was crushed to pieces. Ling Tian showed no mercy and walked straight to Zhao Haiba. Crack! Blood and flesh splattered, bones broke, and one of Zhao Haiba's arms was also crushed. The shrill scream echoed in the law enforcement bureau. Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua never expected Ling Tian to have such terrifying strength, let alone that he would dare to attack law enforcers in the law enforcement bureau. What happened? At this time, a voice sounded. Meng Haiyun rushed into the interrogation room and looked at the chaos in front of her in shock, as well as Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua, who had fallen to the ground with only one limb left. At the same time, she also noticed the 9 extreme heavenly fire burning on Ling Tian's body. She understood the situation instantly. You little beast, you're looking for death. Meng Haiyun was raging with rage. The aura of a 7th level yellow-grade warrior surged, his true energy wrapped around his body, his clothes fluttered, and he was ready to attack Ling Tian. At this time, Director Fong Ming walked up to Meng Haiyun and shouted, "You are the one seeking death." Fong Ming slapped out with a heavy blow. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and hit Meng Haiyun hard in the face. That palm strike was like a heavy hammer. Half of Meng Haiyun's face suddenly sunken, her expression twisted, and blood flowed. Her feet left the ground, she flew backwards and hit the wall hard. The strong impact caused her internal organs to shake violently, while Meng Haiyun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing his fighting ability. She laughed in anger, her face ferocious and her forehead veins bulging. "Fong Ming, you are just a director of a prefecture-level city, and you dare to hit me. I'm going to beat you." Fong Ming roared, and the speed of the Earth-level warrior soared to the limit. Leaving an afterimage at the spot, Ling Tian instantly appeared in front of Meng Haiyun. Snap! Another hard slap, and the other cheek instantly caved in. Meng Haiyun screamed in pain. She glared at Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, how dare you do this to me? Have you forgotten my background?" Fong Ming sneered and stared at Meng Haiyun. "Comparing backgrounds? Are you worthy?" Under normal circumstances, Director Fong Ming would indeed be wary of Meng Haiyun, but last Last night, Fong Ming had already contacted Ling Tian's grandfather. Ling Tian's grandfather has really recovered. Moreover, it has also established connections with the military, one of the three major official forces in Dragon Country. Who is Ling Tian's grandfather? The first batch of strong men in the new era. He had already become a martial arts master at the age of 30 and was a military veteran with outstanding military achievements. The Meng family behind Meng Haiyun is just a drop in the ocean. Ling Tian walked up to Fong Ming with an expressionless face. Uncle Fong, leave Meng Haiyun to me. I'm going to make her pay the price, Ling Tian said loudly with murderous intent. Fong Ming frowned. Ling Tian, things have gotten so serious now. They've all suffered so much. Maybe it's time to stop. Impossible. Ling Tian flatly refused, walked to the table, and actually took out a mini camera. They tortured me into confessing. I can't stand this. What? Seeing the camera in Ling Tian's hand, Meng Haiyun, Fong Ming, and others were stunned. Ling Tian had already anticipated that they would use torture to extract a confession, so he always carried this small camera with him. When he first entered the interrogation room, Ling Tian quietly stuck it under the table. Everything Meng Haiyun and the others did to Ling Tian was recorded in full. Ling Tian sneered as he looked at the disfigured Meng Haiyun and the dying Zhao Haiba and Yun Xinghua. Meng Haiyun was shocked. It seemed that the other party had already guessed what she would do. Fong Ming said angrily, Meng Haiyun. Ling Tian officially passed the review at 9 o'clock this morning, and the Longhua Ministry of Education headquarters also issued a document confirming that he is the 2025 national top scorer of the Longhua College entrance examination. You arrested Ling Tian without the approval of your superiors, tortured him and killed a pillar of the country. Your actions have seriously violated national laws. Fong Ming's words were sonorous and powerful, and every word echoed clearly in everyone's ears. What? The people in the law enforcement agency were shocked. No one had expected that a high school student who was randomly arrested would be a pillar of the country and the top student in the country. Once the top leaders are angered, everyone involved in this action will suffer. At this time, Ling Tian walked up to Meng Haiyun, grabbed her hair and lifted her up. Meng Haiyun is stronger than Ling Tian, but Fong Ming just hit her hard, which greatly reduced her strength, and Ling Tian easily controlled her. Director Fong Ming looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, if you hadn't recorded the torture video, I wouldn't have let you do this today. But now we have evidence. Don't worry, if you want to vent your anger, I will support you. I'll give you 20 minutes. I'll be on guard outside. As long as no one dies, you can do whatever you want. Ling Tian stared at Meng Haiyun with a cruel smile on his face. Just as this bitch Meng Haiyun tortured him in his previous life, today he will make her suffer twice as much. Everyone get out. At Director Fong Ming's command, the powerful aura of the Earth-level warrior burst out, shocking the law enforcers present. They knew that Meng Haiyun abused his power, arrested the national top scorer without any evidence, and even resorted to lynching. They did not have the same backing as her, so they all chose to leave for fear of being implicated. Soon, Meng Haiyun and Ling Tian were the only ones left in the interrogation room. Ling Tian took out a pair of handcuffs and handcuffed Meng Haiyun directly. At this time, Meng Haiyun was trembling, her eyes full of fear. She never thought that this day would come. Ling Tian, I'm from the Meng family, one of the 4 major families in Yunnan province. If you dare. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Ling Tian kicked him hard. Ah! Meng Haiyun screamed in pain. The force of that kick was almost 1,000 pounds, as if it was going to shake all her internal organs. She couldn't help but open her mouth. Wow! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Ling Tian's eyes were as cold as ice, his mind replaying the images of Meng Haiyun torturing him in his past life. Meng Haiyun was a complete pervert. In her past life, she not only used drugs to control herself but also abused herself. Even more terrifying, she actually allowed others, both men and women, to violate Ling Tian. Ling Tian grabbed the electric baton, turned it up to maximum power, and violently shocked Meng Haiyun. Shrill screams echoed in the air. Everyone standing outside the law enforcement bureau was terrified. Just by listening to the sounds, they could imagine the tragic situation inside. Ling Tian stopped his movements only after the electric baton ran out of power. But the torture was not over yet. He picked up the whip again and lashed Meng Haiyun madly, accompanied by her screams. Soon, Meng Haiyun passed out. A few minutes later, she slowly woke up and immediately felt a burning sensation on her face. Her heart tightened and she had a bad feeling. She saw Ling Tian at this moment, holding a law enforcer's iron rod in his hand, and circulating the 9 extreme heavenly fire, and the iron rod was burning red. Meng Haiyun trembled all over as she watched Ling Tian approach step by step. What do you want to do? She asked in a trembling voice. Ling Tian responded calmly, Meng Haiyun, don't you enjoy torturing people? Then I'll let you taste the feeling of despair. After saying this, he raised the red-hot iron rod in his hand high. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide how I'm going to punish you with my baton. No, don't! Meng Haiyun's pupils suddenly dilated, her hair stood on end, and cold sweat broke out all over her body. At this moment, she felt the deepest despair in her life. No, Ling Tian, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. wrong. Please let me go. I shouldn't have treated you like that. It's all my fault. Please don't do this. Ling Tian's face was cold. 3 seconds is up. I'll make the decision for you. The shrill, ear-piercing screams resonated like thunder, reaching hundreds of meters outside the law enforcement bureau. Director Fong Ming was stunned and deeply shocked. This voice is so miserable. What on earth did Ling Tian do? However, Director Fong Ming wasn't worried that Ling Tian would kill Meng Haiyun. After all, Lu Ruyan had been cut in the waist yesterday, yet she emerged unscathed. It was likely that when Ling Tian emerged, Meng Haiyun wouldn't have any trace left on her body. It is true. At this point, Meng Haiyun was completely unconscious. Ling Tian activated his healing abilities and quickly healed her. Ling Tian's healing ability has limitations. Only when the injury reaches the level of permanent disability can he absorb the opponent's power after recovery. Now Meng Haiyun meets the requirements. By the end of the treatment, Ling Tian had absorbed most of Meng Haiyun's warrior potential. After all, she was a 7th level Huang level warrior, far more powerful than Lu Ruyan, and her potential power was extremely valuable. Ling Tian felt his tendons and veins being rapidly opened up by that force, piercing 3 of them in one breath. As expected, absorbing martial arts potential was the shortcut to increasing strength. The stronger the warrior, the greater the improvement. Ling Tian left with satisfaction. After waking up, Meng Haiyun, although without a single wound on her body, could still feel a faint stinging pain in her lower body. She roared angrily, "Ling Tian, I will never let you go." Ling Tian spared her life, not out of pity. In his previous life, Meng Haiyun had established connections throughout Yunqing, especially those in the court of justice, who had joined forces to send him to prison. This life will also be repeated. Those enemies must be found out. Ling Tian wants to use Meng Haiyun to find all these accomplices. When the day comes when they try Ling Tian, he will kill them one by one. Ling Tian walked out slowly, and Director Fong Ming came forward to greet him. "Have you let off steam yet? Is anyone in trouble?" "Well, don't worry, there's not a single scratch on your body," Ling Tian replied. At this time, Director Fong Ming handed him an ID. "Ling Tian, congratulations. You have officially become the national top-ranked high school student. Here is your certificate." Ling Tian took the certificate and looked at Fong Ming with gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Fong. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. I, Ling Tian, will always remember your kindness." Fong Ming's face was filled with satisfaction, knowing that the favor would be repaid, which meant that his help to Ling Tian was not in vain. He looked at Ling Tian with satisfaction. "Good boy, this is all thanks to your own hard work. Speaking of which, you even solved a big problem for the Ministry of Education." Ling Tian looked at Fong Ming in confusion. Fong Ming explained, "This year is known as the Golden Age. Geniuses are gathering here. Across Dragon Country's 34 provinces, over a dozen S-level talents have awakened. Magic City and Guang City have even seen the emergence of 2 dual-element talents, one S-level and the other A-level. The 2 top spots have been instantly locked up, and the other dozen provinces are vying for the last one. Now, you've appeared out of nowhere, bringing with you a dual-element S-level talent. They no longer have to fight over the last spot. It's yours." Ling Tian nodded, his mind slowly coming back to him. This past year was truly a golden age, with geniuses emerging one after another. In a normal college entrance exam, a first-level yellow rank warrior would have placed in the top 30 in the province. This year, even 150th place was difficult. The number of candidates who reached the yellow rank before the exam had quintupled. Generally, only one S-level talent awakener appears every 3 or 4 years, but this year there are more than a dozen. "Ling Tian, you should have opened up all 81 meridians by now, right?" Fong Ming clearly felt that Ling Qi's blood and energy were more vigorous and powerful than yesterday. "I guess so." Ling Tian nodded. After getting the answer, Fong Ming nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, Ling Tian, you must use up all the marrow cleansing fluid as quickly as possible to open up your tendons and meridians. In 3 days, we will have the Yunnan Province Western Joint Baseline Test. The Joint Baseline Test is the biggest opportunity before the annual college entrance examination in Yunnan Province." Ling Tian's face was filled with confusion. After all, at this time in his previous life, he had already been captured by Meng Haiyun, and it had been 7 years since he left prison. He had no idea what the Yunnan Western Joint Examination was. Fong Ming explained, "The Western Joint Baseline Test is jointly held by the 10 prefecture-level cities and their subordinate county-level cities in Western Yunnan Province. As long as you rank in the top 3 in the final exam, you can enter Yunding Mountain and soak in the True Yang Spirit Spring for a day." True Yang Spiritual Spring. Ling Tian was instantly excited. Yunding Mountain was the premier sacred place for cultivation in Yunnan Province. There lay a True Yang Spiritual Spring, possessing powerful meridian cleansing properties. For aspiring warriors, the effects were incredible. Rumor had it that even a warrior who had already opened 90 meridians could open 5 more in a single day of cultivation there. You know, the further you open up the meridians, the harder it is to do. For example, Lin Tian has already opened up 89 meridians, and the difficulty of opening the The 90th is 1.5 times that of the 89th, and the 91st is 1.5 times that of the 90th. The difficulty will only increase as it accumulates layer by layer. Ling Tian was immediately filled with anticipation. If he could enter the true Yang spiritual spring to practice for a day, it was simply unimaginable how many tendons and meridians he could open up. Fang Ming continued, Ling Tian, you need to open up as many meridians as possible, because the Western joint baseline test is somewhat special. Oh, Uncle Fang, please enlighten me. Director Fang Ming explained, for the sake of fairness, the use of innate abilities is prohibited during the placement test. You should understand that the foundation of a warrior is the way of the martial arts. The stronger the physical body, the more powerful one's own strength will be, and the stronger the innate abilities will be. Therefore, in the Western preliminary examination, the fist with the most meridians opened is the strongest. I heard that among the students taking the Western joint examination, some have already opened more than 90 meridians. You are not strong enough now. Ling Tian nodded, knowing in his heart that he had to become stronger quickly. Director Fang Ming, now that I've become the top-ranked candidate in the nation, I'd like to go to the Great Desolate Mountains outside the city for some training. Could you please use your authority to arrange for a bodyguard who is an Earth-level warrior to accompany me? After hearing this, Director Fang Ming replied, alright, the joint baseline test is still 5 days away. The Great Wilderness Mountain is only a D-level ferocious beast area, so there's no problem going there for training. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Could you please ask him to come to the school to see me before noon tomorrow? Okay. At this time, Ling Tian already had a complete plan in his mind. Although Ling Tian had opened 89 of his meridians in just 3 days, he knew in his heart that his strength was still too weak. He was still a long way from the level of crushing his peers and becoming invincible. The Great Desolate Mountain was his opportunity. In a previous life, a secret realm appeared in the Great Desolate Mountains, 150 miles outside of Cloud City. There, a powerful individual found an opportunity and successfully awakened an SS-level talent, the Extreme Dao Twin Pupils. That individual eventually became a martial saint-level expert. The Extreme Twin Pupils are an extremely rare spiritual power. The left eye can control the mind, while the right eye controls life and death. If used properly, their power can almost reach the level of an SSS-level talent. Now, after returning from this journey, these Extreme Twin Pupils will become Ling Tian's first SS-level talent. The Great Wilderness Mountains, located 150 miles from Yuncheng, are Dragon Country's D-rank beast zone. Here, a few first-rank beasts inhabit, with the strongest reaching no more than second rank. Many warriors form teams to hunt these beasts in the Great Wilderness Mountains, collecting their cores for sale. At the entrance to the Great Wilderness Mountains, a handsome young man, about 17 or 18 years old, with a sharp gaze, walked side by side with a voluptuous woman in a tight black outfit. The young man was Ling Tian, and the woman was Chen Yu. Chen Yu was a specially hired Earth-level, Level 3 warrior bodyguard, specially hired by Ling Tian due to his status as a nationally ranked top high school student. Ling Tian didn't underestimate her because she was a woman. In her previous life, Chen Yu was one of the 8 great martial kings of Yundian province. Now a junior at Longdu University, she had rushed from Longdu to Yuncheng overnight due to a credit assignment. After all, she was from Yundian province, a place with consistently low college entrance exam scores. It was a rare talent from her hometown, and she wanted to witness it firsthand. Phew! Even though Chen Yu was only 20 years old, she was even more formidable than Director Fang Ming. Even Director Fang Ming hadn't expected a top junior from Longdu University to come and protect Ling Tian. Chen Yu's features were delicate, yet somewhat cold and unapproachable, like a goddess of ice and snow on an iceberg. But Ling Tian knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come all the way from Longdu to protect a high school student. Chen Yu stared at the 17-year-old boy in front of her in confusion. Was he truly the top-ranked student from a key high school? He looked quite energetic, and his meridians should have been opened. At least 81, but definitely no more than 90. She was curious about Ling Tian's extraordinary qualities, allowing him to stand out from the millions of candidates and secure the top-ranked spot. Ling Tian, this is just a D-level ferocious beast area. You can go ahead and hunt the ferocious beasts. If you encounter something you can't deal with, I will help you, Chen Yu said. Ling Tian smiled slightly. I see. Thank you, senior sister. Afterwards, Ling Tian led Chen Yu deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered almost no ferocious beasts, which left Chen Yu feeling somewhat bored. But Ling Tian was quite satisfied. He knew that the strongest beasts in the Great Wilderness Mountains were only at the second level, equivalent to a Xian-level warrior. As a D-level warrior, Chen Yu's powerful blood aura invisibly intimidated the beasts, so how could they dare to show their face? The two of them walked through the mountains and forests, one in front of the other, checking the map from time to time. They spoke very little along the way, and the silence lasted for 3 hours. 3 hours passed, and he hadn't encountered a single ferocious beast. Ling Tian didn't complain, but continued on his way. Soon, they came to the foot of a mountain. mountain. Let's go up, Ling Tian said. Yeah, Chen Yu nodded in response. This was also the phrase she said most often when she first arrived in the mountains. This mountain has a unique shape, with a huge cave in its center. A howling wind roars through the cave, and even birds dare not approach. The cave is like a deep eye, gazing upon the world of Dahuang Mountain. Chen Yu frowned slightly, thinking that this mountain didn't look like a place where ferocious beasts would gather. What on earth was Ling Tian doing here? But she didn't ask any more questions and continued to climb up with Ling Tian. The two of them had much more strength and stamina than ordinary people, and in just over 10 minutes they had scaled the hundreds-foot-high mountain. Ling Tian reached the top and found a huge rock to sit cross-legged on. We're here, let's take a rest here, he suggested. Chen Yu nodded, yeah, but she was still filled with curiosity. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed quickly. Ling Tian was still immersed in his cultivation, and there was no exchange of words between the two. Chen Yu finally couldn't help but ask, Ling Tian, aren't you going to hunt the beast? Ling Tian shook his head slightly. No. Chen Yu was stunned. If you're not going to hunt beasts, what are you doing in the great wilderness mountain? Are you just here to practice? Puff. Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. She had come here to test Ling Tian's strength, but she hadn't expected him to, not even hunt ferocious beasts. If she had known she was just accompanying him in training, she would never have agreed to come. Ling Tian said calmly, I have my own plans. Chen Yu had no choice but to accompany Ling Tian to continue practicing. As night fell, Ling Tian still showed no signs of moving. Chen Yu grew anxious. Ling Tian, you're here to gain experience. There's no point in just sitting here. Ling Tian smiled calmly. Wait a little longer. Then he took out his cell phone and checked the time, 9:40. Almost 20 minutes left. Chen Yu was confused, but waited patiently. Soon, 10 o'clock in the evening arrived on time. Just when Chen Yu was about to ask Ling Tian if he wanted to take action, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. The entire mountain range shook violently, and the clearing at the center of the mountaintop suddenly collapsed, as if struck by a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with excitement, and he immediately stood up. Here I come. Chen Yu was surprised. What's coming? In an instant, a beam of light shot up from the center of the valley, like a giant pillar connecting heaven and earth. The light illuminated an area several miles in radius, and the hollow on the mountaintop where Ling Tian stood seemed transformed into a real eye under the radiance. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu instantly understood and was deeply shocked. Secret realm. That's right. This sudden change in the world is clearly the birth of a secret realm. Thousands of years ago, Blue Star enjoyed a flourishing warrior age, but as spiritual energy dried up, warriors gradually vanished. It wasn't until the spiritual energy rebounded over 70 years ago that warriors began to rise again. Ancient warriors left behind countless secret caves and realms, which are now emerging one after another. Each revelation stirs up a storm, bringing both opportunity and endless danger. Chen Yu then understood that Ling Tian had already known that a secret realm was about to be born here. The two quickly rushed to the collapsed area on the top of the mountain and saw a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters in front of them, spewing out extremely rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the concentration of which was more than 10 times that of other places. Chen Yu hesitated slightly and looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, we have discovered the secret realm. We should report it to the authorities first. Don't rush in. Ling Tian shook his head. The entrance to the secret realm will only be open for 1 hour. After this time, there will be no chance. After saying that, he grabbed Chen Yu's hand and jumped directly into the pit. Chen Yu was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in surprise. She was known at Longdu University as an icy beauty, giving people an unattainable feeling, and few boys dared to approach her. But this young man, 3 years her junior, boldly grabbed her hand, which made her heart throb with a strange feeling. Ling Tian wasn't trying to take advantage, but this sudden change in the world would soon attract a large number of warriors. By then, the weakest would be at the first level of the yellow rank, and the strongest would even reach the Xian rank. The powerful warrior from his previous life who had awakened SS-level talent and possessed the ultimate double pupils would also appear, most likely a Earth-rank warrior. Without Chen Yu, they would be powerless to resist so many powerful enemies. As the two entered the cave, they felt a strong air current rushing upwards, slowly lifting them up. A moment later, they landed in a stalactite cave. Ling Tian led Chen Yu deeper into the cave and arrived in front of a huge stone door. On the door were several large characters, open only when there are more than 100 people. Ling Tian looked at Chen Yu patiently. Wait, Chen Yu asked doubtfully, will there really be 100 people coming? Ling Tian nodded. Yes, there are hundreds of warriors here who hunt beasts. 100 of them can be gathered in 20 minutes at most. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian. At first, she thought he was just a high school student with extraordinary talent. But now, in her eyes, Ling Tian seemed unfathomable. Time slipped by quietly, and more than 10 minutes had passed. As expected, warriors began arriving in front of the massive stone gate. Almost all of them were yellow-level warriors, with the strongest reaching the 7th or 8th level of the yellow level. When those people saw Ling Tian, even though he wasn't a warrior, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. face, but when they caught a glimpse of Chen Yu beside Ling Tian, they immediately retreated. The overwhelming aura of the Earth-level expert meant that even if 50 yellow-level 9th-level experts gathered, they would find it difficult to withstand her easy crushing. Soon, warriors who had reached the Xian level also stepped in. At this moment, a handsome young man wearing a black martial arts uniform, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, walked over. "Hello, Junior, are you a student of Longdu University?" asked the young man. Chen Yu frowned slightly. She wasn't good at talking to strangers. Actually, the young man recognized her because of the Longdu University emblem on her clothes. When Ling Tian saw the young man, his heart was a little disturbed, but he quickly regained his composure. "Yes, the senior sister is indeed a student of Longdu University. She is not very good at communication, so you can tell me if you have anything," Ling Tian said. The young man smiled slightly, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, and I'm a junior at Magic City Tianlong University. I brought some of my juniors here to hunt ferocious beasts, and unexpectedly, I came across a secret realm." "Qin Feng? Are you Qin Feng, one of the 8 heroes of Magic City?" Chen Yu looked surprised. She nodded and said, "Qin Feng from Demon City Tianlong University has awakened the S-level talent Thousand Spirit Phantom Eyes and reached the 5th level of the Earth level at the age of 20. He is one of the 8 geniuses." Qin Feng nodded. "It seems that I am quite famous. Why don't we act together? Magic City University and Dragon City University have a good relationship. It will be safer if we travel together." Ling Tian nodded. "Okay, in that case, let's act together." Outwardly, he remained calm and composed, but inwardly, he was incredibly joyful. Qin Feng, in his previous life, had found an opportunity within this secret realm, awakening his SS level talent, extreme double pupils. Ling Tian's familiarity with the secret realm stemmed from having treated Qin Feng in a previous life and thus inherited his abilities and memories. More and more people gathered in front of the stone gate, and finally there were 100 of them. Of these 100, Ling Tian was the weakest, having opened 89 meridians, making him a yellow-level warrior. The remaining 85 were all yellow-level warriors, 53 of whom were below the 5th level. 12 were at the Xian level, the strongest at only the 4th level. Qin Feng and Chen Yu, 2 top-notch masters at the Earth level, were overwhelmingly ahead. With their protection, no one dared to target Ling Tian easily. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm was completely closed and the door slowly opened. "Let's go," Ling Tian said, and the 3 of them stepped into the gate. Soon, all 100 people entered the stone gate and arrived at a huge interior space. Inside, there were 100 stone benches, divided into 10 areas. In front of each bench stood a huge stone tablet. "Once you take your seat, the test will begin immediately." Qin Feng took the first seat without hesitation. No one dared to take his seat, after all, he was the strongest. When Chen Yu was about to sit down, Ling Tian suddenly grabbed her. Chen Yu was stunned and unhappy, wondering if Ling Tian was deliberately taking advantage of her. However, Ling Tian's face was serious. "Sister Yu, don't choose seats 2 to 10. Listen to me." Although Chen Yu had some doubts, seeing Ling Tian's serious expression and remembering that he had known about the existence of the secret realm long ago, he did not ask any more questions and chose seat number 11 to sit down. Soon, everyone took their seats, leaving only the last 100 seats empty. Of the 100 people in the room, only Ling Tian was left without a seat. Everyone thought that Ling Tian was the weakest, so it was reasonable for him to sit in the last position. Most people didn't care about this. However, Ling Tian was not in a hurry to take a seat. Instead, he scanned the entire room, his gaze finally stopping on seat number 66. He was a bald, strong man with a scar on his face, and his strength was already at the 5th level of the yellow class. Ling Tian walked straight towards the bald, scarred man with a determined look in his eyes. "Hello, I want to change seats with you. Can you go to seat 100? The scarred man roared angrily, a fierce gleam on his face, and his true energy instantly erupted. The pressure suddenly dropped, and the airwave hit Ling Tian so hard that his clothes were rustling. However, Ling Tian remained expressionless and calm as usual. "Can't we discuss this? I'm asking you to go there for your own good." "For you? Get out of here, you little jerk." As soon as he finished speaking, the scarred man stood up with a roar and rushed towards Ling Tian. Swish, a black shadow flashed by. A heavy slap landed heavily on the bald, scarred man. The sturdy man was knocked back and hit the wall with a loud bang, and was knocked unconscious. The one who made the move was Qin Feng. He released a powerful aura of the 5th level of the Earth realm, and the energy waves were like surging waves, shaking the minds of the people around him. "Ling Tian is my younger brother. How dare you bully him? You're courting death." Everyone lowered their heads, feeling terrified. Chen Yu also showed surprise on his face. He didn't expect Qin Feng to take action first. His favorable impression of Qin Feng suddenly increased. The strong man was helpless as his strength was far inferior to Qin Feng's. Qin Feng looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, sit wherever you want." Ling Tian smiled slightly. "Thank you, brother Qin Feng." "Yes." The sturdy man looked at a yellow-level 3rd-level warrior with a gloomy expression, and his mouth twitched. "Get out of here, I've got my eye on this position." expression. The yellow-level warrior had an ugly expression on his face, but he gave up his seat obediently. The scarred man was filled with resentment. It is such a shame that a dignified yellow-level warrior had his seat taken away by this trash. Just as all 100 people were seated, there was a rumble. The ground shook violently, and the entire space was filled with extremely rich spiritual energy. The spiritual energy condensed into a curtain of light, forming a barrier. 100 seats are divided into 10 areas. Numbers 1 to 10 are Zone 1, numbers 11 to 20 are Zone 2. Ling Tian, Chen Yu and Xin Feng were assigned to different areas. Chen Yu and Xin Feng's eyes were full of confusion. They didn't understand why Ling Tian wanted to separate them. Without their protection, wouldn't Ling Tian be in greater danger? Just as the question remained unanswered, the answer emerged. A huge stone tablet appeared in the center of the space, engraved with the conditions for passing the level. Only one person can survive in each of the 10 areas. What? Everyone was shocked and their faces turned pale. They all knew the dangers of the secret realm and were clearly divided into different levels. The lowest level D secret realm has a mortality rate of only 10%. This is the secret realm of the Great Wilderness Mountain. The level is no lower than C, and the mortality rate generally does not exceed 30%. But now, the mortality rate in the first level of the secret realm is as high as over 90%. Xin Feng and Shen Yu were extremely shocked and finally understood why Ling Tian wanted to separate them. Because they will be divided into different areas. Only one person can remain in each area. If 3 people sit together, they will surely kill each other. Looking closely, area number 7, where Ling Tian is located, is the weakest one. The bald man at the highest level, level 5 of yellow grade. There are 5 people at the first level of the yellow grade. Shen Yu's face was gloomy. So what if Ling Tian's area is the weakest? Ling Tian hasn't even reached the yellow level. The bald man with a scar on his face started laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. He stared at Ling Tian fiercely. You little bastard, aren't you arrogant? It seems like even God is on my side. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you take my seat? Everyone thought Ling Tian was dead. Killing a quasi-warrior at the 5th level of the yellow rank is easy. The scarred man glared at Ling Tian and couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha, kid, you regret it now. Flames slashed the sky. Ling Tian's momentum suddenly soared, interrupting the strong man. He took a step forward, arms extended. Wow. The dazzling flames enveloped his entire body, illuminating the entire area number 7. Ling Tian unleashed the 9 extremes flame slash, condensing endless flames in his hands, transforming them into a flaming sword, and slashed out with one strike. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, and the speed was extremely fast. Puff! In an instant, the flaming sword energy swept across, splitting the bald strong man into 2 pieces at the waist. The blood was instantly evaporated by the scorching flames. The whole person was instantly engulfed by flames, charred black, and fell to the ground, dying. What kind of rubbish is this? Is it worthy of me to regret it? Ling Tian snorted coldly, and the blood energy in his body burst out, and 8 blood energy stars surrounded his body. A powerful aura instantly swept across the entire area. Everyone was completely stunned. Supernatural powers. A kid who was not even a warrior actually awakened his innate supernatural powers. And seeing the 8 blood stars on Ling Tian's body, everyone immediately understood. Ling Tian actually opened up 89 tendons and meridians. A 5th level yellow grade warrior was killed instantly by him with just one move. Ling Tian had clearly used martial arts just now, and it was a high-level martial art. Shen Yu recalled that when he took the college entrance examination, his strength was only at the 5th level of the yellow grade. And Ling Tian, who is not even a warrior, can easily kill a 5th level yellow level warrior in seconds. Even Xin Feng's eyes were filled with shock, and he was full of admiration for Ling Tian. Die. However, when everyone was still immersed in the shock of Ling Tian stomped on the ground suddenly and rushed out as fast as the wind. The 9 extremes heavenly fire in his hand condensed into a sharp sword, and he slashed it out. The blood stars shine brightly. The sharp sword slashed across the neck of another yellow level 4 warrior. Puff! Blood splattered and heads flew off. Ling Tian condensed endless flames and shouted angrily. The evil dragon roars. The flames transformed into a giant dragon's head, sweeping towards the remaining 7 yellow level warriors. Screams were heard and the 3 people at the scene were instantly engulfed in flames. A brutal massacre. These yellow level warriors were no match for Ling Tian and were easily slaughtered. In less than a minute, all 9 people were defeated by Ling Tian's thunderous attack. Tornado destroys parking lot. The 9 extremes heavenly fire transformed into a huge fire tornado, wrapping up the 9 people. No one knew what was going on. Ling Tian walked directly to the dying bald man and activated his healing ability. The bald strong man clearly felt his vitality rapidly recovering. But before I could rejoice, his martial arts potential was madly absorbed by Ling Tian, and his foundation continued to collapse. In less than 3 minutes, all 9 people were sucked dry by Ling Tian. Ling Tian continuously absorbed the power, and his tendons and veins were opened up one by one. Soon, Ling Tian opened up 95 tendons and meridians, and condensed 14 blood and energy energy stars. Xin Feng and Shen Yu, who were blocked by the wall of fire, knew nothing about the outside world. After the wall of fire disappeared, Ling Tian was the only one left in Area 7. Xin Feng and Shen Yu looked at the 14 blood stars flashing on Ling Tian's body in shock. And that incredibly cool fire talent ability. Good. Xin Feng recalled that he became a quasi-warrior in high school. It only opened up 100 tendons and meridians. And now, Ling Tian, who still has 3 months to go before the college entrance examination, he has successfully opened up 95 tendons and meridians. Such talent is rare even in Tianlong University. Ling Tian, who was originally thought to be the weakest among the 100 people, was the first to kill all the enemies in the area. The barrier of the 7th area quickly disappeared. In front of Ling Tian, a stone pillar about 1 meter high emerged from the ground. Shen Yu and Xin Feng no longer paid attention to Ling Tian and focused on facing their enemies. Soon, they easily defeated their opponents. When the barriers surrounding their area vanished, a stone pillar also appeared. There is an ancient box on the stone pillar. There are several large characters engraved on the stone pillar. Reward for clearing the level. A marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pill. Xin Feng and Shen Yu were both shocked. The marrow cleansing pill is an extremely precious elixir. Its effect is comparable to that of B-grade marrow cleansing fluid, and it is easier to be absorbed and refined by the body. Can help Earth-level warriors quickly break through the realm. For martial artists, it can quickly open up the tendons and meridians. The rewards for the first level alone are so generous. No one dares to imagine what the ultimate reward in the secret realm will be. In less than 20 minutes, the battles were over. Only 10 out of 100 people survived. Among these 10 people, apart from Ling Tian and Shen Yu, there is only one yellow level 7th layer warrior. The other 6 are all Shen level warriors. If Ling Tian hadn't brought Shen Yu with him, even if you pass the level yourself, there is no guarantee that the marrow cleansing pill will not be stolen. Rumble. At this moment, the inner space began to vibrate. A large door, 4 or 5 meters high, suddenly appeared on the nearby wall. Above the door hung a massive hourglass, from which sand continuously and slowly fell. Take advantage of this time to rest. Once the hourglass countdown ends, the door to the second level will open. We must adjust our state and reach our peak. Ling Tian's voice was firm and powerful. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Shen Yu and Xin Feng looked at each other and nodded, taking the marrow cleansing pills in their hands without hesitation. Everyone knew that a single marrow cleansing pill was worth nearly 50 million, but at this moment, they no longer cared. This secret realm was extraordinary, and they had to race against time to improve their strength. The stronger they were, the greater their chances of survival. Afterward, the remaining 7 followed Ling Tian's lead and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and Ling Tian felt a sweet sensation enter his mouth, along with a surge of powerful energy that quickly flowed into his body and was absorbed rapidly. The absorption rate of this medicinal power was several times faster than that of the marrow cleansing fluid. Ling Tian secretly sighed inwardly. As expected, the elixirs of ancient warriors were far superior. While the marrow cleansing pill and marrow cleansing fluid had the same effects, they were much easier to absorb. He felt his tendons and veins rapidly opening up. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Tian successfully absorbed all the Dan power and successfully opened up 99 meridians. Everyone was still immersed in their cultivation, unaware of the glow of the 18 blood stars on Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. This time, he wasn't just striving for the SS level talent, extreme twin pupils. In this secret realm competition, there were many participants. If you didn't kill them, they would kill you. Ling Tian could unscrupulously absorb their potential power to enhance his own strength. At the same time, he also lamented the difficulty of opening up the 81 tendons and meridians. The B-level marrow cleansing fluid had the same effect as the marrow cleansing pill, but last time he only opened up 4 tendons and meridians, while the previous time he had opened up 30. Time flew by, and an hour passed. Everyone woke up from their training. Shen Yu and Xin Feng's strength had increased by a level. Shen Yu reached the 4th level of the Earth grade, while Xin Feng jumped to the 6th level. The others also improved by a level. Rumble. At this moment, the sand in the hourglass had completely fallen out, and the door slowly opened, revealing a passageway before everyone. Without hesitation, everyone stepped in, with Shen Yu standing guard at Ling Tian's side. Soon, they arrived at a vast interior space that was twice as large as the first level. The space was filled with countless giant crystals, each as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the appearance of each person. Everyone noticed that at the entrance to the inner space of the second level stood a stone tablet with the words "Find the exit and proceed to the third level" clearly written on it. Without hesitation, everyone entered the interior. Due to the obstruction of countless crystals, the interior of the second level resembled a small maze. Everyone stepped into the crystal maze together and pushed forward. Xin Feng looked at Ling Tian and asked, "Ling Tian, do you know anything about this secret realm?" Ling Tian nodded and replied, "Indeed, I once saw a record of this secret realm in an ancient book. Although the content is not very detailed, one thing is very clear. The exit of the second level is right across from the crystal maze. Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone nodded. In the past, if Ling Tian had spoken alone, they might not have believed him, but this time, Ling Tian deliberately separated from Qin Feng and Chen Yu during the first level and stayed in the weakest area, so everyone naturally believed him. At this moment, everyone entered the crystal maze and immediately felt a strange breath rising into their hearts, and their heads began to feel dizzy. Suddenly, Chen Yu exclaimed, "Ah!" Everyone was stunned when they heard the sound, and they all looked at Chen Yu. He pointed at a piece of crystal in front of him and shouted, "There's someone in the crystal." However, when everyone looked carefully, they found that there was no one inside the crystal. Qin Feng frowned and said, "Are you hallucinating?" Before he finished speaking, a sudden scream rang out. A Shen-level warrior screamed, blood gushed out, and his head suddenly separated from his body. The head rolled to the ground, no signs of life. "Everyone stand back to back," Qin Feng shouted loudly. Everyone's hair stood up, cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, and they were extremely nervous. However, Ling Tian rushed to the Shen-level warrior, intending to reattach his head. As long as the other party was still breathing, his healing ability would be effective. Unfortunately, when Ling Tian arrived, the Shen-level warrior was already dead. What a pity! Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. A completely dead person's healing ability couldn't be activated. It was truly a pity to see a Shen-level warrior gone just like that. If he could heal the other person and absorb the hidden power within him, Ling Tian might be able to break through and open up 100 meridians. These 100 meridians represent a crucial watershed. Once opened, the blood and energy within the body would double, and Ling Tian's strength would be greatly enhanced. Chen Yu rushed to Ling Tian's side, scanning the surroundings warily, protecting him. Qin Feng's brow furrowed. How had that Shen-level warrior just died? Even he, a 6th-level Earth-level expert, hadn't noticed. They stood back to back, glancing around warily as they slowly moved through the crystal maze. After about a minute of walking in the maze, a Shen-level 3rd-level warrior suddenly shouted, "There's someone in the crystal." This sudden shout caused everyone to look towards the mirror. In the mirrored world, a humanoid monster appeared, its body clad in pitch black and covered in blades. The monster stood beside the Shen-level 3-level warrior in the mirrored world, while in reality, there was no foreign object beside the warrior. Everyone clearly saw the monster in the mirror raise its blade, grinning, revealing its withered teeth. Dark blood flowed from its mouth, creating a sinister and terrifying scene. Then, it pounced on the Shen-level 3-level warrior in the mirror world. "Get out of the way," Ling Tian reminded loudly. Puff! The Shen-level 3rd-level warrior tried to dodge, but was still a step too slow, and blood splattered everywhere. Shockingly, a Shen-level 3rd-level warrior actually cut the monster in the mirror in half from head to toe with a single blow. A living person was cut in half in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. How is this possible? Everyone was horrified. Clearly, there was no monster around the Shen-level 3-layer warrior in reality. The monster had only attacked him in the mirror world. Yet, when the person in the mirror world died, he in the real world was also cut off. What on earth is going on? Everyone screamed in terror. The ability to kill in the mirror world was unprecedented. Ling Tian frowned and said, "This is the mirror demon." Mirror demon? Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in confusion. Ling Tian nodded and explained, "This is a kind of magical beast that appeared thousands of years ago. Its combat power is not strong, but it has special abilities. It lurks in the mirror world and lives in the same place as the people in the mirror world. Whenever someone in the mirror world is killed, their counterpart in reality will die as well." What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a strange thing to exist. A warrior glared at Ling Tian. "You knew this, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ling Tian looked back at the man with disdain. "How would I know there's a mirror demon here? The ancient books I've read don't fully describe this secret realm. I only know the basics." In reality, Ling Tian was deliberately concealing the truth. He wanted everyone to be severely injured and in danger of death so that he could activate his healing ability, absorb their potential, and improve himself. "Everyone, move forward with your backs together. Be careful not to get caught by yourselves in the mirror world." Ling Tian gave the order and everyone followed suit. However, at this moment, the mirrored demon appeared again in the mirror world. This time, its target was a Shen-level 2nd-level warrior. "Get out of the way," Ling Tian shouted. But the Shen-level 2nd-level warrior was still a beat too slow. With a puff sound, blood splattered and he let out a painful roar. "Ah!" With a scream, one of his arms was cut off, but fortunately he survived. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. "I'll help you." He caught the broken arm of the Shen-level 2nd-level warrior and carefully connected it to the wound. Everyone looked puzzled, not understanding what Ling Tian was planning to do. Ling Tian activated his healing talent without hesitation. Qin Feng was so shocked by the scene that he was speechless. Under Ling Tian's healing power, the Shen-level 2nd-level warrior's injuries recovered rapidly. In less than half a minute, he was completely restored to peak condition, as if he had never been injured. Chen Yu said coldly, "Ling Tian is this year's top high school student in the country. He has awakened dual S-level abilities. As a key protected person in Dragon Country, one of his innate abilities is healing. If you want to attack attack him, you'd better think twice beforehand. Xin Feng was shocked upon hearing this. Even he had only awakened one S-level innate ability. But Ling Tian had awakened two, one of which was such a miraculous healing ability. Ling Tian said calmly, with my healing ability, as long as you don't die immediately, I can heal you. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked once again, and the murderous intent they had for Ling Tian completely vanished. Previously, they had thought Ling Tian was nothing more than a worthless piece of trash, barely even a warrior, so how could he possibly share in the secret realm's opportunities? But now that they knew Ling Tian possessed a healing gift, their attitude completely changed. As long as Ling Tian existed, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, they could all be healed. The Shen level second level warrior looked at Ling Tian gratefully. Thank you, little brother. Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, this is what I should do. On the surface, the Shen level second tier warrior appeared to be healed, but in reality, Ling Tian had absorbed nearly a third of his potential. This could potentially prevent him from ever breaking through the earth level. Ling Tian only dared to absorb 30%, as any more would cause his opponent's strength to regress and expose weaknesses. Ling Tian sighed inwardly. I've absorbed 1/3 of the potential of a Shen level second level warrior, opened up 100 meridians, and yet the completion rate is only 10%. It seems that opening up 100 meridians is far from as easy as I imagined. At this moment, Ling Tian spoke. Everyone, break the mirror crystal. Once the mirror demon loses the mirror world, he will reveal himself. Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone nodded. The mirror demon only wreaked havoc within the mirror world. If the mirror world within the crystal was destroyed, it would no longer pose a threat to them. With this in mind, everyone immediately took action. Xin Feng unleashed his true essence. Boom! Waves of true essence enveloped his entire body, causing his robes to flutter. Then, he punched the mirror. A wave of air surged out, but only a few cracks appeared on the crystal. Xin Feng frowned, while Chen Yu looked at him with disdain. Didn't you eat? Xin Feng was a little embarrassed. Chen Yu, I only used 1/10 of my strength. I'm afraid that my true energy will be consumed too much. If something unexpected happens later, I will have a hard time dealing with it. At this time, Ling Tian stood up and said, Brother Xin Feng, don't worry, look at this. After saying that, he took out a few bottles of pills from his backpack, poured out one, and the rich aroma of the pills immediately filled the air. Chi-boosting pill. Xin Feng's expression was delighted. Chi-boosting pills could replenish an earth-level warrior's true essence in 10 minutes. They were quite expensive, costing 300,000 each. These were exactly what Ling Tian had borrowed from Director Fang Ming before leaving. Ling Tian said, Senior, here are 30 chi-boosting pills. Go ahead and destroy the crystals. After getting Ling Tian's permission, Xin Feng said bluntly, okay, since you said that, I won't hold back. Ling Tian continued, Senior Xin Feng is the strongest and most efficient at destroying crystals. The rest of us should be on guard against the mirror world and prevent sneak attacks from the mirror demon. Everyone nodded. Xin Feng burst out his true energy with all his strength. Purple light wrapped around his whole body, and the airwaves surged. He punched out, the fist wind whistled, and the bones made crackling sounds. Pala! The sound of shattering echoed, and the 3 crystals were smashed into powder by Qin Feng's punch. Everyone looked around at the crystals vigilantly. Qin Feng continued punching and soon broke more than 30 pieces of crystal, consuming nearly 30% of his true energy. He said cautiously, Ling Tian, I have consumed 30% of my true energy. Everyone was speechless. Isn't it a waste to use chi-replenishing pills when only 30% of the energy is consumed? Ling Tian threw the chi-boosting pill over without hesitation. Brother Qin Feng, feel free to use it. 30 pills are more than enough for you. He threw 10 pills over in one breath, and Qin Feng immediately took out one and swallowed it. Afterwards, Ling Tian fiercely shattered each crystal. The roar of shattering crystals filled the air, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Ling Tian explained that the mirror demon was actually very weak in the real world. Without the mirror world created by these crystals, they would be able to easily defeat it. At that moment, Ling Tian saw the eerie mirror demon reappear in a nearby crystal mirror world, poised to attack him. But Ling Tian smiled coldly and remained silent, stepping back and avoiding the mirror world's sight. Meanwhile, the last yellow-level warrior behind him suffered a blow. The mirror demon raised its butcher knife and swung it at the Shen level 3-layer warrior. He's hiding here, Ling Tian warned, deliberately belatedly. By the time everyone discovered the mirror demon, it was too late. Ling Tian shouted, and the 9 extreme skyfire erupted instantly. Tornado, destroy the parking lot. A massive flaming tornado enveloped Ling Tian and the Shen level warrior. However, everyone clearly saw in the mirror world that the mirror demon's blade had already struck the Shen level warrior, sending blood spurting out. Just as the Huang level warrior's head was about to fly off, Ling Tian grabbed it, preventing it from falling, and immediately activated his healing ability. At first, the Huang level warrior resented Ling Tian for not warning him to dodge sooner, but soon, feeling his injuries rapidly recover, gratitude filled his eyes. However, this grateful expression barely lasted a few seconds before his face suddenly changed, as his cultivation rapidly regressed. Having previously broken through to the 9th level of the yellow rank after ingesting the marrow cleansing pill, his cultivation plummeted to the 7th and 6th levels of the yellow rank within a few breaths, and even quickly fell back to the level of an ordinary person, all drained away by Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's progress in opening up his 100 meridians had increased to 30%. Ling Tian and the yellow level warrior were engulfed in a tornado of flames, making it impossible for outsiders to discern their movements. After the flames dissipated, Ling Tian and the warrior's corpse appeared before everyone. Ling Tian said helplessly, "It was a little too slow. His head had already been severed by the time I healed him." At this moment, Ling Tian felt no guilt but rather a certain excitement. After all, the yellow level warrior had just harbored murderous intent against him, and being able to drain him dry before everyone's eyes was incredibly thrilling. Everyone assumed Ling Tian had engulfed the two in flames to block the reflection of the mirror world, an understandable assumption. They shook their heads helplessly, not blaming Ling Tian. After all, he wasn't even a warrior, the weakest. Expecting him to protect you? It was sheer wishful thinking. Besides, if one more person died, there would be one less person competing for the secret realm's opportunities. Ling Tian, having seen through everyone's psychology, dared to act in public. He thought to himself, if I can drain a Shen-level warrior dry, the day of opening up all 100 meridians won't be far off. Of the 100 people in the secret realm, only 7 remained, Ling Tian and 3 others, 3 Shen-level 3-layer warriors, 1 Shen-level 4-layer warrior, and 1 Shen-level 5-layer warrior. If Ling Tian could drain the Shen-level 5-layer warrior, he might actually be able to achieve his goal of opening up all 100 meridians. At this time, Qin Feng also increased his speed, continuing to break the crystals. Shen Yu wanted to help, but Ling Tian stopped her, explaining that if she attacked the crystals, she would be distracted and unable to protect herself. Crack as the mirror crystals continued to shatter. Half an hour later, all the crystals in the internal space were finally shattered. Everyone witnessed the exit of the second level appear. There were 10 boxes at the exit, exactly the same as the boxes containing the marrow cleansing pills in the first level. Everyone was immediately excited. Past the level. Before the words fell, the head of a Shen-level 3rd-level warrior suddenly flew out, blood spurted out, and he died on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Why? The crystal is completely shattered. Without the mirror image, how can the mirror demon still kill people? Looking at the deceased Shen-level 3 warrior, Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. The mirror demon's attacks were all fatal, otherwise it could have absorbed a considerable amount of potential power. Qin Feng and Shen Yu lowered their heads in thought. Indeed, they had seen the exit, the clearance was in sight, and the reward was right before their eyes, but they couldn't be happy. The mirror demon lurked at all times, killing silently and following them closely, keeping them in extreme danger. How could they be happy about this? It's the eyes. At this moment, Ling Tian's face darkened as he suddenly spoke. Everyone was shocked. Yes, the pupil of the eye can also reflect the mirror world. In this way, as long as someone stares at someone else, the mirror demon can enter the mirror world and continue killing people. This has become an almost unsolvable dilemma. Then what should we do? Are we really too afraid to open our eyes? Shen Yu asked with a frown. Qin Feng immediately ordered, everyone close your eyes. Everyone hurriedly did as they were told. As long as they didn't look at anyone, they could save their lives. Then, Qin Feng arranged, the 6 of us will each focus on 6 directions. I'm looking at 12 o'clock, Ling Tian, look at 2 o'clock, Shen Yu, look at 4 o'clock. Upon hearing the order, everyone took their positions and remained in a stalemate. Everyone frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly spoke. I have a plan, everyone do as I say. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qin Feng asked, Ling Tian, tell me. Ling Tian said, everyone close your eyes, and then open them towards the sky above us. Everyone was confused and didn't understand Ling Tian's intention. Just do as I say, Ling Tian said seriously. Qin Feng could only nod in agreement. Ling Tian's thinking is unique. Without him, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to save all 6 people now. At this moment, everyone turned around. At this moment, Ling Tian shouted loudly, open your eyes and look up. As soon as the words fell, the 6 people opened their eyes at the same time. Ling Tian pulled out a palm-sized mirror crystal from his pocket and threw it into the air. The 6 people's eyes immediately focused on the crystal. At that moment, Ling Tian launched the 9 extreme heavenly fire. The 9 extremes heavenly fire burst out with a dazzling light, stinging everyone's eyes and forcing them to close their eyes again. Ling Tian saw that in the direction Shen Yu was looking at, a black beam of light flashed and rushed towards the mirror crystal. Everyone also suddenly realized the previous mirror demon was hiding in the mirror world of Shen Yu's pupils. Now that all 6 of them have closed their eyes, the mirror demon has lost its hiding place. He could only rush towards the only carrier, the mirror crystal. Don't open your eyes, Ling Tian shouted. At this time, the mirror demon has entered the mirror world of the mirror crystal. Ling Tian opened his eyes alone, and the 9 extreme sky fire erupted, the flames directly melting the crystal. The only person with his eyes open at this moment was Ling Tian. The crystal has lost its carrier, and the only thing that exists in the mirror world is Ling Tian's eyes. The mirror demon instantly transformed into a black light and rushed towards Ling Tian's pupils. But Ling Tian was well prepared. Flames slashed the sky. He condensed the 9 extremes heavenly fire, transformed it into a blazing sharp blade, slashed through the air, and hit the black beam directly. Ah! The shrill screams rang in my ears. Then, a humanoid monster about 1.5 meters tall fell to the ground. That was the mirror demon who had lost his life. Ling Tian said, "Open your eyes." Everyone opened their eyes and were shocked to see the mirror demon lying on the ground, charred and burning, completely dead. "How did you do that?" Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. "Good." Everyone also looked at Ling Tian with doubts. Ling Tian smiled slightly and explained, "I have secretly hidden a mirror crystal in my pocket for a long time. I guess the mirror demon can use the mirror world in our eyes as a carrier. I throw the crystal into the air, and everyone looks at it at the same time. I use the strong light of heavenly fire to temporarily blind you. The mirror demon can only enter the crystal, but after I destroyed the crystal and opened my eyes alone, the mirror demon could only rush into my pupils. I ambushed it in advance and killed it ruthlessly the moment it emerged from the crystal mirror world." After hearing Ling Tian's explanation, everyone was shocked. Looking at this 17-year-old high school student, his mind is so meticulous. If it weren't for him, a mirror demon would probably have killed them here. In Ling Tian's previous life, it was thanks to Qin Feng's memories that he learned of this event. In his previous life, Qin Feng had simply killed everyone who entered the second level of the secret realm. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, forcing the mirror demon to emerge into the real world, allowing Qin Feng to slay it. Ling Tian, however, had already devised a plan for this even before entering the secret realm. Rustle! At that moment, they saw the hourglass embedded in the door at the exit of the second level slowly begin to rotate. Everyone immediately understood that the second level had been successfully passed. Ling Tian couldn't help but feel anticipation rising in his heart. Next is the third level. After passing the third level, we will be able to obtain the rewards of the secret realm. Hearing this, everyone suddenly became excited. For a secret realm with such a high mortality rate, the ultimate reward must be extremely terrifying. One dares not even imagine it. Qin Feng said calmly, "We have an hour's break. Let's divide the rewards first." As they spoke, everyone walked towards the stone platform, where 10 marrow cleansing pills were placed. Qin Feng made a suggestion. Ling Tian contributed the most to this level. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead. He was the one who killed the mirror demon. There are 6 of us in total. I suggest that Ling Tian take 3 marrow cleansing pills, Shen Yu, and I take 2 each, and the 3 of you take 1 each. Do you have any objections? The 3 Shen level warriors shook their heads helplessly. No problem. Shen Yu's gaze softened as he looked at Qin Feng. This distribution was reasonable. Ling Tian had contributed the most, so it was only natural that he got the most. As Earth level warriors, the 2 of them deserved 2. The remaining 3 had practically gotten through without much effort, so they were lucky to have gotten a marrow cleansing pill for free. Naturally, no one dared to raise any objections. Without hesitation, everyone quickly swallowed all the marrow cleansing pills. Ling Tian also began to practice, rapidly absorbing the power within the marrow cleansing pills. After the first marrow cleansing pill's medicinal power was fully absorbed, Ling Tian successfully opened up his 100th meridian. A surge of vigorous blood and energy erupted from his body, and he had reached 50% of his progress in opening up his 101st meridian. Although only 1 more meridian had been opened, Ling Tian was incredibly excited. The difference between opening up 100 meridians and 99 meridians is a qualitative leap. Out of 100 geniuses who have opened up 99 meridians, only 3 can reach 100. At this moment, Ling Tian, having just achieved this feat, had doubled his blood and energy, significantly boosting his strength, speed, and physical defense. Ling Tian was filled with confidence at this moment. He was confident that he could instantly kill a yellow level 6 warrior by using the first move of the 9 extreme heavenly fire's 9 extreme blazing flame slash. Even if he faced a yellow level 7 warrior, he would still be able to fight. Ling Tian then swallowed the second marrow cleansing pill. In less than 10 minutes, he had absorbed the full medicinal power of the third marrow cleansing pill, successfully piercing through 101 of his meridians. At this point, 20 blood stars appeared on Ling Tian's body, but everyone was focused on refining the power of the marrow cleansing pill and didn't notice the blood and energy stars on Ling Tian's body at all. Ling Tian put the last marrow cleansing pill back into his backpack. Like marrow cleansing fluid, marrow cleansing pills are ineffective after 3 doses. If this marrow cleansing pill were sold, it would fetch at least 50 million. This way, Ling Tian could repay Fong Ming for the 30 qi replenishing pills he borrowed. Soon, everyone completed their training. Qin Feng successfully broke through from the 6th level of Earth grade to the 7th level, and Shen Yu also advanced from the 4th level of Earth grade to the 5th level. The 3 Shen level warriors advanced from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, respectively. Shen Yu herself found it incredible. She had only come to be a bodyguard for a high school student friend who was about to become a martial artist, but she had actually broken through 2 levels in a single day. She couldn't help but wonder, was she relying on Ling Tian, or was Ling Tian relying on her? At this moment, the gate to the 3rd level slowly opened. Everyone stepped into the passage and soon arrived at the 3rd level trial site. There was a huge platform, and crouching on it was a gigantic creature. It was an extremely elegant-looking fox demon with countless tails. Everyone was stunned upon seeing the massive fox demon. It slowly opened its eyes, and a terrifying demonic aura swept over it like a raging torrent. The terrifying aura shook the air, even distorting everything around it. Instantly, the 6 were engulfed by the demonic energy. It seemed as if it would crush their bodies, leaving them nearly despairing. They didn't even dare to look the fox demon in the eye. This is the 7th level Beast King. Qin Feng roared in fear. A 7th rank Beast Emperor, for human warriors, was equivalent to a martial emperor. It was above the celestial rank, far surpassing the acquired martial master realm, entering the realms of innate grandmaster, true martial king, spiritual martial emperor, and even heavenly martial saint. The aura emanating from the massive demon fox before him filled him with utter despair. The knowledgeable Qin Feng had once felt a similar pressure from the principal, the strongest person at Tianlong University, and immediately concluded that this demon fox's strength was equivalent to that of a 7th rank Beast King, equivalent to the human martial emperor realm. Faced with that terrifying aura, they nearly fell into despair, their minds shattered. With the power of an emperor, a single individual could destroy a large city, their combat prowess monstrous. They could soar through the air, reclaim mountains, and fill the sea, and even withstand small nuclear bombs with their very bodies. And now, they had witnessed such a heaven-defying existence with their own eyes. He. The fox demon looked at the frightened expressions of the crowd and actually spoke in human language, chuckling. Don't be afraid, little ones. I won't kill you. As soon as the words fell, the fox demon subsided. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their backs already drenched in cold sweat. The fox demon looked at everyone with interest. First of all, congratulations on reaching the final stage of the Tianling secret realm. As long as you pass my test, you will receive the reward left by my master. Despite this, everyone was still nervous. After all, the person in front of them was a 7th level Beast King who could kill them with just one breath. The fox demon continued, let me introduce myself. My name is Xuaning, and I'm a 9-tailed celestial fox. I'm kind-hearted and I like honest people the most. My test is very simple. As long as you prove your honesty and intelligence to me, I'll let you pass. Qin Feng frowned, suppressed his inner fear, and asked, how can we prove it? The fox demon smiled slightly. It's very simple. I will ask you a question and you must answer truthfully. If you tell the truth, you will pass. If anyone lies, I will punish you. Is it that simple? Everyone was stunned for a moment. The 9-tailed fox smiled and nodded. Yes, it's that simple. As she spoke, she gently shook her tail, and the shadow of the tail swayed dazzlingly. The fox demon smiled a wicked smile. Though a ferocious beast, its expressions were more varied than those of a human. She said, by the way, my master was a martial saint from 3,000 years ago. He awakened his pupil skills and became a powerful spiritual warrior. The reward he left behind is extremely generous. The final reward is the mysterious spiritual fluid, which can enhance your spiritual strength, and the spiritual technique that the master has cultivated, the Great Thousand Spiritual God Technique. Most importantly, a saint's heart, which can evolve spiritual abilities. What? Hearing this, everyone went crazy. Both the mysterious spiritual fluid and the sage's technique were legendary treasures. Especially the sage's heart, which could allow the evolution of spiritual powers, was a legendary and peerless treasure. Even if it is obtained from the outside world, it is enough to make the martial saints excited, drive the strong ones below the martial saint crazy, and trigger a bloody storm. Qin Feng could no longer maintain his composure, his breathing quickening. Wasn't the heart of the saint meant for him? Even Shen Yu looked bewildered, as if in a dream. Only Ling Tian remained calm, for he already knew everything here. Therefore, Ling Tian remained calm. Of course, some things are still beyond their control. In his previous life, Qin Feng had passed the 3rd level alone. Seeing that he had awakened the S-level innate ability, the 1000 Illusion Eyes, the fox demon directly granted him the final reward of the secret realm and inherited all the power of the ancient warrior. But this time, there were as many as 6 people who reached the 3rd level of the secret realm. However, Ling Tian remained calm. The fox demon's eyes flickered with amusement as he looked at everyone. Are you ready? Hearing this, the 6 people looked at each other and nodded in unison. Ready. Okay, then I'll start asking questions. May I ask, have you ever awakened a supernatural talent? What talent did you awaken? Everyone was stunned when they heard the question. The Xian level 4th level warrior shook his head helplessly. I haven't awakened any special abilities. The other 2 warriors, who were at the 5th and 6th levels of the Xian level, also shook their heads. We haven't awakened yet. No one doubted it. After all, according to common sense, the probability of a warrior awakening superpowers only increases significantly after reaching the Earth level. Someone like Ling Tian, who awakened awakens a natural superpower before becoming a warrior is extremely rare. Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect the fox demon's question to be so simple. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Chen Yu. Chen Yu said coldly, "I have awakened the A-level talent, Bei Xian Hanbing." Hearing Chen Yu's words, the three Shen-level warriors' faces were filled with envy. Most people, even if they awakened their abilities, were only B or C level. A-level was already considered a genius. A hint of confidence flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. "I awakened an S-level talent, the Thousand Illusionary Eyes." What? The three Shen-level warriors' eyes instantly revealed shock and awe. Qin Feng, a 7th-level Earth-level warrior, had awakened an S-level talent, indicating that his combat power had reached the Grandmaster level. Even the demon fox's eyes flashed with joy when he heard this. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to awaken the 1,000 Illusionary Eyes. It seems that the Master's successor has finally appeared. Finally, everyone's attention focused on Ling Tian. They had already witnessed Ling Tian using 2 of his innate abilities, and were curious about his specific talents. Ling Tian said directly without hiding anything, "I awakened S-level talents, 9 extreme Skyfire and S-level healing and recovery talents." What? This time, even the Beast King's eyes flashed with shock. Awakening dual S-rank innate abilities before becoming a warrior, even in the ancient warrior era thousands of years ago, such a genius would be a 1 in 10 million percentage of super genius. Who would have thought that such a powerful prodigy would emerge in the Dragon Nation today? Just as everyone was looking forward to passing the test smoothly, the calmness on the fox demon's face was suddenly replaced by a hint of anger. "Asshole, one of you is lying." Accompanied by a roar, the sound was like thunder from the sky, the sound waves vibrated and the space was rippled. Rumble. The third level of the trial ground began to shake rapidly, and the terrifying pressure crushed Ling Tian and the other 6 people. Even breathing became difficult and they were completely unable to move normally. How is that possible? Everyone roared in shock. Even Qin Feng's forehead was covered in sweat, his heart filled with anger. It was obvious that if they just told the truth, they would pass the level smoothly, but someone lied. This undoubtedly showed that someone had ulterior motives and didn't want to share the final reward. The demon fox glared at the 6 people and said sternly, "How dare you, you bastards, lie to me? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tell me who the liar is right now. Otherwise, I will kill you all right here." Hearing the fox's words, everyone's eyes showed panic. "Who is it? Who is lying? I only give you 10 breaths to point out the liar." The fox's tail kept shaking, stirring up huge air waves, as if to suffocate everyone. Qin Feng responded loudly, "My talent is no secret at Magic City Tianlong University. Sister Chen Yu is also a genius at Longdu University. Both of our talents can be found on the school forum. As for Ling Tian, everyone has seen his special abilities along the way. It must be one of you 3. Qin Feng glared at the 3 Shen-level warriors, and the 3 of them immediately panicked. "I really didn't lie." However, the fox's voice echoed in his ears like the desperate cry of hell. "You have 5 breaths left." Everyone's psychological defenses almost collapsed. At this moment, the Shen-level 6th-level warrior pointed at the weakest Shen-level 4th-level warrior and shouted. I sensed an icy aura within his true essence earlier. He must have hidden his strength and awakened his special abilities. "Oh, I don't have any." The Shen-level 4th-level warrior was almost crying. It was obvious that they had bullied him because he was the weakest. A sly glint flashed in the fox's eyes, and Ling Tian caught it. The fox said coldly, "We have 3 breaths left. If you don't point out who's lying, you'll all die." Almost at the same time, Ling Tian and the other 4 pointed at the Shen-level 4th-level warrior. The Shen-level 4th-level warrior defended himself in an almost desperate manner. "I really didn't lie." A sharp blade flew out from the fox demon and cut the man in half, ending his conversation before he could even finish. The demon fox looked at Ling Tian and the other 4 calmly. "I'll give you one more chance. Cherish it." However, at this moment, Ling Tian approached the severed Shen-level 4th-level warrior and activated his supernatural powers, causing him to rapidly recover. Ling Tian frantically drained his warrior potential, soon opening up 102 of his meridians. Seeing this, the Fox Beast King's eyes flashed with shock, clearly having not expected Ling Tian's innate supernatural power to be so heaven-defying, so abnormal. He had already severed the man, yet Ling Tian had managed to revive him. The Fox Beast King suddenly felt murderous intent. "You actually want to save the person I want to kill?" Oh, before he could finish his words, Ling Tian activated the 9 extreme Skyfire, transforming it into a flaming blade that directly cut off the neck of the Shen-level 4th-level warrior. I had originally thought that the Shen-level 4th-level warrior would survive, but in the end, he was killed by Ling Tian himself. Ling Tian respectfully clasped his fists towards the demon Fox Beast King and said, "Since Senior won't let me save you, then I will naturally not save you." Seeing Ling Tian being so understanding, the demonic Fox Beast King nodded with satisfaction. This is just the first time, and it won't happen again. In fact, Ling Tian had no intention of saving anyone. He just wanted to extract the other person's warrior potential. The Fox Beast King turned and looked at the remaining 5 5 people. I'm going to start asking questions. If you lie again, you will bear the consequences. Then he asked, how old are you? Everyone was stunned. Such a simple question. The demon fox beast king was just playing with their minds. The reason he told them the final reward at the beginning was to infinitely amplify their greed. The more people died, the greater the final reward. I'm 35. I'm 33. 2 Xian level warriors answered. 20 years old. Shen Yu and Qin Feng also reported their ages. I'm 17. Finally, there is Ling Tian. One of you is lying. At that moment, the fox beast king's eyes once again gleamed with murderous intent. With a furious roar, the sound waves, like a 1,000-year-old torrent, instantly flooded the entire trial field. Under the impact, everyone's minds wavered, as if their bodies were about to be crushed by the terrifying wave of energy, and they couldn't help but tremble. But at this moment, a smile appeared on Ling Tian's lips as he looked at the fox beast king who kept shaking his tail. The demonic fox beast king shouted loudly, 10 breaths of time, tell me who is lying. Otherwise, you will all die. The 2 Shen level warriors were so scared that they almost cried, and even Qin Feng and Shen Yu looked extremely ugly. I'm really 35. Qin Feng and Shen Yubin took out their student ID cards. We are indeed 20 years old. Who is lying? Shen Yu said, it can't be Ling Tian. He is indeed only 17 years old. I sought his information when I accepted the school's assignment to protect him. It's you too. Qin Feng was enraged, his murderous intent erupting. His eyes seemed to transform into 2 bottomless whirlpools, as if to suck their souls into the abyss. The 2 Shen level warriors were so anxious that they almost cried when they saw this, and they had no idea how to defend themselves. We really didn't lie. Qin Feng said coldly, why don't we kill them both first, so that no one will lie? Qin Feng firmly believed that he, Shen Yu and Ling Tian absolutely did not lie. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the 2 Shen level warriors almost collapsed. We are not lying, really not. Looking at their crying, the fox beast king became more and more excited. 5 breaths left. Tell me who's lying. Qin Feng's murderous intent burst out, and he directly locked onto the 2 Shen level warriors, ready to identify them. At this moment, Ling Tian spoke. I know who is lying. Everyone was stunned, staring at Ling Tian in shock. The 2 Shen level warriors, as if grasping at a lifeline, stared at Ling Tian intently. Everyone's gaze converged, fixed on him intently. The demonic fox beast king, on the other hand, stared at Ling Tian with intense interest. Little guy, who do you think is lying? Asked the fox beast king. At this moment, Ling Tian turned to the demon fox beast king and said without hesitation, it's you, senior beast king, you are the one who lied. Ling Tian said bluntly. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the fox beast king in shock. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the demon fox beast king. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Tian looked at him firmly. Senior beast king, stop kidding us. You've been deceiving us from the beginning. You claim to be kind, yet you treat us like ants. You claim to like honest people, yet you demand we use our intelligence to get through this level. This is completely inconsistent. What's more, you claim to be a 9-tailed heavenly fox, yet your strength is only at the beast king level. Ling Tian spoke a great deal in one breath, shocking everyone and confirming his suspicions. He continued, Senior beast king, I've read the classics. In your demon fox clan, a 7-tailed fox is equivalent to a beast king, an 8-tailed fox is a sacred beast, and a 9-tailed celestial fox is the legendary beast god. Ever since we showed up, you've claimed to be a 9-tailed celestial fox, yet you've been wiggling your tails, making it impossible for us to see how many tails you actually have. You've been lying the entire time, deceiving us. After the words fell, the demon fox beast king was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful at such a young age. That's right, I've been lying all along. I set this level precisely to test the talent and mind of those who pass it. After all, my master's inheritance is of great significance, and I won't choose a successor casually. Ling Tian nodded, a sudden realization dawning on him. In his previous life, Qin Feng couldn't kill everyone to pass the 2nd level, and this 7-tailed fox, determined to find the true successor, couldn't let Qin Feng pass easily after seeing his exceptional talent. This time, as the 6 of them reached the 3rd level, the 7-tailed fox naturally continued the test. The 7-tailed fox laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Congratulations on completing the level. I have also completed my mission and am finally free. You can continue on your way. Rumble. The trial ground shook violently. Soon, the passage to the secret realm of the final reward opened. As they parted, the 7-tailed fox exchanged a glance with Qin Feng, then watched Ling Tian's departing form with a flicker of regret. Shen Yu and the 2 Shen level warriors were incredibly excited, their opinion of Ling Tian rising several notches. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Ling Tian, they would have perished here today. The last level was a reward level. After receiving the reward, they could leave the secret realm. At this time, they saw an exit deep in the passage. Everyone quickened their pace and soon arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm, the inheritance treasure house. As soon as they stepped into the treasure house, the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly surrounded everyone. There are 3 huge stone platforms in the treasury, each of which contains different treasures. 10 glass bottles were placed on the stone platform on the left. Everyone was excited, knowing that the bottles contained the extremely rare Xianling spiritual fluid. After swallowing it, the mental strength would be greatly improved. There was a book on the stone platform on the right, and everyone understood that it was the secret book of spiritual cultivation for ancient warriors that the seven-tailed fox had mentioned just now. On the middle stone platform, a colorful heart-shaped treasure is suspended, emitting a dazzling light. It is the heart of the saint that can evolve the spiritual and pupil-related talents. The dazzling light was mesmerizing, hearts were beating faster, and everyone was excited. At this moment, they also noticed that there was a line of words engraved on the stone platform of the saint's heart. It says, "Only by successfully refining the sage's heart can you obtain all the inheritances, and then you can leave this place with the Xianling spirit liquid and the great thousand spirit god technique." After seeing this hint, everyone immediately understood. If you want to obtain all the treasures, you must first refine the heart of the saint. Only by refining the heart of the saint can you obtain the other 2 things and leave the secret realm safely. However, there are 5 of them now, but there is only one heart of the saint. The excitement on their faces vanished in an instant. After hearing this news, they knew that escaping unscathed would be extremely difficult. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly spoke. "Brother Qin Feng, I'll give you the heart of the saint." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. "You know, that is the heart of a saint that can advance one's innate abilities to a higher level." Ling Tian actually gave up without hesitation, which shocked everyone. Qin Feng was obviously a little bit unbelievable and asked hurriedly, "Ling Tian, are you really willing to give it to me?" Ling Tian replied calmly, "I already possess dual system S-level talents. As my strength increases, I have a great chance of allowing my superpowers to evolve on their own. Besides, my 2 superpowers are not of the mental or technical type. Although the heart of the saint is helpful to me, it may not be able to catalyze my advancement 100%. Similarly, senior sister Chen Yu's ice-type ability may not be able to fully evolve." Ling Tian continued, "But you are different. The heart of the saint is tailor-made for you. It is your exclusive treasure. You can easily absorb it and evolve your abilities 100%. If you don't use the heart of a saint, who else can?" When Qin Feng heard this, his heart was filled with excitement, as if the heart of the saint originally belonged to him. Chen Yu was also deeply shocked by Ling Tian's generosity. After all, the heart of the saint is not an ordinary object. Even if it is sold, it is estimated to be able to exchange for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of wealth. Ling Tian actually chose to give it to Qin Feng without hesitation. His magnanimity is admirable. Ling Tian added, "Brother Qin Feng, if you get the inheritance, it would be fine if you could share some of the Xianling spiritual fluid with us. As for the secret manual of cultivation, if you'd like, you can let us take a look at it." After hearing this, Qin Feng responded excitedly, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the heart of the saint. At the same time, no one noticed that a hint of fierce murderous intent was surging in Qin Feng's eyes. Chen Yu stared at the 2 Xian-level warriors with a sharp gaze. She knew in her heart that if those 2 dared to snatch the saint's heart, she would show no mercy and would kill them immediately. At this moment, Qin Feng was standing in front of the heart of the saint. He picked it up without hesitation and swallowed it directly into his mouth. In an instant, a strange power quickly surged into the body. Qin Feng suddenly felt as if all the cells in his body were activated and 180 trillion cells were jumping wildly. My mind was full of excitement, yet extremely clear. The surface of the body emits dazzling colorful light. Cool. Qin Feng couldn't help but roar, and the aura on his body rose violently. Boom! A terrifying gust of air suddenly erupted. His cultivation level quickly jumped from the 7th level of the earth grade to the 8th level, and then to the 9th level. The leap hasn't stopped yet. Heavenly level 1. Boom! In less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng's cultivation had reached the 1st level of the heavenly realm. But this is not the peak yet. The aura is still surging wildly. This is the power of the heart of a saint. Before a saint dies, he condenses his own talents and martial arts strength into essence, transforms it into the heart of a saint, and passes it on to future generations. Heavenly grade 2, heavenly grade 3. Qin Feng's strength was fully increased to the 7th level of the heavenly grade before he finally stopped. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye spun like a vortex of color, and the pupil of his right eye was covered in a layer of black flame. Those eyes seemed to be able to disturb the mind and destroy everything. Extreme double pupils. Ling Tian shouted excitedly. Extreme double pupils? Chen Yu was also shocked. He had heard of these extreme double pupils a long time ago. The legendary Jidao twin pupils, one of the 36 SS level talents. The left eye controls the mind, and the right eye dominates life and death. If used properly, its power can approach SSS level. Everyone was almost going crazy and was extremely excited. However, just as everyone's shock hadn't subsided, Ling Tian suddenly whispered in Chen Yu's ear, "Qin Feng wants to kill us, get out of the way." Chen Yu was shocked, as if an electric current instantly ran through her body. Before she could react, Qin Feng's murderous intent suddenly surged. emerged. All of you, die. In an instant, the void seemed to be swallowed up, emitting an extremely piercing sound. Qin Feng's right eye suddenly erupted with a black flame, shooting straight at Ling Tian and the others. At this moment, Chen Yu tried his best to activate his supernatural talent. 9 massive ice walls instantly rose from the ground, blocking Ling Tian and Chen Yu. The 2 Shen-level warriors didn't even have a chance to react before they were struck by the destructive black flames of the extreme Dao twin pupils. Without even a chance to scream, he was annihilated in an instant, leaving no trace of his body. However, the destructive black flame was still as fierce as ever, roaring straight towards the ice wall condensed by Qin Yu. The ice wall condensed by Qin Yu was powerless in the face of the destructive black flames. It instantly vaporized and dissipated, disappearing without a trace. However, it also bought them precious time to evade. Ling Tian and Chen Yu successfully avoided the attack of the destructive black flames. In an instant, the black flames of destruction fell on the wall of the secret realm, directly burning out a huge hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of more than 2 meters. What? Chen Yu was so shocked that he was stunned and completely dazed. With such terrifying destructive power, even a martial arts master at the innate level would be completely destroyed if attacked like this. This power made Chen Yu feel fear involuntarily. The extremely powerful double pupils and SS-level supernatural talent are really unimaginable. At this moment, anger surged in Chen Yu's heart. If Ling Tian hadn't reminded him in time, he would have been killed by the destructive black flames of the extreme Dao twin eyes. Qin Feng, are you crazy? Why do you want to kill us? Chen Yu yelled angrily, his face flushed red, walking together and supporting each other all the way. If it weren't for Ling Tian's help, Qin Feng would never have been able to obtain the heart of a saint. But now that Qin Feng has just awakened his extreme double pupils and his strength has greatly increased, he wants to kill them. How can this not make Chen Yu angry? However, Ling Tian remained calm and composed, unmoved, because he knew Qin Feng's nature from the beginning to the end. Qin Feng's actions have long been under Ling Tian's control. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng laughed out loud, his eyes full of madness and ferocity. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of sharing my inheritance? Everything here is mine. The mysterious spiritual fluid, the great thousand spiritual god technique, everything belongs to me. What gives you the right to snatch it away? After saying that, Qin Feng's gaze fell on Ling Tian. Boy, you're not surprised at all? Ling Tian responded calmly. I knew you would do this. You're using me, and am I not also using you? Qin Feng sneered and thought it was ridiculous. Boy, you do have some strength and intelligence, but unfortunately, my strength has long exceeded your imagination. I, Qin Feng, have awakened the extreme Dao twin pupils, and my strength has skyrocketed to the 7th level of the heavenly rank. From now on, I will be the strongest in Tianlong University. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful airwave burst out from Qin Feng's body, forcing Ling Tian and Chen Yu to retreat repeatedly. Although Qin Feng is not a martial arts master at this moment, he is as powerful as a master. He looked at Chen Yu and Ling Tian with a smug look on his face. Ling Tian, Chen Yu, you are both rare geniuses. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. How about that? Chen Yu frowned, stared at Qin Feng and asked, what do you want? Qin Feng smiled slightly. It's very simple. My left eye can control the mind. Simple use can make people fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. The most powerful use is to control the mind. As long as you don't resist, accept my control, and become my slaves, I will not kill you. How about it? As he spoke, Qin Feng's greedy eyes swept over Chen Yu unscrupulously. Chen Yu felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. Dream. Chen Yu refused without hesitation. She knew very well that if she really became Qin Feng's slave, she would be powerless to resist whatever he wanted to do to her. But Ling Tian remained calm, as if he didn't feel any danger at all. Court death. After being rejected, Qin Feng instantly became furious and shouted angrily, roll! He suddenly raised his hand, and his true energy suddenly burst out, condensing into a several-meter-long true energy blade, drawing a sharp edge in the air, directly breaking the sound barrier, and slashing towards Chen Yu fiercely. Chen Yu hurriedly activated his innate abilities in true energy, and in the blink of an eye, he condensed a huge ice shield. Rumble! The sharp blade of true energy collided violently with the ice shield, causing it to shatter instantly, turning into countless ice crystals that flew everywhere. Puff! Blood splattered. A huge wound was torn on Chen Yu's chest, and he fell heavily to the ground. He was deeply shocked. It was obvious that Chen Yu's strength was almost the same as Qin Feng's, but Qin Feng had now refined the heart of a saint and his strength was astonishingly powerful. He could easily defeat him with a casual blow. Qin Feng today is so powerful that even if 50 Chen Yu joined forces, they would still be hard to match. Bang! However, Ling Tian remained calm and walked to Chen Yu, activated his healing ability, and easily healed her injuries. Pa pa pa. At this time, Qin Feng looked at Ling Tian with admiration and kept clapping and cheering. Amazing, amazing. Your healing ability can heal injuries instantly. It's truly amazing. Qin Feng said with satisfaction. Ling Tian, do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because your healing ability fascinates me. How about it? As long as you are willing to surrender, the two of us will join forces and become invincible. In the future, we will sweep across Dragon Country and Blue Star, and you will be second to none and above everyone else." He looked at Ling Tian passionately. Ling Tian remained calm, his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, I'll give you a chance too. How about it? Cut off your arms, kneel down and surrender, and I'll spare your life. How about that?" Qin Feng was stunned after hearing this, staring at Ling Tian sarcastically as if he was looking at a fool. "Ling Tian, are you mentally ill? Do you know how big the gap is between us? I'm a 7th level heavenly master, and you're not even a warrior. Even if you awaken dual element innate abilities, you're still just an ant. I can crush a bunch of you with just one finger, and you want me to surrender?" Ling Tian was full of confidence. "I told you that you were under my control from the very beginning. My abilities are far beyond your comprehension." Before Qin Feng finished speaking and got angry, Shen Yu stood up and roared, "Ling Tian, quickly find a way to escape." Then, a bottle of blood-colored potion appeared in her hand. "Senior Qin Yu, don't be impulsive." However, before Ling Tian could finish his words, Shen Yu drank the potion without hesitation. The true energy suddenly surged and the energy waves rolled. Shen Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, veins popped out on his forehead, and his momentum soared. Ling Tian recognized at a glance that what Shen Yu had just taken was the Berserk Potion. This potion can burn a warrior's chi, blood, and true essence in a short period of time, causing him to enter a frenzy state and greatly increase his strength. However, the side effects are extremely serious. After the effect of the medicine wears off, it will not only damage the foundation, but at the very least, the cultivation level will regress. At the worst, it will become a disability or even life-threatening. Whoosh whoosh, powerful airwaves continuously gushed out from Chun Yu's body, and his aura soared directly from the 5th level of the Earth level to the 6th level of the Earth level, and finally stopped at the 8th level of the Earth level. "Ling Tian, I'll help you buy time. You run away quickly." Shen Yu shouted loudly. She felt that she was Ling Tian's bodyguard, and protecting him was a heavy responsibility. However, ever since entering the secret realm, it was Ling Tian who had been constantly protecting her. If it weren't for Ling Tian, she would have probably died here long ago. Besides, Ling Tian is the son of a genius who has awakened dual system S-level talents and abilities. His future contribution to Dragon Country will definitely be far greater than his own. It is definitely worth it to exchange my life for Ling Tian's. In an instant, the temperature around dropped sharply, and the last layer of the entire secret realm seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, and the cold was oppressive. Boom boom boom. With bursts of loud noises, towering ice walls quickly condensed around Qin Feng. In a blink of an eye, a huge ice wall cage surrounded Qin Feng tightly. Before Ling Tian could speak, Qin Yu had already leaped up to a height of more than 10 meters, directly above Qin Feng's head. Her true essence and innate supernatural powers merged and operated to the limit. Powerful energy surrounded her and transformed into an ice battle suit. Immediately afterwards, a huge ice sword that was more than 10 meters long condensed and took shape in her hand. Die! Accompanied by Qin Yu's roar, the sword shone brightly, and the sword light poured down like a waterfall, slashing down from the void and pointing directly at Qin Feng's head. Just as he was about to chop Qin Feng into pieces, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. True energy wrapped heavily around his right arm, he raised his hand and grabbed the huge ice sword. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, waves of air spread out. Qin Feng actually grasped the more than 10-meter-long ice sword firmly with his bare hands, as if it were nailed to the ground by cement, and Shen Yu could not move at all. Pala! Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng exerted force in his hands, and the ice sword was instantly covered with cracks, and then shattered into countless ice crystals, falling all around. Shen Yu's body fell down involuntarily. Qin Feng's face was full of contempt as he punched out. In an instant, the fist wind was like a dragon, and the hot blood swept like a wave, engulfing Qin Yu. A heavy punch hit Chun Yu's chest. Wow! She felt as if her chest was pierced and she flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Rumble! With a loud bang, Chun Yu hit the ice wall heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if all the internal organs were about to shatter, and life force was fading away bit by bit. She helplessly realized that the gap in strength was too big. The heart of the saint greatly improved Qin Feng's strength. Even after taking the violent potion, he was no match for him. Shen Yu looked in the direction where Ling Tian was before, breathed a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, at least Ling Tian escaped. I hope you can get out safely. Just as she was thinking this, a gentle force surged into her body, and her injuries began to recover rapidly. Even the side effects of the Berserk potion were gradually dissipating. A hand gently pressed on her chest, and the owner of that hand was Ling Tian. Ling Tian! She shouted anxiously, without a trace of joy at her recovery from her injuries, but instead filled with anger. Ling Tian, are you crazy? I helped you create an opportunity. Why didn't you take the opportunity to escape? Ling Tian smiled slightly, his eyes gentle yet firm, his heart filled with emotion. They had known each other for less than 2 days, and he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Looking at his father, cousin who regarded him as a stepping stone, he felt even more grateful for the friendship in front of him. Don't worry, Qin Feng can't hurt me. His face was full of confidence, and that determination information made Chen Yu stunned. Could it be that Ling Tian really has some hidden tricks? But compared with Qin Feng, he is too weak. Swish! Qin Feng also felt that there was something wrong with Ling Tian's brain, so he raised his voice suddenly, and the sound waves hit like airwaves, even blowing up Ling Tian's clothes. Boy, let me get this straight. I'll ask you one last time. Surrender or die. However, Ling Tian still looked relaxed as he took out a bottle of potion from his backpack. Qin Feng sneered disdainfully at this. A potion that temporarily increases strength? It's useless even if you swallow it. The gap between us is too big. Chen Yu was confused and anxious. Ling Tian, the berserk potion didn't work. Is your potion even more powerful? Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Who said this was a potion? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the bottle in his hand to the ground. The bottle shattered, and the rich floral fragrance instantly spread, filling the entire space. Perfume? Chen Yu understood immediately, but didn't know what Ling Tian intended by doing this. Boy, you are really a fool. Ling Tian looked at Qin Feng with a smile, without a trace of fear on his face. Qin Feng, I didn't want you to die, but you chose to die anyway, so don't blame me, then? Ling Tian's eyes were full of mockery. This made Qin Feng extremely unhappy. He was clearly a heavenly grade 7th layer expert, possessing SS level innate abilities, and an awakened person with the extreme Dao double pupils. Ling Tian wasn't even a warrior, so how could he dare to look down on him like this? Court death. With a roar, Qin Feng quickly circulated his true energy. However, just after his true essence had circulated for a small period of time, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his internal organs, as if they were being torn apart. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, then fell heavily to the ground and began to convulse violently. His face instantly turned purple, and he looked extremely terrifying. Qin Feng let out a shrill roar. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu was stunned for a moment. Is he poisoned? Looking at Qin Feng foaming at the mouth, Ling Tian nodded lightly. Qin Feng was also shocked. He was actually poisoned? Could it be that the bottle of perfume Ling Tian had just thrown was poisonous? Why was he the only one to be poisoned? What on earth have you done to me, bastard? Qin Feng felt completely powerless, his true energy unable to function at all. The moment he exerted force, the poison devoured his internal organs like crazy, destroying his life. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Qin Feng, my chi boosting pill tastes pretty good, right? What? In an instant, Qin Feng and Chen Yu both understood. It turned out that what poisoned Qin Feng was not the bottle of perfume, but the chi replenishing pill that Ling Tian had given him before. Why? I clearly checked the chi boosting pill you gave me, and it's not poisonous at all. Ling Tian sneered. Qin Feng, from the moment you approached us, I knew you had ill intentions. No matter how well you disguised yourself, I've never trusted you. My chi boosting pills only contain a little azure dragon salt, so it's harmless for normal consumption. But you don't know that the perfume I just spilled contains rhino soul fragrance. Within 3 days, anyone who has consumed azure dragon salt and smells rhino soul fragrance will have the salt in their system transformed into a deadly poison. Let alone a heaven-level warrior like you, even a Xiantian grandmaster would die from the poison. It turns out that from the very beginning, everything was under Ling Tian's control. How sinister was his intention? He was the weakest among the 100, yet he managed to manipulate them all. How could they not be shocked? Ling Tian slowly walked towards Qin Feng and soon stood in front of him. Ling Tian, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. However, Ling Tian ignored Qin Feng and stepped on his face instead. Ling Tian will never let Qin Feng go. Whenever he sees him, Ling Tian feels sick. Meng Haiyun reminds Ling Tian of a past life where he was violated. Among those who insulted him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng appears righteous and kind, but in reality, he's a shameless scumbag with multiple sexual orientations. In his previous life, Qin Feng tortured Ling Tian, and after Ling Tian broke free from Meng Haiyun's control, he killed him. I didn't let you go in the last life, and I will never let you go in this life. Bang! Ling Tian stomped on Qin Feng's arm hard, crushing it. Blood splattered everywhere, and Qin Feng roared in pain. Ah! Accompanied by wailing, an arm was stepped on and broken. Ling Tian. Qin Feng had just uttered 2 words when his limbs were stepped on and broken one after another with a crackling sound. Ling Tian stretched out his hand, murderous intent in his heart. Qin Feng shouted in fear, Senior Linghu, save me. At this moment, Ling Tian's hand also pressed on Qin Feng. Stop! A cold, domineering and irresistible voice resounded throughout the secret space. The invisible pressure made Chen Yu tremble uncontrollably. At the entrance, a huge figure approached rapidly. It was the seven-tailed fox. Chen Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Feng to ask the seven-tailed fox for help. In the blink of an eye, the seven-tailed fox came not far from Ling Tian and the others. The powerful pressure from the emperor seemed to freeze the space. The pressure made Chen Yu sweat profusely, tremble uncontrollably, and finally collapse to the ground. The seven-tailed fox stared at Qin Feng with contempt, but Qin Feng looked like he had found a life-saving straw and said anxiously, Senior Fox, please save me. I have refined the heart of a saint and am your young master. The seven-tailed fox still replied with disdain. What a waste, not even a warrior, you almost killed me. Despite saying so, the seven-tailed fox was helpless. After all, it had signed a contract with its master, requiring the inheritor to become the other's protector. Only when the inheritor's strength increased, reaching at least the level of a true martial realm martial king, could they leave. At this time, the seven-tailed fox was not in a hurry to attack Ling Tian. Otherwise, with its strength, killing Ling Tian would be almost effortless, and Ling Tian would have no chance to resist at all. Boy, I know you have a strong healing ability. Hurry up and heal Qin Feng, otherwise I will kill you. Ling Tian nodded. Okay. Chen Yu was completely desperate. He had thought Ling Tian could turn the tide, but now the seven-tailed fox appeared. He was completely finished. Qin Feng felt his injuries gradually recovering, and immediately became excited. He shouted provocatively at Ling Tian, "You little bastard, aren't you arrogant? You didn't expect that Senior Linghu was my protector." Before we left, she had already told me through telepathy that I was the successor. The secrets here must be sealed. If you want to leave alive, you have to become my slave, otherwise you will die. I admit that I suffered a loss in front of you just now, but now you have to treat me obediently. Seeing Qin Feng's smug look, Chen Yuqi was so angry that her whole body was shaking, while Ling Tian remained expressionless and spoke calmly. I know. Ha! Everyone was stunned. I've said it before, everything is under my control. I know you and the seven-tailed fox are working together. What's the meaning? Even the seven-tailed fox was confused at this moment. At this moment, Qin Feng's injuries improved rapidly, but his strength declined rapidly. Heavenly grade 6th level, heavenly grade 5th level, heavenly grade 4th level. Soon, it plummeted directly to earth grade. What's going on? Ling Tian's aura became stronger and stronger. What's going on? The seven-tailed fox was also confused. At this moment, powerful blood energy erupted from Ling Tian's body, and the stars in his sea of chi flickered, reaching as many as 20 blood energy stars. 101 meridians opened up? Everyone was shocked. When did Ling Tian open up so many meridians? While healing Qin Feng, Ling Tian frantically absorbed his warrior potential, martial arts insights, and even his SS level extreme double pupils. His tendons and veins were also rapidly opened up. 105, 106. At this moment, Ling Tian had successfully opened up 106 of his meridians and continued to absorb Qin Feng's power, continuing to break through. The difficulty of opening up the 106th meridian is comparable to a breakthrough by a grandmaster of the Xiantian realm, or even comparable to a breakthrough by a martial king of the Jinwu realm. The difficulty increases as the meridians are opened further, and opening up the 107th meridian is equivalent to a breakthrough by a martial king of the Jinwu realm. Generally, it takes a Jinwu realm expert 1 or 2 years to break through a level, and as slow as 3 or 4 years. No would-be warrior would spend so much time to open up a single meridian. But Ling Tian did it. Looking at the 25 blood stars wrapped around his body, they were dazzling. At the age of 17, he had opened up 106 tendons and meridians, which even shocked the seven-tailed fox. Even in ancient times, there were only a handful of warriors who could achieve such an achievement. Qin Feng was still being madly absorbed by Ling Tian, and the prototype of the 26th blood star faintly appeared around Ling Tian. Stop! Ling Tian, stop it! Qin Feng shouted in horror. He knew that he could not be absorbed like this anymore. The seven-tailed fox also recovered from its shock, glared at Ling Tian and roared, "Boy, stop right there." However, Ling Tian ignored the seven-tailed fox. "You're looking for death." Seeing being ignored, the seven-tailed fox's aura suddenly increased to a terrifying level. The space seemed to be swept by a world-destroying storm. The powerful mental shock swept around, causing Chen Yu to faint on the spot. The murderous intent was like a dam bursting, pouring down in an instant and drowning Ling Tian. But Ling Tian calmly turned around, his eyes fixed on the seven-tailed fox, and said calmly, "Are you sure you want to attack me?" Although his tone was calm, it revealed unshakable confidence. Ling Tian turned around and met the eyes of the seven-tailed fox. Extreme twin pupils. How is this possible? The seven-tailed fox roared in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. The terrifying gaze in her eyes left her in disbelief. Ling Tian's left eye was a swirling vortex of color, unfathomable and soul-devouring, while the pupil of his right eye was swirled with black flames, brimming with domineering power and extraordinary aura. How could you possess my extreme eyes? Qin Feng couldn't help but roar loudly when he saw this. Ling Tian sneered, "I forgot to tell you, my healing ability can not only heal injuries, but also absorb the martial arts potential of others, perfectly replicating their innate abilities. I have already absorbed the power of your sage's heart, and you also helped me successfully awaken the extreme Dao twin pupils." What? Seven-tailed fox and Qin Feng were stunned and almost speechless after hearing this. Such a heaven-defying talent and ability was simply unheard of. Seeing Ling Tian turn around, his eyes met with the seven-tailed fox. Extreme double pupils. How is this possible? The seven-tailed fox roared in shock, her heart pounding in her throat. The terrifying look in her eyes left her in disbelief. Ling Tian's left eye was as deep as a swirling vortex of color, seemingly capable of devouring souls. The right eye was swirled with blazing black flames, radiating dominance. How come you have my my extreme eyes. Qin Feng roared angrily when he saw this. Ling Tian sneered, I forgot to tell you, my healing ability can not only heal wounds, but also absorb the martial arts potential of others, and even perfectly replicate their innate abilities. The power of your sage's heart has long been absorbed by me, and you also helped me successfully awaken the extreme Dao twin pupils. What? As soon as Ling Tian finished speaking, the seven-tailed fox and Qin Feng were stunned. Such a heaven-defying talent and ability was simply unheard of and unseen. Boom! With a powerful burst of blood and energy, Qin Feng completely recovered his body, but he became a useless person without any true energy. 26 shining blood and energy stars wrapped around Ling Tian. You took everything from me. Qin Feng roared, raised his fist and smashed it hard at Ling Tian. Ling Tian remained motionless. Qin Feng was just an ordinary man now, and his fists hitting Ling Tian felt like scratching an itch. Even the seven-tailed fox could sense Ling Tian's power. The seven-tailed fox had been observing Ling Tian since they arrived. Ling Tian had simply given up on the sage's heart because his 9 supreme heavenly fire and healing abilities were incompatible with the sage's heart. Even if he took it, the chances of his abilities evolving were less than 30%. On the other hand, Qin Feng, after taking the sage's heart, would be able to fully awaken his supreme Dao twin pupils. At that point, Ling Tian could simply take the supreme Dao twin pupils from Qin Feng. Ling Tian had long anticipated that he and Qin Feng would end up together, but even the Beast King level seven-tailed fox was clearly predicted by Ling Tian. At this moment, the seven-tailed fox clearly felt the aura of the saint's heart emanating from Ling Tian, but Qin Feng had no signs of having taken the saint's heart. Qin Feng roared angrily, Ling Tian, give me back my power. Before he finished speaking, he was ready to attack Ling Tian again. Bang! Ling Tian punched Qin Feng hard in the stomach. Wow! Qin Feng knelt on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his stomach and trembled in pain. He shouted unwillingly, Senior Linghu, save me. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge palm of the seven-tailed fox suddenly fell. Qin Feng's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist, and he died completely. The seven-tailed fox licked the blood on his hands and said calmly, this idiot, doesn't he know that I am your protector now? She looked at Ling Tian, showing no sign of being angry at being tricked. As early as the 3rd level, the seven-tailed fox had been keeping an eye on Ling Tian, feeling sorry for him. She believed that Ling Tian's talent and character were worthy of his master's legacy. Unfortunately, Ling Tian's awakened talent wasn't spiritual or pupil-based. Now, Ling Tian has awakened his extreme double pupils and has become the young master she is most satisfied with. After Ling Tian obtained the power of the saint's heart, he clearly felt a certain connection between his body and the smell soul, and this connection prevented the seven-tailed fox from hurting him. Ling Tian ignored the seven-tailed fox and walked straight to where the Xianling spiritual liquid and the Great Thousand spiritual god technique were placed. He simply stretched out his hand, easily passed through the restrictions on the 2 treasures, and successfully removed them. The seven-tailed fox breathed a sigh of relief. Only those who had perfectly refined the saint's heart and awakened the SS-level pupil technique could obtain these treasures. Now that Ling Tian had easily obtained them, the seven-tailed fox was completely certain he was the one she would protect in the future. As long as she can help Ling Tian reach the true martial realm and become a martial king, she will be free. She firmly believes that with Ling Tian's extraordinary talent, he will never let her suffer humiliation in the future. At this moment, 26 blood energy stars swirled around Ling Tian. The extremely rich blood energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic furnace, enveloping everything in its surroundings. Ling Tian's blood energy is several times stronger than before. He confirmed that with this powerful body and blood, he could easily defeat an 8th-level yellow warrior. If he used the 9th-level heavenly fire, he could even kill an ordinary 9th-level yellow warrior in seconds. And now, he'd actually awakened his ultimate twin pupils. Ling Tian's true strength was beyond even his own comprehension. Ling Tian pondered. The Yunnan Province Western Joint Preliminary Examination supposedly prohibits the use of supernatural powers, requiring only physical strength and blood energy. Whoever has opened the most meridians will be the ultimate authority in this exam. I, Ling Tian, have already opened 107 meridians. I ask all the candidates, how should you approach this? At this moment, if Ling Tian wanted to open up the last meridian, it would be no easy task. Throughout the Dragon Nation, over the past century, the most known quasi-warriors to have opened up a meridian was only 107. It wasn't that they couldn't continue, but the difficulty of opening up the last meridian was several, even 10 times greater than the previous ones. Rumor has it that opening up all 108 meridians is as difficult as a peak martial emperor reaching the martial saint realm. No quasi-warrior would spend 10 years or more trying to open up just one meridian. However, Ling Tian now possesses both the strength and the opportunity to break through to the level of opening all 108 meridians. After all, he's only 17, a high school student who hasn't even taken the college entrance exam. In terms of both energy and physical strength, Ling Tian surpasses his peers. His His only weakness is his mental strength. Ling Tian has awakened his twin pupils. His left eye can cast illusions and even control minds, while his right eye can unleash devastating black flames, capable of life or death. However, the core requirement for activating pupil techniques is mental strength, just as a warrior's martial arts rely on vital energy and blood. Currently, Ling Tian struggles to even unleash the power of his twin pupils. However, he was not worried. Ling Tian looked at the seven-tailed fox. Xuanning, help me protect the law. The seven-tailed fox nodded subtly, a white light emanating from her body as she gradually shrank. In a moment, she transformed into a humanoid form, appearing before Ling Tian. She possessed a perfect figure and a peerless beauty, her features perfectly proportioned, her skin smooth and delicate, her eyes as bright and captivating as the stars. Every movement she made radiated a captivating charm, a flawless presence unseen. She was the transformed form of the seven-tailed fox, Xuanning. Staring at Xuanning, Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, lost in fascination. Ling Tian knew that if a beast could reach the 6th level and undergo the baptism of the transformation thunder tribulation, it could transform into a human form, but he had never imagined that a demonic beast could be so beautiful. Aren't you going to practice anymore? Xuanning chuckled softly at Ling Tian's infatuated expression, her eyes as clear as autumn water, seemingly captivating. Ling Tian's heart was instantly in turmoil, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had experienced countless ups and downs in his past life, and could resist any temptation. It was impossible for him to lose himself for a woman. Help me protect the law, and take good care of my sister. After saying this, Ling Tian pulled out the Xianling spiritual fluid from his bosom. After his return from this journey, although his mental power was significantly stronger than that of an average would-be warrior, it was still too weak. After downing a bottle of Xianling spiritual fluid, Ling Tian immediately felt his thinking speed increase several times, even dozens of times, as if his mind were constantly developing. Ling Tian rapidly cultivated according to the Great Thousand Spiritual God technique. In less than 10 minutes, his spiritual power broke through, reaching a level comparable to that of a second-level Huanggrade warrior. He then broke through to the 3rd and 4th levels of Huanggrade. Watching Ling Tian's successive leaps in spiritual power, Xuanning was astonished. She hadn't expected him to improve so easily. Time flew by, and after a single night, Ling Tian's spiritual power finally stagnated at the level of a yellow-grade 9th layer warrior. He couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed the mysterious spiritual fluid coveted by even martial emperors. Taking the mysterious spiritual fluid now seemed like a complete waste. Although his spiritual power had soared from the initial yellow grade to the 9th layer in one go, he had actually absorbed less than a tenth of the potency. The rest was wasted. Ultimately, it was all due to his own weakness. Therefore, Ling Tian decided not to use the Xianling spiritual liquid for the time being, because his current strength was not enough to fully absorb the medicinal power in it. Xianling spiritual fluid, like ordinary potions and elixirs, can only be taken in 3 bottles. Any more will have no effect. At this moment, Ling Tian's mental strength has reached the level of a 9th level Huang level warrior, fully capable of unleashing the power of the extreme Dao twin pupils. Without hesitation, Ling Tian's powerful blood energy erupted. 26 blood energy stars surrounded him. His left eye was like a dazzling star, while his right eye was like a black hole of destructive destruction, devouring everything. A domineering aura emanated from his body, rapidly spreading. Clang! At that instant, Ling Tian unleashed the black flame of destruction. Instantly, the flames, like a dark meteor, trailed a long trail through the void, transforming into a long black chain that crashed into the wall of the secret realm in the blink of an eye. Crash! The wall instantly crumbled, inch by inch, devoured by the destructive black flames, forming a massive crater approximately 2 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. Ling Tian felt dizzy and a sense of weakness welled up within him. Although Ling Tian's destructive black flame was not as powerful as the one Qin Feng had launched before, he now deeply realized that this force was probably enough to instantly kill an ordinary Shen level 2nd level warrior. Of course, Ling Tian would never use it lightly unless it was absolutely necessary. That attack had almost completely drained his entire mental energy, temporarily rendering him unable to fight. After all, on the battlefield, even a single second of inability to fight meant death. At this time, Chen Yu also woke up from his coma. Sister Yu, you're awake. Ling Tian looked at her with a smile. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Where's Qin Feng? And that 7-tailed fox? Ling Tian chuckled. Sister Yu, don't worry, Qin Feng is dead. Hearing that Qin Feng was dead, Chen Yu was still upset and asked anxiously, where is the 7-tailed fox? Aren't I right here? The 7-tailed fox looked at Chen Yu with a charming smile. Chen Yu was stunned, a look of fear on his face. Although Xuanning had transformed into a human form, Chen Yu recognized the aura on her body at a glance and was filled with fear. Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, don't be afraid, Sister Yu. Xuanning won't harm us. I have successfully obtained the inheritance of the secret realm. She is now my protector. What? Chen Yu was shocked. Ling Tian had actually obtained the inheritance of the secret realm. Although she was surprised, she was sensible and did not ask too many questions, knowing that everyone has their own secrets. It's time to leave, Ling Tian said, and left the secret realm directly. Xuanning changed into the sportswear that Chen Yu had prepared for her, looking even more radiant and charming. Mission accomplished, it was time to return. Ling Tian also began to plan his own plan. Now that his strength had skyrocketed, he had no pressure at all to take the Western Joint preliminary examination. However, there was always a hidden danger in his heart, that was Meng Haiyun. He knew that Meng Haiyun would never let him go easily, so he had to be fully prepared. Now that he has the extreme Dao pupils, Ling Tian is full of confidence and vows to make those who have framed him pay the price. Roar! When they arrived at the outskirts of Yuncheng, they heard roars of ferocious beasts all around. Chen Yu frowned. This is a safe zone, how could there be a ferocious beast here? Xuanning smiled calmly. I guess they sensed my aura and all the ferocious beasts in the great wilderness mountains came out. Although Xuanning has completely restrained her aura now, she hadn't concealed it when the secret realm was first opened. The fierce beasts in the great wilderness mountains were only at the second level at most, and since Xuanning was a 7th level beast king, those beasts naturally fled. Unexpectedly, this triggered a crisis in Yuncheng. Let's go and take a look. Ling Tian looked determined and walked out quickly. His grandfather Ling Genoa joined the military at the age of 17 and became a glorious soldier, defending his country and fighting bloody battles with ferocious beasts. As the grandson of Ling Genoa, Ling Tian always remembers that he is a proud dragon countryman. Protecting dragon country, guarding the people, and defending the territory is his natural duty. Facing the attack of ferocious beasts, Ling Tian will never stand idly by. He quickened his pace, his figure flashed as fast as the wind, the blood and energy in his body burst out, the stars flickered, and his speed reached 17 or 18 meters per second, rapidly approaching the group of ferocious beasts. At this moment, in a small town in the northern suburbs of Yuncheng, the situation suddenly changed. A 1,000-man army was engaged in a fierce battle with hundreds of ferocious beasts. Ling Tian, swift as the wind, charged into the battlefield. Enveloped in 9 extreme heavenly fire, he streaked across the sky like a meteor. Chen Yu similarly unleashed his innate ability, Northern Mysterious Ice, condensing into icy armor and charging forward with an icy spear in hand. At this point, the strongest of the 1,000 warriors was a 9th level Earth rank warrior, while the strongest of the 600 plus beasts was only a 9th level Earth rank warrior. However, because the warriors were focused on protecting the civilians and unable to focus on the enemy, the beasts temporarily gained the upper hand. Commander, these ferocious beasts seem to have seen through our weaknesses and are frantically attacking ordinary people. We are in a very passive situation now. The warrior's local level commander had a gloomy expression. Find a way to hold on and ensure the safe evacuation of all civilians, he ordered in a deep voice. At this moment, 2 powerful auras came from the distance, one blue and one red, and 2 figures rushed over. Seeing Chen Yu wearing ice armor and the school badge on his chest, the commander smiled and said, they are students of Longdu University. Fight with them, be careful not to accidentally hurt them. In a matter of seconds, Ling Tian and Shen Yu had already charged into the herd of ferocious beasts. Ling Tian's 9 extremes heavenly fire erupted, instantly condensing into a massive, several meter long flaming sword. Flames cut through the sky. He slashed with his sword, like a red crescent moon tearing through the void, and the sound of breaking through the air shook the sky. Puff, 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 blood splattered as Ling Tian instantly slew 7 or 8 first-tier beasts. Ling Tian's blood was now surging, and he unleashed the first move of the 9 extremes blazing slash with ease. He immediately said to Xuanning, go to the city and release your aura to deter the beasts. Leave the rest to us. Xuanning nodded, rushed to the edge of the town, and gently released the aura of an emperor. That aura was like a frost blade, making the hairs of all the ferocious beasts stand on end. The fear deep in their souls dominated their bodies, and they turned around and fled, not daring to approach the town at all. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The ferocious beasts that had been attacking frantically had all fled, which was a perfect opportunity for the warriors. Kill. The 1,000-strong warriors, their morale soaring, were unrestrained. Their true energy shone with a dazzling array of colors, blazing outside the town. Ling Tian and Shen Yu, one on the left and one on the right, one hot, one cold, attacked like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, slaughtering them madly. Those low-level ferocious beasts are nothing in front of Ling Tian. The evil dragon roars. The 9 extreme skyfire transformed into fire dragons that shuttled through the group of ferocious beasts, forming a huge wall of fire, blocking the enemy's retreat. A yellow level 9-layer iron-backed silver wolf rushed towards Ling Tian. He showed disdain on his face, condensed the flaming sword, took a step forward and slashed it out. Suddenly, flames poured down like a waterfall from the sky. 9 extremes flame slash, second style, flames shatter the sky. The massive head of the yellow level 9-layer ironback silver wolf fell off, its blood melting in the flames, transforming into a bloody mist. The surrounding warriors watched in amazement. So fierce. Ling Tian had always left a weak impression on them, and they were not even sure if he was a warrior, but now he could could easily kill a 9th-level yellow-level demon beast. At this moment, Chen Yu condensed a huge ice lotus, which fell into the group of ferocious beasts and exploded instantly, turning into countless ice blades that pierced through the ferocious beasts, and wailing sounds came one after another. The soldiers' morale surged, and they charged frantically, blood splattering and limbs flying everywhere. 10 minutes later, the beasts were completely routed, with only 30 or 40 remaining, struggling to hold on. Ling Tian leaped over 10 meters high and slashed down with his sword, severing the 3 beasts in half. With their final howls, the battle was declared over. Ling Tian withdrew his strength, and everyone could clearly see more than a dozen blood stars gradually dissipating from his body. Of course, they did not see all the blood stars, because during the battle, the 9 extreme skyfire tightly wrapped around Ling Tian's body, blocking the light of the blood star. Quasi-warrior. Thousands of warriors were all shocked and looked at Ling Tian. A young man who could kill a first-level high-level ferocious beast was actually just a quasi-warrior. At this moment, the warrior commander walked up to Ling Tian and Chen Yu, and Xuanning also returned to their side. "Thank you so much, students. If it weren't for you, our battle with the beast wouldn't have ended so smoothly." The warrior commander introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Feng, the 1-star commander of the Yunqing military. May I know your names?" Chen Yu smiled slightly, but remained calm. "Longdu University, junior student, Chen Yu." Ling Tian was more confident. "Hello, Commander Zhao. I am a student in the martial arts department of Yunqing No. 1 High School. My name is Ling Tian." Ling Tian. Upon hearing this name, everyone present was shocked, their eyes filled with surprise. Ling Tian was also surprised. "Do you know me?" Commander Zhao Feng nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Who doesn't know you? You're the first national top-ranked college entrance exam candidate in Yunqing's history, awakening dual S-level talents. I never thought I'd meet you here." Ling Tian nodded. As the first national champion in the history of Yunqing, his name had spread throughout the entire martial arts world in just a few days. At this time, a soldier hurriedly walked up to Zhao Feng. "Commander Zhao, the losses have been tallied. 23 civilians were injured. None of our soldiers died, but 328 were slightly wounded, and 97 were seriously injured and disabled." Zhao Feng's face was gloomy. Although such losses were minor, it was fortunate that no one was killed in the battle against hundreds of crazy beasts. However, among those seriously injured, more than 70% will be disabled for life and will no longer be able to contribute to the battle. Those soldiers were his subordinates, brothers, and comrades in arms. How could Zhao Feng be happy after hearing such news? Ling Tian smiled softly. "Commander Zhao, let me treat their injuries." Zhao Feng was stunned for a moment, then an excited look appeared on his face. He almost forgot that Ling Tian was a quasi-warrior who had awakened an S-level healing talent. "Ling Tian, are you sure you can cure them?" Ling Tian smiled and said, "Commander Zhao, please don't underestimate the strength of a healing warrior." After saying that, he walked straight towards the wounded soldiers. He placed his palm lightly on a soldier whose arm was bitten off and activated his healing ability. The surroundings fell into silence, and everyone stared at Ling Tian intently. In an instant, Ling Tian felt the intense pain from the warrior's broken arm and frowned slightly. "It's incredible!" Zhao Feng couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Everyone witnessed a miracle. The broken arm was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Tian did not absorb the warrior's potential. He would never take action against these glorious warriors. The future of Dragon Country still depends on them. In less than half a minute, the soldier had fully recovered. Ling Tian did not hesitate and continued to walk towards the other injured people, activating his healing talent. At this moment, the blood and energy in Ling Tian's body were more than 10 times stronger than during the talent test. Without absorbing the power of others, it is easy to heal 50 people in one go. When he cured the 50th person, Ling Tian's face turned pale. He was almost exhausted, and he was gasping for breath. Zhao Feng looked at him worriedly. "Ling Tian, take a break and continue after you recover." Ling Tian nodded, practiced his skills, and took the chi replenishing pill at the same time. In less than half an hour, he was back to his peak form. In half a day, Ling Tian healed all the injured soldiers. The way the thousands of soldiers looked at Ling Tian changed completely. After the battle, they lost some close comrades, but Ling Tian helped these warriors regain their glory and fight side by side with the ferocious beasts again. Zhao Feng looked at Ling Tian and said respectfully, "Ling Tian, on behalf of all members of the 8th Squadron of the Yunqing military headquarters, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." After saying this, he bowed deeply. Thousands of soldiers also looked at Ling Tian with respect, no longer considering him as a 17-year-old student. "The 8th Squadron of the Yunqing military headquarters, thank you Ling Tian." Thousands of soldiers shouted in unison and saluted Ling Tian with a standard military salute. The roar was deafening. They knew that without Ling Tian's presence today, they would never have been safe and sound, let alone easily repel those ferocious beasts. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian with a growing admiration, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Who would have thought that the famous ice and snow goddess of Longdu University would admire a boy who was only 17 years old and could not even be called a warrior? Ling Tian looked at Commander Zhao Feng and said firmly, "Commander Commander Zhao Feng, you are too polite. I am a Dragon Nation citizen. It is my duty to protect the people and fight against the ferocious beasts. These injured brothers are the sharp swords of the Dragon Nation, the national treasures in the battle against the ferocious beasts. Their warrior careers should not end here. It is my responsibility to treat them. Commander Zhao Feng looked at Ling Tian with admiration, thinking, if every Dragon Nation citizen held the same faith as Ling Tian, why would Dragon Nation not be strong? What would be so terrifying about facing a few ferocious beasts? After the beast's attack was completely quelled, Ling Tian prepared to leave. Commander Zhao, I have to go back and prepare for the college entrance examination. We'll meet again if we're destined to. Commander Zhao Feng watched Ling Tian, Shenyu, and Xuanning leave with a smile on his face. It won't be long. We'll see each other soon. Then I'll give you a surprise. He knew that Yunnan and Yunnan Province would hold the Western Joint Baseline examination the day after tomorrow, and he would be responsible for security at the examination center. Ling Tian, such an outstanding candidate, would definitely participate in this exam. Arriving in Yunqing, Shenyu and Ling Tian went to the Education Bureau to register. Shenyu's mission was complete, and it was time to say goodbye. Shenyu looked at Ling Tian with reluctance, and finally couldn't help but ask, Ling Tian, which university do you plan to go to after the college entrance examination? Ling Tian answered without hesitation, Longdu University. Longdu. After Shenyu got the answer, a sweet and bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. Junior brother, see you at Longdu University. It seemed like this was the first time Ling Tian had seen Shenyu smile so brightly. The smile of this icy beauty was surprisingly captivating. Shenyu shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, and she quickly turned and ran away. Looking at Shenyu's hurriedly leaving back, Ling Tian's eyes were also filled with a bit of obsession. Boy, everyone has gone far away. Why are you still staring at me? A voice brought Ling Tian back from his thoughts. A middle-aged man came over. It was Feng Ming, the director of the Yunqing Education Bureau. Ling Tian greeted with a smile. Hello, Uncle Feng. Feng Ming stared at Ling Tian in shock because he could clearly feel the strong blood and energy surging in Ling Tian's body and the hot airwaves surrounding him. Wow, it's only been 2 days, and your strength has increased again. I'm afraid you've opened up 95 meridians this time, right? Ling Tian smiled and responded, about the same. After receiving the answer, Feng Ming was even more shocked. The smile on his face could not hide his excitement. 95 meridians. If you place in the top 3 in tomorrow's Western Joint Preliminary Examination, you should have no problem getting the qualification to practice in the True Yang Spirit Pool. Ling Tian nodded without saying anything more. If Director Feng Ming were here tomorrow, he would certainly see how powerful he was now. Uncle Feng Ming, by the way, this time when I went to the Great Wilderness Mountain, I accidentally got 5 marrow cleansing pills and took 3. I wonder if you can help me deal with the rest. Previously in the secret realm, Ling Tian had obtained 4 marrow cleansing pills and had already taken 3, leaving 1. Xin Feng also obtained 3, but due to lack of time, he only took 2 before being killed by Ling Tian. Now, Ling Tian still had 2 marrow cleansing pills in his possession. Marrow cleansing pill? Feng Ming was stunned and asked in disbelief, are you sure it's a marrow cleansing pill? The kind that's comparable to a B-grade marrow cleansing fluid, but easier to absorb and refine than a B-grade marrow cleansing fluid? That's right. Ling Tian directly took out the mahogany box containing the marrow cleansing pill and handed it to Feng Ming. As soon as the box was opened, the rich aroma of the elixir wafted into Feng Ming's nose, making him feel intoxicated, as if all the pores in his body were relaxed. Feng Ming looked at the marrow cleansing pill in the box and shouted excitedly, it really is the marrow cleansing pill. He finally understood why Ling Tian had undergone a complete transformation in just 2 days. It turned out that he had obtained this great opportunity and obtained the marrow cleansing pill. Feng Ming said tremblingly, Ling Tian, can you sell me one of these marrow cleansing pills? Ling Tian smiled faintly, Uncle Feng, you are too polite. Didn't I borrow 30 chi boosting pills from you before? I'll return this marrow cleansing pill to you. The rest is my thanks to Uncle Feng for taking care of me. Are you serious? Feng Ming shuddered, staring at Ling Tian. He'd been stuck at Earth Grade 1 for 2 full years. If he swallowed this marrow cleansing pill, he was confident he could break through 2 levels in a row and reach Earth Grade 3. Of course it's true. Do you think I'm kidding you? If Uncle Feng doesn't accept me, then he's treating me like an outsider. Seeing Ling Tian's serious expression, Feng Ming was sure that he was not lying. Feng Ming nodded and said, if that's the case, I'd be being hypocritical if I refused. Don't worry, Ling Tian. I won't let you down with the remaining marrow cleansing pill and will sell it to you at a good price. Thank you so much, Uncle Feng. The two chatted for a while before leaving. Feng Ming's eyes were filled with admiration and emotion as he watched Ling Tian's receding figure. I was right about Ling Tian. Initially, Feng Ming simply thought Ling Tian was incredibly talented and worthy of help, but he never expected Ling Tian to repay his kindness with such a small helping hand. After leaving the Education Bureau, Ling Tian didn't return home, but went straight to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Xuanning followed quietly, concealing her presence. Ling Tian was also quite surprised by Xuanning. He had assumed she had been dormant in the secret realm for years, incompatible with the human world. Now he realized he was wrong. Xuanning had slept in the secret realm for 3,000 years, awakening when the blue star's anomalous spiritual energy revived. Since then, she has often transformed into a human form, wandering the human world, and has become extremely familiar with it. Ling Tian, what are we doing here? Revenge. Ling Tian spat out those two cold words, his murderous intent suddenly erupting. The surrounding space instantly felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar, as if even the air had frozen. Even Xuanning, a ferocious emperor-level beast, felt the discomfort. She stared at Ling Tian in amazement. How could a would-be warrior exude such terrifying murderous aura? Xuanning couldn't understand how Ling Tian had cultivated such terrifying murderous intent. Ling Tian waited quietly. His obsession with the Jidao twin eyes was due to his need for them to control people's hearts. The power of his left eye could influence the will of others, and with it, his revenge plan could proceed smoothly. At 6 in the afternoon, a square-faced law enforcer with a buzz cut drove out of the enforcement bureau. His name was Huang Hai, a 5th-level Huang-level warrior. A few days ago, he and Meng Haiyun had brought Ling Tian to the enforcement bureau. Instead of returning to the hotel as usual, Huang Hai walked toward a blind spot in the parking lot where the surveillance cameras were located. He said calmly, "Come out. You've been following me since the hotel. Aren't you tired?" As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared. They were Ling Tian and Xuanning. Huang Hai was stunned when he saw Ling Tian, and then showed a hint of contempt. "Is it you, boy?" Ling Tian looked at Huang Hai coldly and said calmly, "Captain Huang, what about the forged evidence? Let me guess, you tampered with the car that Zhao Kuan died in, right? There are my footprints on the brakes, right?" Hearing this, Huang Hai was shocked and stared at Ling Tian in horror. For the past 2 days, he had been responsible for fabricating evidence that Ling Tian had killed Zhao Kuan, and he was the one who made the footprints. How could Ling Tian know this? Huang Hai quickly regained his composure. "Boy, you really dare to come to me." Huang Hai smiled easily, took off his coat, and elegantly draped it over the hood of a car. He said calmly, "I've already thought of the headline for tomorrow's Yuncheng News: Murderer destroys evidence, following law enforcer Huang Hai. Huang Hai shot dead genius high school student, psychopathic murderer Ling Tian. What do you think?" Huang Hai's face was full of joking, as if he had already decided to defeat Ling Tian. In Huang Hai's eyes, Ling Tian was at best a quasi-warrior. Even with dual S rank and 8 abilities, he was still just a student who hadn't even reached the yellow rank realm. A dignified 5th level yellow rank warrior would have no problem defeating Ling Tian. Ling Tian, however, was dismissive, his face gloomy as he approached Huang Hai step by step. Huang Hai sneered, "Boy, I admire your courage, then prepare to die." Instantly, waves of energy surged through Huang Hai's body, and the warrior's true essence entwined his form. Layers of energy formed, the impact causing Huang Hai's clothes to flutter. Huang Hai shouted confidently, "Die." He lunged forward quickly, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His fist launched into a powerful blast, its wind surging, and it seemed as if it were covered in a yellow gauntlet. However, at that moment, Ling Tian raised his hand and punched out simultaneously. 9 extreme heavenly fire erupted and wrapped around his fist. Ling Tian's seemingly random punch suddenly collided with Huang Hai's fist in a flash. Huang Hai's face was filled with disdain. Seeing Ling Tian actually wanting to confront him head-on, he said coldly, "You're looking for death." Huang Hai hadn't even finished his words when he felt Ling Tian's 9 extremes heavenly fire instantly melt his true essence. A tremendous force surged through his arm, instantly breaking it at an extremely exaggerated angle. Severe pain washed over him, and he couldn't help but let out a heartbreaking roar. However, Ling Tian's fist did not stop and hit Huang Hai's abdomen directly, hitting him hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, Huang Hai immediately felt as if his stomach had been pierced and his internal energy surged. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and the clothes on his stomach were burned with a big hole by the 9 extreme heavenly fire. Huang Hai was so shocked that his face turned pale, his whole body was shaking, he lost all his strength and fell to his knees. "Why, you?" Before he could finish his words, Ling Tian grabbed his face and lifted him up. The 9 extreme skyfire in his palm continued to burn Huang Hai's face. Huang Hai roared in agony, his heart awash with turmoil. He was clearly a level 5 yellow level law enforcer, yet now he was no match for Ling Tian, a mere 17-year-old high school student. He endured the pain and tried to threaten Ling Tian, shouting, "Ling Tian, I am a law enforcer and Captain Meng Haiyun's man. If you kill me, she..." Before he could finish his words, Huang Hai was stunned, his heart filled with despair, and a fear that surged from the depths of his soul gripped him tightly. Ling Tian's left eye turned into a colorful vortex, and an essential oppression enveloped Huang Hai, making him completely desperate. Huang Hai felt as if his soul was being sucked into the vortex. Control the mind. This is the power of Ling Tian Jideo's left eye, which can enslave people with weaker mental strength than itself and completely control their minds. His pupils quickly lost their luster, becoming empty and lifeless. After staring at Ling Tian for about a minute, Ling Tian let him go, and his eyes regained their luster. The moment Ling Tian Tian let go of Huang Hai. Huang Hai knelt on one knee without hesitation, his eyes so pious as if Ling Tian had become the supreme god in his heart. Ling Tian had already planted a spiritual mark in Huang Hai's mind, completely changing his thinking. Unless Huang Hai's spiritual power exceeded Ling Tian's tenfold, he would never be able to escape his control. Huff, huff, huff. Ling Tian, breathless, collapsed to the ground, sweat streaking his forehead. After all, controlling another's mind was no easy feat. Fortunately, the energy he had wasted when he swallowed the Xianling spiritual fluid had been retained within him. While it didn't increase his mental strength, it did allow him to quickly recover it. Xuanning, standing by, was completely bewildered. Although her master had also awakened the SS-level spiritual pupil technique, that ability was more focused on insight and combat, far less versatile than Ling Tian Ji Dao's twin pupils. If Ling Tian grows to be as powerful as her master in the future, she might even be enslaved without knowing it. Ling Tian looked at Huang Hai and said, "Tell me, how have you and Meng Haiyun been targeting me these past few days?" Huang Hai nodded respectfully. "Master, in order to deal with you, Meng Haiyun has already established connections with the Yundian Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, as well as the Yunqing Divine Court. At the same time, she contacted 21 Yunqing forensic experts and fabricated evidence of your murder. Among the witnesses was your father, with whom Meng Haiyun had also been in contact." Hearing Huang Hai's words, Ling Tian's expression darkened. A fierce killing intent blazed in his eyes, a killing intent that felt like 1,000-year-old ice, causing Huang Hai to tremble uncontrollably. Here we go again. Even Xuanning was surprised. She was a powerful beast emperor, equivalent to a human martial emperor, yet she was actually afraid of the murderous intent of Ling Tian, a quasi-martial artist. Huang Hai suppressed his inner fear and continued, "Master, Meng Haiyun has gone to the provincial capital and found the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. I estimate that in 3 days at most, they will come to Yunqing to try you." Upon hearing the news, Ling Tian remained extremely calm because everything was under his control. "For the next few days, you will stay with Meng Haiyun and collect all the evidence of her violations, illegalities, and crimes for me." Huang Hai nodded in response. Ling Tian's killing intent grew stronger, his eyes filled with excitement. In his previous life, Meng Haiyun colluded with the 3 presiding judges of the Yunqing court and 21 identification experts to forge evidence, frame him as a murderer, and send him to prison. And 3 days later, those enemies, people from the Court of Justice, law enforcers from the Criminal Division of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and identification experts, will all gather at the Yunqing Court of Justice. Ling Tian's heart was filled with murderous intent. 3 days, I will wait for you for 3 days. After 3 days, you will all die. Yunqing, Yunshan number 1 Villa. Ling Tian walked towards the Yun family, accompanied by a slender beauty wearing a mask. That beauty was none other than the seven-tailed fox Xuanning. The reason Xuanning wears a mask is that she is too beautiful. If she appears in a crowd, she will easily get into trouble. Ling Tian looked at the 2 messages received on his mobile phone and felt quite satisfied. After returning to Yunqing, I had good luck and received good news one after another. One of the pieces of news was from his grandfather. He told Ling Tian that the true killer of Zhao Koan had been found and would be brought to Yunqing within 3 days. By then, when the real murderer appears, no matter how Meng Haiyun and those experts forge evidence, it will be useless. Another good news is that Ling Tian's marrow cleansing pill was bought by a wealthy businessman in the provincial capital for a high price of 60 million as soon as the sale was announced. This surprised Ling Tian a little, because he originally estimated the value at 55 million, but he didn't expect it to be sold for 5 million more. Director Fong Ming directly transferred 60 million to Ling Tian's account. With this money, Ling Tian can leave the Ling family, buy a house of his own, and live in peace. In the Ling family, apart from his grandfather, no one was kind to him. No one liked him, and even his father helped Meng Haiyun to slander him and put him in jail. Ling Tian didn't want to stay in this disgusting place for even a single day. Coming back is just to pack up and prepare to leave. Back in the room, Ling Tian began to pack his luggage. After a while, everything was packed. Looking at the huge suitcase, he said helplessly, "It would be great if I had a space-related ability so I could put it directly into the storage space. It seems like it's time to find a space-related ability." Just as Ling Tian was about to leave with his luggage, he felt hostile glances from all around as he walked into the living room. In the living room, his cousin Ling Kuan and cousin Ling Shui looked at him with a sneer, their eyes full of gloating. On the sofa in front of them sat 2 middle-aged men. They looked similar, with a dignified temperament, slightly bulging temples, and a strong blood energy emanating from them. The 2 men were wearing suits, but they exuded the majestic aura of superiors. They are the top masters of Yunqing. One is at the 9th level of the heavenly grade, and the other is at the 7th level of the heavenly grade. The man at the 9th level of the heavenly grade was Ling Tian's father, Ling Hansheng. The man at the 7th level of the heavenly grade was his second uncle, Ling Hanyu. Ling Tian was too lazy to pay attention to them and prepared to leave with Xuanning, carrying his things. "Ling Tian, stop!" Ling Hansheng shouted angrily, seeing that Ling Tian dared to ignore him. The roar contained true energy and echoed in the living room. The sound waves exploded and directly shocked everyone in the Ling family, causing their minds to waver.
Anything?
Ling Tian stared at Ling Hancheng coldly and spoke lightly.
Ling Hancheng was stunned by Ling Tian's arrogant attitude.
Normally, Ling Tian was extremely afraid of him, but today he was so brazen, not even taking him seriously.
Well,
Ling Hancheng shouted okay twice in a row, with a hint of disdain in his tone.
Have you grown wings? You don't even call me dad when you see me? Ling Tian sneered and was too lazy to say anything more.
Once upon a time, Ling Tian considered his father one of the most important people in his life. But ever since his mother disappeared, Ling Hancheng has become a completely different person, constantly slandering his mother for eloping with a stranger and even calling Ling Tian a bastard born from his mother and another man. Ling Tian calls Ling Hancheng father, but he never even looks him in the eye. Ling Tian turned to Xuanning and said, "Let's go." Xuanning nodded and followed closely. Ling Kuan was furious and rushed forward, blocking Ling Tian.
Ling Tian, you bastard, didn't you hear what your uncle said? He told you to. Bang!
Before he could finish his words, Ling Tian raised his hand and slapped it hard, with a sound of breaking air. Ling Kuan's facial features twisted instantly, his feet flew backward 7 or 8 meters into the air, and he hit the wall heavily.
Spider web-like cracks immediately appeared on the wall. Wow!
Ling Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and lost the ability to move. "You little bastard, you're looking for death!" Ling Hanyu roared, and the Ling family immediately exploded. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. No one expected that he would be so courageous as to beat Ling Kuan in front of Ling Hancheng and Ling Hanyu. Ling Hancheng stared at Ling Tian intently and demanded angrily, "Ling Tian, you are so audacious.
Do you still have me as your father?"
Hearing this, Ling Tian laughed instead of getting angry. "Good question, then I'll be frank, no.
Grandpa's not here today, so I'll make this clear.
I, Ling Tian, will sever my father-son relationship with Ling Hancheng from today." The sound was sonorous and powerful, and echoed clearly all around.
What? Everyone was stunned, even Ling Hancheng was surprised.
Who would have thought that the once timid and cowardly Ling Tian would actually dare to say such cruel words as severing the father-son relationship?
Ha ha ha. Ling Hancheng was so angry that he laughed out loud. Ling Tian, are you trying to scare me? Do you really think you've grown so powerful? Are you sure you want to sever the father-son relationship with me? Don't forget, your current
strength is all thanks to your grandfather secretly using the Ling family's resources to help you.
Without me, Ling Hancheng, could you awaken dual element talents? Without me, could you become the top high school student in the country?
Hearing these words, Ling Tian almost laughed out of anger, thinking that he could even hear such nonsense.
Ling Hancheng, don't be so self-righteous. My grandfather did help me, but what about you? Have you ever treated me like a son all these years? Have you ever cared about my grades? Have you ever used a bottle of marrow cleansing fluid on me? Even that loser Ling Kuan took 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid in his 2nd year of high school, and I didn't even take a single drop. The grievance and anger in Ling Tian's heart erupted like a volcano.
Ling Shui and Ling Kuan have never had to worry about food and clothing since they were young, but what about me?
When Grandpa was in a coma, I couldn't even have a full meal. When Ling Shui and Ling Kuan accused me of stealing, did you ever ask me a question? Do you have any other feelings besides beating me?
Ling Kuan said that my grades were at the bottom of the class at school.
Did you understand? Since I can remember, have you ever given me a smile or a glimmer of warmth? I was slandered by the school for murder, and instead of helping me find the murderer, you wanted me to go to jail. Ling Tian had wanted to question Ling Hancheng about these things in his previous life, but he never had the chance. Now, he couldn't stand it any longer. Tell me, is someone like you worthy of being my father? Ling Hancheng, if you still have any manly integrity, sever your father-son relationship with me today. This way I can respect you a little more. Every word Ling Tian said was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone was confused. Ling Hancheng demanded angrily, "Boy, are you really determined to sever your father-son relationship with me? You have to understand that you are where you are today thanks to the Ling family, and thanks to me, your father." Ling Tian sneered in response, "Go away. My achievements today have nothing to do with you." He found it extremely funny. If he hadn't traveled through time, relying on his memories from his past life, he would have been defeated by Mang Haiyun in the Law Enforcement Bureau long ago. If Ling Tian could really rely on Ling Hancheng, how could he be framed and imprisoned in his previous life? At this moment, he just felt that Ling Hancheng was extremely shameless and his face was so thick that it was disgusting. Ling Hancheng gnashed his teeth in anger. All right, that's what you said. Ling Tian, don't regret it. I'm going to tell the entire Yunqing right now that you and I are no longer father and son. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Ling family. I don't regret it. Ling Tian replied firmly. Ling Hancheng sneered, full of confidence. No, you will definitely regret it. Once you leave the Ling family, you will find that without the support of the Ling family, you can't take a single step forward. Sooner or later, you will come to me crying and beg me to let you go back. In Ling Tian's eyes, his words were nothing but the arrogance of a fool. Ling Tian ignored him and turned to leave. Stop! Ling Hancheng shouted. Since you are no longer a member of our Ling family,
there is one thing that belongs to the Ling family that must be left behind.
Ling Tian stared at him coldly. What do you want?
Ling Hancheng said calmly, you know exactly what your grandfather gave you on the day he recovered from his injuries.
Hand it over.
Ling Tian immediately understood that he was talking about the marrow washing fluid and the token that his grandfather had given him, and it was obvious that Ling Hancheng wanted the token.
Ling Tian sneered. Grandpa gave me that token, so of course it's mine.
Why should I give it to you? What right do you have to take it back?
Even if I have to take it back, it should be Grandpa.
Call Grandpa now, and if he agrees, I'll return it to you immediately.
Ling Hancheng was stunned. If his grandfather was really willing to give it to him, why would he come to Ling Tian to ask for it?
With a look of disdain on his face, Ling Tian prepared to leave.
Stop right there, little bastard.
With a roar, Ling Hancheng's whole body aura burst out, the pressure of a 9th-level heavenly master swept out, and his true energy surged. At the same time, he released his A-level innate ability, 6 Young True Fire. The scorching flames wrapped around his whole body. The powerful sense of oppression made everyone in the Ling family feel terrified, and cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of their backs. However, Ling Tian remained as calm as ever and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Watching Ling Tian continue to walk out of the Ling family, Ling Hancheng roared, I'll stop him. 2 yellow level 3 Ling family bodyguards immediately rushed forward, releasing their true energy, and their aura surged.
Everyone thought Ling Tian was just a quasi-warrior, and these 2 yellow level 3rd level warriors could easily deal with him.
Ling Tian roared angrily, raised his hand instantly, and extended his arm rapidly at an astonishing speed. Before the two could react, Ling Tian's hands were already pressing on their faces. The terrifying power emanating from his fingertips made the two men feel as if their faces were about to be crushed. Ling Tian took a bow step and rumbled. In an instant, the two men were pressed on the face and slammed heavily to the ground.
Gravel flew everywhere and the heads of the 2 yellow-level warriors sank directly into the ground.
What? Everyone was stunned in shock. Even Ling Hancheng couldn't hide his surprise. Ling Tian was only 17 years old and still a high school student, but he didn't even use his innate abilities and he easily killed 2 yellow-level warriors in seconds. How strong will he be after he breaks through to become a yellow-level warrior?
Xuanning showed an impatient look and sent a telepathic message to Ling Tian. Ling Tian, is he really your father? He treats you badly, and even steals your things. How can such a person be worthy of being someone else's father? Do you want me to help you deal with him?
Ling Tian shook his head.
No, give my grandfather some face.
While everyone was still shocked by Ling Tian's strength, Ling Tian stared at Ling Hancheng coldly.
Ling Hancheng,
today, for Grandpa's sake, I won't bother with you, but if you dare to stop me again, even if you were once my father, I won't tolerate you. Ling Tian's resounding voice clearly reached everyone's ears, leaving them completely stunned. He looked at Ling Tian as if he were a madman. It was true that Ling Tian was indeed the best among his peers, almost unbeatable, but he was facing Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng, a 9th-level heavenly rank warrior, was known as the best in Yunqing and was only one step away from becoming a martial arts master.
Ling Tian actually dared to threaten him, which made everyone think he was crazy.
Ling Hancheng was instantly enraged. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he was completely overwhelmed by anger.
Little bastard, today I'm going to see why you don't spoil me.
Accompanied by roars and heat waves, the flames of the 6 Young True Fire instantly swept across the entire Ling family. Ling Hancheng condensed the 6 Young True Fire, transforming it into a flaming blade that was 4 or 5 meters long.
The fiercely burning flames made the entire Ling family seem like a huge furnace.
He swung his sword towards Ling Tian, and flames rushed towards Ling Tian with the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Ling Tian stood coldly with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of disdain.
Everyone thought Ling Tian must have been frightened by Ling Hancheng.
After all, Ling Hancheng had awakened an A-level talent and was a 9th-level heavenly level expert, so killing him would be easy. Court death. Seeing that Ling Hancheng's attack was about to hit, Xuanning beside Ling Tian spoke disdainfully and punched out casually.
In a flash, the fist hit the huge flaming blade.
Accompanied by a muffled sound, sparks flew and the 6 Young True Fire dissipated instantly. What? Everyone at the scene was stunned for a moment. The attack that was enough to threaten the innate master was actually broken by a punch from the masked woman next to Ling Tian. However, Xuanning did not stop and continued to punch Ling Hancheng's vital points.
The punch penetrated deeply into Ling Hancheng's abdomen.
He suddenly felt as if his stomach was pierced and his internal organs were shattered.
Wow!
He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he became weak and powerless, his legs went soft, and he almost fell to his knees.
Xuanning's face was full of disdain.
She reached out and grabbed Ling Hancheng's neck, then lifted him up like a piece of trash. Big brother. Seeing this, Ling Tian's second uncle Ling Hanyu yelled and wanted to help.
Anyone who dares to move will die. Xuanning's icy voice carried endless murderous intent, sweeping across the entire Ling family.
When everyone heard this, their hearts tightened, as if an invisible sharp blade had pierced their hearts, and they were stunned for a moment. Xuanning's aura was so terrifying that no one dared to act rashly.
Xuanning stared coldly at Ling Hancheng. Boy, you killed Ling Tian right under my nose? nose? Do you think I, your protector, don't exist? Xuanning looked only about 20 years old, but she was actually a great demon who had lived for thousands of years. Calling Ling Hansheng boy felt perfectly natural. Master Xiantian. At this moment, Ling Hanyu couldn't help but yell. What? Grandmaster? Everyone finally understood. You know, Ling Hansheng was known as the best master in Cloud City. With a 9th level heavenly grade cultivation and supernatural talent, his combat power was almost close to the Xiantian Grandmaster realm. Now that he was defeated in a single blow, it was clear that Xuanning was at least a Xiantian Grandmaster. As for being even stronger, no one dares to imagine it. Yunqing doesn't even have a congenital master in normal times, and even the strongest person in the provincial capital of Yundian province is only a king of the true martial realm. They had not dared to believe that Xuanning was a powerful being above the level of an 8 Grandmaster. Now I finally understand why Ling Tian can be so arrogant, because he has an innate master level strongman by his side. Even 10 Ling Hanshengs would not be a match for such a strong man. Xuanning looked at Ling Hansheng coldly and spat in his face without any hesitation. It might have been a bit impolite, but the contempt in her expression was obvious. However, Xuanning is a ferocious beast after all, not an ordinary person. Xuanning stared at Ling Tian and asked, Ling Tian, are you going to kill him? Ling Tian shook his head, looking at Ling Hansheng with disappointment in his eyes. Forget it, he's my father after all. A man who can't even check if his wife has left him is a complete loser and poses no threat to me. Let's go. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Xuanning nodded, then threw Ling Hansheng out like throwing away garbage, and then left lightly with Ling Tian. The voices of Ling Tian and Xuanning's conversation still echoed at the doorway. Ling Tian, is he really your father? I remember my father sacrificed his life to protect me when I was a child, but your father wants to kill you instead. How can such a person be worthy of being a father? So, he's not my dad at all. The conversation between the two angered Ling Hansheng, and he roared angrily, asshole, asshole, asshole. The roar echoed throughout the Ling family, and the murderous aura made everyone in the Ling family tremble all over. Ling Tian's words before he left stung him deeply. Ling Tian's mother had left the Ling family, and Ling Hansheng was well aware of this. The Han family, one of the 5 super families in Longdu, was involved in this. Before this, someone from the Han family personally came to warn Ling Hansheng not to go look for Ling Tian's mother. The Han family, one of the 5 major families in Longhua, has trillions of assets and is a top overlord family with powerful martial emperors. It can destroy the Ling family with just one breath. Therefore, Ling Hansheng did not have the courage to look for Ling Tian's mother. Ling Tian's words just now undoubtedly touched his sore spot. Ling Hansheng's eyes grew increasingly fierce. Ling Tian, I want you to know that without the Ling family, you are nothing. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for what you did to me today. After saying that, he made a phone call. Captain Meng Haiyun, we need to talk about Ling Tian. He quickly called another person, Director Wang. Tomorrow the Yunnan Province Western Joint Baseline Test will be held. After Ling Tian left the Ling family, he quickly calmed down and talked to Xuanning about the grievances he had suffered in the Ling family in the past. Xuanning also felt very sympathetic towards Ling Tian. Although Ling Tian had parents, he had never felt their love and care. Even she, a fierce beast, had received love from her parents. The next day came in a flash. Ling Tian was staying in a hotel last night when his cell phone rang. Ling Tian picked up the phone. Hello? A familiar voice came. Student Ling Tian, do you still remember me? Commander Zhao Feng? Ling Tian responded in surprise. Yes, it's me. Congratulations, Ling Tian. Ling Tian was stunned and asked in confusion. Commander Zhao Feng, what are you congratulating me for? Zhao Feng said, I've already reported your previous assistance to our military, and they've decided to award you the rank of honorary second lieutenant. I've noticed you use a genuine sword technique, so I've applied for a C-rank sword for you. I'll be in charge of tomorrow's joint placement test, and I'll give you the reward when we meet in the exam hall. I didn't expect there would be such a benefit. Oh, I wanted to keep a low profile, but I'm afraid I'll have to pretend to be cool in front of my classmates again. This morning, the playground of Yunqing No. 1 High School was unusually lively. Today is the day for the Western United Preliminary Examination. It's him. Yunqing No. 1 High School, as the school with the best educational performance in the city, had 5 students qualified to take the joint assessment test. Look, it's Ling Tian. At this time, all the students in the school burst into cheers and shouted excitedly. I saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall and handsome walking slowly towards me. He exuded powerful confidence and a strong energy, and his every move revealed an aura of strength that did not belong to a high school student. The students shouted excitedly, Ling Tian is so handsome. Why didn't I realize he was so handsome before? TSK, you just realized Ling Tian is so handsome? If Ling Koan, Lu Ruyan, Zhao Koan and the others hadn't slandered Ling Tian before, he would have been a big shot in the school long ago. Ling Tian, I want to have a baby with you. The girls screamed wildly. Even the boys were excited. When someone's excellence makes them feel desperate, they are no longer jealous but only admire him. Ling Tian, I'm going to suck your dick. Seeing everyone so crazy crazy. Even Ling Tian felt a little shy and introverted. Principal Zhu stood on the podium and cleared his throat. Everyone, be quiet. Director Wang, the leader of this baseline test, has arrived. Director Wang is the deputy director of the Education Bureau. He will serve as the leader of this joint baseline test and will lead students from 17 high schools in Yunqing to take the test. Director Wang walked onto the stage and announced in a steady voice, "I will now announce the candidates for the baseline test. If you hear your name, please gather behind me." The places for the placement test are provided by the schools and the Education Bureau makes the final selection. Therefore, even the school itself does not know which 5 people the first Wu High School will send to participate in the joint examination. But everyone knew in their hearts that Ling Tian must be among them. After all, Ling Tian is the top high school student in the country. If he doesn't go, who else can go? The team was originally led by Fong Ming, the director of Yunqi City Education Bureau. However, Fong Ming left Yunqing yesterday afternoon due to some urgent matters. The responsibility of leading the team this time naturally fell on Deputy Director Wang Gang. Deputy Director Wang Gang said, "First up, the top student class, Zhao Yang." Hearing Zhao Yang's name, everyone walked out of the crowd. Zhao Yang walked towards the podium with a long sword in his hand, while his eyes swept towards Ling Tian in the crowd. Then he raised his thumb and pointed downwards, full of provocation. But in Ling Tian's eyes, Zhao Yang is just a clown. During the potential test a few days ago, Zhao Yang was easily defeated by him. Now Ling Tian's strength has greatly increased, and Zhao Yang is no match for him. However, Zhao Yang was extremely confident. After returning home that day, he told his father Zhao Ziming about what happened with Ling Tian. Zhao Ziming spent a lot of money to buy B-level and C-level marrow washing fluid at a price 8 million higher than the market price. Helped Zhao Yang break through and successfully opened up 88 meridians. Zhao Yang firmly believes that Ling Tian is no longer his opponent. Isn't this Zhao Yang? I thought the first one would be Ling Tian. Look at his arrogance. He's Ling Tian's loser at best. I understand. As the strongest, Ling Tian must be the last to appear. The protagonist always makes the final appearance. Everyone was talking, but Zhao Yang ignored them and stared at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, with me here, you won't even be able to pass the first level of the exam. Listening to Zhao Yang's words, Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and was too lazy to pay attention. Deputy Director Wang Gang continued to shout, "Top scoring class, Li Tao. Top scoring class, Zhang Yi. Top scoring class, Sun Hao." He called out the names of 4 people in succession. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Tian. Everyone thought that the last spot belonged to him. Deputy Director Wang Gang announced loudly, "Top scorer class, Li Bo." What? There was an uproar at the scene, and even Principal Zhu was stunned. Everyone thought the last spot was for Ling Tian, but now his name is not there. What's going on? Why can't I see Ling Tian? Principal Zhu frowned and asked Director Wang, "Director Wang, did you make a mistake?" Deputy Director Wang Gang remained calm and responded calmly, "Yes, these are the 5 students who took the baseline test this time." "How is that possible? Who is it?" Principal Zhu and all the teachers and students in the school shouted in shock. Ling Tian's expression also turned gloomy. He knew very well that this must have been the work of his enemies, and Meng Haiyun and the others would definitely intervene. Apart from them, the only people who had opinions about him were from the Ling family. Ling Tian stared at Director Wang with a sneer, anger surging in his heart. "Director Wang, you must be mistaken. How could Ling Tian not be included? Ling Tian is the top-ranked candidate in the country. The spot should belong to him." Principal Zhu said anxiously, and everyone echoed, "Yes, Ling Tian should definitely be there." Director Wang shook his head. "I'm not mistaken. There is indeed no Ling Tian. This person is responsible for a murder. We learned from the Law Enforcement Bureau that there is over a 70% chance that Ling Tian is the murderer. How could we allow a murderer to take the joint exam?" Director Wang's words were like thunder, echoing throughout the entire venue. Ling Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Good, good, good. His laughter was earth-shaking, and then a terrifying aura burst out from his whole body. "Wang Gang, I didn't expect you to start playing tricks when Director Fong Ming isn't here. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey becomes king. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Meng Haiyun, or that loser Ling Hancheng?" Wang Gang was immediately furious. "How dare you talk to me like that? And what's the point of calling Ling Hancheng useless? He's your father. It seems I was right not to let you take the Western Union proficiency test. How could a rubbish murderer like you be qualified to go?" Ling Tian smiled instantly. He considered himself unfilial, which almost confirmed who was behind it. Ling Tian quickly calmed down. "Wang Gang, have you thought it through? Can you afford the consequences?" Wang Gang was stunned and stared at Ling Tian. He simply couldn't understand how Ling Tian could dare to threaten him. "Little bastard, if it weren't for the fact that you're a top-ranked student, I would have disqualified you from the college entrance exam long ago. I'm putting my words here. I won't let you go. I'll bear any consequences." Ling Tian was also furious, and retorted coldly, "Old dog, you said it. I want you to kneel down in front of the whole school and beg me to take the joint exam." "What? As soon as the words came out, all the teachers and students in the school were stunned, their faces filled with confusion and surprise. Who could have imagined that Ling Tian could be so arrogant? Wang Gang was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, and Ling Tian actually called him an old dog, but everyone felt happy. Wang Gang was simply blind, a top-ranked high school student recognized by the Ministry of Education. If you don't let him take the joint entrance examination, isn't that harming others and yourself? Even Principal Zhu was amused. After all, the better Ling Tian's grades were, the more rewards and promotion opportunities he would get as the principal. Wang Gang's actions were simply hindering the development of the school. Wang Gang was also furious. You little bastard. You are really defying God. Your father is right. You are an ungrateful wolf. A waste. Zhao Kuan was killed by you. Just wait. The law enforcement agencies will deal with you. Although Wang Gang, the deputy director, was angry, he did not dare to take action in front of everyone and could only verbally humiliate Ling Tian. Little bastard. I, Wang Gang, am telling you right here today. Even if the sky falls, I will never ask you to take the joint entrance exam. Wang Gang's words were so powerful that they echoed throughout the school. Everyone was furious, realizing that Wang Gang was deliberately targeting Ling Tian. However, Director Fang Ming was not in Yuncheng, so Wang Gang was the only one who could decide whether Ling Tian could take the joint exam. Ling Tian sneered, walked straight to the podium, found a chair and sat down, his eyes full of disdain. Wang Gang, I'm waiting for you to beg me. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly, thinking that Ling Tian must have been furious with Wang Gang. How could Wang Gang, the deputy director of the Yuncheng Education Bureau, possibly ask Ling Tian for help? Wang Gang glanced at Ling Tian coldly, as if he were an idiot. It's getting late, let's go. Principal Zhu looked at Ling Tian sitting on the podium in the playground, reluctant to leave, and earnestly advised him, Ling Tian, go back to class. Don't worry, I will definitely report this matter. When the time comes, I will have Wang Gang and the person in charge of the joint examination give you a reasonable explanation. Ling Tian was still full of confidence. Principal Zhu, he will definitely come and beg me to take the exam. Principal Zhu listened, his face full of sympathy, and shook his head. If you like staying here, then stay. After saying that, he left with a group of students. After all, everyone had to prepare for the college entrance examination, and no one could stay with Ling Tian on the playground to wait for Wang Gang. After everyone left, Xuaning's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ling Tian, it's obvious that your father is targeting you. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Ling Tian shook his head, unconcerned. I know he's behind all this, but he's just a clown. 60 miles north of Yuncheng lies the seat of the Yunnan Western Theater Command. This was also the venue for the Yunnan Western Joint Preliminary Examination. There is a trial maze in the war zone, which is filled with many mechanical beasts made with modern technology, with strength ranging from level 1 to level 2. The trial maze consists of 20 levels. When training warriors, they will be asked to enter the mechanical maze and fight against mechanical beasts. At this moment, the military training square in the Western Theater Command was bustling with activity. Wang Gang, deputy director of the Yuncheng Education Bureau, brought 17 students to the square. This time, there are a total of 1,000 students taking part in the joint baseline test. Everyone waited with bated breath for the preliminary exam to begin. Those who placed in the top 3 would have the opportunity to travel to the provincial capital and cultivate in the True Yang spiritual spring. Even masters at the Xiantian realm rarely enter this spring to cultivate. For high school seniors across the province, this was undoubtedly the most precious opportunity before the college entrance exam. Once they could cultivate in the True Yang spiritual spring, their strength would surely soar. Just then, the broadcast on the martial arts square sounded. Please be quiet. The once bustling square suddenly fell silent, so still you could hear a pin drop. Then, the iron-blooded warriors of the battle zone lined up around the perimeter with solemn expressions. 2 men in uniforms walked onto the high platform of the martial arts square, emitting a strong aura of blood. One of them was a 9th-level Earth rank expert, while the other was a 3rd-level Heaven rank expert. If Ling Tian were present, he would have recognized at a glance that the 9th-level Earth rank expert was none other than the 1-star Commander Zhao Feng, whom he had previously encountered during his battle with the ferocious beast. The 3rd-level Heaven rank expert beside him was Gao Feng, the 2-star commander and supreme leader of the Western War Zone of Cloud City. These 2 leaders were responsible for the baseline test, assessing the scores and ensuring the safety of the students. Leader Gao Feng stood on the podium, picked up the microphone and said, Dear students, welcome to this Western Joint Preliminary Examination. I hope you all achieve good results. This is also a great opportunity to change your destiny before the college entrance examination. Please cherish it. After hearing Commander Gao Feng's words, everyone was eager to try. Zhao Yang, in particular, was convinced that with the 88 meridians he had now opened, he would be able to break into the top 3 and gain the qualification to cultivate in the True Yang Spirit Spring. He knew that the gap between him and Ling Tian would only widen. Commander Gao Feng then spoke. Before the joint placement test begins, I have something to announce. announce. Confusion flashed across everyone's eyes. Commander Gaofeng continued, just the day before yesterday, a small town outside Yunqing was attacked by a small beast wave. The beasts frantically attacked civilians. Our soldiers fought hard to protect everyone, but the resistance was enormous. At the critical moment, a young hero stepped forward to help the soldiers resist the beast's attack. Not only that, he also treated hundreds of injured soldiers in our Western Theater Command. What? Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised, but they felt that this matter had little to do with them. Commander Gaofeng added, after investigation, we learned that this little hero is actually a senior high school student, just like you. A high school senior like us? Everyone was shocked. After all, while they were peacefully attending classes at school, someone was actually fighting a ferocious beast to protect the people. How could they not be shocked and surprised? Commander Gaofeng continued, after Commander Gaofeng reported this matter to me, I immediately reported it to the Yunnan Provincial Military Headquarters. The Yunnan Provincial Military Headquarters unanimously decided to award this young hero the title of Honorary Second Lieutenant of the Dragon Kingdom Military. What? As the news came out, the scene suddenly boiled over. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy, and they were guessing who this mysterious little hero was. You know, while the title of Honorary Second Lieutenant carries no real power, it's already a military cadre rank. Once a university graduate is willing to enlist, they can directly command a squad of 50 men, a position many who have spent 7 or 8 years in the military struggle to achieve. And this little hero is one of the candidates taking the exam today. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked around in shock, guessing the man's identity. It turns out that one of us is a candidate. Who on earth has such strength? At this time, someone pointed to a handsome young man wearing a black combat uniform. Ma Ming, could it be you? You have already opened up 99 meridians, and your strength is equivalent to that of a 4th level yellow level warrior. Only you can possess such strength. Listening to everyone's discussion, the young man named Ma Ming shook his head. It's not me. I was in school the day before yesterday. Ma Ming's denial caused the scene to fall into silence for a moment. Everyone's attention was once again focused on a pretty girl wearing a white miniskirt. Lin Yueru, could it be you? You've already opened up 97 meridians and awakened an A-level ability. Only you have this kind of power, right? Lin Yueru showed a trace of embarrassment on her face and quickly shook her head to deny it. Everyone was increasingly confused. Lin Yueru and Ma Ming were the top students in the 3rd and 4th ranked cities in Yunnan province, respectively. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Commander Gaofeng turned and looked at Commander Gaofeng. Commander Gaofeng, tell us who the true little hero is. Let him accept this honor in front of all of us. Tell him that he is the pride of our Yunnan province. After hearing Commander Gaofeng's words, Commander Gaofeng nodded and took the microphone. This little hero is Ling Tian, the national top-ranked high school student from Yunqing No. 1 High School in Yundian province. What? Instantly, the entire place erupted in excitement, a roar of applause erupting as everyone excitedly looked in the direction of the Yunqing students, discussing the situation. Ling Tian? That Ling Tian. I almost forgot, last week our Yunnan province had a nationally ranked top high school student. That's right. I heard he's awakened 2 SS-level talents, including healing abilities. Didn't Commander Gaofeng just say he healed hundreds of injured soldiers? We almost forgot about him. Alpaca? However, as the audience cheered, Deputy Director Wang Gang, standing in the crowd, looked stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt of tens of millions of volts. His entire body was numb and trembling. They had never expected that Ling Tian would pull such a stunt before the exam. Commander Gaofeng looked towards the group of students from Yunqing with a smile on his face. Now, let's give Ling Tian a round of applause as he steps up to the stage to receive his military rank. Pa 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 pa. The applause was thunderous. However, Commander Gaofeng frowned because he did not see Ling Tian among the students of Yunqing. Everyone continued to cheer. Ling Tian, Ling Tian, Ling Tian. But the people from Yunqing didn't move at all, and their expressions were uglier than each other, especially Director Wang Gang. Seeing that the students from Yunqing had no reaction, Commander Gaofeng looked puzzled and asked, Ling Tian, are you shy? Come up and accept your reward. You deserve it. However, the students from Yunqing remained motionless, as if their feet were filled with cement and they could not move. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward. At this time, Commander Gaofeng frowned and looked at Commander Gaofeng. Commander Gaofeng, Ling Tian is not here at all. How is that possible? Hearing Zhao Feng's words, everyone present was stunned and surprised. Every school sent their best students to participate in this Western Joint Preliminary Exam. As the undisputed top student among the 5 major high schools in Cloud City, how could Ling Tian possibly be absent? Commander Zhao Feng, stop joking. How could Ling Tian not be here? Commander Zhao Feng also became anxious and turned to look at Director Wang Gang in the crowd. Director Wang, where is Ling Tian? As soon as Commander Zhao Feng finished speaking, Director Wang Gang's face instantly turned gloomy, as if he had eaten something terrible. He stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. Wang Gang, I'm asking you a question. Where's Ling Ling Tianrun, today is the Western Joint Preliminary Examination. How could he, a top-ranked candidate in the country, not be here? Director Wang Gang said awkwardly. Commanders, I'm not sure either. We originally wanted Ling Tian to attend, but he had an important family matter to attend to, so he couldn't come. We had to let someone else take his place. What? Hearing Wang Gang's words, everyone present was shocked. You know, the Western Joint Preliminary Exam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. Any other candidate, even if something serious happened at home, would probably still bite the bullet and take the exam. Director Wang Gang actually said that Ling Tian was absent due to a personal matter at home, which made everyone incredulous. So willful? Is this the top-ranked candidate in the country? This is a rare opportunity to cultivate in the true Yang spiritual spring. How can I not come? Most people believed Director Wang's words. After all, Ling Tian was a top-ranked candidate in the country. If they didn't let him come, wouldn't that be a clear shady plot? Nonsense. At this moment, Commander Zhao Feng became furious. Wang Gang, do you think I'm stupid? I spoke to Ling Tian on the phone this morning, and he didn't even say he wasn't coming. How come when I got to your place, it became like something's going on at home? Commander Zhao Feng rebuked him loudly. If Ling Tian really couldn't come, he would at least call to explain the situation, right? Director Wang Gang still tried to argue. Although he was from the Ministry of Education and the military, respectively, Zhao Feng and Gao Feng both outranked him in terms of seniority. Wang Gang didn't dare to be arrogant and could only say with a look of grievance, I'm telling the truth. Ling Tian really couldn't come because of something urgent. As he spoke, he looked at the 5 students from Yunqing No. 1 High School and asked, tell me, am I right? Zhao Yang nodded. That's right, Ling Tian did have something urgent to do and couldn't come. Several other people also nodded in agreement. However, there was only one exception, and that person was Zhang Yi from the top student class. Zhang Yi is the nephew of Principal Zhu, who has no children and treats him like his own son. Others are afraid of Wang Gang's power, but Zhang Yi is not. Zhang Yi was in a bad mood today. As long as Ling Tian and he both did well in the exams, it would be easy for Principal Zhu to enter the Ministry of Education. But Director Wang didn't let Ling Tian come? Nonsense! Zhang Yi immediately erupted, roaring as he rushed over to a spot not far from Zhao Feng and Commander Gao Feng, pointing at Director Wang Gang and shouting, Commanders, that old bastard Wang Gang is lying. He deliberately didn't let Ling Tian come. I overheard his conversation with Ling Tian this morning and know a little bit about what's going on. It seems like Ling Tian's father is having a conflict with him and is deliberately targeting Ling Tian. He's conspiring with Wang Gang to prevent Ling Tian from taking the exam, as a way to intimidate him. Wang Gang took advantage of Director Fang Ming's absence to act recklessly, saying that Ling Tian is a murderer and unfit to take the joint exam. What? Hearing this, the people in the martial arts square were shocked and talked about it. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Director Wang Gang's face flushed red as he roared, Zhang Yi, you little bastard, stop framing me. Do you know the consequences of defamation? Believe it or not, I will make sure you fail the college entrance exam. Zhang Yi was furious. Who do you think you are? The Ministry of Education is yours? You said I can't participate, so I can't participate? You want to treat me like you treated Ling Tian? Whether what I said is true or not, thousands of students from Yunqing No. 1 Middle School are watching. Anyone can prove it. You little bastard, you're such a jerk. I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Wang Gang became furious, his true energy burst out, and he was full of murderous intent, ready to take action. Court death. At this moment, 2 roars came from Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng at the same time, like thunder exploding, with sound waves vibrating. Swish! In an instant, the 2 commanders rushed to Wang Gang like thunder. Bang! Commander Gao Feng threw a punch, hitting Wang Gang directly in the stomach. Wow! The fist sunk deeply into Wang Gang's abdomen, piercing through him, and the force of the blow sent him reeling dozens of meters. Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body pierced through, and he clutched his stomach, attempting to kneel down. Before he could kneel down, Commander Zhao Feng grabbed his hair and lifted Wang Gang up like he was picking up trash. A heavy slap hit Wang Gang's face. His facial features were distorted and he screamed in pain. 2 of his teeth were knocked out. Commander Zhao Feng was furious. He had called Ling Tian early in the morning, wanting to give him a surprise, but Ling Tian didn't show up because of Wang Gang. This was a slap in the face. How could he not be angry and annoyed? Zhao Feng glared at Wang Gang. Wang Gang, you're so furious. You're even thinking of attacking a student after being exposed? I'm asking you one last time, is what this student said true? Did you prevent Ling Tian from coming? Think carefully before you answer. After hearing Zhao Feng's words, Director Wang Gang was immediately filled with fear. What happened this morning could not be concealed, nor was it a secret. At first, Wang Gang thought it was just a small matter, but he didn't expect Ling Tian to be involved with the military. Ling Hanchang, you're trying to trick me. Damn it! Wang Gang's heart burned with rage, and he wailed in agony. Then, with a sorrowful expression, he said, 2 commanders, this isn't my fault. After all, Ling Tian himself was. involved in a murder. Ling Tian's father also explicitly instructed that Ling Tian not come. Since it's his father who spoke up, this is a private matter for the Ling Tian family. Asshole. Hearing Wang Gang's admission, Zhao Feng was so angry that he slapped him in the face again. Commander Gao Feng's expression became even more gloomy, as if water could drip out of it, with a suffocating pressure. Wang Gang, I'll give you 2 hours. No matter what, bring Ling Tian here. Today's Western United preliminary exam will begin the same day Ling Tian arrives. Otherwise, you can forget about keeping your job. I'll use all my connections to completely ban you. What? Commander Gao Feng's words frightened Wang Gang completely. He knew the other party's strength very well. After all, Commander Gao Feng's status was equivalent to that of the Lord of Yunsheng. If he really wanted to deal with him, it would not be easy. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Ling Tian sat quietly on a chair on the podium in the playground of Yunqing No. 1 High School, with Xuanning wearing a mask next to him. The bell rang, signaling the end of today's 2 classes. Looking at Ling Tian, who stood motionless on the podium, everyone felt a mixture of helplessness and sympathy. Ling Tian had a chance to establish himself on the Western Joint preliminary examination and secure admission to the True Yang spiritual spring. However, thanks to Director Wang and that eccentric father, he'd lost this rare opportunity. Alas, Ling Tian is truly pitiful. He's been keeping a low profile for over 2 years, and finally got the chance to soar to the sky, only to encounter such a bizarre incident. Everyone was talking about it and felt sorry for Ling Tian's experience. At that moment, a special car from the Education Bureau roared up and quickly drove onto the playground of Yunqing No. 1 High School. The teachers and students in the teaching building were stunned. Look, isn't that Director Wang Gang's special car? The whole campus suddenly became quiet. Didn't Director Wang already go to the examination room? Why is he back again? Everyone was filled with confusion, remembering what Ling Tian had just said. He'd make Director Wang beg him on his knees to take the exam. At first, everyone thought it was just a rant. Could it really be Director Wang in the car? Was he really begging Ling Tian to go back and take the exam? It couldn't be possible. How could a deputy director do such a shameful thing? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Just when everyone was doubting it, the car door opened and a slightly fat man with a red and swollen face got out of the car. Director Wang, what's going on with his face? Despite the scars on Director Wang's face, everyone still recognized him. He trotted straight to Ling Tian with a flattering look on his face. Haha, classmate Ling Tian, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. What? All the teachers and students in the school were shocked to see Director Wang's humble appearance, which was completely different from his previous self. Director Wang smiled at Ling Tian and said, "It's really like a flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple." Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to know the military leaders. It was all a misunderstanding before. If there was anything wrong, I apologize. As he spoke, he bowed slightly to Ling Tian. Student Ling Tian, it was my fault just now. Let's go. Let's take the exam. Although his voice was not loud, many people heard it. What? The entire audience was shocked, and a great deal of uproar erupted among the teachers and students. Ling Tian's earlier words weren't just angry words. Director Wang had actually come to invite him to take the exam. However, facing Director Wang's invitation, Ling Tian's expression remained indifferent, and he said calmly, Director Wang, if you want me to go back for the exam, you know what to do. After hearing this, Director Wang was stunned. He had just said that Director Wang should kneel down and beg him. Boom! What the hell? He is a dignified Earth-level warrior, a deputy director, and he actually kneels down to a student. Ling Tian, that's enough. I have my dignity too. Can you please give me some face? However, Ling Tian didn't show any mercy and spat out a word directly. What? Everyone looked confused. Director Wang actually begged Ling Tian humbly, but he didn't give him any face at all. Director Wang was furious. You little bastard, you're shameless, aren't you? I'm telling you today, you have to go to this joint exam, whether you like it or not. Boom! Director Wang exuded a terrifying aura. With his true energy surging, he suddenly rushed in front of Ling Tian and reached out to grab him. He was confident that as an Earth-level warrior, defeating Ling Tian would only take a few minutes. Court death. At this moment, Xuanning, who was standing next to Ling Tian, shouted angrily. Bang! A slap landed heavily on Director Wang's face. That palm strike almost made half of Director Wang's face cave in. His feet flew into the air and he was knocked back. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled more than 10 times before he came to a stop. Director Wang was stunned by Xuanning's slap. Before he could react, Xuanning walked to his side and picked him up like garbage. The surging true energy in her body flowed into Director Wang's body, blocking his actions. Even moving a finger has become a luxury. The terrifying pressure from Xuanning, like a mountain and an ocean, almost suffocated Director Wang. Could it be a powerful innate master? Director Wang was so frightened that his soul trembled and he wailed in his heart again. Ling Hansheng, you bastard, you're killing me. Didn't you tell me that Ling Tian has such a powerful guardian beside him? Director Wang was brought in front of Ling Tian by Xuanning. Xuanning spoke lightly, her tone calm but with a hint of murderous intent. Ling Tian asked asked you to kneel down and beg him to take the exam, but you turned a deaf ear to him?
The murderous intent was extremely pure and echoed clearly in every corner of the school.
The feeling of oppression made Director Wang almost despair. I know I was wrong.
Director Wang screamed in fear and was completely scared. Xuanning left Director Wang behind with a look of disdain on her face. With a thump, Director Wang knelt down in front of Ling Tian.
Ling Tian, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please go back and take the exam. The sound echoed clearly in the playground. Am I dreaming?
All the teachers and students in the school, even the bell that had already rung for class, ignored it and stared blankly at Ling Tian. Originally, everyone thought that asking Director Wang to kneel down and beg him to return to the examination room was just Ling Tian's talk, but now, everything has become a reality. Ling Tian looked at Director Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
Okay, let's go. He was too lazy to make things difficult for Director Wang anymore.
After all, he couldn't let Director Wang disrupt his plans. Now Ling Tian has opened up 107 meridians. His plan was to win first place in this joint examination and enter Xinyan Lingquan. With the help of the True Yang Spirit Spring, he opened up all the tendons and meridians in one breath and broke through to the realm of Yellow Level Warrior. He was confident that once he broke through the Yellow Level, he could at least improve 5 levels and reach the 5th level of the Yellow Level. In full view of everyone, Ling Tian followed Director Wang and left,
leaving the teachers and students of Yunqing No. 1 High School in complete bewilderment. Ling Tian is here.
At the Yunnan Province Western Theater Command's military training ground, accompanied by an excited roar, everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Tian. A young man and a woman wearing masks walked up to Director Wang. The young man had an extraordinary temperament, a handsome face, and exuded the confidence of a strong man. Invisible blood energy formed a heat wave around him, as if it was going to engulf the surrounding space.
It's Ling Tian.
Commander Zhao Feng shouted excitedly, Ling Tian, come up quickly. All the examinees focused their attention on Ling Tian, and they discussed excitedly.
Is this the national top-scoring candidate?
He's really impressive, and he's already acting so arrogant before the exam even begins.
So handsome.
I thought there weren't many handsome guys in Yuncheng. Under the gaze of everyone, Ling Tian walked up to the podium. Ling Tian, this is the top commander of our Western War Zone. Ling Tian nodded, his expression calm, and said with a fist, greetings to Commander Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng.
Something unexpected happened. Sorry to have troubled you too.
Ling Tian said this with a hint of apology. Gao Feng and Zhao Feng both had gentle smiles on their faces.
It's okay.
At this moment, Gao Feng took out a certificate and a medal. Student Ling Tian, 2 days ago, outside the town of Yunqing, you assisted the military in slaying ferocious beasts and healing over 300 soldiers. To commend your contributions, the military has awarded you the title of honorary second lieutenant and a Class C sword. Everyone watched as Gao Feng pinned the medal on Ling Tian's chest. At this moment, everyone is just an ordinary student and has not even taken the college entrance examination, but Ling Tian has become a second lieutenant in the military.
Gao Feng looked at Ling Tian and asked, tell us how you feel right now. Ling Tian shook his head. I was simply fulfilling my duty as a Dragon Nation warrior. I believe that if any of you were faced with a similar situation, you would not hesitate to take action. Everyone looked at him with respect, and Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng also showed admiration in their eyes. At the same time, Ling Tian accepted the sea-level sword named Qiyang presented by the military. The Qiyang battle sword is made of special metal and can easily break through the defense of second-level or even third-level ferocious beasts.
Ling Tian has always longed to own a weapon, and now the military has prepared it directly for him.
Now that everyone is here, let's start the exam, Commander Gao Feng announced.
Afterwards, 1,000 students followed the soldiers from the Western Theater Command and headed out of the trial maze.
The trial maze is filled with mechanical beasts, whose strength ranges from standard warriors, Huang level 1 to Xin level 9. There are 20 levels in the maze. The first and second levels have the most complex terrain and are extremely difficult to get out.
Although the subsequent levels are easier to pass, the mechanical beasts are becoming increasingly powerful. The one who passes the most levels will have the highest score.
If the levels are the same, the ranking will be based on the fastest passing time.
At this time, the students participating in the trial were already standing in an orderly manner outside the maze. The earth shook slightly, and the door to the trial maze slowly opened. Commander Gao Feng stood outside the maze and loudly announced, I declare that the Western Joint Baseline Examination has officially begun. As his voice fell, a whirring airflow burst out and a flash of light appeared. The students taking the exam were seen practicing their skills, and their blood and energy were bursting out. Blood stars flickered on their bodies, and their speed was increased to the limit. The sound of breaking air was heard, and the students rushed into the trial maze against all odds. Ling Tian's face was calm as he slowly stepped into the maze, holding the Qiyang sword tightly in his hand. He could clearly feel the warmth coming from the Qiyang sword. Ling Tian circulated his blood and energy, wrapping the Qiyang blade and emitting a crimson light.
Bang!
The sword made a faint
sound, as if it was in perfect harmony with Ling Tian, whistling excitedly. A look of joy appeared on Ling Tian's face. Although the Scarlet Sun Saber was only C-grade, it was more than enough for him. In less than 3 minutes, all 1,000 candidates entered the maze. I saw 2 figures, one black and one blue, rushing to the front quickly. They were a young man in a black battlesuit and a girl in a white short skirt. They are the star students of this Western joint examination, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. 18 blood stars were shining on Ma Ming's body, and his blood was so strong that he looked particularly dazzling. He rushed to the fork in the maze first and chose the right path without hesitation. Accompanied by a wild beast roar, a ferocious mechanical tiger beast about 1.5 meters tall pounced on Ma Ming. Ma Ming showed disdain on his face, kicked the ground with his feet, and his body shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, he came in front of the mechanical tiger and threw a punch. The fist wind is shaking and the blood is surging. With a dull thud, the energy crystal between the mechanical tiger's brows shattered instantly. The mechanical tiger was sent flying by the punch, instantly losing its combat effectiveness. Lin Yueru, her body covered in 17 blood stars, followed closely behind Ma Ming, her speed only slightly slower than Ma Ming's. Lin Yueru's figure was nimble and graceful. As she turned a corner, she encountered a ferocious mechanical wolf beast head-on. Her face remained calm, and with each step, lotus flowers bloomed, and blood energy blossomed. Like a ghost, she passed by the mechanical wolf beast. The moment they made contact, the dagger in Lin Yueru's hand had pierced the energy crystal between the beast's eyebrows. The mechanical beasts of the first level proved unable to stop them. The teachers and warriors outside the trial maze stared at the two in amazement. I didn't expect that Lin Yueru from Nanyun City had also opened 98 meridians. Previously, it was rumored that she had only opened 95. These are super geniuses, rapidly improving every day. We can't judge them by ordinary standards. Everyone stared intently at the images inside the maze on the surveillance screens. Commander Gao Feng smiled and said, "There are special devices inside the maze that suppress the use of innate abilities. It won't be easy for Ling Tian to come out on top." Normally, a would-be warrior who has opened up 90 meridians is equivalent to a first-level Huang-grade warrior. After 90 meridians, every 3 additional meridians increased the strength by 1 level. Ma Ming had opened up 99 meridians, equivalent to a 4th-level Huang-grade warrior. However, Commander Gao Feng smiled confidently, that's not necessarily true. Ling Tian has opened up at least 99 meridians. Don't underestimate his strength. He can at least survive the 6th level, or even the 7th level. Oh, but Ling Tian seems to be in trouble. Commander Gao Feng's eyes flashed with strong interest, and his gaze turned to the big screen. At the entrance of the maze, Ling Tian was surrounded by more than 30 students. The leader of the 30 students was none other than Ling Tian's old friend, Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's eyes were fierce and filled with hostility. "Ling Tian, you killed my brother. I will never let you go. Today, I'll stop you at the 1st level." Ling Tian, however, looked at him as if he were a fool. He had already clarified that he hadn't killed Zhao Kuan, but the other party simply didn't believe him, and Ling Tian didn't bother to explain further. You can never wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Ling Tian looked at the people around him indifferently. "Go away. If you don't provoke me, you can still get good grades." Those students came because of Zhao Yang's benefits and promised to help him trap Ling Tian. Of course, they were unwilling to leave easily. "Arrogant!" Zhao Yang roared, his blood energy suddenly erupting. Swish, 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 blood energy stars condensed and hovered around him. Soon, he had 7 blood energy stars, staring at Ling Tian with a face full of confidence and madness. "Ling Tian, do you see clearly? I'm not the same person I was last week. Now I've opened up 88 meridians, and my strength has almost reached the 1st level of the yellow rank. The use of innate abilities is prohibited within the trial maze. What are you going to do?" However, Ling Tian's eyes remained playful as he slowly made his way toward the crowd. Seeing Ling Tian's contempt for him, Zhao Yang's rage soared. "You're courting death," he roared, increasing his speed to the limit. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he charged at Ling Tian and delivered a powerful punch. A wave of fiery blood and energy washed over him. "Get out!" Ling Tian shouted angrily, then slapped Zhao Yang with his backhand. His arm seemed to stretch out, transforming into a whip-like shadow, so fast that Zhao Yang couldn't react at all. "Pa!" The slap landed harshly on Zhao Yang's face, its force distorting his features. Zhao Yang was thrown back, falling to the ground, tumbling 7 or 8 times before finally coming to rest. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Zhao Yang had clearly opened up 88 meridians, yet he didn't even have a chance to react before being killed instantly by Ling Tian. Ling Tian walked forward steadily, expressionless. Zhao Yang stared at Ling Tian angrily, his rage boiling inside. Why am I no match for you even though I've opened up 88 meridians?" Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with unacceptable resentment. 88 tendons? Is that a lot? Ling Tian sneered disdainfully and then spoke. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Ling Tian's blood energy suddenly erupted, and the energy surged. The rich blood energy quickly condensed into blood energy stars. Shua shua shua. Blood stars appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 9 blood stars appeared around Ling Tian. How is that possible? 9 blood stars mean you've opened up 90 meridians? Zhao Yang cried out in shock. Ling Tian had just broken through 75 meridians last week. How could he have improved so rapidly in less than a week? Even with the marrow cleansing fluid, it wouldn't be this terrifying. 90 veins? Who are you looking down on? Ling Tian stood proudly, his blood energy erupting, and blood energy stars continued to emerge. 10, 11, 12. Brilliant and dazzling blood energy stars surrounded him, their light dazzling. In less than 2 breaths, the number of blood stars around Ling Tian had reached 20. Impossible. Zhao Yang's pupils suddenly dilated and he almost suffocated. Everyone outside the trial maze was also stunned with shock. Ling Tian actually opened up 101 of his meridians and condensed 20 blood energy stars. Commander Gao Feng's eyes were filled with shock, while Commander Zhao Feng showed a confident smile. What do you think, Gao Feng? I told you this guy is really strong. After opening up 101 meridians, his strength is equivalent to that of a 4th level yellow level warrior. It seems that Ling Tian has secured a spot in the top 10 in the National College Entrance Examination. Wrong. There are still more than 2 months until the college entrance examination. Ling Tian still has a lot of room for improvement. He is almost certain to be in the top 3 in the country. Everyone was talking excitedly. Ling Tian glanced at the students who were besieging him. Accompanied by an angry shout, the sound waves exploded, shaking everyone's minds like thunder. Ling Tian's expression remained calm as he slowly walked towards the depths of the maze, as if he was strolling in his own garden. None of the besiegers Zhao Yang invited dared to step forward and take action. At the same time, 2 figures advanced rapidly from the exit of the first level of the trial maze. They were the 2 top-ranked players in this joint exam, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru rushed to the exit. A nearly 3-meter-tall mechanical bear blocked the passage. The 2 men's blood and energy burst out, and their speed increased to the limit. Like a meteor, they passed by the mechanical violent bear in an instant. At the same time, the energy crystal on the mechanical violent bear shattered. The 2 passed the first level easily. Ling Tian, however, remained remarkably calm within the maze, moving forward at a leisurely pace. When he encountered a ferocious mechanical beast, he simply swung his red flame saber, slicing it apart with one blow. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were unstoppable. Time passed quickly and the 2 quickly reached the 3rd level. The mechanical beast in the 3rd level was as powerful as a 1st level yellow grade warrior, but it still couldn't withstand the brunt of the 2. It wasn't until the 2 of them successfully reached the 4th level that Ling Tian had just reached the 2nd level. Level 5, Level 6. In less than 20 minutes, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru arrived at the 6th level. There are 3 mechanical beasts guarding there, whose strength is equivalent to that of a 4th level yellow level warrior. However, the 2 men did not hesitate and attacked the mechanical beast directly. Ma Ming glanced at Lin Yueru. Join forces? The 2 nodded in unison. The blood and energy of the 2 men surged again. Blood and energy stars flickered around them, and new blood and energy stars continued to emerge. 18, 19. 19 blood stars appeared on the 2 of them at the same time. How is this possible? They actually hid their strength and opened up 100 meridians. Everyone outside the trial maze was shocked. Commander Gao Feng was filled with admiration. Amazing. In just one Western Joint preliminary examination, 3 geniuses appeared who had opened over 100 meridians. Everyone looked at Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. The 2 men were as swift as the wind and instantly rushed into the group of mechanical beasts, starting a fierce battle. Their combat power is equivalent to that of an average 4th level yellow grade warrior. Facing 3 mechanical beasts of equal strength, he handled them with ease. Ling Tian continued to leisurely wander through the trial maze. It wasn't that he wasn't eager to complete it, but rather that he felt this maze was exceptionally unique. He had discovered a hidden formation within the maze. This formation could suppress the abilities of warriors, preventing them from unleashing their innate abilities. Naturally, if a warrior was sufficiently powerful, the formation wouldn't completely suppress them, but for high school students like them, it easily curbed their abilities. Ling Tian noticed that the trial maze was enveloped by a vast barrier, etched with array runes. In a previous life, Ling Tian had healed a master of array formations, becoming a master himself and developing a deep interest in formations. Now, this formation that suppressed innate abilities allowed Ling Tian to further his understanding of formations. Everyone thought Ling Tian was simply strolling, but in reality, he was absorbed in studying formations. As for his speed, Ling Tian didn't care at all. The joint exam only compared times when the levels were the same, and as long as Ling Tian could clear a few more levels than others, time was meaningless. Soon, Ling Tian reached the 5th floor of the trial maze, and his research on the formation was nearly complete. At this point, Ling Tian could disable the formation at any time if he so desired. Almost there, Ling Tian said softly, looking ahead. He had nearly cracked the entire maze's formation. He bent his legs slightly and stomped down hard on the ground. Instantly, Suddenly, the ground cracked and a terrifying aura erupted. Blood energy transformed into an invisible wave of blood. Ling Tian sprinted at a speed of nearly 20 meters per second. On his way, a mechanical tiger, equivalent to a third-level Huang-level warrior, rushed out. Ling Tian grasped the scarlet sun saber and swung it out, a long crimson chain instantly stretching through the void. A metallic sound echoed in the air as Ling Tian chopped the mechanical tiger in half. Without even a second glance, Ling Tian quickly fled the scene. The people outside the maze saw Ling Tian's progress suddenly increase dramatically. Commander Gao Feng shook his head helplessly. It's probably too late to speed up now. Ling Tian's strength can only pass the 6th level at most. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru will soon pass the 6th level and reach the 7th level. The people around also nodded, thinking that it was too late for Ling Tian to speed up at this moment, but he would have no problem getting the top 3. Level 6, exit. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru panted, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles as they gazed upon the defeated mechanical beast before them. They then opened the exit and advanced towards level 7. However, upon entering the 7th level, they were stunned. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire 7th level. Before them stood 10 mechanical beasts, each at the 5th level of the yellow rank. The two were stunned. They had already expended considerable energy dealing with 3 mechanical tigers, each equivalent to a 4th level yellow rank warrior. Now, having just reached the 7th level, they were confronted by 10 even more powerful beasts. How should they respond? Roar! With a roar, a mechanical tiger instantly rushed in front of Ma Ming, raised its huge claws and slammed down. Ma Ming quickly mobilized his blood and energy surged, his muscles bulged, and the veins in his arms bulged. He grasped the sword and slashed at the mechanical tiger. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, sparks flying everywhere. The powerful impact shook Ma Ming, and he felt a sharp pain in his knuckles, and his body took a few steps back uncontrollably. Just as he stood firm, another mechanical tiger pounced at him. Lin Yueru quickly blocked in front of Ma Ming and swept forward with her dagger. Clang! The sound of metal collision rang out again, and Lin Yueru was shocked and retreated repeatedly. What's going on? Why are all these mechanical beasts gathered at the entrance to the 7th floor? Commanders Gao Feng and Zhao Feng frowned, staring at the big screen outside the trial maze. Oh no, commanders! The mechanical beasts in level 7 are malfunctioning. They're all gathering towards the entrance. What? At this moment, a technician rushed to the front of commanders Zhao Feng and Gao Feng. Everyone was stunned, obviously not expecting such a situation to happen. At this moment, at the entrance to the 7th level, a mechanical tiger's tail lashed out fiercely at Ma Ming's chest. Ma Ming felt a sharp pain as if his bones were about to break. He was knocked back hard, spitting blood from his mouth. At the same time, Lin Yueru was also besieged by the group of mechanical beasts and was forced to retreat step by step, unable to resist. At this moment, the announcement from the trial maze rang out. Attention, candidates! Attention, candidates! The mechanical beast in the 7th level has malfunctioned. Please get away from the 7th level as soon as possible. What? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru's faces were heavy. If the mechanical beasts were still acting alone, the two of them might have a chance of passing the 7th level together. But now that all the mechanical beasts were gathered together, passing the level was almost impossible. Withdraw! Ma Ming shouted loudly, and the two of them retreated and fled without hesitation. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was heard. In the distance, a figure quickly approached. It was a handsome young man in black combat uniform, surrounded by 20 blood stars, and moving at an extremely fast speed. Ling Tian! Ma Ming and Lin Yueru shouted in unison. Ling Tian, clutching the scarlet sun saber, moved with astonishing speed, his blood energy surging. In the blink of an eye, he reached Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. Seeing that Ling Tian possessed a full 20 blood energy stars, their eyes flashed with surprise, but they quickly calmed down and warned, Ling Tian, don't go over there. There are 10 mechanical beasts ahead, each with the strength of a 5th level Huang rank warrior. You're no match for them. But Ling Tian remained calm and ignored their advice. Instead, he accelerated past Ma Ming and Lin Yueru, stirring up a gust of wind and waves. Accompanied by the roars of the mechanical beasts, the 10 beasts unexpectedly chased out from the 7th level. They exuded a terrifying aura, and the strong sense of oppression made Ma Ming and Lin Yueru sweat profusely. Don't go over there! The two men shouted hurriedly. In their opinion, Ling Tian only had one more meridian open than them, and his strength improvement was limited. Facing 10 mechanical beasts of the 5th level of the yellow rank warrior level, charging forward alone would be tantamount to suicide. Ling Tian is crazy. The people outside the maze were worried for Ling Tian, feeling he was too arrogant. Even Gao Feng was nervous. If he could use his innate abilities, Ling Tian might be able to defeat these mechanical beasts, but he couldn't use them in the trial maze. Return! Ma Ming and Lin Yueru shouted again, but it was too late. Ling Tian had already confronted the 10 mechanical beasts head-on. Roars were heard everywhere. Flames slashed the sky. Ling Tian's cold voice instantly resounded around. The Qi Yang sword made a sharp sound as it was entangled in blood and energy. When it slashed flashed out. It seemed to be burning with hot flames in an instant. A red crescent-shaped blade light suddenly rushed towards the mechanical beast. Bang! Ling Tian's stature exploded, his sword easily slicing through the mechanical beasts. Boom boom boom. 3 mechanical beasts were severed at the waist by his sword, and then exploded. How is that possible? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru roared in shock, their pupils suddenly dilated, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they were in a dream. You know, the two of them couldn't even contend with one mechanical beast, but Ling Tian easily defeated 3 with a single strike. Just when everyone was still in shock, Ling Tian bent down slightly, stretched out his arms, and drew his sword to strike out. The blood and energy surged and spread rapidly. Flames break the sky. Ling Tian performed the second move of the 9 extreme flame slash, and a domineering aura burst out. Endless blood and energy seemed to turn into invisible flames burning fiercely. The blood energy turned into a blade, as if it was about to cut the void apart. The crisp sound of breaking metal echoed continuously in the surroundings. Ling Tian's figure directly passed through the remaining 7 mechanical beasts. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, in just over 10 seconds, Ling Tian easily defeated 10 mechanical beasts, which was equivalent to the strength of a 5th level yellow level warrior. The heat wave from the explosion hit Ling Tian's face, causing his clothes to flutter wildly and his hair to sway in the wind. However, Ling Tian's face remained calm, as if this was just a simple matter like eating and drinking, not worth celebrating or showing off. How is that possible? The people outside the trial maze cried out in shock. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were completely stunned. They were both the most outstanding high school students in their respective cities, the pride and genius of their cities. But at this moment, Ling Tian made them feel deeply powerless and shattered their proud self-esteem. Ma Ming couldn't help but ask loudly, Why? Why? You've only opened up 101 meridians, only one more than Lin Yueru and I. Why are you so much stronger? This is not only Ma Ming's question, but also the confusion of all people outside the trial maze. Ling Tian turned around and locked his gaze with Ma Ming. Who told you that I only opened up 101 meridians? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent and rich blood energy suddenly burst out from Ling Tian's body. The energy wave rolled, shocking Ma Ming and Lin Yueru so much that their minds trembled. Swish swish swish. The blood and energy stars condensed in Ling Tian's body emerged one by one. 21, 22, 23. When the number of blood stars reached 23, it meant that Ling Tian had successfully opened up 104 tendons and meridians. How is that possible? Everyone present cried out in shock. 104 veins? This wasn't even Ling Tian's limit. Swish. As the blood stars around Ling Tian shone, the number of his blood stars rose again. 24. A full 24 blood stars meant that Ling Tian had opened up at least 105 meridians. His strength was equivalent to that of a 6th level Huang level warrior. But everyone still underestimated Ling Tian. Swish. Another flash of light appeared. 25 blood stars. 25? How is that possible? How could such a peerless genius appear in our Yunnan province? At this moment, even Commander Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng outside the trial maze were stunned. 25 blood stars represented Ling Tian's opening of 106 meridians. After reaching 105, each additional meridian opened would increase his strength by a level. In Yunnan province, which ranks low among the 34 provincial level administrative regions of Dragon Country, no one has ever opened up 105 meridians, let alone more. However, Ling Tian brought much more shock to everyone than this. Ling Tian's blood energy intensity surged again, and 26 blood energy stars shining to the extreme hung above his head. 107 tendons. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that they almost screamed out loud. Their expressions were more exaggerated than each other, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. 107 tendons and meridians. Ling Tian actually opened up 107 tendons and meridians. Whether it was the people outside the trial maze, or Ma Ming and Lin Yueru inside the maze, they couldn't help but scream out. Lin Yueru and Ma Ming were extremely shocked, their mouths hanging open in despair and helplessness. This was exactly how they felt about Ling Tian at that moment. At first, they thought that the gap between them and Ling Tian in talent could be made up through hard work, but now they understood what the truly insurmountable gap was. Looking at the entire 70-year history of martial arts in Dragon Country, the record for the most meridians opened before becoming a warrior is 107. At this moment, Ling Tian was at the peak of his existence. Ling Tian's achievements among quasi-warriors are enough to rank him among the top 3 in history. No wonder, no wonder. Commander Zhao Feng looked at the dazzling stars on Ling Tian's body and shouted excitedly, no wonder Ling Tian was able to easily kill a mechanical beast equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the yellow grade. He actually opened up 107 tendons and meridians. Just based on his blood and energy, his combat power is equivalent to that of an 8th level yellow level warrior. However, Ling Tian remained calm. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he resumed his actions. Swish! Ling Tian unleashed his full strength, rapidly increasing his speed to the limit, leaving him as a shadow. His speed was astonishing rushing, reaching 23 meters per second. Ling Tian charged straight into the 7th level of the trial maze, the mechanical beasts he encountered along the way unable to catch up. In a short while, he reached the exit of the 7th level. Flames cut through the sky. He swung his sword, as if shattering the space. Boom! With a roar of explosion, Ling Tian instantly chopped off the mechanical beast at the final stage. He then entered the 8th stage, facing a mechanical beast with the strength of a 6th level Huang level warrior. But Ling Tian didn't pause, continuing his rampage through the trial maze. Boom! 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 The mechanical beasts were defeated one after another by Ling Tian. Level 9. Level 10. In just 10 minutes, Ling Tian easily reached the exit of the 10th level of the trial maze. He then easily defeated the ferocious mechanical beast at the exit. Ling Tian then stopped and sat down, quietly waiting for the exam to end. The 10th level is the peak score that all candidates dare not reach. It is also the highest record in the history of Yunnan province. The sun sets. Thousands gathered at the drill square of the Western Theater Command in Yunnan and Yunnan provinces as the Western Joint Preliminary Examination officially concluded. The examiners, soldiers from the theater, and the students themselves all had mixed emotions, some excited, some shocked. Many were filled with joy, for they had witnessed the birth of history. Ling Tian successfully won the first place in the joint examination by opening up 107 tendons and meridians, with strength comparable to that of an 8th level yellow level warrior. Commander Gao Feng's face was filled with excitement as he looked at Ling Tian beside him. Let us congratulate Ling Tian, Ma Ming, and Lin Yueru for successfully securing the top 3 spots in this joint exam. Let's give them a round of applause. Pa 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 pa. Applause came like a tide. Ling Tian stood on the podium with a slight smile on his face. Next, it was time to go to the True Yang spiritual spring to practice. This time, he wanted to break through the yellow level realm in one fell swoop in the True Yang spiritual spring and become a true warrior. Commander Zhao Feng looked at Ling Tian and the other two and said, "You 3 don't have to leave. Tomorrow morning I will take you to the provincial capital and directly send you to the True Yang spiritual spring for training." Hearing Zhao Feng's words, Ling Tian and the other two nodded in unison. In the martial arts square, thousands of students were filled with envy. Ling Tian and the other two entered the Xinyan Lingquan to practice, and the gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. However, the atmosphere in the Yunqing team was extremely depressing. Because Director Wang Gang was present, no one dared to speak. At this moment, Director Wang Gang's face was gloomy, so dark that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. His expression was extremely unpleasant, as if he would explode at any moment. Because he had just received news, Commander Gao Feng and others had reported him to the Yunnan Provincial Education Bureau for secretly obstructing Ling Tian from taking the exam. Wang Gang immediately received a disciplinary notice and was demoted 2 levels. It is naturally difficult for Wang Gang to feel better with such a mood. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Ling Tian's father, Ling Hanchang. When Wang Gang thought of Ling Hanchang, anger rushed to his heart. If Ling Hanchang hadn't asked him to do something tricky and hadn't hidden from him the fact that Ling Tian had a special relationship with the military and even had the protection of a master protector, how could he have been defeated by 3 people today and demoted? Wang Gang answered the phone. "Director Wang, how's it going? Ling Tian didn't take the exam, did he? I was just talking to Meng Haiyun, the provincial law enforcement captain." Wang Gang's face was gloomy. Ling Tian is here and even took the exam. Hearing this, anger flashed in Ling Hanqing's eyes. What's going on? Wang Gang, you took advantage of me and you can't even handle this? Wang Gang angrily shot back. How dare you say that to me? Ling Tian actually has a special connection to the military. Commanders Zhao Feng and Gao Feng personally asked me to bring him to the exam, so what can I do? And you? Just as Wang Gang was about to curse Ling Hancheng, he suddenly remembered something. I forgot. Ling Hancheng immediately interrupted him. This little bastard actually managed to escape disaster thanks to the connections of our Ling family. My father is a military veteran, so Gao Feng and the others naturally know me. How dare they not give me face? If I had known, I should have said hello to Gao Feng and the others first. Ling Tian, that little bastard, claims his achievements have nothing to do with Ling Hancheng, but in the end, he still has to rely on my face to take the exam. Director Wang initially wanted to expose Ling Hancheng, but then he changed his mind and thought, isn't this Ling Hancheng just pitting himself? It makes sense for him to pit himself back. So, Director Wang simply nodded and admitted, that's right, Ling Tian was able to take the exam thanks to your connections. If it weren't for Commanders Gao Feng and Zhao Feng doing you a favor, Ling Tian would never have come to take the exam today. Hearing Director Wang's words, Ling Hancheng nodded. Indeed, I was negligent today and inconsiderate. Thank you, Director Wang. Wang Gang sneered, I should be thanking you. Then he hung up the phone. He didn't explain because he knew Ling Tian's talent was beyond comprehension and would undoubtedly be valued by the entire Dragon Nation. If he didn't, the conflict between Ling Hancheng and Ling Tian would only intensify, and Ling Hancheng would ultimately suffer. This way, he could finally vent his anger today. Ling Hancheng on the other end of the phone was full of confusion. He felt that Wang Gang's thank you was a little strange. Wang Gang knew that he had been badly hurt by Ling Hanqing this time, so of course he had to fight back. The next day, Ling Tian, Ma Ming, and Lin Yueru, led by Commander Zhao Feng, headed to Yunqing Airport and boarded a military plane to fly to the provincial capital. As for Xuanning, Ling Tian asked her to go to the provincial capital first and wait for him. After boarding the plane, Ling Tian closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a silver-haired elder came and sat down beside him. The elder's face was kind, yet he exuded the intangible authority of a superior. His aura was so concealed that Ling Tian had no way of determining his cultivation level. However, his intuition suggested he was at least a Xian Tian Grandmaster, perhaps even reaching the realm of Martial King. The old man looked at Ling Tian, smiled and nodded, coughed lightly a few times, but did not speak. Along the way, the old man kept coughing. Ling Tian was curious, so he activated his extreme Dao double pupils, focusing his mental power on his eyes, and his insight was greatly improved. He was surprised to find that the old man's body was filled with deadly poisons, and the toxins were deeply ingrained in his internal organs. However, the old man's condition was much better than his grandfather's. His grandfather could die at any time, but this old man could still hold on for at least 5 years. Ling Tian couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, are you poisoned?" The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Yes, a few years ago, we encountered a large beast tied at the border. During a fierce battle with a purple snow demon python, I was injured by its venom." Hearing this, Ling Tian nodded, "Grandpa, I have just awakened a healing ability. Why don't you let me try and see if I can help you with the treatment?" The old man smiled and said, "Okay, little brother, thank you for your help." Ling Tian is kind-hearted by nature. When he learned that the old soldier had fought against ferocious beasts to defend his country but was tortured by poison, he naturally could not sit idly by since he had the ability to do so. Wait! Just then, a man in his 30s wearing golden glasses approached. Ling Tian sensed the invisible pressure from him, surpassing that of a 9th-level Earth-level warrior. The man looked at the old man and said, "Uncle, have you forgotten the advice of the great medical expert Dr. Lu Changsheng? Your internal organs are already extremely fragile. If external force were to enter your body, it would likely cause even greater damage to your organs and significantly shorten the duration of the poison's effects. Do you really want to take that risk?" The old man smiled faintly. "Then what else can I do? Let the poison consume me bit by bit and slowly die?" The man was helpless. The old man turned to look at Ling Tian and said, "Come on, young man. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if it can't be cured." Ling Tian nodded, activated his special abilities, and began to treat the old man. Superpowers continued to flow into the old man's body. Ling Tian felt that the old man's vitality was rapidly recovering. What surprised him even more was that he realized that the old man was actually an A-level superpower awakener. Ling Tian didn't replicate or absorb the old man's power, but insights into the martial arts technique the old man had cultivated, which enhanced his agility, continued to flood into his mind. At the same time, Ling Tian frowned. The pain the old man endured was actually transmitted back to him through feedback, a pain that had reached level 6. Before long, Ling Tian was sweating profusely. In just 2 minutes, he had successfully healed Mr. Li's injuries. I'm okay?" Old Master Li muttered to himself in disbelief. His originally pale face turned rosy, and his breathing became steady, not at all like someone who had been poisoned. Ling Tian smiled slightly. "It should be." Elder Li and the middle-aged man with the golden glasses were both filled with shock. After all, even the 4 great masters of Dragon Nation were helpless against his injuries, yet Ling Tian had actually healed him. Ling Tian said, "Grandpa, take a good look at your own condition. I believe your strength will soon be restored to its peak." As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Li couldn't wait to start practicing the technique. Sure enough, the Jin Yuan in his body circulated easily throughout the whole body. Before, due to the torture of the poison, he couldn't successfully circulate the Jin Yuan. Every time he did, it felt like his internal organs were being corroded by the poison, causing unbearable pain. But now it was completely different. He was truly healed. Ling Tian watched Old Man Li practicing quietly, then stood up and kept his distance. The middle-aged man's gaze towards Ling Tian became much more friendly and gentle, and he extended his hand. "Hello, Ling Tian. My name is Qianyu. Thank you for saving my uncle." Ling Tian smiled faintly. "The old man is a hero who protects the country. It is my duty to save him." Qianyu smiled and said, "Ling Tian, to tell you the truth, Mr. Li came to see you today on purpose." Ling Tian was stunned. No wonder he took another plane to the provincial capital. Qianyu continued to explain, "Ling Tian, do you know who my uncle is?" Ling Tian asked doubtfully, "Brother Qian, please give me some advice." Qianyu said, "My uncle was once your grandfather's comrade in arms. 5 years ago, he was poisoned by the purple snow demon python during a wave of beasts on the border. He had to withdraw from the front lines and later came to Yunnan province and became the mayor of the provincial capital." "What? He is the provincial capital's mayor, Li Yuntian?" A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. "That's right. Your grandfather told my uncle a few days ago that you might be able to save him. At first, my uncle came here just to give it a try, and I wasn't too confident at first, but you actually succeeded. Ling Tian nodded, thinking to himself, this was undoubtedly a great gift from his grandfather. This time, he saved the life of Li Yuntian, the mayor of the Yunnan provincial capital. This would make his future movements in the provincial capital more convenient. At this time, City Lord Li entered a state of cultivation, his injuries recovered, and his strength gradually increased. Along the way, Ling Tian and Xian Yu had a pleasant conversation. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the provincial capital airport. Xian Yu said to him, Ling Tian, you go down first. I'll come with the city lord later. As soon as he got off the plane, Ling Tian felt a strong murderous intent in the air. Catch him for me. A roar echoed clearly all around. A familiar figure appeared in Ling Tian's sight. He was surrounded by a fierce-looking woman and dozens of law enforcers. The woman's expression was frantic, her eyes fixed on Ling Tian. Who else could she be but Meng Haiyun? Clearly, Meng Haiyun had come prepared. Every single person present exuded a powerful aura, one even reaching the 9th level of the heavenly realm, a presence far surpassing that of Qianyu, whom Ling Tian had previously encountered on the plane. Ling Tian, squat down with your head in your hands. Meng Haiyun glared at him and shouted orders. However, Ling Tian remained calm, staring coldly at Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun, what do you mean? Ling Tian, I have evidence of your murder. You will be tried at the Yunhai City High Court the day after tomorrow. Now that you have lost your freedom, come back with us. As soon as Meng Haiyun finished speaking, Ling Tian just found it ridiculous. He glanced behind Meng Haiyun and found a familiar figure, Meng Haiyun's deputy Huang Hai. At this moment, Huang Hai stared at Ling Tian with a worried look on his face. Huang Hai has long been controlled by Ling Tian, and Ling Tian is his master. In Huang Hai's heart, Ling Tian's importance even surpassed his own. As soon as he finished speaking, several law enforcement officers from the Law Enforcement Bureau rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face suddenly revealed a cold murderous intent, and he stared at them coldly. I want to see who dares to touch Ling Tian. At this moment, an angry shout rang in everyone's ears. Commander Zhao Feng quickly moved to Ling Tian's side and stood in front of everyone. Ling Tian is the top scorer in the Yunnan Province Western Joint Examination. He is going to Yunding Mountain to practice at the True Yang Spirit Spring. No one can take him away. When everyone saw the military rank on Zhao Feng, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in their eyes and they did not dare to act rashly. However, Meng Haiyun remained calm and turned his gaze to a 9th level heavenly grade expert in the crowd. Uncle, please help me. The 9th level heaven grade expert nodded and slowly walked towards Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao Feng, let me introduce myself. I am Meng Hao, Deputy Director of the Yunnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. We are currently trying to apprehend the criminal suspect Ling Tian. Please step aside. Commander Zhao Feng frowned. The Deputy Director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau is half a level higher than him, so there is really no need to give him face. He asked in a deep voice, Deputy Director Meng Hao, do you have an arrest warrant? Meng Hao sneered, arrest warrant? I'm the Deputy Director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. Do I need an arrest warrant to arrest someone? Get out of here. Along with the angry rebuke, Meng Hao burst out with a powerful aura. The bloody pressure swept out like a torrent, instantly submerging Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao Feng stood in front and said firmly, Ling Tian is the top high school student in the country. You can't arrest him without an arrest warrant. Meng Hao roared loudly and raised his hand to slap him. Surrounded by true energy, his attack speed is as fast as lightning. Snap! A loud and crisp slap hit Commander Zhao Feng in the face. Zhao Feng had no time to react. After being hit by the palm, he flew backwards instantly and fell heavily to the ground. My ears were ringing and pain flashed in my eyes. At this moment, Meng Haiyun looked at Ling Tian with full confidence. You little bastard. Do you think a mere commander like Zhao Feng can protect you? Let me tell you, this little backer is not qualified enough to stop us. Meng Haiyun is extremely domineering and vows to capture Ling Tian. Even Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were trembling all over because of the strong oppression from Meng Haiyun and the others. They knew in their hearts that Ling Tian might be in great danger this time. What about adding me as your backer? Is that enough? At this moment, a roar of anger resounded all around. A middle-aged man wearing golden glasses walked down from the plane. His temples were slightly bulging, and his every move revealed the aura of a strong man. The person who came was Qianyu, who was beside Mr. Li. Qianyu was originally waiting on the plane for Mr. Li to practice, but when he heard a commotion outside, he came down to check what was going on. As soon as he came out, he saw Meng Haiyun, Meng Hao and others arrogantly dealing with Ling Tian. Qianyu exuded the aura of a 5th-level heavenly grade expert, causing the people in the Law Enforcement Bureau to show fear. Only Meng Haiyun and his nephew Meng Hao remained arrogant and composed. Are you planning to protect Ling Tian? Meng Haiyun looked at Qianyu with disdain in her eyes. That's right. Qianyu admitted it without hesitation. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to protect this bastard? Meng Haiyun's face suddenly changed, her expression twisted, and she asked asked loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you arrest someone in front of me? Xian Yu exploded in anger, his aura suddenly rising. The pressure from the heavenly level expert directly hit Meng Haiyun, causing her mind to waver. Where did this stray dog come from, barking here? At this moment, Meng Hao roared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead. His aura burst out, and he raised his hand and slapped the air. Although Qian Yu was also a heaven-level expert, Meng Hao's strength was, after all, 4 levels higher. Furthermore, Meng Hao's attack was so sudden that Qian Yu had no time to dodge. A heavy slap landed directly on Qian Yu's face. In an instant, Qian Yu's golden glasses were shattered by Meng Hao's slap. The whole person fell to the ground suddenly. Qian Yu was immediately enraged. He never imagined that there would be someone in this world so arrogant that he would beat him up over a disagreement. Qian Yu's identity is very important. He is not only Li Yuntian's nephew, but also Li Yuntian's newly appointed secretary to the city lord. He had just been the secretary for less than a month, so it was normal that no one knew him yet. But I didn't expect that the other party would just attack him directly. It was simply lawless. Qian Yu was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. How dare you hit me? I'm going to beat you. Meng Hao shouted angrily and slapped Qian Yu hard in the face with his backhand. After the slap, Qian Yu's entire face swelled up like a pig's head in an instant. Shock, frustration, anger, all kinds of emotions instantly surged into Qian Yu's heart. Qian Yu had never felt so wronged before. Meng Haiyun stared at Qian Yu coldly, as if she was looking at a clown. A mere heaven-level warrior dares to protect Ling Tian? The two of you are simply not qualified. What about me? Is that enough? As soon as Meng Haiyun finished speaking, the sound waves suddenly exploded. The entire airport seemed to be swept by an invisible storm, as if the 9-day divine thunder suddenly descended, roaring loudly and deafeningly. Everyone present had a buzzing head and ringing ears. Before they could react, everyone clearly felt a terrifying pressure, like a waterfall from the sky, falling straight down and crushing them heavily, making it difficult for them to breathe. At this moment, an old man in a Zhongshan suit slowly walked out of the plane. The invisible pressure from the powerful man made him look like a king, and his every move showed his imposing aura like a mountain. Upon seeing this old man, Meng Hao was stunned. He never dreamed that this great terror was actually here. That man was none other than Li Yuntian, Old Li, the Lord Mayor of the capital of Yunnan province. When Meng Hao saw Li Yuntian appear, his whole body shook, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He froze in place, as if petrified, unable to move. At this moment, Qian Yu's face was filled with grievance and anger, and he shouted loudly, "Uncle, these bastards are simply lawless. They attacked me as soon as they disagreed with me." Looking at Qian Yu, whose eyes were swollen and whose face was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten, Li Yuntian's face suddenly became gloomy, so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. Who did it? Li Yuntian roared. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. Yunnan province was under his jurisdiction, yet there was still such an arrogant person? This was a slap in his face. Qian Yu pointed at Meng Hao. That's him. Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, his face filled with despair. He hurriedly ran to Li Yuntian and said, "I." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Li Yuntian swung his arm and slapped him in the face. There was a sonic boom in my ears, echoing all around. The palm hit Meng Hao's face hard, and half of his face was sunken in an instant, and his facial features were distorted. The powerful force made it impossible for him to control his body. He flew backwards dozens of meters and fell heavily to the ground. He rolled more than 10 times before stopping. What? Everyone was stunned. That was Meng Hao, the deputy director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, and he was slapped away by Li Yuntian. Obviously, Meng Haiyun has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. "Old dog, you're looking for death." Along with the angry scolding, Meng Haiyun loudly questioned, "Do you know who my uncle is? How dare you lay hands on my uncle?" Seeing her so arrogant, Li Yuntian was furious and couldn't help cursing. "What kind of a piece of shit is your uncle? Do you know who I am?" Meng Haiyun's face was still stern. "Who do I care who you are? You attacked my uncle and obstructed law enforcement officers from performing their duties. Just wait for jail." Hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Li Yuntian couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, you still want me to go to jail?" It was clearly Meng Haiyun and the others who started the fight. Li Yuntian shouted angrily, "Meng Hao, you bastard, you're not dead yet. Get over here." Meng Hao, who was originally lying on the ground, quickly jumped up, with true energy surrounding his whole body, and rushed to Li Yuntian at the fastest speed. "This subordinate, Meng Hao, greets the city lord." There was fear in Meng Hao's voice, but his words echoed clearly in everyone's ears. What? The whole audience was stunned. The surroundings fell into deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop, as if the air had stopped flowing, and time and space seemed to have frozen. Meng Hao actually respectfully addressed the other party as Lord City Lord. In the entire Yunnan province, apart from the mayor of the provincial capital and the highest leader of the province, who else can be addressed like this by Meng Hao? Impossible. After everyone was stunned for a few seconds, Meng Haiyun finally couldn't bear the shock in her heart and shouted loudly. As one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital of Yunnan province, Meng Haiyun was full of confidence. When Ling Tian came to her territory, she thought she could play with him at will. But now, Ling Tian actually has a backer like Li Yuntian. Not to mention Meng Hao. Even if the Meng family's biggest backer was here, he couldn't touch Ling Tian at all. Ma Ming, Lin Yueru and others also had shocked expressions on their faces. Ling Tian actually traveled with a super boss like Li Yuntian all the way. Li Yuntian stared at Xianyu with a cold face and asked, Xianyu, tell me clearly, what exactly is going on? Xianyu's face was filled with anger. Those bastards, without an arrest warrant, actually tried to forcibly arrest Ling Tian. I tried to stop them, but they actually attacked me and Commander Zhao Feng. Li Yuntian shouted loudly, good. You guys are really awesome. You dared to arrest the top-ranked high school student in the country without a warrant, and even assaulted the one-star commander of the military and the city lord's secretary. You really can't stand living like this. The law enforcement officers on the scene were stunned. This was a serious crime. Attacking two high-ranking officials for even one offense was enough to land them in jail for 10 or 8 years. Bang! At this moment, Meng Hao fell to his knees and begged desperately, Lord City Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Please give us a chance. Hearing Meng Hao's words, Li Yuntian's face became even gloomier, and even Meng Haiyun stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. He knew that with Li Yuntian here, he couldn't take Ling Tian away today. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Mr. Li, since they insist on convicting me, I will go to the court the day after tomorrow to stand trial. However, today they disobeyed the rules and even assaulted people. I have to retaliate. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ling Tian's words. Li Yuntian stared at Ling Tian. Then how do you plan to solve this problem? Ling Tian showed a wicked smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to her mind. Actually, everything that happened today was Meng Haiyun's deliberate targeting of me. She's the one who caused all this trouble. How about handing Meng Haiyun over to me for 20 minutes, so I can teach her a lesson and then let them leave? Oh, are you sure it's that simple? Ling Tian nodded calmly. Mr. Li, it's enough to teach them a lesson first. The day after tomorrow, the court of justice will determine who is right and who is wrong, who is the evildoer, and who deserves punishment. That will be the final word. Why not leave this for the day after tomorrow, and everything will be resolved easily? What do you think? Seeing that Ling Tian was so confident, Li Yuntian must have been sure of it, so he agreed. He turned to look at Meng Hao. Meng Hao, hand this woman over to Ling Tian and teach her a lesson, then I'll let you go. How about that? Meng Haiyun's heart tightened when she heard Li Yuntian's words. Familiar scenes kept appearing in my mind, and those indelible demons came back again. Meng Haiyun will never forget how Ling Tian tortured her at the Yunqing Law Enforcement Bureau that day. Her face was full of horror, her eyes were wide open, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Looking at his uncle Meng Hao, it was the first time that Meng Hao saw his niece show such fear. In his eyes, this niece was fearless, so how could she become so scared? Could Ling Tian really be a demon? Lord City Lord, will this be a problem? Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian, his tone somewhat tentative. Ling Tian, how do you plan to punish her? Can you tell us? Ling Tian smiled slightly, but in Meng Haiyun's eyes, this smile was the most chilling in the world. Mr. Li, don't worry, I will never let Meng Haiyun get hurt. Li Yuntian suddenly realized that Ling Tian's healing ability was indeed formidable. Even if Meng Haiyun suffered more torture, she would not be left with a single scar. He nodded and turned to look at Meng Hao. You heard it, Ling Tian has promised that your niece will not be harmed in any way. Meng Hao looked at Meng Haiyun helplessly. Just bear with it for a bit. Otherwise, we've touched the city lord's secretary today. If the city lord investigates, we won't be able to escape the blame. Meng Haiyun was almost in despair and shook her head desperately to refuse. At this moment, Ling Tian had already walked to her side, his eyes gentle. Please come with me. Meng Haiyun's eyes suddenly became ferocious, almost crazy. You little beast, you want to torture me again? I'll fight you. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Meng Haiyun, rippling the surrounding space. Her face became distorted and ferocious, and with a roar, she lunged at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was filled with disdain as he easily dodged her punch. Then, his blood and energy surged, and he punched out. Ling Tian's fist hit Meng Haiyun's abdomen hard, as if to pierce her. Wow! Meng Haiyun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of sour water, fell to the ground exhausted, and lost her fighting ability. Ling Tian grabbed her collar and lifted her up like she was picking up trash, his face full of contempt and mockery. I wanted to leave the grudge to the court of justice, but you took the initiative to come to me and let me vent my anger. In this case, I will satisfy you. After saying that, Ling Tian took Meng Haiyun back to the plane. Meng Haiyun clutched her stomach in agony, gasping for breath. She was shocked. After only a week, Ling Tian had become so formidable. A dignified, 7th level Huang level warrior was no match for him. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Meng Haiyun was immersed in shock, a wave of hot air blew in her face, pulling her back to reality. At this moment, Ling Tian had a pistol in his hand. One hand was tightly gripping the handle of the gun, while the other hand was burning with the 9 extreme heavenly fire. The scorching flames were madly devouring the pistol. Under the scorching heat of the fireworks, the pistol has turned turned red. Ling Tian's lips curled up into a smile. Meng Haiyun, guess where I want to put this red-hot pistol? Meng Haiyun screamed desperately, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Her heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the airport, causing everyone in the law enforcement agency to tremble. Once again, Meng Haiyun was tortured by Ling Tian. 20 minutes later, Meng Haiyun's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if her soul had been taken away. There was not a single scar on her body, but her lower body ached slightly. Ling Tian carried her out and then threw her in front of Meng Hao. At this moment, Meng Haiyun was unharmed, just as Ling Tian said, but everyone could see from her expression that she was in great pain. Mr. Li, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Li Yuntian nodded and said, let's go. Under the watchful eyes of Meng Hao and the others, everyone left in style. Meng Haiyun roared angrily, Ling Tian, I will definitely kill you. Everyone clearly felt her deep resentment. But when Meng Hao asked Ling Tian what he had done to her, Meng Haiyun remained silent. 2 hours later, the capital of Yunnan province, on Yunding Mountain. Under the leadership of Zhao Feng and City Lord Li, Ling Tian and others finally arrived. The holy place for cultivation in Yunnan province, Xinyan Lingquan, is located on the top of Yunding Mountain. At the entrance, 2 men with hidden auras and cold faces stood ready. They are the guardians of the Xinyang spiritual spring. Ling Tian clearly felt that the strength of the two far exceeded that of the heavenly great experts and had reached the realm of the innate grandmaster. Lord City Lord. After seeing Li Yuntian, the 2 guardians shouted respectfully. Li Yuntian nodded calmly, I will bring the top 3 students from the Western Joint Entrance Examination to the True Yang Spiritual Spring for training. The 2 men immediately made way. Soon, they arrived at the True Yang Spiritual Spring. They saw a massive pool on the mountaintop, surrounded by 9 layers of rock. The water within was none other than the legendary True Yang Spiritual Spring. Ling Tian and the others could clearly sense the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth within it, its concentration far exceeding that of the outside world by a dozen times, if not more. At this time, Xianyu stepped forward and introduced, the True Yang Spirit Spring is divided into 9 layers. The first layer is suitable for quasi-warriors. To practice, the second layer is suitable for yellow-level warriors, and so on. The 9th layer is suitable for warriors at the martial saint level. When you soak in the water of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, the high temperature will quickly damage your body, but at the same time, the water also contains magical power that can instantly repair the damaged body. The True Yang Spiritual Spring uses this rapid cycle of destruction and repair to temper your body, helping to open up more tendons and meridians and achieve a breakthrough. Ling Tian, Lin Yueru, and Ma Ming all nodded in understanding. Xianyu continued, before you go in, try to go as deep as possible into the spiritual spring. The deeper, the better. But don't be greedy. The heat deep within the Xinyang spiritual spring is terrifying. If you can't withstand the heat, you'll be tormented and pass out. While you're unconscious, you won't be able to absorb the spiritual spring's power to repair your body, and you're very likely to be scalded to death by the spring. Understood. Ling Tian and the other 2 responded in unison, then leaped into the spring. Xianyu, Commander Zhao Feng, and the others also showed deep interest. What level of the True Yang Spirit Spring can these 3 little guys withstand without passing out? Commander Zhao Feng smiled and said, they are all geniuses from our Yunnan province. They can at least withstand the 2nd level of the True Yang Spirit Spring. Li Yuntian nodded and replied, Ling Tian has suffered a lot over the years, and his mental will is very strong. Maybe he will have the opportunity to reach the 3rd level of cultivation. Everyone nodded, their anticipation growing stronger. Ling Tian and the other 2 had already entered the True Yang Spiritual Spring. As soon as they entered, Ling Tian, Ma Ming, and Lin Yueru felt a surge of blazing, pure energy surge into their bodies. The heat seemed to burn them, but as long as they absorbed the power of the spring water, their injuries would be easily healed. The heat of the True Yang Spiritual Spring was incredibly dangerous. Even the 1st level alone had Ma Ming and Lin Yueru sweating profusely, but their goal wasn't to stop there. Upon entering the spring, they headed for the 2nd level. Soon, the 3 of them successfully reached the 2nd level, where the temperature was significantly higher than the 1st. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru's skin felt like it had been scalded. Their faces were filled with pain, their brows furrowed, but they gritted their teeth and endured, diligently absorbing the spiritual spring's power to heal their injuries. Ling Tian, however, remained calm, as if strolling through a pool, completely oblivious to the pain of the intense heat. After all, he had endured countless tortures at the hands of Meng Haiyun, and his strong willpower made the pain of the 2nd level nothing to him. Seeing Ling Tian advancing towards the 3rd level without hesitation, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. In less than a minute, the 3 reached the 3rd level. As soon as they entered, the temperature suddenly soared, burning their skin. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru grimaced in pain, their faces filled with unconcealed agony. But Ling Tian remained relaxed and calm, even a hint of anticipation, for he knew the power contained within the 3rd level's spiritual spring was even more refined and powerful. It was of great help to his own body tempering, and Ling Tian walked towards the 4th floor floor almost without hesitation. Ling Tian, are you still going to the fourth floor? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru looked at him in shock. They knew that the high temperature of the third floor was almost unbearable for their physical strength as quasi-warriors, and it was almost reaching the limit. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru knew very well that once they stepped into the fourth floor, the severe pain brought by the horrific heat wave would probably make them fall into a coma instantly. However, Ling Tian's face still showed a relaxed and calm expression. If you can't bear it, just practice on the third floor. Hearing this, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru seemed very unconvinced. Since Ling Tian dared to go to the fourth floor, they were unwilling to fall behind and followed him. At this time, Commander Zhao Feng, City Lord Li Yuntian and others showed surprise on their faces. The third level of the True Yang Spirit Spring is so hot that even ordinary Earth-level warriors would find it unbearable. For Yellow-level warriors, it is already their limit here. But now Ling Tian not only showed no signs of abnormality, he even planned to challenge the fourth level. Commander Zhao Feng couldn't help but remind him, Ling Tian, the temperature on the fourth floor is far higher than on the third floor. Think carefully. The high temperature could make you unconscious, and once you do, your life is in great danger. Ling Tian smiled faintly, Lord City Lord, please rest assured, I have my own plans. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped firmly towards the fourth floor. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru also gritted their teeth and followed. As soon as they stepped onto the third floor, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru felt the terrifying heat. Their skin felt as if it were burning, and even their blood seemed to be melting. They couldn't help but roar in pain. Soon, the two realized that the fourth floor was not a place they could endure, and hurriedly retreated to the third floor. In contrast, Ling Tian had already entered the fourth level, and his expression remained calm as usual. The high temperature continued to corrode his body, but he showed no sign of pain. Instead, he quickly absorbed the power of the True Yang Spirit Spring. The burned parts also recovered rapidly. You can actually bear it. City Lord Li Yuntian, Commander Zhao Feng, Xianyu, and others were all surprised. In the past 10 years, only 3 would-be warriors have been able to remain calm in the intense heat of the fourth level of the True Yang Spiritual Spring. This Ling Tian is truly a genius, able to withstand this blazing heat with such composure. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru shook their heads helplessly, knowing that the third level was their limit, so they stayed there to cultivate, using the True Yang Spirit Spring to temper their energy, attempting to open their tendons and meridians to their limit, striving to break through to the yellow-level warrior realm in one fell swoop. However, just when everyone thought Ling Tian would be cultivating on the fourth floor, something happened that shocked everyone. Ling Tian did not stop but continued to move forward. Is Ling Tian going to the fifth floor? Everyone looked at him in shock. The high temperature on the fifth floor is so terrifying that only a heaven-level warrior can barely endure it. Ling Tian is just a quasi-warrior, yet he dares to move forward to the fifth floor. Everyone exclaimed, Ling Tian, are you crazy? Stop it. But Ling Tian ignored it, instead quickened his pace and went straight into the fifth floor. The terrifying heat wave instantly engulfed his body. Everyone clearly saw Ling Tian's flesh and blood being burned and devoured, and the pain was self-evident. However, Ling Tian's expression remained calm as he easily absorbed the energy of the True Yang Spirit Spring. The burned flesh and blood was instantly repaired, and the flesh and blood constantly alternated between being eroded and restored. Ling Tian felt that his tendons and veins were gradually being opened up by blood and energy. How is this possible? Li Yuntian and the others looked at Ling Tian in shock. A would-be warrior could practice without changing his expression despite facing the high-temperature erosion of the fifth layer of the True Yang Spirit Spring. Commander Zhao Feng knew secretly that even for him, an Earth-level warrior, it would be difficult to withstand such intense heat after entering the True Yang Spirit Spring. What they didn't know was that the pain Ling Tian felt from the fifth floor's intense heat was, at most, a level 3 pain. Level 3. Pain was child's play for Ling Tian, nothing to worry about. Just when everyone thought Ling Tian would stop, he continued on his way. Ling Tian, what do you want to do? Are you looking for death? City Lord Li Yuntian couldn't help but shout loudly. However, Ling Tian still had a relaxed look on his face. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, the fifth floor is not my limit. I can endure it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian had already walked towards the sixth floor. He's crazy, really crazy. What should we do? Should we stop Ling Tian? City Lord Li Yuntian, Commander Zhao Feng and Xianyu looked at each other, feeling confused. No, we can't let Ling Tian get through like this. Just when they decided to take action to stop him, Ling Tian had already stepped into the sixth floor. Good. The terrifying heat of the sixth layer instantly corroded Ling Tian's flesh. Everyone could clearly see that in the blink of an eye, Ling Tian's flesh was corroded by the scorching heat, exposing his tendons and veins. However, Ling Tian's expression remained calm as he absorbed the power from the True Yang Spirit Spring. Moreover, the speed at which he absorbed the power increased, so that the rate of his flesh being eroded could not keep up with the speed of its repair. Therefore, Ling Tian only suffered a minor injury upon entering the sixth floor, and subsequently remained unharmed. His blood and energy rapidly grew, gradually progressing towards opening up all 108 meridians. How is that possible? Xianyu Yu looked at Ling Tian in shock. That was the 6th level True Yang Spirit Spring, something even a heaven level warrior like him couldn't handle, let alone Ling Tian. Yet, he could actually soak in it without batting an eyelid. How terrifying. What on earth has he been through? How could he possess such incredible willpower? City Lord Li Yuntian couldn't help but sigh loudly. Their hearts were already filled with shock. A would-be warrior could actually cultivate in the 6th level True Yang Spirit Spring. It was simply unheard of. Just when everyone's shock had not yet subsided, Ling Tian's actions shocked them again. He quickened his pace and quickly rushed to the 7th level of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, stirring up ripples in the pool water. Ling Tian, what are you going to do? City Lord Li Yuntian and the other two shouted in shock. But just as they exclaimed, Ling Tian rushed into the True Yang Spirit Spring on the 7th floor. The 7th floor's intense heat was terrifying, instantly corroding his flesh, blood, and veins, leaving everyone stunned. However, Ling Tian managed to endure the burning pain, rapidly absorbing the power from the spiritual spring. His healing speed once again outpaced the erosion, and within a few breaths, he was back to normal. His blood energy also rapidly increased. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. City Lord Li Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Even he, a true martial realm martial king at his peak, could barely withstand the intense heat of the 7th level. Yet Ling Tian, a quasi-martial artist, could actually cultivate on the same level as him. However, this is still not Ling Tian's limit. Don't tell me, Ling Tian is going to the 8th floor? Everyone stared at him numbly. Xian Yu nodded mechanically. It seems so. At this moment, the three of them were confused and didn't know whether they should stop Ling Tian. In the 7th layer of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, Ling Tian felt only level 5 pain, and only frowned slightly. He quickened his pace and rushed directly to the 8th layer of the True Yang Spiritual Spring. The terrifying heat instantly melted his flesh and veins, revealing his bare bones. Ling Tian finally revealed a look of pain, but his consciousness remained clear. He quickly absorbed the power from the spiritual spring, rapidly repairing his injuries. He actually managed to hold on again. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock beyond words. The 8th level of the True Yang Spirit Spring was generally accessible only to warriors at the Martial Emperor or at least the Martial King level. However, Ling Tian, a near martial artist, had managed to endure the scorching heat. It was truly unbelievable. Even a master of the Xiantian realm who fell into the True Yang Spirit Spring would be so overwhelmed by the unbearable pain that he would forget to absorb the water's power to recover, ultimately being consumed by the terrifying heat and completely melted. Yet, Ling Tian, a would-be warrior, forged ahead and endured it. Ling Tian's willpower was so formidable it was simply unbelievable. But his original goal was to reach the 9th floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight into the 9th floor. 9th floor. Commander Zhao Feng's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. As Ling Tian entered the 9th floor, the terrifying heat immediately eroded his flesh, veins, and bones. In less than a breath, Ling Tian's body had been scorched by the scorching heat, leaving only his skeleton, his internal organs gradually devoured. Yet, Ling Tian gritted his teeth and persevered. Though a look of agony crossed his face, it was only level 7 pain, and he could still endure it. He frantically practiced his skills, absorbing the power of the True Yang Spirit Spring, and his injuries rapidly healed. He actually withstood it? Everyone was completely stunned. A near martial artist had actually endured the intense heat of the 9th level of the True Yang Spirit Spring, a feat even martial emperors struggled to withstand. How could anyone not be astonished? In their eyes, this was a feat that was simply impossible. Yet Ling Tian remained calm, continuing his cultivation until the 9th level. This had been his long-held plan, since it was expected. Nothing could shock him. At this moment, Ling Tian felt the blood and energy within his body rising at an astonishing rate. The rich energy continuously flowed into his 107 tendons and veins. While his flesh and tendons were constantly being eroded, they were also constantly being repaired. With each cycle, Ling Tian's blood and energy grew 3 times stronger, and his physical strength increased by 3 times. Time passed quickly, and the blood energy in Ling Tian's body accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. Now Ling Tian, even the blood energy of a Xian level 1st level warrior might not be able to match it. Boom! At this moment, waves of energy surged from Ling Tian's body, and his momentum continued to rise. The blood stars around him began to condense. 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26. Could it be? Seeing this scene, Xian Yu, City Lord Li Yuntian, and Commander Zhao Feng held their breath, speechless with shock. Their mouths opened wide, and huge waves surged in their hearts. Swish! In an instant, the extremely bright 27th blood star appeared above Ling Tian's head. 108 meridians. Ling Tian actually did it. The only person in history who has successfully opened up all 108 meridians. Everyone shouted excitedly. Opening up a full 108 meridians, in this era of universal cultivation, only Ling Tian could do it. How could everyone not be excited and inspired? At this moment, Ling Tian, with his powerful body and blood energy, energy, could easily defeat a 9th level yellow rank warrior. Coupled with his supernatural powers, his combat power was simply unfathomable. With such a formidable foundation, how many people in the entire Dragon Nation, let alone the entire Blue Planet, can compete with it? City Lord Li Yuntian couldn't help but sigh loudly. For a would-be warrior, opening up the meridians is the foundation building process. The more meridians there are, the more solid the foundation, and the future achievements will naturally be astonishing. Xianyu and Commander Zhao Feng nodded, their inner shock lingering for a long time. Xianyu looked at Ling Tian and asked, now that you've opened up 108 meridians, should you break through to the yellow level next? After all, Ling Tian had already reached the limit of a quasi-warrior, and the next step was to break through to the yellow level. Generally speaking, opening up 90 meridians would easily lead to a yellow level breakthrough, but for Ling Tian, having opened up 108 meridians, breaking through to the yellow level was as easy as eating and drinking water. However, Ling Tian did not move at this moment. At the same time, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru, who were cultivating in the 3rd level of the True Yang spiritual spring, also quickly opened up their meridians. Each of them had opened up 102 meridians, their limit. Without hesitation, they began to break through the warrior realm. But Ling Tian still showed no signs of a breakthrough. On the contrary, the blood and energy in his body became stronger and stronger. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted. At this moment, everyone clearly saw a crimson light shimmering around Ling Tian. To be precise, it was Ling Tian's 100th main tendon that burst into dazzling light and directly penetrated his skin. Ling Tian's 108 tendons were running wildly. The water in the True Yang spiritual spring pool began to ripple, forming a massive vortex. Ling Tian was right at the center of it. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual energy within a radius of several miles rushed into his surroundings frantically, as if forming a huge spiritual energy tornado. The terrifying aura made people tremble involuntarily. What on earth is Ling Tian doing? Li Yuntian and the others were all stunned. They only saw the veins on Ling Tian's body glowing brighter and brighter. Not only did the 108 main tendons emerge, but the branch meridians in his body also began to flicker. What the hell is going on? Li Yuntian and the other two were so shocked that they roared loudly, their voices so hoarse that it seemed as if their throats were about to break. They clearly saw that the branches in Ling Tian's body were constantly merging. At this moment, the tendons and veins in Ling Tian's body continued to converge, and finally formed the 109th tendon and vein. In an instant, the blood concentration in Ling Tian's body increased to an extremely terrifying level. Even a warrior at the 9th level of the Xian level would probably not be able to match his blood and energy strength. At the same time, the 28th blood star above Ling Tian's head instantly appeared. Owner, that star is like the king among the stars, emitting a terrifying aura that makes people despair. At this moment, Ling Tian's entire life form and aura seemed to have been sublimated. City Lord Li Yuntian, a powerful warrior at the martial king level, actually felt an invisible pressure from Ling Tian. The pressure seemed to come from the suppression of the essence of life, as if Ling Tian was born superior to him, bringing with it a terrifying sense of oppression. 28 blood stars, 109 tendons. Am I dreaming? Li Yuntian and the others were yelling loudly, spitting, and their expressions were more exaggerated than each other. Today, they witnessed Ling Tian's historic feat. After becoming the first, it broke the historical record again. Li Yuntian couldn't help but shout loudly. Ling Tian actually tempered and fused all the branch meridians and successfully opened up the 109th tendon. He condensed 28 blood stars. What kind of monster is this? Xianyu and Commander Zhao Feng were also shocked and confused, and it was difficult to describe their feelings at the moment. However, while everyone was still immersed in shock, Ling Tian underwent another strange change. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wind and clouds, lightning, and thunder. Then, a huge dark cloud covered the sky. At this moment, a huge gap appeared in the dark clouds. A 9-colored auspicious light enveloped Ling Tian. Crash! Yes! A terrifying flame ignited on Ling Tian's body, and the 9 extreme skyfire carried an aura that burned the sky and boiled the sea. It was as if he was rendered as a fire god of war. The form of the 9 extreme heavenly fire changed rapidly, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the surrounding space. Seeing this shocking sight, City Lord Li Yuntian was completely dumbfounded. The essence of life is transforming, and superpowers are evolving. Ling Tian's superpowers are evolving. What? Commanders Qian Feng and Zhao Feng roared loudly together. Ling Tian's supernatural power is actually evolving. Everyone knows that when a warrior's strength reaches a certain level, the essence of life has been improved. At this time, there is a very small probability that superpowers will evolve. For most people, their superpowers evolve autonomously when their cultivation reaches the level of innate master from the heavenly level. The 9th level of the heavenly grade and the 1st level of the innate grade innate of the Grandmaster realm seem to be only one level apart, but the gap between them is as big as a chasm. Once you reach the realm of innate master, your physical, mental strength, and all aspects of your foundation will skyrocket. Go beyond the scope of normal people and become an existence like a land immortal. Therefore, there are a small number of warriors who break through from the 9th level of the heavenly grade to the 1st level of the innate grade. Superpowers can evolve. Under normal circumstances, among 10 9th level heavenly grade experts, only one can successfully break through to the 1st level innate Grandmaster realm. Among the 10 people who broke through to the 1st level of the innate realm, only one was able to evolve his superpowers. It can be seen how difficult it is for superpowers to evolve autonomously. But now Ling Tian is just a quasi-warrior, and his strength is far inferior to that of a strong man at the innate master level. But Ling Tian can actually evolve with superpowers. The terrifying heat wave from Ling Tian was so strong that even Li Yuntian, a powerful martial king in the true martial realm, felt the trembling of his soul. Wrapped around Ling Tian, the raging flames burned fiercely. The color continued to deepen, and the surrounding space seemed to be melting. Gradually, the color of the flame changed from red to purple. Powerful air waves continued to spread. The surrounding air was annihilated inch by inch. How could Ling Tian at this moment look like a quasi-warrior who had not yet broken through to the yellow-level warrior? Crash! It was just that moment. Ling Tian's 9 extremes heavenly fire completely transformed into purple flames. City Lord Li Yuntian roared excitedly. It's an SS-level fire ability, the Infinite Sky Fire. Infinite Sky Fire. After hearing Li Yuntian's words, Xian Yu and Commander Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. His expression was almost crazy, and words were completely unable to express his extremely excited mood at the moment. However, their excitement had not yet subsided. A terrifying aura burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. The pupil of the left eye is like a colorful vortex, bewitching the mind and pulling at the soul, and his right eye was like a black hole that destroyed everything, emitting domineering black flames. There was a green light flashing on his body. This is. The three were dumbfounded again. Who told me I'm dreaming? I actually felt the fluctuations of 3 kinds of innate abilities in Ling Tian. Commander Zhao Feng also couldn't help but swear, and he simply didn't believe that this was true. Everyone was completely plunged into madness. Shocked by Ling Tian's performance, his mind began to waver. Xian Yu was also completely confused. What you saw is real. Ling Tian is truly a 3-element innate supernatural power possessor. City Lord Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian. His heart seemed to be about to jump out of his chest. Healing talent, infinite skyfire, and pupil skills. City Lord Li Yuntian roared loudly. He is actually a person who has awakened 3 types of innate abilities, and the levels of his other 2 innate abilities are no worse than the infinite skyfire. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xian Yu couldn't stand it at all. There are billions of people with awakened talents and special abilities on the entire blue planet. There are only a few hundred people who possess dual system talents and abilities, and there are no more than 5 people who possess 3 sets of talents and abilities, and they knew the 5 people who possessed 3 types of talents and abilities. At most, he has an SS level talent ability. However, Ling Tian is different. The levels of Ling Tian's 3 talents and abilities are all SS level. Of course, they didn't dare to think higher, because Ling Tian knew that the level of his healing ability was far beyond the SS level. It is even more powerful than the talents and abilities at the SSS level. Ling Tian felt that all the 1,080,000,000 cells in his body were cheering and jumping for joy. Is this the King Bomb opening? In his previous life, Ling Tian was already 20 years old when he became a warrior. This time, Ling Tian has not even turned 18 yet, but he already has 2 SS level supernatural talents. Ling Tian's combat capability far surpassed that of his previous life when he was a quasi-warrior. At this time, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru had already made a breakthrough. Their cultivation base was successfully raised to the 5th level of the yellow grade. With their strength, even defeating a yellow level 8th level warrior who was 3 levels higher than themselves is not a problem. Breakthrough. The gap between me and Ling Tian should be narrowed a bit, right? Lin Yueru thought to herself. What the hell is this? However, before Lin Yueru opened her eyes, she heard Ma Ming's roar beside her. Ma Ming was seen looking at the deepest part of the Xinyan Lingquan in shock. At this time, Ling Tian was soaking in the true Yang spirit spring. His entire body is wrapped in purple heavenly fire. His eyes are extremely domineering. He controls life and death and bewitches the mind. Green light flows on the surface of the skin. There are a total of 28 blood stars around his body, and the blood star above his head is several times larger than a normal blood star. It's obvious that Ling Tian hasn't even become a warrior yet, but the aura from his body made everyone feel despair. The world changed strangely and gradually disappeared. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru left Xinyan Lingquan and looked at Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao Feng, what happened to Ling Tian? Commander Zhao Feng's face was filled with numbness. Ling Tian, after opening up 109 meridians, his life essence has transformed, and his supernatural talents have evolved autonomously. Ling Tian has now awakened 3 types types of SS level innate abilities. What? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru stood there as if petrified. Commander Zhao Feng, do you want to hear what nonsense you are talking about? This is what Ma Ming and Lin Yueru thought. Aren't there 108 main meridians in the human body? What does 109 mean? Doesn't Ling Tian have 2S level talents? What does it mean to have 3 SS level talents? Etc. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru trembled suddenly. Ling Tian indeed has 28 blood stars on his body. There are indeed fluctuations of 3 kinds of innate supernatural powers on his body. What kind of monster is this? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru finally couldn't help but roar. However, at this time, the supernatural power fluctuations on Ling Tian's body completely disappeared. Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes. Now, all the tendons and meridians have been opened, and the supernatural powers have also evolved. It's time to break through in one fell swoop and reach the realm of a warrior. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly practiced his skills to break through. With a muffled sound, a wave of air spread out directly from all around Ling Tian. The impact caused ripples in the true Yang spirit spring. Ling Tian easily broke through to the first level of the yellow level. Bang bang bang. However, Ling Tian's breakthrough did not even stop for a second. Ling Tian continued to break through, and it was a continuous breakthrough. Yellow level 2, yellow level 3, yellow level 4. However, Ling Tian still showed no signs of stopping his breakthrough. Bang bang bang. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed all around. Yellow level 5, yellow level 6, yellow level 7. What the hell? Ma Ming and Lin Yueru screamed again. This breakthrough was like beating drums and gongs. Is this a human being? In less than 10 seconds, he broke through 7 realms in succession. But Ling Tian still showed no signs of stopping the breakthrough. Bang bang bang. Ling Tian's momentum continued to rise, and his strength continued to soar. Yellow level 8, yellow level 9. However, everyone thought that Ling Tian's strength would stop growing after breaking through to the 9th level of the yellow grade. But everyone knows that they are wrong. Ling Tian still did not stop breaking through. This is what it means to accumulate strength and then release it. There was another muffled sound, and Ling Tian's cultivation level directly broke through to the first level of the Xin level. Bang! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? It was the first time that everyone saw that a breakthrough could be achieved in this way, and Ling Tian has completely stopped breaking through. With one breakthrough, Ling Tian broke through 10 levels in a row. This is the first time that anyone has seen such a thing, and this record can be said to be unprecedented. What everyone cannot accept the most is, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru broke through 5 small levels in succession, and their realm was now very unstable. The foundation is a bit empty. However, Ling Tian, who broke through 10 levels in a row, still had a strong aura, and his foundation was extremely solid and indestructible. And Ling Tian also stopped breaking through. The reason why Ling Tian can break through so many realms in one breath, it was because of his accumulated experience, the opening of 109 meridians, and the effect of his cultivation in the true Yang spirit spring. Ling Tian clearly felt the power in his body. At this time, the blood and qi in the dantian produced true essence and turned into a sea of true essence. That true essence, both in terms of thickness and purity, is 10 times that of warriors of the same level. Ling Tian estimated that at this moment, even if he did not use his supernatural powers, he could still do it with just his powerful true energy and physical body. They can easily defeat a strong man of the 7th level of the Xian level. If the infinite skyfire is used, even a warrior of the 9th level of the Xian level will have a chance of being defeated. Coupled with the powerful extreme pupils, even a strong man of the 1st level of the Earth level can fight. This is the real strength of crossing a major realm. It can be said that Ling Tian's breakthrough speed has now become the first in history. It seems that this year, our Yunnan province will produce a national top scholar. City Lord Li Yuntian, after feeling the aura from Ling Tian, couldn't help but sigh. Xianyu, Commander Zhao Feng, Ma Ming, and Lin Yueru all nodded mechanically in agreement. There is no way. Ling Tian has not even taken the college entrance examination yet, but he has already reached the 1st level of Xian level. With such strength, he can definitely be called the strongest high school student in history. In Long Country, for decades, the strongest high school student in the college entrance examination was only at the 9th level of the yellow grade. Ling Tian, with 2 months left before the college entrance examination, successfully reached the 1st level of the Xian level. By the time Ling Tian takes the college entrance examination, he will definitely be stronger. At this moment, Ling Tian walked out of the Xinyang spiritual spring. Then stretch your muscles. Crackling. There was a crisp sound coming from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian felt the blood and energy surging in his body, and the surging power. Ha! A punch was thrown. The invisible fist wind, like a long dragon, rushed out more than 10 meters. His own Ling Tian has an unprecedented confidence. It took City Lord Li Yuntian and his men a long time to recover. However, the shock in my heart still took a long time to subside. At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian asked, Ling Tian, there is still half an hour left before the training ends. Aren't you going to cultivate in the true Yang spiritual spring for a while longer? longer? Ling Tian smiled slightly. I can't, I have already broken through 10 levels in a row. Cultivation requires alternating tension and relaxation, with a good balance between tension and relaxation. Half an hour doesn't mean much to me. Carrot. After hearing Ling Tian's words, City Lord Li Yuntian also nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ma Ming and Ling Yueru said loudly, let's practice for a while. Then, before Ling Tian and the others could answer, the two of them jumped into the Xinyang spirit spring again. At this time, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru had completely given up on surpassing Ling Tian. What they longed for in their hearts was to narrow the gap between them and Ling Tian. At this moment, Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, congratulations. Your strength has greatly increased, but now is not the time to be happy. Ling Tian nodded and immediately guessed what Li Yuntian was going to say. Lord City Lord, could it be that Meng Haiyun is making another move? Li Yuntian nodded. That's right, Meng Haiyun, we have mobilized the entire Meng family's power to send you to prison. They are already waiting at the foot of Yunding Mountain. If I hadn't been there, they would have rushed in to catch you. Oh, as expected. Ling Tian just nodded lightly. Looking at Ling Tian's relaxed and confident look, Li Yuntian's eyes showed admiration. It seems you already have a way to deal with it. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. Ling Tian nodded. Thank you for your concern, Lord City Lord, but I should be able to handle it. Just at this moment Ling Tian's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ling Tian frowned. The person on the other end of the phone was Ling Tian's father, Ling Hanchang. Ling Tian's face turned cold and he answered the phone to see what Ling Hanchang wanted to do. Ling Tian, you're lucky. As soon as Ling Tian answered the phone, he heard Ling Hanchang's sarcastic voice. Ling Tian said coldly, if you have something to say, just tell me, otherwise I'm hanging up. Ling Hanchang snorted coldly, humph. Boy, stop pretending in front of me. Didn't you say you didn't rely on my connections? If it weren't for me, you would be in jail now. Ling Tian was immediately amused. Ling Hanchang, when did I ever rely on your connections again? Ling Hanchang's tone became more and more disdainful. Ling Tian, how could I have such an ungrateful person like you? Are you still pretending at this time? If it weren't for your joint exam that day, Commander Zhao and the others are old acquaintances of mine. Will they let you take the exam? If it weren't for City Lord Li Yuntian giving me face, you would have been taken away at the provincial capital airport long ago. You're still being stubborn, don't you have backbone? If you have the guts, don't rely on your father. Ling Tian was completely speechless and just felt it was extremely funny. The reason why Ling Tian has been able to do so smoothly during this period of time, this has a lot to do with Ling Tian's own efforts and strategic planning. On that day, Ling Tian took part in the joint examination because he had made military achievements. He helped Commander Zhao Feng, so Commander Zhao Feng would stand on his side. Besides, even if Zhao Feng didn't lead them to help, isn't it normal for Ling Tian, a national top-ranked high school student, to take the Western Joint Examination? If even Ling Tian is not qualified to take part in the Western Joint Examination, let me put it bluntly, no one in the entire Yunnan province is eligible to take the Western Joint Examination. As for why City Lord Li Yuntian helped him that day at the provincial capital airport, that's because Ling Tian healed the other person's injuries. The other party wants to repay your kindness. Even if it is true that Ling Tian relied on the Ling family, he was also relying on his grandfather. He acted as a matchmaker between me and City Lord Li Yuntian, so City Lord Li Yuntian came to find me. Does everything Ling Tian did have anything to do with Ling Hanchang? Ling Tian was too lazy to explain further to Ling Hanchang. Ling Hanchang, I don't want to talk to a moron like you. If you called me just to talk about this, I'm hanging up. Ling Hanchang was furious. You little bastard, don't you know your current situation? Meng Haiyun and the others will definitely beat you to death, but now we can save you. I'm the only one who can help you. How about if you return what your grandfather gave you to me? Ling Tian was completely speechless. Listen to what they were saying. Is this something a human can say? Why should Ling Tian return the things that his grandfather gave him to Ling Tian to Ling Hanchang? Is this Ling Hanchang stuff? What does it mean to return it? Stupid. Ling Tian uttered 2 words and hung up the phone. Ling Hanchang on the other end of the phone was almost going crazy with anger. Veins popped out on his forehead. You little bastard, you dare to hang up on me? But when Ling Hanchang called again, he found that his number had been blocked by Ling Tian. Ling Hanchang was so angry that he roared loudly. Just wait, you'll understand soon, little bastard. Without the Ling family, without your father, Ling Hanchang, you are nothing. Soon, the day of cultivation in the Xinyan Lingquan was over. City Lord Li Yuntian and his men also left with Ling Tian and the others. But we just arrived at the foot of Hentaying Mountain. Ling Tian and his companions saw that a law enforcement team of nearly 100 people had blocked the entire exit. Each of the 100 law enforcers is a warrior. His strength has reached at least the 4th or 5th level of the yellow grade. The 3 strongest people have reached the heavenly level. Among them, Ling Tian's old acquaintance, Meng Haiyun, and the deputy director of the law enforcement bureau, Meng Hao, stood at the front of the team. Not only people from the law enforcement team, but also people from the court. I saw a young young man wearing silver glasses, with a cold temperament, about 27 or 28 years old, came in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I am the judge of the Supreme Court of Yunnan Province. Here is your subpoena. The law enforcement agency has evidence of your murder. Please come with us. Ling Tian looked at the judge, whose name was Zhao Yuan. He is the star judge of the provincial court, and at such a young age he has already reached the 4th level of Xian level warrior, handled many major cases. In his previous life, he and Meng Haiyun jointly convicted himself. Ling Tian nodded calmly. I will cooperate with your trial. As he spoke, Ling Tian took the subpoena. Looking at the content above, the trial date is tomorrow morning at 9:30. Meng Haiyun stared at Ling Tian intently, with murderous intent in her eyes. He rushed to Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, hold your head and squat down. Ling Tian looked at Meng Haiyun coldly. Meng Haiyun, I haven't been convicted of a crime yet. Why should I squat down like a criminal with my head in my hands? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Haiyun's expression became ferocious. You bastard, we have evidence that you committed murder, and it can absolutely prove that you are the murderer. Going to the court is just a formality. You murderer, put your head in my hands and squat down. After hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Ling Tian remained calm. Bullshit evidence? What evidence? Did you find it, or did you fabricate it yourself? Ling Tian's tone was filled with sarcasm. Ling Tian's words seemed to have touched her sore spot. Indeed, there is a possibility that Ling Tian killed Zhao Kuan, because Zhao Kuan and Ling Tian have a grudge, but they couldn't find any evidence to prove that Ling Tian killed Zhao Kuan. All the so-called evidence Meng Haiyun is talking about now was forged by her. Meng Haiyun was furious and glared at Ling Tian and shouted angrily, Little bastard, I told you to hold your head and squat down. Meng Haiyun pointed the pistol in her hand at Ling Tian and shouted angrily. However, Ling Tian still looked calm and did not seem to be about to take any action. Instead, he looked at Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun, have you thought about the consequences if this operation fails? The indifferent look he gave Meng Haiyun was as if he was looking at a humble ant. Meng Haiyun has always been in control of other people's destiny, but now she felt as if her fate was controlled by an invisible hand. This made Meng Haiyun feel very unhappy. Meng Haiyun roared loudly, raised his pistol, and smashed the handle of his pistol hard at Ling Tian's head. Bang! You're looking for death. However, before Meng Haiyun's hand could completely fall, Ling Tian grabbed her wrist. Meng Haiyun felt as if her arms were welded to cement and she couldn't move at all. Little beast, let go. However, before Meng Haiyun could finish her words, Ling Tian exerted force with his palm. Meng Haiyun's bones were crushed so hard that she screamed in pain. The judge Zhao Yuan on the side shouted angrily, You bastard, you dare to attack a law enforcer? Are you looking for death? Let go of Meng Haiyun. Ling Tian looked at Zhao Yuan coldly and sneered. Why, are you worried because you saw your lover is in danger? In an instant, Zhao Yuan became angry and was shocked. Zhao Yuan is already married, but he has an unclear relationship with Meng Haiyun in private. This is why Zhao Yuan would spare no effort to help Meng Haiyun. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Zhao Yuan was furious. Boom! In an instant, the powerful blood and true energy in his body burst out. The airwaves surged, and Zhao Yuan's clothes fluttered wildly. The power of an 8th level Xian level expert exploded. Die for me! With a roar, Zhao Yuan punched Ling Tian. However, there was disdain in Ling Tian's eyes. He looked at the punch coming towards him with a look of disdain on his face. A punch was thrown, and blood and energy burst out. Boom! The powerful aura of the 1st level of Xian level swept around like a huge wave crashing against the shore. A punch was thrown, exploding the air and sending out gusts of wind. In an instant, the two men's fists smashed together heavily. Snap! Bang! The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly all around. The moment the two fists touched, a powerful force acted on Zhao Yuan. Then, his arm broke at an exaggerated angle. However, Ling Tian's punch was still as powerful as ever, hitting the dragon head-on. It hit Zhao Yuan directly in the face. In an instant, half of Zhao Yuan's face completely sank and his facial features became distorted. Bang! His feet were lifted off the ground, and after moving horizontally for more than 10 meters in midair, he crashed into 2 thick trees before stopping. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils dilated. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Xian level 1. Everyone felt the powerful aura from Ling Tian and roared loudly. The law enforcers and judges present were all very clear about the target person they were going to arrest this time. The other party is obviously just a high school student who has not yet taken the college entrance examination, but he actually has the cultivation level of the 1st level of Xian level. The most terrifying thing is that the opponent can easily kill Zhao Yuan, who is at the 4th level of Xian level, with just one punch. How can we not be shocked and surprised by this? Even City Lord Li Yuntian and the others were frightened by Ling Tian. It was obvious that Ling Tian Kai had just broken through to the 1st level of the Xian level. So strong, but he was surprisingly powerful enough to kill a Xian level 4th level warrior in seconds with just one punch. Just at this moment, Meng Hao walked over. How dare you? Ling Tian, you murderer, not only did you refuse to be summoned summoned, you also dared to attack the law enforcers and judges. You are courting death. Accompanied by Meng Hao's angry rebuke, all the law enforcers immediately entered combat mode, took out their pistols and pointed them at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was also filled with murderous intent. These bastards were all the people who had framed him in his previous life. Ling Tian was now fully prepared, so why should he give them face? For a moment, the whole scene was tense, and it seemed that a war was about to break out. Stop it, everyone! A roar of anger was like a thunderclap, with sound waves rolling. The vibration made everyone's ears buzz and their minds were shaken. There was fear in everyone's eyes. City Lord Li Yuntian came out. Meng Hao, what are you going to do? Are you assuming that I, the City Lord, don't exist? After hearing Li Yuntian's words, Meng Hao frowned. Lord City Lord, you wouldn't do things this way, would you? Even if you were the Lord City Lord, Yunnan Province wouldn't be yours alone. Last time, when we arrested Ling Tian, you said there was no arrest warrant, and I admitted it. But this time, we came with a summons from the Court of Justice. Are you still going to stop us? City Lord Li Yuntian sneered. You came with a subpoena, so Ling Tian will naturally go to the Court of Justice for trial. But he is not a criminal yet. Only after the final judgment is made can you decide whether Ling Tian lives or dies. That's true. If you receive a summons normally, you just need to go to the court on the same day. Meng Haoren frowned. You're not wrong, Lord City Lord, but Ling Tian is a murder suspect. What if he runs away? Ling Tian shouted. I, Ling Tian, am not a murderer. It is even more impossible for me to enter the Court of Justice as a murderer. Tomorrow, I will enter the Court of Justice as a glorious Dragon Nation warrior. And with this identity, I will walk out of the Court of Justice with dignity. Ling Tian exuded an extremely strong sense of self-confidence. City Lord Li Yuntian nodded and said, that's right. Ling Tian is not a murderer. Ling Tian will definitely be there tomorrow. Get out of here. If Ling Tian runs away, I will bear all the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuntian's powerful aura as a martial king crushed everyone to the point that they felt like they were about to faint. City Lord Li Yuntian has already said this. How could anyone dare to disagree? Meng Haoren looked helpless. Okay, let's go. Having said that, Meng Hao left dejectedly with Meng Haiyun, Zhao Yuan, and the others. Damn it! Damn it! Inside the car, Meng Haiyun roared loudly in anger. I originally thought that the summons from the Court of Appeal had arrived. She could first capture Ling Tian and torture him all night. But her goal failed again. Not only did he fail to catch Ling Tian, but he was taught a lesson by Ling Tian instead. But at this moment, Meng Hao had a gloomy look on his face, and his eyes were full of fear. Meng Haiyun, are you sure everything will be fine tomorrow? Meng Haiyun nodded. Don't worry, uncle, I have prepared everything for tomorrow's court. Whether they are law enforcers, judges, or identification experts, they are all our people. Even Ling Tian's father personally submitted evidence. They are all our people. Ling Tian will die tomorrow. That's good. Seeing Meng Haiyun so confident, Meng Hao felt relieved. Then he said, Meng Haiyun, you must give it your all tomorrow. You've seen how powerful that little bastard Ling Tian is. He actually became a first-level Xian-level warrior before even taking the college entrance examination. He has such strength and talent. I don't think you can find another one like him in the entire Dragon Country. We have completely fallen out with him. If he runs away tomorrow, once he grows up, we will be the ones to die. I understand, uncle. Meng Haiyun nodded, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The second day. It was very lively outside the Yunnan Provincial Supreme People's Court. The people in the court are busy preparing for the start of the trial. Many reporters also gathered outside the court, because everyone received the message. This year's national top high school student, Ling Tian, might be a murderer. Ling Tian's trial will begin at 9:30 this morning. Inside the courtroom, Ling Tian had already arrived and sat in the dock. On the bench, a presiding judge and two deputy presiding judges sat solemnly, waiting for the court to begin. Below them were a dozen judges. On the right, there were a total of 21 identification experts sitting in the witness stand. The plaintiff is Zhao Kuan's father, Zhao Ziming. At this moment, Zhao Ziming's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could eat Ling Tian alive. In Zhao Ziming's view, Ling Tian is the murderer of his son. Meng Haiyun also stayed by Zhao Ziming's side. At the back were the jurors watching. In the courtroom, the presiding judge, Lin Don, loudly announced, I declare the Yunqing High School student murder case officially open. As the presiding judge finished speaking, everyone became excited. Then, the judges began to announce Ling Tian's crimes. As for Ling Tian, he didn't even have a lawyer to defend him. The presiding judge looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, do you have any rebuttal? Ling Tian said calmly, first and foremost, the victim, Zhao Kuan, died at 12:30 in the morning in the northern suburbs of Yunqing. I was receiving treatment at Yunqing First People's Hospital at the time, and it would take at least half an hour to get to the scene of the crime. I have a strong alibi. There are surveillance cameras in the hospital that can prove that I never left the hospital. The presiding judge nodded. Plaintiff, please express your opinion. Your Excellency, we discovered through surveillance that Ling Tian went to the restroom at the time of the incident. Ling Tian stayed in the toilet for a full 30 minutes
minutes before emerging. These 30 minutes are enough for Ling Tian to reach the northern suburbs and kill Zhao Kun. As they spoke, the two sides began to argue. Immediately afterwards, Meng Haiyun directly produced a strong piece of evidence. Your Honor, Zhao Kun went to the northern suburbs that day, and he drove his own car. And we found Ling Tian's footprints on Zhao Kun's brakes. As Meng Haiyun spoke, she took out the photo of the shoe prints as evidence. Then, Meng Haiyun took out a pair of shoes. Your Excellency, these are Ling Tian's shoes, provided to us by Ling Tian's father, Mr. Ling Hanchang. After verification by 21 identification experts from our law enforcement bureau, it was confirmed that the footprints on the brakes were from Ling Tian. After Ling Tian killed Zhao Kun, he drove Zhao Kun's car and dumped Zhao Kun's body at the garbage dump in the northern suburbs. Afterwards, everyone in the courtroom was shocked, feeling that this piece of evidence was indeed very powerful. Even the jurors, Commander Zhao Feng, Li Yuntian, and the others frowned. Afterwards, many presiding judges took the evidence and observed it carefully. What? Ling Tian sneered and actually got his shoes. But you don't even need to think about it to know it. The shoes must have been given to Meng Haiyun by that idiot Ling Hanchang. But so what? A few minutes later, the presiding judge looked at Ling Tian and said coldly, Ling Tian, after examination, it is confirmed that there are indeed your footprints on the brakes. Do you have any explanation? Zhao Ziming roared even more crazily. What else is there to explain? This bastard is the murderer of my son, little bastard. I want you to pay with your life. Quiet. The presiding judge shouted angrily, then looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian burst into laughter. You idiots. A footprint, you call that evidence? Everyone was stunned, wondering what Ling Tian was laughing at. Ling Tian, you looked at those appraisal experts and questioned loudly. A bunch of bastards like you are worthy of being called experts? You said that after I killed Zhao Kun, I drove Zhao Kun to dispose of his body? My footprints are on the brake pedal, but why aren't there any on the accelerator pedal? You idiots, if you want to forge evidence, at least do it in a more convincing way. Can I drive just by stepping on the brakes? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone in the court was stunned and dumbfounded. Meng Haiyun also frowned, knowing that she was too careless. After all, Ling Hanchang had just given Ling Tian's shoes to Meng Haiyun yesterday, and the time had been too short, no more than 12 hours. When the evidence was forged, flaws were left behind. City Lord Li Yuntian and Commander Zhao Feng also showed disdainful smiles. It's ridiculous that this evidence was fabricated. Are you guys in the same group? You just want to send me to jail? Please fabricate evidence and make it look presentable. Immediately, the jury members and reporters became angry. Is this how your court bullies honest people? You actually framed them and fabricated evidence. The entire courtroom was in chaos, which directly aroused everyone's anger. I saw that the situation was out of control. Quiet. The presiding judge shouted angrily and then announced loudly, the court will be adjourned for half an hour and the trial will continue in half an hour. Ling Tian sneered. This development was almost the same as in his previous life. The reason why Ling Tian didn't even hire a lawyer was because he already knew what they were going to do and had already prepared a way to deal with it. Soon, half an hour passed. The presiding judge announced the opening of the court. He looked at the plaintiff and said, Plaintiff, the evidence you just provided still cannot directly prove that Ling Tian is the murderer. Do you have any more evidence? After hearing the presiding judge's words, the jury breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Ling Tian can be cleared of suspicion today. At this moment, Meng Haiyun took out the information. Your Excellency, as I just said, we found Ling Tian's footprints in the car. As he spoke, he took out another stack of photos. And in that photo, there were Ling Tian's footprints on the brake and the accelerator. This? Everyone was confused. The presiding judge looked at Ling Tian coldly. Ling Tian, are these footprints yours? Pa pa pa. Ling Tian couldn't help but clap his hands. Awesome. You guys are truly lawless. Are you treating me and everyone else here like fools? Just now, everyone saw the photo, but there was no trace of my footprint on the accelerator. In just half an hour, there was one again. In an instant, the presiding judge became angry and shouted angrily, Please answer my questions. Just answer whatever we ask you, and don't say anything else. Tell us, are those footprints yours? Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled, but a raging rage burned in his heart. However, those footprints are obviously fake. They were obviously put there by you just now. The presiding judge was instantly furious. Do you think our experts are idiots? If it's a forgery, how can they not tell? Then, the presiding judge looked at the experts and said, Everyone, tell us your findings. Is the evidence fabricated? Yes. At this moment, an old expert in his 60s stood up. Based on my 40 years of experience in identification, these footprints are at least 20 days old. The footprints are indeed from a long time ago. The appraisal experts also echoed this. Ling Tian's murderous intent erupted. In his previous life, it was these guys who lied with their eyes open. Even the jury members could see that. As long as they were not mentally ill, they could think of it. These people deliberately wanted to frame Ling Tian. The presiding judge looked at Ling Tian. What else do you have to say now? Ling Tian burst into laughter. When you want to accuse someone of
of something, you can always find a pretext. I'm asking you one last time. Have you decided to frame me? Are you really going to team up with Meng Haiyun to frame me? Can you bear the consequences? Everyone in the court roared in anger. For publicly threatening the judge, Ling Tian's crime is even more serious. I'll ask you one last time. Do you have any objections? Ling Tian was also angry and sneered at everyone in the courtroom. Presumptuous. I have nothing to say. The people on the jury were grimacing with anger. Even Ma Meng and Lin Yueru felt the atmosphere. Asshole. You're going too far. Do you really treat everyone like idiots? The footprints on the accelerator are obviously photoshopped. If you have the guts, put the photo on the big screen for everyone to see. Yes, this is a blatant frame-up. Xian Yu and Commander Zhao Feng both went crazy and were extremely worried, then looked at City Lord Li Yuntian. Lord City Lord, please help Ling Tian find a solution quickly. Ling Tian is obviously innocent. City Lord Li Yuntian also frowned and looked at the time. Don't worry, Ling Tian still has a trump card. As they spoke, everyone looked towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian, standing in the dock, looked calm. There is absolutely no despair. Ling Tian sneered at the judges, appraisal experts, and law enforcement officers of the court. How about I give you a chance to redeem yourself now? Just tell us that you fabricated evidence. And if you tell me about the conspiracy to frame me, I can let you off the hook? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone laughed. Ling Tian, you're still being stubborn even now. Once you're in prison, I'll see how arrogant you can be. Meng Haiyun's face was filled with excitement, as if she had already defeated Ling Tian. Then he and the presiding judge looked at each other. The presiding judge announced loudly, I now declare that the Yunqing murder case, Ling Tian, is closed. Ling Tian has been formally sentenced. Based on the witnesses and physical evidence, Ling Tian has been proven guilty of murder and sentenced. Asshole, is there any justice? The jury members roared in anger. Wait a moment. With a roar, the door was opened. A group of fully armed, hot-blooded, and burly military soldiers rushed in. Everyone was stunned when they saw the aggressive military officials. A tall man, about 40 years old, with a strong aura, walked out. Wait, the man shouted angrily, and everyone also saw that the man's military rank was actually a one-star general. A one-star general, that position's rank is equivalent to that of City Lord Li Yuntian. It's equivalent to the head of a province. After seeing the man, a smile appeared on City Lord Li Yuntian's face. Wang Tong, if you had come any later, it would have been too late. Wang Tong. After hearing what City Lord Li Yuntian said, everyone was stunned, with surprise in their eyes. Wang Tong, this name is well known to everyone present. Wang Tong, a general of the first-class military department of Yunnan in Yunnan, is a Jinwu realm, a powerful martial king. In Yunnan province, he is on equal footing with City Lord Li Yuntian. Now I'm here too. Wang Tang glanced at Li Yuntian, then glanced at everyone in the court. Finally, his gaze fell on Ling Tian. Ling Tian, your grandfather asked me to come here, and I brought the person you wanted with me. Excuse me, Uncle Wang. Ling Tian looked at Wang Tong with a smile. At this moment, Meng Haiyun and the others became anxious. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ling Tian's connections were so terrifying. Before, we had the help of City Lord Li Yuntian, but today, Li Yuntian was unable to intervene. But a big man came whose status was no less than that of the City Lord Li Yuntian. The presiding judge looked at Wang Tang coldly. Master Wang Tang, this is a matter of our court of justice. It is not your turn for the military to interfere. The victim, Zhao Kuan's father, Zhao Ziming, also went crazy. That little bastard Ling Tian is a murderer. Why are you all helping him? Let him be sentenced to death. Why should we help him and aid him in his evil deeds? Ling Tian gave Zhao Ziming a cold look. I have no grudge against you. Are you looking for death? You little bastard, you killed my son, and you say you have no grudge against me? Ling Tian sneered. Meng Haiyun said I killed him, so I killed him? Then if I said you killed him, are you also a murderer? Shut up. The presiding judge shouted angrily. Pay attention to the occasion. At this moment, Wang Tang stood up and looked at the presiding judge. I can prove that Ling Tian is not guilty. After hearing Wang Tang's words, everyone became excited. The presiding judge's face turned cold. He was well aware of the consequences if Ling Tian was found not guilty today. If Ling Tian is found not guilty, it means that he has completely offended Ling Tian. What? With Ling Tian's talent, it is only a matter of time before he grows up. If you retaliate against them, they will not be able to withstand it at all. So even if Ling Tianjin is innocent today, he will be sentenced to death. The presiding judge looked at Wang Tong and said, Master Wang Tong, if this is not direct evidence against Ling Tian, then it will not help Ling Tian. Direct, must be direct. Wang Tang said loudly. Then, he looked at the soldiers behind him and said, bring them up. At this moment, a man covered in scars, with disheveled hair and a crazy look in his eyes was brought up. He's the real murderer who killed Zhao Kuan, and the one your law enforcement bureau has been trying to capture. He's a Class A wanted criminal and the serial killer, Cheng Feng. What? This person is Cheng Feng. Yes. Suddenly the entire courtroom was in an uproar, and everyone looked at the crazy man in shock. Cheng Feng's incident incident alarmed the entire Dragon Kingdom. Over a 5-year period, more than 10 robbery and murder cases were committed in the territory of Manhwa. He had been wanted for a long time, and now he was found. At this time, Meng Haiyun and the others secretly thought that something was wrong. Cheng Feng is a 9th-level heavenly grade warrior. A 9th-level heavenly grade warrior killed a high school student in the suburbs. It is too easy to eliminate evidence at the scene, Wang Tang said, looking at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, tell everyone, did you kill a high school student on the outskirts of Yunqing about 20 days ago? Cheng Feng grinned with a look of madness on his face. Yes, that kid is quite arrogant, saying that his father is a wealthy businessman in Yunqing with assets worth billions. I just asked him for some money to spend, and if he doesn't cooperate, then you can't blame me. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the faces of the entire court and the internal staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau were terribly gloomy. Could it be that Cheng Feng is really the murderer? What? Bullshit. Cheng Feng, do you have any evidence to prove that you killed that man? Cheng Feng laughed heartily. Evidence? Of course I have it. My phone recorded the entire process of me killing that kid. At this moment, General Wang Tang glanced at his men. He simply took out his mobile phone and ordered the court staff to project the video onto the big screen. As soon as the video played, a young man with a bruised face and nose was seen looking at Cheng Feng begging desperately. Brother, please don't kill me. You want money? I'll give it to you. In the video, Cheng Feng had a perverted look on his face. Bang! A heavy slap landed on Zhao Kuan's face. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Son, he's my son. At this moment, Zhao Ziming was like being struck by lightning. He shouted loudly, with despair in his eyes. Ah, my son. In the video, Cheng Feng took out his dagger and stabbed it into Zhao Kuan's neck. Zhao Kuan's head was cruelly cut off. The evidence is conclusive. What else is there to say now? The whole place was silent, as if time and space had come to a standstill. The truth is revealed. The murderer is not Ling Tian. Meng Haiyun immediately started roaring loudly. It's totally unacceptable. In Meng Haiyun's heart, Ling Tian is the murderer. It's just that Ling Tian is too smart and successfully carried out the perfect crime. How is that possible? No evidence was left. So, Meng Haiyun, even if there is no evidence, you have to create evidence to prove that Ling Tian is the murderer. At the same time, he also has to prove to the entire Dragon Kingdom that he is the star of law enforcement. She is the fastest female detective solving cases in Dragon Country. However, now she was wrong. How could she accept this? Ling Tian's anger also erupted at this moment. Swish! He rushed directly to the presiding judge and lifted him up. Bang! Ling Tian slapped the presiding judge so hard that his facial features were completely distorted. What does it have to do with me, Ling Tian? If Cheng Feng kills someone? The presiding judge was stunned for a moment. He was the chief judge, a powerful 9th-level heavenly grade expert, but was slapped in the face by Ling Tian on his own territory. The presiding judge immediately became furious. You little bastard, you're looking for death. You're looking for death. The roar sounded like thunder. The pressure descended like that of a king. A slim woman wearing a mask in the jury roared. Suddenly, the true energy turned into a huge palm. He directly lifted up the presiding judge. The huge palm of true energy squeezed the judge's bones so hard that they crackled. The terrifying pressure made everyone present feel terrified. Even Generals Li Yuntian and Wang Tang looked fearful. And that woman was none other than Ling Tian's protector, the seven-tailed fox Xuanning. After Ling Tian left the Xinyang spiritual spring, Xuanning hid her aura and protected Ling Tian in secret. Ling Tian explained, City Lord Li Yuntian, Uncle Wang Tong, she is my protector. They breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Xuanning was Ling Tian's protector. He was surprised in his heart, obviously not expecting that Ling Tian would have such a terrifying protector. He can actually condense true energy into a large palm. This strength must have reached the peak of the martial king. City Lord Li Yuntian looked at the presiding judge and said, Presiding judge, you'd better let Ling Tian vent his anger. You know exactly what you did today. Ling Tian originally wanted to vent his anger, but he still held back, looking coldly at everyone in the court. Now that the real murderer has been apprehended, let's announce the verdict of the trial first. Everyone in the courtroom had a nervous expression, and finally the chief judge announced with a look of reluctance, I declare that Ling Tian is not guilty of the Yunqing robbery and murder case. Afterwards, the people from the Court of Justice and the Law Enforcement Bureau wanted to leave the scene in a hurry. Wait! Ling Tian roared. Then he looked at Wang Tang, Li Yuntian, and Zhao Feng who were leading them. Please help me seal off this area. No one is allowed to leave today. Their trouble with me is over, but my business is not over yet. Li Yuntian and the military personnel directly blocked the scene. The Court of Justice, the Law Enforcement Bureau, and 21 experts, no one can leave. Meng Haiyun's face turned grim. Ling Tian, we just made a mistake. We are willing to accept any punishment, but it is impossible for you to punish us. Good. Ling Tian said loudly, impossible? Why not? Today, I will try you 21 appraisal experts and 8 law enforcement officers in the court. There are also 5 judges. Ling Tian glanced at them with murderous intent. Now, I give you a chance to confess all the crimes you have committed, including how how you colluded to frame me, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Everyone present was shocked, even Wang Tang and Li Yuntian were shocked. However, the judges, law enforcers, and experts quickly calmed down. Ling Tian, we don't know what you're talking about. This was a mistake at work, there's no frame-up. Ling Tian smiled. What? Yeah, of course. Everyone had a look of certainty on their faces. Although they felt guilty, they were confident that they were all in the same boat. As long as no one admits it, it is a mistake at work. At worst, you'll be demoted, and at worst, you'll lose your job. At most, you'll be sentenced to probation, and you won't even have to go to jail. So they won't admit it. Good, good, good. Ling Tian looked at these shameless people and said 3 good words in a row. Yellow Sea. At this moment, Huang Hai, the law enforcement officer behind Meng Haiyun, stood up. He looked at Ling Tian with excitement and piety. Lord Ling Tian said calmly, bring out all the evidence you've prepared. Huang Hai said loudly. In an instant, Meng Haiyun was stunned. Huang Hai is young and handsome, and Meng Haiyun is having an affair with Huang Hai. So Huang Hai is always with him no matter what he does. Yes, but now, Huang Hai has actually rebelled. What? Huang Hai directly projected the evidence he collected onto the big screen. At first, it was with Meng Haiyun and her uncle Meng Hao. Both of them had murderous intent on their faces. Ling Tian, regardless of whether he killed anyone or not, he must go to jail. Otherwise, if he retaliates in the future, we won't be able to bear it. Then came the judges. Everyone, as long as you help me complete this task, I guarantee that everyone here will be promoted to a higher level within 2 years. Then, the presiding judge said, Your Honor, weren't you attracted to that young model? We've already made the arrangements. And you also helped fill the 50 million hole your son left behind from gambling and high spending in college. And those identification experts. Everyone, as long as you provide this evidence, you will all receive a 100,000 yuan bonus at the end of the year, and your children will receive 10 extra points on the college entrance examination. Watch the videos one by one. Everyone was shocked and angry. I didn't expect that Meng Haiyun and other law enforcers and judges of the court were so corrupt and dirty. It's over. After watching these videos, the law enforcement officers, judges, and identification experts, each expression was uglier than the other, as if they had eaten something funny. His face turned red like pig liver, and his expression was extremely wonderful. Ling Tian looked coldly at the people around him and felt that they were extremely ridiculous. Is this what you call a mistake at work? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone fell into silence instantly and didn't know how to answer Ling Tian at all. Say, colon. Ling Tian shouted angrily, like a thunderclap, shaking everyone and making their minds waver. Then I became nervous. Ling Tian didn't waste any words and looked at his enemies. Then, the attention shifted to the appraisal experts. Didn't you say that the footprints were mine? Didn't you say your identification couldn't be wrong? I think you are blind. Such dog eyes are useless. I will give you a chance. Dig out your own eyes and I will spare your life. Hiss. After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was shocked. There was horror in his eyes as he looked at Ling Tian. You have to know that this is the court of justice. Could it be that Ling Tian really dares to kill someone in the court of justice? At this moment, an appraisal expert roared loudly. Ling Tian, I'm warning you, don't go too far. We did something wrong, and the law will punish us, not you. Puff. Ling Tian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the infinite skyfire turned into a flaming bullet. It pierced through the void, stretched out in space, and hit the appraisal expert's head hard. In an instant, the head exploded, and the blood was evaporated by the flames, turning into a blood mist that rose up. Everyone was completely stunned. Even General Wang Tang and City Lord Li Yuntian were shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to be so bold. Indeed, those identification experts committed a crime. But this is the court of justice. Even if what they did was wrong, they will be judged by law, and it is not Ling Tian's turn to take action. What? Ling Tian looked at an appraisal expert. Dig out your own eyes or die? After hearing Ling Tian's words, the appraisal expert's eyes became extremely ferocious. You bastard, you were innocent originally, but now you're killing someone here. Even if we go to jail, you have to accompany me. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, the appraisal expert still didn't even finish his words. His head exploded directly, pierced by the firebomb condensed by Ling Tian's infinite skyfire. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, and the identification expert turned into a headless corpse. Everyone was completely frozen in place, staring at Ling Tian. Ling Tian then looked at another appraisal expert. You, do you want to dig? You bastard, you. Bang! However, he still didn't have the chance to finish his words before Ling Tian smashed his head in. You. Ling Tian looked calm as if he had done something extremely normal. His eyes were full of indifference. He looked at the fourth person. You. The appraisal expert looked at Ling Tian angrily. You. Bang! He had just uttered a word when his head was blown apart by Ling Tian. You. Ling Tian looked at another person again. This time, this person didn't say a word. He just looked at Ling Tian angrily. Bang! However, the next second, the appraisal expert's head exploded. Then he became a headless corpse, completely dead. At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian and General Wang Tung were shocked. Looking at Ling Tian, he roared loudly, "Ling Tian, are you crazy? Even if they have committed a capital crime, you can't kill them here." However, Ling Tian still had an indifferent expression on his face, but his emotions were extremely calm. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was stunned. There is absolutely no way to believe that Ling Tian said he knows his limits. If you have any sense, would you kill people in a place like this without considering the circumstances? Ling Tian looked at the remaining appraisal experts. He said coldly, "I won't ask you any more questions. Now, I'll start from the left. If you don't want to die, dig out your own eyes." The moment the words fell, not a single appraisal expert had reacted yet. Ling Tian raised his hand, and a flaming bullet condensed from the infinite skyfire blew up his head. With each sound, the sound of heads exploding echoed around everyone. One by one, the identification experts became headless corpses. Bang! Bloody and violent. Bang! 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 11, 12, 13. Soon, Ling Tian killed 15 people. Of the 21 appraisal experts, only the last 8 are left. Finally, someone lost their patience. He roared loudly, I dig. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Ling Tian." As he wailed, his hands trembled as he stabbed them directly into his own eyes. He dug out his eyeballs, and the other people also became frightened. His eyes were full of horror. They knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to dig out their own eyes. Puff, accompanied by the continuous splattering of blood. Ah! The identification experts kept wailing in pain. The 8 identification experts all dug out their eyes. Everyone was stunned, obviously not expecting such a thing to happen. Ling Tian's gaze shifted to Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun began to tremble, and Ling Tian walked towards her step by step. "You, don't come over here." Meng Haiyun only felt a dull pain in her lower body, and fear rose in her heart. Meng Haiyun was so scared that she knelt on the ground, shaking constantly. But at this moment, Ling Tian ignored Meng Haiyun and walked past her. Then, his gaze fell on Meng Hao, the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. "How about you confess all the crimes you've committed and I won't kill you?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Hao became angry. "You bastard, you're looking for death. Do you think that if you kill me, you'll be alright today?" However, Ling Tian shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xuanning. Xuanning immediately understood what Ling Tian meant. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the space twisted and Xuanning stretched out her right hand. A huge palm of true energy instantly condensed above Meng Hao's head. He grabbed Meng Hao in it, making it impossible for him to move. Now everyone was panicking. Meng Hao is no ordinary man, but he is the second in command of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Could it be that Ling Tian really wants to kill him? Ling Tian's eyes revealed pure, extremely cold murderous intent. Everyone was frightened by Ling Tian's actions. They all knew that Ling Tian was not joking at this moment. He really wanted to kill Meng Hao. "Ling Tian, stop it." At this moment, Commander Zhao Feng, City Lord Li Yuntian, and General Wang Tung shouted loudly at the same time. Then, he rushed directly to a place not far in front of Ling Tian, including the military soldiers brought by General Wang Tang. They all surrounded Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian frowned and looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, please don't do anything stupid. You are the top genius in Dragon Country and have a bright future. You killed so many people, and we can still help you withstand the pressure, but Meng Hao is different. Meng Hao is the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Behind him is the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Meng family. Even if he has committed a crime, he should be punished by law, not by you killing him." General Wang Tung also nodded. "Ling Tian, don't be impulsive. Let Meng Hao go." Seeing this, even Li Yuntian and the others stood up to stop Ling Tian. The fear on Meng Hao's face immediately disappeared, and he became extremely proud and arrogant. "Ha ha ha, boy, did you see that? You're the only one who wants to kill me? I'm the glorious deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau." Meng Hao shouted angrily. "Even if I have committed a capital crime, the law will punish me. It's not about whether you're a genius or not. Is genius that great? In this world, background and influence are everything. Want to kill me? You don't have the qualifications." Everyone looked at Ling Tian helplessly. City Lord Li Yuntian said helplessly, "Ling Tian, although what Meng Hao said was harsh, he is right. You are not qualified to kill Meng Hao right now." After hearing what City Lord Li Yuntian said, Ling Tian remained calm. The murderous intent on his face did not diminish at all. Instead, he said calmly, "Am I not qualified?" After he finished speaking, he took something out of his pocket. Swish! Then, with a wave of his hand, the thing turned into a meteor and rushed into the hands of General Wang Tung. General Wang Tung caught it with a puzzled look on his face. Ling Tian shouted loudly, "Today, on behalf of the Dragon Nation and the law, I will eradicate you, the cancer that oppresses the people and takes human lives." Ling Tian's words were sonorous, powerful, and deafening. It echoed clearly in every corner around. The shock shook everyone's minds. An aura of invincibility and confidence emanated from Ling Tian. But General Wang Tang saw the thing that Ling Tian threw over. When General Wang Tang saw that thing, his whole body trembled. It was as as if a current of tens of millions of volts was surging through my body. The attacking General Wang Tang felt his whole body paralyzed. The front of the token was engraved with the words God of War, while the back was engraved with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon. This made General Wang Tang tremble all over, his eyes filled with excitement. But Meng Hao became more and more crazy. Ling Tian, you're just a little beast, and you dare to represent the Dragon Nation and the law? What qualifications do you have? Let me release you immediately. Meng Hao roared loudly. However, Ling Tian smiled coldly. I'm not qualified? Uncle Wang Tang, tell everyone, am I Ling Tian qualified? The powerful sound waves exploded in everyone's ears. Wang Tang, extremely excited, raised his head and looked at Ling Tian. Have! Wang Tang shouted loudly. Wang Tang knelt on one knee and shouted loudly in front of Ling Tian. Yunnan Province, General Wang Tang, the military commander, greets you. A loud shout was like a sledgehammer, hitting everyone's chest hard. Everyone was completely stunned, obviously not expecting something like this to happen. General Wang Tang, who was about to take action to stop Ling Tian just now knelt on one knee in front of Ling Tian. Just when everyone was confused, General Wang Tang raised the token in his hand high. Here is the war god's order. Who dares to disobey? A roar. Like a sonic bomb, it exploded in the entire courtroom in an instant. The terrifying sound waves turned into invisible airwaves, shaking everyone's minds. Everyone's ears were buzzing. What? The God of War order? City Lord Li Yuntian and Commander Zhao Feng were also confused. They didn't expect that Ling Tian actually had the God of War order. The old man of the Ling family actually gave him such an important thing. How can we not be shocked and surprised by this? Meng Hao and Meng Haiyun were completely stunned, and those soldiers in the military also reacted. Crash! Everyone knelt on one knee towards Ling Tian and shouted loudly, "Military soldiers, here to see you, sir." That voice resounded throughout the courtroom and penetrated everyone's minds. What? Everyone in the audience was stunned. Even City Lord Li Yuntian felt tremendous pressure when he saw the war god order. Then he knelt down on one knee. Li Yuntian, greetings to the Lord. God of War order, the symbol of the highest honor in the military. Every owner has made great military achievements for the Dragon Kingdom. All of them are big figures at the veteran level. And Ling Tian's grandfather, Ling Genoa. They were the first group of strong men in Dragon Country, and they were already innate masters at a young age. At the peak, there is the terrifying existence of a powerful martial king. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would definitely be the strongest person in the world. Therefore, it is not surprising that Ling Tian's grandfather has the God of War order. Those who hold the God of War's order feel as if they have seen the God of War himself. The God of War's order has the right to execute first and report later. Anyone below the rank of 3-star general in the military must obey the order of the God of War unconditionally. Ling Tian looked at Wang Tang. Wang Tang, tell everyone, today, can I, Ling Tian, kill these bastards? General Wang Tang looked at the people around him and announced loudly, the war god order is the highest honor in the military. It grants the right to execute first and report later. For any illegal or criminal behavior, punishment can be imposed on the spot. If it is a capital crime, it can be executed on the spot. Ling Tian, as the direct descendant of Old Ling, and with Old Ling's authorization, has the right to use the war god order. After hearing General Wang Tang's words, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, no one expected that Ling Tian would have such terrifying power. Ling Tian actually has the God of War order. Yes, City Lord Li Yuntian's expression also calmed down. No wonder Ling Tian is always so confident. It turns out that Ling Tian had already made sufficient preparations. City Lord Li Yuntian shouted, today, anyone who breaks the law and commits a crime will be killed by Ling Tian. What? City Lord Li Yuntian's words instantly made everyone in the court despair. Their faces were pale, and even the presiding judges looked terrified. They had never imagined that things would develop into this way. The war god order has appeared, and Ling Tian is now no longer able to deal with a small deputy director like Meng Hao. Even if City Lord Li Yuntian committed a crime and was caught by Ling Tian could still punish him. Xuaning! Ling Tian shouted angrily. Meng Hao suddenly felt endless death enveloping him. He shouted in horror. No! The huge palm of true energy condensed by Xuaning crushed the other person's body without waiting for Meng Hao to finish his words. Suddenly, Meng Hao exploded, and his entire body turned into a ball of blood mist. Everyone was completely confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that something like this would happen. Li Yuntian and the others looked at Meng Hao's death with indifference in their eyes. Now Ling Tian has even taken out the war god order, and the evidence against Meng Hao and the others is solid. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Ling Tian killing them. They don't need to feel any pressure. Then, Ling Tian looked at the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. You, cut off your own hands, and I will spare your life. After hearing Ling Tian's words, those people from the law enforcement agency had fear on their faces, but they had no choice. They teamed up to frame Ling Tian, and now they've gotten into trouble, so they can't blame anyone else. Those law enforcers broke their hands one after another. Snap, snap, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Ah! Everyone's screams of pain echoed throughout the courtroom. Meng Haiyun was trembling with fear. She had never felt so desperate before. At this moment, Ling Tian looked at General Wang Tang. Uncle Wang Tang, take Meng Haiyun and the 3 presiding judges away. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the soldiers in the military did not hesitate at all. He rushed directly to them and controlled the 4 people. As for Zhao Kuan's father, Zhao Ziming, Ling Tian's eyes were cold. I said, I didn't kill Zhao Kuan. All the evidence proves that Zhao Kuan's death had nothing to do with me. Why are you still holding on to me? Do you really think I, Ling Tian, am easy to bully? Yes. Ling Tian questioned loudly, the sound waves like thunder. Zhao Ziming looked at Meng Haiyun with fear on his face. Meng Haiyun, you tricked me. If Meng Haiyun hadn't insisted, Ling Tian would be the murderer. He would not do such a thing as to offend someone he could not afford to offend. I kill you. As he spoke, Zhao Ziming rushed towards Meng Haiyun. He grabbed Meng Haiyun's neck and wanted to strangle her to death. Meng Haiyun, with a look of madness on her face, let me go. However, Zhao Ziming still had no intention of letting Meng Haiyun go. Instead, he circulated his true energy and punched Zhao Ziming. The military soldiers who had originally captured Meng Haiyun also let go of Meng Haiyun at this time. Bang! Meng Haiyun's punch hit Zhao Ziming. At this moment, a stream of Xuanning's true energy entered Zhao Ziming's body. With Meng Haiyun's strength, Zhao Ziming's internal organs were directly shattered. Zhao Ziming fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The head tilted and he died instantly. Ling Tian looked at Meng Haiyun coldly. Meng Haiyun, you've beaten innocent people to death. Now you have one more crime to add to your charges. Meng Haiyun reacted suddenly. How is that possible? I just punched him lightly. Ling Tian sneered, then looked at Meng Haiyun. Afterwards, he ordered the soldiers to grab Meng Haiyun and the other 3 and leave directly. Only the confused people in the courtroom were left. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yunnan Province, the first primary school in the provincial capital. All the teachers and students gathered together. The old principal stood on the podium and spoke loudly. Dear teachers and students, congratulations to our 6th grade student, Wang Zhenda, for winning first place in the provincial elementary school essay competition. Now, I would like to invite my classmate Wang Zhenda to give us a speech on his composition. My father, the chief judge. At the back of the playground, a group of people stood there, looking coldly at Wang Zhenda on the podium. That group of people were none other than Ling Tian, the presiding judge, Wang Tang, City Lord Li Yuntian, Meng Haiyun and others. The presiding judge, Wang Yu, looked at Ling Tian with horror on his face. Ling Tian, why did you bring me to our son's elementary school? Ling Tian looked at the presiding judge coldly. Back then, the person who caused the most harm to Ling Tian, besides Meng Haiyun, was the presiding judge Wang Yu. The presiding judge, in collusion with Meng Haiyun, used drugs to control Ling Tian, treat many people and benefit from it. Wang Yu went from being the chief judge of Yunnan Province to the chief judge of Long State. Ling Tian is now reborn, so Meng Haiyun and the presiding judge Wang Yu naturally cannot let him die too easily. Ling Tian looked at Wang Yu and said, Wang Yu, you have made a big mistake this time. You will never have the chance to see your son again. I heard that you love your son very much, so out of humanitarianism, I let you see him for the last time. At this time, Wang Zhenda stood on the podium and read his composition passionately. My father, the chief judge. My father is a glorious chief judge. He is impartial and just. He is upright and aboveboard. He is a hero of the people. He is the embodiment of justice and he has never misjudged a case. My father is the person I admire most in this world. I heard my son reading aloud. Wang Yu lowered his head in shame. This was more painful than killing him. Ling Tian looked at Wang Yu with a sneer. Wang Yu, is that ironic? Your son says you're impartial, aboveboard, and have never misjudged a single case. Enough. Ling Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Ling Tian smiled coldly. Even Commander Wang Tang and City Lord Li Yuntian were filled with admiration. There is nothing more painful than killing someone and destroying their heart. Pa 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 pa. Soon, the composition was finished and the entire playground was filled with waves of applause. The principal walked up to the podium and spoke loudly. We are all very grateful that our country has a righteous person like Wang Zhenda's father. Today we have invited Wang Zhenda's father, the presiding judge, to our school. Everyone, please come and see us. The principal pointed to presiding judge Wang Yu at the back of the playground. All the teachers and students in the school focused their attention. Wang Zhenda was even more proud and looked at the presiding judge Wang Yu with admiration. The principal smiled kindly and said, Go, Wang Zhenda, go hug your father. Wang Zhenda looked excited. Dad. Having said that, Wang Zhenda rushed out. It looked like the two were about to hug. Push him down. Ling Tian gave an order. Several military soldiers grabbed Judge Wang Yu's head. In front of all the teachers and students in the school, Wang Yu was pressed to the ground and handcuffed. In an instant, the whole place was silent. The people present were all stunned. Isn't this supposed to be a picture of deep love between father and son? Why did this happen? Why was the presiding judge Wang Yu pinned down? At this moment, the elementary school principal was stunned. He stood on the podium and looked at City Lord Li Yuntian with a confused look on his face. Lord City Lord, what is going on? What's going on? Today's morning meeting and Wang Zhenda's composition speech were arranged by the principal of the number 1 primary school at the request of City Lord Li Yuntian. But now, City Lord Li Yuntian and the military personnel actually pinned down Chief Judge Wang Yu. Let my dad go. Wang Zhenda rushed over but was stopped by Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian spoke loudly. Wang Yu, he is a criminal. The sound was sonorous and powerful, and the sound waves exploded. It echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving everyone stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that something like this would happen. Wang Yu went crazy in an instant. He finally understood what Ling Tian was going to do. What Wang Yu cares about most is his son, who regards him as a hero. I am the person my son admires the most. But now, Ling Tian wants to ruin Wang Yu's reputation and completely destroy his image in his son's heart. Ling Tian looked at the people in the audience. Everyone. This Wang Yu abused his power for personal gain, perverted the law, fabricated false evidence, made countless false cases, and accepted bribes. Today, City Lord Li Yuntian and I are here to capture the criminal Wang Yu. Wang Yu has committed a capital crime. Everyone who heard Ling Tian's words was stunned. Before, Wang Zhen was still reading aloud, and his father, the presiding judge, also won the first prize in the essay competition. In the dream, Wang Zhenda was an impartial and honest official. He is just a very good person. But now Ling Tian tells everyone that Wang Yu is a person who abuses his power for personal gain. This shocked everyone. What? Wang Zhenda was stunned for a moment and shouted loudly. No, no, let me go. Don't bully my dad. Dad, tell him you are not that kind of person. You are a good person, right? Ling Tian looked at Wang Yu with a sneer. Wang Yu, tell your son what kind of person you are. Let your son know how dirty and filthy you are. Tell him that someone like you is not fit to be a father, killing people and destroying their hearts. Every word Ling Tian said was like a sharp blade, constantly stabbing Wang Yu's body. Wang Yu was in so much pain that he was almost insane, and tears kept flowing down his face. He was in pain and regretful. He could have been a hero in his son's eyes, but he chose to commit favoritism, abuse his power and accept bribes. Wang Yu was almost crazy. He hated his son so much that he didn't know how to face him. He watched his father shed tears without saying a word. Wang Zhenda became anxious and started crying. Dad, tell everyone that you are innocent. You are not that kind of person. Go ahead and tell everyone. Woo. But how did Wang Yu start? Wang Yu, tell your son the truth. You can be a fair person, but you have betrayed the country's trust in you. Tell your son not to follow your path in the future. The little classmates around him all had a look of gloating in their eyes. Everyone was talking about it. The mayor is here, and the evidence is irrefutable. Wang Zhenda's father is a rotten man. Bah! This is so disgusting. Usually, Wang Zhenda uses his father's name to show off, and the teacher is partial to him. It turns out his father is a piece of trash. I wonder how he can be so arrogant in the future. I've said it before, Wang Zhenda is trash. A trash father will definitely give birth to a trash son. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Those little classmates mocked Wang Zhenda mercilessly. Wang Zhenda became more and more miserable. No, that's not the case. My dad is not a bad person. Wang Zhenda wailed miserably. Dad, tell everyone, you are innocent. At this time, Wang Yu was in extreme pain. Looked at Meng Haiyun. It's all because of you, bitch. If you hadn't bewitched me, how could I have made such a mistake? Ah! Wang Yu roared loudly, not knowing where the strength came from. He immediately broke free from the suppression of several soldiers. Rushed to Meng Haiyun. What are you going to do? Puff. Ah! As soon as Meng Haiyun finished speaking, a scream of pain echoed all around. One of Meng Haiyun's ears was bitten off, but Wang Yu was still not satisfied and bit Meng Haiyun's neck directly. However, before he could bite Meng Haiyun's neck, he was caught. Wang Zhen cried loudly, Dad, you are not a bad person. You are not a bad person, right? Wang Zhenda's cries were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Yu looked at Wang Zhenda with a painful expression on his face. Son, it's Daddy who's sorry for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu circulated his true energy and raised his hand. Then he slapped himself hard on the head, accompanied by a muffled sound. In an instant, Judge Wang Yu's head caved in. The powerful force squeezed his eyes so hard that they seemed to be popping out. That slap directly shattered his brain. Wang Yu was too ashamed to face his son alive, so he committed suicide. Ling Tian's face remained expressionless as he cried out. Afterwards, he returned to the military headquarters with the remaining 2 deputy judges and Meng Haiyun. Bang! Meng Haiyun and 2 other people were imprisoned together in the military prison. Ling Tian looked at the 2 deputy chief judges. Ling Tian, I'm sorry. We know we were wrong. Please let us go. They are now extremely terrified. What if Ling Tian uses the same method he used against Wang Yu on them? They might as well commit suicide. The scene of Wang Yu's suicide appeared in their minds again and again, and they could not forget it at all. Meng Haiyun Haiyun had already hidden in the corner, trembling. She was extremely regretful and didn't know why she had to be at odds with Ling Tian. It was obvious that he and Ling Tian had no grudges against each other. Ling Tian took out 2 bottles of medicine at this time. "Drink this potion and I'll spare you too." The 2 deputy judges drank the potion without hesitation. In an instant, the eyes of both people turned blood red. The hair grew rapidly, as if it had become an extremely hungry beast. He completely lost his mind, just like a zombie in Resident Evil, catching food. It began to bite madly, as if it had been hungry for a long time, without any rationality at all. Soon, a pile of bones appeared in the corner. Looking at the bloody and violent scene, Ling Tian's expression was extremely calm. "But I feel so happy in my heart." Meng Haiyun, one of the people he hated the most, finally met with such a miserable end. As the screams grew weaker, Meng Haiyun's eyes gradually lost their luster. In less than half an hour, Meng Haiyun was reduced to a cold skeleton, completely dead. Only 2 deputy chief judges were left, who were like zombies: General Wang Tang, Commander Zhao Feng, and City Lord Li Yuntian. Looking at Ling Tian with a complicated expression, he couldn't help but sigh that Ling Tian was so scheming at such a young age. In this trial, Ling Tian made 3 preparations. First, the real murderer Chang Feng was arrested. Second, Huang Hai, the insider who collected evidence. Third, the God of War order. Any of the 3 preparations is enough to make Ling Tian rest assured, especially the War God order, if it was taken out, let alone the little Meng Haiyun. Even the strongest family in the entire Dragon Kingdom would have to think carefully about whether it was worth framing Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian was so patient, just to get revenge. The God of War order was only taken out at the very last moment. Ling Tian turned calmly and looked at the 3 people. "3 of you, let's go." Meng Haiyun's death is just the beginning of Ling Tian's restart of life. His life is far from over. In his previous life, Meng Haiyun and the others were just one of the people who had tortured and harmed Ling Tian. And this time, Ling Tian killed Meng Haiyun and Meng Hao. The Meng family behind Ling Tian will not let him go either. Sooner or later, there will be a war between me and the Meng family. Now I am only at the first level of Xian level, which is far from enough. There are less than 2 months left before the college entrance examination. Normally, if one reaches the first level of Xian level, taking the college entrance examination and becoming the top scorer in the country is basically a foregone conclusion. But Ling Tian was not satisfied with this. Ling Tian's goal is to become a strong Earth-level expert before the college entrance examination, crush the contemporary world with an absolutely powerful attitude, and based on the memories of previous lives. This year's college entrance examination brings a huge opportunity. If he seizes the opportunity, Ling Tian will naturally soar into the sky. The current strength of the first level of the Xian level is not enough for Ling Tian to obtain that great opportunity. General Wang Tang stood up and looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I came to you this time because your grandfather asked me to do so. He has a lot of things to deal with right now, so please let me bring you some words." Ling Tian's expression turned serious as he looked at Wang Tang. "Uncle Wang Tang, you say?" Wang Tang said. "Old Ling has now completely recovered from his injuries and entered the Holy Land of the War God Temple to practice. In the past half-month, his strength has recovered to its peak and returned to the Jinwu realm. Now in the Holy Land of cultivation, he will put all his strength into breaking through to the Tianwu realm and become a powerful martial emperor. He asks you to fully demonstrate your talent. Once he leaves the Holy Land, he will be your most powerful backer. The Meng family, there is no need to fear. Only by showing your own value can you get more resources." Ling Tian nodded, finally understanding that his grandfather wanted him to not hide his strength. This is how the world is. If you are too evil, you don't have to worry about being envied. The greater the value you demonstrate, the more resources you will receive. If you don't even have the heart of an invincible strong man, how can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Ling Tian also knew very well what the martial emperor meant. He is a strong man of the same level as the seven-tailed fox in Xuaneng. In today's Dragon Kingdom, the 8 most powerful men are martial saints. The martial emperor is second only to the martial saint. With his grandfather as his backer, Ling Tian really has no need to be timid. "Ling Tian, I want to ask you something?" At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian. "Please speak, Lord City Lord." Ling Tian answered politely. "Does your healing ability only heal injuries? If it's an illness, can it be cured? For example, can terminal illnesses like cancer be cured?" After hearing what City Lord Li Yuntian said, Commander Zhao Feng and General Wang Tang were also very curious, staring at Ling Tian intently. Ling Tian replied, "My healing ability, in fact, should be called healing recovery. The most important thing is the word reply, which can restore a person's state to normal. In other words, whether it's an injury or an illness, as long as you're not in your normal state, you can recover. Even if your true energy is overconsumed, it can still be restored." The city lord nodded excitedly, and the 3 people also showed surprise in their eyes. I have to say that Ling Tian's healing and recovery ability is indeed abnormal. Under normal circumstances, these warriors have awakened their healing ability abilities. For example, the healing holy light can only heal injuries, but when faced with illness, there is nothing we can do. Some strong people who have awakened the wood-type recovery ability can only quickly restore their physical strength and true energy. The effect is not as obvious as Ling Tian's. I see. Ling Tian, as long as you are in a negative state, whether it is illness, physical exhaustion, or serious injury, they can all be cured and restored, which is terrifying. City Lord Li Yuntian said, Ling Tian, a week from now will be my father's 80th birthday. I would like to invite you to attend my father's birthday party and to help him see a doctor. My father was diagnosed with lung cancer last year and is almost in the late stage. It's very difficult to treat. Do you think we have time? Ling Tian smiled. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I will be there on time. Thank you very much. After chatting for a while, everyone separated. As soon as he left, Ling Tian's phone rang, and he saw that the call was from an unfamiliar number. Ling Tian answered the phone with a puzzled look on his face. Hello, it's me. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the phone. Ling Tian frowned, because the person on the other end of the phone was Ling Tian's father, Ling Hanchang. Ling Tian, I really look down on you. You say you don't rely on our Ling family, but when have you ever not relied on our Ling family? I've heard about what happened to you in the court of justice. If it weren't for General Wang Tang's intervention, you would have been in jail by now. Ling Tian felt ridiculous and spoke coldly. Ling Hanchang, just tell me your purpose. Ling Hanchang said in a cold tone, Ling Tian, you should understand now that without my Ling family, you are nothing. It is impossible for you to take part in the Western Joint Examination, and you cannot go to the Xinyan Lingquan to practice. This trial will even lead to you going to prison. Without me, your fate is unimaginable. My patience is limited. Give me the war god order. You don't deserve it. Ling Tian felt speechless for a moment. Get lost. I originally thought Ling Hanchang would be angry, but Ling Hanchang on the other end of the phone was extremely calm. Ling Tian, before 12 o'clock today, this is my last chance for you. If you don't return the war god order to me, you will bear the consequences yourself. After hearing Ling Hanchang's words, Ling Tian was speechless. Idiot. After uttering 2 words, Ling Tian hung up the phone. Last time, Ling Tian blocked Ling Hanchang's number, but this time he called himself directly from another phone. Ling Tian simply turned off the phone. Ling Tian left the military headquarters and did not return to Yunqing, but looked towards the provincial capital, a huge twin-tower building that soars into the sky. This is the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association branch. The Martial Arts Association is the largest civilian force in Dragon Country. It was founded by one of the 8 great martial saints of Dragon Country, the Mad Thunder Saint. The Martial Arts Association controls the Dragon Kingdom and hundreds of secret realms, large and small. In the Martial Arts Association, as long as you become a martial artist, you can register as a member of the Martial Arts Association. Outside the Martial Arts Association, Ling Tian walked in. The hall is beautifully decorated and bustling with people coming and going. Ling Tian's mental power was released, and it could be said that the entire association was filled with experts. There are dozens of people who have reached the earth level of cultivation. There are also several heavenly level experts. Ling Tian didn't hesitate and walked straight to the membership registration office. The staff who greeted and registered members was a hot curly-haired beauty. The curly-haired beauty smiled slightly and said, Brother, the registration office for D-level members is on the left. This is the registration office for C-level members. After hearing what the curly-haired beauty said, Ling Tian just smiled slightly. Then, circulate blood, Qi and true essence. In an instant, the air around Ling Tian surged, and the aura of a Xian-level strongman spread all around. Ling Tian's clothes fluttered wildly along with the powerful energy. Ling Tian placed his palm directly on the tester in front of the registration desk. Suddenly, the tester's screen data appeared. Xian level 1. Everyone was stunned and attracted by Ling Tian. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. A first-level Xian-level warrior. Boom! Even the curly-haired beauty looked surprised. You know, in the Martial Arts Association, Xian-level warriors are very common. However, Ling Tian looked like he was not even 20 years old. How could anyone not be shocked when a young man who was not even 20 years old actually had the cultivation level of the first level of the Xian level? Ling Tian looked at the curly-haired beauty, still with a calm expression, and asked, Excuse me, can I register here? Yes. The curly-haired beauty quickly recovered from her shock. Please give me your ID card so I can register your information. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian took out his ID card and handed it to the curly-haired beauty. Afterwards, the curly-haired beauty took Ling Tian's ID card and carefully registered it. Ling Tian, male, age 17. When she saw this, the curly-haired beauty was stunned. Then his expression changes and his pupils dilate. The mood that had just calmed down was once again stirred up by huge waves. 17 years old. You're only 17. The surprised shout echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone was confused. No one could imagine that someone could be so young at the age of 17. He successfully reached the first level of Xian level. This has never happened before. Just now everyone knew that Ling Tian's strength had reached the first level of the Shen level, and they were just a little surprised and astonished. However, now they know that Ling Tian is only 17 years old. Everyone was completely confused. Not to mention the curly-haired beauty, everyone present saw for the first time a 17-year-old Shen level first-level warrior. Ling Tian smiled faintly. Help me register quickly. After registration, I'm going to the secret realm of the Provincial Capital Martial Arts Association. What? The curly-haired beauty then nodded blankly and completed registering all the information. Soon, Ling Tian got a certificate. Ling Tian officially became a C-level member of the Martial Arts Association. There is one benefit to becoming a member of the Martial Arts Association. That is, by completing the bounty tasks issued by the Martial Arts Association, you can receive many rewards that cannot be bought outside. You can also enter the secret realm owned by the Martial Arts Association to gain experience. With his ID, Ling Tian headed towards the Martial Arts Association's trial building. The Provincial Capital Martial Arts Association, the trial building, has a total of 72 floors, and on each floor, there is a teleportation array in each place that can directly transport warriors to the secret realm for trials. The Martial Arts Association is a secret realm in the trial building, which is different from the secret realm Ling Tian encountered in the Great Wilderness Mountains before. The secret realm encountered in the Great Wilderness Mountains is a one-time secret realm left behind by a powerful martial saint. As long as someone passes the level, it will self-destruct. However, the secret realm in the trial building is different. The secret realm in the trial building is a permanent type of secret realm. Even if someone opened up the secret realm, the ferocious beasts in it would be killed. The summoning circle will reappear in the secret realm, summoning new ferocious beasts into the secret realm. The secret realm is a place of opportunity for warriors, but it is also a huge threat. Because, in a permanent secret realm, if no one passes through it for a long time, the number of ferocious beasts will increase. Too many ferocious beasts will cause the secret realm to be overloaded and thus collapse. Once the secret realm collapses, ferocious beasts will flood into the human world, attacking and killing humans. Therefore, the secret realm of the Martial Arts Association is unconditionally open to the public. The higher the floor, the higher the level of the trial secret realm. For example, there is a secret realm on the 9th floor, which is basically difficult for some yellow level warriors. The 10th to 18th levels correspond to Shen level warriors. As for the highest level, the corresponding secret realm is for the martial saint. Ling Tian and Xuanning walked side by side to the elevator. Ling Tian went straight to the 16th floor of the trial building without any hesitation. There are a total of 8 secret realm teleportation formations on the 18 floors of the trial building. The strongest beast in the secret realm is at the 9th level of the 2nd stage. He is stronger than the ordinary 9th level Shen grade warrior, and his strength is close to that of the ordinary 1st level D grade warrior. Ling Tian came directly to one of the teleportation formations. The worker guarding the teleportation array spoke lightly. The opening fee for the Skybeast Forest is 30,000. Ling Tian nodded, then transferred 30,000 yuan via mobile phone. He handed his Martial Arts Association membership card to the staff. The staff member was stunned. He frowned and reminded Ling Tian, "Little guy, you have to think clearly. The fierce beasts in the Heavenly Beast Forest are generally stronger than the 3rd level of the Shen level. You are only at the 1st level of Shen level cultivation. It is extremely dangerous to go in." Ling Tian nodded calmly. "I know, if I am defeated, I will leave immediately." Seeing Ling Tian so sure, he stopped trying to persuade him. He opened the teleportation array and let Ling Tian in. Ling Tian walked into the teleportation array and looked at Xuanning. "Wait for me outside." Xuanning nodded, left the Martial Arts Association and went out for a stroll. Ling Tian's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. However, inside the building, there were 5 warriors who coldly looked at the teleportation array where Ling Tian disappeared and made a phone call. "Mr. Ling, Ling Tian has entered the Martial Arts Association's Myriad Beasts Labyrinth secret realm." His guardian didn't follow him. The person on the other end of the phone was none other than Ling Tian's father, Ling Hanchang. At this moment, Ling Hanchang's face was gloomy. "Follow him in and make that kid hand over the war god order." After hearing Ling Hanchang's words, the warrior frowned. "Mr. Ling Hanchang, please don't be offended by my harsh words. Your son looks like a traitor. If we use normal means, he might not be able to get the things out." Ling Hanchang's face showed a cruel look. "No matter what means you use, you must make him take out the things. Even if I have to kill him, it's not impossible. I just want the war god's order." Ling Hanchang's face was almost crazy. He was not convinced why his father gave the god of war order to Ling Tian instead of himself. "If I had the god of war order, I would still hide in a small cloud city. It is estimated that he has already marched into the provincial capital and become a big boss there." After hearing what Ling Hanchang said, the 5 warriors felt relieved. "Okay, since we have Mr. Ling's words, we brothers can go there without any worries." Among those warriors, the weakest one is a warrior of the 1st level of Earth grade. The strongest one is already a warrior at the 3rd level of the Earth grade. They were confident that taking down Ling Tian would be an easy task. In the teleportation array, light flickered around around Ling Tian. Then his eyes lit up and he entered the secret realm of the heavenly beast forest. Looking around, it is a huge forest, and in the forest there are towering trees that are tens of meters high. The complex terrain makes the sky beast forest a natural maze. The sky beast forest is divided into 3 parts: the outer area, the inner area, and the core area. And, in every part, there is a powerful overlord beast. The heavenly beast forest breeds a kind of natural treasure, the red fruit. Just one red fruit that is 10 years old can help a Shen level warrior improve his cultivation by 1 level. And those 3 overlord beasts are the guardian Zhuguo. As long as you defeat the overlord beast, you can get the red fruit. This is why Ling Tian chose to go to the secret realm of the heavenly beast forest. As long as you pass through the secret realm of the heavenly beast forest, you are guaranteed to get 3 red fruits. 3 red fruits are enough to raise Ling Tian's strength from the 1st level of Shen level to the 4th level of Shen level. Zhuguo is not so easy to obtain. Because the heavenly beast forest is a sea-level secret realm, only warriors with strength exceeding the 9th level of the profound realm can enter it. The cultivation level will also be suppressed, and the cultivation level will be suppressed to the 9th level of the Shen level. The dominant beasts in the heavenly beast forest are all 2nd level peak beasts with superhuman combat capabilities. For Shen level warriors, obtaining the Zhu fruit is also accompanied by high risks. Ling Tian looked around, thinking about the direction to move forward. Swish! However, it was just such a moment. A metal spear streaked across the void, and a sound of breaking through the air was heard. It shot towards Ling Tian's back. Ling Tian instantly sensed the crisis. Turn around quickly. The heavenly fire erupted and directly condensed into a flame shield, accompanied by a muffled sound. The flame shield successfully blocked the attack of the metal spear. However, the powerful force also caused Ling Tian to take several steps back. Ha! Seeing Ling Tian blocking the attack of the metal spear, a surprised voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. A mere Shen level 1st level warrior can actually block my attack? At this moment, a warrior with a gloomy face walked towards Ling Tian with 4 warriors. After seeing the 5 people, Ling Tian frowned. Bang! There was a flash of anger in his eyes. Why did you sneak attack me? The gloomy warrior looked at Ling Tian with a playful look on his face. He spoke calmly, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. No comment. Who are you? Ling Tian continued to ask with a gloomy face. However, the gloomy warrior in the lead still had an arrogant look on his face. No comment. As they spoke, the 5 people had already raised their aura to the extreme. True energy surged, and the aura of the 9th level of Shen level cultivation locked onto Ling Tian firmly. There was no chance for Ling Tian to escape at all. Ling Tian knew it when he felt their pure true essence. The strength of these people is even higher than the 9th level of the Shen level, but it is only because they are suppressed by the secret realm. That's why he displayed his 9th level of Shen level cultivation. Ling Tian also showed disdain in his eyes. Ling Tian, he doesn't offend many people. The only ones who hate and resent me are none other than the Meng family behind Meng Haiyun. And now Ling Tian's obvious backers are City Lord Li Yuntian and General Wang Ten. Either of these 2 people is someone that the Meng family is wary of. I killed Meng Haiyun and Meng Hao, so the Meng family would not take action against me so quickly. Then, there is only one person who is unhappy with me. That is Ling Hansheng, his father, who had threatened him not long ago. Of course, the Meng family is not ruled out. Ling Tian's patience was limited. His face darkened, and he looked as if he was walking on thin ice. Did Ling Hansheng ask you to come, or did the Meng family ask you to come? After hearing Ling Tian's words, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 5 people. I didn't expect Ling Tian to guess it right away. However, the leader quickly regained his composure, still with an expression of arrogance and disdain. Nothing to offer. Court death. However, the words are not finished yet. Murderous intent surged in Ling Tian's eyes. With the Qiang sword in his hand, he drew his sword and slashed. Violent blood in true essence condensed, and the infinite skyfire entangled them. 9 extreme flames slash the sky. The sword energy swept across and shot out at an extremely fast speed. Of the 5 warriors, 4 did not have time to react. Puff puff puff. In an instant, blood splattered. The knife energy passed through the flesh, and 4 heads were thrown high into the air and rolled to the ground. Several people were shocked and opened their eyes wide. Before they could react to what was happening, their heads had already been chopped off by Ling Tian. The 4th level Earth level warrior who was leading the group was furious, his eyes bloodshot. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to kill someone over a disagreement. You bastard, you're looking for death. Instantly, true energy surged and innate supernatural powers erupted. True energy accompanied by supernatural powers instantly condensed into a 10-meter-long metal giant sword above his head. He swept his sword towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was full of disdain. Take a step forward and step on the ground. True energy surged and flames swirled. Then he stretched out his arms and struck, flames burning the sky. In an instant, the flaming blade energy slashed towards the giant metal sword, growing longer against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it spread to more than 10 meters. Rumble. With a huge explosion, the giant sword collapsed and the flames dissipated. The The terrifying aftermath hit the gloomy warrior. The warrior flew backwards and hit a big tree heavily. Wow! Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as he landed on the ground, Ling Tian grabbed his hair and lifted it up like garbage. Ling Tian's eyes seemed to have turned into a whirlpool, bewitching the mind and pulling at the soul. The extreme double pupils are activated. Who asked you to come? The gloomy warrior blurted out without any hesitation. Boom! Linghan City. The moment the name was spoken, the man reacted suddenly, looking at Ling Tian in horror. What did you do to me? Puff. However, just as he finished speaking, Ling Tian's red sun saber pierced his heart, and then he spoke lightly. No comment. Looking at the dead warrior, Ling Tian's face turned gloomy and cold. I have tolerated Ling Hansheng many times, but Ling Hansheng provokes me again and again. If he didn't teach Ling Hansheng a lesson, would he really think Ling Tian was easy to bully? Ling Tian has already decided that it won't be long before Ling Tian will prove it to Ling Hansheng. He, Ling Hansheng, has never been of any help to him. Ling Tian has everything he has today mostly because of his own efforts. Even if there is help from others, it has absolutely nothing to do with Ling Hansheng. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and immediately activated his own Wuji Tianhua. The scorching heat exploded, and in an instant, terrifying flames engulfed Lin Tian's body. The flames transformed into an enormous fireball. In the blink of an eye, the 5 corpses on the ground were submerged. In just a few breaths, the bodies of the 5 warriors turned into ashes, completely disappeared from this world. It seems that being a first-level Earth-level warrior is not enough. Ling Tian's eyes showed helplessness and he shook his head. The reason why Ling Tian chose to enter the secret realm on the 18th floor of the Martial Arts Association trial building. This is because the final boss beast in the secret realm has the strength equivalent to that of a first-level Earth-level warrior. Even with their cultivation suppressed, these warriors' combat power is almost that of a first-level Earth-level warrior. However, he was killed instantly by Ling Tian before he could even use 30% of his strength. Ling Tian still underestimated his own strength. Ling Tian released his powerful mental power without any hesitation. By activating his extreme double pupils, he suddenly felt that the area within a radius of 100 meters was under his control. Ling Tian's perception and insight have been greatly improved. Ling Tian immediately felt the breath of the ferocious beast and headed towards the direction where the ferocious beast was. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Ling Tian saw 3 purple tigers in the forest. The strength of those 3 purple tigers is around level 2, level 4. Upon discovering the human presence, the 3 purple tigers rushed towards Ling Tian without any hesitation. He roared, then stretched out his sharp claws and slapped Ling Tian hard. Ling Tian showed disdain in his eyes. Just slash with a knife at random. In an instant, the sword energy was wrapped in flames, shooting out and cutting through the void. It grows longer when facing the wind, and in the blink of an eye it is nearly 10 meters long. Phew! Suddenly blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the 3 purple tigers were cut in half by Ling Tian. However, at this moment, a dark shadow flashed through the forest. Quickly distance himself from Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't give this opportunity at all, and flames burst out all over his body. Both feet shot out with a surge of heat. The whole person seemed to have turned into a human rocket, and his speed increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the black shadow. Looking closely, it turned out to be a purple tiger leader whose strength had reached the 8th level of the 2nd stage. Obviously, he felt threatened by Ling Tian's strength after seeing him easily deal with 3 purple tigers, so I chose to escape without hesitation. However, with the blessing of the Wuji Skyfire, Ling Tian's speed is not as fast as that of the Thunder and Wind-type warriors, but it's not much different. The speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the leader of the purple tiger. Then he raised his fist. The dragon roars. With a punch, the flames turned into a fire dragon, and the purple tiger leader had no way to dodge. He was hit instantly. The purple tiger instantly let out a painful roar. The purple tiger leader was burned black by Ling Tian's infinite skyfire, but Ling Tian did not kill him. His figure flashed, leaving behind an afterimage and came in front of the purple tiger. Then, the eyes of the purple tiger leader and Ling Tian met. Ling Tian's pupils seemed to have turned into a bottomless colorful vortex. It was as if the soul of the purple tiger leader was being pulled out. In just less than 10 seconds, Ling Tian easily controlled the purple tiger leader. Ouch! Roar! The leader of the purple tiger snorted softly. Then he crawled in front of Ling Tian very obediently. Ling Tian looked at the purple tiger leader. Can you understand what I'm saying? The purple tiger nodded. Normally, the maximum intelligence of a first-level ferocious beast is roughly equivalent to that of a 3-year-old human. The intelligence of a ferocious beast that has reached the 2nd level is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old human. When a ferocious beast reaches the 5th level, its intelligence is almost the same as that of a normal adult. Ling Tian looked at the obedient purple tiger leader and said, "Take me to find the dominant beast here." The purple tiger leader nodded. Then, he gestured for Ling Tian to ride on him. Ling Tian did not hesitate and jumped directly onto the purple tiger leader. The beast forest is like like a huge maze. Normally, if you want to open the secret realm, it will be very difficult and take a lot of time. However, the leader of the purple tiger is a ferocious beast living in a secret realm. I am very familiar with the terrain here. With the purple tiger leader leading the way, Ling Tian's actions would become much easier. Soon, Ling Tian, led by the leader of the purple tiger, came to an amber in the sky beast forest. Just when it was about 1,000 meters away from the lake, the leader of the purple tiger stopped his actions, with fear in his eyes. Ling Tian activated his extreme double pupils, and his vision was infinitely magnified. It was easy to see the situation of the lake. There is a small island in the center of the lake. It covers an area of about 1 square kilometer, and on that small island, there is a huge tree that is 50 meters long. There were actually 3 blood-red fruits on the big tree, shaped like hearts. It is almost ripe, and the air is filled with rich fruity aroma. Even Ling Tian, who was 1,000 meters away, could smell the faint fruity fragrance. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. That was the Zhu fruit. Among the 3 red fruits, there is actually one that is 100 years old. You know, the effect of a 100-year-old red fruit is completely different from that of a 10-year-old one. The 10-year-old Zhu fruit is only effective for Xian-level warriors and Huan-level warriors. However, the 100-year-old red fruit can bring huge improvements even to Earth-level warriors. Walk! Ling Tian patted the purple tiger leader beneath him, but the leader of the purple tiger hesitated. Because on the island in the middle of the lake, in addition to the red fruit trees, there are more than 100 ferocious beasts. The 3 overlords of the heavenly beast forest are all on the island in the middle of the lake. According to Ling Tian's memory, in the forest of heavenly beasts, there are 3 dominant ferocious beasts, each guarding a red fruit tree. This time, the 3 dominant beasts gathered together. Apparently, it was because a 100-year-old red fruit was about to mature. They all wanted to snatch the 100-year-old red fruit. If they swallowed the 100-year-old red fruit, their strength would definitely reach the level of a third-order ferocious beast. There are more than 100 ferocious beasts, and the 3 most dominant beasts are the purple diamond demonic python, the earth violent bear, and the red flame demonic wolf. The strength of the 3 overlord beasts has reached the peak of the 2nd level. They are all ferocious beasts that are only 1 step away from becoming the 3rd level. Among the other ferocious beasts, the weakest ones are at the 2nd level and 6th level. There were more than 100 of them, and the leader of the purple tigers didn't dare to approach the island in the middle of the lake. However, Ling Tian looked relaxed. Let's go. Everything will be fine. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zijihu had no way to resist and could only go to the island in the middle of the lake. As soon as they arrived at the lake, Ling Tian and the purple tiger leader were noticed by more than 100 ferocious beasts on the island in the middle of the lake. Suddenly, the roars of hundreds of beasts echoed all around, and the vibrating air caused ripples. Looking at the more than 100 ferocious beasts staring at him, the fierce and violent aura overwhelmed Ling Tian and the others. The purple tiger leader was so frightened that his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, Ling Tian had a calm expression on his face as he looked at the purple tiger leader indifferently. Wait for me. As he spoke, Ling Tian leaped forward and rushed towards the island in the middle of the lake. It just so happened that after Ling Tian successfully awakened the Wuji heavenly fire, he gained a natural magical power. Roar! Ling Tian wanted to see the power of this innate magical power. Ling Tian rushed into the void, and at the moment of falling, flames suddenly shot out from his feet. That force lifted Ling Tian's body and allowed him to fly a short distance. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian arrived above the island in the middle of the lake, then fell from the void. Rumble! At the moment of falling, the island in the middle of the lake shook violently. A huge hole was smashed into the ground. The ferocious beasts were shaken continuously by the powerful impact. The 3 overlord beasts became angry instantly and let out a deafening roar. All the beasts were almost crazy and rushed towards Ling Tian almost at the same time. Swish! But Ling Tian still remained relaxed and calm. There wasn't a trace of fear or worry in his eyes. Endless fire territory. Ling Tian spoke lightly. Boom! In an instant, the fluctuations condensed from Ling Tian's supernatural powers and true essence spread out, and the airwaves surged. Roar! Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in flames, and his martial arts heavenly fire erupted. Crash! A blazing wave surged forth in an instant. The infinite skyfire instantly formed a huge flame field. Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a red flame god of war. The momentum is extremely powerful. The flame field was like a huge flame field of 15 by 15 meters, burning fiercely with the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea. The entire island in the middle of the lake seemed to have turned into a huge flaming furnace. The roaring sound continued to echo. The ferocious beasts, their entire bodies burning the moment they came into contact with Ling Tian's infinite skyfire. In just a few breaths, it would be burned to ashes by the scorching flames. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. This is the innate magical power that Ling Tian obtained after awakening the infinite skyfire, the endless fire domain. Ling Tian spoke coldly. Endless fire domain, great flame dragon formation. In an instant, the endless flames turned into 9 huge fire dragons that were more than 10 meters long. Roar! Of the 9 giant fire dragons, 3 went straight towards the 3 overlord beasts to kill them. The other 6 kept pushing and roaring on the island in the middle of the lake, leaving no grass wherever they went. The screams continued to echo around. One ferocious beast after another died. The leader of the purple tigers by the lake was trembling with fear after seeing this scene. Obviously, he didn't expect that this human being could be so terrifying. The 3 overlord-level beasts still wanted to resist, but the moment they came into contact with the fire dragon, the defensive layer formed by the demonic energy and true essence in his body was directly melted by the infinite heavenly fire. Roar! The 3 overlord beasts only lasted 2 more seconds. It was refined by Ling Tian's infinite heavenly fire. In just less than half a minute, more than 100 ferocious beasts on the island in the middle of the lake were killed, turned into endless ashes. Ling Tian also put away his endless fire domain. A satisfied smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. Obviously, he didn't expect that his endless fire domain would be so terrifying. In just less than half a minute, more than 100 ferocious beasts were easily killed. Endless flames. Ling Tian estimated that as long as someone whose strength was much lower than his entered his territory, no matter how many people there are, as long as Ling Tian's true energy and physical strength are not exhausted, no matter how much comes, Ling Tian can easily refine it. The consumption of the endless fire domain is also enormous, equivalent to 10 times that of Ling Tian performing martial arts. However, this is not a problem at all for Ling Tian. Ling Tian opened up 109 tendons and veins, creating a terrifying sea of qi that far exceeded that of ordinary warriors. Ling Tian's true energy capacity is dozens, even hundreds of times, that of a normal warrior of the same level. Ling Tian's true energy recovery speed is more than 10 times that of a normal person of the same level. In the eyes of others, the endless fire domain is Ling Tian's ultimate move. But in front of Ling Tian's vast sea of true energy, endless flames are just Ling Tian's ordinary trick. The consumption is not much more than that of ordinary attacks. Then, Ling Tian looked at the Zhugua fruit tree in the center of the lake island. Ling Tian picked the 3 red fruits without any hesitation. But at this moment, the entire Martial Arts Association broadcast. But a notice was sent out. Congratulations to Sirank adventurer Ling Tian for breaking the record for clearing the Heavenly Beast Forest secret realm. Time taken, 36 minutes. Congratulations to Sirank adventurer Ling Tian for breaking the record for clearing the Heavenly Beast Forest secret realm. Time taken, 36 minutes. It was repeated on the radio. Everyone in the entire Martial Arts Association was shocked and felt it was incredible. I thought I had heard it wrong. Martial Arts Association, top floor of the office building. In the president's office. The president's secretary rushed in excitedly. President, the record of the Heavenly Beast Forest has been broken. It only took 36 minutes. Compared to the previous time, it is more than 3 hours faster. A white-haired old man in the office nodded. Although the surface looks calm, there are turbulent waves inside. What? You know, the Sky Beast Forest is a natural maze. The condition for passing the level is to defeat the 3 overlord beasts. The fastest person to pass the level before spent a lot of time just searching for the 3 overlord beasts. What broke the record were some warriors above the earth level, whose cultivation was suppressed by the secret realm. Even so, it took them more than 4 hours. And Ling Tian, a Shen-level warrior, only took 36 minutes. I saw the old man looking at the information in the computer. That piece of information was exactly Ling Tian. The president said calmly, "Let's go and see the young man who broke the record. Let's see the style of the national top-ranked high school student." At this time, Ling Tian in the Heavenly Beast Forest did not know that he had broken the record and had caused a sensation in the Martial Arts Association. Ling Tian held the 3 red fruits in his hands. Without any hesitation, he took a 10-year-old vermilion fruit. Ling Tian also activated his own abilities. Ling Tian, after being promoted to the Xian level, the 3 great innate abilities all showed innate magical powers. The innate magical power of the Wuji Tianhua is the endless fire domain. As the strength increases, a huge flame field can be formed. Each flame in the flame field has a power equivalent to 80% of Ling Tian's attack. As Ling Tian's strength increases, the scope of the endless fire domain can be further expanded. In his previous life, Ling Tian's strength reached its peak, and the coverage of the endless fire domain reached a terrifying 1,000 miles. The innate magical power of Jidao Shuangtong is supernormal insight, which increases the perception and insight of the environment by more than 10 times. And the innate magical power that he awakened from his own healing and recovery abilities is supernatural absorption. Extraordinary absorption. As the name suggests, Ling Tian's speed in absorbing and refining energy has reached an incredible level. Boom! Less than 3 breaths had passed since Ling Tian swallowed the first red fruit. Ling Tian relied on his extraordinary absorption to absorb and refine all the power of the red fruit. A wave of air rushed out. Ling Tian's cultivation successfully improved from the first level of Shen level to the second level of Shen level. Then, Ling Tian swallowed the second red fruit. Boom! After a few more breaths, Ling Tian's cultivation level improved again, directly promoted from the second level of Shen level to the third level of Shen level. If someone saw the scene, they would be shocked. For a normal Shen level warrior, even if he obtained the Shu fruit, it would take 4 to 5 days, or even 10 days to half a month to completely refine it. Only then can you fully absorb and refine it and break through in martial arts cultivation. But Ling Tian broke through in just a few breaths. Ling Tian's gaze finally fell on the 100-year-old red fruit. The purple tiger leader by the lake looked at Ling Tian with envy, but he didn't dare to have the slightest greed. Ling Tian directly swallowed the 100-year-old red fruit into his stomach. Extraordinary absorption is activated. Ling Tian's breakthrough method, which was like beating drums and gongs, appeared again. Ling Tian's cultivation level broke through one after another. The 4th level of Shen level, the 5th level of Shen level, the 6th level of Shen level. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian's cultivation level was successfully raised to the 6th level of the Shen level. Afterwards, Ling Tian returned to the presence of the purple tiger leader. Take me back. Now that Ling Tian has passed the level, he naturally won't stay in the heavenly beast forest any longer. As for the red fruits guarded by the other 2 overlord beasts, Ling Tian did not go looking for them. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 overlord beasts gathered together, and the other 2 must have hidden their red fruits or swallowed them. It would be a waste of time for Ling Tian to go looking for it. Ling Tian was already very satisfied with being able to obtain 2 10-year-old Zhu fruits and 100-year-old Zhu fruit. Back to the trial tower. The staff at the teleportation array looked confused. Look at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you are Ling Tian? Ling Tian, the national top-ranked high school student? Ling Tian nodded lightly. The staff member's face was full of excitement. No wonder you can break the record. Ling Tian ignored him. Ling Tian came to the Martial Arts Association's trial building this time not only to improve his strength, it's just to test my own strength. As a result, the Sky Beast Forest failed to test its own strength at all. Ling Tian still underestimated his own fighting ability. Before the staff could react, Ling Tian had already boarded the elevator of the trial building. Good. And this time, Ling Tian directly pressed the button for the 27th floor. Good. Ling Tian is going to challenge the B-level secret realm. In other words, it is a secret realm that only Earth-level warriors can enter. Now, any C-level secret realm and the weaker B-level secret realm are of no use to Ling Tian. You can only challenge the difficult B-level secret realm. In a normal secret realm, each level is divided into 3 small levels, such as the B-level secret realm. The difficulty is divided into 3 levels: easy, normal, and hard. The heavenly beast forest that Ling Tian just passed through is a C-level, difficult secret realm. Now Ling Tian directly rushed to the 27th floor to challenge the B-level difficult secret realm. On the 27th floor of the trial building, there are 5 teleportation arrays in total, representing the entrances to 5 secret realms. Ling Tian remembered that among the 5 B secret realms, there was one called the Blood Forbidden Land. In the bloody secret realm, there is a dominant ferocious beast, the Blood Spirit Dragon. After killing the Blood Dragon, you can absorb its blood. The blood of the Blood Spirit Dragon can not only help Earth-level warriors improve their physical strength, but also improve their cultivation. Therefore, when Ling Tian entered the elevator, he had already decided which secret realm to enter. Ling Tian just walked out of the elevator. The guardian of the teleportation array saw Ling Tian. Ling Tian, why are you here? Aren't you going to the hall to collect your rewards? Ling Tian was stunned. Reward? What reward? Do you know me? The guardian nodded and said, of course I know him. Don't you know that you just broke the record for clearing the Heavenly Beast secret realm? According to the rules of the Martial Arts Association, anyone who breaks the record for clearing a C-level secret realm can obtain a Qi condensation pill. When you broke the record just now, you notified the entire Martial Arts Association, and I even saw your photo on TV. So that's how it is. Ling Tian also recalled that he had forgotten that there was such a thing as a clearance record in the Martial Arts Association. I was lucky enough to encounter the 3 ferocious beasts gathered together. Moreover, with the purple tiger leader leading the way, Ling Tian avoided getting lost and saved time searching for the dominant beast. In such a situation, breaking records is indeed normal. I'll collect my reward later. Brother, can you help me activate the teleportation array? I need to go to the Blood Forbidden Land. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the teleporter guardian was stunned. Are you going to the Bloody Forbidden Land? Ling Tian nodded. The guardian was completely bewildered. What? Are you crazy? Do you know that the Blood Forbidden Land is a B-level difficult secret realm? The beasts inside are at least at Earth level 3, and the strongest are at Earth level 9. A Shen level warrior like you is going to the Blood Forbidden Land. Are you getting too cocky? Ling Tian just smiled slightly and said, brother, don't worry, I'm just going in to take a look and I won't go deep into the secret realm. If I can't defeat the beasts in the secret realm, I will leave immediately. However, the guardian of the teleportation array still did not want Ling Tian to enter the Bloody Forbidden Land. Let him in. At this moment, a voice echoed in the ears of Ling Tian and the guardian. A dignified old man in a Zhongshan suit walked out of the elevator elevator of the trial building. Behind the old man, there were two powerful warriors following him, judging by the aura on their bodies. Obviously, they have all reached the level of the Grandmaster of the innate realm. Every gesture and movement exudes a sense of mystery. The guardian was startled and quickly shouted, "Hello, President." The old man was none other than Bai Jinyuan, the president of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association. Xian level 6. Bai Jinyuan is one of the three most powerful martial kings in the true martial realm in Yunnan Province. With such a strong mental power, he could naturally see Ling Tian's cultivation level at a glance. After hearing Bai Jinyuan's words, everyone present was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Looking at Ling Tian was like looking at a monster. Ling Tian, who is only a 17-year-old high school student, actually has reached the 6th level of the Xian level. Such a thing is simply unheard of, unless you see it with your own eyes. No one will believe it. Ling Tian looked at Bai Jinyuan with respect in his eyes. Hold your fists and bow slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. Junior greets senior Bai. Ling Tian knew about Bai Jinyuan. What? In his previous life, ferocious beasts invaded the earth, and Bai Jinyuan led humans to fight the beasts until the last moment. He then died in the beast tide. Such a person deserves Ling Tian's respect. You must be Ling Tian. You are indeed the #1 prodigy in our Yundian province. Ling Tian, I just wanted to come see you, to see our #1 prodigy, and to give you the reward for breaking your record. After hearing what Mr. Bai said, everyone's eyes showed envy. When others break records, they go to collect the rewards themselves. But Ling Tian wanted to break the record, and the president Bai Jinyuan actually delivered the reward personally. As he spoke, old Bai handed a medicine bottle directly to Ling Tian. This is a 3rd-grade qi condensation pill. If you take it, your strength should be able to break through. Take it. A hint of joy flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, and he took the pill without any hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Bai Lao smiled slightly and said, You're welcome. This is your reward for breaking the record. You deserve it. Ling Tian, are you planning to go to the Blood Forbidden Land for trials? Ling Tian nodded. That's right, don't worry, Elder Bai. Even if I can't defeat the beasts in the Blood Forbidden Land, I have a way to escape unscathed. Bai Lao shook his head. I'm not here to stop you, but even if you are the #1 prodigy in our Yunnan province, the Blood Forbidden Land is still dangerous for you. If you want to go in, take this qi condensation pill first. It can help you improve your strength, make you stronger, and give you more confidence, right? Ling Tian nodded and did not refuse. He directly swallowed the qi condensation pill in the medicine bottle. Everyone looked at Ling Tian with envy. Such a qi condensation pill is worth nearly tens of millions and is in short supply. He actually gave it to Ling Tian. Just when everyone was still envious of Ling Tian, a wave of air burst out, and Ling Tian's aura continued to rise, more than doubling in strength. The 7th level of Xian level. Is this a breakthrough? In an instant, everyone was stunned. You know, a 3rd-grade top-grade qi condensation pill, even if taken by an Earth-level expert, must be completely absorbed and refined in order to achieve a breakthrough. It would take at least half a month, and for those with average qualifications, it would not be surprising if it took a month to absorb and refine it. But Ling Tian broke through in less than a few seconds after swallowing it. Another strong wave of air spread out from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's aura surged again. Afterwards, his cultivation level directly broke through from the 7th level of Xian level to the 8th level of Xian level. A breakthrough? A master warrior beside Bai Lao couldn't help but roar. They had never seen anyone break through so easily before. It's just like eating and drinking water. There is no difficulty at all. Even old Bai was shocked, with his mouth wide open and an extremely exaggerated expression. Ling Tian, however, looked calm, as if he had done something very normal. Old Bai, I have absorbed and refined the qi condensation pill. Can I come in? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Jinyuan came back to his senses from the shock. Suddenly, Bai Jinyuan burst into laughter. I didn't expect that you could absorb the medicinal power of the pill in seconds and achieve a breakthrough. Now I understand. Why do you have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age? Fine. Go ahead. Go to the Blood Forbidden Land and test your strength. For some strengths, strong combat experience is more important than strong cultivation. After hearing what Bai Lao said, Ling Tian nodded. Then I'll take my leave now. Once you've all left the secret realm, I'll come visit you again. As he spoke, he came to the secret realm teleportation array and then paid a fee of 100,000 yuan to activate the teleportation array. As the light came on, Ling Tian's figure disappeared into the teleportation array. It wasn't until Ling Tian left that everyone recovered from their shock. Ha ha ha. The Grandmaster warrior beside Bai Lao asked worriedly. Old Bai, Ling Tian is a peerless genius, but he is only a Xian-level warrior after all. Is it really okay to let him enter the Blood Forbidden Land? Old Bai shook his head. Don't underestimate Ling Tian. He is a dual-system SS-level talent. His strength is definitely beyond your imagination. Although he is only at the 8th level of the Xian grade, I estimate that even a warrior at the 6th or 7th level of the Earth grade would not be his opponent. Dual SS class? Isn't that dual S class? Everyone was stunned when they heard Bai Jinyuan's words. That was news almost almost a month ago. When Ling Tian broke through the first level of the Xin level, his life transformed. His innate supernatural power has evolved and his ability level has reached SS level. This was told to me by Mayor Li Yuntian. Don't worry, Ling Tian, I'm no match for those ferocious beasts in the bloody secret realm, and I can protect myself. At the same time, in the blood-colored secret realm, Ling Tian looked around. Throughout the secret realm, the sky was blood red, and the ground was covered with withered trees. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. At this moment, a huge black shadow moved over. A gigantic blood-red python, 15 meters long, rushed towards Ling Tian. The terrifying aura on his body, like a torrent, instantly flooded towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian had a calm expression, holding his Qiang sword in his hand. Draw the sword and cut. The sound of breaking through the air was heard. The blade light seemed to turn into a meteor. Phew! In an instant, blood splattered and the blade cut through flesh. The huge head of the blood-red python fell off instantly. Kill with one strike. Ling Tian looked helpless as he looked at the corpse of the bloody giant python. The strength of this blood-thin python is equivalent to that of a 5th-level Earth-level warrior. But Ling Tian only used 30% of his strength and killed him instantly. This is how to test your own strength. Ling Tian went straight into the blood-colored Forbidden Land and activated his own infinite skyfire. Flames continued to erupt from Ling Tian's body, causing Ling Tian's body to fly into the air. Ling Tian was just 3 or 4 meters close to the ground, moving quickly. Like a rocket, it is extremely fast. It immediately caused a huge commotion. Ling Tian was not afraid and attracted those ferocious beasts. The huge noise immediately attracted the murderer nearby. The blood-red python, the red flame blood wolf, and the blood-red goblin king. They kept rushing over from all directions. It took less than 3 minutes to reach Ling Tian. Ling Tian opens his extreme double pupils. His insight skyrocketed, and everything within a radius of 1 kilometer was under Ling Tian's control. Even the reptiles on the ground were under Ling Tian's observation. There are 15 ferocious beasts in total, 3 of the 8th level of the Earth level, 6 of the 7th level of the Earth level, and 6 of the 6th level of the Earth level. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and went straight to kill the 3 Earth level 8th level ferocious beasts. Blood and energy burst out, and true essence condenses. Above the head, 28 blood-red stars are twinkling. The king of blood stars above his head is the brightest, like a king. Ling Tian swung out with a knife. The blood and chi condensed along with the true essence, turning into a crescent-shaped blood-red sword energy. The sword energy broke through the air, grew stronger against the wind, and spread to 15 meters in an instant. Puff puff puff, blood splattered. The 3 8th level Earth level beasts were cut in half. The other 12 ferocious beasts were completely stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ling Tian was just a weak ant that looked like a 2nd level ferocious beast. He could actually kill 3 level 3, 8th order monsters in one strike. They instantly lost the courage to fight and wanted to escape. However, Ling Tian didn't give them this opportunity at all. He rushed out like a flock of sheep entering a house, running around recklessly without even using his innate abilities. Puff puff puff, blood and flesh splattered, and limbs flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining 12 ferocious beasts were all dead. Not enough. It's not enough at all. Ling Tian was extremely depressed. I originally thought that an 8th level Earth level beast could test my ultimate combat power without using my innate abilities. As a result, the 8th level Earth level ferocious beast was still killed instantly, which was not enough. Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems that only the overlord beast of the blood forbidden land can have any effect on me. Ling Tian was seen collecting the corpses of the ferocious beasts that he had killed. Then, a huge ball of infinite skyfire condensed. Boom! The fireball fell to the ground and instantly melted into a large pit with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. Ling Tian threw all the corpses of the ferocious beasts into the big pit. Afterwards, the corpse of the ferocious beast was burned using the infinite heavenly fire. The extremely rich aroma of meat spread out. The charming fragrance spread all around. The ferocious beast smelled the fragrance and kept rushing over from all directions. Stop! However, at this moment, a scolding voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. A team of 4 appeared in front of Ling Tian. Those 4 people were all 9th level Earth grade warriors. Leading the group was a hot woman with a charming figure wearing a red combat uniform. Obviously they also came to the blood forbidden land to gain experience. Boy, are you crazy? Do you know what you are doing? The woman looked at Ling Tian with anger and shouted at him. Ling Tian said calmly, of course it's at the barbecue. What else could it be? Can't you see? The woman instantly became angry. Asshole, do you know that this fragrance will attract nearby ferocious beasts? It will even attract the 2 dominant beasts, the blood spirit dragons, in the blood forbidden land. Do you want to die? Although the blood spirit dragon is a peak level 3rd tier beast, it is a powerful dragon type beast. Its combat power is so great that even an ordinary 3rd level heavenly grade master may not be able to defeat it. Do you understand? Ling Tian shook his head calmly. This has nothing to do with you. If you are afraid, you can leave. Why should you care what I do? You're such a big shot. Do you live by the sea? The woman in red was angered by Ling Tian's words. You. However, at this moment, the roars of countless ferocious beasts were heard from the secret realm. The woman in red was originally going to lecture Ling Tian, but the warrior behind him grabbed her hand. Holian, hurry up, the ferocious beasts are gathering here. As they said that, the warriors fled with the woman in red. But before they had escaped far, they were stunned. From all directions, more than 200 ferocious beasts rushed over. There are more than a dozen level 3, level 8 ferocious beasts. It's over. The 4-member team wanted to cry but had no tears, and their bodies could not stop shaking. Roar. The woman in red looked at Ling Tian and started cursing. I'm so unlucky to have met a damned brat like you. Didn't your parents tell you to be low-key? You've killed me. Originally, the 4-member team only came to the Blood Forbidden Land to collect some medicinal herbs. As for killing the 2 blood dragons and opening up the secret realm, they had never thought about it. However, he encountered the unlucky kid Ling Tian, who was having a barbecue nearby and attracted more than 200 ferocious beasts. The woman in red looked at Ling Tian and was about to continue cursing. In an instant, Ling Tian's blood and energy burst out, and his true essence was entangled. Wow wow wow. Stars of blood and energy continued to appear around Ling Tian. Ling Tian stomped his feet on the ground, causing it to shatter and eject. The blood and energy, which were extremely strong, formed a tide of heat and pushed out. Ling Tian, like lightning, rushed into the group of ferocious beasts. The red sun's sword emits a red light. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered like a fountain, and huge blood-red lotus flowers bloomed on the ground. Whether it was a level 3, 8th, or level 3, 6th ferocious beast, Ling Tian could kill it with one strike. Boom! Cut it in half. The wailing sounds of the ferocious beasts echoed all around. Ling Tian was like a peerless killing god from hell. In just less than half a minute, more than 40 ferocious beasts were killed. No matter what kind of ferocious beast it is, it cannot withstand Ling Tian's sword. In an instant, the woman in red and the other 4 were stunned. Captain, am I dreaming? A 9th level Earth grade expert looked at Ling Tian in bewilderment and asked the woman in red beside him. The woman in red shook her head blankly. I don't know either. What shocked them was not just Ling Tian's terrifying fighting ability. What shocked them the most were the 28 blood stars on Ling Tian's body. One person asked, Captain, how many blood stars can a warrior condense at most? The red-dressed woman looked dazed. Theoretically, if we open up 108 meridians, we can condense 27 blood energy stars? So far, how many tendons and meridians have been opened, and how many blood and energy stars have been condensed? The red-dressed woman still had a dazed look on her face. Currently, we know there are 107 of them, condensed into 26 blood stars. Then why did I see 28 blood stars on him? What the hell is this? Also, what the hell is that coconut-sized blood star on his head? Can a blood star be that big? Everyone roared. They also want to ask why. The theoretical maximum number of stars is 27, and the person with the most blood stars condensed is known to have 26. But what they saw was 28 blood stars wrapped around his body. How could they not be shocked and surprised? Ling Tian still had a look of disgust on his face. Because these ferocious beasts are still too weak. There was no way to test my own strength, and continuing to chop would only be a waste of time. At this moment, an extremely hot temperature spread from Ling Tian's body. The infinite sky fire erupted. It was like a tornado, sweeping around, and it seemed that the smelting space was shaking slightly. Endless fire domain, great flame dragon formation. Ling Tian shouted angrily, and in an instant, endless flames spread out with the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea. This time, Ling Tian's endless fire domain was expanded from 15 by 15 meters to 20 by 20 meters. The flames raged and the fire dragon roared. Roar! The ferocious beasts wailed as they were engulfed in flames, charred black, and even turned into ashes. In less than a minute, more than 200 ferocious beasts. However, Ling Tian still looked calm, and simply threw the corpses of the ferocious beasts into the big pit. The grilling continued, and the aroma of the meat became stronger and stronger. The 4-member team led by the woman in red was completely confused. I couldn't believe what I saw. A young man whose cultivation level was not even at the earth level, within about a minute, slaughtered more than 200 third-level high-level ferocious beasts. At this moment, a huge dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The sound waves vibrated and engulfed the void. A terrifying and violent aura, like an invisible tsunami, instantly swept across the world. The vibrating void began to shake, making people despair. 2 huge figures appeared in the void 100 meters away from where the sound came from. There were 2 blood-red lizards with wings. The violent aura around him made the 4 women in red tremble uncontrollably. The overlord beast of the Blood Forbidden Land, the Blood Spirit Dragon, Holian and the others roared in fear. Feeling the breath of the Blood Dragon, their faces were filled with horror. Roar! The Blood Spirit Dragon is a 3rd-tier ferocious beast with the combat power of a heavenly-level warrior. Is it finally here? Ling Tian raised his head, looked into the void, and a smile appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. Captain, that kid is laughing. An Earth-level warrior looked at the woman in red and shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned when they saw the smile on Ling Tian's face. Could it be that he wants to fight the blood spirit dragon? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and a very immature idea arose in their minds. However, the idea is right. Ling Tian was seen with endless sky fire erupting from under his feet. The terrifying force made Ling Tian rush into the void in an instant. Like a meteor, the sound of breaking through the air echoed. In an instant, he rushed to the front of the blood dragon. Ling Tian swung the Qiang sword and slashed out. Blood, energy, and true essence are activated to the extreme. The sound of swords rang out all around. The blood dragon stretched out its sharp claws. A claw grabbed the sword. Clang! The sound of metal collision echoed clearly in the void. The powerful force acted on Ling Tian's Qiang sword and then transmitted to Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian suddenly felt his body numb. Before Ling Tian could make any move, another blood dragon came sweeping over with its huge tail. Ling Tian quickly defended himself, slashing his sword across his side. With a loud bang, Ling Tian fell to the ground like a cannonball. Then, it slid nearly 100 meters on the ground before stopping. This kid is crazy. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. He didn't even have Earth-level cultivation, yet he actually went head-on to fight against two blood spirit dragons that were equivalent to heaven-level warriors. However, just when everyone thought Ling Tian was seriously injured, Ling Tian stood up quickly. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood casually, having only suffered minor injuries. The excitement in his eyes became more and more intense. Sure enough, Ling finally tested out his own strength. Boom! Without using any innate abilities. Ling Tian's strength directly surpassed 10 small levels and was infinitely close to level 11. His strength is slightly weaker than that of an average first-level heavenly grade expert. But almost. Ling Tian had a smile on his face. Next, he should test his combat effectiveness combined with his innate abilities. In an instant, the infinite heavenly fire erupted. Ling Tian transformed into the god of fire. The infinite skyfire condensed into a blazing armor that covered the entire body. The heat wave rolled, engulfing the surrounding space, and the space began to distort slightly. Ling Tian stepped on the ground without any hesitation. The flames under his feet spurted out. Ling Tian soared into the sky again. Ling Tian directly activates martial arts, 9 extreme flame slash. The fourth move, annihilation of all directions. He chopped out with his sword, and the terrifying sword energy turned into a 20-meter-long cross of flames. Boom! At the same time, he killed 2 blood dragons. 2 blood dragons spewed out dragon breath and rushed towards the cross flame. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud noise, both sides are evenly matched. Ling Tian rushed to the tops of the 2 blood spirit dragons in an instant and slashed them down with a single blow. The sword light is like a waterfall, cut straight down. 9 extremes flame slash. The fifth move, flames burning the sky. Endless flames, like a waterfall from the sky, crushed the bodies of the 2 blood dragons. Along with the wailing sound, the smell of burnt flesh and blood continued to emanate from the blood dragon's body, falling directly into the void. The blood dragon was furious and wanted to fight back, but Ling Tian's attack was like a tidal wave, bursting out one after another. 9 extremes flame slash. The sixth move, void ashes. The sword energy turned into a wave of flames and cut down in an instant. Blood fell from the void like raindrops. The head of a blood dragon was instantly severed, and its body fell heavily to the ground. The 4 people, including the woman in red, were completely stunned, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Did he kill the blood dragon? The woman in red stared at Ling Tian blankly, her words stuttering. However, Ling Tian at this moment still had a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. The blood dragon's combat power is limited to that of a heavenly grade 3 warrior. However, after using the 9 extreme skyfire, Ling Tian still killed him easily. In other words, Ling Tian's real combat capability is at least at the 4th or 5th level of heaven grade. However, this is not the case when Ling Tianjideo's double pupils and Wuji Tianhua are used at the same time. Just when everyone had not yet recovered from the shock, when the other blood dragon saw its companion being killed, it immediately let out a painful roar. The sound waves vibrated, impacting the surrounding air and creating circles of aftershocks. At this moment, something strange happened. Oh no! It's the blood spirit dragon's innate ability, the commander of all beasts. This was not the first time that the woman in red and her companions had entered the bloody Forbidden Land. They also bought the strategy guide for the Blood Forbidden Land before coming in. The blood dragon, in addition to its powerful body, also has 2 innate skills. They are the breath of dragon and the commander of all beasts. Once the commander of all beasts takes action, the blood dragon will convey the order through sound. As long as they hear the voice of the leader of all beasts, those ferocious beasts will unconditionally submit to the blood dragon and obey the orders of the blood dragon. Roar! And in the entire blood-colored Forbidden Land, there are thousands of 3rd-level ferocious beasts. In other words, under the summoning skill of the commander of all beasts, almost half of the ferocious beasts in the blood Forbidden Land will gather here. Roar! In an instant, the angry roars of hundreds of beasts came from all directions. That sound wave turned into a sound wave that instantly impacted the entire void earth. The sky and earth shook around the impact. It was like an invisible tsunami that submerged Ling Tian Tian and the women in red. Rumble. The ground kept shaking. In less than 10 breaths, everyone saw the shadows of ferocious beasts moving from all directions. The sky and the earth are filled with the sounds of ferocious beasts. The violent and bloody aura became stronger and stronger. But this is not the most despairing thing. A crystal core the size of a watermelon flew out of the head of the killed blood dragon. Suddenly, the crystal core was suspended in the void. Then, an extremely bright and dazzling light emanated. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that cracks appeared on the blood-colored crystal core. Violent, extremely powerful energy. It spread out directly from the crystal core. Boom! A huge explosion that shook the earth echoed, and the crystal core exploded instantly like a nuclear bomb. The powerful energy aftermath turned into an air wave and pushed out horizontally. The air around was annihilated inch by inch. In the void, a huge hole in space exploded, and in the huge hole in space, there was an energy that did not belong to this world surging out. Then, a blood-colored gas descended and quickly spread around Ling Tian and the others. The woman in red screamed in shock. The blood spirit dragon's crystal core blew open the spatial barrier, temporarily opening up a space-time channel to the world of ferocious beasts. The energy from the beast world has entered the bloody forbidden land. After hearing the roar of the woman in red, everyone was stunned. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. I saw that there were more than 600 ferocious beasts gathered around. The woman in red and the others didn't dare to escape at all. Once they get close to the ferocious beasts, they believe that those beasts will tear them to pieces without hesitation. At this time, the red gas seemed to have a fatal attraction to the ferocious beasts. After those ferocious beasts entered the gas, enjoyment and greed appeared in their eyes, madly absorbing the energy in the gas. Not good. Especially the one left in the sky, the blood dragon. He was madly absorbing the bloody gas energy. Roar. The beasts roared and their aura became violent. Then, madness appeared in their eyes. At the same time, an alarm suddenly sounded in the trial building. Warning, warning, bloody forbidden land, enter berserk mode, enter berserk mode. Everyone outside the trial building was shocked, with shock in their eyes. Bai Jinyuan's expression was extremely solemn. What's going on? Why did the blood forbidden land enter berserk mode? Everyone knows that once these permanent secret realms are threatened with destruction, the rage mode will be activated once it enters the rage mode. The strength of all the ferocious beasts in the entire secret realm will skyrocket, at least increasing by 3 levels. If, under normal circumstances, the difficulty of passing the blood forbidden land is at the difficult level, nowadays, the difficulty of passing the blood forbidden land is as difficult as hell. The most despairing thing is that the berserk mode is a protection mechanism of the secret realm. Ding ding ding. Once you enter berserker mode, only humans in the secret realm escaped, and humans outside the secret realm had no way of entering the bloody forbidden land. What? It's over. It's over. Even Bai Jinyuan, who is usually calm and composed, began to get anxious. If it were any other time, he wouldn't be so anxious even if the secret realm entered into a violent mode. However, in the blood-colored forbidden land now, there is Ling Tian, a national top-ranked high school student. He is also the #1 prodigy in Yunnan province, and he serves as the president of the Martial Arts Association. If Ling Tian died in the secret realm, the responsibility he would have to bear would be unimaginable. Quick, quick, notify the warriors in the secret realm to evacuate immediately. Afterwards, the staff of the Martial Arts Association took out the dimensional soundstone. It was embedded on the broadcast and the teleportation array was activated. Alarm, alarm. The blood forbidden land has entered violent mode. Everyone in the blood forbidden land, please evacuate quickly, quickly, and completely. The sound was broadcast through the dimensional voice stone and reached almost all the warriors in the entire blood-colored forbidden land. At this time, there were a total of 36 warriors in the blood forbidden land, including Ling Tian. After hearing the alarm, everyone except Ling Tian showed a look of horror. We're gonna die here. The red-dressed women's team was on the verge of collapse. They wanted to evacuate at that time, but they were surrounded by ferocious beasts. They were all surrounded and were madly absorbing the bloody gas. I guess if they get close to those ferocious beasts, they won't even know how they died. Powerful energy fluctuations continue to echo around. The strength of each ferocious beast is constantly increasing. The overall strength has been improved by 2 levels. The most perverted one is the blood dragon. At this moment, the blood spirit dragon's aura reached its peak, and it directly broke through the shackles of the 3rd level peak. His strength was directly improved to the 1st level of the 4th stage, but this was not the end. In just less than 10 seconds, the level of the blood spirit dragon increased from the 1st level of the 4th stage to the 2nd level of the 4th stage. Finally, just when the blood-colored energy gas in the entire blood-colored forbidden land disappeared, the aura of the blood spirit dragon has been upgraded to the 4th stage, 3rd level. The 4th level, 3rd stage, corresponds to the 3rd level of Heavenly Warrior. The blood spirit dragon is considered a superior ferocious beast, capable of fighting above its level. Conservatively estimated, his combat power is equivalent to that of a 5th level Heavenly Grade Warrior, or even a 6th level Heavenly Grade great warrior. Boom boom boom. However, facing the powerful aura of the blood dragon, Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Okay, roar!" Accompanied by the angry roar of the blood dragon, hundreds of ferocious beasts rushed directly towards Ling Tian. The sound was deafening, shaking everyone's hearts and minds, and those warriors in the secret realm continued to escape from the bloody Forbidden Land. Boom! Inside the trial building, warriors continued to walk out of the teleportation array, but Ling Tian was the only one missing. "Where's Ling Tian? Where's Ling Tian?" Bai Zhenyuan yelled anxiously, and then directly grabbed a warrior who had just walked out of the bloody secret realm. He asked loudly, "Where is Ling Tian? Have you seen Ling Tian? He's a young man of about 17 or 18 years old." Good. Everyone shook their heads and was confused. No matter how powerful a young man of 17 or 18 years old was, he would probably only be at the yellow level. How could one enter a B-level secret realm like the Blood Forbidden Land? It's over. It's over. You know, this time, if Ling Tian encountered life-threatening danger in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, not only Bai Zhenyuan has to take the blame, but everyone in the entire martial arts association will be implicated, because only Bai Zhenyuan knew that Ling Tian's identity was not just a national top-ranked high school student. Ling Tian's grandfather is also a member of the military's War God Temple and the owner of the War God Order. If Ling Tian's grandfather were to investigate, we would all be doomed. At the same time, in the bloody Forbidden Area, Ling Tian's face was full of excitement and madness. His whole body was filled with surging energy, and the infinite heavenly fire burned to its extreme. Facing more than 600 ferocious beasts, he showed no fear at all. Among the more than 600 ferocious beasts, the strongest is the Blood Spirit Dragon, which is conservatively equivalent to a 5th-level heavenly grade warrior. Among the other ferocious beasts, the most powerful one has reached the 2nd level of the 4th stage, which is equivalent to a strong man of the 2nd level of the heavenly level. The weakest ones are the 3rd order, 9th level ferocious beasts. Crash! Ling Tian is firing at full power. The aura of burning the sky and boiling the sea bursts out. Endless fire domain, great flame dragon formation. Along with Ling Tian's roar, a heat wave suddenly surged. A huge 20 by 20 fire field erupted. The endless blazing flames condensed into 9 giant fire dragons that were more than 10 meters long. The giant dragons entwined and intertwined, constantly biting in the area. Roar! Those ferocious beasts and Ling Tian's endless fire domain were like 2 huge waves. In a flash, they collided violently. The howling of the ferocious beasts continued to ring out. Only a ferocious beast with strength reaching the 4th level can resist Ling Tian's martial art, Heavenly Fire. As for the ferocious beasts below the 4th level, once they come into contact with Ling Tian's infinite skyfire, they will be burned to death in an instant. Ling Tian holds the Qi Yang sword. 9 extremes of flame slash. The 8 wastelands are destroyed. Ling Tian rushed out like a rocket, sweeping across the area. A terrifying flaming blade stretched out in the void, reaching a length of more than 20 meters. Puff puff puff. Just like cutting melons and vegetables, they kept killing each other. The blade cut through the flesh, and blood splattered. Even if a 4th order, 2nd level ferocious beast is hit by Ling Tian, it will be killed with one blow. Blood erupted like a blood-red lotus, continuously blooming on the earth. Blood-red raindrops fell densely. Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a bloody demon god, chopping melons and vegetables among a group of ferocious beasts. One ferocious beast after another became the dead souls under Ling Tian's sword. At this moment, the blood dragon roared loudly. With a flap of its wings, the air exploded, and it flew towards Ling Tian at high speed. Ling Tian's face was full of excitement, holding the red sun sword, with true energy and flames wrapped around the blade. Ling Tian directly used the 9 extreme flame slash, his last move. Ling Tian exerted force with his feet, and the terrifying force was transmitted from his feet to his waist. The strength in the waist increased and then spread to the arms. The strength in his arms increased again, and his whole body was like a silver moon bow. Then, the sword energy shot out like an arrow from a bow. The terrifying flaming blade energy rapidly expanded, and in an instant, it grew to nearly 25 meters. The blood dragon exhaled a dragon's breath that looked like a blood-colored beam of light, shattering the void and colliding towards Ling Tian. Suddenly, the breath spread and the sword energy shattered. Huge aftermath surged in all directions. Roar! A huge amount of dust was raised above the ground. The aftermath hit Ling Tian and the blood spirit dragon. The blood spirit dragon's body trembled slightly, while Ling Tian's body retreated more than 10 meters. Happy! Ling Tian shouted loudly. The woman in red and the others were all stunned. Ling Tian, a warrior who was not even at the earth level, actually fought against a blood spirit dragon with the 5th level of heaven level combat power without getting hurt. And Ling Tian also understood his own fighting ability. Swish! When using the infinite skyfire and bursting out with full force, his own strength is equivalent to that of a 5th level heavenly grade warrior, slightly weaker than the current blood spirit dragon. Directly skipped more than 10 levels. Just when Ling Tian had just stabilized his body, 8 ferocious beasts rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's 8 fire dragons instantly rushed towards the 8 ferocious beasts and fought with Ling Tian's fire dragons. The blood spirit dragon also came not far in front of Ling Tian, and Ling Tian's last fire dragon killed the blood spirit dragon. The blood dragon roared, raised its huge dragon claw, and slapped forward. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the fire dragon condensed from the infinite skyfire was directly smashed to pieces by the blood spirit dragon. In just that instant, huge amounts of blood energy had condensed in the blood dragon's mouth. The dragon's breath erupted again. A breath like a blood-red beam of light came in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian roared. Endless flames wrapped around the red sun sword, and Ling Tian thrust the red sun sword into the ground. Under the condensation of the infinite heavenly fire, a huge flame shield was formed in an instant. The flame shield collapsed layer by layer. Pala. As the flame shield shattered, the aftermath of the dragon's breath affected Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, retreating more than 10 feet. Wow! Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over, that guy is no match for the blood spirit dragon. The women in red roared in despair. As soon as Ling Tian fell to the ground, the blood dragon swooped down from the sky, killed in front of Ling Tian. Then, the huge dragon's tail slammed heavily onto Ling Tian's body. The strong pressure squeezed the air and made it seem as if it had sunk. It was about to hit Ling Tian. It's over. The 4 women in red wailed loudly. Ling Tian grinned. A terrifying aura of destruction burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. The pupil of Ling Tian's right eye seemed to be wrapped in black flames. Extreme double pupils, destruction. Ling Tian shouted angrily. In an instant, a black beam of destructive light, carrying an extremely domineering aura, shot out from Ling Tian's eye sockets. The speed was extremely fast, and the aura made people despair and suffocate. The blood dragon instantly sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Crash! Just when the black energy beam came into contact with the blood dragon roared in pain. The flesh and blood on his body disappeared bit by bit. It fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the blood dragon lost 1/3 of its flesh and blood, and at the edge where the flesh disappeared, even blood could not flow out. Ling Tian also felt exhausted. However, Ling Tian was extremely excited. At this moment, Ling Tian launched the light of destruction again. Originally, Ling Tian could only use it once, but after breaking through to the Xian level, he condensed 28 blood stars. Ling Tian's energy surged, and both his mental and physical strength far exceeded that of warriors of the same level by nearly dozens of times. It was enough for Ling Tian to cast the light of destruction 5 times in a row. Ling Tian's pupils dilated instantly. A threat of death instantly surged into his heart, and the blood dragon seemed to sense the crisis. He immediately flapped his wings and tried to escape. Roar! However, just as the blood dragon flew out, a black, overbearing beam of light engulfed its head. The head disappeared in an instant, without a trace, and the bodies of more than a dozen ferocious beasts behind the blood dragon were pierced by the destructive beam. Then he fell to the ground. Everyone was completely stunned. The woman in red and the others felt like they were dreaming. And those ferocious beasts also stopped their actions, staring blankly at Ling Tian. I can't believe this is real. The blood spirit dragon actually had its head blown up by Ling Tian. Ling Tian also tested out his current strength. Although I am only at the 8th level of Xian level now. However, even a strong man at the 6th level of the heavenly realm would find it difficult to avoid his destructive beam. If I use my full strength, even an ordinary 6th level heavenly grade expert will be killed by me. Only those who are above the 7th level of heavenly grade have the power to threaten Ling Tian's life. Of course, that only applies to warriors who don't have the ability to fight above their level. Swish! In other words, Ling Tian's combat power at this time has exceeded level 17. A warrior who has fought across 17 levels and awakened SS level talents and abilities normally. The limit is to cross the 9th or 10th level. How is that possible? But now Ling Tian has directly jumped to level 17. However, Ling Tian did not relax. There are more than 500 ferocious beasts around. In the battle with the blood spirit dragon, Ling Tian also consumed most of his strength. It's over. It's over. There's no news at all about Ling Tian. Is this kid going to die in there? At this moment, President Bai Xinyuan was so anxious that he almost jumped up. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have let Ling Tian go to the bloody Forbidden Land. Congratulations to warrior Ling Tian for slaying the blood spirit dragon, the dominant beast in the blood Forbidden Land. He successfully cleared the blood Forbidden Land's berserk mode and broke the blood Forbidden Land clearance record, taking 2 hours and 20 minutes. What? In an instant, Bai Xinyuan and the warriors in the trial building were stunned. The entire trial building fell into dead silence. Time and space seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath. Everyone wondered if they had heard it wrong, but the broadcast announced it again. Congratulations to warrior Ling Tian for slaying the blood spirit dragon, the dominant beast in the blood Forbidden Land. He successfully cleared the blood Forbidden Land's berserk mode and broke the blood Forbidden Land clearance record, taking 2 hours and 20 minutes. After the announcement, the entire trial building's broadcasting system immediately began to play cheerful powerful music. Thump, thump, thump. Good luck. I wish you good luck. Bai Jinyuan roared loudly, and everyone looked as if they had eaten dog poop. Become extremely exaggerated. They confirmed that they had heard correctly. Ling Tian actually broke through the Blood Forbidden Land in berserk mode, successfully passed the Blood Forbidden Land, and broke the record. It's a lie. This is absolutely a lie. A Shen level 8th level warrior, breaking through a secret realm equivalent to the A level ordinary difficulty, and killing the 4th level ferocious beast blood spirit dragon? Everyone was excited, and the entire martial arts association was in an uproar, with everyone's expressions more exciting than each other. However, just as everyone was roaring, the radio announcements sounded again. Congratulations to warrior Ling Tian. I'm not dreaming. Bai Xinyuan couldn't help but roar. No one knows how Ling Tian did it. However, one thing they can be sure of is that Ling Tian is not dead yet. Since they are not dead, since the dominant beasts in the Blood Forbidden Land have all been killed by Ling Tian. In other words, the other ferocious beasts can no longer threaten Ling Tian. Ling Tian can leave the bloody Forbidden Land alive. Ling Tian, who was in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, was not nervous at all when facing more than 500 ferocious beasts. He rushed directly to the front of the first blood dragon he had killed. He bit the blood dragon's neck and drank big gulps of blood. The surging energy in the dragon blood entered Ling Tian's body. It was absorbed instantly. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian's condition returned to its peak. There's more to it than that. The confused team of red-dressed women watched Ling Tian continuously swallowing dragon blood. There was a muffled sound, and a wave of air spread from Ling Tian. Ling Tian's cultivation level directly increased from the 8th level of the profound realm to the 9th level of the profound realm. The women in red screamed loudly in shock. I felt like I was dreaming. Ling Tian, a man who killed the 4th level ferocious beast blood spirit dragon, is actually just a warrior who was not even at the earth level? Impossible. He absolutely cannot be just a Shen level warrior. If he is, I'm going to eat shit. The woman in red looked confused, and everyone felt the aura of Ling Tian's breakthrough. No matter how powerful a warrior's means of hiding his cultivation are, it is also impossible to hide when the cultivation level breaks through. The woman in red was sure that Ling Tian had reached the 9th level of the Shen level. The woman in red looked confused and spoke blankly. I told you not to eat and drink for free all day. At this moment, Ling Tian's terrifying aura burst out, which seemed to be due to swallowing the blood of the blood spirit dragon. There was actually a faint aura of dragon power on his body, plus the death of the blood dragon. Those ferocious beasts also woke up from the skills of the leader of all beasts, and there was fear in their eyes. There are already ferocious beasts preparing to escape. Ling Tian's aura surged and reached its peak. The infinite skyfire was activated and flames erupted. The endless fire domain covered it again, and Ling Tian broke through to the 9th level of the Shen level. The range was increased again, reaching 21 by 21 meters. Crash! The terrifying waves of flames continued to engulf them. Ling Tian seemed to have turned into a ruthless killing machine. The heat wave was overwhelming, leaving a mess wherever it went. In just less than a minute, more than 100 ferocious beasts were reduced to ashes. All the ferocious beasts that reached the 4th level died. Ling Tian's true energy and supernatural powers are endless and everlasting. It's as if it will never be exhausted. The ferocious beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. In less than 3 minutes, they disappeared without a trace. Ling Tian did not continue the massacre, because Ling Tian knew that after the secret realm's violent mode, the power in their bodies would gradually return to its original level. Even if Ling Tian kills more beasts, there will be ferocious beasts that are teleported from the other space to the blood-colored Forbidden Land. So Ling Tian stopped. Ling Tian used the Wuji Skyfire to blast out another big hole. Then, the bodies of the two blood dragons were placed together. Direct bleeding. In less than 10 minutes, a 3 by 3 meter pool of blood appeared in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and jumped directly into the blood pool. Then, he absorbed the dragon blood in the blood pool. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Tian's extraordinary absorption allowed his absorption and refining speed to reach an incredible level. The blood pool formed a huge vortex, and Ling Tian was at the center of the vortex. Endless dragon blood poured into Ling Tian's body. At this moment, the power in Ling Tian's body had reached a critical point. Ling Tian quickly took out a bottle from his pocket. It was the Shenling spiritual liquid that he had obtained in the secret realm of the Great Wilderness Mountain before. Now Ling Tian can continue to take the second bottle of Shenling spiritual liquid. Shen level, breaking through the D level, the essence of life will undergo a second transformation. When undergoing transformation, some warriors will awaken their innate special abilities. Warriors who have awakened their innate supernatural powers have a very small chance of evolving their powers. Now Ling Tian is about to break through to become an earth-level warrior, and the Shenling spiritual fluid is a spiritual treasure. Ling Tian's extreme twin pupils had already reached the peak of SS level. Now, when Ling Tian breaks through to the earth level and his life essence transforms, with the help of Shenling spiritual fluid, he has more than 70% chance. Let Ling Tian's extreme pupils evolve. Ling Tian opened the bottle cap of Xianling's spiritual liquid. Gurgle gurgle. Ling Tian drank the Xianling's spiritual fluid directly. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, terrifying energy continued to spread out from Ling Tian's body. An energy capable of destroying all living things, mixed with terrifying aftermath, surged in the pool of blood. Ling Tian's aura continued to rise. Ling Tian felt that all the 1,080,000,000 cells in his body were beating and cheering. Ling Tian, at this moment, seemed to be a god of destruction who dominated life and death. Whoosh whoosh. In the void, wind and clouds surged, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the earth. Crackling. In the void, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and endless thunder intertwined in the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like a black sea, ready to fall from the void at any time. The four women in red screamed loudly in shock. What the hell is going on? No one had any idea what was going on. At this moment, the dark clouds in the void began to split open. Rays of colorful light continued to descend, bringing with them an auspicious atmosphere. The howling winds sounded like the cry of a phoenix. The 9-colored rays of light finally enveloped Ling Tian, and this phenomenon lasted for 3 full days. On this day, Ling Tian's aura bursts out. In just a moment, Ling Tian's cultivation level directly increased from the 9th level of the profound grade to the 1st level of the Earth grade. Earth level 1. He actually just broke through to the Earth level 1. The four-man team roared. The woman in red was shouting until her throat was about to break. I understand. I understand. Breaking through the Earth level and ushering in the 2nd level of life transformation, his supernatural powers have evolved. Auspicious signs descended from the sky, a rainbow of colors. This is the birth of an SSS level supernatural power. What? SSS power? Everyone roared loudly, feeling incredible. You know, there are more than 1 billion warriors in the entire dragon country. There are less than 10 people who have awakened SSS level superpowers. And now, there is an SSS level person with supernatural powers awakening in front of them. Ling Tian was madly absorbing the dragon blood in the blood pool, and the Xianling spiritual fluid was also being madly absorbed. Ling Tian's mental strength and cultivation level continued to rise. Boom! It was just that moment. Ling Tian opened his eyes. The left eye is like a 9-colored vortex, bewitching everything, like a master. The right eye is wrapped in black flames, extremely domineering and capable of destroying everything. The extreme double pupils finally evolved. In one leap, he evolved from SS level to SSS level, with the twin pupils of destruction. Even the great Tao will be destroyed under these eyes. Plop. The four people including the woman in red felt a sense of despair descend upon them just by looking at Ling Tian's eyes. It is a fear that comes from the deepest part of the soul. Almost at the same time, they knelt on the ground, as if their souls were surrendering. The four of them couldn't help but kneel on the ground. The dragon blood in the blood pool continued to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Tian's cultivation level increased rapidly. Bang bang bang. The sound like beating of gongs and drums continued to echo. 2nd level of Earth level. The 3rd level of the prefecture level. The 4th level of the Earth level. The 5th level of the Earth grade. Ling Tian, in one breath, broke through the 5th level. Ling Tian now feels that he is terrifyingly strong. Ling Tian also began to summarize his own strength at this time. Now, my strength has reached the 5th level of the Earth level. And Ling Tian, when he was a quasi-warrior, successfully opened up 109 tendons and meridians. This resulted in Ling Tian's blood energy and condensed true essence being 100 times greater than that of a normal warrior of the same level. The purity of his true essence is about 10 times that of a normal warrior of the same level. This gave Ling Tian the power to kill enemies beyond a major realm. Just relying on his own powerful blood and pure true essence, Ling Tian is enough to fight against a 5th level heavenly grade expert. Then there are your own talents and abilities. Ling Tian now has 3 kinds of talents and supernatural powers. Healing and recovery abilities, SSS level, even beyond SSS level. Supernatural skills, 1. Extraordinary absorption, which can accelerate the absorption and refining of various powers. 2. Heal, recover, absorb, copy, and heal the healed person's martial arts insights, and innate abilities. The ability of the twin pupils of destruction, SSS level. Supernatural skills, 1. Mind controller, can confuse the mind, make people fall into illusions, and even control the mind and enslave the enemy. 2. Destruction beam, carries the power of destruction, has both spiritual and physical destructive power, extremely domineering. Wuji Tianhua, SS level. Talented skills, 1. Fire attack, use the martial arts skill Skyfire to attack. 2. Endless fire domain, a flame domain erupts to suppress the opponent within the domain. However, the healing and recovery abilities cannot be used in combat. Ling Tian, when using the infinite Skyfire to fight with all his strength, can easily crush a 9th level heavenly level warrior with his combat power. If one uses all his strength and activates both the infinite heavenly fire and the Tao of destruction, even a powerful master at the 3rd level of the innate realm may be killed instantly. Only warriors who have reached the 4th level of the heavenly grade can dodge Ling Tianmi Dao's double pass attacks. The dead members of the red-clothed women's team just stared at Ling Tian blankly, feeling the aura of Ling Tian. They were all dumbfounded. Breakthroughs are like beating drums and gongs. It just keeps improving. Directly promoted from the 8th level of Xian grade to the 5th level of D grade. This speed of improvement is unprecedented and unheard of. At this moment, a wave of red-hot air, with Ling Tian as the center, swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the red-hot flames of the burning sky pearl sea swept around Ling Tian. Endless fire domain. In an instant, a huge 30 by 30 fire field formed around Ling Tian, and Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into the master of the fire realm. Extremely powerful. Ling Tian picked up his Qiyang sword. The true essence wrapped around the Qiyang sword. Pala. With a sound, the Qiyang blade could no longer withstand the terrifying energy and shattered instantly. Ling Tian was stunned. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. The Qiyang sword is just a sea-level sword, but he fought alongside him and killed so many 3rd-level ferocious beasts, and even 4th-level ferocious beasts. Normally, the weapons used by Earth-level warriors are all B-level, so it is normal for the Qiyang battle sword to have reached its limit. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that this time, he had to choose a weapon carefully. At least for Ling Tian now, he doesn't care about B-level swords. At least choose an A-level weapon. A good weapon can also greatly increase Ling Tian's combat effectiveness. Ling Tian looked towards the blood pool around him. There was still about 1% of the blood dragon's blood left. Ling Tian looked at the woman in red. Do you have any containers you can lend me? I want to take these things away. After hearing Ling Tian's question, the 4 people finally reacted. Yes, yes. 4 women in red came out. Then, the woman in red looked at Ling Tian. Hello, little brother. My name is Honglian. What's your name? There was admiration and respect in the eyes of Honglian and the other 3. After all, this is the kind of world it is. No matter where the strong go, they are all worthy of everyone's respect. Ling Tian smiled faintly. Ling Tian, from Yunqing No. 1 Middle School, a senior student. Honglian and the other 3 roared in shock, because just about a month ago, in Yunnan province, a high school student named Ling Tian from Yunqing became the top high school student in the country. It caused a lot of uproar. Are you the nationally ranked top high school student from Yuncheng, Ling Tian? Ling Tian smiled slightly. Not bad. Honglian and the other 3 were completely confused. The 4 of them were all around 25 years old, and they had already reached the 9th level of the Earth grade. With such strength at such an age, he is already considered a genius among his peers. However, the Ling Tian in front of them was just a 17-year-old high school student. He has the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Earth grade, and the most important thing is, Ling Tian has the combat power to kill a 4th level ferocious beast. This made them immediately feel that over the years, they had truly cultivated to the level of a dog. Ling Tian. At this moment, Honglian took out a ring from her hand. Ling Tian, this is my storage ring. You can use it first. When you're done, just return it to me. Ling Tian nodded and looked at the storage ring. Mental power was poured into the storage ring. I saw that there was a 2 cubic meter storage space in the storage ring. This is a storage ring created by a warrior who has awakened his spatial talent. Just this 2 cubic meter storage ring is worth more than 10 million. It's not at all as convenient as space-related abilities. Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems that I have to find a way to awaken his space-related talent. Ling Tian remembered that in his previous life he was in the dragon capital of Dragon Country thousands of miles away. There is an SSS-level person with spatial talent and ability. He and his grandfather, Ling Genua, were powerful men of the same era. It is said that his storage space was terrifyingly large when he was still a yellow-level warrior. It has an astonishing 100 cubic meters of storage space. Unfortunately, due to the enemy's sneak attack and conspiracy, his chi-si collapsed. His cultivation has always stagnated. After reaching the peak of the Jinwu realm, his strength has not improved at all. After Ling Tian finishes the college entrance examination in Longdu, he must go and visit the strong man with SSS-level spatial abilities. Ling Tian quickly collected all the dragon blood. Outside the trial building, Bai Jinyuan and others were waiting anxiously. After the frenzy mode ends, the secret space will be in a self-protection state, making it impossible for people to enter. Only when the strength of the ferocious beasts in the secret realm returns to normal and their numbers reach normal levels, can the secret realm be entered. At this moment, the teleportation array flashed with light, and 5 figures appeared in the teleportation array. Bai Jinyuan saw it and immediately shouted excitedly, Ling Tian. The moment he saw Ling Tian, Bai Jinyuan and the people from the Martial Arts Association finally felt relieved. Ling Tian smiled slightly, then looked at Bai Jinyuan. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to have worried you. As he spoke, Ling Tian walked out of the teleportation array. Bai Jinyuan nodded. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're here. However, Bai Jinyuan stopped talking halfway through his words. The whole person's expression became extremely wonderful, and he was completely stunned. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and he simply couldn't believe it. Ling Tian, what's the status of your cultivation? Bai Jinyuan roared loudly in shock, his eyes widening in surprise. It seemed as as if the eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. The expression was extremely exaggerated. At this time, the warriors from the martial arts associations around them discovered it. Ling Tian exudes the aura of a powerful Earth-level warrior. Earth level 5. How is that possible? Everyone roared in shock, looking at Ling Tian as if he were a monster. They remembered the time before Ling Tian entered the Blood Forbidden Land. Ling Tian's cultivation level is only at the 8th level of the Xin level. But now, Ling Tian came out of the Bloody Forbidden Land, and it has been less than 4 days. Ling Tian's cultivation had actually reached the 8th level of the Xian grade. He successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Earth realm. How could anyone believe that this was true? No one has ever heard of someone's strength improving so quickly. In 3 days, he was promoted to 6 small levels. For example, a yellow level warrior can improve his realm by 6 small levels in 3 days. That's possible. But Ling Tian was too exaggerated. He directly advanced from the 8th level of the Xian grade to the 5th level of the D grade. This was the first time that everyone present had seen such a thing. Bai Xinyuan forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart, asking Ling Tian what exactly happened in the Bloody Forbidden Land. Ling Tian did not hide anything and told everyone that he had killed 2 blood dragons. He also told Bai Xinyuan about using the dragon blood of the blood spirit dragon to practice. Everyone looked at each other, the shock in their hearts taking a long time to subside. I felt extremely shocked. The blood spirit dragon is a ferocious beast equivalent to a heavenly level warrior. He was actually killed by Ling Tian. How could everyone not be shocked? Afterwards, Bai Xinyuan looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, this time, you broke the record for clearing the Blood Forbidden Land, and it was in berserk mode. Therefore, our Martial Arts Association has decided to reward you with 10,000 Martial Arts Association contribution points. 10,000. After hearing what President Bai Xinyuan said, everyone's eyes showed envy. In the Martial Arts Association, contribution points are still very precious. Contribution points can be used to exchange for item rewards. Under normal circumstances, one contribution value is equivalent to 10,000 yuan, and 10,000 contribution points is equivalent to 100 million Dragon Country coins. Moreover, in the Martial Arts Association, it is very cost-effective to use contribution points to purchase items. You can get discounts. For example, a bottle of elixir worth 1 million Dragon Country coins. If you use the contribution points of the Martial Arts Association to purchase it, you only need 80 points. With a 20% discount, it is very cost-effective. Moreover, many things in the Martial Arts Association's trading area cannot be purchased outside. Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at Bai Xinyuan. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Coincidentally, his Qiang sword was destroyed in the battle. With these 10,000 contribution points, you can buy a good quality sword. For a normal weapon, you can buy a top-grade A-level sword for 100 million Dragon Country coins. As for the A-level sword, even if Ling Tian reaches the heavenly level, he can use it. Martial Arts Association, trading area. Ling Tian went straight to the arms trading area. Ling Tian's goal is to buy a weapon that suits him. As for elixirs and other things, Ling Tian no longer needs them for the time being. After all, Ling Tian's strength increased too much in one go, and it will not increase again in a short period of time. Although Ling Tian's foundation was very strong, he was able to improve so many realms in one breath. The foundation will also become loose, and only when Ling Tian's foundation is completely stabilized can it be weakened. Ling Tian will continue to break through, and with Ling Tian's qualifications, if you want to completely stabilize your realm, it will probably take only a month or so. Soon, Ling Tian arrived at the equipment trading office. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the store, Ling Tian sighed inwardly. It is indeed one of the strongest forces among the people. The goods here are not something you can easily find in the outside world. The equipment here is at least B-level equipment, and even the elixirs are at least 3rd-level elixirs. The price of each item starts from 1 million. Ling Tian looked at the swords displayed in the display case. Sky Thunder Blade, 8,000 contribution points. Blue Moon Saber, 8,300 contribution points. Infernal Blade, 8,200 contribution points. Soon, Ling Tian looked at all the A-level swords, but I didn't find a sword I liked. Although the Hellfire Blade was quite suitable for him, unfortunately its quality only barely reached the A-grade upper grade. What Ling Tian wanted was a top-grade A-level sword. At this moment, Ling Tian saw the equipment trading place, which had a huge roulette wheel with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was placed in the center of the equipment trading hall. Ancient roulette. Ling Tian recognized the huge roulette wheel at a glance. Looking at the dense array runes on the roulette wheel, Ling Tian began to look forward to it. I thought to myself, I almost forgot, there is an ancient roulette in the trading area of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association. Ling Tian naturally knew what the ancient roulette wheel was used for. There is a card slot under the ancient roulette wheel, and in that card slot, a 3rd-level spirit stone can be embedded. After inlaying the spirit stone, you can open the roulette wheel, and then the summoning circle on the roulette wheel will be opened. The summoning circle will summon equipment and weapons from another space. Once the ancient roulette is opened, it can summon at least D-level equipment. Just like a lottery, the equipment summoned under normal circumstances are all D-level, but there will also be higher quality equipment and weapons. The ancient roulette has SSS-level equipment drawn. Ling Tian clearly remembered that in his previous life, someone had drawn SSS-level equipment from the ancient roulette wheel of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association. Ling Tian also saw that there was a number on the ancient roulette wheel. That number is 999,802. In other words, the number of times this ancient roulette wheel has been used. When an ancient roulette wheel is used 1 million times, it will destroy itself. This means that this ancient roulette wheel will self-destruct after being used 198 times. Just at this moment, a staff member from the equipment trading area came over. Looking at Ling Tian, he said, "Mr. Ling Tian, this ancient roulette is a good thing. Try your best, take a chance, and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Spin the roulette wheel for just one level 3 spirit stone. Why don't you give it a try? You might be the next one to get SSS level equipment and weapons." After hearing what the staff member said, Ling Tian nodded. Then, he took out the storage ring he had borrowed from Honglian before. It's all filled with the blood of the blood spirit dragon. Let's put the ancient roulette lottery aside for now. I have some blood spirit dragon blood here. Do you think you can recycle it? Blood of the blood spirit dragon? After hearing Ling Tian's words, the staff member's eyes immediately lit up. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. You know, the blood of the blood spirit dragon is a good thing even for heavenly level warriors. It can not only help improve your cultivation, but also strengthen your body. It is much more valuable than A-level evolution liquid. Mr. Ling Tian, please wait a moment. I'll go find our supervisor. Then, the staff came over with the supervisor of the equipment trading area. The supervisor looked at Ling Tian and asked respectfully, "Mr. Ling Tian, I heard you want to sell the blood of the blood spirit dragon?" Ling Tian nodded. "Not bad. Under normal circumstances, the rare treasures in the permanent secret realm cannot be taken out. But the blood of the blood dragon is different. Dragon blood is not a natural treasure, but the blood of a ferocious beast. The blood of ordinary ferocious beasts is of no help to warriors. Only the blood of a higher level ferocious beast will be effective. Therefore, the dragon blood of the blood spirit dragon is very precious to warriors." Ling Tian directly handed the storage ring to the supervisor. After the supervisor of the equipment trading area saw the blood dragon blood in the storage ring, there was a gleam in his eyes as he looked at Ling Tian and said, "Sir Ling Tian, this dragon blood is worth 100 million Dragon Nation coins. If converted into contribution points to the Martial Arts Association, it would be worth 10,000 points. Excuse me, do you want to exchange contribution points or Dragon Country currency?" Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all. "Give me the contribution points." The supervisor nodded, took the dragon blood from Ling Tian's storage ring, and gave Ling Tian 10,000 contribution points. Ling Tian now has a contribution value of 20,000 points. At this time, Ling Tian looked at Honglian not far away. "Honglian, your storage ring." Ling Tian threw the storage ring to Honglian, and Honglian put the storage ring away with a red face. Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Thank you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." "You're welcome." Honglian smiled sweetly. "You know, this is a favor from a national top-ranked high school student. God knows what level Ling Tian will reach in the future." Just by lending his storage ring to Ling Tian, he received a favor from Ling Tian. This is a great deal for Honglian. "Excuse me, how much is the contribution value of a third-level spirit stone?" Then Ling Tian looked at the staff in the equipment trading area. The staff member immediately became interested. A third-level spirit stone, if purchased with Dragon Country currency, would cost 1 million per piece. If I were to use the contribution points from our Martial Arts Association to purchase, 80 contribution points would be required for each pill. How many pills would you need? Ling Tian looked at the numbers on the ancient roulette wheel and said, "Just give me 198. Mr. Ling Tian, are you serious?" When the staff heard Ling Tian's words, they looked at Ling Tian with surprise. "You should know that the contribution points required for 198 third-level spirit stones are 15,840. As a salesperson, I can get a 1% increase, which is a contribution value of 158.4. If converted into dragon currency, it would be 1.584 million yuan. For him, a 5th-level yellow-grade warrior, that was a very good income. But Honglian behind Ling Tian frowned. "Ling Tian, are you crazy? Wasn't your sword damaged earlier? 15,080 contribution points. You could have customized a top-grade A-grade weapon in the equipment trading area, and you actually used it for a lottery?" Ling Tian smiled slightly. "It's okay, I feel like I've been lucky lately. Maybe I can draw something good?" Honglian still wanted to persuade Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I know what you're thinking, but this ancient roulette has already drawn SS-level equipment. Even S-level and A-level equipment have appeared a lot, and there will be no better equipment. Let me tell you this, you have 198 chances, with a probability of more than 70%, that you will only get the highest grade B item. Even if you're lucky, you'll only get an A-grade item at best, which isn't worth it at all. However, Ling Tian still looked determined. Ling Tian knew this.
In Dragon Country, there are nearly 1,000 ancient roulette wheels in all branches and headquarters of martial arts associations.
Among these ancient roulettes, only one contained SSS-level equipment items. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of an ancient roulette is S-level equipment. The ancient roulette of the Yunnan Province Martial Arts Association has already produced SS-level and S-level equipment items, so in everyone's opinion, nothing good will come out of this ancient roulette. But Ling Tian is different. Ling Tian is the one who traveled back in time and reversed time and space. Ling Tian knew that in his previous life, this ancient roulette had a unique weapon appearing at the last time. Therefore, Ling Tian naturally wants to seize this opportunity. Ling Tian directly handed his Martial Arts Association membership certificate to the staff. Go and help me exchange for a third-level spirit stone. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the staff members were excited.
After a short while, he brought Ling Tian 192 pieces of third-level spirit stones. After seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads helplessly. The way he looked at Ling Tian was as if he was looking at a great enemy.
Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly embedded a third-level spirit stone into the ancient roulette wheel. Then, the ancient roulette wheel began to flash with light. Ling Tian directly spun the roulette wheel.
It roared and spun for more than 10 seconds.
A beam of light descended, and then letters appeared on the ancient roulette wheel.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a piece of D-rank goblin foot skin.
Ling Tian's face suddenly darkened. What the hell? Give me back my money. Ling Tian had thought that at least D-level equipment and weapons would appear, but now he was given a goblin's foot skin? Ling Tian continued to spin the ancient roulette wheel.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a slime crystal.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a D-level Bluetooth sword. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a D-grade nail clipper.
Ding! Congratulations on getting a pair of D-grade nose hair scissors.
Seeing Ling Tian spinning the ancient roulette wheel again and again, the people around came over, and items continued to appear under Ling Tian's feet. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. Ling Tian quickly spun the ancient roulette wheel 50 times in a row.
But the things that were extracted were all the same without exception. All of them were D-level items.
And they are all the worst items among the D-level items.
However, Ling Tian still had no intention of stopping. One by one, third-level spirit stones were continuously embedded into the ancient roulette wheel, rotating it.
Congratulations on getting D rank. The reminder sounded again and again. There were countless miscellaneous items under Ling Tian's feet.
Soon, it reached the 100th time. Ling Tian drew a full 100 times, and all of them were D-level items. The best one is the Bluetooth sword, but a Bluetooth sword is worth less than 100,000. The other items, added together, are worth only about 100,000 yuan. Ling Tian's face looked a little ugly.
People around started talking about it. What bad luck!
I saw someone playing ancient roulette a while ago, and after 100 tries, they only got 2 B-level items, and quite a few C-level items. This Ling Tian, 100 times, all of them are the worst D-level items. 100 third-level spirit stones, worth 100 million.
In exchange for over 100,000 worth of garbage, what a huge loss. I'm losing so much money I'm peeing blood. Alas.
Ling Tian, a nationally ranked top high school student, is actually a gambler.
Gambler, with nothing. Even Hong Lian beside Ling Tian looked helpless. Ah Tian, stop it, there's garbage under your feet.
If you stop now, you can still keep the 98 third-level spirit stones.
However, Ling Tian still looked determined. Don't worry, I have a feeling I'm the king of roulette.
As he spoke, Ling Tian started to turn again.
Ding! Congratulations, a pair of mermaid underwear. Everyone looked at Ling Tian helplessly.
You're calling me the European king of roulette, but I think I'm just a non-roulette.
But Ling Tian didn't care what others said. 110 times, 120 times.
Soon, Ling Tian turned 197 times.
Ding! Congratulations on getting a pair of B-level thunder boots. It's finally shipped. The people around looked at Ling Tian.
A pair of B-grade combat boots is worth about 150,000 yuan.
However, the spirit stones Ling Tian consumed alone were worth nearly 200 million. For the last time, let's go. People around were talking about it.
For the last time, Ling Tian only needs to spin the roulette wheel for the last time. Then the roulette wheel will self-destruct.
Everyone thought that nothing good would come out of this ancient roulette. Ling Tian also embedded the last third-level spirit stone into the ancient roulette wheel.
Suddenly, a light flashed.
Whoosh whoosh. However, just when everyone was about to leave, in an instant, the entire equipment trading area was in turmoil.
Buzz buzz buzz.
The ancient roulette wheel made a rumbling sound.
Then waves appeared in the space. Click, click, click.
Everyone actually saw that the space around the ancient roulette wheel seemed to be about to be swallowed up. It continued to twist, and then cracks appeared one after another. What's going on?
Everyone was stunned and looked towards Ling Tian in the direction of the ancient roulette.
Hulala. In an instant, a huge hole in space appeared around the roulette wheel.
The huge space hole formed a huge space channel with a diameter
diameter of more than 10 meters. Wow! In an instant, an extremely bright light illuminated the entire equipment trading area. Then, the colors of the light continued to shine. 7 colors, 8 colors, 9 colors. In just less than 10 seconds, 9-colored auspicious light burst out from the spacetime channel opened up by the ancient roulette. 9-colored precious light. Could it be an SSS level item? Is it shipped? Everyone roared in shock, and each of their expressions became extremely wonderful. They all looked incredible. They never dreamed that Ling Tian would deliver the goods when he turned the ancient roulette wheel for the last time. I saw a 9-colored, fist-sized bead slowly descending from the spacetime channel, floating in front of Ling Tian. The powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the bead directly affected the space. Cracks appeared in the space around the bead. The powerful fluctuations were enough to make the people present feel fearful. Everyone looked confused. When Ling Tian turned the previous 196 times, everything that appeared was garbage. But now, in the last 2 rotations, good things actually came out. Especially the last time, it actually caused changes in heaven and earth. What's going on? At this moment, Bai Jinyuan rushed directly to the equipment trading area. As soon as he came in, he saw the huge spacetime channel in front of Ling Tian and the bead floating in front of Ling Tian. Bai Jinyuan was confused. It's Ling Tian again. Ling Tiankai had only been at the Martial Arts Association for a few days, but he had already caused quite a stir. Bai Jinyuan really didn't expect that Ling Tian could cause such a big commotion just by visiting the equipment trading area. At this moment, Ling Tian stretched out his hand and touched the 9-colored bead. With a sound, a sharp spike emerged from the 9-colored bead and easily pierced Ling Tian's skin. The blood entered the 9-colored beads, and then, light flashed. Ling Tian immediately felt that he and the 9-colored beads began to establish a connection. Ling Tian felt that this 9-colored bead was like a part of his body. At this moment, everyone saw words appearing on the ancient roulette wheel. Soul-devouring Z-bead, S-level, growth-type equipment, can change shape at will according to thoughts. Growth equipment. Everyone roared in shock. Everyone knows very well what this means, that is, the soul-devouring Z-bead. It can grow along with the growth of its master. S-level is just the current level of the soul-devouring Z-bead. The soul-devouring Z-bead can grow into SS-level equipment, or even SSS-level equipment in the future. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire equipment trading area became tense. There were quite a few people with greed in their eyes. You know, SSS-level equipment is worth hundreds of billions. In the entire Dragon Country, there are no more than 10 people who possess SSS-level equipment. Ling Tian's soul-devouring Z-bead, although not yet at the SSS level, will definitely be in the future. How can this not drive everyone crazy? However, at this time, the words on the ancient roulette will continue to appear. The equipment is successfully bound and is exclusive to the host. If the host dies, the equipment will be destroyed automatically. After seeing that passage, the people in the equipment trading area immediately showed helplessness in their eyes. The greed in his eyes also disappeared. Everyone knows what exclusive equipment means. Exclusive equipment will be bound to the first owner who uses it. In a lifetime, only that one person can use it. Originally, the soul-devouring Z-bead had already made everyone want to kill people and steal the treasure. Although killing people for treasure rarely happens in Dragon Country, this is a piece of equipment that is capable of growing to SSS level. Rare treasures worth hundreds of billions are enough to make countless people ignore the constraints of the law. But after seeing that the soul-devouring Z-bead is an exclusive equipment, no one had any desire to kill or steal treasure anymore. Because, if they attacked Ling Tian, not only would they not be able to obtain Ling Tian's soul-devouring bead, instead, he was charged with the crime of killing the nation's top high school student. For them, such a thing is not worth the loss. A smile also appeared on Ling Tian's face. At this moment, the soul-devouring sky bead slowly fell onto Ling Tian's palm. Ling Tian's mind moved, and the soul-devouring bead instantly sank into the palm of his hand. A pattern of 9-colored beads also appeared on Ling Tian's palm. Ling Tian tried to communicate with the soul-devouring Z-bead, and a light flashed. The soul-devouring bead appeared in Ling Tian's palm. Then, its form changed and it turned into a sword in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian's mind moved again, and the soul-devouring bead turned into a long sword again. Then, it changed into a pair of boxing gloves. Next came the shield, spear, and stick. Everyone watched as the soul-devouring Z-bead continued to change shape in Ling Tian's hand. There was envy in everyone's eyes. Countless people, even the masters of the innate realm, may not be able to have such an S-level weapon. But Ling Tian, a ground-level warrior, actually possesses an exclusive S-level equipment that can grow. Ling Tian already knew that the soul-devouring Z-bead was an exclusive piece of equipment. Otherwise, Ling Tian would not have turned the ancient roulette wheel in public. At this moment, the space-time channel also disappeared. Click, click, click. Afterwards, cracks began to appear on the ancient roulette wheel. In a short while, the entire ancient roulette was covered with cracks and made a crisp sound. Pala. In the blink of an eye, the ancient roulette completely shattered, turned into powder, and disappeared completely. The people around looked at Ling Tian with envy. Looking at the soul-devouring Z-bead in Ling Tian's hand, they immediately wailed, and Kuaner's face turned purple with envy. Damn, it's actually exclusive growth equipment. What a lucky guy. The ultimate lucky guy. I'm a 5th level heavenly rank warrior, but I'm still using B rank equipment. And this Ling Tian, a high school student, is using S rank? Why is he so lucky, Mom? Why? There was wailing in the entire equipment trading area. Even Bai Jinyuan's eyes turned red. What the hell? Bai Jinyuan, a powerful warrior in the true martial realm, is only using S-level weapons. Ling Tian is already at S-level and can still grow. When Ling Tian reaches SS level in the future, he will still be S-level. Ling Tian smiled slightly, then looked at Bai Jinyuan. Mr. Bai, why are you here? Bai Jinyuan finally calmed himself down and gave Ling Tian a cold look. It's all because of you that you made such a big fuss. Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. Mr. Bai, if there's nothing else, I'll slip away first. Before leaving, Ling Tian used the remaining contribution points to buy a lowest level storage ring. After all, Ling Tian had just extracted so many things, it would be a pity to throw them away. With that, Ling Tian left the trading area of the Martial Arts Association and then rented a training room from the Martial Arts Association. It was inconvenient because there were too many people around just now. Ling Tian wanted to take a good look at the effect of the soul-devouring Z-bead. Ling Tian looked at the soul-devouring Z-bead in his hand and saw 3 Dao patterns on it. Among the 3 Dao patterns, there is one that has 9-colored light. The other 2 patterns have no color. Ling Tian opened his storage ring and then poured out all the garbage he had drawn before. As soon as he thought of it, a vortex with a diameter of about half a meter immediately appeared above the soul-devouring bead. A powerful devouring force was released from the vortex. He devoured those items crazily. Ling Tian also discovered that the soul-devouring Z-bead only devoured objects such as metal veins. Things like the skin on a goblin's feet or the boogers of a giant earth bear are not to be swallowed. In less than half a minute, all the debris was swallowed up. However, Ling Tian also took out the B-level thunder boots for the soul-devouring sky pearl to devour. Just after swallowing the thunder boots, Ling Tian saw that a colorful halo appeared above the 2nd Dao pattern. Ling Tian also understood that the soul-devouring Z-bead could continuously devour equipment, weapons, and metal veins. When the 2nd Dao pattern is full, it can be successfully upgraded to SS level equipment. When the 3rd Dao pattern is full, it can be upgraded to SSS level equipment. Ling Tian poured his spiritual power into the soul-devouring Z-bead and also obtained information from the soul-devouring Z-bead. Soul-devouring bead, shape change, weapon transformation, ignoring defense, advanced penetration. Transformed into defensive equipment, capable of withstanding attacks 3 times stronger than the enemy. Ling Tian took a deep breath and had to admit that the soul-devouring Z-bead was pretty awesome. Ignore defense, advanced penetration. In other words, even warriors whose strength far exceeds Ling Tian's cannot defend against his attacks. When facing Ling Tian's attack, you can only choose to dodge. Don't think that Ling Tian's current maximum combat power is equivalent to the 3rd level of the innate master. But if Ling Tian were to be the 6th, even a master at the peak of the innate realm would probably be killed by him. Now, Ling Tian's strength has skyrocketed and his equipment has also been upgraded. Even when facing his father Ling Hanshang, he is not afraid at all. There are 3 days left before the birthday party of City Lord Li Yuntian's father, and Ling Hanshang will probably go too. If Ling Hanshang still wants to show off, then Ling Tian wouldn't mind showing him some color. On this day, the lord of the Yunnan provincial capital, Li Yuntian, was at the Li family residence. There was a celebration, and most of the dignitaries from the entire Yunnan province gathered here. It's just because today is the 80th birthday of City Lord Li Yuntian's father, Old Man Li. Countless people are scrambling to attend today's birthday party. Before the banquet started, guests began to enter the Li family's house one after another. Everyone was discussing. I heard that many important figures will be coming today, including Commander Wang Teng from the military, and President Bai Jinyuan of the Martial Arts Association will also come to attend Mr. Li's birthday party. After hearing the names of President Bai Jinyuan and Commander Wang Teng, everyone gasped. Everyone was becoming more and more excited. After all, there was City Lord Li Yuntian, Commander Wang Teng, and President Bai Jinyuan. One is the official number 1 in Yunnan province, and the other is the number 1 in the military. There is also one who is the number 1 person in the folk martial arts force. It can be said that the 3 giants of Yunnan province are gathered here. Such a grand occasion may not be seen once every few years in Yunnan province. Have you heard? City Lord Li Yuntian has specially invited a distinguished guest today. I heard that it was a distinguished guest from the Yun family in Yuncheng. Even General Bai Jinyuan and Wang Teng were looking forward to the arrival of that distinguished guest. Originally, the 3 giants would not have gathered here, but they gathered because they learned of the arrival of that distinguished guest. The discussions of the people at the door of the Li family immediately aroused everyone's strong interest. Oh, who is that person who has such a face? I heard that distinguished guest is from the Ling family in Yuncheng. The Yuncheng Ling family? Could it be the current head of the Ling family, Ling Hancheng? Almost everyone who came to the Li family to celebrate the birthday already knew about it. Today, the Li family will have a distinguished guest coming from Yuncheng. Everyone is also very curious about what kind of person has such tremendous power. It can bring together the three giants of Yunnan province. At the same time, at the Li family's house, not far from the gate, a handsome young man, about 17 or 18 years old, with a strong build and extraordinary temperament, walked slowly towards them. The young man was Ling Tian. After 3 days, Ling Tian studied the soul-devouring Z bead. Ling Tian's proficiency in using the soul-devouring Z bead has reached 100%. At this moment, Ling Tian felt that he had the help of the soul-devouring Z bead. My combat effectiveness has at least doubled. Ling Tian is now only a 5th level Earth grade warrior, but even when facing a low-level master of the innate realm, he is confident of killing him instantly. Hey, isn't this the stray dog? This is the Li family. Can any scumbag come here? Several familiar figures appeared in front of Ling Tian. There were 4 people, 3 men, and 1 woman. The moment he saw the 4 people, a cold look immediately flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. They were none other than Ling Tian's father, Ling Hanchang, his second uncle Ling Hanyu, and Ling Shui and Ling Kuan, the brother and sister. Kid, who asked you to come? Don't you know who you are? Ling Hanchang walked directly in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hanchang coldly. Of course, City Lord Li Yuntian invited me here. How come you can come but I can't? Ling Hanchang looked at Ling Tian, his eyes full of disgust. It was as if Ling Tian and himself were strangers with no blood relationship at all. Even worse than strangers. Ling Hanchang's tone was threatening. Ling Tian, I really don't know how you have the nerve to say such things. Aren't you already strong enough? If you have the guts, why not rely on our Ling family's connections? You say you want to sever ties with me, but without me, would you be able to stand here? Ling Kuan also nodded and said, that's right, Ling Tian, you are really shameless. You say you want to sever ties with me. As a result, during the joint examination, if it wasn't for Commander Zhao Feng looking out for your uncle and my Ling family's relationship, would you have been able to take the exam? When you were at the provincial capital airport, if City Lord Li Yuntian had not helped you with your uncle's relationship, would you have been able to go to Xinyan Lingquan to practice safely? When you were in the court of justice, without relying on your uncle's connections with the Ling family, would General Wang Tang have appeared to help you? Ling Kuan questioned loudly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain for Ling Tian. After hearing what the Ling family members said, Ling Tian was so angry that he laughed. It was the first time that Ling Tian saw such a shameless person. Ling Hanchang, you guys really know how to flatter yourselves. Is there a possibility that the reason I was able to do these things was because of my own efforts? Effort? Ling Hanchang smiled. How could I have a son like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Boy, do you know what I'm capable of? Why do you think the 3 giants of Yunnan province are gathered here? That's all because of you, my father, Ling Hanchang. Well, today I'll let you see what your father is capable of. This is the last chance I give you. Before the banquet ends, take the initiative to return the war god order to me and kneel down to beg me. I can consider letting you return to the Ling family. You can do whatever you want. As he spoke, Ling Hanchang took Ling Kuan and the other 2 and walked towards the Li family. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. It seems that it is time for them to see clearly. Who is the loser after all, and who has been relying on the Ling family's connections? Everyone soon arrived at the Li family's banquet hall. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, everyone in the hall looked over at him. I saw that there were 5 seats at the top of the banquet hall. The person sitting in the center was naturally the father of City Lord Li Yuntian. In addition to him, there are 3 other people, namely the military general and Wang Tang, the lord of the provincial capital, Li Yuntian, president of the Martial Arts Association, Bai Zhenyuan. There was still 1 vacant seat among the 5 main seats. As soon as they saw Ling Tian coming, General Wang Tang, President Bai Zhenyuan, and City Lord Li Yuntian immediately smiled broadly. Everyone, our distinguished guest has arrived. City Lord Li Yuntian announced loudly. Hundreds of people in the entire venue all looked towards where Ling Tian, Ling Hanchang, and the others were. Everyone started talking excitedly. Sure enough, my guess was right. The 3 giants really gathered together because of Ling Hanchang of the Yunqing Ling family. What is the origin of this Ling Hanchang? How can he have such a big face? Ling Hanchang's father, Old Man Ling, was one of the first powerful men in the Dragon Nation and a meritorious elder of the War God Temple. After hearing everyone's discussion, Ling Shui, Ling Kuan and the others looked at Ling Hanchang with admiration. Then he showed a look of disdain and glanced at Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian shouted loudly, little friend Ling, come here. I will formally introduce you to everyone. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and Ling Hanchang instantly felt like he was the center of attention. I feel like I am the protagonist of the whole scene. Although, Ling Hanchang felt a little uncomfortable when City Lord Li Yuntian called him little friend Ling. But after all, the other person is almost 20 years older than me. It seems that there is nothing wrong with calling myself little friend. Ling Hanchang had a smug look on his face, and then he walked directly towards the vacant seat among the 5 main seats in the banquet banquet hall. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Hancheng. There was respect and admiration in everyone's eyes. This made Ling Hancheng feel extremely enjoyable. Even Ling Kuan, Ling Shui and others looked at Ling Tian with admiration. Ling Kuan couldn't help but mock Ling Tian. Did Ling Tian see that? This is our Ling family. No matter where we go, we are the most shining one. You really are an idiot. I don't know what you were thinking. You have such an awesome father, yet you actually want to sever the father-son relationship with him? After hearing what everyone said, Ling Shui and Ling Hanyu nodded in agreement. However, Ling Tian didn't even look at them and walked towards the seat next to City Lord Li Yuntian. At this moment, Ling Tian came to Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng frowned, feeling unhappy. Ling Tian, if I hadn't relied on myself, it would have been a problem for me to even get into today's banquet. He actually dares to walk side by side with me now. Ling Hancheng's expression turned a little uglier. Ling Tian, are you trying to take advantage of me again? You want to rely on my connections and make yourself known to these important figures? After hearing Ling Hancheng's words, Ling Tian just felt it was extremely ridiculous. He had no intention of paying any attention to Ling Hancheng and walked straight towards his seat. Afterwards, he sat directly next to City Lord Li Yuntian. After seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned and the whole place fell into silence. Everyone wondered if they had seen it wrong. Ling Tian, a young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old, actually ran to sit next to City Lord Li Yuntian. You know, many important figures present here are not qualified to sit in this seat. But now, Ling Tian actually sat down so naturally? Everyone present thought that Ling Tian must be crazy to do such a thing. Ling Hancheng's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy and ugly. Even Ling Kuan, Ling Shui, Ling Hanyu and others' expressions became extremely angry. Ling Hancheng originally thought that since so many people were present today, he would not be angry with Ling Tian. But this little bastard is so shameless that he even dares to steal my seat? Isn't this seeking death? Ling Hancheng glared at Ling Tian and asked coldly, "Get out of here right now? Do you know whose seat you're sitting in?" After hearing Ling Hancheng's words, City Lord Li Yuntian and the others were all stunned, obviously not expecting such a situation to happen. City Lord Li Yuntian had already heard that Ling Tian and his father had a very bad relationship. What? However, it seems now that their relationship is more rigid than he imagined. Commander Zhao Feng, who was sitting under the 5 main seats, was not surprised at all after seeing this scene, because Commander Zhao Feng also knew about it. Whether it was when Ling Tian took part in the joint examination or when he was targeted at the provincial capital airport. When they were still in the court, the evidence that slandered Ling Tian had Ling Hancheng's shadow behind it. Commander Zhao Feng didn't know how Ling Hancheng acted as a father. No matter what, Ling Tian is Ling Hancheng's biological son. But Ling Hancheng showed no mercy and tortured Ling Tian to death. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hancheng indifferently, his expression not changing at all. "I'm sitting in my seat, is that a problem? Your seat?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Ling Hancheng felt like he was about to laugh out of anger. "Ling Tian, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of sitting here? Get out of here right now, and don't force me to beat you in public." Ling Hancheng's expression had turned ugly. The whole person looks extremely ferocious. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression and spoke lightly. "This is my seat, why can't I sit here?" When he arrived early, Ling Tian had already spoken to City Lord Li Yuntian on the phone. City Lord Li Yuntian said that after arriving at the birthday party, you can just sit next to him. How could Ling Tian be wrong? "You little bastard, you're looking for death." Ling Hancheng suddenly became furious, raised his hand, and slapped Ling Tian. The people present also looked at Ling Tian with a look of gloating. "My son actually took my seat? The opposite of Tian Gang." Bang! However, it seemed that Ling Hancheng's slap was about to hit Ling Tian in the face. Commander Zhao Feng below stood up immediately. He grabbed Ling Hancheng's wrist. "Mr. Ling, there are so many people watching here. Don't go too far. Am I overdoing it?" Ling Hancheng immediately became furious. "You said I was going too far. You, boy, are so disrespectful as to snatch my seat? You said I was going too far. Zhao Feng, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are in the military. Let me go. I will teach this little bastard a lesson today." However, Zhao Feng's face darkened, and he had no intention of letting go. "Zhao Feng, you're looking for death." Ling Hancheng instantly became furious and raised his other hand to hit Commander Zhao Feng. "You're looking for death." City Lord Li Yuntian roared. He raised his hand, and a powerful pressure erupted, crushing the people present and shocking them. Ling Hancheng had not yet had time to touch Commander Zhao Feng. He was slapped hard in the face by City Lord Li Yuntian. The slap was crisp, and the sound echoed clearly in every corner of the room. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was confused and wondered if they had seen it wrong. Ling Hancheng's head was buzzing. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at City Lord Li Yuntian. He couldn't understand why City Lord Li Yuntian treated him like this. Ling Hancheng was stunned for a few breaths, and then he quickly reacted. Furious, "City Lord Li, what do you mean by this? This kid stole my seat, and you still attack me? Is this how you treat your most distinguished distinguished guest? Didn't you say I was your most important guest? The most important guest is the one you slap in the face? Ling Hancheng questioned loudly. This was not only Ling Hancheng's doubt, but also the doubt of the people present. When did I ever say you were my most honored guest? However, at this moment, Li Yuntian asked loudly. The sound was deafening, and the powerful sound waves shook everyone's minds. Everyone's expressions were more exciting than each other. Bang! Ling Hancheng's expression instantly stiffened, staring blankly at City Lord Li Yuntian. City Lord Li, what do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? I'm the one who arranged this seat for Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian roared loudly. After hearing what City Lord Li Yuntian said, everyone present was shocked, as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. Everyone's expression became more and more exciting. It makes people feel incredible, as if they are dreaming. At the banquet hosted by Li Yuntian, he arranged the best seats for his son Ling Tian. And Ling Hancheng, the father, actually had a middle seat. How can anyone not be surprised and shocked by this? That's impossible. Ling Kuan, Ling Shuet and the others immediately started roaring loudly. There is absolutely no way to accept it. When City Lord Li Yuntian faced them, they couldn't even speak a word. But Ling Tian can now sit together with the three giants of Yunnan province. City Lord Li Yuntian, are you sure you are not kidding me? Ling Tian, he is just a waste that I kicked out of the Ling family, a person who relies on the relationship of the Ling family to get to where he is today. Without our Ling family, he is nothing at all. What qualifications does he have to sit here? After hearing Ling Hancheng's words, Ling Tian sneered and looked at Ling Hancheng as if he were an idiot. I'm not qualified? Do you think you, Ling Hancheng, are qualified? What? Why didn't I? Ling Hancheng laughed almost crazily. He refused to admit that his son could ride on his head. He refused to admit that his son was better than himself. Ling Tian, don't forget who brought you to this point. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be eligible to take the Western Joint Entrance Examination. If it weren't for me, do you think Commander Zhao Feng would be willing to take all the candidates with him to wait for you to take the exam? Ling Hancheng questioned loudly. Zhao Feng was so angry that he laughed at Ling Hancheng's words. Ling Hancheng, stop flattering yourself. We're waiting for Ling Tian for two reasons. One reason is that Ling Tian is the national top-ranked high school student. He is the best high school student in our Yunnan province, so naturally I have to wait for him. The other one is Ling Tian, who once helped our military to deal with the beast tide and treated hundreds of wounded soldiers. He's already an honorary second lieutenant in our military. As the examiner and person in charge, I have to wait for Ling Tian. What does this have to do with your Linghan city? After hearing what Commander Zhao Feng said, Ling Hancheng only felt as if his body was hit by a current of tens of millions of volts. My whole body is numb. This damn joint examination, isn't it because of his relationship with the Ling family that Ling Tian can take the exam? Ling Hancheng cursed in his heart, Director Wang, you bastard. It was obvious that Director Wang knew the situation that day. However, he didn't tell Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng always felt that Commander Zhao Feng was waiting for Ling Tian to take the exam just for his sake. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hancheng's unacceptable expression. Do you understand? Ling Hancheng, my current situation has nothing to do with you. Ling Hancheng, fart. Ling Hancheng still refused to admit it and roared loudly. So what if that's the case? What about City Lord Li Yuntian? If City Lord Li Yuntian was at the airport that day, if it weren't for me, would I have done my best to protect you? Would you have had the opportunity to go to the True Yang Spirit Spring to practice? You would have been taken away by Meng Haiyun a long time ago. Who do you think you are? I need to give you face? You said I did it for your father, Mr. Ling's sake. I didn't say anything, but I did it for your sake. I saved Ling Tian because I believed that Ling Tian was innocent and he did not kill anyone. Question mark. Secondly, he cured my injury, so I should help him. It has nothing to do with you, Ling Hancheng. At this moment, Li Yuntian and others showed contempt in their eyes. It was the first time they saw someone so shameless, taking all the credit for other people's achievements and putting it on your own shoulders. How so? Ling Hancheng was so angry that his body began to shake again. Unexpectedly, City Lord Li Yuntian took so much care of Ling Tian, but it still had nothing to do with him? But City Lord Li Yuntian was still unwilling to give in. Ling Tian, even if that's the case, so what? You're still using my Ling family's connections. If it weren't for this, you would have been wrongfully imprisoned in the court of justice. If it weren't for me and the Ling family, would General Wang Tang have come to help you? At this time, General Wang Tang could no longer bear to watch. Wake up, you better! General Wang Tang shouted angrily. He stood up and slapped Ling Hancheng hard in the face. What do you mean by, I'm helping Ling Tian? First of all, Ling Tian is innocent and not the murderer. Secondly, the real murderer was also found by Ling Tian, and we are only responsible for arresting the murderer. If someone encountered such a thing that day, as long as we find the murderer, no matter if he is Ling Tian or not, we will send the murderer to the scene. Third, the evidence of Meng Haiyun's perjury was found by Ling Tian himself, not by us. Both the real murderer and the evidence were found by Ling Tian himself. Ling Tian was innocent to begin with. Why should he be wronged? After hearing what General Wang Tang said, Ling Hancheng's body shook. Then he took several steps back. His eyes were full of disbelief. He originally thought that Ling Tian was acquitted because of Ling Zhenhua's connections and his own face. As a result, he only now realized that Ling Tian had already found the real murderer for him, and he found evidence that Meng Haiyun and others framed him. The irrefutable evidence is laid out before everyone. Why should we consider anyone's face? Ling Tian is obviously innocent. Do you still dare to slander Ling Tian? How could this happen? How could this happen? Ling Hancheng couldn't accept it at all, and his expression looked extremely crazy. However, Ling Tian's eyes were full of disdain for Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng, please stop bothering me. I have already severed our father-son relationship. Don't you understand the gap between us? You keep saying, I rely on the Ling family, I rely on you, but from childhood to adulthood, have you ever cared about my health? Have you taught me how to behave? Have you ever cared about my grades? After my mother left, did you go look for him? Besides relying on your grandfather's fame and being arrogant and domineering, what else can you do? Ling Tian looked at Ling Hancheng and questioned loudly. What? Ling Hancheng, if you still don't understand where you went wrong, I'll tell you again. As your grandfather's son, you are not enterprising and are madly testing the edge of breaking the law. You have ruined your grandfather's reputation and are considered unfilial. As a husband, for more than 10 years, you have not had the courage to look for your wife, have never trusted your wife, and regarded it as infidelity. As a father, you gave birth to a son but didn't raise him, raised him but didn't teach him, and even tried to harm me. You have no affection for me at all, and it's unjust. How can you, a disloyal, unrighteous, and unfilial person like you, question my existence? Ling Tian questioned loudly. Every word he said was so insightful that it left Ling Hancheng speechless. Everyone present was stunned. Obviously, no one expected that the son of a military leader and meritorious veteran would be such a person. Ling Hancheng was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot. The murderous intent was overwhelming. What happened today made Ling Hancheng feel ashamed. It was a big loss. I guess from today onwards, Linghan City will become the biggest joke in Yunnan province. This was something Ling Hancheng simply couldn't accept. Boom. Little bastard, how dare you speak to your father like that? Remember, I'm the one who gave birth to you. Without me, there would be no you. Whatever I do to you is what I should do. Even if I want to kill you, you have to clean your neck and wait for me. After saying this, everyone was shocked. Everyone thought Ling Hancheng was crazy. Ling Tian sneered, kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. If you had that ability, I would have died in the secret realm of the Martial Arts Association long ago. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Zhenyuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was stunned, with shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhenyuan actually sent people to the secret realm of the Martial Arts Association to assassinate Ling Tian. What if a talent like Ling Tian died in the secret realm of his own Martial Arts Association? Then, the consequences are not something you can bear. Bai Zhenyuan also showed anger in his eyes as he looked at Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng's anger finally reached its peak, and his expression became more and more crazy. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Boom. Along with the powerful burst of true energy fluctuations, Ling Hancheng's innate supernatural powers burst out. The 6 young true fire wrapped around his body, and the powerful pressure of the 9th level of the heavenly realm turned into an invisible wave. Ling Tian was submerged in an instant. Suddenly, General Wang Tang and his men blocked Ling Tian's way. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hancheng coldly, then said to everyone, everyone, this is a matter between me and his father and son. Let me handle it. After hearing Ling Tian's words, City Lord Li Yuntian and the others nodded. They knew that Ling Tian had a powerful ability to leapfrog levels. Even if we are not opponents, we won't fail too miserably. Besides, Wang Tang, City Lord Li Yuntian, and Chairman Bai Zhenyuan, the 3 great martial kings, are watching. There is no possibility of any accident happening to Ling Tian. Everyone quickly stepped back and made room for Ling Tian and his son Ling Hancheng. Ling Kuan and Ling Shui didn't dare to speak, but I was extremely excited inside. Ling Tian has changed a lot in the past month. I'm still just a 17-year-old high school student. They didn't believe that Ling Tian could fight against Ling Hancheng, a 9th-level martial arts master. In Linghan City, waves of energy burst out from all over the body, and blazing flames rose up. Little bastard, I'm your father, and today I'm going to let you know that compared to me, you're much more naive. Accompanied by roars, Ling Hancheng's momentum exploded, and a huge wave of scorching flames quickly condensed and turned into a giant spear that was more than 10 meters long. Then, he took a heavy step and stepped out. Boom! The ground shook slightly, and the air waves roared and pushed out. City Lord Li Yuntian used his true energy to condense a defensive barrier with a diameter of 20 meters for Ling Tian and Ling Hancheng, father and son. Within the barrier, the aftermath of the battle will not affect the banquet hall. Ling Hancheng stretched out his arms, his body like a huge bow, and then swung out a flaming spear. Die! The veins on Ling Hancheng's forehead bulged, and the moment he finished speaking, the spear surged out. Ling Tian's face was cold and he raised his right hand. The infinite skyfire erupted, and the soul-devouring sky bead flashed with light and turned into a long sword. Whoosh whoosh, the heat wave spread and the surrounding space continued to distort. Facing the huge flaming spear that was more than 10 meters long, Ling Tian remained calm. He thrust out with a knife, and at the same time his body shot out, as if turning into a meteor. The soul-devouring sword pierced through the sound barrier in an instant. There was a sonic boom, and Ling Tian's whole body was filled with heat waves. His aura was no less than that of Ling Hanchang, who was at the 9th level of the heaven grade. You don't know your own limitations. Seeing that Ling Tian wanted to confront him head-on, Ling Hanchang felt ridiculous. In a flash, the sword and the spear collided with each other. In an instant, the flaming spear was covered with countless cracks and shattered instantly. The 6-yang true fire was instantly swallowed up by Ling Tian's infinite heavenly fire. He saw his flaming spear being shattered in an instant. Ling Hanchang's face was filled with shock and he couldn't accept it, but Ling Tian's momentum remained undiminished and his figure was as fast as lightning. Poof! The soul-devouring sword instantly pierced through Ling Hanchang's chest. The terrifying true energy poured into Ling Hanchang's body. Block Ling Hanchang's tendons and veins. Block Ling Hanchang's movements. Ling Hanchang was completely unable to move. Ling Hanchang was picked up by Ling Tian like a skewer. Wow! Ling Hanchang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Ling Tian's 5th level cultivation was displayed in front of everyone, but the aura on his body was far beyond Ling Hanchang. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hanchang coldly. You can't even handle my attack, you piece of shit. Bang! Ling Tian looked at Ling Hanchang, his eyes full of disappointment. Ling Hanchang was shocked and couldn't accept it at all. Wow! How is that possible? He opened his mouth and another large mouthful of blood spurted out. That's impossible. The people at the scene also roared in shock. At this time, Ling Tian's cultivation level was actually the 5th level of the Earth grade. A 17-year-old high school student is actually a top-notch master of the 5th level of the Earth grade. With such a high level of cultivation at such an age, there has never been such a person on Blue Star since the revival of spiritual energy. The most important thing is that Ling Hanchang, who was at the 9th level of heaven grade, was killed instantly by Ling Tian with one strike. How can everyone accept this? The whole audience was boiling with excitement. Ling Kuan, Ling Shui, and Ling Hanyu were completely stunned. In their hearts, Ling Tian was just a waste, but now, this waste had reached a height that they could not understand. Ling Hanchang felt that his vitality was fading away bit by bit. His mind seemed to have cleared up a little. It was not until now that he realized how much he felt towards Ling Tian. He didn't know anything about his own son. Since childhood, Ling Kuan told Ling Hanchang that Ling Tian took advantage of the Ling family's connections and was arrogant and domineering in school. He is a rich second generation who has no ambition and his academic performance is also the worst. He had never asked Ling Tian to verify it. He always thought that Ling Tian was a useless son. As his own son, Ling Tian has completely lost face. He never cared whether Ling Tian was healthy, happy, or whether his grades were really that bad. As a result, he is now completely unable to understand the powerful strength he possesses. At this moment, Ling Hanyu roared angrily, "Big brother!" Then his eyes were filled with bloodshot and his expression became ferocious. He rushed towards Ling Tian and said, "You little bastard, put my brother down." Ling Hanyu roared loudly and rushed directly in front of Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian only raised his other hand. I saw a bright flame flickering on the fingertips. In an instant, the flaming bullets condensed from the infinite skyfire shot out. It was like a long crimson chain passing through the void. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered and the sound of the sound barrier breaking echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Ling Hanyu's chest was directly pierced by Ling Tian's subsequent attack. Ling Hanyu flew backwards and fell to the ground, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ling Tian with an incredible look on his face. Another random strike. Everyone looked at Ling Tian with shock on their faces. Although Ling Hanyu's strength is not as strong as Ling Hanchang, he is also a genuine heaven-level warrior. However, Ling Tian defeated the opponent easily with just a casual blow. Commander Zhao Feng, a powerful Earth-level warrior, felt tremendous pressure from Ling Tian. In front of Commander Zhao Feng, Ling Tian's figure seemed to become extremely tall. The pressure from that powerful man made Commander Zhao Feng feel like he was having difficulty breathing. Even a heavenly-level expert has never given me such a feeling. He had only felt this in front of a master at the innate realm. Commander Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask, could it be that Ling Tian is a grandmaster at the Xian Tian realm? Bang! After hearing what Commander Zhao Feng said, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like it was about to jump out of my chest. I couldn't believe it at all. At this time, City Lord Li Yuntian shook his head. No, Ling Tian is not a Xian Tian grandmaster. Of course, I'm not a master, but I'm better than a master. What? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that City Lord Li Yuntian would have such a high opinion of Ling Tian. Ling Tian, a 17-year-old high school student, possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary innate master. Do such people really exist? Even if we describe Ling Tian Tian as a monster, it doesn't seem too much, right? Ling Tian, how can you be so powerful? General Wang Tang is the only one among the three giants who has never felt Ling Tian's strength. City Lord Li Yuntian smiled slightly. Ling Tian, you have opened up 108 tendons and veins, and opened up the 109th tendon and vein. Condensing the King of Blood Stars, with such a powerful foundation, he broke through to the yellow level. This allows his true essence capacity and purity to surpass those of his peers by dozens of times, giving him the capital to fight across a whole realm. 109 tendons? What the hell is that? The people present looked at City Lord Li Yuntian in shock. They knew that a prospective warrior had 108 tendons and veins. However, opening up 109 tendons and meridians is beyond common sense. What is going on? Even Wang Tang and Bai Jingyuan were frightened by the words of City Lord Li Yuntian. It has opened up 109 tendons and meridians. What kind of monster is this? City Lord Li Yuntian continued. In addition, Ling Tian possesses 3 SS level innate abilities, and his combat power has increased by more than 10 times. This makes Ling Tian dozens, even hundreds of times stronger than the strong men of the same level. This is why Ling Tian is so powerful. 3 series of SS talents. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. General Wang Tang was completely bewildered. Isn't it a dual system? City Lord Li Yuntian shook his head. No, I saw him at the True Yang Spiritual Spring. In addition to the infinite skyfire and the healing power, Ling Tian also has the following abilities. He also has a spiritual power type of innate ability, so he is a 3-element one. After hearing the answer from City Lord Li Yuntian, everyone was completely stunned. Even Ling Kuan and Ling Shui were stunned with shock. Could it be that their useless cousin was so awesome? Ling Kuan also cried out in his heart, what should I do? How can this bastard be so awesome? Mom, I don't know how to do this. At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian was no less shocked than everyone else. It was when Ling Tian was cultivating in the True Yang Spirit Spring that he broke through to the Xian level realm. How much time has passed? Just over a week, less than 10 days. Ling Tian's cultivation had actually broken through from the Xian level to the 5th level of the D level. At this moment, Ling Hansheng roared. Ling Tian, you beast, even if you are powerful, that's not the reason why you killed your father. No matter what he says, he is still your father. How dare you kill him? You are a beast worse than pigs and dogs. After hearing Ling Hansheng's words, Ling Tian sneered disdainfully. When did I kill him? Phew. Then, he directly pulled out his soul-devouring sword from Ling Hansheng's body. Suddenly, Ling Hansheng spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Ling Tian held his head down. Then he activated his healing ability. Everyone clearly saw that a green light appeared on Ling Tian's body. The emerald green light enveloped Ling Hansheng's body, and then the wounds on Ling Hansheng's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Hansheng, although Ling Tian had endless hatred for him, it can be said that in this world, the person Ling Tian hates the most, besides Meng Haiyun and the others who framed him, is Ling Hansheng. But Ling Tian knew very well that Ling Hansheng was always his biological father. Maybe they can't reconcile and get along like normal father and son, but it is impossible for Ling Tian to kill Ling Hansheng. While Ling Tian was healing Ling Hansheng, he was also directly absorbing Ling Hansheng's potential and the essence of his cultivation. For Ling Tian now, absorbing the potential essence of the heavenly level warriors has actually not made much difference in improving his cultivation. At least one must absorb the potential power of the innate master to help with cultivation. However, Ling Hansheng's cultivation potential can help Ling Tian quickly stabilize his realm. Strengthen your somewhat loose foundation. Ling Tian was not polite at all. While healing Ling Hansheng, he directly absorbed most of Ling Hansheng's potential power in cultivation. Ling Tian also felt his own realm, and his foundation quickly became solid. In a short while, the foundation and realm became extremely solid. In other words, Ling Tian can now start to break through quickly again. After curing Ling Hansheng, Ling Tian threw him out like trash. However, at this time, Ling Hansheng had most of its potential power absorbed by Ling Tian, and it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the level of a congenital master in the future. Even if he broke through to the innate realm, that would be Ling Hansheng's limit. This is Ling Tian's punishment for Ling Hansheng. Ling Hansheng, I'm saying this one last time. From now on, you and I are no longer father and son. At that time, when I took part in the Western Joint Examination, you, as a father, actually bribed Director Wang to prevent me from taking the examination. And when I was framed by Meng Haiyun, not only did you not help me clear my suspicion, but you helped Meng Haiyun fabricate false evidence to frame me. I entered the secret realm of the Martial Arts Association for training, and you even sent assassins to kill me. As my father, you want me dead all the time. You are not worthy of being my father. Today is my final warning. Go away and never appear in front of me again. Ling Tian's voice was sonorous and powerful, and it echoed clearly throughout the banquet hall. After hearing this, everyone looked at Ling Hansheng in shock. No one could understand who Ling Hansheng was. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. But Ling Hansheng is even worse than a beast. When other people's fathers see that their children can take the joint entrance examination, they will naturally give their full support. But Ling Hancheng actually stopped Ling Tian from taking the joint exam. When other fathers see their children being framed, they will help their children clear the suspicion even at the cost of their own lives. Other people's children are carefully cared for and protected, and their sons grow up healthily, but Ling Hancheng actually wants to kill Ling Tian. Such a person is worthy of being a father. City Lord Li Yuntian and his men were also extremely angry. They knew that Ling Tian was not exaggerating. Ling Hancheng did indeed do such a thing. Apart from the assassination in the secret realm, I don't know anything else, whether it's preventing the joint entrance examination or helping Meng Haiyun fabricate false evidence. Commander Zhao Feng was present, and City Lord Li Yuntian was also present to help Meng Haiyun fabricate false evidence. Li Yuntian's eyes revealed contempt and disdain for Ling Tian. Ling Hancheng, you've truly brought shame to Elder Ling. You're unworthy of being Elder Ling's son, let alone Ling Tian's father. We in the Li family don't welcome you guys. Get out of here right now. The people around also started cursing. The Lord City Lord is right. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You are a scumbag, worse than an animal, trying to kill your own son. Get lost, you beast. I have such an outstanding son, and I worship him like an ancestor, and you actually want to kill him. The people around were cursing loudly. Ling Hancheng was shaking with anger, his eyes filled with bloodshot. The qi and blood rushed to my heart, and I felt a sweetness in my throat. Wow! Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ling Hanyu and the others and shouted, "Let's go." Afterwards, several people supported the seriously injured Ling Hanyu and left the place in disgrace. From today onwards, the name of Ling Han City will spread throughout the Yunnan province. He has become the biggest joke in Yunnan province, and I guess everyone will look down on him. And City Lord Li Yuntian also came to Ling Tian's side. Looking at Ling Hancheng's embarrassed escape, Ling Tian felt a sense of relief. The knot in my heart was untied from then on. Ling Tian knew that from today onwards, Ling Hancheng would live in guilt for the rest of his life. Living in regret, he could have had an excellent son. Originally, Ling Tian was his pride. Now Ling Tian will become a lifelong pain in Ling Hancheng's heart. City Lord Li Yuntian patted Ling Tian on the shoulder. Then he looked at the guests around him, introducing Ling Tian to everyone loudly. The father of City Lord Li Yuntian also looked at Ling Tian with admiration. Soon, the banquet ended in the Li family hall. Commander Wang Tang, chairman by Xin Yuan, City Lord Li Yuntian, and City Lord Li Yuntian's father gathered with Ling Tian. At this time, Mr. Li looked extremely haggard. It seems that the banquet cost him a lot of energy. Mr. Li looked at Ling Tian expectantly. Ling Tian, are you sure you can really cure me? Ling Tian smiled slightly. He was absolutely confident in his healing ability. Ling Tian knew that generally those SSS level talents and abilities were at the SSS level because their strength was at the SSS level. The reason why Ling Tian's healing and recovery ability is at the SSS level is because in the current world of warriors, the highest rating for the strength of innate abilities is SSS. Master, leave it to me without worry. As he spoke, Ling Tian placed his palm on Mr. Li's body. At the same time, powerful pupil power burst out to examine Mr. Li's body. It was indeed lung cancer, and it had reached the late stage. But it was not difficult for Ling Tian at all, because in front of Ling Tian's ability, no matter whether it is illness or injury, as long as the lifespan is not exhausted, as long as the other party is still alive, Ling Tian can keep him alive. Ling Tian immediately activated his healing and recovery abilities. Suddenly, Mr. Li felt that his body was recovering rapidly. The pain in my body quickly disappeared. In just less than a minute, Mr. Li felt his whole body was filled with strength. He just felt that he seemed to have returned to his peak state, and even his face showed a healthy rosy color. Alright, Ling Tian smiled slightly. Everyone was stunned. Is that all? Ling Tian nodded. Not bad. Mr. Li, how do you feel about yourself? Good. Very good. Better than ever. Mr. Li said okay 3 times in a row to express his joy. City Lord Li Yuntian was even more worried, so he took Mr. Li to the hospital for a checkup. The result of the examination was naturally that he was completely healed and there was no problem at all. Mr. Li looked at Ling Tian excitedly. Ling Tian, thank you. I originally thought that my life was over, but thanks to you, I can enjoy another 10 years of life. Old Master Li was originally a master at the innate realm, so it would not be a problem for him to survive for 100 years. As he spoke, Mr. Li took out a golden key from his body and handed it to Ling Tian. Mr. Li looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, I don't have anything good, so I'll give you this key to the hidden secret realm. It should be useful to you right now, so keep it. Ling Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Li actually had a key to a hidden secret realm. In fact, there are some secret realms that have a hidden level at the end, and each hidden level requires a hidden secret key to open. Ling Tian had also entered a hidden level in his previous life. Moreover, clearing hidden levels can bring immense benefits. For example, if you open a hidden level in an A-level secret realm and complete it, the rewards inside can be taken out, unlike the things in normal permanent secret realms that cannot be taken out. Moreover, the rewards in the hidden levels are basically at least one level higher than the secret realm level. It was just like Ling Tian in his previous life, who once passed a hidden level in an S-level secret realm and obtained an SSS level treasure. Therefore, Ling Tian was very clear about the preciousness of the key to the hidden secret realm. Mr. Li, are you sure you really want to give me this? Mr. Li smiled slightly and said, just take it if I ask you to. Why are you being so polite to me? Ling Tian no longer hesitated and put the key away. Originally, Ling Tian was still considering it, as there was only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. How to improve your own strength. Now, I have a goal. As long as you pass the hidden level, you can probably get a lot of benefits. At this moment, General Wang Teng frowned. Mr. Li, this key is the key to the hidden level of the cursed abyss? Mr. Li nodded. General Wang Teng looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, the cursed abyss is an S-level permanent secret realm controlled by our military. It is a secret realm of normal difficulty. The strongest beast is at level 5, level 6. Although you are very powerful and have the strength comparable to that of an ordinary innate master, you must be careful when you go in. This is a large secret realm that can accommodate thousands of people. If you want to go, you can team up with our military soldiers to enter. No. At this time, Ling Tian nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but ecstatic in his heart. It's actually the cursed abyss. In his previous life, Ling Tian had heard of the cursed abyss. I heard that an SSS level martial arts book appeared in a secret realm hidden in the cursed abyss, and it is a martial arts skill that requires the use of spiritual pupil techniques to perform. The power is extremely strong. Isn't this what Ling Tian needs now? At this time, Ling Tian, when talking about his own physique, Ling Tian condensed 28 blood stars, and his physique was dozens of times stronger than that of the same level strong men. Speaking of equipment, Ling Tian has the soul-devouring sky bead, which can grow to SSS level and is an exclusive equipment. Speaking of talents, his own twin pupils of destruction, boundless skyfire, and healing talent are all at SS level at the lowest. It can be said that Ling Tian's configuration is top-notch. The only thing that was lacking was his martial arts skills. Currently, Ling Tian only mastered one S-level 9 extreme flame slash. Although the twin eyes of destruction are powerful, their attacks are too simple. Isn't SSS level martial arts what I need? Good. Whatever you need will come to you. It seems that I have to go to the cursed abyss no matter what this time. The next day, Ling Tian went directly to the military headquarters in Yunnan province. When they arrived at the door, several soldiers stopped Ling Tian, and Ling Tian directly took out his honorary second lieutenant certificate. They traveled smoothly all the way to Yunnan province, to the entrance of the military secret territory. In the military headquarters, there is also a trial building, just like the Martial Arts Association. There are also many secret realm teleportation arrays in the trial building. Although the number of the military's secret realms is not as large as that of the Martial Arts Association, the levels of the military's secret realms are very high, and almost all of them are large secret realms that can accommodate more than 1,000 people. Unlike the Martial Arts Association and the Blood Forbidden Land, this is a medium-sized secret realm that only allows 100 people to enter. Ling Tian entered the trial building directly with his ID. Ling Tian entered the elevator and arrived at the entrance to the cursed abyss. As soon as he entered the hall, Ling Tian saw 4 warriors, about 30 years old, waiting. The 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, were all at the level of innate masters. The woman has a pretty face and an imposing demeanor, and her strength is approximately at the 4th level of the innate realm. As for the other 2 men, one was tall and thin, wore glasses, and was at the 5th level of the innate realm. The other one has a strong build and gives people a feeling of being full of vigor and vitality. The strongest one has reached the 6th level of innateness. As soon as they saw Ling Tian, they surrounded him. The woman asked enthusiastically, "Are you Second Lieutenant Ling Tian?" Ling Tian nodded calmly. "It's me, may I ask who you are?" The woman introduced herself. "Hello, Second Lieutenant Ling Tian. My name is Zhang Xinyue, and I'm a member of the Wolf Warrior Squad from Yunnan Province." Then he pointed at the other 2 people and explained. The tall and thin man is named Lu Rong, and the strong one is Lu Chang. Ling Tian had heard of the Wolf Warrior Squad, which was the strongest squad under General Wang Teng. There are a total of 108 people, and each one is a master of the innate realm. Zhang Xinyue said, "Ling Tian, Master Wang Teng said that you can enter the cursed abyss if you want, but you must come in with us. The 3 of us will protect your safety." Ling Tian was speechless, but he was shouting in his heart, "Get out of here. I want to enjoy the benefits alone." Ling Tian said awkwardly, "3 of you, forget about protecting me. If the danger inside is beyond my ability to handle, I will get out immediately." However, Zhang Xinyue's expression turned serious. "Second Lieutenant Ling Tian, there is no other way. This is the order of Lord Wang Teng, and we cannot disobey. Lord Wang Teng said that if you refuse our protection, you will only have 2 choices. One option is to leave here, and the other option is to wait until your cultivation reaches at least the 5th level of the heavenly grade before coming back." After hearing Zhang Xinyue's words, Ling Tian nodded helplessly. "Okay, then you guys come in with me." There was no way. The talent displayed by Ling Tian was too powerful. In the eyes of Huang Tang, by Zhen Yuan, Li Yuntian and others. They are the future of Dragon Country. He is a national treasure of Dragon Country, and his life cannot be in any danger. Although they knew that Ling Tian's fighting ability was comparable to that of an innate master, but I still don't feel comfortable letting Ling Tian enter the cursed abyss alone. After discussing it, the four of them entered the teleportation array together. Afterwards, the secret realm teleportation formation was activated, and Ling Tian felt the wonderful power of time and space enveloping himself. With Ling Tian, the other three entered the transmission channel directly, and the surrounding scenery was constantly changing. In a short while, Ling Tian and the other three had entered the cursed abyss. As soon as they entered the cursed abyss, they felt an extremely oppressive aura descending. Looking around, it was pitch black all around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It was like entering into endless darkness, and one could only see an area less than 5 meters around them. And within the entire cursed abyss, there is a very strange power. That kind of power suppressed the mental strength of Ling Tian and the others. Warriors who enter the cursed abyss are unable to use their mental power to perceive the things around them. You can only use your own eyes to detect danger and find directions. However, the cursed abyss is a straight road, and the width of the entire abyss is only about 100 meters. As for the length, it is about 10 kilometers, so you generally won't get lost. As long as you reach the end of the abyss, you will encounter the overlord and murderer of the cursed abyss, the Shadow Lord. However, the darkness in the cursed abyss is not a problem at all for Ling Tian. For example, the words of Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang. I can only see things less than 5 meters ahead. However, Ling Tian has awakened, a warrior of SSS level, gifted with supernatural powers, and possessing the twin pupils of destruction. It can clearly see through the darkness and see things thousands of meters away. Therefore, it would be too easy for Ling Tian to pass through the cursed abyss. At this moment, Lu Rong looked at Ling Tian with reluctance. Boy, let me tell you first, if you encounter any situation, you must follow us. The lowest level of the beasts here are level 5, stage 2 beasts. If you get too far away from me, we won't be able to protect you. Obviously, Lu Rong was not very happy with Ling Tian. Ever since Ling Tian met the three people, Lu Rong had always had a cold face towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian shook his head calmly. Don't worry, if we really encounter danger, who knows who will protect whom. In the cursed abyss, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue and Lu Chang were all affected by the darkness. It's like a blind person without sight. But Ling Tian moved freely. In Lu Rong's view, Ling Tian was just a burden to them. But in Ling Tian's opinion, weren't the three of them also a burden? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Rong's eyes became more filled with disdain. I don't know what you're talking about, second generation rich, Lu Rong said coldly. In his opinion, isn't it courting death for Ling Tian, a 5th level Earth-grade warrior, to enter an S-level secret realm? He must be the descendant of some military boss, and Ling Tian was asked to show off and gain experience. Then, Lu Rong said, follow me, don't wander around. Having said that, Lu Rong prepared to lead the way. Ling Tian smiled coldly. Are you sure you want to go there? Why? You've been to the cursed abyss before, so you still know how to get out? Before Ling Tian could answer, Lu Rong said, don't talk too much, just follow me. Having said that, Lu Rong led the way and walked forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, just as Lu Rong walked out, he had not yet reached a distance of 50 meters. Then I saw a cave appear in front of me. This shows that Lu Rong is going in the wrong direction. There are many caves on the mountain walls on both sides of the cursed abyss, and there are ferocious beasts in the caves. Since they saw the dodge, it meant that their walking route was wrong. They did not move towards the end of the cursed abyss, but walked towards the two sides of the cursed abyss. Ling Tian said calmly, didn't I tell you that you're going the wrong way? This is the mountain wall. A hint of displeasure flashed across Lu Rong's face as he argued cunningly. What do you know? Now that I've found the direction of the cliff, I can just follow it and not get lost. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, at this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard from the cave. Shua shua shua. In an instant, more than a dozen shadow bats rushed out. The shadow bat was extremely large. When its wings were spread, its body length reached 2.5 meters. Careful! The shadow bat leading the group rushed towards Lu Rong. Lu Rong took out a spear from his storage ring and then poured his true energy into the spear. The spear burst out and emitted a blue light. Then, with another blow, he broke the sound barrier and pierced directly through the head of the shadow bat. But the other shadow bats had already rushed out from Lu Rong's side. He attacked Ling Tian, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang. Those shadow bats seemed to think that Ling Tian was the weakest among the four. There were 8 shadow bats charging towards Ling Tian. It's over. The expressions of Lu Rong and the other two changed drastically. Their mission is to go to the cursed abyss and protect Ling Tian's life. But it has only been less than 3 minutes since we arrived in the cursed abyss. This put Ling Tian in danger. 8 shadow bats with ferocious faces and roaring rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged, and the light in his hand began to flicker. Afterwards, the soul-devouring Z-bead changed shape and turned into a soul-devouring battle sword. The infinite skyfire was entangled, and the scorching high temperature blaster exploded, illuminating the area within a radius of 100 meters. Flames break the sky. Ling Tian swung his sword, and flaming blade energy burst out from the soul-devouring sword. It grows as the wind blows, and in the blink of an eye it is dozens of meters long, and the blade cuts through the flesh. Puff puff puff. The 8 shadow bats had not yet reacted to what was happening. His body was cut in half by Ling Tian's sword. The sword energy was so strong that it struck the mountain wall heavily. In an instant, a mark more than 30 meters long appeared on the mountain wall. What? In an instant, Lu Rong and the other 3 were stunned. 8 fifth order, second-level ferocious beasts are equivalent to the ferocious beasts of a second-level innate grandmaster warrior. It was actually cut off by Ling Tian's sword. This is the power of the soul-devouring blade. Ignore defense. If you can't dodge, you will be seriously injured or even killed. Only then did they realize that Ling Tian was not as weak as they had imagined. Just when everyone had not yet recovered from the shock, Ling Tian raised his fist. The dragon roars. Ling Tian's infinite skyfire carries the momentum to burn the sky and boil the sea. It transformed into a giant fire dragon that was dozens of meters long and directly swallowed up the remaining shadow bats. Those shadow bats fell to the ground in pain, their bodies already mostly burned by the infinite skyfire. Gradually lost his life. In less than 10 breaths, Ling Tian easily ended the battle. But at this moment, Lu Rong suddenly reacted. Ling Tian, you bastard, are you crazy? Ling Tian looked at Lu Rong with an unhappy expression. Is there any problem with me killing the beast? Lu Rong was furious. Do you know that this is the cursed abyss, and all the ferocious beasts live in darkness? You are a fire element, a person with supernatural powers. Why don't you say anything? You know the commotion you are causing now. Has it been noticed by those surrounding shadow beasts? After hearing what Lu Rong said, Ling Tian still looked disdainful. So what? Asshole, let's leave the cursed abyss first. Let's go to the exit and come back tomorrow. Having said that, Lu Rong wanted to take Ling Tian away from the cursed abyss. However, Ling Tian had no intention of leaving. If you're afraid, just go on your own. I never asked for your protection. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue and Lu Chang were all very angry at Ling Tian. They came to be Ling Tian's bodyguards out of kindness, but Ling Tian didn't appreciate it at all. How can we not be angry and indignant about this? However, just as Ling Tian and the others were arguing, the roar of the ferocious beast in the cursed abyss had already been transmitted. One after another, the dark beasts kept approaching. Ling Tian also had no intention of extinguishing his Wuji heavenly fire, but it makes the light even brighter. Crash! Ling Tian waved his arm, and then a huge fireball appeared. It rose directly into the void, illuminating the surroundings. Ling Tian, are you crazy? At this time, even Lu Chang and Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but shout out loudly. The look he gave Ling Tian was as if he was looking at a lunatic. All around, shadows were gathering, densely packed together. More than 200 shadows. Shadow bats, shadow leopards, and shadow snakes kept coming towards Ling Tian and the others. Damn, trouble. Looking at those shadow beasts, although the strongest one is only at the 5th level and 4th stage, but there are more than 200 shadow beasts, which is too many. Even if they can solve it, it will cost a lot. Lu Rong looked at Zhang Xinyue and ordered, Zhang Xinyue, take Ling Tian away. We're going to fight our way out. Roar! Zhang Xinyue nodded and looked towards Ling Tian. Swish swish swish. However, it was too late. Ling Tian's legs had already bent. In an instant, the whole person jumped up like a human cannonball. The ground sank directly when I stepped on it. Ling Tian jumped to a height of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Then his figure dropped rapidly, and he was surrounded by endless flames. Crows take planes. In an instant, the infinite skyfire under his body turned into a huge fire crow. In an instant, it fell onto the body of a shadow demon snake. The powerful aftermath shook the surrounding shadow beasts, causing them to retreat continuously. Crash! The shadow demon snake's body exploded instantly, and Ling Tian stepped on the shadow demon snake's body and slid out as if he was surfing. At the moment of stopping, Ling Tian instantly released the innate skill of Wuji Tianhua. Endless fire domain, great flame dragon formation. Crash! In an instant, 28 blood stars exploded above Ling Tian's head, and at the same time, a field of flames burned. Yes, 9 huge fire dragons were condensed, and terrifying waves of flames swept across the void. Oh, those ferocious beasts had no time to react at all. More than 20 shadow beasts were instantly swallowed up by the fire dragon. Bang! The king of blood and stars hovering high above Ling Tian's head made Ling Tian look like a king ruling the world. The powerful aura made the surrounding ferocious beasts, as well as Lu Rong and the others, feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Rong and the others were stunned instantly. There were more than 200 ferocious beasts, and 1/10 of them were killed by Ling Tian in less than 5 seconds. Ling Tian is just a 5th level Earthgrade warrior. What the hell is this thing? Ling Tian rushed forward among the group of ferocious beasts, and those beasts had no way to stop Ling Tian's progress. Mule kicks. Boom! One tiger kills 2 sheep. Elephant kicks. Ling Tian continued to use his middle school moves. Although they were middle school moves, they were
supported by the Wuji heavenly fire. In addition, the terrifying insight of the two pupils of the destroyer Dao only attacks the weak points. No ferocious beast could withstand Ling Tian's attack. In just 5 seconds, he killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts again. And those ferocious beasts seemed to realize that Ling Tian was a monster and was not someone they could deal with at all. Those ferocious beasts actually wanted to escape, but Ling Tian didn't give them this opportunity at all. Ling Tian raised his soul-devouring sword. Then he swung his soul-devouring sword and sword energy burst out. The entire endless fire domain was distorted. Tornado destroys parking lot. How is that possible? In an instant, endless flames turned into a huge tornado, wrapping the ferocious beasts in an endless fire area, completely blocking the way of those ferocious beasts. Ling Tian used the 9 extreme flames slash and easily killed the ferocious beast. Roar, roar, roar. Those ferocious shadow beasts could not stop Ling Tian at all. Blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. Almost every attack by Ling Tian would take the lives of 4 or 5 ferocious beasts. The 9 fire dragons in the endless fire domain can devour 10 shadow beasts almost every second. Those shadow beasts were no match for Ling Tian at all. Zhang Xinyue and the other two just looked at Ling Tian like idiots, watching Ling Tian killing with great enthusiasm. He was completely shocked by Ling Tian's strength. They clearly felt the power of Ling Tian Wuji Skyfire. Even Lu Chang, a powerful master of the 6th level of innate realm, did not dare to be careless. Lu Chang couldn't help swallowing. You think this kid won't get so excited about killing that he'll kill us? Zhang Xinyue was speechless and rolled her eyes at Lu Chang. What are you talking about? It only took less than 2 minutes. More than 200 shadow beasts were easily slaughtered by Ling Tian. The endless fire region disappeared, and Ling Tian also withdrew his aura. No blushing face, no heart beating. Then he looked at Zhang Xinyue and the other three. Go and take out all the beast cores for me. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Xinyue and the other two were stunned. Ling Tian showed a hint of impatience on his face. Why? I've dealt with over 200 ferocious beasts. Is it difficult for you to take a beast core? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Xinyue and the other two nodded helplessly. Ling Tian said the same thing. In the secret realm, except for the natural treasures that cannot be taken away, things from the ferocious beasts can be taken away. For example, a beast core will condense in the body of a ferocious beast that reaches the 5th level. The beast core is the source of energy for ferocious beasts above level 5. It's worth a lot of money. However, warriors cannot use it to directly absorb the power inside to break through. However, when refining pills, crushing the animal core and adding it in can improve the quality of the pills. As for making weapons, embedding beast cores into weapons can also increase the power of weapons. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't let it go. There are more than 200 5th level ferocious beast cores, each worth 1 million, which is a good thing worth more than 200 million. Soon, everyone collected the beast cores. Ling Tian gave Zhang Xinyue and the others a beast core. You didn't contribute anything. I just asked you to get the beast cores. Giving you 1 beast core is enough. If you want it, you can kill the ferocious beast yourself when you encounter it later. After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone nodded. Lu Rong's expression was also extremely embarrassed. They were completely shocked by Ling Tian's strength. The strength that Ling Tian just demonstrated was reflected in the aspect of large-scale casualties. However, his individual combat capability is not as good as Lu Chang, who is at the 6th level of innateness. But he is already infinitely close to Lu Rong, who is at the 5th level of the innate realm, stronger than Zhang Xinyue. At this point, they had already convinced Ling Tian, and their previous contempt for Ling Tian had been swept away. Let's go. Follow me and listen to me inside, otherwise, get out of here. Ling Tian was too lazy to waste time talking to them. However, Lu Rong was still unhappy and wanted to refute Lu Rong. Ling Tian, we admit that we underestimated your strength before. We didn't expect you to possess SS talent. However, we have been to the cursed abyss several times and are more familiar with it. Why should we listen to you? At this moment, Ling Tian turned around. 4 pairs of eyes looked at each other. In an instant, Zhang Xinyue and the other two trembled, as if a cold current was passing through their bodies. They couldn't stop shaking. Ling Tian's eyes were seen. His left eye was like a 9-colored vortex, and his right eye was surrounded by destructive black flames. That kind of domineering, sharp, and mysterious aura made them feel fear from the deepest part of their souls. They felt as if their souls were being devoured, destroyed, and decomposed by Ling Tian's eyes. Ling Tian said coldly, "With my eyes, I can even see the crawling insects on the ground 1,000 meters away." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang were so shocked that their hearts were filled with turmoil. They didn't expect that Ling Tian actually possessed dual system talents and abilities. In addition, there is another type of innate ability, which is the spiritual pupil power type. Moreover, its intensity seemed to be no less than that of the infinite heavenly fire. Of course, Ling Tian didn't need to explain to them the level of strength of his supernatural talent. Ling Tian looked at the 3 confused people and asked coldly, "Now, you've all listened to me this whole time. Let's
let me ask you one last time. Does anyone have any objections? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Xinyue and the other two shook their heads helplessly. At this moment, Lu Rong no longer felt dissatisfied. Indeed, Ling Tian has such a pair of eyes, and is indeed more suitable to be the captain than them. Ling Tian did not hesitate at all and led everyone towards the end of the cursed abyss. It can be said that in the cursed abyss, Ling Tian's eyes are like a plug-in. There is no need to worry about getting lost, and there is no need to be afraid of ferocious beasts hiding in the darkness. Ling Tian and his men hacked and killed madly along the way. Zhang Xinyue, at 6 o'clock, 2 level 5, 2nd level shadow leopards. Lu Chang, at 1 o'clock, there's a 5th order, 5th level shadow demon bear. Lu Rong, at 11 o'clock, there's a 5th order, 3rd level shadow demonic snake. With Ling Tian's command, they don't have to worry about the ferocious beasts hiding in the dark. Those who were easily found and killed by Ling Tian. The beasts of the cursed abyss are difficult to deal with because they adapt to the environment, hiding and attacking human warriors. This allows them to unleash combat power beyond their own level. However, the shadow beasts also have a fatal weakness, which is that their frontal combat capabilities are extremely weak. For example, a level 5, 2nd tier shadow bat's ability in direct combat might be weaker than an average level 5, 1st tier beast. Therefore, once Ling Tian knows their location, he and his team can easily kill these shadow beasts. Ling Tian and the others advanced quickly, and Zhang Xinyue and the others also felt unprecedented joy. In just less than an hour, they killed a total of more than 160 ferocious beasts, and this time, they distributed the beast cores of the shadow beasts evenly. On the contrary, Ling Tian did not fight, but was only responsible for reporting the location to the 3 people. An hour later, Ling Tian and the others arrived at the end of the cursed abyss. There was a huge palace in front of me. The palace was ancient, eerie, and exuded a strange atmosphere. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. This is the end of the cursed abyss, the cursed hall. In the cursed hall, the overlord beast and the shadow lord are within. Lu Rong said to Ling Tian. Ling Tian nodded. The 4 of them entered the hall with extreme caution. I saw a huge throne at the top of the hall, and on the throne, there was a huge human-shaped skeleton. The huge human-shaped skeleton was 5 meters tall. There were 2 bottomless black holes in his eyes. It seemed as if the air around him was swallowed up by his eyes. Human. At this moment, the huge human-shaped skeleton suddenly spoke. The space around seemed to be slightly distorted. I've been in the hall for over half a year, and this is the first time someone has come here. Lu Rong looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, be careful, this is the Shadow Lord. The last time the Shadow Lord was killed was more than half a year ago. This new Shadow Lord has been teleported from another world and has never encountered an opponent before. We don't know his abilities. Ling Tian nodded, feeling the strength of the Shadow Lord at the 5th level and 6th stage. The oppressive feeling was much stronger than that of Lu Chang at the 6th level of the innate realm. At this moment, the Shadow Lord grabbed the giant sword next to his seat, slowly stood up. Bang bang bang. Then, he walked towards Ling Tian and the other 3 step by step. The powerful aura seemed to have transformed into an invisible wave. In an instant, Ling Tian and the other 4 were submerged. The 4 of them all felt as if a 1,000-year-old cold current was invading them. His hair stood on end and his eyes were filled with deep fear. However, Ling Tian remained calm and looked at the huge Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord's powerful aura locked onto Ling Tian and the other 3. Then he said, Human, are you ready to accept my punishment? As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Lord started running. The huge body shook the entire hall slightly. Lu Chang frowned and said, You guys just watch from behind and find a chance to attack the Shadow Lord. I'll go test the Shadow Lord's strength first. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Chang immediately exerted his true energy to the extreme. Boom! In an instant, the air surged. Then Lu Chang took out a huge battle axe from his storage ring. With his legs bent, he rushed towards the Shadow Lord like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air was heard. 2 beams of light streaked across the dark palace in the blink of an eye. Lu Chang's huge axe and the Shadow Lord's giant sword collided heavily. Clang! Sparks flew, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, which echoed clearly all around. The powerful force hit both the Shadow Lord and Lu Chang at the same time. The huge Shadow Lord was actually hit so hard that he couldn't help but take a step back. In an instant, excitement appeared in Lu Chang's eyes. I originally thought that the Shadow Lord should be very powerful. After all, the strength of the Overlord beast is much stronger than that of ordinary beasts of the same level. But during the brief fight just now, Lu Chang sensed it. The strength of the Shadow Lord does not seem to be as strong as he imagined. Lu Chang did not give the Shadow Lord a chance to breathe. He immediately increased his speed to the limit and swung his battle axe quickly. He jumped high and smashed towards the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord quickly raised his giant sword and held it across his head. Clang! Accompanied by a loud noise and terrifying force, the Shadow Lord's body began to shake again. Lu Chang's face was full of excitement because he felt that he could defeat the Shadow Lord. Then he swung his battle axe and chopped continuously. The attack was as fierce as a storm. The attacking Shadow Lord kept parrying worrying, and for a moment, he was at a disadvantage. Zhang Xinyue and Lu Rong also found opportunities. Almost at the same time, they rushed towards the Shadow Lord. Oh, Zhang Xinyue raised her sword and swept it across. The Shadow Lord had no way to dodge when facing Lu Chang. Puff! A crack was instantly cut on the huge skull. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rong's attack also landed on the Shadow Lord's ribs. Click, click, click. In an instant, cracks appeared on the bones of the attacking Shadow Lord. Damn humans! You actually surrounded me! The Shadow Lord roared loudly in anger. However, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, Lu Chang and others looked at the Shadow Lord as if he were an idiot. I think there must be something wrong with the Shadow Lord's brain. Humans and ferocious beasts cannot coexist. Isn't it normal to besiege ferocious beasts? Sometimes, hundreds or even thousands of ferocious beasts would besiege a human being. They are only 3 against 1 now, which is normal. The 3 of them cooperated with each other very well, constantly changing their positions. Defense and attack left the Shadow Lord with no way to resist. His body was constantly attacked and left with scars. Zhang Xinyue shouted loudly to Ling Tian with a confident look on her face. Ling Tian, you don't need to take action now. The 3 of us can take care of this Shadow Lord. You can just rest nearby. Ling Tian nodded but did not relax, because Ling Tian knew that the Shadow Lord was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Ling Tian knew clearly that every dominant beast in an S-level secret realm had awakened innate supernatural powers. Innate abilities are not exclusive to human warriors. Generally, as long as a ferocious beast can evolve to the 5th level, it has a certain chance of awakening its innate supernatural powers, and the Shadow Lord is no exception. Until now, the Shadow Lord has not yet displayed his talents and abilities. This means that the opponent has not yet used his full strength. As long as the opponent doesn't use his full strength, Ling Tian will not take it lightly. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue suddenly activated her innate special ability. His body was shining, and an emerald green light burst out. Boom, boom, boom. From beneath the ground, extremely thick wooden stakes quickly emerged, directly blocked the Shadow Lord's actions. The Shadow Lord angrily swung his giant sword and cut off 7 or 8 huge wooden stakes with one sword. But in that instant, Lu Rong pressed his hands on the ground. Earth swamp. The moment the words fell, the earth element power erupted. In an instant, a huge swamp appeared under the feet of the Shadow Lord. Almost half of the Shadow Lord's body was stuck in the quagmire. Lost the action. Now! Lu Rong and Zhang Xinyue shouted loudly. Lu Chang understood what he meant, and powerful blood and energy burst out of his body. His true essence was wrapped with firepower and poured into his battle axe. The terrifying aura is rising steadily. Suddenly Lu Chang's battle axe turned into a huge flaming battle axe. Die! Lu Chang's eyes were full of confidence, and so were Zhang Xinyue and Lu Rong. As long as the Shadow Lord is hit, he will definitely die. The Shadow Lord roared in anger. Humans, you are seeking death. The Shadow Lord looked at Lu Chang, who was still accumulating energy, roared loudly, and stabbed his giant sword directly at Lu Chang. Lu Chang dodged quickly, and the giant sword also stuck into the ground. Lu Chang said disdainfully, "Where are you attacking?" However, the moment Lu Chang finished speaking, there was a muffled sound, and Lu Chang's flame ability instantly dissipated. Everyone was stunned. In that instant, Lu Chang's figure was shrinking rapidly. In just less than 5 breaths, he became a child of 7 or 8 years old. What's going on? I saw that Lu Chang, who was in his 30s, suddenly turned into a little kid. Zhang Xinyue and Lu Rong roared in shock. And how could a child of 7 or 8 years old possibly master such powerful supernatural powers and the true essence of an innate master? However, just when everyone was still shocked, Lu Chang's body was actually still shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Another 3 breaths passed. Lu Chang directly became a child who looked only about 3 years old. In an instant, Lu Rong and Zhang Xinyue were both stunned. At that moment, when Lu Chang and Zhang Xinyue were confused, the Shadow Lord seized the opportunity and rushed out of the quagmire. He grabbed his huge sword and swept it across. The sword energy swept across the void, creating an extremely powerful airwave. What's going on? At this time, Lu Chang had become a 3-year-old child and had no way to avoid or defend against the attacks of the Shadow Lord. Careful! Lu Rong shouted loudly and quickly rushed to Lu Chang's side. By activating his special powers, a huge wall instantly appeared on the ground. But that wall was thrown up by Lu Rong in a hurry. The defense is simply not enough to defend against the Shadow Lord's sword. Bang! In an instant, the wall collapsed, and the giant sword rushed towards Lu Chang and Lu Rong with unstoppable force. Lu Rong hugged Lu Chang, who had become a child, and with his other hand held his weapon across his face. Ding! With a sound, metal collided, sparks flew, and the powerful force directly shook Lu Rong's mouth and broke it. The weapon in his hand flew out, and the powerful force caused Lu Rong to fly backwards. Really? Swish! After seeing this scene, Ling Tian understood. This Shadow Lord is a level 5, 6th order ferocious beast at the Overlord level. Under normal circumstances, the combat capability is stronger than that of a 6th level innate master. It is even 3 times stronger than the average 7th level innate master. However, the the Shadow Lord's frontal combat capability is extremely weak. Neither the speed nor the strength can reach the normal level of the 5th stage and 6th level. At most, it is equivalent to a 5th order, 4th level ferocious beast. Even Zhang Xinyue, who is at the 4th level of the innate realm, is capable of fighting him for a while in a head-on battle. As a dominant beast, its frontal combat capability is so weak. This means that the Shadow Lord has powerful talents and abilities. It turned out to be exactly as I had guessed. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and took out a few spirit stones from his storage ring. There are also some metallic minerals. Afterwards, he immediately activated his true energy and began to carve on the metal minerals and spirit stones. It's like carving something. At this time, the Shadow Lord, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Chang and others did not notice Ling Tian's behavior. The Shadow Lord looked at Lu Rong and the others with disdain. Let you use your numbers to bully the few. As he said that, he threw out his giant sword and hurled it towards Lu Rong. Lu Rong quickly dodged the giant sword, but Lu Rong just breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard Zhang Xinyue shouting loudly, "Lu Rong, you!" Lu Rong was stunned. He only felt that in his sight, the figures of Shadow Lord, Zhang Xinyue and others were becoming taller and taller. Lu Rong was actually just like Lu Chang just now. His body kept shrinking. The appearance keeps changing towards that of a child. At this moment, Ling Tian was carving on the spirit stone in his hand. He warned, "It's Shadow. Get out of the way. He's using his giant sword not to stab you, but to stab your shadow." Ling Tian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Lu Rong was stunned. Indeed, the Shadow Lord's giant sword was indeed stuck in his own shadow. Lu Rong fled quickly and left the shadow immediately. But when Lu Rong left, his appearance had shrunk to that of a boy of 12 or 13 years old. The Shadow Lord looked at Ling Tian with anger in his eyes. "Aunt, do you like talking?" The moment he finished speaking, the Shadow Lord reached into the void. In an instant, a shadow spear 3 or 4 meters long condensed. Then he swung it hard, and the shadow spear turned into an arrow and rushed forward to kill. In just that instant, Zhang Xinyue reacted quickly. Then he activated his special ability. 9 huge wooden shields immediately appeared in front of Ling Tian. Bang bang bang. The shadow spear completely disappeared after piercing through 9 shields. The Shadow Lord's shadow spear did not hurt Ling Tian. Ling Tian said, "His special ability is to make your body smaller by hitting your shadows. Although his frontal combat ability is very weak, his innate abilities are incredible, so be careful." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Rong and Zhang Xinyue nodded. The Shadow Lord laughed disdainfully and said, "Human, you only realize this now? It's too late." The moment the words fell, the Shadow Lord drew out his giant sword again and threw it towards Lu Rong. At this time, Lu Rong's body had become that of a 13-year-old. His strength has been greatly affected, and at most he is equivalent to a Shin-level warrior. And Lu Chang's words were even more tragic, like a 3-year-old child. Even an average adult man can easily control this strength. At this critical moment, Lu Rong quickly activated his special abilities. He condensed into a series of earth walls, covering his shadow. Swish swish swish. The wall appeared, but the giant sword easily shattered it. Lu Rong took advantage of this gap and ran out with Lu Chang. However, Lu Rong's escape was still a little slow. The giant sword still pierced Lu Rong's shadow for a moment. Lu Rong's appearance shrank again and he became a child about 10 years old. After his body shrank, Lu Rong's strength also became much weaker. "Where can you run to?" There was a look of disdain in the Shadow Lord's eyes. At this time, Lu Rong was just a 10-year-old boy. His strength was not even at the Shen level, at most the Huang level. If the Shadow Lord wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing an ant. But the Shadow Lord did not do so, because the Shadow Lord wanted to tease him and have some fun. The Shadow Lord has been here for more than half a year and has never seen anyone. Today he finally met a few humans. He didn't want to kill them so easily. The Shadow Lord rushed out and grabbed his greatsword again. Then, he threw it towards Lu Rong and Lu Chang again. "Stop!" Zhang Xinyue roared loudly in anger, rushed to the front of the Shadow Lord and tried to stop him. But the Shadow Lord didn't give Zhang Xinyue this opportunity at all. One hand condensed into a giant shadow sword and swept out with a sword. He easily repelled Zhang Xinyue, and at the same time, the giant metal sword in his hand was directly projected onto Lu Rong's shadow. Lu Rong was extremely weak at this time. His strength was at most yellow level, and he had no way to dodge. When the shadow was stabbed, it escaped from the range of the giant sword again. His body shrank again and he became a child of 7 or 8 years old. The Shadow Lord's face was filled with excitement as he attacked again. "Damn it!" Zhang Xinyue was so angry that she roared loudly and attacked the Shadow Lord frantically. But Zhang Xinyue, who was only at the 4th level of the innate realm, can't threaten the 5th level and 6th level Shadow Lord at all. While facing Zhang Xinyue, the Shadow Lord continued to throw his giant metal sword. Huff huff huff. Lu Rong was so tired that he was out of breath. At this moment, he had become a child about 5 years old. Lu Rong and Lu Chang felt extremely aggrieved. They had never been so embarrassed before. "Hateful!" Zhang Xinyue roared in anger. He directly took out a bottle of blood red potion from his storage ring. Frenzy potion. Lu Rong, Lu Chang, Ling Tian Tian and others recognized the red potion at a glance. The Berserk potion, if swallowed, can temporarily triple your combat power, but it will destroy your potential and foundation. If the backlash is mild, the cultivation level will regress and it will take several months to recover. In serious cases, it may lead to the inability to improve one's cultivation throughout one's life. I'm going to fight you. Zhang Xinyue is almost crazy. And the Shadow Lord seemed to realize that the potion in Zhang Xinyue's hand was not simple. Girl, I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Then, a terrifying aura erupted. Zhang Xinyue looked at Ling Tian and shouted loudly, Ling Tian, take the two of them away. I'll cover their retreat. As she said that, Zhang Xinyue prepared to swallow the frenzy potion. However, in just this instant, shadow spears condensed in the air above the hall. In less than half a breath, hundreds of shadow spears appeared. The Shadow Lord roared. Zhang Xinyue didn't even have time to swallow her frenzy potion. Hundreds of spears poured down from the void like a rainstorm. Zhang Xinyue didn't have time to use the Berserk potion. He immediately activated his wood-based ability. Under his feet were Ling Tian and the others. A huge wooden shield emerged, blocked the attack of the shadow spear. The sound of a huge explosion continued to echo in everyone's ears. The wooden shields continued to collapse. The entire hall floor became a mess. However, with Zhang Xinyue's efforts, they were able to resist the attack of the Shadow Lord. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! But I just let out a breath. Swish swish swish. Zhang Xinyue saw that the world around her seemed to have become bigger. The Shadow Lord's body seemed to be getting taller and taller. Go! Zhang Xinyue, your shadow was hit. At this moment Ling Tian reminded loudly. Zhang Xinyue was stunned. He saw a shadow spear nailed on his own shadow. Zhang Xinyue was dumbfounded. In just a few breaths, her body had shrunk to the size of an 11 or 12-year-old. Zhang Xinyue quickly dodged, but when I completely avoided it. Looking at my appearance, I only look like I'm 7 or 8 years old. Boom boom boom. Ha 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 ha. The Shadow Lord laughed triumphantly. You idiots, do you think that if you dodge my giant sword, my ability will be ineffective? The giant sword is my weapon, not my innate ability. My innate ability is therefore attached to any form of attack. How can you rely on external forces to develop your innate abilities? You're such an idiot. It's over. At this time, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Chang and Lu Rong all looked extremely pale. Tears kept welling up in my eyes. Even Ling Tian didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the Shadow Lord's supernatural power. After all, Ling Tian had to rescue Lu Chang and Lu Rong. If he hadn't rescued them just now, Lu Chang and Lu Rong would have been dead. What? As a result, Ling Tian's own shadow was also hit, shrinking to the size of a 12-year-old child. Now Ling Tian and his team of 4. The oldest one looks to be Ling Tian, who is 12 years old and 1.5 meters tall. Zhang Xinyue looks about 7 years old, Lu Rong is 5 years old, and Lu Chang is the worst, he is only 3 years old. The minds of the three of them seem to be affected by the shrinking of their bodies. I immediately burst into tears out of despair. It's over, it's over. We've all become little kids. How can we fight the Shadow Lord? Wah! Lu Chang immediately burst into tears. Ling Tian was speechless for a while. Shut up, we haven't lost yet. After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was stunned. The Shadow Lord looked at Ling Tian and the others with disdain. You 4 have all turned into little brats. I can easily kill you with just one finger. Why are you pretending? Are you pretending? After hearing the words of the Shadow Lord, Ling Tian remained calm. Yeah? Ling Tian smiled slightly. Then, he took out the spirit stones from his storage ring. There are densely packed runes on the spirit stone. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. He looked at Ling Tian in confusion, not knowing what Ling Tian was going to do. The Shadow Lord looked at Ling Tian with disdain. Boy, are you going to hand over your treasure to me? Don't think I will let you go just because you give me something. As long as I kill you, your things will still belong to me. Ling Tian looked at the Shadow Lord as if he were an idiot. Who said I was going to give you a treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian threw out the ores and spirit stones engraved with runes in his hands. At the same time, he crushed one of the spirit stones. All the spirit stones and minerals fell into the 9 corners of the hall. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light flashed. I saw formation runes appearing one after another. The array runes were densely intertwined together, dancing in the void. In less than a breath of time, thousands of formation runes appeared. It only took 3 breaths. The countless array runes formed a huge array barrier. It enveloped the entire hall. At the moment when the formation barrier was completely formed, Ling Tian, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang all felt as if an invisible shackle had disappeared from their bodies. The body size grew rapidly. It only took less than a breath. Whether it was Ling Tian or Zhang Xinyue, the other 3 returned to their original appearance. It's a supernatural power suppression formation. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, Lu Chang and others reacted. He roared loudly in shock. They were both excited and surprised. The exciting thing is that their bodies have returned to normal. As for what was surprising, of course, was that Ling Tian actually knew about formations. Ling Tian actually carved out out a supernatural power suppression formation that even a formation master would find difficult to carve and set up in a short period of time. Lu Rong and the other three are all very familiar with the supernatural power suppression formation because they are all soldiers in the military. There is a trial maze in almost every war zone, and each trial maze contains a supernatural power suppression formation. As long as they enter the trial maze, they will be suppressed by the formation, which will make it impossible for them to use their own special abilities. Ling Tian also smiled slightly, feeling that he was at his best. Fortunately, when I participated in the Western Joint Examination, I learned the ability suppression formation in the trial maze. Otherwise, I would have really fallen here today. So, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. After seeing Ling Tian and the other three return to normal, the Shadow Lord fell into confusion. What happened? Why did you recover? Ling Tian smiled slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. How could you possibly understand human wisdom? It seems that the Shadow Lord is still not convinced. Continuous choices drive one's own supernatural powers, but I found that it didn't work at all. It was as if an invisible shackle had been placed on my body. It restrained his own supernatural powers, making it impossible for him to establish any connection with them. How could this happen? Where's my superpower? Why did my superpower disappear? The Shadow Lord roared loudly in anxiety, but the expressions of Ling Tian and the other three turned ugly. His expression was extremely cold just when the Shadow Lord was shocked. In Ling Tian's hand, the soul-devouring blade appeared. The infinite skyfire erupted, and a powerful aura swept across the surroundings. An extremely powerful heat wave and sharp sword energy erupted from the soul-devouring sword. Ling Tian took a step forward and swung his soul-devouring sword. 9th level fiery slash. The 8 wastelands are destroyed. A knife chopped out, and in an instant, a huge flaming blade of energy tens of meters long appeared. The space was rapidly distorting as if it was going to swallow up the space. The sound of the sound barrier breaking echoed all around. The Shadow Lord had no time to react or dodge. Rumble! Ah! The Shadow Lord roared in pain. More than 70% of the bones in his body had cracks. It was just this moment. Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang all jumped high at the same time. Unleash your full strength attack. The powerful attack was like 3 meteors, falling straight down from the void in an instant. The powerful pressure caused the air to cave in like the mouth of a bull. The Shadow Lord felt the threat of death. However, as soon as I looked up, I found it was too late. When the Shadow Lord is unable to use his innate abilities, his strength is at most equivalent to that of a 5th order, 5th level ferocious beast. Now facing the full force attack of the 3 innate masters, how can he resist? Rumble! Accompanied by a huge explosion, the Shadow Lord took all the attacks from the 3 men. His body finally reached its limit and instantly turned into hundreds of broken bones. At this moment, the entire war zone broadcast a message. Congratulations to Ling Tian, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang, the 4-person team, for breaking through the Cursed Abyss and setting the fastest clearance record, 2 hours and 32 minutes. Congratulations to Ling Tian, Lu Rong, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Chang, the 4-person team, for breaking through the Cursed Abyss and setting the fastest clearance record, 2 hours and 32 minutes. The sound of the broadcast echoed in every corner of the war zone. General Wang Tong, who was in the office, was stunned after hearing the news. What? You cleared the game in just 2 hours and 32 minutes? General Wang Tang felt incredible. You know, that's an S-level secret realm, although the Cursed Abyss is a secret realm that can be passed in a straight line. But the entire abyss was shrouded in darkness, and mental power could not be used. There is absolutely no way to tell the direction. If you walk along the mountain wall, you will find countless caves of ferocious beasts, although you can reach the end and find the final overlord beast by walking along the mountain wall. However, they will be attacked by ferocious beasts one after another along the way. It will take a long time to pass the level. Even if General Wang Tang personally entered the Cursed Abyss, it will probably take more than 10 hours to complete the game. But now Ling Tian and the others broke the record easily. You know, before this, the fastest time recorded to pass the Cursed Abyss was about 11 hours. However, now Ling Tian and his team have easily broken the record. Ling Tian, what on earth did you do again? Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 are members of his team, and are Grandmaster level warriors brought out by General Wang Tang himself. General Wang Tang knew very well how capable they were. He knew very well that Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 definitely did not have the ability to pass through the Cursed Abyss so quickly. The reason why the record was broken was definitely closely related to Ling Tian. The announcement on the radio shocked all the soldiers in the entire war zone. Cheerful music played. Today is a good day. At this time, Ling Tian and the others did not know that they had broken the record. Instead, he walked towards the throne of the Shadow Lord. Then, I saw a treasure chest behind the throne. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all. He opened the treasure chest directly. Suddenly, 10 pitch-black heart-shaped fruits appeared in everyone's sight. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. Abyss fruit. After Zhang Xinyue and the others saw the fruit, they shouted excitedly. The fruit of the abyss is a natural treasure that is a specialty of the Cursed Abyss. Growing in the most hidden places place of the cursed abyss. The abyss fruit is an S-level, top-grade treasure from heaven and earth. Swallowing one pill will bring about a huge improvement for the masters in the innate realm. An abyss fruit can give a warrior above the third level of innateness a 70% chance of breaking through to a smaller level. Of course, the strongest innate strongman has a smaller probability of breaking through after taking the abyss fruit. Unexpectedly, this Shadow Lord actually collected 10 abyss fruits by himself. Facing the abyss fruit, Ling Tian remained calm. After all, Ling Tian has seen too many good things. Compared to the hidden secret realm key in his hand, the hidden level of the cursed abyss, the 10 abyss fruits in front of him were just appetizers for Ling Tian. Ling Tian directly took out 6 abyss fruits and handed them to Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang. 10 abyss fruits, 4 for me and 2 for each of you 3. Is that okay? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 showed excitement in their eyes. Looking at Ling Tian with gratitude, he said, Ling Tian, if you are really willing to give us 2 abyss fruits, 1 will be fine too. They knew very well that if it weren't for Ling Tian, it was impossible for them to reach the hall in just over 2 hours. It is even more impossible to kill the Shadow Lord. Ling Tian just saved their lives. They even felt that even if they did not accompany Ling Tian to the cursed abyss this time, Ling Tian can successfully pass through the cursed abyss secret realm alone. Ling Tian said calmly, just take it if I tell you to. It's useless even if I have so many abyss fruits. You should know that the effect of natural treasures of the same quality will be greatly reduced after taking them 3 times. Therefore, even if Ling Tian wanted more abyss fruits, it would be of no use. Afterwards, Zhang Xinyue and the other 2 happily put away the abyss fruit. Ling Tian said, eat the abyss fruit first. The treasures in the permanent secret realm cannot be taken out. As he spoke, Ling Tian directly stuffed an abyss fruit to his mouth and swallowed it in 2 bites. In an instant, a powerful wave of air burst out from Ling Tian's body. His aura surged, and his cultivation level directly rose from the 5th level of the earth grade to the 6th level of the earth grade. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in confusion. Ling Tian, what the hell? After swallowing the abyss fruit, do I only have 2 seconds left? It was actually refined like this? This made them feel incredible. Just when everyone had not yet calmed down from the shock, Ling Tian picked up another abyss fruit and swallowed it. Another powerful wave of air spread out from Ling Tian's body. His cultivation level improved again, but Ling Tian looked calm and composed. It was like doing something extremely ordinary. It seemed so peaceful. He swallowed the 3rd and 4th abyss fruits in succession. Bang bang! Ling Tian's aura burst out, and his clothes fluttered. His cultivation level was directly raised to the 9th level of the earth realm. What the hell is this? Zhang Xinyue and the other 2 roared in shock. He looked at Ling Tian as if he were a monster. Boom! Ling Tian, don't tell me you absorbed the power of the abyss fruit so easily and broke through? Ling Tian nodded calmly, looking very natural. Not bad. Any questions? What? Looking at Ling Tian's self-assured look, Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 felt like they were about to vomit blood. It was the first time they saw someone speak of a breakthrough as if it was a matter of course. Lu Rong couldn't stand anymore and grabbed Ling Tian's collar. Ling Tian, how did you do it? Even if we refined the power of an abyss fruit, it would be impossible. That would take at least half a month, or even a month, while you only have 1 second to absorb and refine one. Bang! Are you sure you're not kidding us? Are we dreaming? Lu Chang and Zhang Xinyue also looked at Ling Tian in shock. Ling Tian smiled faintly. This is probably the additional ability brought to me by my innate ability, extraordinary absorption. Extraordinary absorption? Zhang Xinyue and the other 2 looked at Ling Tian curiously. Extraordinary absorption means that I can absorb and refine the treasures of heaven and earth, and the medicinal power of the elixir will increase dramatically. As long as I swallow anything of S-grade quality, I can absorb and refine it instantly. Cheat, this is definitely a cheat. Ling Tian, have you awakened the system? Lu Rong grabbed Ling Tian's collar and roared loudly with great excitement. Ling Tian looked helpless. What kind of system is this? Have you read too many novels? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Rong and the other 2 still couldn't calm down completely. Looking at the 3 people making a fuss, Ling Tian felt helpless. In fact, Ling Tian did not tell the truth completely, because no matter what level of things Ling Tian takes, he can quickly absorb and refine them. Lu Rong looked at Ling Tian excitedly. Ling Tian, doesn't that mean that as long as you have enough natural resources and treasures, you can reach the level of Xiantian Grandmaster within a day? Ling Tian shook his head. Impossible. Continuous breakthroughs will cause the foundation to loosen. If I don't focus on breakthroughs and ignore my foundation will collapse, my cultivation will regress, and all my efforts will be wasted. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Lu Rong and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. But I still can't calm down completely. Lu Rong and the other 3 also swallowed their own abyss fruits. Ling Tian, Lord Wangtang has already told us about your situation. Let us accompany you to the hidden level. Don't worry, we will never take away your rewards or opportunities. We are only responsible for your safety. Ling Tian nodded lightly. He also did not allow Lu Rong and the others to absorb and refine the abyss fruit. A master who has reached the innate realm has a special ability. That is, the natural treasures swallowed can store energy in the Chi Hai Dantian. Refine it slowly, even if you ignore it for a short period of time. That power will not disappear. After all, if the three of them could fully refine the two abyss fruits, it is estimated to take more than a month or even more than 2 months. Ling Tian didn't have that much time to wait. Ling Tian directly took out his key to the hidden secret realm. At the moment when the key to the hidden secret realm appeared, the key to the hidden secret realm began to vibrate as if it was summoned. Then, an extremely dazzling golden light emanated from the entire key. The key to the hidden secret realm quickly slipped out of Ling Tian's control. It floated up, then went to the throne of the Shadow Lord, and finally embedded itself on the throne. Click! The Shadow Throne began to shake. Rumble! Then, the Shadow Throne slowly began to move. After a while, Ling Tian and the others saw a huge underground passage under the Shadow Throne. Above the passage, there is a powerful defensive formation barrier. At this time, the defensive formation barrier gradually disappeared. Zhang Xinyue and the others all looked excited and expectant, because it was their first time entering the hidden level of the secret realm. Zhang Xinyue and the other two followed Ling Tian into the passage, walking in the dark and deep underground passage. It took about 5 minutes to walk. They saw a huge space in front of them. That space is different from other places in the cursed abyss. Instead, it flickered with the light of flames. It illuminates the entire space. Ling Tian and the others quickened their pace and soon arrived at the huge space. I saw it in the hidden level space. There is a huge sarcophagus. Just when Ling Tian and the others entered the space, rumble! The lid of the sarcophagus opened quickly. Boom! In an instant, a powerful and terrifying aura filled the entire space. A dark wave of air, like a torrent, swept across the entire space. In an instant, the entire space was flooded. Ling Tian, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang were all stunned. They only felt an aura of despair, madness, and violence enveloping them. They had no way to resist the terrifying aura. What's going on? Everyone was terrified. At this moment, a thick black gas rose from the huge sarcophagus. The black gas gradually changed into the shape of a skull. It's a soul body. In an instant, Zhang Xinyue and the others were almost in despair. The soul body can only be left behind by a ferocious beast that has reached at least the 7th level. Although only the soul remains, it still poses a threat to their lives. The huge skeleton soul gradually became clear, with a crown on its head. He exudes the aura of a majestic emperor. That aura, like an invisible waterfall, descended from the sky and crushed Zhang Xinyue, Ling Tian and the other 4 people. The 4 people felt like they were suffocating. It seemed that he couldn't even breathe normally. Even Ling Tian felt apprehensive. Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang all had their hair standing on end. In an instant, my whole body was drenched in sweat. Reason told Ling Tian that the terrifying monster in front of him was not something he and his companions could deal with. Withdraw! Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and yelled at Zhang Xinyue and the others. However, just when Ling Tian and the others were about to leave, the huge skeleton soul body waved its arms. In an instant, countless dark tentacles grew out from the ground. It directly entangled Ling Tian and the other 4 people. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just at this moment, Ling Tian immediately activated his infinite skyfire, trying to melt these dark tentacles. Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 were also struggling frantically. I want to find a way to break free from these tentacles. However, Zhang Xinyue and the others had no idea what to do. The dark tentacles were extremely strong. Even if they used all their strength, they still couldn't shake it at all. On the contrary, Ling Tian's infinite skyfire can slowly melt those dark tentacles. But just when Ling Tian was about to melt those dark tentacles, some new dark tentacles will wrap around Ling Tian's body, completely controlled the actions of Ling Tian and the other 4. The skeleton soul slowly moved towards Ling Tian and the other 3. It's over. I felt the cold and terrifying aura from the dark skeleton soul. The 4 people were almost in despair. Ling Tian even felt that although the opponent was just a soul, even if he used all his strength, even if you use all your trump cards, it will be very difficult to defeat him. Ling Tian remained calm, his brain working rapidly, thinking of ways to escape from here. It's at this time, the skeleton soul has arrived in front of Ling Tian and the others. Zhang Xinyue even closed her eyes in despair. However, the skeleton soul did not rush to attack Ling Tian. Instead, he slowly spoke, "Humans, welcome to my cemetery. Let me introduce myself. My name is the Curse King." The Cursed King. After hearing this name, Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 trembled violently. They are not unfamiliar with this name. 30 years ago, the Curse King came to Blue Star from another world. Hundreds of thousands of people have been slaughtered, even though the Curse King is only at the peak of the 7th level. However, his fighting ability is comparable to that of a strong man at the Martial Saint level. It took the Dragon Kingdom sending out 3 powerful warriors at the Martial Saint level to kill the Cursed King. Unexpectedly, the Cursed King was not completely dead. Surprisingly, there are still some residual souls left in the Cursed Abyss. Although the Curse King's strength at this time was less than 1,000th of his peak period. It was very easy for him to kill them. The Curse King spoke lightly. Don't be nervous. Being here isn't a misfortune for you. On the contrary, it's your opportunity. The power of this remnant soul of mine is almost exhausted, and I need your help. I want to make a deal with you. As long as you are willing to contribute 1/3 of your soul to me to repair your soul and body, I will give you strength and make you the strongest among humans. I can also grant you the magical skills of my undead race. How about that? After hearing what the Curse King said, Ling Tian and the other three refused without even thinking. Impossible. We will not contribute our souls. They knew very well that the Curse King wanted their souls in order to repair his own souls, thus getting a chance to be reborn. They naturally would not give the Curse King this opportunity, otherwise once the Curse King was resurrected, then countless people on Blue Star will suffer, and once they have contributed their souls, they will become slaves of the Cursed King and lose their freedom. 1/3 of a soul doesn't sound like a lot. However, it is absolutely fatal. Once you hand it over, the other party can not only control your behavior and thoughts, even if you are thousands of miles away, you can easily kill it with that 1/3 of its soul. By then, Ling Tian and the others will have no control over what they do. Humans, I am giving you the opportunity to become higher beings. As long as you become my slaves and contribute your souls, I will rule the earth from now on. You are the heroes, you will be second to none and above everyone else. Do you understand? Ling Tian looked at the Curse King coldly. I said, we will not surrender. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Zhang Xinyue and the other three also nodded in agreement. The Curse King was angry. He would not forcibly take the souls of Ling Tian and the others unless he had no other choice, because at this time the soul of the Curse King was in an extremely weak state. You will not be able to control your own strength at all if you use too much force. Maybe not only will he be unable to seize Ling Tian and the others' souls, but he might even end up making things worse and destroying Ling Tian and the others' souls. However, if Ling Tian and the others are really unwilling to cooperate, the King of Curses doesn't mind using force to force them to sacrifice their souls. After thinking about this, the Curse King's murderous intent became even stronger. Human, I'm giving you one last chance. Will you volunteer to sacrifice your souls, or will you let me do it myself? Ling Tian had already guessed at this time that the Curse King had no absolute certainty of taking their souls. Cursed Lord, if you really had the ability to easily take our souls, you would have done it long ago. If you want to do something, do it quickly and stop talking nonsense with us. Court death. He could see that the Curse King was furious. The four humans in front of him would not give up their souls no matter what. I originally wanted to give you a chance to live, but now it seems you don't need it. The moment the words fell, the body of the Cursed King quickly twisted. It was like it had turned into a huge black hole. In an instant, Ling Tian and the other three felt a strange pulling force spread over their bodies. They only felt that their mental strength was being rapidly consumed. In less than a few breaths, Zhang Xinyue and the other three felt dizzy. Mental strength is equivalent to the defense of the soul. Once the mental strength is exhausted, the soul is equivalent to losing its defense. The soul becomes very fragile at this time. What the Curse King has to do now is to gradually drain the mental strength of Ling Tian and the others. In this way, it will become very easy to take their souls. Of course, the Cursed King also has risks. That is, if the Curse King's mental power is exhausted first, then he would have no power at all, and even the worst yellow-level warrior would be able to kill the Curse King. Of course, the Curse King was sure that such a thing would not happen. Among the four people including Ling Tian, the strongest is only at the 6th level of the innate realm. He is the King of Curses, and at his peak state, he is comparable to a martial saint. Although he is very weak now, it is still beyond the imagination of Ling Tian, Zhang Xinyue, and the other three. Ling Tian, Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang's bodies were shaking constantly. They struggled madly, want to get rid of the consumption of mental energy, but those dark tentacles were tightly wrapped around their bodies. There is no way for them to escape. I could only feel that my mental strength was disappearing bit by bit. His expression gradually became ugly, but Ling Tian still remained calm, and he activated the insight of his twin pupils of destruction. It was discovered that the Curse King could only use mental attacks at this time, although the dark tentacles wrapped around his body have turned into substance. However, Ling Tian knew that it was still the manifestation of mental power. If it was a competition of mental power consumption, Ling Tian might not be afraid of the Curse King. Accompanied by a powerful pulling force, it continuously drained the mental power of Ling Tian and the others. It only took less than a minute. Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, and Lu Chang all felt dizzy. My body felt weak and my mind became hazy. However, Ling Tian still stood there, motionless. It seems that it has not been affected much at all. The Curse King looked at Ling Tian with shock in his eyes. You know, Ling Tian is the weakest among the four people. It was only the 9th level of the Earth grade, but Zhang Xinyue and the other three had already fallen. Ling Tian was already standing, which shocked the Curse King. Such a powerful mental force, such a strong soul. The Curse King became excited. It It is obvious that Ling Tian is only a 9th level Earth level warrior. But at this time, the Curse King felt that Ling Tian's soul essence was very powerful.
The stronger the soul, the stronger the mental power.
The strength of Ling Tian's soul and mental power is at least 10 times that of Lu Chang, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Rong.
This excited the Curse King. If he could completely devour Ling Tian's soul, he would probably be able to be resurrected on the spot.
Boy, it's you.
I'm going to devour your soul. The Curse King roared excitedly, and then turned into a huge black hole.
It enveloped Ling Tian's head. The black hole continued to deform, as if it had turned into a huge millstone.
As Ling Tian's mental strength was consumed, he quickly condensed a mental barrier. The mental defense barrier completely covered Ling Tian's body. The Curse King continued to wear away his strength, and the barrier was also weakening little by little.
Oh, soon, half an hour passed. However, Ling Tian still stood there, motionless. Lu Rong, Lu Chang, Zhang Xinyue and others were all shocked. I didn't expect Ling Tian's mental strength to be so strong.
Under the wear and tear of the Curse King, the three of them could no longer hold on for just 1 minute.
But Ling Tian actually held on for an hour without falling down.
Click, click, click.
At this moment, cracks appeared on Ling Tian's mental defense barrier. With a crisp sound, Ling Tian's mental defense barrier collapsed. Ling Tian's body began to shake.
I'll swallow you.
The Curse King was filled with excitement.
His body shrank to the size of a palm and rushed towards Ling Tian's head.
It was just a blink of an eye. The Curse King completely sank into Ling Tian's head.
After seeing this scene, Zhang Xinyue and the other two yelled in worry. After the Curse King entered Ling Tian's body, Zhang Xinyue and the other three felt that the pressure on their bodies disappeared. It was at this moment that the King of Curses entered Ling Tian's spiritual world. Zhang Xinyue frowned and looked at Ling Tian, who was standing there. At this time, Ling Tian had his eyes closed and did not move.
What's wrong with him? Lu Rong's face was solemn. The Curse King has entered Ling Tian's spiritual world and wants to devour Ling Tian's soul. What should we do? How can we help Ling Tian? Lu Rong shook his head helplessly. I can't help. Now I can only rely on Ling Tian himself.
If Ling Tian is strong enough, maybe he can avoid being devoured by the Curse King.
At the same time, in Ling Tian's spiritual world,
the Curse King saw Ling Tian's soul. Ling Tian's soul was shining with 9-colored light, and its intensity and essence were incredibly high.
The Curse King was shaking with excitement, because he felt the essence of Ling Tian's soul, which was terrifyingly powerful.
I'm afraid that even an ordinary martial saint may not be able to compare with Ling Tian's soul.
He didn't know how Ling Tian possessed such a powerful soul. Obviously, Ling Tian is just a small 9th level Earth level warrior.
But Ling Tian knew clearly that he had survived 2 lives. Although he reversed time and space, his strength regressed to when he was 17 years old.
Ling Tian.
However, the essence of the soul will not change. In his previous life, Ling Tian's strength had already reached the top of the world, so it is normal for Ling Tian to have a powerful soul now. The Curse King laughed crazily.
Hahaha boy, you really know how to surprise me. You actually have such a powerful soul.
If I swallow you, not only will I be resurrected, but my strength will even reach a new level. The Curse King no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Ling Tian. Its body became huge and it opened its mouth, as if it could swallow Ling Tian's soul into its stomach in one gulp.
Bang!
The Curse King was about to devour Ling Tian. His body hit a barrier heavily, and that barrier was the spiritual defense barrier condensed by Ling Tian.
And the level of that mental defense barrier is very high.
He directly blocked the Curse King, leaving him with no way to deal with Ling Tian.
Ling Tian looked at the Curse King with a smile on his face. I was really nervous just now. I didn't expect that you can only launch mental attacks in your current state. Sorry, I'm immune to all mental attacks. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the Curse King was stunned.
I soon felt relieved.
Indeed, Ling Tian's soul is so powerful that normal mental attacks cannot hurt him at all. The Curse King glared at Ling Tian. So what if you're immune? The prerequisite for immunity is that you must have sufficient mental strength to support it. As long as I consume all your mental energy, I can still easily devour you.
He didn't believe that Ling Tian, a mere Earth-level warrior, could have a spiritual capacity comparable to his own. As soon as he finished speaking, the King of Curses immediately condensed his spiritual flame. The black spiritual flame, with its terrifying aura, instantly spread throughout Ling Tian's spiritual world.
Endless spiritual flames continuously refined Ling Tian's spiritual defense barrier. In the outside world, Zhang Xinyue and the others felt it clearly. Powerful spiritual fluctuations continuously emanated from Ling Tian's body.
The mental fluctuations only impacted them. It made them feel like they had a splitting headache and they had no way to resist. Zhang Xinyue and the others looked at Ling Tian in shock.
How did Ling Tian hold out for so long against the Curse King's terrifying mental attack?
The three people clearly felt that Ling Tian and the Curse King's mental power were constantly colliding with each other.
Zhang Xinyue said, "It seems like this is a tug-of-war. Whoever perseveres first will win."
Lu Chang and Lu Rong both nodded, but their expressions were extremely ugly, because they
they all don't think highly of Ling Tian. Although Ling Tian appeared to be very powerful and extraordinary, but Ling Tian is still just an earth-level warrior. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding space was slightly distorted, and the mental powers of Ling Tian and the Cursed King were constantly colliding. Soon, a whole day had passed. At this time, the spiritual defense barrier in Ling Tian's spiritual world was already covered with dense cracks. It looked like it would collapse at any moment, and was already riddled with holes. The expressions of Zhang Xinyue and the other three people were extremely ugly. It's over, Ling Tian can't hold on any longer. In the spiritual world, the spiritual flame of the Cursed King turned into a huge fireball. With the terrifying momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea, he rushed towards Ling Tian. "Break it for me!" the Cursed King shouted loudly. It seemed that the huge spiritual fireball was about to completely shatter Ling Tian's spiritual defense barrier. Ling Tian, who was outside the spiritual world, took out a bottle of potion from his storage ring. "Swallow it directly into your mouth." Gurgle gurgle. As the medicine went down his throat. Boom! Powerful mental fluctuations instantly burst out from Ling Tian's body. In just a moment, Ling Tian's mental strength recovered to its peak state. Not only that, the mental defense barrier that was on the verge of collapse and full of holes was also repaired in an instant. Rumble! The spiritual fireball hit the spiritual defense barrier, causing ripples. However, it did not cause any effect on the mental defense barrier. Feeling Ling Tian's surging mental power, the Cursed King roared in shock. "How is this possible? You actually have the mysterious spiritual fluid." The Cursed King roared loudly. While the Cursed King was devouring Ling Tian's soul, he was also paying attention to the movements in the outside world. Just now, Ling Tian took the Xianling spiritual liquid when his mental strength was about to be exhausted. Xianling spiritual fluid is an SSS-level spiritual treasure. It is something that even a martial saint-level warrior would extremely desire to obtain. However, Ling Tian actually possessed such a heaven-defying thing. It is also used to replenish mental strength, and the Cursed King is almost insane. For the Cursed King, this is a complete waste of resources. However, Ling Tian sneered, "It seems that it's not that easy for you to devour me." Although, like breakthrough-type pills, the effect of Xianling spiritual liquid will disappear after being swallowed 3 times. However, the effect of the disappearance of the Xianling spiritual fluid is only to allow the mental power to break through. Even if you take it multiple times, your mental power won't be able to break through, but it can still be used as a potion to restore mental power. A bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid is enough to allow Ling Tian, whose mental strength has been exhausted, to instantly restore his mental strength to its peak state at least 3 times. That's why Ling Tian is so confident at this moment. Don't look at it. The Cursed King's mental power is so huge that it far exceeds Ling Tian's. But if we really compare with Ling Tian and see who can consume it, Ling Tian may not be afraid of the Cursed King. Damn it! I'm at the peak of the 7th level. Do you think you can turn defeat into victory with just a bottle of Xianling spiritual fluid? The Cursed King roared loudly. However, Ling Tian remained calm and did not panic at all. He looked at the Cursed King as if he were looking at a clown. Whoosh whoosh. The Cursed King's spiritual power turned into spiritual flames, constantly burning in Ling Tian's spiritual world, devouring and dissolving Ling Tian's spiritual defense bit by bit. Zhang Xinyue, Lu Rong, Lu Chang, and others outside the spiritual world were extremely nervous. Staring at Ling Tian intently, the 3 men clenched their fists. They all knew the current situation between themselves and Ling Tian. They are now in a situation where they share the same fate with Ling Tian. Their mental strength was almost completely consumed by the Cursed King. They wouldn't even have the strength to stand up if it weren't for the Cursed King wanting to save their lives, devour their souls, and they would have been dead long ago. If Ling Tian failed, his soul would be devoured by the Cursed King. The Cursed King's next goal is to devour the souls of all 3 of them. Time passed day by day, and soon, 3 days had passed. Everyone heard the roar of the Cursed King constantly coming out of Ling Tian's body. Every time, Ling Tian's mental strength was about to be exhausted, Ling Tian will instantly absorb the power of the Xianling spiritual fluid deposited in his body. Ling Tian's mental strength recovered to its peak state in an instant. Today was the 3rd time that Ling Tian had restored his mental strength from a depleted state to its peak. The Cursed King never thought that he would be able to deal with a human being whose realm was only equivalent to that of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. It is so difficult that 3 days have passed and there is no progress at all. Whoosh whoosh. Powerful mental fluctuations continuously erupted from Ling Tian's body. It's almost day 5. This is the 5th day of the mental tug-of-war between Ling Tian and the Cursed King. Ling Tian's mental power was almost exhausted, and his mental defense barrier was covered with dense cracks. The King of Curses also felt that there was no trace of the mysterious spiritual fluid in Ling Tian's body. That is to say, the bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid that Ling Tian had taken before. It has been completely consumed. The Cursed King roared excitedly, "Little bastard, you've finally reached the end this time. Your Xianling spiritual fluid has been used up. As long as I break your defense, your soul will become my food." The Cursed King roared loudly in excitement. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. At that very moment, the Curse King condensed a huge spiritual sword in Ling Tian's spiritual world. The Curse King was confident that his spiritual giant sword could directly cut through Ling Tian's defense. Gurgle gurgle. However, at the moment when the giant spiritual sword fell, Ling Tian outside the spiritual world took out another bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid. In an instant, powerful mental fluctuations burst out from Ling Tian's body. The mental strength that had been exhausted was instantly restored to its peak. The spiritual defense barrier that was covered with countless cracks was repaired instantly. Rumble. The giant spiritual sword hit Ling Tian's spiritual defense barrier and shattered instantly. Ling Tian was still standing, without suffering any harm at all. The Curse King, who was originally very excited, suddenly froze in expression and couldn't help but roar loudly. What the hell? The Curse King roared loudly and looked at Ling Tian in disbelief. Xianling spiritual liquid is a medicinal liquid made from supernatural treasures. Even when I was in peak condition, it was impossible to get a bottle. But now Ling Tian actually took the Xianling spiritual liquid as a medicine to restore his mental strength. Such a good stuff. After Ling Tian used up a bottle, there was still some left. Fa. The Curse King cursed loudly. The Curse King was also feeling extremely uncomfortable at this time, because his mental strength was less than half left. The Curse King was a little panicked. He thought, as long as Ling Tian still had 2 bottles of Xianling spirit liquid, then there is no need to be afraid or waste yourself. He hesitated, wondering whether he should continue to fight with Ling Tian, because, if he uses up all his mental power before Ling Tian does, then he would be the one to die. This is Ling Tian's spiritual world. The reason why the Curse King dared to rush into Ling Tian's spiritual world unscrupulously and devour Ling Tian's soul. He relies on himself, whose mental strength is dozens of times stronger than Ling Tian's. If his mental strength is as strong as Ling Tian's, he would never rush into Ling Tian's spiritual world. In the end, the Curse King gritted his teeth and chose to continue devouring Ling Tian. He has been in Ling Tian's spiritual world for 5 full days. It would be a pity to give up now. Besides, Ling Tian was able to obtain 2 bottles of something of the level of Xianling spiritual liquid, which meant that he was possessed by the European Emperor of Blue Star. He didn't believe that Ling Tian had more. The Curse King once again activated his mental power, turning it into flames, continuously burning Ling Tian's mental defense barrier. Time passed quickly, and soon, 10 days had passed. Ling Tian's mental strength was finally running out. The Curse King looked at Ling Tian's soul excitedly. At this moment, the Curse King's mental capacity was less than 100% of what it was before he came to Ling Tian's spiritual world. But Ling Tian's mental strength has reached its limit. Victory belongs to you. The Curse King looked at Ling Tian excitedly. Boy. However, only 2 words were spoken. Ling Tian swallowed another bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid directly into his stomach. In an instant, Ling Tian's mental strength recovered from its exhausted state to its peak. The Curse King's expression was completely frozen, and he seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Fa. It took the Curse King more than 10 breaths before he roared loudly. Why? Why do you have so much Xianling spiritual fluid? Ling Tian smiled coldly and looked at the Curse King. Guess. The Curse King was completely panicked. The less than 30% of his remaining mental power could indeed consume all the mental power that Ling Tian could recover by taking the 3rd bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid. But by then, my mental strength might be exhausted. Then the gap between him and Ling Tian would be infinitely narrowed. If Ling Tian had not taken out the Xianling spiritual liquid before, the probability of swallowing Ling Tian by himself is as high as 99%. But now Ling Tian has taken 3 bottles of Xianling spiritual liquid. Then the chance of devouring Ling Tiancheng's kung fu is only 60%. There's even a 40% chance of failure. At that time, not only will the devouring fail, but there is also a possibility that it will be killed by Ling Tian, because he didn't dare to bet whether Ling Tian had the 4th bottle of Xianling spiritual fluid. If Ling Tian still has the 4th bottle, then I'm afraid I'm in trouble. The Curse King looked at Ling Tian. Suddenly he withdrew his mental power. He looked at Ling Tian and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. In the outside world, Zhang Xinyue and the other 2 heard the strange laughter of the Curse King coming from Ling Tian's body. All 3 of them looked nervous. Could it be that Ling Tian failed? But just when they were worried, the Curse King looked at Ling Tian and spoke loudly. Boy, what a thrilling battle of mental strength. You're truly amazing. It's getting late today, and I'm a little tired. Let's fight another day. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the Curse King increased his speed to the extreme. It flew out of Ling Tian's spiritual world. In an instant, Zhang Xinyue and the other 3 people outside the spiritual world were stunned. I still wonder if I heard it wrong. You have to know that he is the king of curses. At his peak, he is equivalent to a martial saint. Even the current strength is only only 1,000th of its peak strength. However, his mental strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary martial king, and is even comparable to that of a martial emperor. However, such a powerful Curse King actually gave in. Zheng Xinyue, Lu Chang, and Lu Rong all felt numb. How could anyone not be surprised and shocked that such a thing actually happened? At this moment, the Curse King in the spiritual world had already escaped to the edge of Ling Tian's spiritual world. He was about to rush out. Bang! However, the body of the Curse King hit hard on a mental barrier. The powerful recoil force made the Curse King feel dizzy. Ling Tian concentrated his mental power and turned it into walls. The walls continued to combine together and then became a mental cage. The Curse King was directly trapped in the mental cage. The Curse King was stunned for a moment. Boy, what do you mean by this? I've already given in, but you won't let me go? Ling Tian said lightly. What? You've been refining me for 10 days, and it feels so good. Now it's my turn, right? After hearing Ling Tian's words, the Curse King was completely stunned. Things change. This kid is going to kill himself completely. Before the Curse King could speak, Ling Tian immediately released the destructive spiritual flames from his eyes of destruction. Crash! Suddenly, the terrifying spiritual flame with a destructive and domineering aura rushed to the front of the Curse King. The Curse King was completely stunned by the burning. The Curse King quickly condensed a mental defense barrier. Asshole! Are you going to fight me to the death? Let me out! The Curse King roared while blocking Ling Tian's refining. But Ling Tian ignored the Curse King. Instead, it increases the output of the destructive black flame. Ah! The Curse King roared in pain. He felt the immense horror of Ling Tian's destructive black flames. His own spiritual defense barrier was refined and destroyed bit by Ling Tian. Ling Tian was not afraid at all. You know, Ling Tian had obtained 10 bottles of Xianling spiritual liquid before, although he gave 2 bottles to Qin Yu. But there are still 8 bottles. When he broke through to the earth level, his superpowers transformed and evolved into the twin eyes of destruction, and he took a bottle. Including the 2 bottles now, Ling Tian still has a total of 5 bottles. Ling Tian still has so much Xianling spiritual fluid as support. He wanted to refine the Curse King who had run into his spiritual world on his own. Isn't that an easy thing? If the King of Curses had not entered Ling Tian's spiritual world, with Ling Tian's current cultivation level, even if he has a stronger and more powerful mental strength, it is also impossible to release mental power to kill the Curse King. However, since the King of Curses has entered his spiritual world, Ling Tian is the master, and the King of Curses has completely walked into his own trap. Ah! The Curse King roared loudly, his expression extremely ugly. Boy, I was wrong. Let me out. I will give you the treasure in the secret realm. I will give you my 7th level peak beast core, and I will also give you the strongest martial arts and magical powers of our undead clan. The martial arts and magical powers of our undead clan are suitable for you humans to practice. They are SSS level magical powers. With such magical powers, ordinary martial saints and 8th level beasts are no match for me. But Ling Tian still ignored the roar of the Curse King. Continue to increase the output of your mental power. Let the Curse King wail continuously. Lu Rong, Zheng Xinyue, and Lu Chang were completely stunned after hearing this. That expression looked extremely exaggerated. It was like hearing the most incredible thing in the world. It has completely exceeded their imagination. The Curse King actually begged for mercy. They didn't understand how Ling Tian, a 9th level earth level warrior, could do it. Ah! The Curse King roared, and soon 15 days passed. Ling Tian's mental power has been exhausted, and the Curse King's mental power is less than 3% of what it was when he entered Ling Tian's mental world. The Curse King is so weak that he is now at the end of his strength. Like a candle in the wind, it seems like it will go out at any time. Ling Tian took out another bottle of Xianling spiritual liquid. It's over. The Curse King was completely confused. He didn't know. He couldn't understand where Ling Tian, an earth level warrior, got so much Xianling spiritual fluid. Ling Tian continued to increase his output, and the Curse King's mental power was refined bit by bit. Damn it, I've reached the end. The Curse King is in despair. He waited for several decades and recovered only 1,000th of his strength. After waiting for so long, humans finally entered here and had a chance to be resurrected. But he met the pervert Ling Tian. It would be fine if his mental strength and soul essence were far beyond that of ordinary people. The level of his spiritual strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary innate master. The most disgusting thing is that Ling Tian also has the Xianling spiritual fluid, which can continuously replenish Ling Tian's mental strength. Ling Tian, on the other hand, seemed to be able to absorb the medicinal power of the spiritual fluid instantly. What can I do with such a pervert? 18 days after the Curse King entered Ling Tian's spiritual world, the Curse King's mental strength is only 1,000th of what it was before he entered the spiritual world. The Cursed King no longer had the strength to move. His entire body became weak. It's as if I'm about to disappear from this world at any moment. The Cursed King felt extremely regretful. He didn't know why this happened to him. The Cursed King was so weak now that even Ling Tian couldn't do anything. The Cursed King will dissipate on its own in 2 days at most. You will die completely and there will be no chance of recovery. At this moment, the Cursed King felt a force enveloping his body. Then, the scenery in front of me changed. The Cursed King appeared in the outside world. It's out. After seeing this scene, Zhang Xinyue and the others were stunned. I saw the Cursed King. Its originally enormous body was now only the size of a fist. It continued to twist, as if it was about to disappear from this world at any moment. The three of them were completely confused. I can't believe this is true. The Cursed King looked at Ling Tian, and Ling Tian grabbed the Cursed King in his hand. Boy, you are awesome. Kill me if you want. Ling Tian smiled faintly. Killing you is too easy for you. At this moment, Ling Tian directly activated his twin pupils of destruction, the ability of his left eye, the mind controller. Whoosh whoosh. Then, Ling Tian's left eye seemed to have turned into a 9-colored vortex. The Cursed King felt as if his soul was about to be devoured. At this moment, the Cursed King felt a moment of trance. He only felt that Ling Tian had become incomparably tall and majestic in his heart. It only took a dozen breaths. The King of Curses looked at Ling Tian with a face full of piety and admiration. Honor. The Cursed King transformed into a little skeleton and knelt on one knee in front of Ling Tian. Zhang Xinyue and the other two felt a surge of shock in their hearts, and they roared in shock. It feels like I'm dreaming. His extremely arrogant undead beast, the Cursed King, actually surrendered to Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at the Cursed King. Then, he placed his palm on the Cursed King. Activate your own supernatural powers. Healing recovery. Green light instantly poured into the body of the Cursed King. The Cursed King immediately felt that his vitality was recovering rapidly. One's own strength improves rapidly. Soon, the power of the Cursed King recovered to the level of a ferocious beast in the martial world. Not only that, the Cursed King's body gradually became more solid. I'm recovered. The Cursed King roared excitedly. However, what he didn't know was that while the Cursed King was recovering, the potential power in his body was also being absorbed by Ling Tian, including the understanding of martial arts skills and supernatural powers. The Cursed King felt that when he was being treated by Ling Tian, he was unable to recover at all. Can only be controlled by Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face also showed pain. What? He felt the pain that the Cursed King endured when he was injured. This has almost reached the 9th level of pain. From this, we can see how serious the trauma suffered by the Cursed King was, otherwise he would not be left with only a remnant soul. At this moment, Ling Tian's aura suddenly surged. The surging power in the body turned into invisible airwaves, pushing out in all directions. Heavenly level 1. Zhang Xinyue and the others roared in shock, and the Cursed King was completely numb. After feeling that his strength had recovered, Ling Tian continued to draw on the potential in his body. But he does not hate Ling Tian now, because he has been enslaved by Ling Tian. So he was willing to sacrifice his life and everything he had for Ling Tian. Before Ling Tianji cured the Cursed King, he enslaved him. It is because the mental power and soul essence of the Cursed King are too strong. If, by any chance, the Cursed King gets out of his control after reaching a certain level, then the gain would be greater than the loss. Is this the potential essence of a 7th level peak ferocious beast? Ling Tian became excited. The strength in my body is constantly increasing. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Tian's strength increased, and his aura continued to surge. 2nd level of heavenly grade. Heavenly level 3. Heavenly level 4. Boom. 5th level of heaven. Just after the Cursed King's strength recovered to the level of a 6th order martial king beast, Ling Tian stopped treating the Cursed King. After Ling Tian's cultivation reached the 5th level of the heavenly grade, he felt that his foundation had become weak. If you continue to improve, it is likely to backfire. So Ling Tian stopped absorbing the power of the Cursed King. Ling Tian had only absorbed 1/5 of the Cursed King's potential power. If it continues to absorb, it will cause irreversible damage to the Cursed King. From now on, there will be no way to improve your strength to its peak state. The reason why Ling Tian did not restore the Cursed King to his peak was because, when Ling Tian uses the mind controller, the mental strength of the enslaved person cannot be more than 10 times that of his own. Otherwise, the other party will escape from your control. Ling Tian's current mental strength is roughly equivalent to that of a strong man at the King of Martial Arts level. Restoring the Cursed King to the realm of Martial King is also the most suitable realm. The Cursed King knelt before Ling Tian with a look of respect and gratitude. Get up, you'll follow me from now on. What is this? Lu Chang and the others were completely confused. Ling Tian actually conquered the overlord of the hidden level in the secret realm. Ling Tian looked at the Cursed King, then said lightly, "Your appearance is too eye-catching. Change into a different form and follow me." The Cursed King nodded. In an instant, the light on the Cursed King's body kept flickering, and then it turned directly into a skull pendant. Ling Tian put the skull pendant on himself. Ling Tian now is like having a 6th order overlord beast protecting him at all times. Not only that, there is also a 7th level overlord beast, Xuanning, hiding in the dark at any time. Xuanning will appear when she is in danger. It can be said that Ling Tian now can survive as long as he does not encounter more than 2 martial emperors or ferocious beasts above the 7th level at the same time. No one can threaten your life. Of course, the most important benefit that this hidden level brings to me is the King of Curses. Ling Tian successfully passed the Curse King and raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the heavenly grade. He also obtained the strongest martial arts of the undead clan, the SSS level Death Image. The form of the God of Death uses the powerful spiritual power to condense a huge God of Death and wrap himself in it to fight. Thank you, Master. After learning about its purpose, Ling Tian was so excited that he secretly said, "Awesome. I remember a Japanese comic book that had a similar skill. It seemed to involve Susanoo or something. The Death Dharma image has 3 main uses." Yes, Master. First, absolute defense. As long as the attack power is no more than twice that of Ling Tian, it will be impossible to shake Ling Tian, who was wrapped in the image of the God of Death. Second, undead slash. Transform mental power into a slashing attack, amplifying the strongest mental strength by 3 times. This also made Ling Tian excited if he could transform the destructive black flames in his eyes of destruction into the undead slash. Yes, Ling Tian's attack strength is totally unimaginable. The third and most terrifying skill is the soul-killing line. As long as the enemy's soul is weakened to 40% of its peak state, Ling Tian can use the Death Dharma image and see the killing line. That is to say, even if the person opposite is a strong man at the martial emperor level, or even a strong man at the martial saint level, as long as the opponent's soul power is weakened to 40%, Ling Tian can see the killing line. Kill the opponent with 1 sword. After learning about this ability, Ling Tian shouted excitedly in his heart, "Mom, this cheat is awesome." Of course, this is just a theoretical statement. At this moment, Ling Tian was no longer a martial emperor, let alone a martial king. It would be extremely difficult for Ling Tian to deplete the opponent's mental power to 40%. Of course, as long as the opponent's mental strength is weak enough, Ling Tian can complete the kill. Ling Tian looked at Liu Chang and the other 3, who were all bewildered. "You two will protect me while I practice." Liu Chang and the other 2 were stunned and nodded. Time passed quickly, and soon 10 days had passed. Ling Tian opened his eyes and completely refined the understanding of the Death God's Dharma power. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes burst out with brilliant light. The domineering black flames of destruction surged in Ling Tian's eyes. Suddenly, a huge image of the God of Death that was 20 meters tall condensed. The God of Death, holding a soul-devouring sword, swept the surroundings with sword energy. The terrifying aura crushed the space and caused it to continuously twist. That breath was like a wave of death gushing out of hell, instantly drowning Liu Chang and the other 2. Liu Chang and the other 2 felt suffocated. What is this? Liu Chang and the other 2 looked at Ling Tian and swallowed his saliva continuously, feeling extremely terrified. At this moment, Ling Tian looked at the 3 people. "Unite yourselves and use your strongest defense to see if you can block my attack." If it were any other Heaven Grade 5 strongman who said this to them, everyone will definitely think that he is an idiot. But this is Ling Tian. Without any hesitation, the 3 of them activated their strongest true energy. He activated his supernatural power, and then the ground and soil surged, and the wooden stakes rose up. There was also a metal door that suddenly rushed out. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 9 wooden doors, 9 earth walls, and 9 giant metal shields appeared on the ground. There are a total of 27 layers of defense. Ling Tian controls the image of the God of Death. Swing the sword and cut. In an instant, 100-meter-long sword energy burst out. Rumble. In an instant, 27 layers of defense collapsed and dust flew everywhere. The terrifying airwave hit Liu Chang and the other 2. Liu Chang and the other 2 were completely unable to control their bodies and their feet left the ground. Wow. They all vomited blood and flew backwards for 100 meters like a kite with a broken string before stopping, and were seriously injured. Liu Chang and the other 2 roared in shock, totally unable to believe it. Ling Tian was so terrifying that he could seriously injure them with just a random blow. But the most shocking thing was Ling Tian, because Ling Tian only used 10% of his strength. Ling Tian began to summarize. "Now, my cultivation has reached the 5th level of the heavenly grade. Without using any supernatural powers, it is still possible to cross a major realm and defeat a strong man of the 5th level of innateness. If you use the SS level martial art Heavenly Fire, you can defeat a strong man of the 8th level of the innate realm. If one uses the dual channels of destruction, one can even have the strength comparable to the 1st level of Jinwu, a powerful warrior like the king of martial arts. If you use martial arts magic, the death image, and perform the undead slash, even a strong warrior at the 1st level of martial king can be killed with 1 sword. This is Ling Tian now. You should know that after reaching the innate realm, the difficulty of each advancement will increase greatly, and the strength gained will also increase. Therefore, in each realm, the first 3 levels are called the early stage, the middle 3 levels are the middle stage, and the last 3 levels are the late stage. 3 levels form a small realm, and 9 levels form a large realm. After reaching the innate realm, there is also a perfect realm, such as the innate perfection, which is called the half-step martial king. The perfection of Jinwu is called the half-step martial emperor. Those who can surpass a small realm and defeat their opponents are called geniuses. He defeated his opponent across across 2 small realms and was called an ordinary genius. He defeated his opponent across 3 small realms and was called the peerless genius. How is that possible? He defeated his opponent across 4 small realms and was called the peerless genius. Ling Tian now directly spans 5 small realms, which is 15 small levels. Then what level of genius am I? You know, after Blue Star entered the warrior era, there were only 10 peerless geniuses in the world. Their limit is to defeat the opponent by crossing 12 small levels, which is 4 small realms, and Ling Tian has now directly surpassed 15, and even Ling Tian himself feels that he is awesome. Ling Tian came to the side of Lu Chang, Zhang Xinyue, and Lu Rong. Then he activated his innate ability to heal and recover. It only took less than a minute for Ling Tian to easily heal the injuries of the 3 people. Lu Chang looked at Ling Tian in bewilderment. Ling Tian, are you a peerless genius? Peerless genius. After hearing this word, Zhang Xinyue and Lu Rong held their breath. His face was full of shock and he kept swallowing. Because they were all looking forward to Ling Tian's answer, they also knew very well the value of the title of peerless genius. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then smiled. A peerless genius? Perhaps. Lu Chang and the others were shaking with excitement. They knew very well how powerful and rare the peerless geniuses were. That is something that can be done by an absolutely strong person who can kill enemies across 4 small realms, and they were fortunate enough to enter the secret realm and fight side by side with a peerless genius like Ling Tian. For them, this is something worth bragging about for the rest of their lives. However, Ling Tian was very clear about his current level, because peerless genius is no longer enough to describe Ling Tian. If one had to describe Ling Tian would feel that he was a genius of all time. In the past 1,000 years, there is probably no genius more powerful than me. Let's go, it's getting late, we should go back. Having said that, Ling Tian took Zhang Xinyue, Lu Chang and the others and left the Cursed Abyss. At this time, outside the Cursed Abyss, in the Yunnan Province war zone, in the trial building, near the teleportation exit of the Cursed Abyss, Wang Tang was waiting anxiously, because Ling Tian and the others have been in the Cursed Abyss for 28 days. Ling Tian and his friends had already successfully passed the Cursed Abyss on the first day, and successfully refreshed the record of clearance. However, Ling Tian and the other 3 have not yet come out of the Cursed Abyss. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that after Ling Tian and his friends entered the hidden level of the Cursed Abyss, they obtained a huge opportunity. Therefore, during the cultivation, it did not come out for a long time. Another possibility is that Ling Tian and his companions encountered danger in the hidden level of the Cursed Abyss. Wang Tang was praying silently in his heart. I hope Ling Tian and the others won't encounter any danger in the hidden levels. Otherwise, Wang Tang would really have no way to explain to Ling Tian's grandfather. Wow! At this moment, a light flashed in the teleportation array. Wang Tang's heart immediately rose to his throat. There was anxiety in his eyes. Is it Ling Tian and the others? Or someone else? As the light disappeared, a handsome young man of about 17 or 18 came out with 2 men and 1 woman. General Wang Tang shouted loudly in excitement. Then he brought his men directly to Ling Tian's side. Seeing that General Wang Tang cared about him so much, Ling Tian felt a little touched. He smiled slightly and said to General Wang Tang, "Uncle Wang, I'm back." Good. General Wang Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had long regarded Ling Tian as the future of Dragon Kingdom. If something really happened to Ling Tian, he really didn't know how to face Ling Tian's grandfather. Ling Tian, your cultivation level? Heavenly grade 5th level. You actually reached heavenly grade 5th level. In an instant, General Wang Tang was stunned, and the soldiers present were also completely stunned, because they all remember what happened a month ago. When Ling Tian entered the Cursed Abyss, his cultivation level was only at the 5th level of Earth grade. But now, in just 1 month, Ling Tian has been promoted from the 5th level of Earth grade to the 5th level of Heaven grade. He directly crossed over to a new realm of cultivation. Even if they use cheats, they can't make such a breakthrough, right? General Wang Tang had heard that someone had broken through from the 9th level of the Earth grade to the 9th level of the Heaven grade in just 2 years, across a great realm. However, breaking through from the 5th level of Earth grade to the 5th level of Heaven grade in just 1 month is simply unheard of. Ling Tian smiled faintly. This is all thanks to Mr. Li's hidden secret realm key. I have gained a huge opportunity and my strength has increased. Ling Tian. Wang Tang looked at Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster. I guess only Ling Tian can do this. If it were someone else, even if they had enough resources, it would be impossible for them to cross a major realm in just 1 month. Ling Tian, are you cheating? Your cheat is not cheap. Wang Tang couldn't help but sigh. Ling Tian was speechless. He looked at General Wang Tang and then nodded awkwardly. By the way, General Wang Tang, I got some Xiantian spiritual fluid in a secret realm before. Can you help me deal with it? Xiantian spiritual liquid. General Wang Tang was stunned and fell into a daze. It took a long time to react. He knew very well what Xiantian spiritual fluid represented. That is a potion made from SSS level natural treasures. Even if a strong man at the martial
saint level swallows it, his mental strength can break through 3 small levels in a short period of time. Ling Tian actually said that he had such a rare treasure.
Ling Tian, come to my office.
General Wang Tung frowned, then took Ling Tian to his office. After closing the office door, General Wang Tung frowned.
Ling Tian, are you sure you really have Xiantian spiritual fluid? Ling Tian didn't waste any time and directly took out the Xiantian spiritual liquid from his storage ring.
The moment he saw the Xiantian spiritual liquid,
General Wang Tang was completely confused. It's actually true.
General Wang Tung carefully held Ling Tian's Xiantian spiritual liquid. Then he looked at Ling Tian and asked,
Ling Tian, how do you want to deal with the Xiantian spiritual fluid?
Ling Tian said, Uncle Wang Tang, you've helped me a lot recently, so please help me sell it in the name of the military. No matter what the price is, I only need 80% of the return, and the other 20% will be regarded as a thank you gift for Uncle Wang Tang's recent care for me.
After hearing Ling Tian's words, Wang Tang's face was full of gratitude. 20% may not sound like much, but General Wang Tang is well aware of the value of Xiantian spiritual fluid. The last time Xiantian spiritual liquid appeared, it was finally sold at a price of 30 billion. Even if Ling Tian only took 80%, the remaining 20% would still be worth 6 billion. Although General Wang Tang is the #1 person in the Yunnan provincial military, I can't even come up with 6 billion.
Okay, Ling Tian, since you say so, your uncle, will definitely help you with it. The two talked for a while, and then Ling Tian left General Wang Tang's office. After leaving the military headquarters, Ling Tian went directly to a hotel in the provincial capital and stayed there. Ling Tian also began to think about his own plan in his mind. You know, Xiantian spiritual liquid can no longer help Ling Tian break through his spiritual power level. However, if used to restore mental strength at critical moments, it can also have a life-saving effect.
But Ling Tian is very short of money now.
The last time he was in the Martial Arts Association, Ling Tian was trying to extract the soul-devouring bead. I have almost spent all my savings.
This time, Ling Tian used 3 bottles of Xiantian spiritual liquid in the cursed abyss.
There were only 3 bottles left, and Ling Tian decided to take out one. Prepare for the college entrance examination.
Now, the college entrance examination is approaching. There are only 10 days left.
Ling Tian had long been determined to get first place in the college entrance examination and become the top scorer in the country.
Among today's 3 national top-ranked high school students, the other 2 have just reached the Xian level.
Ling Tian has already reached the 5th level of the heavenly grade, and those high school students cannot pose any threat to him at all. What Ling Tian needs to prepare is to seize the opportunity in the college entrance examination. According to my memories from my previous life, this college entrance examination was the most intense. At the same time, a strange change occurred, which directly alarmed the top leaders of Manhwa. A total of 1 martial saint and 4 martial emperors appeared in the examination room. Therefore, Ling Tian must not be careless this time.
Because the opportunity in the college entrance examination is related to whether Ling Tian can evolve his SS Wuji Tianhua again.
Make sure all 3 of your talents and abilities reach at least the SSS level. In order to carry out his plan, Ling Tian must have a large amount of funds. Time passed quickly, and soon 3 days had passed. Ling Tian has been living in a hotel in the provincial capital to consolidate his cultivation and stabilize his foundation. However, the progress was somewhat hasty. Ling Tian thought to himself, it would be great if I could absorb the potential power of some strong people.
Boom boom boom.
At this moment, there was a knock on Ling Tian's door.
Ling Tian opened the door.
General Wang Tang looked at Ling Tian excitedly.
Ling Tian,
the Xiantian spiritual fluid has been sold. The buyer is the Martial Arts Association, the Dragon Country President,
Long Haotian. Ling Tian's face also showed a hint of anticipation.
He didn't care at all who bought his Xiantian spiritual liquid. Ling Tian only cared about the price. General Wang Tang said excitedly.
President Long Haotian bid 35 billion and won the Xiantian spiritual fluid.
As he spoke, General Wang Tang took out a black card of Longhua Bank and handed it to Ling Tian. According to the agreement, our military will take 20%, so the card is worth 28 billion.
28 billion. Ling Tian's face was full of excitement.
It seemed that his action could be carried out smoothly this time. General Wang Tang said, Ling Tian, I will give the remaining 7 billion to the military as a reward. The higher-ups also know that the Xiantian spiritual fluid came from you, and they will definitely reward you with 10,000 points of military merit.
At the same time, I grant you the honorary rank of captain. Wow, 2 levels in a row. Even Ling Tian himself felt incredible when he heard it.
You know, Ling Tian is just a 17-year-old high school student. At such a young age, he became an honorary second lieutenant in the military.
How can one not be surprised and excited? Ling Tian also has some admiration for Wang Tang.
Originally, General Wang Tang could have kept the 7 billion for himself, but he did not do so, but gave it to the military as military expenses.
Oh, not everyone has this kind of courage. Looks like it's time to put the plan into action.
Wang
Tang looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, I'm leaving first, I have things to do. You should also be prepared. The college entrance examination will begin in 7 days. This time, I will be with City Lord Li Yuntian and President Bai Xinyuan. I am the chief examiner of Yunnan province. I hope you will make a splash in the college entrance examination and shock the whole country. Ling Tian smiled slightly. I'll lend you my good wishes. Then the two people left. Ling Tian went directly to the Martial Arts Association and the trading area, where he spent 1 billion to buy a top-quality storage ring. It has 50 cubic meters of storage space. This is almost the limit of the storage ring space. Afterwards, Ling Tian spent a huge amount of money to buy many 7th-level spirit stones and even 8th-level spirit stones. Ling Tian even bought the core of an 8th-level ferocious beast. At the same time, Ling Tian also purchased 36 S-level long swords. A total of 20 billion was consumed. Ling Tian's lavish spending shocked the entire Martial Arts Association. I don't know what Ling Tian is going to do after buying so many things. Time passes. June 8, 2024 Kaiyuan. The college entrance examination has finally arrived. Candidates across the country have already made sufficient preparations. Ling Tian, are you ready? Let's go. At this moment, the voices of Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were heard outside the door. Just yesterday, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru also came to Ling Tian Hotel as people who went to the Xinyan Lingquan in the provincial capital to practice together. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru are also very familiar with each other. In Manhwa, the college entrance examination for military science is different from that for liberal arts science. For the Wuhan University college entrance examination, there is only one examination center in each province. The Yunnan province's military science college entrance examination venue is located in the first war zone of Yunnan province. 200,000 candidates from the entire province gathered here. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru also prepared to go to the examination room with Ling Tian. Looking at Lin Yueru, who was full of confidence and spirit, Ling Tian smiled slightly. Let's go. Ma Ming nodded, and then the three of them left the hotel together and got on the car to the examination venue. After not seeing each other for more than a month, Ma Ming's cultivation had actually reached the 7th level of the yellow grade. Lin Yueru is not weak either, having reached the 6th level of the yellow level. With such strength in the past, we would have had a chance to even break into the top 3 in the province. However, this year is different. This year is the golden age for the Dragon Country Warrior College entrance examination candidates. In Yunnan province, there are more than 20 college entrance examination candidates who have reached the 7th level of the yellow grade or above. There are even 3 powerful ones who have reached the 9th level of the yellow grade. In the Demon City and Dragon City, there are people who have already reached the Xian level. This year's military college entrance examination in Longwei is also the most competitive year. Together with Ling Tian and the others was Commander Zhao Feng from Yunqing and his 8 subordinates. After all, Ling Tian is the best high school student in Yunqing. His safety must be protected, so Commander Zhao Feng naturally became the first choice. Everyone headed towards the first war zone of Yunnan province. Soon, they arrived at a tunnel. At this moment, Ling Tian frowned. There's danger. Everyone just felt a cold chill coming over them. One after another, the crisp sounds continued to echo in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the road ahead and saw a thick layer of ice quickly condensing on the road surface. The bus drove onto the ice, skidded instantly and lost its direction. Then it spun rapidly. Rumble. The ground was shaking wildly, revealing a huge, incredibly thick earth wall. It rose from the ground and directly blocked Ling Tian and the others' way. The bus crashed heavily into the earth wall. Everyone was dizzy from the powerful shock. Just when everyone hasn't reacted yet, an extremely hot air wave suddenly came and directly submerged Ling Tian and the others. In front of them, there was a flicker of fire and a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of meters. Roaring, he charged towards Ling Tian and the others. Run! Commander Zhao Feng shouted loudly, and then rushed off the bus with the students on it. The fireball hit the bus heavily. Rumble! Accompanied by a huge explosion that echoed all around. Flames shot up into the sky. The bus instantly turned into countless pieces of debris and disappeared into oblivion. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect to be attacked. The horrific aftermath forced Zhao Feng and his men to retreat continuously. The blood in his body was boiling, and blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Feel the raging fire. Commander Zhao Feng felt a surge of fear. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the fireball. Bang! The other party didn't try to kill him at all. The power of that fireball had already surpassed the heavenly level and reached the level of an innate master. If the other party wanted to kill them, they would have no way of avoiding the fireball just now. Thick earth walls continued to rise on the opposite side, trapping Ling Tian, Zhao Feng, Ma Ming, Ling Yueru, and the others. Don't give them any chance to escape. Just when everyone was terrified, black shadows kept flashing by. In less than 2 breaths, he appeared not far in front of Ling Tian and the others. The leader was a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a scar on his face. The blood in his body was restrained, his temples pupils were slightly bulging and there was a fierce light in his eyes. And beside him, there were 7 strong men, 1 woman, and 6 men. The man with the scar is the strongest and has reached the 3rd level of innateness. As for the other 7 people, 3 are at the 2nd level of innateness, and 4 are at the 1st level of innateness. Zhou Biao. After seeing the fierce man with scar, Commander Zhao Feng roared in shock. The scarred man was stunned when he heard what Commander Zhao Feng said. Looking at Commander Zhao Feng with great interest. "Oh, do you know me? Am I so famous?" Commander Zhao Feng frowned and said, "Zhou Biao, a former member of the military special forces team, the Sky Eagle team. 3 years ago, he killed his teammates and fled abroad. During this time, he committed 7 murders and is a Class A wanted criminal in Dragon Country." "Ha ha ha, you're right, but there's no reward." Commander Zhao Feng frowned and said, "Zhou Biao, are you crazy? Attacking the military headquarters and attacking high school students. Do you know what will happen?" Zhou Biao sneered. "Boom boom boom. Don't be nervous, I'm not targeting the military this time. My target is only one person." As he spoke, Zhou Biao glanced at everyone, and finally, his gaze fell on Ling Tian. Swish swish swish. "Him, I only want his life. I don't care about the others. If you try to stop me, I don't mind killing you all." After hearing Zhou Biao's words, everyone was shocked. "I didn't expect that Zhou Biao came here for Ling Tian." "Zhou Biao, you're courting death. Ling Tian is a national treasure of our Dragon Nation, the top high school student in the country. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the #1 in the country this year. Are you crazy if you kill him?" Zhou Biao, however, had a look of disdain on his face. "There's nothing I can do. The other party gave me too much. I don't know whether I will live or not. However, I know that if you try to stop me, you will be the ones to die today. It's over." Commander Zhao Feng's face turned pale. You know, Commander Zhao Feng is only an Earth-level warrior, but the other side has 8 powerful people at the level of innate masters. They are no match at all. But at this time they were in a tunnel and couldn't even send out a distress signal. But Ling Tian had a calm expression as he looked at Zhou Biao and the other 8 people. "Did the Meng family ask you to come?" Ling Tian knew very well that he had a grudge against him. There are only 2 forces, one of which is his own father. The conflict with his father was completely ended at the birthday party of City Lord Li Yuntian's father. So now there is only one person who wants to deal with me. The Meng family, one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. After all, Meng Haiyun, as well as the outstanding talents of the Meng family and the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Meng Hao, all died at the hands of Ling Tian. What? Naturally, they won't give up easily. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Biao smiled slightly, neither denied nor admitted. "Boy, I advise you not to get anyone involved. How about just leaving with us?" Ling Tian said calmly. "Why? Didn't the Meng family find out my strength? They actually let 8 of you losers come and die?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhou Biao and his 8 men, as well as leader Zhao Feng, were all stunned. I wonder if there is something wrong with Ling Tian's brain. More than a month ago, when Ling Tian was in the court of judgment, he was only a 1st-level Xin-level warrior. Now only a little over a month has passed. No matter how extraordinary Ling Tian is, no matter how fast he improves, in everyone's opinion, the 5th or 6th level of the Xin level is his limit. However, the Meng family asked 8 innate masters to take action, which was a complete waste of their talents. You should know that even the weakest 1st-level innate master can easily kill 100 Xin-level warriors. Zhou Biao laughed. "Boy, are you crazy? We are 8 innate masters. Isn't it enough to kill a high school student like you?" "Not enough." Ling Tian's words fell. The soul-devouring bead in his hand instantly transformed into a soul-devouring battle blade. The violent true energy, with rich blood, wrapped around the sword, and he drew the sword and slashed. Zhun. The sound of metal chirping echoed throughout the tunnel. In an instant, the knife flashed, and the knife energy grew stronger in the wind, tearing the sound barrier and stretching to dozens of meters. The speed of the knife was so fast that it left people no time to react. The knife cut through the flesh and blood splattered. Blood-red lotus flowers bloomed. The 8 innate masters didn't even react to what was happening. Ling Tian cut her in half with a single blow. The whole place fell into silence. Everyone froze in place, their eyes and mouths wide open. It seemed like his jaw was about to drop to the ground. The expressions were more exaggerated than each other. There were already turbulent waves in my heart that could not be calmed for a long time. It felt like I was dreaming. Time and space seemed to stand still. No one could believe that what was happening before their eyes was real. Ling Tian, a high school student under the age of 18. Just one knife. With just one strike of the sword, he easily cut in half 8 powerful masters who had reached the innate realm. Words cannot describe their shock at such strength. Commander Zhao Feng was completely confused. He remembered that the first time he met Ling Tian was 2 months ago. At that time, Ling Tian was only able to fight against 1st-level ferocious beasts. Compared to mine, his strength is still quite far away. But after a while, he came out of the Xinyang spiritual spring and saw Ling Tian in the court of judgment. His strength is already very close to mine, or even surpasses mine. When he met Ling Tian again this time, Ling Tian's strength had reached a level that he could not imagine. Looking at Zhou Zhou Biao and the other 8 men lying on the ground. Zhou Biao's severed body was shaking constantly. Life is fading away quickly. However, Ling Tian still looked relaxed and calm. He looked at them calmly, as if he was doing something extremely normal. At this time, Ling Tian was not using his supernatural powers. His combat capability is stronger than that of an average 5th level innate cultivator. Ling Tian, holding the soul-devouring sword, has the special effect of ignoring defense. In other words, as long as he cannot avoid Ling Tian's attack, then there is only one outcome, and that is to be killed instantly by Ling Tian. Only those who are above the 6th level of the innate realm are qualified to fight with Ling Tian. In Ling Tian nowadays, warriors are divided into 2 types. One is above the 6th level of innateness, and the other is below the 6th level of innateness. Then, Ling Tian walked in front of Zhou Biao. I thought to myself, it just so happens that I need to stabilize my cultivation and consolidate my foundation. Needing to absorb some powerful potential power, Zhou Biao brought 7 masters of the innate realm to the door. Ling Tian directly placed his hand on Zhou Biao's body. Then he mobilized his own power. The healing and recovery abilities burst out and poured into Zhou Biao's body. Zhou Biao immediately felt that his vitality was recovering rapidly. Commander Zhao Feng, who was standing next to them, was all stunned. The body that had originally been chopped off by Ling Tian, it is actually growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Tian also felt the endless innate master's potential power entering his body. In just less than half a minute, Zhou Biao recovered from his injuries. However, the potential power of martial arts was completely devoured by Ling Tian. As a result, his cultivation level dropped directly from the 3rd level of the innate realm to the yellow level, and from then on, he would never be able to recover his cultivation level in his lifetime. Although Zhou Biao seemed to be immune to death at this time, he had completely lost the power to resist. Ling Tian said lightly, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" After hearing Ling Tian's question, Zhou Biao looked at Ling Tian in confusion and shook his head. Ling Tian said calmly, "If you meet someone from the Meng family again, tell them to offer all the assets of the Meng family. Come before me in kowtow and admit your fault, otherwise I will personally come to your house and destroy the Meng family." After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was shocked by Ling Tian. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to be so arrogant. You know, the Meng family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital. Among them, there are powerful warriors at the level of martial king. But Ling Tian actually said such arrogant words, even saying that he wanted to destroy the Meng family. Then, Ling Tian did the same, came before the other masters of the innate realm. Treat them. Ling Tian's purpose in treating them was simple, to devour their potential power. Soon, 2 minutes passed. Ling Tian once again cured 2 masters of the innate realm. However, their potential power has been completely devoured by Ling Tian. Their cultivation has regressed to the yellow level. As for the remaining 4 wanted grandmasters in the innate realm, they were completely dead before Ling Tian could save them. Even Ling Tian's healing ability is useless for someone who was completely dead. There was a hint of regret in Ling Tian's eyes. If only all 8 of them could be drained dry. Ling Tian's foundation will become extremely solid, and it is estimated that even breaking through 5 small levels in a row will not be a problem. Unfortunately, now it has only absorbed 3 strong men in the innate realm. It only made Ling Tian's foundation more stable. But if you want to achieve continuous breakthroughs, that is impossible. At this time, Commander Zhao Feng had already contacted the military and the law enforcement bureau. Soon, Zhou Biao and others were taken away. Ma Meng and Lin Yueru looked at Ling Tian. That look was extremely complicated. Originally, they thought that they had made it through more than a month of hard work. The gap between them and Ling Tian has narrowed a little, but now they realized how ridiculous their idea was. Now the gap between them has not only not narrowed a little, instead, it became even bigger. The first war zone of Yunnan province. More than 200,000 college entrance examination candidates gathered here. Outside the examination room, the 3 chief examiners, Bai Yuan from the Martial Arts Association, General Wang Tong from the military, and City Lord Li Yuntian stood together. At this moment, Bai Yuan said, "Dear candidates, please note that the military examination in our Yunnan province will be delayed by half an hour. A group of candidates encountered some accidents on the way. Please don't be nervous and wait patiently for the exam to start." Some people were dissatisfied immediately. What the hell? They've made us, over 200,000 people, wait for a few people. Who are these people? Are they so powerful? Everyone was very unhappy. Under normal circumstances, if you are half an hour late for the college entrance examination, you will be disqualified from the exam. There will be no delay in the exam at all. But this time, an exception was made, and more than 200,000 candidates were made to wait for a few candidates for half an hour. Wang Yu, do you know who those candidates are? They actually made us wait for them. At this time, some students in the crowd were looking at a handsome young man holding a long sword. The young man's name is Wang Yu. He is the young master of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Originally, he was the person with the greatest hope of becoming the top scorer in the
college entrance examination in Yunnan province this year. However, because of Ling Tian's sudden appearance, everyone lost hope in Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled coldly, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Who else could it be? It would naturally be that nationally ranked top high school student, Ling Tian. He is really very generous to let all of us wait for him. I want to see it then. Between me and Ling Tian, who is stronger? Wang Yu was extremely confident. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful warrior's true energy turned into an invisible airwave and pushed out. Suddenly, the people around felt tremendous pressure. Wang Yu's aura of Xian level 3rd level cultivation was also revealed. Suddenly the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Wang Yu with fear. Rumor has it that there are 3 college entrance examination candidates in the provincial capital who have reached the Xian level. Originally, they thought that he was at most at the 1st level of Xian grade, but now Wang Yu has reached the 3rd level of Xian level. Everyone looked at Wang Yu with fear, and at the same time they were dissatisfied with Ling Tian. I didn't expect that Wang Yu has actually reached the 3rd level of the Xian level. Wang Yuxuan's 3rd level cultivation, if placed in the past, such strength would definitely be among the top 3 in the country. Yes, Wang Yu is so powerful, but he still arrived at the examination room on time. Who the hell is Ling Tian? Why would so many of us examinees wait for him alone? Suddenly, the candidates became excited, although no one knows Ling Tian. But everyone's hearts were already filled with resentment towards Ling Tian. Wang Yu also said coldly, "It's because Ling Tian possesses dual element S-level talents that this happens. Unfortunately, I only have a single element S-level talent. If I also studied dual majors, the national top-ranked public student might not be him, and now he might not be my opponent." Just as everyone was discussing it, Ling Tian and others finally arrived. Ling Tian is here, someone in the crowd shouted. At the entrance of the examination room, Ling Tian, Ma Ming, Lin Yueru and others walked slowly towards it. Everyone looked at Ling Tian, very confused. In terms of appearance, Ling Tian has regular features, clear eyebrows and eyes, and is also very handsome. But if you say Ling Tian is very powerful, no one feels it. Compared with Wang Yu gives people a feeling of being sharp. On the contrary, Ling Tian looked thin and did not have a very powerful aura. Standing among the crowd, he was just like an ordinary person. There was no sense of pressure at all. However, those who know Ling Tian know that he is not as simple as he seems. Ling Tian's strength has far surpassed those candidates present. Because the gap in strength was so huge, Ling Tian restrained his aura. No one could feel any breath at all. That's why Ling Tiantai looks like an ordinary person. It was at this moment that Bai Xingyuan, Li Yuntian, Wang Tan, and the others all smiled. Everyone is here, let's get started. As he spoke, the ground began to shake rapidly. Rumble. I saw that the ground on the huge martial arts square was divided into 2 sides. Then a huge machine appeared, with a purple crystal in the center. The height of the crystal reached 7 or 8 meters. The metal completely wrapped the crystal. Bai Xingyuan picked up his microphone and spoke loudly. Attention, candidates, you have 3 minutes to prepare. In 3 minutes, the first stage of the Military Science College entrance examination in Yunnan province, the cultivation test, will begin. Bai Xingyuan introduced. The huge machine in the martial arts square is our Dragon Country's most advanced cultivation testing machine. Once it's turned on, you can feel the pressure released by the machine. That pressure will prevent you from approaching the cultivation tester. All you have to do is keep approaching the cultivation tester. The stronger you are, the further you can go in the martial arts square. Everyone knows this part. The first step is to test one's cultivation level, which is to screen out those who are trying to break through their own cultivation level for the college entrance examination. Those college entrance examination candidates whose realm is unstable. After the cultivation test machine is turned on, the test crystal will burst out with powerful pressure, restricting everyone's actions. If one can walk 90 meters under that pressure, it means that his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the yellow grade. If you walk 100 meters, you will reach the 1st level of Xian level. If so, then those students who rely on countless resources and elixirs to temporarily force a breakthrough in their cultivation. Such people have unstable realms, for example, a warrior who forcibly breaks through to the 1st level of the yellow grade. If one only has the true essence of a 1st level yellow grade warrior, but his own realm is unstable, this results in being unable to exert the strength that he should have, and he is even worse than some quasi-warriors. The 1st level is the cultivation test. While testing everyone's cultivation, it is also to screen out those half-baked warriors. Everyone was full of confidence, waiting for the cultivation test machine to be turned on. 3 minutes passed quickly. Bai Xingyuan checked the time and then announced loudly, "I declare that the first stage of the 2024 Yunnan Province Military College entrance examination has begun." As soon as the words fell, the cultivation testing machine was turned on. Buzz buzz buzz, accompanied by a huge roar. The crystal on the testing machine suddenly burst out with an extremely bright and dazzling purple light. The entire martial arts square was illuminated in an instant. The students standing on the martial arts square immediately felt the tremendous pressure acting on themselves. There is also a long starting line line above the martial arts square. After everyone steps out of the starting line, the integrator on their body will start recording their scores. Many students showed crazy looks in their eyes and rushed directly to the starting line. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. When they were only 5 meters away, many students stopped. Among the 200,000 college entrance examination candidates, more than 90% of them have not yet become yellow level warriors. Only 10% of the students became yellow level warriors. By the time it reaches the 9-meter mark, almost 90% of the candidates have been blocked. At this time, Ling Tian, Ma Ming, Lin Yueru and others also began to act. Ling Tian slowly came to the starting line and took a step forward. Suddenly, I felt an invisible force acting on me. The pressure was like an invisible boulder that instantly fell on his back, but it couldn't cause any impact on Ling Tian. Ling Tian felt that the pressure on him was as if it didn't exist at all. It doesn't affect your progress at all. Ling Tian, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were on the martial arts square, walking step by step. It feels like strolling in the back garden of your own home. 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters, and soon they reached 10 meters. Directly surpassed the entire audience, 90% of the people. Those students saw that they were stuck before 9 meters and looked unwilling. I watched the students walking past me one by one, and the distance between us became farther and farther. However, among the many candidates, there were 3 whose performances were extremely outstanding. The 3 candidates took the lead and increased their speed to the limit. He started running quickly on the martial arts square. Among them, the leader was Wang Yu, who had previously demonstrated the powerful cultivation level of the 3rd level of the Xin level. Next to Wang Yu was a burly man with a buzz cut. There is also a girl with a cold temperament. All 3 of them exuded a powerful blood energy. It seemed as if the power emitted from the cultivation testing machine had no effect on them at all. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. It only took less than 10 seconds. They had already rushed beyond the starting line, 50 meters away. This proves that their cultivation has at least reached the 5th level of the yellow grade. But it is obvious that the 5th level of yellow grade is not their limit. They are still running fast. 60 meters, 70 meters. In just less than 10 seconds, they had reached a position of 90 meters. Only at this time did Wang Yu and the other 2 slow down their pace. Of course, they didn't stop there. City Lord Li Yuntian looked at Wang Yu and the other 3 and nodded in appreciation. Bai Zhenyuan, these 3 little guys are the 3 geniuses of the provincial capital, right? Bai Zhenyuan nodded. Yes, the first one is called Wang Yu, Xin level 3, and the second one is called Zhaohu, Xin level 2. The 3rd little girl is also at the 2nd level of Xuanji cultivation. Her name is Li Shui. City Lord Li Yuntian nodded and continued to observe the situation on the martial arts square. Wang Yu, Zhaohu, and Li Shui took the lead and advanced quickly. In just less than half a minute, they reached a distance of 100 meters. Xian level. They are all Xian level. Everyone looked at Li Shui, Wang Yu, Zhaohu, and others in shock. Especially those candidates who stopped before 10 meters, all looked helpless. While they were still struggling 10 meters away, others had already gone 100 meters away. Is this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? After Wang Yu and the others went 100 meters away, they saw that the numbers on their integrators were constantly increasing, and 3 people's names were also written on the huge score ranking in the examination room. First, Wang Yu, 700 points. Second, Zhaohu, 690 points. Third, Li Shui, 689 points. Everyone is trying hard to move their feet, because here, even if you walk 10 centimeters further than others, you may be 1 point higher than others. As for those students who were within 10 meters, their score was at most 200. The college entrance examination is divided into 3 major stages: cultivation test, attack test, and mental test. Finally, there is an optional test to hunt ferocious beasts. For a normal college entrance examination candidate, the total score of the 3 examinations needs to be 500 points to be admitted to a second-tier Wuhan university. However, look at Wang Yu and others. They can be admitted to key universities just by relying on the scores of the 1st level. At this time, the scores of Wang Yu, Li Shui, and others were still improving. Wang Yu turned around and looked at Ling Tian, only to see that Ling Tian was still walking slowly about 30 meters away. There was disdain in Wang Yu's eyes. It seems that Ling Tian has only awakened one more innate ability than us. In terms of cultivation, we are still stronger. Hearing this, Li Shui and Zhao Hu both nodded, agreeing with Wang Yu's words. But they didn't know that the reason why Ling Tian moved slowly was because he was just waiting for Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. Soon, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru also arrived at the 60-meter position. Their movements have slowed down. At this moment, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru felt as if there were huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms on their bodies. They were suppressed and could not move forward. Among the more than 200,000 candidates, there are only less than 200 who can reach 60 meters. Ma Ming looked helpless. Ling Tian, we're almost at our limit. You don't have to wait for us. Let's try to break through it ourselves. Okay, I'll be leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian started running quickly. Ling Tian took
took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet was directly dented by his foot. Ling Tian rushed directly towards the cultivation test crystal at a speed of 10 meters per second. At this time, Wang Yu had already reached a position of 110 meters. Wang Yu, Li Shui, and Zhao Wu's speed slowed down completely, and they could only move forward slowly. On the big screen, the score ranking will keep jumping, and one score will increase rapidly. 400 points, 500 points, 600 points, 700 points, and they also saw their rankings on the integrator. Wang Yu and the other two were stunned. Just now, Ling Tian still had more than 300 points. It's only been a few seconds and it's already reached 700 points? The three of them subconsciously looked behind them almost at the same time. I saw a figure approaching them quickly. If that person is not Ling Tian, then who is he? At this time, Ling Tian had already arrived less than 10 meters away from them. Seeing Ling Tian approaching the three of them, Wang Yu roared loudly, "Ling Tian, don't even think about surpassing me. I'm the #1 prodigy in Yunnan province." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yu immediately increased his aura to the limit. The waves of true energy spread, veins popped up on his forehead, and he was about to sprint with all his strength. Zhao Hu and Li Shui did the same, bursting out with all their strength. However, they have only taken one step forward. They felt a strong gust of wind sweeping past them. Ling Tian easily surpassed the three people. Hateful! Wang Yu roared in his heart, wanting to surpass Ling Tian. Bang! But just when he took the second step, Ling Tian became desperate. Ling Tian's score is soaring. The distance is getting farther and farther. 120 meters, 130 meters, 140 meters, 150 meters. Ding ding ding. Soon, Ling Tian reached 180 meters. When they arrived at Ling Tian, which was 180 meters away, Wang Yu and the others were still at 125 meters. Wang Yu and the other two roared loudly in shock. Ling Tian! Ling Tian actually rushed from 120 meters to 180 meters in just a few seconds. Doesn't that mean Ling Tian's cultivation is at least at the 9th level of the profound realm? It's fake. It must be fake. Wang Yu, 17 years old, is at the 3rd level of Xian grade. He is a genius that can only be found among 200,000 candidates. But now he was told that Ling Tian was at least at the 3rd level of the Xian grade? Ling Tian's score soared all the way to 1,200 points. A few minutes ago, in the highest conference room of the Ministry of Education in Longdu, Longhua, the 8 elders of the Ministry of Education sat together, and in front of them, there is a huge screen. The Ministry of Education and the 8 elders are always paying attention to the test scores. Bai Yuan, Li Yuntian, Wang Tong and others can only see the scores of candidates in their own province. However, the 8 senior officials of the Ministry of Education can see the scores of candidates across the country. I saw that the student ranked first in the country on the score ranking list was a student named Xiao Fan, with a score of 1,200. The second is a student named Ji Tian, with a score of 1,190. I saw a thin old man among them looking at a white-haired old man and saying, "Old Chen, the Ling Tian you recommended is not good enough either. He is one of the 3 top-ranked candidates in the country. Xiao Fan is first, Yi Tian is second, and this guy named Ling Tian isn't even in the top 100 in the country." The man called Mr. Chen is one of the 8 elders of the Longhua Ministry of Education, named Chen Jinxing, a powerful warrior at the level of martial emperor. He was once Ling Tian's grandfather and Ling Genoa's comrade in arms. This time, he was the one who decided to give the national top-ranked candidate spot to Ling Tian. But now, among the 3 national top-ranked candidates, the other 2 are ranked first and second. There was only one Ling Tian, and he didn't even make it into the top 100. This made Chen Jinxing feel extremely embarrassed. How is that possible? I silently thought to myself, boy, please don't cause any trouble for me. Then, he looked at the thin old man and said, "Why are you so anxious? Ling Tian hasn't even started to exert his strength yet. Besides, their exam has been postponed for half an hour, and it's not even the end yet." The thin old man smiled and said, "Yes, it was delayed for half an hour, but he is not among the top 10 in Yunnan province." However, the shrunken old man had just finished speaking. Beep beep. They saw a name on the ranking list, and it quickly made it into the top 100, and that name was none other than Ling Tian. I saw that the score behind Ling Tian's name was increasing rapidly. It quickly reached 800 points. Isn't this an improvement? Chen Jinxing shouted excitedly. However, just as Chen Jinxing finished speaking, Ling Tian's score increased to 900 points. Then it was 1,000 points, 1,100 points, and 1,200 points. 1,300 points. Directly reached the #1 position in the country. Isn't this first place? Chen Jinxing stood up from his seat excitedly. However, just as Chen Jinxing finished speaking, Ling Tian's score reached 1,400. It is still improving madly, quickly reaching an unimaginable level. That's not right. Absolutely not right. Ling Tian's score has increased abnormally. At this moment, the 8 elders suddenly reacted. 1,200 points is equivalent to the score of the 9th level of Xian grade cultivation. At this time, Ling Tian has reached 1,400 points. points. Doesn't that mean that Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the earth level? However, Ling Tian's score was still soaring wildly. 1,500 points, 1,600 points, in just less than 10 seconds, Ling Tian's score reached 2,000 points. You should know that the further you go, the higher the score you get for every meter you move forward. If one's cultivation can reach the innate realm, the system will give a score of 10,000 points. At this time, it was not just the 8 veterans of the Ministry of Education who were confused, and everyone in the examination room. Everyone stopped completely and looked at Ling Tian moving forward in confusion. Wang Yu, Li Shui, and Zhao Hu were stunned where they were. At first they wanted to compete with Ling Tian, but a second later, they felt the pressure like a mountain. 2 seconds later, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In 3 seconds, they were completely desperate. 4 seconds later, they stood there like fools. Ling Tian continued to move forward. 200 meters, 210 meters, 230 meters. No matter how great the pressure was, Ling Tian's speed never changed at all. Soon, we arrived at 270 meters. 270 meters. How is that possible? Everyone immediately roared loudly. City Lord Li Yuntian and Chairman Bai Jinyuan were both completely bewildered. When it reaches 270 meters, it means that Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Earth grade. City Lord Li Yuntian knew very well that on the day he and Ling Tian separated, Ling Tian's cultivation level was only at the Shen level. President Bai Jinyuan was also extremely shocked, because more than a month ago, when Ling Tian left the Martial Arts Association, you were clearly at the 5th level of the Earth grade. After reaching 270 meters, Ling Tian's speed slowed down, but not much. 300 meters. Soon, Ling Tian arrived at a position of 300 meters. Ling Tian's score also successfully reached 3,300 points. Ling Tian is still making progress and his scores are still improving. Heavenly level. Ling Tian actually reached the heavenly level. City Lord Li Yuntian and President Bai Jinyuan roared in shock. Looking at the two confused faces, General Wang Tong remained calm. Looking at the two people's exaggerated expressions, he smiled. Calm down, Ling Tian is a monster, and this is far from his limit. You are the examiners, so you must manage your expressions. How would the people below feel if they saw you doing this? After hearing what General Wang Tang said, Bai Jinyuan and City Lord Li Yuntian became a little angry. It was obvious that General Wang Tang had long known Ling Tian's strength. Ling Tian returned from the military 10 days ago. At that time, Wang Tang already knew Ling Tian's strength. They didn't believe that Wang Tang managed his expression better than them at that time. The entire martial arts square fell into silence. Almost all the students stopped what they were doing. More than 200,000 people were watching one person take an exam, and that person is Ling Tian. 300 meters. Everyone just felt like they were dreaming, because what happened in front of him was not real at all. In their opinion, it was fake, and they rushed out of the starting line 300 meters away. Doesn't that mean Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the heavenly grade? A 17-year-old high school student with the 3rd level of heavenly grade cultivation. This is simply impossible for everyone. To have such an accomplishment at such an age is completely beyond everyone's comprehension. Ling Tian has completely broken the common sense of normal people's cultivation speed. After seeing Ling Tian reach a position of 300 meters, although Ling Tian's speed slowed down a lot, but Ling Tian was still moving quickly on the martial arts square. Ling Tian's scores continued to improve. Now, for every meter Ling Tian advances, his clone will improve by several hundred points. 3,500, 3,600. Just when Ling Tian reached 310 meters, his score reached 5,000 points. But Ling Tian still had no intention of stopping his actions. In the Ministry of Education headquarters, the 8 elders were completely stunned. The thin old man immediately shouted, 310 meters, 5,000 points. Doesn't that mean Ling Tian has reached the 4th level of the heavenly grade? His score is still rising, so his cultivation level is not just the 4th level of the heavenly grade? Everyone nodded helplessly, and their expressions looked more interesting than the other. That's the theory. Soon, Ling Tian's score reached 6,000 points, and the distance reached an astonishing 320 meters. 5th level of heavenly grade? Ling Tian, a 17-year-old high school student, is already at the 5th level of heavenly grade. Chen Jinxing roared loudly. They knew what such a genius meant to the Dragon Kingdom. The thin old man shouted loudly, cheating, definitely cheating. This guy called Ling Tian is definitely cheating. Otherwise, how could a 17-year-old high school student possibly have such a powerful cultivation base of the 5th level of heavenly grade? When he reached 320 meters, Ling Tian stopped. Although Ling Tian knew that he could continue to move forward, it no longer had any meaning to him. After all, the first level tests their cultivation. Ling Tian has perfectly demonstrated his level of cultivation. Moreover, Ling Tian's result has far surpassed the 2nd place. It is estimated that even the 2nd place in the country is still far behind him. 5th level of heavenly grade. Ling Tian has actually reached the 5th level of heavenly grade. Is he really a high school student? Wang Tang, are you sure this is really Ling Tian?
General Wang Tang smiled bitterly with helplessness on his face. When he saw Ling Tian coming out of the cursed abyss, he was no less shocked than they were. General Wang Tang nodded. Don't doubt it, Ling Tian's realm is stable, his aura is strong and restrained. His foundation is much more stable than those of the same level strong men. He is a 17-year-old 5th level heavenly grade. Ling Tian is the strongest high school student in the history of Dragon Country. The strongest high school student in history. I heard General Wang Tang's evaluation of Ling Tian.
Both President Bai Xinyuan and City Lord Li Yuntian nodded in agreement.
Before Ling Tian appeared, there had not been a single Earth-level warrior among the high school students taking the college entrance examination.
But now Ling Tian is a 5th-level heavenly warrior.
Ling Tian is indeed worthy of being called the strongest high school student in history.
At this moment, President Bai Xinyuan reacted and spoke loudly into the microphone. The exam lasts 2 hours, so everyone should move as far as possible. Don't waste time.
Remember, every centimeter you move forward will elevate your achievement.
Bai Xinyuan's words rang in everyone's ears, and everyone finally reacted.
They are still taking the college entrance examination. This is not the time for them to be shocked. Everyone forced themselves to suppress their inner shock towards Ling Tian and tried hard to move their feet. Time passed quickly, and soon the first exam was over.
Finally, the results have been finalized.
Ling Tian, with a score of 6,000, successfully won the first place. The second is Wang Yu, the third is Zhao Hu, and the fourth is Li Shui. Ma Meng and Lin Yueru also performed well and both made it into the top 50. At the moment when the exam was over, the Ministry of Education headquarters immediately called Bai Xinyuan, Li Yuntian, and Wang Tang. As soon as the call was connected, they saw the other end of the video. The 8 elders of the Ministry of Education sat together and looked at City Lord Li Yuntian. The thin old man looked angry and questioned City Lord Li Yuntian loudly.
Li Yuntian, what did you 3 examiners do? Someone was cheating in the exam room, and you didn't stop them? After hearing the old man's words, City Lord Li Yuntian's face immediately turned ugly. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? What do you mean by someone cheating? Old Wang's face was full of disdain. You still say no? Come on. Then tell me, how did Ling Tian get 6,000 points? How did he walk the distance of 320 meters?
Don't tell me he is a 5th level heavenly grade warrior. At this moment, General Wang Tang stepped forward.
Master Wang, please be mindful of your wording.
Ling Tian is a 5th level heavenly rank warrior. He covered the distance of 320 meters right under our noses. If you doubt his strength, you can come to the examination room and see for yourself. Also, our 3 examiners are all powerful warriors at the Martial King level. How could we fail to see the cultivation of a 5th level heavenly grade warrior? Please don't question us. In an instant, the entire conference room of the Ministry of Education was in uproar.
Since Wang Tang and the others said so, Ling Tian's results were almost certainly true.
After all, the 3 chief examiners are watching. It was almost impossible for Ling Tian to cheat in front of the 3 examiners.
17 years old and already at the 5th level of the heavenly rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have to come over and take a look. I have to see it for myself. How could a 17-year-old heaven grade 5 warrior appear in this world? I absolutely don't believe it. Mr. Wang, there's no point in saying more.
Whether it's true or not, you can come and see for yourself tomorrow. Having said that, General Wang Tang and his men hung up the video call. At this time, General Wang Tang, City Lord Li Yuntian, and President Bai Xinyuan all looked unhappy. For Ling Tian to have such strength and such achievements, they didn't expect this either. But when Mr. Wang answered the phone, he started scolding and questioning them.
It also made them feel very unhappy.
They could doubt Ling Tian's strength, but they could never doubt the fairness of the 3 of them. What good would it do for the 3 of them to cover up Ling Tian's cheating? At this moment, in the Ministry of Education, Mr. Wang immediately set off. I'm going to go over and see if this 17-year-old 5th level high school student is real or fake. At this time, Chen Jinxing also stood up. If you go, I'll go see it too.
I'm curious too. Is it really that amazing? I'm going too. And me.
Immediately, 4 of the 8 veterans from the Ministry of Education stood up. At this time, the Minister of Education, who had been silent all the time, nodded lightly. In that case, the 4 of you should go over and take a look together. Wang Tang and the other 3 might have made a mistake, but the 4 of you, the martial emperors of the heavenly martial realm, can't have been wrong, right? Chen Jinxing clasped his fists and said to the old minister, "Don't worry, boss, we will investigate what happened."
What? The next day, the first war zone of Yunnan province, the martial arts square examination area. There are only 5 minutes left before the exam begins. Everyone gathered together. Ling Tian stood in the crowd and had become the most eye-catching person. Everyone was curious about how Ling Tian did it. In everyone's opinion, even if Ling Tian started practicing since he was in the womb, he couldn't be so powerful. Among these high school students, the strongest, like Wang Yu, is only at the 3rd level of the Xian level. But Ling Tian actually reached the powerful 5th level of the heavenly grade, which was a huge lead. Almost more than half of the
the people suspected that Ling Tian was cheating. But yesterday, apart from the three chief examiners, President Bai Jinyuan, General Wang Teng, and City Lord Li Yuntian, there were also hundreds of examiners watching on the scene. If Ling Tian really cheated, wouldn't they point it out? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying and powerful pressure suddenly erupted. Xuanning, the seven-tailed fox, hid in the dark and looked at Ling Tian with a frown. Then the mental power transmitted the sound to Ling Tian's ears. Ling Tian, a strong man from your human race is coming. I need to hide first. Ling Tian glanced in the direction of Xuanning and nodded. In a short while, Xuanning had left the first war zone. At this moment, everyone felt the void. It was as if there was an invisible pressure that turned into a waterfall from the sky. It instantly descended upon everyone, crushing them so hard that even breathing became difficult. Bang! 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 One after another, muffled sounds echoed in the void. There were 4 old men in the void, wearing uniforms from the Ministry of Education, walking forward step by step, stepping into the void. The 4 old men all exuded a majestic royal aura. It is like the invisible aura generated by the overlord of the world. The space around them was distorted, as if even the space could not withstand the powerful pressure emanating from them. The invisible magnetic field of the 4 people instantly enveloped the entire examination room. Everyone looked at the 4 old men, or the identities of the 4 people, in shock. At this moment, President Bai Jinyuan picked up the microphone and spoke loudly. Don't panic, everyone. These 4 gentlemen are 4 of the 7 deputy ministers of the Ministry of Education. I am here today to supervise the exam, so everyone just needs to give their best. Everyone can show off your strength in front of the 4 adults. After hearing President Bai Jinyuan's words, the students present became excited. It was the first time they heard that the Vice Minister of Education would personally supervise the college entrance examination. You know, the 4 deputy ministers are all powerful warriors at the martial emperor level. He is a powerful person standing at the top of the dragon country. How can this not make everyone excited? At this moment, the 4 powerful martial emperors came above the heads of Bai Jinyuan and the other 3. He slowly descended and gathered his breath. Everyone felt that the pressure on them disappeared. Everyone felt relieved and let out a long sigh. At this moment, Mr. Wang came to Bai Jinyuan and raised the microphone. Everyone, today's exam is to test your attack power and judge your combat effectiveness. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yun, and I'm your examiner for this exam. Today, I will personally assess and grade you. Everyone was surprised that a martial emperor was personally testing them. Afterwards, Wang Yun went directly to the martial arts square. He activated his true energy, and the powerful true energy, along with his supernatural powers, formed huge wind walls. You will be divided into groups of 1,000 according to your test numbers, and will receive thousands of tests. As he said that, he asked the candidates numbered 1 to 1,000 to come to the martial arts square. Wang Yun said loudly, "You, use your strongest attack, and I will adjust it according to the strength of your attack. Score your points and get started." After hearing Wang Yun's words, the students were all surprised. Unexpectedly, Minister Wang Yun had to accept the attacks of 1,000 students at once. But it's normal if you think about it. A strong man at the martial emperor level, let alone facing 1,000 yellow level students. Even if facing 10,000 yellow level students, a martial emperor can easily kill them. At this moment, the 1,000 students burst out with their power at the same time. The true energy surged, and suddenly, colorful lights flashed above the martial arts square. The light continued to flow, in just less than a breath of time. Everyone has finished charging. Then he took out his weapon and attacked the wind wall condensed by Minister Wang Yun. Rumble. The sound of a huge explosion continued to echo in everyone's ears. The vibrating space began to shake, and layers of aftermath rose in the air. However, the wind wall condensed by Minister Wang Yun did not move at all and was not affected at all. Minister Wang Yun's eyes showed disdain. Waste. Waste. All of them. Not even one talented person. Is this the candidate from your Yunnan province? Afterwards, Minister Wang Yun condensed his true energy. Wind blades condensed and quickly left numbers on the ground. 50 points, 83 points, 33 points. What? The highest one only got 120 points. The examiners present quickly recorded the scores for the students. Next group. Wang Yun continued to shout. The second group, 1,000 students, launched their attacks again, attacking the wind wall condensed by Wang Yun. Wang Yun was feeling everyone's attack power. Waste. Waste. All of them. 2,000 people, not even one scored over 150 points. Afterwards, he controlled his true energy and transformed it into wind blades, carving scores for everyone on the ground. For a strong man at the martial emperor level, he has powerful mental power and can sense the attack strength of 1,000 people at the same time. It is very easy to judge the attack power of thousands of people and give them a score. His method is even more accurate than machine scoring. Soon, the third group, the fourth group, the fifth group, all of them were assessed. But still no one's score can reach 150 points. Soon an hour passed. 30,000 students have already taken the assessment. Minister Wang Yun's eyes were full of disdain. I've already
said it before, how could a place like your Yunnan province, with its poor mountains and bad waters, produce such powerful students? You didn't even get a 150-point score. Did all your 12 years of compulsory education go to waste? After hearing Minister Wang Yun's sarcastic words, the college entrance examination students gnashed their teeth in anger. But there is no way, their attack power is indeed too weak. Let me. At this moment, Wang Yu, Zhao Hu, and Li Shui went to the martial arts square. The test numbers of the three people are connected. They have long been unhappy with Minister Wang Yun, and they must prove that the students from their Yunnan province are not weak. Powerful airwaves swept over Wang Yu's body, emitting a terrifying aura of supernatural powers. Wang Yu instantly condensed a huge metal sword that was 10 meters long. With an aura that could cut through iron like mud, it hung above Wang Yu's head. Oh, S-level innate ability, Dian Golden Crystal. Just when Minister Wang Yun's eyes showed a slight interest, 1,000 students launched their attacks one after another. Suddenly, dense attacks came like a violent storm, continuously attacking Minister Wang Yun's wind wall. The sound of explosions continued to echo in everyone's ears, and for the first time, signs of shaking appeared on the wind wall. In other words, everyone's attack slightly shook Minister Wang Yun's wind wall for a while. Minister Wang Yun's eyes showed satisfaction. Then, he looked at Wang Yu and the other three. You three are pretty good. Then, his gaze fell on Wang Yu, especially you. You can barely be considered a genius. As he spoke, Minister Wang Yun gave everyone a score. Wang Yu, 800 points, Zhao Hu, 600 points, Li Shui, 600 points. Next group. The words fell. This time, Ling Tian finally came on stage. Seeing that Minister Wang Yun still had a look of disdain on his face, Wang Yu clenched his fists in anger. Looking at Ling Tian, I don't know if your 5th level heavenly grade cultivation is real. If you are really that powerful, I ask you to show your true strength and let that old man see that the students from our Yunnan province are the strongest. Yes, our students from Yunnan province are the best. Ling Tian smiled faintly. Don't worry, the students from our Yunnan province are indeed the strongest, because you have me. After hearing Ling Tian's confident words, Minister Wang Yun's face darkened. Boom! Chen Jinxing and the other two deputy ministers also looked at Ling Tian expectantly. So, that's the student who reached the 5th level of the heavenly grade, asked one of the deputy ministers. Chen Jinxing nodded. It's him, the grandson of that old man Ling Genoa. He really has the demeanor of Ling Genoa when he was young. Ling Tian strode forward and walked to the front. Wang Yun looked at Ling Tian with disdain. Boy, are you the cheating student Ling Tian? Ling Tian was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure and looked at Wang Yun indifferently. Cheating? When did I cheat? Boom boom boom. When did you cheat? You're 17 years old and have reached the 5th level of heavenly grade. This is simply impossible. I don't know how you managed to cheat under the noses of so many examiners yesterday, but today, with me, Wang Yun, here, you want to cheat? Dream on. After hearing Wang Yun's words, everyone immediately became dissatisfied. Chen Jinxing was also furious. Wang Yun, you're clearly taking my words out of context. Ling Tian hasn't even taken the test yet, and you're already saying he cheated. Isn't that too much? Wang Yun sneered. Whether it's excessive or not, you'll know soon enough. Hey kid, come here, I'll examine you individually to see if you're worthy of a score of 6,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yun immediately retracted his wind wall. Looking at Ling Tian, he said, I will stand here, neither dodging nor evading, neither defending nor defending. Just attack me. I want to see if you have the strength of heaven grade 5. If you really have the strength of the 5th level of the heavenly rank, you should be able to tear my clothes. After hearing Wang Yun's words, Ling Tian grinned and looked at Wang Yun with interest. Master Wang, I think you should condense a wind wall to test my attack. Just stand there and let me attack you. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Hurt me? After hearing Ling Tian's words, not only Minister Wang Yun, but also the others were stunned. It felt so ridiculous, as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. You know, every time a warrior advances a level, his physical strength will increase a little. The strength of the protective energy on the surface of the skin will also increase. The protective chi and physical strength of the martial emperor in the Tianwu realm have reached an incredible level. It's totally beyond the comprehension of normal people. In other words, a martial emperor at the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm has already reached the physical strength. Even if a 9th level innate master attacks with all his strength, the martial emperor will neither dodge nor defend. Even a master of the 9th level of the innate realm may not be able to break the opponent's protective chi. Even if the protective chi is broken, the attack intensity will be greatly weakened. If it falls on your body, it will probably only leave some minor skin injuries. For a warrior at the heavenly level, the most he could do is tear his clothes, but it would be impossible to break the protective aura. Wang Yun looked disdainful. Boy, let me tell you this, I'm just standing here. If I get hurt by you, I'll poop and eat it right there. Ling Tian smiled. Old Wang, you are also a big shot in our dragon country. It is not good to cheat for free food and drink, right? Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you attack me, and you can use weapons. Wang Yun was immediately enraged by Ling Tian and shouted angrily. Ling Tian's eyes instantly became fierce. Wang Yun didn't dodge or defend. Could it be that Ling Tian couldn't break through his defense? In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted. Endless crimson flames directly enveloped Ling Tian's body. Oh, Ling Tian's hair swayed continuously with the powerful flames. Powerful air waves burst out from all around Ling Tian. The clothes fluttered wildly. Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a fire god of war, with an extremely powerful aura. The aura of the 5th level of that heavenly realm was perfectly displayed. 5th level of heavenly grade. It's actually true. Shen Jinxing and the other two roared in shock. Even Wang Yun's pupils suddenly shrank and he felt shocked. Judging from his aura, Ling Tian is definitely a genuine 5th level heavenly grade warrior. There is no sign that his realm is unstable or his foundation is weak. I just don't know whether his strength has reached the 5th level of the heavenly grade. The aura of Ling Tian Wuji heavenly fire filled the void. I saw a flash of light on Ling Tian's palm, and then the soul-devouring bead emerged and turned into a soul-devouring battle sword. The soul-devouring sword seemed to be trembling with excitement. Ling Tian, the infinite skyfire wrapped around the blade of the soul-devouring battle sword. True energy was poured into the sword. One by one, blood-red stars appeared around Ling Tian. 1, 2, 3, and finally, a total of 28 blood stars. Especially the huge blood star king, which appeared above Ling Tian's head and flashed. The blood energy in Ling Tian's body is even stronger, more violent, and hotter than that of the Xiantian Grandmaster. What the hell is this? The 4 deputy ministers from the Ministry of Education looked at Ling Tian in shock. They had only heard of the condensation of 26 blood stars, theoretically 20. But what are the 28 blood stars? Or what the hell is that blood star king on Ling Tian's head that is as big as a coconut egg? The SS level fire talent ability makes the blood in true essence dozens of times stronger than those of the same level. This allowed Ling Tian's combat power to reach an extremely terrifying level. Ling Tian took a bow step forward. Keep your feet on the ground. The ground sank in an instant. Click, click, click. A spider web crack with a diameter of more than 10 meters emerged from the ground. Ling Tian's body seemed to have turned into a bent bow. Pull your arms apart. Draw the sword and cut. The 9 extremes flames will slash and destroy the 8 wastelands. A flaming blade burst out, instantly shattering the sound barrier. A flaming blade, like a crescent moon, grew longer in the wind and extended to dozens of meters in an instant. Ling Tian's figure moved out along with the slashing. Zhun. The soul-devouring sword made a ringing sound. What a terrifying attack. The people in the audience roared in shock. Wang Yun was also confused. He immediately felt that Ling Tian's attack, judging only from the power of his aura, was no weaker than that of an ordinary 5th level innate master. Stay calm. Even a 9th level innate master can't break my protective aura. Just at the moment when Vice Minister Wang Yun had this thought, Ling Tian's flames instantly engulfed Deputy Minister Wang Yun. The soul-devouring blade ignored the characteristics of defense and easily cut through Wang Yun's body-protecting aura. Phew! In an instant, blood splattered. Deputy Minister Wang Yun let out a strange cry and his body left the ground directly. It flew backwards like a meteor, rushing out 100 meters. Rumble! Bang! With a loud bang, Deputy Minister Wang Yun stopped after crashing into a wall and causing it to collapse into a narrow area. What's going on? In an instant, the more than 200,000 people in the entire martial arts square fell into silence. Space and time seemed to have stopped flowing. The air seemed to freeze. Shocking. The whole audience was shocked. It was as if everyone had seen the most incredible thing in their lives. A 5th level heavenly grade warrior actually chopped a heavenly martial realm, martial emperor warrior, away with just one sword strike? Is this something a human can do? At this moment, Minister Wang Yun crawled out from the ruins. He looked at Ling Tian in shock. At this moment, Wang Yun had disheveled hair and his face was charred by the infinite skyfire. How is this possible? How could you possibly break through my protective aura? You know, even a master of the 9th level of the innate realm would find it difficult to break through his body's protective chi. This is not just Wang Yun's question, but also the doubt of everyone present. Ling Tian smiled slightly and raised his soul-devouring blade. Because the characteristic of my exclusive weapon, the soul-devouring blade, is that it ignores defense. Suddenly, Minister Wang Yun felt like a clown. Don't look at Ling Tian's attack just now. It was very powerful. But for Wang Yun, who is at the martial emperor level, he is extremely weak and as slow as a snail. I can easily avoid it. Even if he didn't dodge, as long as he used a little of his true energy to attack, he could offset Ling Tian's attack. But he had told Ling Tian before that he would not dodge or defend himself. How is that possible? Then aren't you digging a hole for yourself? You. Minister Wang Yun looked at Ling Tian and was speechless for a long time. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Master Wang, what do you think of my attack power? How many points can I get? Shen Jinxing also forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and asked curiously. Wang Yun, hurry up and tell me, how was Ling Tian's attack? Minister Wang Yun, although unwilling in his heart, swallowed his saliva and sighed. Ling Tian's attack power is no less than that of a 5th level Xiantian Grandmaster, with his full strength. The original SS level Wuji Tianhua could only increase his attack to the second or third level of the innate realm. However, the purity of his chi, blood, and true essence far exceeds that of ordinary innate masters. Ling Tian's combat power has already spanned a major realm. He can be called the peerless genius. Peerless genius. In an instant, the whole audience exploded and everyone roared in shock. Everyone looked at Ling Tian with an expression of disbelief. A peerless genius whose combat power spans a whole new realm. We usually just heard about it through rumors. However, today they saw a genuine peerless genius. However, what they didn't know was that Ling Tian didn't use his full strength. If one uses all his strength and unleashes the infinite Skyfire attack, it will be enough to kill a 6th level innate master in one blow. At this time, not to mention Deputy Minister Wang Yun, Chen Jinxing and others were also confused. What? Even General Wang Tang showed shock on his face for the first time. Because among all the people present, General Wang Tang could be said to be the first person to know Ling Tian's cultivation level. General Wang Tang knew that Ling Tian was awesome, but he didn't expect him to be so awesome. Mr. Wang, you've said so much, but what's my score on the attack power test? Minister Wang was completely stunned. A high school student at the 5th level of the heavenly grade had the combat power of an innate master. Under normal circumstances, there are only 2 ways to test the attack power in the second stage of the Military Science College entrance examination. One is manual assessment, and the other is machine testing. Fortunately, they did not use machine testing this time. If they had used machine testing, then the attack power testing machine would be smashed to pieces by Ling Tian. Under normal circumstances, the examiner's cultivation level is at most heavenly level. If Minister Wang Yun hadn't come to conduct the assessment in person today, it is estimated that those examiners in charge of the assessment will be crushed by Ling Tian. Wang Yun looked embarrassed. Ling Tian, your situation is a bit special. This is the first time I have encountered it. Let us discuss how many points to give you. Okay, seniors, you guys take your time to discuss this, just don't deny me points. As he spoke, Wang Yun looked at Chen Jinxing and the other 3 deputy ministers of the Ministry of Education. Let's discuss this. Then his gaze fell on City Lord Li Yuntian and others. Take the others and continue the exam. The college entrance examination will proceed as usual. Chen Jinxing looked at Deputy Minister Wang Yun, who was looking at him with a face full of gloating. Old Wang, didn't you say Ling Tian cheated? Why don't you say it now? Everyone knows that the reason why Minister Wang Yun has feelings for Ling Tian. This is because Minister Wang Yun's grandson is also taking the college entrance examination this year, and he is one of the strongest high school students in Longdu. At such a young age, he has already awakened S-level supernatural talents. 2 months before the college entrance examination, his strength had already reached the 9th level of the yellow grade. He originally thought that one of his grandson's spots as the national top high school student would be his, but it was snatched away by Ling Tian, who suddenly appeared. Wang Yun was very dissatisfied and felt that his grandson was no worse than Ling Tian. Even if Ling Tian is a dual system talent with awakened abilities, his grandson's overall qualities must also be stronger than Ling Tian's. But now, he no longer thinks so. This Ling Tian is a fucking pervert. He can't even compare to my own grandson. Wang Yun just smiled awkwardly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about how many points Ling Tian should be given. Wang Yun said, in the past few decades of our Manhwa college entrance examination, the second round with the highest score was the college entrance examination 2 years ago. The peerless genius who appeared, like Ling Tian, had the ability to cross a major realm and kill enemies of higher levels. At that time, he had reached the 3rd level of Xian grade and was far ahead of all the candidates in the country. His attack power had reached the 3rd level of D grade and his final score was 2,000 points. I think, based on this, how should we judge Ling Tian's score? Chen Jinxing nodded. Although that's what I said, the gap between the two is too big. One is at the 3rd level of Earth grade combat power, and the other is at the 5th level of innate grade. The difference in combat power is dozens of times. Let's have a good discussion. This time, all 4 deputy ministers were troubled. The college entrance examination is in full swing. Soon, it was 6:30 and the college entrance examination officially ended. Almost all candidates are concerned about their scores. In addition to the candidates from Yunnan and Dian provinces, the old minister at the Ministry of Education headquarters was also paying attention. They looked at the score ranking, but Ling Tian's score did not appear. The exam is over, but Ling Tian's scores haven't come out yet. Minister, do you think they caught Ling Tian cheating? An old man looked at the old minister of education and asked. The old minister shook his head. Not necessarily. If cheating is confirmed, Chen Jinxing and the others will report it to us immediately. But the scores haven't come out yet. There must be something wrong. Let's wait a little longer. At the same time, outside the Longdu College entrance examination center, a boy exuding a cold aura and with chilling eyes stared intently at the big screen showing the score rankings. This boy, named Xiao Fan, is one of the 3 top high school students this year and is also the current number 1 in the college entrance examination. On the big screen of the college entrance examination, his score was listed in the score ranking. The cultivation level is the 9th level of Xian level, 2,000 2,000 points. Strength test, 2,500 points, a total of 4,500 points. Next is the second place, Yi Tian. The cultivation level is the 8th level of Xian level, 1,900 points. Strength test, 2,400 points. Total score, 4,300 points. Below the two of them is Ling Tian, with a total of 4,000 points and a cultivation level of the 5th heavenly level. At this moment, a young man with a crew cut came in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, are you still looking at Ling Tian's score? I told you a long time ago that he cheated. Otherwise, why wouldn't his score appear on the rankings? Xiao Fan shook his head. Not necessarily. If he really cheated, his results should have been cancelled. Both Xiao Fan and Yi Tian were hit hard by Ling Tian's score yesterday. They originally thought that their cultivation level of the 9th and 8th levels of the Xian level was already far ahead of the rest of the country. However, when Ling Tian, who had reached the 5th level of Tian grade, appeared, they realized what it meant to be ahead by a huge margin. Even though they are ranked first and second now, these are the scores of two subjects. Although Ling Tian only scored 4,000 points, it was only based on one test. At this time, almost all the candidates across the country were paying close attention to Ling Tian's scores. Yi Tian had a look of disdain on his face. 5th level of heaven grade? Xiao Fan, don't even think about it. For a high school student, it's impossible to reach the 5th level of heaven grade. Even the peerless genius from 2 years ago is now only at the 9th level of the heavenly grade. How could Ling Tian be at the 5th level of the heavenly grade? If they were given the same amount of time to cultivate, wouldn't Ling Tian become an Xian Tian Grandmaster? Just when Xiao Fan felt that what Yi Tian said made sense, suddenly, the score jumped. Ling Tian's name suddenly jumped from the top of the list to the first place. After seeing the score displayed after Ling Tian's name on the leaderboard, everyone present was stunned and completely froze in place. 10,000 points. Xiao Fan and Yi Tian roared in shock almost at the same time. The three senior ministers at the Ministry of Education headquarters were so frightened by this exaggerated and unreliable score that they stood up. 10,000 points. How is that possible? Is Ling Tian's power that strong? Could he even be on par with an Xian Tian Grandmaster? At this moment, a white-haired old man next to the old minister shouted loudly, "Who the hell can tell me how 10,000 points are given? This is cheating. What are Wang Yun and Chen Jinxing doing? With a score of 10,000, he thinks he's a Xian Tian Grandmaster?" The old minister's eyes were also terrifyingly gloomy at this moment. He directly called Vice Minister Wang Yun and his colleagues. He knew that it was impossible for them to make such a serious mistake. They are four powerful warriors at the martial emperor level, and Ling Tian is a 17-year-old high school student. It is impossible to cheat successfully under their noses. If Ling Tian cheated, he would fail the first round of the exam. Ling Tian's results would have been cancelled, but Ling Tian's results were not only not cancelled. Instead, they announced Ling Tian's second round of exam results, which meant that Ling Tian did not cheat. Since there was no cheating, how did Ling Tian get his results in the second round of exams? As the call was connected, Vice Minister Wang Yun on the other end of the video appeared on the screen. Old Minister. Vice Minister Wang Yun looked at the old minister with a complicated expression. The old minister nodded calmly. Tell me, what exactly happened? How did Ling Tian get the 10,000 points? If it were a machine that gave the score, the maximum it would give would be 2,000. If the score is given manually, then how did the 10,000 points come from? Deputy Minister Wang Yun said, Old Minister, I have personally checked Ling Tian's cultivation. There is no doubt that he is at the 5th level of the heavenly grade. The old minister's heart suddenly shook, and his pupils dilated. Even the three elders around him couldn't help but burst out with the national quintessence. This young man, how did he get those 10,000 points? How did he score 10,000 points? The old minister forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. The old minister, as a man standing at the top of the pyramid of Dragon Country's warriors, is one of the first powerful men of Dragon Country. Even he was only a first-level Shen-level warrior when he was 17 years old. Deputy Minister Wang Yin said, I personally tested it, and Ling Tian's attack successfully broke through my defense, and he caused me some injuries. Conservatively speaking, his fighting ability has reached the standard of a peerless genius. At least they all have the combat power of the 5th level of innateness, 10,000 points, and have already restrained themselves. What did you say? The old minister was completely stunned and looked at Deputy Minister Wang Yun and others on the other end of the video in shock. Chen Jinxing and the others? Are you serious about what you're saying to me? Wang Yun was helpless, as Chen Jinxing appeared in the video after a while. Old minister, you're looking for me? The old minister nodded. Tell me, what's going on? Chen Jinxing nodded. The four of us saw it with our own eyes, and Lao Wang felt it himself. Ling Tian used a special weapon. It has the effect of ignoring defense. The supernatural power used is the SS level Wuji Tianhua, and the martial arts performed is the S level Jiuji Lian slash. The proficiency is already perfect. Moreover, he condensed 28 blood stars, which made the capacity and purity of his true essence dozens of times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. The combat power of the 5th level of
Xian Tian is just our conservative estimate, 10,000 points. It has really been reduced.
Chen Jinqing, you're so fucking boastful.
Theoretically, the maximum number of blood stars is 27, but even the old minister only has 25.
You told us that Ling Tian had condensed 28 blood stars.
You're just bragging.
The old man next to the old minister could no longer stand and spoke loudly.
Wang Yun, Chen Jinqing and others shook their heads helplessly.
We saw it with our own eyes.
We'll send you the video of his assessment shortly.
Watch it for yourself.
The old minister appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil.
A sword that can ignore defense and SS-level infinite skyfire are already terrifying. But compared with what I said later, it's an exaggeration.
9 Extremes Flame Slash. Although for them, such an S-level martial art is not that difficult to master.
But even if a strong man at the martial emperor level wants to improve his proficiency to the level of great perfection, it is estimated that it will take several years.
If it is a master of innate skills, it will take 10 years to have a certain chance of success. But Ling Tian actually succeeded in reaching the state of great perfection.
What does this mean? This shows that Ling Tian's comprehension has far exceeded everyone's imagination.
However, this is not the most perverted thing. The most perverted thing is that Ling Tian actually condensed 28 blood stars.
After a while, the video of Ling Tian's exam was transmitted.
This young man, the 3 veterans around the old minister performed the national quintessence one after another. After watching the video, the old minister let out a long sigh. But the turmoil in my heart still couldn't calm down for a long time.
He looked at Wang Yun, Chen Jinqing and others on the other end of the video. You guys stay in Yundian.
Ling Tian's mental strength exam is tomorrow, and I want to watch the live broadcast.
Wang Yun and the others nodded.
At this time, Ling Tian didn't know that his performance had caused an uproar.
And in the long-due examination hall, cheating, isn't this fucking cheating? 10,000 points, he's a martial arts master, so 10,000 points? Yi Tian couldn't believe such a result at all and shouted loudly.
Xiao Fan's face became more and more ugly, so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out.
It doesn't matter.
If Ling Tian cheated with a score like this, his score would definitely be cancelled.
If not, that's even better.
When the hunting exam begins, I'll see for myself if he's really that powerful.
Yi Tian nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation.
He could accept that someone's score was higher than his, but he absolutely could not accept that someone's score was much higher than his. The next day, more than 200,000 candidates from Yunnan and Dian provinces gathered again at the martial arts square of the first war zone of Yunnan and Dian provinces. This time, there are not 3 but 4 examiner positions.
The chief examiners were no longer city lord Li Yuntian and his men, but Chen Jinqing, Wang Yun and other 4 veterans who came from the Ministry of Education headquarters. Chen Jinqing looked at the candidates on the playground. Everyone, I believe you are all familiar with us.
Let us be the chief examiners for today's 3rd round of exams. Chen Jinqing paused and continued. The 3rd round of exams is an assessment of mental strength.
Although everyone already knows the details, I still want to repeat it again.
Mental strength is a very important aspect of being a warrior.
The most fundamental benefit of spiritual power is that as your cultivation level continues to improve, the stronger your spiritual power, the less likely you are to go astray.
If your mental strength is strong enough, it can also improve your mental agility and your understanding. At the same time, a strong mental force can also give you the opportunity to awaken innate abilities such as spiritual pupil techniques. So, a warrior, while training his physical body, cannot ignore the strength of his mental power.
And for today's exam, the 4 of us, the deputy ministers of the Ministry of Education, will join forces to unleash our mental coercion upon you.
We will increase the intensity of our mental pressure over time.
The longer you hold on, the higher your score will be.
When the students heard that their examiners would be 4 martial emperor level experts, they were all in despair. Under normal circumstances, the college entrance examination and the mental strength test would at most require the masters of the innate realm to release mental pressure for the test. But this time, they directly encountered 4 martial emperors, which was completely hellish.
Yes.
Chen Jinqing seemed to see the fear of the candidates and understood their thoughts. With a faint smile, he said, "Don't worry, we will adjust our mental strength to the same level as other examination halls. Also, the Minister of Education is watching today's exam, so I hope everyone works hard." After hearing Chen Jinqing's words, everyone immediately became excited and fought with full enthusiasm. Each of them looks as if they have been injected with chicken blood. Although everyone knew in their hearts that the old Minister of Education probably came just to see Ling Tian, but the other party is one of the 8 martial saints of Dragon Country.
Even if the old minister did not come because of them, as long as they are remembered by the old minister, there will be countless benefits in the future.
Then Chen Jinqing nodded.
Time is almost up. Everyone please enter the examination room.
After the words fell, everyone rushed into the examination room excitedly.
Ha!
At this moment, the 4 powerful martial emperors released their true energy. The surrounding space seemed to be swallowed up by their powerful aura and continued to distort. They took a step towards the void, and then circles of waves appeared in the space.
Stepping on the void.
The 4
powerful martial emperors walked step by step in the void for only a short while. The 4 great martial emperors had already arrived at the martial arts square, 50 meters in the air. The exam starts at 9 in the morning. Looking at the hands on the clock, it was 9 o'clock. The exam bell rang and echoed in everyone's ears. The 4 martial emperors released their mental power almost at the same time, transforming it into mental pressure. Ling Tian, standing among the crowd, remained calm. Wang Yu, Zhao Hu, Li Shui and the others stared at Ling Tian intently. Although their cultivation is not as good as Ling Tian's, and their strength is not as good as Ling Tian's, however, they didn't believe it, and their mental strength was not as good as Ling Tian's. There are 3 ways to improve your mental strength. The first one is also the simplest. As your cultivation level breaks through, your body transforms and evolves, your ability to improve will naturally increase. The second is to rely on elixirs and natural treasures to improve. However, elixirs that can enhance mental strength are natural treasures and are extremely rare. What? Even the lowest level ones are S-level elixirs and rare treasures. The third is the most common method used by warriors to improve their mental strength. That is to find warriors who have awakened their spiritual talents and abilities and become their spiritual trainers. Use their mental power to attack and oppress warriors, and through continuous training, their mental power can be improved and broken through. Li Shui, Wang Yu, and Zhao Hu are the prodigies of 3 of the 4 major families in the provincial capital of Yunnan province. Of course, you can afford a mental trainer. They believed that their mental strength was no worse than Ling Tian's. After all, they have been exposed to mental trainers since childhood and their mental strength has been trained frequently. Although these 3 people are Xian-level warriors, their mental power has surpassed that of ordinary D-level warriors. The invisible spiritual pressure was like a surging wave of air. In an instant, the entire martial arts square was flooded. Some students were immediately shaken by the shock. I felt as if I was instantly submerged by a huge invisible wave. It made them feel suffocated and even breathing became difficult. It was as if he was hallucinating. Looking at the 5 martial emperors in the void, it seemed as if they were not 5 people. Instead, they were suspended in the void, and the majestic, towering mountains made it impossible for them to breathe. However, Ling Tian still stood there with a calm expression. To Ling Tian, that mental power seemed to be completely non-existent. Boom! There is no way to have any impact on Ling Tian at all. 1 minute later, more than 30% of the students fell to the ground and lost their qualifications. At the same time, hundreds of examiners were quickly tallying up their scores and then calculating the grades. Just as 1 minute passed, the 4 martial emperors simultaneously increased their mental pressure slightly. However, in their opinion, it only increased a slight amount of mental pressure. But in the eyes of those candidates, it has more than doubled. Immediately, 10% of the candidates fell down, and with every second that passed, one candidate after another fell down. 10 minutes later, there were only less than 10,000 candidates left in the entire martial arts square. The mental pressure of the 4 great martial emperors is equivalent to the limit that an ordinary yellow grade 7th level warrior can withstand. 20 minutes later, there were only less than 100 people left on the martial arts square. The mental pressure at this time is equivalent to the limit that an ordinary Shin level 3rd level warrior can withstand. However, Ling Tian, Zhao Hu, Li Shui and Wang Yu still looked relaxed and did not feel any pressure at all. There were only 11 candidates standing in the entire martial arts square. Half an hour later, the intensity of the mental pressure had reached a level that an ordinary Shin level 7th level warrior could accept. On the entire martial arts square, only Ling Tian, Li Shui, Wang Yu and Zhao Hu were left. As you all know, now is just the beginning of the main event. Beads of sweat were already dripping down the foreheads of Wang Yu and the other 2. Obviously, the current mental pressure has made them feel some pressure. Only Ling Tian was there, still looking relaxed, as if the mental pressure did not exist at all. 40 minutes later, the intensity of the mental pressure had reached a level that an ordinary 1st level Earth level warrior could withstand. Ling Tian was still relaxed, while Wang Yu's forehead was covered with sweat. As for Zhao Hu and Li Shui, their bodies were already trembling slightly. After 45 minutes, the mental pressure strength of the 4 martial emperors reached the level equivalent to that of an ordinary 3rd level Earth level warrior. Finally, Zhao Hu and Li Shui could no longer bear it and collapsed. Afterwards, Zhao Hu and Li Shui's scores were also quickly counted. Li Shui, 800 points, Zhao Hu, 800 points. Damn it! Why does he look so stress-free? There was a look of unwillingness in Wang Yu's eyes. You know, Wang Yu's path as a warrior is not entirely focused on breakthroughs. He does half an hour of mental training almost every day. Therefore, as a warrior at the 3rd level of Xian grade, he has the mental strength equivalent to that of a warrior at the 5th level of D grade. But Ling Tian, this is not scientific. The cultivation level is the 5th level of the heavenly grade. This means that Ling Tian should be fully focused on breaking through. But why does Ling Tian's mental strength seem so high now? Why, under the mental pressure released by the 4 martial emperors, Ling Tian did not seem to feel the slightest bit of pressure. 50 minutes later, the intensity of the mental pressure released by the 4 great martial emperors has reached the limit that an
average 5th level Earth level warrior can withstand. Wang Yu's body was completely wet with sweat, and he felt the terrifying mental power. It was like a huge invisible waterfall falling straight down from above his head. The impact on my mind and body made me feel pain. My body felt like it was about to be crushed, and it seemed as if my bones were creaking. But Ling Tian didn't feel any pressure at all. He still looked relaxed and stood there. Damn it! How could this happen? There was resentment in Wang Yu's eyes. He lost. At this moment, he seemed to realize that the gap between him and Ling Tian was not as simple as he had imagined. Bang! With a cry, Wang Yu finally couldn't withstand the powerful mental pressure and fell to the ground. Wang Yu's score was also quickly calculated by the examiners. Wang Yu, 1,000 points. Today, Wang Yu's scores from the 3 exams combined have already put him among the top 15 in the country. If it were in previous years, he would definitely be the top scorer in Yunnan province. However, there is Ling Tian in front of Wang Yu now. Ling Tian is a mountain that no candidate can overcome. Interesting. It seems like Ling Tian hasn't shown his full potential at all. This little bit of pressure isn't a problem for him at all. Soon, it was an hour. The 4 great martial emperors have already increased their mental pressure to the limit that an average 9th level Earth level warrior can withstand. Ling Tian still looked contented and relaxed. The 4 martial emperors were not surprised. After all, Ling Tian was a 5th level heavenly rank warrior. No matter how weak his mental strength was, it couldn't be that weak. Otherwise, by the time of breakthrough, he would have already gone astray. But now Ling Tian seems to have a strong aura, a solid foundation, and a stable realm. There is no sign of going astray. From this we can see that Ling Tian's mental strength is definitely not weak. After 1 hour and 10 minutes, the mental pressure reached the limit that a 3rd level heavenly grade warrior could withstand. Ling Tian, looking relaxed. After 1 hour and 30 minutes, the mental pressure had reached the limit that a 9th level heavenly rank warrior could bear, but Ling Tian was still relaxed. This kid has something. The 4 great martial emperors all showed expressions of admiration. If any other high school student had endured their mental pressure, he would have been crushed to the ground and trembling in fear. The 4 great martial emperors gradually improved their mental strength. 2 hours later, the strength of that mental power had reached the limit that a 9th level innate master could withstand. What kind of mental strength is this? Is it not affected by this? Finally, Wang Yun couldn't help but shout out. City Lord Li Yuntian smiled slightly. He had already guessed the result. Because Ling Tian has awakened a talent of spiritual pupil technique. Generally speaking, any warrior who awakens the B-level mental pupil ability will have a mental strength that is twice that of warriors of the same level. Those who have awakened to the S level are 10 times stronger than warriors of the same level. If Ling Tian awakens to the SS level, he will be at least 30 times stronger. Of course, this was also what City Lord Li Yuntian and the others had previously known about Ling Tian. Ling Tian used 3 bottles of Xian Tian spiritual liquid to increase his mental strength. The extreme Dao twin pupils have even evolved into the SSS level, destroying Dao twin pupils. Ling Tian's mental strength is already comparable to that of an average martial emperor. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level limited the intensity of his mental power, Ling Tian's combat power would be terrifying to an unimaginable degree. In 2.5 hours, the mental strength of the 4 great martial emperors had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, the level of martial kings. The terrifying mental pressure directly distorted the space around Ling Tian, forming a vortex with a diameter of 3 meters. Monster, what kind of monster is this? Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. Even Li Yuntian, Bai Jinyuan, and Wang Tun, who were outside the examination room, felt tremendous pressure from his mental pressure at this moment. Ling Tian was actually able to straighten his body and stand easily on the martial arts square. Today, the 3rd round of mental strength tests for college entrance examination candidates across the country has already ended. Almost all the candidates in the country are keeping an eye on the score rankings. Xiaofan scored 4,500 points in the first 2 rounds of exams and 3,000 points in the 3rd round of mental exams, for a total score of 7,500 points. Second in the country. Yi Tian scored 4,300 points in the first 2 rounds of exams and 3,000 points in the 3rd round of mental exams, with a total score of 7,300 points. Third in the country. The first place is still Ling Tian. In the first 2 rounds of exams, he scored a total of 14,000 points, ranking first. The scores for the mental strength test have not come out yet. Xiaofan stared at the rankings intently, and Yi Tian beside him also became nervous. It's Ling Tian again. His scores always come out the slowest. It's him again. Is he cheating? Almost all the candidates, high school teachers and students across the country were paying attention to the changes in Ling Tian's scores. Hundreds of millions of people across the country are waiting for the results of Ling Tian's 3rd round of exams. At this moment, Shen Jinxing couldn't help but speak. Ling Tian, we are going to increase the intensity of our mental pressure to the level of a martial emperor. If you are forcing yourself to endure it now, then give up. There's no need to continue. Forcing yourself to endure it will cause mental trauma, which will affect your next beast hunting exam.
exam. Ling Tian just smiled slightly and looked at the four martial emperors. For seniors, please feel free to release your mental pressure. I can handle it. Ling Tian looked extremely relaxed, whether in his tone of voice or expression. There was no feeling of pressure at all. The four martial emperors looked at Ling Tian in surprise. You know, the mental pressure they released at this time is already 30% of their pressure. If it continues to be released, it will reach the level of martial emperor. Ling Tian, this is what you said. If you can't bear it, you must tell us immediately. Otherwise, once the spirit is traumatized, it will take several months to recover. Ling Tian nodded calmly. Don't worry, seniors. I know my limits. As soon as the words fell, the four martial emperors increased their mental pressure to 40%. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure erupted like an invisible huge wave. Pushing across the void earth, the impact caused waves in the entire space above the martial arts square. Even the candidates and examiners outside the martial arts square felt tremendous pressure. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth, and the powerful aura shook everyone's minds. But Ling Tian still remained calm, as if he didn't feel any discomfort at all. It was actually blocked. The four martial emperors looked at Ling Tian in shock. They knew very well that their mental pressure had reached the level of a martial emperor, but Ling Tian still looked relaxed, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. Ling Tian said calmly, "Four of you, continue to increase the pressure." That's what you said. The moment the words fell, the four martial emperors directly increased their mental pressure to 50%. Ling Tian still showed no signs of being unable to bear it. He still stood there easily, looking at the four martial emperors in the void. Then came 60% of the pressure. The mental power seemed to have formed a substance, constantly surging in the air. Click, click, click. The powerful mental power is like a series of tiny electric currents, constantly flowing in the air, intertwining together. At this time, beads of sweat had already appeared on Ling Tian's forehead. Oh, however, this is still far from Ling Tian's limit. How strong is this kid's mental strength? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it at all. This was true. You know, if 60% of the mental pressure of a martial emperor is released, that is enough to cause a master at the innate realm to suffer an instant mental breakdown and mental trauma. However, at this time, Ling Tian was just a 17-year-old high school student at the 5th level of the heavenly grade. Good. However, in the face of such terrifying and powerful pressure, Ling Tian actually endured it. How can we not be shocked and surprised by this? Ka ka ka. The electric current transformed from that spirit continued to flow around Ling Tian. At this moment, the four martial emperors had already increased their mental strength to 70%. The powerful pressure acted on Ling Tian, and Ling Tian felt as if he was swallowed up by an invisible tsunami. Everyone present felt a surge of pain, and Ling Tian began to waver. His body began to tremble slightly, and then drops of sweat continued to flow down from his forehead. Ling Tian, it's almost done. The four martial emperors looked at Ling Tian and said, "You have already reached a level far beyond your peers. It is estimated that even in another 1,000 years, you will reach a level far beyond your peers. No one can surpass your achievements, so there is really no need for you to continue." Ling Tian just smiled faintly. "Come again. With just this little pressure, you want me to give up? Impossible." Ling Tian, you said this. That terrifying mental force directly turned into a mental storm, and the mental pressure of the four martial emperors released 80% of its power. The terrifying force hit Ling Tian, and Ling Tian felt as if there was a mountain thousands of feet high on his body. Everyone was crushed so hard that even breathing became difficult. Veins popped out on their foreheads, and the pain was extreme. But Ling Tian still persevered and continued to temper his mental strength. This kid. At this moment, Chen Jinxing couldn't help but roar in shock. This kid treats us as mental trainers, training his mental strength. After hearing Chen Jinxing's words, the people present shouted loudly in shock. Everyone's expression became extremely exaggerated, as if they had heard the most incredible thing in the world. You know, they are powerful people at the martial emperor level. Ling Tian actually trained his mental power under the mental pressure of the four great martial emperors. Is it really possible for a 17-year-old high school student to do such a thing? A smile also appeared on Ling Tian's lips. It is indeed like this. You know, the four martial emperors released their mental pressure to impact his own spirit. For Ling Tian, this is an extremely rare opportunity. You know, you need to ask a strong man at the martial emperor level to be a spiritual trainer to train your spiritual power. Each time, it would cost at least 10 billion Dragon Country currency, but now there are 4 free laborers to train Ling Tian's mental power. How could Ling Tian give up this rare opportunity? Naturally, he would not give up the exam easily. Ling Tian's eyes revealed confidence. For seniors, this isn't all you have, is it? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was even more shocked. Ling Tian actually dared to challenge the 4 martial emperors. Wang Yun was instantly furious. "You little bastard, you want to use us to train your mental strength for nothing? You're dreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Minister Wang Yun immediately released 90% of the power of his mental pressure. The other 3 seemed to be stimulated by Ling Tian's words, which aroused their desire to win. Following Deputy Minister Wang Yun, he was able to increase the power of his mental pressure to 90%. Everyone saw that the space above Ling Tian's head suddenly sank like the mouth of a bull. Ling Tian's body began to shake uncontrollably, and he was about to kneel down on one knee. Congeal. At this moment, a terrifying mental force burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. An extremely domineering aura of destruction surged out from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's left eye was emitting a terrifying nine-colored light, and above the pupil of his right eye there seemed to be a world-destroying black flame. Suddenly, a huge phantom of the god of death instantly enveloped Ling Tian. At the moment when the phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared, the sky over the entire war zone seemed to be plunged into darkness in an instant. The domineering, vicious and powerful aura made even the four martial emperors feel a sense of fear. That kind of fear comes from the deepest part of one's heart. What? After seeing Ling Tian's pupils, they were stunned. This is it. This is an SSS-level spiritual pupil power talent. Chen Jinxing couldn't help but roar loudly. What? SSS's spiritual power talent? Everyone in the audience was completely shocked and couldn't help but roar loudly. I felt like I was dreaming. There is no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who has the SSS level of spiritual pupil power talent. There is only one strong person in the world who has the SSS level spiritual pupil power type of talent. Of course, that was before. Now there is another Ling Tian. Ling Tian did not unleash the strongest power of the destroying Dao dual channel, and that phantom of the god of death was exactly the SSS level martial arts ability that Ling Tian mastered, the god of death's Dharma image. The first skill of the death aspect is absolute defense. It can not only defend against physical attacks, but also against mental attacks. At the moment when the shadow of the Grim Reaper appeared, Ling Tian felt the pressure on himself instantly weakened a lot. Of course, this is also because Ling Tian can control the power of the death Dharma image. Otherwise, the absolute defense of the death god's Dharma image can completely ignore the mental pressure of the martial emperor. Ling Tian continued to use the mental power of the four great martial emperors to train his own mental power. We underestimated him. Use all your strength, otherwise he won't fall. Minister Wang Yun shouted loudly. All the people watching were in a state of confusion. Wang Yu, Li Shui, Zhao Hu and others fell to the ground powerlessly, their faces full of confusion. Despair. For the first time they felt what despair was. Originally, they regarded Ling Tian as their biggest rival in their lives, but now they realized what clowns they were. In front of Ling Tian, how could they be qualified to be his opponent? I originally thought that Ling Tian was a warrior with dual-type talents and abilities, but now I know that Ling Tian is a warrior with triple-type talents and abilities. Ling Tian's eyes of destruction emitted only a hint of pressure, which made them feel it. A feeling of despair. He didn't even have the courage to look up at Ling Tian. How can such people compete with each other? Finally, Wang Yu said helplessly, we were wrong. Our goal was wrong from the beginning. Ling Tian, you are not human. We shouldn't have compared ourselves with Ling Tian from the beginning. The people we should compare ourselves with are the geniuses of Dragon City and Demon City. Li Shui and Zhao Hu also nodded. At this point, they have completely given up the idea of comparing themselves with Ling Tian. Wouldn't it be humiliating to compare themselves with Ling Tian? At this moment, the four martial emperors completely increased their mental pressure to the strongest state. The terrifying mental storm, like one with the power to destroy the world, continuously impacted Ling Tian. Ling Tian's body kept shaking, as if he might fall down at any time. But he never fell down. Time passed, and soon, the mental exam had lasted for 3.5 hours. Almost everyone in the country is waiting for Ling Tian's final results, but Ling Tian's results are still not out. At the Ministry of Education headquarters, the old minister was also looking at Ling Tian on the screen in shock, with turbulent waves in his heart. The three elders beside the old minister looked angry. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. Are the four of them training Ling Tian's mental strength? This is an exam, and people all over the country are waiting for Ling Tian's score. Why don't they let Ling Tian finish the exam quickly? The old minister shook his head. No, they didn't hold back. They used all their strength to attack Ling Tian's mental power. What? Impossible? After hearing the old minister's words, the three elders shouted loudly. They are the four great martial emperors. Even a peak martial king would kneel down when their full-strength mental pressure lasts for such a long time. How could Ling Tian, a mere heavenly grade 5 warrior, possibly hold on? The three elders simply didn't believe that the four martial emperors had already used their strongest mental pressure. Look, is there anything wrong with the space within the entire examination room? After hearing the old minister's words, the three elders were stunned, and then looked carefully at the space inside the examination room. Space vortex. They roared in shock, their heartbeats quickening. There were turbulent waves in his heart, and his expressions were more and more exciting. I totally cannot understand what is going on. The spiritual pressure released by the four great martial emperors has already affected the space. The space in the entire examination room was distorted, creating one spatial vortex after another. This shows that the four martial emperors showed no mercy and used their strongest mental pressure. This this young man. The three elders didn't know how to describe what they were thinking. Soon, the third round of mental power test lasted for 4 hours. Boom! At this moment, a powerful mental wave was released from Ling Tian's body. At this moment, Ling Tian's mental strength broke through directly. Ling Tian instantly felt that his mental pressure had been greatly reduced. Spiritual power has broken through. The four martial emperors were completely stunned. They looked at each other with extremely exaggerated expressions. These four mighty martial emperors used their mental pressure to attack Ling Tian with all their might. Not only did it not cause any trauma to Ling Tian's spirit, but it also helped Ling Tian's mental strength to break through. That's a breakthrough. Then why bother taking the exam? It's a piece of shit. Wang Yun roared and immediately withdrew his mental power. At this point, they were certain that Ling Tian, who possessed the SSS Tao-destroying twin pupils, had a mental strength comparable to that of a martial emperor. It is impossible for a martial emperor to defeat the spiritual pressure of another martial emperor. If this continues, the exam will not be finished in 3 days. After seeing Wang Yun retract his mental power, the other three martial emperors also withdrew their mental powers. The four people's faces were filled with helplessness, and they couldn't even describe what they were thinking. Chen Jinxing looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, this is the end. We will discuss your results and give you a score." After hearing what Chen Jinxing said, Ling Tian looked disappointed and seemed to be still unsatisfied. If these four martial emperors could continue to train their mental strength for 3 days, Ling Tian is confident that his mental strength can reach a new level. After all, Ling Tian is a person who traveled back in time, and the essence of his soul has become incredibly powerful. In his previous life, Ling Tian had already become the strongest person on earth. The stronger a person's soul essence is, the faster his mental strength will improve. For example, a strong man at the martial emperor level needs to train his mental strength for several years, or even longer, before he can break through to a higher level. As for Ling Tian, it would only take a few days. At this time, Ling Tian had become the object of admiration of all the military science examination candidates in Yunnan province. Ling Tian's strength has exceeded everyone's cognition, and it is no longer possible for people to be jealous of him, because when the gap is so huge that it makes people despair, then jealousy will not arise. The four powerful martial emperors left the examination room and then directly connected to a video call with the old minister. "Old minister, did you see the live broadcast of the exam?" The old minister nodded, his face still showing shock. Even someone like the old minister, who had experienced countless storms, found it difficult to remain calm after seeing Ling Tian's performance. "Old minister, Ling Tian's mental strength is almost as strong as the four of us. How do we keep score?" Wang Yun, Chen Jinxing, and the others looked embarrassed. The old minister shook his head helplessly. "If this kid wasn't the son of our dragon country's genius, I would have wanted to capture him and dissect him for research. You can see what this kid's body structure is like. His combat power is equivalent to that of an innate master, and he got 10,000 points. As for the mental strength, if it is equivalent to that of a martial emperor in the Tianwu realm, then the score is definitely likely to be lower than 10,000 points, and at least several times higher. You guys give it yourselves. I don't care how many points you give. Okay, then we'll give it to you as you see fit." Because, in their opinion, it doesn't matter what score Ling Tian gets in the third round of the mental exam. Being the top student in the country is a sure thing. It is impossible for other people to catch up with Ling Tian, so what does it matter how many points Ling Tian gives you? Candidates across the country are paying attention to the rankings. 4 hours have passed, and the mental strength test has already lasted for a full 4 hours. But Ling Tian's score still hasn't come out. In the Longdu examination hall, Yi Tian and Xiao Fan both became anxious. 4 hours, a full 4 hours without showing up. Could it be that Ling Tian was really caught cheating? Xiao Fan's face was still gloomy, and he wanted to know very urgently Ling Tian's score. Wanting to know whether Ling Tian's mental strength is still the same as before far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the ranking list started jumping. Ling Tian's score, in the column for the third round of mental strength test, suddenly showed that the score was being calculated. Almost all the examinees across the country held their breath and stared at Ling Tian's score. If the normal score is displayed in the statistics, the score will appear within 1 minute. Tens of millions of candidates across the country, as well as those who were paying attention to the college entrance examination, became nervous. Xiao Fan and Yi Tian felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a heavy hammer. Since Ling Tian's scores are being counted, it means that Ling Tian did not cheat. The scores of his cultivation test and combat effectiveness test were real, and his scores were indeed far beyond theirs. 100,000. At that moment, Ling Tian's mental power test score finally appeared. "How much is this?" People across the country roared in shock. "How many fucking zeros are there after this?" Xiao Fan and Yi Tian were instantly furious. Yi Tian roared loudly. Looking at the scores on the ranking, he couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Fan even felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him instantly. The electric current surged through his body, and his proud self-esteem suffered an enormous blow. 100,000. 100,000 points. Xiao Fan immediately immediately roared loudly. However, the candidates in the examination hall of Yunnan province did not react very strongly at this time. For them, 100,000 points, isn't that a matter of course? You know, Ling Tian is a warrior with 3 awakened talents and supernatural powers. It is a monster that resisted the full force of the mental pressure from the 4 great martial emperors and used their mental pressure to train and break through its mental power. What could be more shocking to them than this? Not to mention that Ling Tian's current mental strength test scored 100,000 points. Even if they got 500,000 points or 1 million points, they wouldn't find it strange. However, people who have not seen the scene have no way to understand. Ling Tian's scores in the 3 subjects in cultivation level were 4,000 points. Combat effectiveness, 10,000 points. Mental strength, 100,000 points. This seems fake no matter how you look at it, but he appears on the official ranking list of the Ministry of Education. Here I come. This total score of 114,000 points shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom. Everyone wondered if they were dazzled or if the Ministry of Education had made a mistake. In the Yunnan provincial examination room, Shen Jinxing stood up. Everyone, the mental strength test has also been successfully concluded. Now, the National College Entrance Examination, national rankings, and provincial rankings have been released. For those who ranked after the top 100 in the province, the college entrance examination is officially over. You can start considering filling out your application forms and choosing the university you want to go to. As for the top 100 candidates in the province, they will have the 4th round of exams tomorrow, the Ferocious Beast Hunting Trial. You can choose to participate or not. Of course, the score of the Ferocious Beast Hunting Trial will only be higher than the previous 3 rounds of examinations. If you want to get into the 4 top universities, I recommend you to participate. If you want to participate, please bring your admission ticket and ID card and gather here on time at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will activate the teleportation array and send you to the secret trial realm for the final test. After that, everyone dispersed, and Ling Tian's eyes showed anticipation. For Ling Tian, tomorrow's Ferocious Beast Hunting test is the highlight, because tomorrow I will have the opportunity to upgrade the Wuji Tianhua to SSS level. At the same time, there is also an opportunity to improve one's cultivation to the Grandmaster level. Ling Tian would never give up the 4th round of tests tomorrow no matter what. Ling Tian's exam was over in just half an hour. Ling Tian's college entrance examination score of 114,000 points had already caused an uproar throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Those short video accounts just casually posted a message about Ling Tian's 114,000 points. The number of likes reached hundreds of thousands. The video with the highest number of likes has reached tens of millions of likes. The title of the video is 2024, the strongest high school student in history, 114,000 points. Is it cheating or real ability? That video almost told all about Ling Tian's family background and childhood. Ling Tian instantly became the subject of discussion among over 1 billion people in Dragon Country. Almost more than 90% of the people believed that Ling Tian must have cheated. In previous college entrance examinations, no one scored more than 100,000 points even after 4 rounds of exams combined. Ling Tian's current scores in just 3 subjects have already exceeded 100,000 points. No matter how much everyone believed it, they all felt that there must be an inside story. But it wasn't even midnight yet. The official from Longhua's Ministry of Education has come out to personally refute the rumor. The authenticity of Ling Tian's score was confirmed, and there was no cheating. The official Ministry of Education of Longhua just sent a message. All the results of the candidate Ling Tian, including real results, combat power, and mental strength tests, were personally assessed by the Ministry of Education and the 4 great martial emperors. Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in history, truly lives up to his title. As soon as the news came out, it instantly ignited the entire Dragon Kingdom. After seeing this message, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian and Longdu crushed their phones. They felt that their proud self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. Ling Tian's score, which seemed exaggerated to the extreme, was actually true. The name Ling Tian spread throughout the streets and alleys of Longhua in just one night and became the subject of everyone's talk. The next morning at 8:30, on the drill square of the first war zone of Yunnan province, all 100 candidates were present at the Yunnan province college entrance examination. Because everyone knows that the 4 famous universities only admit 1,000 students every year. If you want to be admitted to one of the 4 famous universities, you must have enough scores. So everyone chose to take part in the final 4th round of exams, the Ferocious Beast Hunting Trial. Ling Tian also knew something about the 4th round of exams. This time, there are a total of 4,000 students nationwide taking the 4th round of exams. They were candidates from one of the 40 provincial administrative regions of Dragon Country. This is a fictional country, so nitpickers, go. They will enter the same secret realm through the teleportation formation in their respective examination rooms. That secret place is called Flame Dragon Island. On Yanlong Island, it is said that there was a powerful warrior at the level of martial saint who killed a dragon that was about to enter the 9th level of the god level. The strongest strongest beast on Yanlong Island has reached the 7th level, of course. That is the core of Yanlong Island, which has been completely blocked by humans using formations. The high-level ferocious beasts in the core area have no way to leave and go to the outskirts of Yanlong Island. Outside the core area, most of the beasts are 1st and 2nd level ferocious beasts. The strongest is at most the 3rd level of strength. Therefore, Yanlong Island became the place where candidates took their final hunting exam every year. On Yanlong Island, you can get 1 to 10 points for killing a 1st level ferocious beast. For a 2nd level ferocious beast, the score is 11 to 100 points. Level 3, maximum score, 1000. Level 4, highest score is 10,000. Of course, in the decades of college entrance examinations, there has never been an existence that can kill a 4th level ferocious beast. Moreover, it is difficult for 4th level ferocious beasts to appear on the periphery. Occasionally, a ferocious beast appears, with a chance of breaking through to the 4th level. They will be wiped out by the military soldiers stationed on Yanlong Island. Ling Tian and the others gathered on the martial arts square. At this time, Li Yuntian, Bai Xinyuan, and General Wang Tong appeared again. After yesterday's exam, the 4 great martial emperors from the Ministry of Education have returned to Longdu. This time, they came to Yunnan province to test the authenticity of Ling Tian's strength. Now that they have seen Ling Tian's strength, there is naturally no need for them to stay any longer. As for the exam on Yanlong Island, the Ministry of Education can watch it through live video. Even if they were in Dragon City, they could see the performance on Ling Tian Flame Dragon Island. At this moment, General Wang Tong came to Ling Tian's side. Ling Tian, although Yanlong Island is not dangerous to you, you still have to be careful. If conditions permit and you encounter someone who is in danger, then you should lend a hand. After all, we are all the future pillars of our motherland. Ling Tian nodded. I will, Uncle Wang. As he spoke, General Wang Tang led the 3 of them and took the 100 candidates to the trial building. Soon, everyone arrived on the roof of the trial building. On the roof of the trial building, there is a huge teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array is activated, everyone can be teleported to the secret realm of Yanlong Island. This time, the youngest geniuses of Dragon Country will gather on Yanlong Island. Time's up, everyone, go in. As General Wang Tang finished speaking, the 100 candidates entered the teleportation array together. The teleportation array is activated. The white light flickered, and Ling Tian and the other 100 people were immediately enveloped by the power of space. Then I entered the transmission channel, and the scenery in front of me kept flashing. It only took less than a minute. Ling Tian and the others were teleported to the secret realm of Yanlong Island. Yanlong Island is an island with an area of 50 kilometers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich, which is equivalent to an SS-level secret realm. Of course, when Yanlong Island was at its peak, it was an SSS-level secret realm. Ling Tian and others came to the beach outside Yanlong Island and looked into the deep forest. I felt a mysterious and violent aura in the air. Everyone also held a distress device in their hands. When candidates encounter a ferocious beast that they cannot defeat, they can press the distress signal. The nearby military soldiers will arrive as soon as possible to rescue the candidates. However, once the distress signal is pressed, it means that their 4th round of exams is over. At this moment, on the beach, rays of light kept flashing, and figures quickly emerged. Looking up into the void, the luck gathered by the geniuses seemed to transform into a giant dragon, circling over Flame Dragon Island. Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This year is indeed the golden age of the warrior era, and only students taking the college entrance examination have gathered on Yanlong Island. The luck in the dark gathered together to form a dragon of luck. Of course, the dragon of fortune that is now hovering above the entire Yanlong Island can only be seen by Ling Tian. Because Ling Tian's current spiritual pupil power, the dual channel of destruction, is an SSS level ability. This made Ling Tian's insight so powerful that normal people could not understand it. No one could detect the powerful dragon of destiny, but Ling Tian could. Ling Tian can see many things that normal people cannot see with their naked eyes. Ling Tian saw that those college entrance examination students were rushing into the forest of Yanlong Island. Then, Ling Tian took out his cell phone and checked the time. This hunting exam will last for 3 days. Whoever kills the most ferocious beasts within 3 days will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. According to the plot in his memory of his previous life, Yanlong Island will undergo a strange change after 12 o'clock tomorrow. And within that mutation was Ling Tian's chance to evolve his Wuji Tianhua into an SSS level innate ability. So, Ling Tian rushed into the forest without any hesitation. Because I only have less than 2 days to prepare, and now I have to race against time. Shwa shwa. But just a short while after Ling Tian rushed out, 2 figures moved quickly and stood in front of Ling Tian. Boom! At the same time, powerful true energy fluctuations and supernatural energy aura impacted the surroundings. He was a proud young man with a stern face and a crew cut. Both young men exuded a powerful aura of true energy, and their cultivation level surpassed everyone except Ling Tian. One of them has reached the 9th level of the Shin level, while the other has reached the 8th level level of the Xin level. The two of them were none other than Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, who were currently ranked second and third in the country in this college entrance examination. There was a provocative look in Yi Tian's eyes, and he looked at Ling Tian and shouted loudly, "You're called Ling Tian?" After hearing what that person said, everyone was stunned. Yi Tian looked at Ling Tian and said, "Boy, we think your previous test scores were inflated. Xiao Fan and I are going to challenge you today. We want to see if you are really that powerful." He saw two people standing directly in front of him, but Ling Tian had no intention of slowing down. The true energy wrapped around his feet, and Ling Tian's movement speed reached an extremely exaggerated level. The whole person seemed to have turned into a shadow and rushed out quickly. "Let!" Ling Tian shouted angrily, sound waves exploded, and powerful true energy hit everyone. It was as if an invisible wave of air instantly submerged them. The aura of the heavenly level warrior's cultivation was also revealed, making everyone feel that their breathing had become difficult. Heaven level warrior. At this moment, the students nearby were shocked by the terrifying aura of a heavenly level warrior from Ling Tian. You have to know that Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, one ranked second in the country and the other ranked third in the country, were both only at the 8th and 9th levels of the Xin level. Ling Tian's cultivation level has actually far surpassed the other two and reached the heavenly level. Seeing that Ling Tian had no intention of stopping his actions, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian both frowned. He suddenly unleashed his special abilities, and in an instant, a set of majestic ice armor condensed on Xiao Fan's body. At the same time, the second superpower erupted, forming a powerful whirlwind that wrapped around the armor. Although his cultivation level is only at the 9th level of the profound realm, the aura on his body is more powerful than that of an average 5th level Earth realm expert. Yi Tian did not hesitate at all. A powerful set of flame armor condensed on his body. At the same time, his eyes emitted a blood-red light. Xiao Fan was the first warrior to awaken dual powers, namely, S-level ice power and A-level wind power. Yi Tian is a warrior with awakened dual abilities, S-level fire ability and A-level spiritual ability. The auras of both of them were extremely powerful, and it was not difficult for them to defeat a warrior whose cultivation was 5 or 6 levels higher than theirs. They can already be considered as the world's geniuses. However, compared with Ling Tian, it is far worse. What a terrifying power. While everyone was still surprised by the powerful aura of Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, Ling Tian had already arrived in front of the two of them. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of true energy surged out of his body. The air was surging, and Ling Tian seemed to have turned into a speeding train. With a powerful aura, he pushed through the void. The speed was beyond the reaction of Xiao Fan and Yi Tian, and it hit the two of them in an instant. Accompanied by a huge muffled sound, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian had no time to react. The armor on their bodies was instantly shattered by Ling Tian's impact, and the powerful force directly acted on the two peerless geniuses. Suddenly, they felt as if their internal organs were about to shift, and they could no longer control their bodies. In an instant, he flew backwards for dozens of meters and fell heavily to the ground. Both of them couldn't bear it any longer and spat out blood at the same time. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. Even Xiao Fan and Yi Tian were stunned. They had already guessed that they might not be Ling Tian's match, but they didn't expect that the gap between them and Ling Tian would be so big. Ling Tian didn't even use his special abilities, and didn't perform any moves to attack them. He simply ran towards them, charging forward and knocking two people over easily. By the time everyone reacted, Ling Tian had already disappeared from their sight and went deep into the forest of Yanlong Island. That's impossible. Yi Tian suppressed the shock in his heart and roared loudly unwillingly. He is a martial artist with dual awakened superpowers, and like Ling Tian, he is a top-scoring college entrance examination candidate in the country. But in front of Ling Tian, he didn't even have the strength to resist and seemed so fragile. Ling Tian was just rushing towards them, but they were knocked over before they could react. "I wasn't prepared just now. I want to challenge him again." Xiao Fan's eyes revealed a strong unwillingness, and he immediately increased his speed to the extreme. Yi Tian agreed as well, saying, "That's right, that kid didn't even say hello. What he did just now doesn't count." As he spoke, Yi Tian increased his speed to the extreme and chased in the direction where Ling Tian disappeared. Seeing that Ling Tian and the others had already entered the forest of Yanlong Island, there were some college entrance examination candidates on the beach. They did not stay where they were, but rushed into the forest of Yanlong Island one by one. Ling Tian was moving rapidly in the forest of Yanlong Island, and his aura was reflected. Ling Tian did not show any restraint at all and was not afraid of the ferocious beasts on Yanlong Island. After all, for Ling Tian now, only a 5th level ferocious beast can pose a threat to him. However, on the Flame Dragon Island, all the ferocious beasts above the 4th level have been trapped in the core area of the Flame Dragon Island by the formation. Those ferocious beasts outside are all below the 4th level. When facing those ferocious beasts, Ling Tian can kill as many as they come. Ling Tian had only gone a few hundred meters into the Flame Dragon Island forest when he saw a red flame wild boar rushing towards him. However, Ling Tian didn't even look at it and waved his arms casually. A sharp blade of true energy suddenly appeared on on his arm and slashed across the wild boar's body in an instant. Before the ferocious wild boar could even react to what was happening, it was already cut in half by Ling Tian's sharp blade. The strong smell of blood also attracted the ferocious beasts around. The ferocious beasts continued to approach Ling Tian, and soon there were 13 ferocious beasts rushing towards Ling Tian from different directions. However, Ling Tian still maintained high-speed movement. In the blink of an eye, 3 ferocious beasts approached Ling Tian, and Ling Tian took out his soul-devouring sword. What? Clang! The sound of swords rang out all around, and Ling Tian's sword light seemed to turn into a long chain. It flashed through the void in the blink of an eye. Phew! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being cut echoed all around, and blood splattered. The 3 ferocious beasts were easily cut in pieces by Ling Tian's sword before they even reacted to what was happening. The ferocious beasts continued to die one after another, and Ling Tian moved quickly, waving his weapon casually. No matter what level of ferocious beast it is, whether it is first level, second level or third level, Ling Tian only needed to use one sword strike to kill them all, because the characteristic of the soul-devouring sword was that it ignored defense. As long as the soul-devouring blade exists, those ferocious beasts can only avoid Ling Tian's attacks. There will be only one outcome if you can't avoid it, and that is to be easily cut off by Ling Tian's sword. The 13 ferocious beasts could not even last 3 breaths in front of Ling Tian. He was easily killed by Ling Tian, and Ling Tian's points also rose rapidly. Senior officials from education bureaus across the country were watching the surveillance footage, in order to rescue students who are taking exams on Yanlong Island as soon as possible. In addition to a distress device, the student also carries a miniature camera. The battle scenes of the candidates entering Yanlong Island can be recorded anytime and anywhere. Everyone saw that Ling Tian's score quickly reached 360 points. Ling Tian continued to go deeper into the forest of Yanlong Island. The 8 strongest men in the Ministry of Education shook their heads helplessly. For them, such a result was normal. At this moment, Chen Jinqing stood up and looked at the old minister. Old minister, let's switch the screen. There's no point in watching Ling Tian take the exam. Ling Tian could not only kill a beast below the 4th level, but he could also kill a beast of the 5th level. Today's exam poses no threat to Ling Tian at all. He will definitely be first in the end. What do you think? The old minister nodded and said, you are right. Besides Ling Tian, there are many other outstanding students. Let's take a look at the others. Everyone nodded in agreement, as if in everyone's mind, Ling Tian was already the absolute number 1. Ling Tian moved quickly through the forest, and in less than 10 minutes he had already gone 4 or 5 miles deep. And now the ferocious beasts that Ling Tian encountered were becoming more and more powerful. The ferocious beasts that appeared near Ling Tian now were basically 2nd and 3rd level ferocious beasts. There were no 1st level ferocious beasts to be seen at all, which meant that Ling Tian could kill a ferocious beast at random. The scores were all at least 100 points, and Ling Tian's score in the rankings was rising like a rocket. 600 points, 700 points, 800 points. Soon Ling Tian's score reached 1,500, which was far ahead. At this time, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian only scored over 200 points. They followed the direction Ling Tian left and saw the corpses of ferocious beasts along the way. Without exception, all of those ferocious beasts were chopped into pieces by Ling Tian with one sword. Damn it, how could he kill the beast so quickly? Yi Tian's eyes revealed a deep sense of unwillingness, and he roared loudly. Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts along the way, Yi Tian didn't know how Ling Tian did it. Although they could easily kill the 2nd level monsters, they couldn't do it as easily as Ling Tian. With just one strike, he easily killed those ferocious beasts. At this time, Xiao Fan had a gloomy face and frowned, and he had realized the seriousness of the matter. We can't follow Ling Tian anymore, otherwise more and more ferocious beasts will gather here. The road Ling Tian walked on was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, and the air was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. This will attract more and more ferocious beasts. Both Yi Tian and Xiao Fan were confident that they could deal with 20 ferocious beasts alone, and they are all 2nd level ferocious beasts, but if the level and number of the ferocious beasts exceed these, they will not be able to cope with them. Xiao Fan immediately left the place and went to look for more ferocious beasts to kill. Temporarily gave up the idea of challenging Ling Tian. After the exam is over, they will have plenty of opportunities to challenge Ling Tian, but now they are taking the exam, and the exam results are the most important to them. After Xiao Fan and Yi Tian gave up chasing Ling Tian, they also began hunting the ferocious beasts. The scores of the 2 people were also improving rapidly, and soon the gap with the 3rd place was widened. Ling Tian was still moving quickly on Yanlong Island alone, and soon Ling Tian arrived at a location close to the core of Yanlong Island. The areas close to the core are almost all inhabited by 3rd level ferocious beasts. After coming here, you basically can't see any ferocious beasts below the 3rd level. This still poses no threat to Ling Tian. Soon, Ling Tian saw a giant earth bear that was nearly 7 or 8 meters tall, staring at Ling Tian not far away. At this moment, if Ling Tian ran away, the earth bear would rush towards him without hesitation. The reason why the Earth Bear didn't take action for a long time was that he was making a judgment. It was judging whether the human being not far away was strong enough and whether he was its opponent. However, before the Earth Bear could make a judgment, Ling Tian stepped directly on the ground. Bang! With a dull sound, the ground instantly caved in, and Ling Tian's feet seemed to be wrapped with springs. The speed of the whole person increased to the extreme, and he flew out, like a human cannonball, rushing towards the Earth Bear. By the time the Earth Bear reacted, Ling Tian had already arrived in front of it. Ling Tian swung the soul-devouring blade in his hand, and the sound of the blade echoed all around. Puff! A knife cut the throat and blood splattered. Before the Earth Bear could react to what was happening, its head was easily chopped off by Ling Tian's sword. The huge head was separated from the body and finally fell to the ground, lifeless. Ling Tian didn't even look at the Earth Bear. A giant Earth Bear was killed, and Ling Tian's score increased by 1,000 points. Ling Tian's score on the ranking list has reached 2,600 points. You know, in normal college entrance examinations, it is difficult for students to kill a third-level ferocious beast. But now, for Ling Tian, dealing with these ferocious beasts is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Ling Tian can easily kill any third-level ferocious beast. The wailing sounds continued to echo on Yanlong Island. The third-level ferocious beasts had no power to resist Ling Tian at all. He was easily killed by Ling Tian. 3,000 points, 4,000 points, 5,000 points. Soon, Ling Tian's score reached 16,000 points. After seeing Ling Tian's far-ahead score, everyone was almost in despair. How on earth did he do that? Yi Tian and Xiao Fan looked at the score and kept shouting in their hearts, "It's unbelievable." Xiao Fan looked at Yi Tian, "Let's cooperate. Only by hunting down third-level beasts together can our score surpass Ling Tian." Yi Tian didn't seem to hesitate and nodded. Okay. Normally, these two arrogant geniuses would never consider cooperating with each other. But now, facing the powerful Ling Tian who was as powerful as a monster, they have no choice but to compromise and choose to cooperate. Because they knew very well that their speed in hunting third-level ferocious beasts was far inferior to Ling Tian's. If they want to keep up with Ling Tian, then they have no choice but to cooperate. After the two people reached a consensus, they continued to go deeper into the core of Yanlong Island. The closer to the core, the more third-level ferocious beasts there are. They knew that Ling Tian must have reached the core border of Yanlong Island. Ling Tian was traveling through the forest, and at this moment, Ling stopped. I walked forward and saw a huge light curtain not far ahead, and that huge light curtain is the barrier formed by the defensive formation. Ling Tian knew that the inside of the barrier was the core of Flame Dragon Island. Ling Tian could tell the level of this formation at a glance. It has reached the level of an 8th order formation, trapping the ferocious beasts inside, and people outside have no way to get in. The 8th level defensive formation can withstand the attacks of Martial Saint level warriors. Even for a strong man at the level of Martial Saint, it is extremely difficult to forcibly blast open the defensive barrier. At this time, Ling Tian walked along the barrier for about half an hour. During this half hour, Ling Tian did not kill any ferocious beasts. Soon, Ling Tian saw a huge waterfall in front of him. It is about 100 meters high and about 20 meters wide. The defensive formation barrier divides the waterfall into two parts. Ling Tian stopped after reaching the waterfall. I saw a cave behind the waterfall. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, it came directly from the cave. Then, a huge figure rushed out of the cave. It was a huge fire dragon, but a subspecies of fire dragon. The deep mountains exude a strong and hot aura, judging from the aura. The strength of the fire dragon has reached the 4th level, at least equivalent to a 4th level heavenly warrior. The fire dragon looked at Ling Tian angrily because Ling Tian had intruded into his territory. Ling Tian's face was filled with joy. He thought to himself, waterfall, cave, barrier, this is definitely the place. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian saw the fire dragon flapping its wings and rushing towards him. Then, the bloody mouth opened and exhaled a huge breath of fire. The scorching energy transformed into a pillar of fire and rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was full of disdain as he raised his soul-devouring blade, with infinite skyfire wrapping around the blade. As the sword was slashed out, the sword energy instantly became like a crescent of fire, instantly tearing through the fire dragon's breath. Poof! The fire dragon's eyes showed shock, and before it could react to what was happening, Ling Tian had already chopped off its head with a single blow. Looking at the dead fire dragon, Ling Tian did not waste it. You know, dragon blood is good for tempering the body. It was just like when Ling Tian was in the Blood Forbidden Land, he killed 2 blood dragons and used their dragon blood to temper his body and break through his cultivation. Ling Tian simply drained all the dragon blood and put it into his storage ring. The 4th level dragon blood is of almost no use to Ling Tian, but if he takes it out, he can still sell it for a good price. Ling Tian estimated that this fire dragon should be the only 4th level ferocious beast outside the core of Yanlong Island. After being killed by Ling Tian's score directly increased by 30,000 points. The score directly reached 46,000 points. At this time, the scores of Xiao Fan and Yi Tian had not exceeded 3,000 points. 46,000 points. results. Almost everyone who was paying attention to the college entrance examination scores was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Ling Tian's score suddenly increased by 30,000 points. So what did this mean? It meant Ling Tian had killed a 4th-tier beast. Damn it! Ling Tian's luck is so good that he actually killed a 4th-level beast. We can't just sit there and do nothing. We still have a chance, Yi Tian said to Xiao Fan, with a look of deep reluctance in his eyes. Indeed, although 4th-level ferocious beasts occasionally appear outside the core of Yanlong Island, there are only about one of them. Ling Tian had already killed one, and everyone was sure that there wouldn't be a second one. Then the ferocious beasts that everyone can kill are all ferocious beasts below the 3rd level, and everyone is on the same starting line. Roar! Yi Tian and Xiao Fan believed that if they joined forces, they still had a chance to surpass Ling Tian. Those who were paying attention to the college entrance examination were shocked and could not believe it at all. Ling Tian arrived at the Yanlong Island, and within 2 hours, he had already scored 46,000 points. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Tian's 100,000 points in the mental power test was already the highest score in a single subject. But now everyone knows that they were wrong. Ling Tian, you were hunting ferocious beasts on Yanlong Island. The score will definitely exceed 100,000 points. They believe it can reach 200,000 points or even 300,000 points. But just when everyone thought Ling Tian would continue to kill the ferocious beast, Ling Tian stopped. Then he took out things one by one from his storage ring. There are the cores of 7th level ferocious beasts, 7th level gungold, 7th level spirit stones, and the 36S level swords that Ling Tian had purchased before. There were still a lot of materials, and Ling Tian distributed them around in an orderly manner. Soon, Ling Tian distributed the materials in 8 directions. If the 8 directions are fenced off, the area will be about 5 kilometers in radius. Afterwards, Ling Tian came to the first location where the materials were placed, circulated his true energy, and then continued to carve out runes one after another. The runes kept jumping and interweaving, and were imprinted on the materials that Ling Tian took out. Then it disappeared, and Ling Tian kept repeating the same action. Ling Tian continued to carve out dense runes. Time passed quickly, and soon a day had passed. Ling Tian was still carving his own runes and had never hunted any ferocious beasts. During this period, no ferocious beast came to affect Ling Tian, because the ferocious beasts outside the core of Flame Dragon Island all know that the waterfall is the territory of the Flame Dragon. Those ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach at all, so Ling Tian didn't encounter any of them. Within a day, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian's scores caught up. The two also surpassed the 4th place by many points. Xiao Fan scored 35,000 points, while Yi Tian scored 36,000 points. They concentrated on hunting ferocious beasts for a whole day and finally got these points. They hadn't looked at Ling Tian's score for a day, and then they took a look. Ling Tian, 46,000 points. He didn't even move. Does he think he's sure to win? Xiao Fan frowned, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Yi Tian smiled excitedly. This kid is really too confident. He thinks that after hunting down a 4th level beast and getting 46,000 points, no one can catch up with him. I guess he must be hiding somewhere sleeping now. There are still 2 days before the exam, so let's hurry. I guess by the time Ling Tian realizes what's happening, our score will have already surpassed his. Generally speaking, a warrior who has reached the yellow level can stay alert even without sleep for 48 hours. A Shen level warrior can stay alert even if he doesn't sleep for 4 or 5 days in a row. Xiao Fan and Yi Tian now don't need any time to rest. He was madly hunting down ferocious beasts right on the Flame Dragon Island. People from the Ministry of Education naturally noticed that Ling Tian's score had not changed since 10 o'clock yesterday morning. This made everyone extremely confused. Wang Yun said unhappily, "Doesn't Ling Tian think he's already number 1? The old minister frowned, and curiosity appeared in his eyes. The live broadcast screen was then switched directly to Ling Tian's position. Everyone could see that there were densely packed materials placed in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian picked up the materials one by one and continued to carve something on them. Then, runes appeared on the material one after another. Wang Yun looked puzzled. What is this kid doing? The old minister's eyes revealed shock. He is actually carving a formation. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in the picture in surprise. Chen Jinxing said in shock, "This kid Ling Tian also knows about formations? What type of formation is this?" The old minister stared at it carefully. Every rune carved by Ling Tian was extremely profound and mysterious. As everyone knows, the old minister is also a formation master, and the strongest formation master in Dragon Country. The defensive formation on Yanlong Island was arranged by the old minister himself. The old minister said in shock, "He is setting up a formation, and it is a powerful killing formation. As for the specific level, I have to see it with my own eyes to know." Everyone was shocked. Ling Tian was such a monster, yet he was already a 5th level heavenly warrior at such a young age. But what no one expected was that Ling Tian actually knew about formations. Chen Jinxing swallowed in shock. "Old minister, what do you think of Ling Tian's formation skills?" The old minister was the most shocked person at this time. What he arranged was at least a 5th order formation. formation. He is definitely a formation master. What kind of monster is this kid? Is he trying to lure all the beasts outside the core and kill them all? As soon as the old minister finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned. Each expression seems richer than the other. I couldn't suppress the shock in my heart at all. Chen Jinxing was trembling all over. Old minister, are you sure you're not kidding us? Ling Tian is really a formation master? The old minister had a complicated expression on his face. He felt his mouth was dry and he swallowed. I'm afraid so. After receiving the old minister's answer, everyone was unable to describe the shock in their hearts. They didn't understand how monstrous a person had to be to have such a powerful talent. He is obviously just a high school student under the age of 18. Not only has his achievements in martial arts surpassed many martial artists in their 40s and 50s who have not yet reached that level, he even has such powerful attainments in formation. Moreover, the martial arts that Ling Tian had displayed before had obviously reached the level of great perfection in his proficiency. A person's attainments in cultivation, martial arts, and formations must be dozens of times higher than those of a normal person. In everyone's opinion, such a person absolutely does not exist, but Ling Tian is such a monster. At this time, Ling Tian was still constantly carving formation runes, and Ling Tian's speed had reached the limit. His hands seemed to have turned into countless afterimages, and the formation runes kept jumping and interweaving. It was imprinted on the ground where the materials were placed one by one. Then, the intertwined runes formed a huge barrier. After a while, Ling Tian felt that the materials from 6 places had been completely connected. What? Ling Tian did not delay at all, because he knew that the changes on Yanlong Island would happen soon. At that time, if Ling Tian wants to seize this opportunity, he will still need this formation. Ling Tian looked at the time and saw that there were still more than 10 hours left. Ling Tian walked towards the storage location of the 7th material and soon arrived at the storage point. Afterwards, the true essence was continuously condensed and carved into runes. If the old minister was right next to Ling Tian and watched him carve the formation runes, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. Because at this time, the mystery of the formation runes carved by Ling Tian had reached a level that even he might not be able to understand. The reason why Ling Tian has such powerful attainments in formation is because of his previous life. Almost all the formation masters, formation kings, and formation masters with powerful attainments in formation on Blue Star have been treated by Ling Tian. Ling Tian also obtained all their memories, including their understanding of the formation. Ling Tian almost integrated the insights of all the formation masters in the entire Blue Star. Always keep it in your mind. Don't look at the fact that Ling Tian is only a 17-year-old high school student now. But when it comes to attainments in formation, Ling Tian estimates that there is no one else in the entire Blue Star who can compare with Ling Tian. As long as he has enough time and enough materials, Ling Tian can set up a sufficiently powerful formation. Time passed by little, and soon it was 10:30 in the evening of the next day. Ling Tian also successfully carved formation runes on the 8 material storage points and arranged them into formation energy points. Then Ling Tian went straight to the Yanlong Island, where the big waterfall was. The place where the waterfall is located is exactly the center of the formation, and Ling Tian also placed the eye of the formation here. At the same time, a silver flag appeared in Ling Tian's hand. That silver flag was the flag of Ling Tian's formation. It is the key to open the formation. At this time, Ling Tian continued to carve the formation runes one by one on the formation flag. As long as Ling Tian carves the formation runes on the formation flag and inserts the formation flag into the center of the formation, Ling Tian can now activate the formation. At this time, Ling Tian's score remained at 46,000 and had not improved at all. At this time, Xiaofan and Yi Tian were surrounded by more than 20 corpses of 3rd-level ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were killed by the 2 of them working together. Their scores have surpassed Ling Tian. Xiaofan's score has reached 55,000 points, and Yi Tian's score has reached 56,000 points. It may be because Yi Tian's second supernatural power is a spiritual pupil power type. It can drag ferocious beasts into an illusion and make them lose their ability to fight. Although his combat power is slightly weaker than Xiaofan's, his efficiency in killing ferocious beasts is higher than Xiaofan's. Huff, huff, huff. The 2 men were breathing heavily, their eyes showing excitement, as if they were still wanting more. Then, looking at their scores, 2 names appeared in the 4th round of exams, ranking 1st and 2nd respectively, surpassing Ling Tian. The 2 people became excited. They didn't expect that they would surpass Ling Tian. But soon the excitement in Xiaofan's eyes disappeared, and he looked at Yi Tian and said, "Now is not the time for us to be happy. Don't forget, Ling Tian's speed in killing ferocious beasts is faster than ours. By the time Ling Tian reacts, he will likely surpass us." Yi Tian nodded. In their opinion, they and Ling Tian were just in a tortoise and hare race. Ling Tian didn't regard them as opponents at all, so when Ling Tian relaxed, they should quickly widen the gap between themselves and Ling Tian. By the time Ling Tian realized that his score had been surpassed by them, it was too late for him to overtake them. After thinking about this, the 2 of them started looking for the ferocious beast again. It was soon 12 o'clock in the morning. Ling Tian also successfully engraved the last formation rune onto the formation flag in his hand. The formation was successfully set up. Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the time. It's okay, I just caught up. Then Ling Tian sat on a huge rock, looking around and waiting. Ling Tian took out his cell phone and took a look at the rankings. It turned out that Xiao Fan's score had reached 60,000 points, and Yu Tian's score had reached 62,000 points. However, Ling Tian was not in a hurry at all, and there was a look of relief in his eyes. People across the country who pay attention to the college entrance examination became curious. Before, Ling Tian's score was leading all the way, but just when Ling Tian's score reached 46,000 points, Ling Tian's score stopped and there was no change at all. No one knew what had happened to Ling Tian. Ling Tian knew that if his score was correct, tomorrow, he would get a result that would shock the entire dragon country and make them unbelievable. At this moment, Yanlong Island suddenly shook. The shock, equivalent to a magnitude 3 earthquake, did not attract anyone's attention. After all, it is normal for an island to have an earthquake. However, the earthquake continued, and the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. The earthquake lasted for 10 seconds without stopping, and at this time, the earthquake had reached a magnitude 4 level. A hint of excitement flashed in Ling Tian's eyes, and he stared at the huge waterfall. Half a minute into the earthquake, the magnitude had reached 5 or 6. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the Flame Dragon Island began to shake violently. It alarmed all the warriors who were taking the college entrance examination on Yanlong Island. 2 minutes later, the earthquake reached magnitude 7. The huge shaking made it impossible for the candidates on Yanlong Island to maintain their balance. One by one, their figures began to stagger, and panic appeared in their eyes. Because an earthquake that lasts 2 minutes is not normal at all. Just when everyone was in panic, the entire Yanlong Island began to shatter. Crack, crack, crack. A huge chasm appeared from the core of Yanlong Island. The huge chasm quickly spread from both sides, and the earthquake level reached 8. What's going on? All the ferocious beasts were plunged into fear, and at this time people from the military and the Ministry of Education also discovered something abnormal. Old Minister! A terrifying energy surged out from the center of the earth on Yanlong Island. It seems something terrible is about to happen. The old minister's eyelids twitched rapidly, sensing the emergence of a crisis. Stop the exam immediately and bring the candidates out. However, just as he finished speaking, the earthquake level on Yanlong Island exceeded 10. In just a few seconds, the space seemed to cave in, and the entire Yanlong Island was torn into pieces. Ling Tian couldn't keep steady and looked around. The huge waterfall collapsed in an instant, and then, from under the ground, a dazzling flame shot up into the sky. The light instantly illuminated the night, and the entire Yanlong Island was shrouded in a red light. It was just like daylight, and in the void, a huge 9-colored auspicious light suddenly appeared. Roar! In an instant, all the beasts on the Flame Dragon Island roared together, and those ferocious beasts seemed to have fallen into madness. The roar was deafening, and the teleportation array on Yanlong Island kept collapsing. Ling Tian also saw that cracks appeared on the 8th level formation barrier at the core of Yanlong Island. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks continued to spread in less than 5 breaths. The barrier of the 8th level defensive formation was already covered with dense cracks. Paula! A clear and crisp sound echoed across the entire Yanlong Island. Boom! Afterwards, the 8th level defensive formation completely collapsed. No! The defensive formation has collapsed. The people in the Ministry of Education and the military were completely in panic, and the ferocious beasts seemed to have gone crazy. Boom! Ling Tian saw that below the waterfall, there was a huge pillar of fire with a diameter of more than 500 meters, rising into the sky. It was as if it had transformed into a huge pillar of light connecting heaven and earth, illuminating everyone so much that they couldn't open their eyes. Here I come! There was fear in everyone's eyes, and there was no way to remain calm. The roars of the ferocious beasts in the core of Flame Dragon Island became louder and louder. It was clearly night, but the Flame Dragon Island was as bright as day. Everyone saw that within the huge pillar of flame, there was a heart-shaped black shadow with a diameter of about 10 meters. The old minister was shocked as he watched the scene. An SSS-level treasure has appeared, causing a sudden change in the world. The defensive formation has collapsed. After hearing the old minister's words, everyone in the Ministry of Education was stunned. Everyone knows very well what will happen if the 8th level defense formation collapses. And what collapsed was not only the core 8th level defense formation, but also the teleportation formation. Repair the teleportation array immediately and bring all the candidates from Yanlong Island out to me. The old minister's voice was almost crazy, roaring loudly. Once those ferocious beasts in the core come out, all the candidates on Yanlong Island will probably die. They knew very well that there were 3 7th level ferocious beasts in the core of Flame Dragon Island. Red Flame Vermilion Bird, Frost Domain Black Turtle, Purple Thunder White Tiger. What? There are not only 3 7th level beast kings, but also more than a dozen 6th level ferocious beasts. Among them, the number of 5th level and 4th level ferocious beasts added together is nearly 1,000. At that time, they would not be able to control the situation situation easily. However, Ling Tian looked at the black heart-shaped object in the huge pillar of fire with excitement. Is it finally here? The heart of the origin of Chaos Skyfire. That thing is an SSS level super treasure, and it is the top level one among the SSS level ones. The heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. If any person or ferocious beast swallows it, it can be awakened immediately, at least to the SS level of fire-type talent ability. If it is a being that already has the innate ability of fire, then after absorbing the heart of the origin of the Chaos Heavenly Fire, there is at least a 90% chance of evolving one's fire-type talent ability to SSS level. Among Ling Tian's 3 supernatural powers, only the Wuji Tianhua is at the SS level. If I absorb the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire, then my own infinite Skyfire will definitely be able to evolve to the SSS level. This is the real purpose of coming to Yanlong Island to participate in the trial this time. Otherwise, with my score of 114,000, I wouldn't even take the final exam. Ling Tian can become the number 1 in the country, so there is no need for him to take the last exam. The 9-colored light flickered in the void, and the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire exuded a strange smell. To humans, the smell wasn't unpleasant, but it definitely wasn't pleasant either. But all the ferocious beasts went crazy, and each of them was drooling over the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of thousands of beasts roaring together echoed clearly around the sky and earth, shaking the minds of the students. At this moment, a huge roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth reverberated throughout the entire Yanlong Island. I saw a huge white tiger that was tens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long, with thunder wrapped all over its body. The purple thunder continued to entangle, bringing up endless thunder under his feet. The white tiger ran in the void and came directly to a void of several hundred meters, parallel to the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire. The terrifying aura of the Emperor crushed the first, second and third level ferocious beasts on the periphery, causing their bodies to tremble continuously. As for those yellow level candidates, they were directly crushed to the ground and could not move at all. What? Afterwards, an extremely hot air wave rose into the sky, carrying the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea, sweeping across the void. A huge vermilion bird, with flames wrapped all over its body, wings spread out, and a body length of 700 or 800 meters, also flew over, staring intently at the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountains began to tremble. The core of the Flame Dragon Island, the peak that was hundreds of meters high, began to shake violently. The rubble scattered, and accompanied by roars, a black turtle hundreds of meters tall also flew into the air. The icy aura all over their bodies shocked the heaven and earth. They were the 3 7th level beast kings of Yanlong Island. The aura they exude is no less powerful than that of Ling Tian's protector, the 7-tailed fox Xuanning. A powerful aura filled the space between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a cold current surged, thunder intertwined, and flames burned the sky. The 3 terrifying auras continued to stir together, stirring up endless electric sparks. At this time, the old Minister of Education had already rushed to the front of the teleportation array with 7 powerful martial emperors. They have contacted the military soldiers stationed on Yanlong Island and brought all the students to the teleportation array on the beach. The old minister turned on the communicator. Xingfeng, what's the situation over there? How long will it take for the teleportation array to be repaired? On the beach, there was a majestic man with a strong aura and several scars on his face, frowning. Old minister, the teleportation array is severely damaged. It will take at least 2 hours to repair it. Speed up. Xingfeng, I command you. Protect all the students, no one can die. The military soldier named Xingfeng nodded. Xingfeng was Yanxia, a military officer, a strong man at the Tianwu realm and Martial Emperor realm. He is a 2-star general, 1 level higher than General Wang Tang. He is the highest-ranking person stationed on Yanlong Island. The communicator was not hung up, and General Xingfeng's face looked extremely ugly. Old minister, that SSS-level treasure seems to be the legendary heart of the origin of the primal chaos Skyfire. After hearing Xingfeng's words, the old minister roared angrily, Xingfeng, I don't care what method you use, repair the teleportation array in 1 hour. The old minister knew very well that if it really was the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire, then there would be trouble. Any one of the 3 powerful beast kings obtained the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. They can definitely be upgraded to the level of an 8th order holy beast. At that time, in order to kill them, at least 2 martial saints would be needed. The most troublesome thing is that the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire was obtained by the red flame vermilion bird. Because the red flame vermilion bird is originally a superior ferocious beast, and its innate vermilion bird Skyfire is S-level. If the red flame vermilion bird could obtain the heart of the origin of the chaos heavenly fire, it would not only be able to ascend to the realm of a holy beast, it can also awaken the powerful SSS level chaos vermilion bird divine fire, and by then even 4 martial saints may not be able to kill it. An 8th level holy beast can directly penetrate the space barrier between the secret realm and the blue star. Once the red flame vermilion bird, which has become an 8th rank sacred beast, invades blue star and dragon country, it will definitely be a huge disaster for Dragon Country. The old minister would never allow such a thing to happen, and at this time the Ministry of Education had already contacted the military. Once the transmission array of Yanlong Island is repaired, 3 powerful martial saints including the old minister will go to Yanlong Island to kill the 7 powerful beast kings. Roar endless ferocious beasts roared, and at this time, near the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire, the 3 beast kings stood in the void. A 3-way confrontation was formed. Neither the purple thunder white tiger nor the frost domain black turtle wanted to let the red flame vermilion bird obtain the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire. The 3 ferocious beasts roared, and the sound waves caused the surrounding space to distort directly. A space vortex with a diameter of 100 meters appeared instantly, and dense and tiny space cracks appeared around the space vortex. Even Ling Tian's mind was shaken by the roar of the huge beast king, and he felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. Almost at the same time, the 3 powerful beast kings rushed towards each other, and their speed exceeded the speed of sound. Rumble in the blink of an eye, the 3 ferocious beasts collided with each other, and the collision generated a gust of wind. It was like an invisible tsunami, sweeping across the surroundings. The forest beneath their feet, covering several miles in radius, was razed to the ground. Everyone felt the terrifying aftermath, the near despair, the powerful aftermath of the battle. It is estimated that even an ordinary 9th-level heavenly great expert would be instantly shattered to pieces after being hit. The military stationed on Yanlong Island had already issued a notice. The college entrance exam has ended early. All students, please gather at the exit. Every communicator in the society received the message, and the soldiers from the military continued to bring the students to the exit one by one. However, some students were devoured by the high-level ferocious beasts that escaped from the core before they could reach the exit. Yes, one by one, students continued to arrive at the exit. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In just less than 10 minutes, only less than 200 of the 4,200 candidates taking the exam were absent. Retreat! In the forest, Xiao Fan yelled at Yi Tian. Both of them knew that now was not the time to stay. What? Anyway, their score has surpassed Ling Tian, so there is no point in continuing to hunt the ferocious beasts. The heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire is not only attractive to the 3 beast kings, but also has a fatal attraction to all the ferocious beasts on the entire Flame Dragon Island. Whoosh whoosh, the terrifying airwaves continued to permeate the void. Boom boom boom. The 3 beast kings kept colliding with each other, thunder and lightning, waves of fire, and flying ice and snow. But Ling Tian remained where he was, looking at the heart of the origin of the primal chaos skyfire in the void, with no intention of leaving at all. 15 minutes later, almost all the candidates gathered at the exit of Yanlong Island. There were 139 candidates, and all the connections were cut off. Even the miniature cameras on their bodies disappeared. Everyone has already assumed that the 139 students died. Qingfeng reported directly to the old minister. Old minister, 139 students are missing and are basically confirmed dead. The others have also arrived at the entrance. For the time being, with the protection of more than 1,000 military soldiers, the exit of Yanlong Island is safe. After all, General Qingfeng alone is enough to deal with a 7th-level ferocious beast, and all the ferocious beasts on the entire Yanlong Island are trying to snatch the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire. After hearing General Qingfeng's report, the old minister's face looked extremely ugly. Ling Tian. Where's Ling Tian? Have you found Ling Tian? After hearing the old minister's words, Qingfeng's face became extremely ugly. Old minister, Ling Tian is near the heart of the chaos skyfire origin. We dare not go over there. He is surrounded by ferocious beasts. All the 6th and 7th level ferocious beasts are there. Asshole. The old minister was so angry that he started cursing. In his opinion, Ling Tian was the hope for the future of Manhwa. He is so young and yet has such strength. Maybe he has the chance to become the strongest person in the world in the future. If Ling Tian died, it would definitely be a huge loss for Manhwa. I don't care what method you use. You must bring Ling Tian back to me. Yes. General Qingfeng agreed with a frown. He naturally knew the importance of Ling Tian. Then he ordered his men, you stay here to protect the students' safety. I'll go and bring Ling Tian back. General Qingfeng increased his speed to the extreme, soared into the air, and rushed directly towards Ling Tian. At this time, the 3 beast kings were fighting fiercely. As long as General Qingfeng did not compete with them for the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire, the 3 beast kings would probably ignore General Qingfeng. With General Qingfeng's strength, bringing Ling Tian back should not be an impossible task. At this time, Ling Tian was standing on a huge rock that was tens of meters high, staring at the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire in the void. At the same time, he was also observing the ferocious beasts around him. At this time, more and more ferocious beasts were gathered. There are already more than 6,000 ferocious beasts within the range of his formation, and at this time those ferocious beasts are still gathering. However, at this moment, an eagle with flames wrapped all over its body and a body length of 100 meters rushed towards the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire. It was a 6th level ferocious beast, and it also wanted to obtain the the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. While the three Beast Kings are fighting, sees the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. However, the three Beast Kings didn't even look at the 6th level ferocious beast but continued to fight. Just at the moment when the 6th level ferocious beast came in front of the pillar of fire. Walala, the flames burned, the terrifying flames instantly burned the 6th level beast to ashes. The 6th level beast didn't even last a breath in the flames before it turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression. When he saw the scene, he had already thought of it. You must know that what is wrapped around the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire at this moment is the Chaos Earthcore Fire, which is extremely powerful and terrifying. Not to mention a 6th order ferocious beast, even the three Beast Kings would be burned to death if they touched it. Perhaps only the Scarlet Flame Vermilion Bird can resist for a few breaths. Even an 8th level ferocious beast has a high probability of being burned to death by the chaotic Earthcore Fire. It is simply impossible for a 6th level ferocious beast to seize the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. At this time, the three Beast Kings were fighting, and at the same time, they were waiting for the Chaos Earthcore Fire that wrapped around the heart of the Chaos Skyfire's origin to disappear. The battle between the three Beast Kings now looks fierce, but they have not yet exerted their full strength. Ling Tian estimated that the three Beast Kings were only using 50% of their strength in the battle at this time. Only when the Chaos Earth Fire disappears and they can reach the heart of the Chaos Skyfire's origin will they use their full strength. At this time, he also saw that more and more ferocious beasts were gathering around him. The powerful people in the Ministry of Education also watched Ling Tian's situation through the surveillance on him. At this time, they did not contact Ling Tian to let him go. Because Ling Tian was surrounded by ferocious beasts, they thought that it was best for Ling Tian to just stand still. The old minister frowned and looked at Ling Tian. If this kid is smart enough, he should be able to conceal his aura and not let those ferocious beasts detect him. However, just as the old minister finished his words, a 5th level ferocious beast rushed directly towards Ling Tian. Facing the 5th level ferocious beast, Ling Tian's eyes showed disdain. Then, he swung his soul-devouring sword, and with 9 extreme flames, the flames broke through the sky. The sword energy tore through the sound barrier and instantly passed through the body of the 5th level ferocious beast. Phew! Yes! With the sound of blood and flesh splattering echoing all around, the 5th level ferocious beast was directly cut in half by Ling Tian. The commotion caused by Ling Tian immediately attracted the attention of the ferocious beasts around him. This kid is crazy. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. They had never expected that Ling Tian would dare to kill a 5th level ferocious beast directly. At the same time, everyone was also somewhat shocked, although the 5th order beast was not considered powerful among the same level. But it is also a 5th level ferocious beast, a monster equivalent to a martial arts master in the innate realm. Roar! Ling Tian actually cut it off with just one easy strike. In the void, the beast core of a 5th level ferocious beast fell down. Ling Tian caught it, and with a flash of light in his hand, he placed it in the storage ring. The ferocious beasts around were immediately enraged when they saw that a tiny human dared to kill them in front of them. Roar! Hundreds of ferocious beasts roared angrily and rushed directly towards Ling Tian. There are a dozen level 5 beasts in total, and the rest are all level 4 beasts. With so many ferocious beasts, ordinary innate masters are no match for them. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as he looked at the ferocious beasts rushing towards him and rushed forward. This kid is crazy. You know, there are thousands of ferocious beasts near Ling Tian, and Ling Tian actually dared to make such a big noise to kill those ferocious beasts. The old minister and the powerful people in the Ministry of Education all held their breath, as if their hearts were in their throats. Ling Tian rushed out directly, jumped high, and fell down quickly. Crows take planes. At the moment of falling, he directly stepped on a 4th level ferocious beast and killed it. Blood splattered. Ling Tian's cold voice echoed all around. Endless flames, great flame dragon formation. The moment the words fell, a tremendous wave of flames and heat swept across the space. The infinite heavenly fire, with the momentum to burn everything in heaven and earth, instantly transformed into a 50 by 50 flame field. The space seemed to be distorted by the scorching heat. The powerful Wuji heavenly fire instantly transformed into 9 fire dragons, charging into the group of ferocious beasts. A terrifying aura will be felt by any ferocious beast whose strength has not yet reached the 5th level after it comes into contact with the infinite skyfire. It will be burned out in an instant, completely turned into ashes, and disappear from this world. In just a few breaths of time after the endless fire domain was opened, dozens of ferocious beasts were killed by Ling Tian. Ling Tian's score was also increasing rapidly. The increase was such that a 4th level ferocious beast would have at least 10,000 points. The score obtained after killing a 5th level ferocious beast has reached 100,000 points. In just a short while, Ling Tian directly got 500,000 points. Ling Tian's score also reached 546,000 points. What's going on? The candidates waiting near the teleportation array were completely stunned, especially Yi Tian and Xiao Fan. Roar! Originally, Yi Tian and Xiao Fan felt a little excited because their scores had surpassed Ling Tian Tian. But after seeing Ling Tian's terrifying score of 546,000 points, both of their expressions changed. Such a score might not be achieved even if they were to hunt ferocious beasts on Yanlong Island for a month. At this moment, the students immediately became agitated, and many of them showed dissatisfaction on their faces. He shouted loudly, "It's not fair. What's going on? Didn't they say the exam ended early? We are all waiting to leave here at the teleportation array. Why can Ling Tian's score still be improved? Why can he still kill the beast? Right. Why? So many of us are waiting for Ling Tian, but he's hunting ferocious beasts alone. Why?" Roar. There was a commotion among the crowd, and even Yi Tian was very dissatisfied. Although, his scores in the first 3 rounds were not as good as Ling Tian's. However, in the 4th round of the ferocious beast hunting test, his score had already surpassed Ling Tian. Originally, it took me 2 days of hard work to surpass Ling Tian, but now it only took a short while. Ling Tian left him far behind, so he was naturally unhappy. Only Xiao Fan frowned. He knew very well what 500,000 points meant. How difficult it is to get 500,000 points. Shut up, everyone. At this moment, Deputy Wang Tang, a 1-star general stationed on Yanlong Island, shouted angrily. The sound waves vibrated instantly, and the impacted space was filled with ripples. The sound waves directly shook everyone's minds, their ears buzzed, and their eyes showed pain. Why do you say that? Ling Tian is currently in the core of Yanlong Island, and the beasts he has killed are at least level 4. There are also 2 5th-level beasts. Why do you think they are so powerful? After hearing the words of the 1-star general, the candidates present were completely stunned. A 5th-order ferocious beast is equivalent to a beast at the innate master level. How could Ling Tian, a 17-year-old high school student, kill it? This made everyone wonder if they had heard it wrong and that this thing could never happen. Lord Wu Wang, are you sure you're not kidding us? Ling Tian, can you really kill a 5th-level beast? The 1-star general had a look of helplessness on his face. He himself was also very confused. He also saw it through the micro camera on Ling Tian's body. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a 17-year-old college entrance examination candidate could kill a 5th-level ferocious beast. If you don't believe me, just watch for yourself. After he finished speaking, he simply shared the access rights to his surveillance video with the students present. Everyone saw Ling Tian through their phones. At this time, Ling Tian was fighting with countless ferocious beasts. Ling Tian, like a fire god of war, is filled with fighting spirit. Holding his soul-devouring sword, he cooperates with the endless fire domain to continuously kill ferocious beasts. Ling Tian rushed into the group of ferocious beasts and killed them one by one easily as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. And those ferocious beasts were all above level 4. Ling Tian raised his soul-devouring blade and stretched out his arms. With the stimulation of true essence, the output of Wuji Tianhua was directly increased to the strongest level. Tornado destroys parking lot. With a wave of the sword, a huge heat wave swept through the sky, and the huge flame turned into a fire tornado that was tens of meters high. In an instant, 7 or 8 4th-level ferocious beasts were pulled into the fire tornado. The 7 or 8 4th-level ferocious beasts had no power to resist at all and were swallowed up by the terrifying fire tornado. Everyone's eyes became dull, and their expressions looked so exaggerated. Obviously, they didn't expect Ling Tian to be so powerful. The 4th-level beast was as fragile as an ant in front of him. At this moment, 9 fire dragons roared around Ling Tian and heavily slammed into the 2 5th-level ferocious beasts. The scorching heat instantly burned their bodies, and they screamed in pain. Ling Tian's figure flashed past along with the blade, and the 8 wastelands were destroyed. The 9 extremes flame slash, the strongest move, directly cut the bodies of the 2 5th-level beasts in half. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was confused and couldn't imagine it. Ling Tian's score increased again, directly rising to 866,000 points. The 1-star general looked at the shocked candidates and said, "See, he is not on the same level as you. Do you understand why now? If you still feel it is unfair and you are not convinced, I can sign a waiver agreement with you. You will voluntarily give up our military arrangements and continue to take the exam." After hearing the words of the 1-star general, everyone fell silent. Without saying a word, everyone knew exactly how strong they were. Letting them continue taking the exam is like sending them to their deaths, isn't that? The ferocious beasts that Ling Tian killed, even the weakest 4th-level ferocious beast, looked nothing like these students. What? They are all small dumplings, and you can bite a small dumpling into pieces in one bite. Ling Tian killed dozens of ferocious beasts in a short period of time. This immediately aroused the anger of the group of ferocious beasts. The old minister and the others were extremely anxious. They thought Ling Tian was really crazy. At this time, Ling Tian should try his best to avoid fighting with the ferocious beasts. He waited patiently for General Qingfang's rescue, but Ling Tian did not wait for rescue obediently. Instead, he engaged in a fierce battle with the ferocious beast. Everyone thought Ling Tian must be crazy. Ling Tian's score is constantly increasing, 900,000, 1 million. When Ling Tian's score reached 1 million points, people all over the country were shocked. 1 million points, this is an impossible score for everyone. But Ling Tian did it anyway. He successfully killed those 4th and 5th level ferocious beasts. Is this the gap between us and the peerless genius? Xiao Fan and Yi Tian were almost in despair. They only now realized how ridiculous and clownish their previous idea of comparing themselves with Ling Tian was. Yi Tian looked helpless. It's ridiculous, really ridiculous. We originally regarded him as our opponent, but we are not worthy of being his opponent at all. At this time, the two peerless geniuses, Yi Tian and Xiao Fan, stood there with despair on their faces, and the geniuses from Yunnan province, Wang Yu, Li Shui, Zhao Hu and others looked at Xiao Fan and Yi Tian with despair. They all expressed deep sympathy, because the three of them had also experienced the same mood as Xiao Fan and Yi Tian at that moment. At the beginning, they also thought that Ling Tian was their opponent. They all wanted to compete with Ling Tian and prove that they were no weaker than Ling Tian. However, when they understood Ling Tian's true strength, they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. At the same time, General Qingfeng was constantly observing Ling Tian through his own surveillance footage. I prayed in my heart that Ling Tian would not encounter any danger. Although Ling Tian can kill ordinary 5th level beasts now, what if a 6th level beast attacks? Then Ling Tian would be in danger. Thinking of this, Qingfeng Reward increased his speed a little more. However, at this moment, a burst of roars from ferocious beasts echoed near Ling Tian. I saw 6 sky-lifting thunder pythons, whose strength had reached the 5th level and 9th grade, roaring. At the same time, it rushed towards Ling Tian. Its huge body, which was 100 meters long, shot towards Ling Tian like thunder. Oh no, it's the sky-lifting thunder python. The old minister and General Qingfeng all became anxious. The complete form of the sky-lifting thunder python can reach the level of the 6th order. After reaching maturity, it has the strength of the 5th order, the 8th or 9th order. Judging from their size, the 6 sky-shaking thunder pythons are in their mature stage. Everyone started to worry, even though Ling Tian had a combat capability that was not inferior to that of a 5th level innate master. However, facing 6 5th order, 8th level ferocious beasts, equivalent to the 8th level of the innate realm, at the same time would probably be very dangerous. 6 sky-high thunder pythons, spitting out their tongues, rushed in front of Ling Tian in an instant. Powerful thunder was wrapped around the huge tail, and it lashed heavily at Ling Tian's body. Just as Ling Tian was about to be crushed, Ling Tian poured his true energy into the skull necklace on his chest. The Cursed King. Following Ling Tian's call, in an instant, a strange black airwave, with Ling Tian as the center, pushed out in all directions in an instant. The airwave carried a violent and cold aura, and instantly hit the ferocious beasts around. Suddenly, those ferocious beasts below level 6 began to tremble in fear. A huge ball of black fog condensed in front of Ling Tian, and then transformed into a giant skeleton warrior 7 or 8 meters tall. That was the Cursed King that Ling Tian subdued in the Cursed Abyss, a hidden secret realm. The moment the Cursed King appeared, he roared loudly in excitement. The sound waves vibrated, and the space around the impact began to distort. At this time, the 6-headed sky-shaking thunder pythons had already arrived in front of the Cursed King. The Cursed King's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pulled out a bone from his body, which instantly turned into a sharp giant sword. Die! A sword slashed out, and the sound barrier was instantly cut, and it seemed that cracks appeared in the space. Puff, 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 blood kept spurting out, and the 6 sky-shaking thunder pythons had not yet reacted. The 6 huge heads had been chopped off by the Cursed King's giant bone sword, and blood was falling like raindrops. The terrifying aura of the Cursed King crushed the surrounding ferocious beasts and made them tremble unconsciously. The 4th and 5th level beasts simply crawled on the ground and did not dare to stand up at all. Although the Cursed King now only has the combat power of a 6th level ferocious beast, but he is a top level ferocious beast, and he has a bloodline suppression on these ferocious beasts. Even a 6th level ferocious beast could not use its full strength after feeling the pressure from his powerful superior. The Cursed King appeared, and endless black airwaves engulfed the area within a radius of several miles. Roar! The grass and trees within a radius of several miles quickly withered, and the ferocious beasts were still extremely crazy and wanted to devour Ling Tian. But at this moment, everyone became extremely well behaved. Even the 3 beast kings who were fighting fiercely in the void stopped their fight. Looking towards the Cursed King, they felt it, if it could be counted as blood. The Cursed King is even more powerful than them, but after discovering the Cursed King's cultivation level, they seemed to be restricted. It was only equivalent to the 6th, 7th, or 8th level, so the 3 ferocious beasts felt relieved. If the Cursed King was in his peak condition, perhaps the 3 ferocious beasts combined would not be a match for him. But now, any one of the Cursed King and the 3 beast kings can easily defeat the other. However, they had no intention of dealing with the Cursed King. They now have only one goal, which is to obtain the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. As long as the Cursed King does not compete with them, they will not provoke the Cursed King. After all, the Cursed King was once a peak 7th order existence. Although his strength was greatly damaged, the 3 beast kings could not guarantee that he had no trump card to save his life. Everyone who saw this scene seen through the surveillance footage was stunned. "Where did this kid summon such a monster from? It can actually scare away all the beasts?" asked a veteran from the Ministry of Education. The old minister frowned. "That's the necklace he was wearing before. Could this be another high-quality, exclusive piece of equipment?" After hearing the old minister's words, everyone was speechless. Looking at the Curse King summoned by Ling Tian, Kuaner's face turned purple with envy. "You know, that is an exclusive equipment that can summon at least a 6th-level ferocious beast. How many people are unable to obtain a piece of exclusive equipment, even if it is A-level, in their entire life? But Ling Tian, alone, got 2 exclusive equipment above S-level. How could anyone not be envious of him?" Ling Tian leaped onto the shoulder of the Cursed King and looked at the ferocious beasts around him. After sensing the aura of the Cursed King beneath Ling Tian, the nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts around did not dare to move forward another step. At this time, Ling Tian no longer paid attention to the ferocious beasts around him, but stood on the shoulder of the Cursed King and looked up at the void. The dazzling heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire revealed a look of desire in its eyes. Shua shua shua. The sound of breaking air continued to echo, and the sound was getting closer and closer to Ling Tian, heading towards the direction where the sound came from. I saw a middle-aged man with a stern face moving quickly towards Ling Tian. That person was none other than the highest-ranking military official stationed on Yanlong Island, the one-star General Qingfeng. Qingfeng took advantage of the fact that the surrounding ferocious beasts were not paying attention and rushed to Ling Tian at the fastest speed. However, at the moment Qingfeng approached Ling Tian, the Cursed King raised his giant bone sword and swept it across. General Qingfeng quickly condensed a true energy shield to resist the attack of the giant bone sword. Bang! With the huge shock, General Qingfeng felt his arm slightly paralyzed by the shock. Although the Cursed King has the aura of cultivation, he only appears to be a 6th-order high-level ferocious beast. However, the attack just now by the Cursed King already had the power close to that of a 7th-level ferocious beast. "Stop!" At Ling Tian's command, the Cursed King put down his huge bone sword and stopped attacking Ling Tian. Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, I'm the highest official in charge of the Yanlong Island military. I'm Qingfeng. I've received orders from the old minister to take you away." After hearing Qingfeng's words, Ling Tian frowned. "Master Qingfeng, you don't need to worry about me. I will be in no danger." Qingfeng was stunned, and anger appeared on his face. "Ling Tian, I don't need to explain how dangerous the current situation is. Everyone can see your strength and talent. You are the future of our dragon country. If you die here, it will be a huge loss to our dragon country. Whether it's for you or for the dragon kingdom, you have to come with me now. Do you understand?" The Qingfeng general's tone and attitude became tougher, but Ling Tian remained unwavering. Instead, he looked up at the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire in the huge pillar of light in the sky. Ling Tian asked, "Senior Qingfeng, do you know what that thing in the sky is?" Qingfeng was stunned and shook his head. "Whatever it is, it's not something you and I can get." Ling Tian shook his head and continued, "That's an SSS-level treasure. The heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire. The heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qingfeng was shocked, although he had never heard of it before. But Ling Tian said it was SSS level, so you can understand how rare and valuable it is. Ling Tian continued, "If a normal warrior refines the primal chaos skyfire origin heart, he will definitely be able to awaken an S-level fire-type innate ability. The heart of chaos heavenly fire can increase the affinity between human warriors or ferocious beasts and the fire elements of heaven and earth to more than 90%. If an A-level fire-type innate ability expert refines the heart of the chaos skyfire origin, there is a 90% chance that their innate ability will evolve to SS level." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qingfeng was also shocked. He obviously didn't expect that the heart of the origin of chaos skyfire would be so awesome. You know, even the treasures of heaven and earth of the same SSS level are divided into different levels. Each level of natural treasures, elixirs, etc. are divided into 4 small grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. With each higher level, the value increases exponentially. If the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire is really as awesome as Ling Tian said, then it must be at least a top grade SSS level treasure. As for the top grade SSS level natural treasures, only one comes out every 20 years on average. Ling Tian said, "If the red flame vermilion bird obtains the heart of chaos origin, its vermilion bird true fire can be upgraded to SSS level. Moreover, the red flame vermilion bird can reach the level of an 8th order ferocious beast. By then, it will take a strong man at least at the 7th level of the holy martial realm to deal with him. If the scarlet flame vermilion bird were to reach blue star, it would be a huge disaster for both our blue star and our dragon nation." Qingfeng now understood why Ling Tian refused to leave. "Ling Tian, I understand what you mean, but you are just a small heaven-level warrior. It is not your business." Swish. "Even I, a powerful martial emperor in the Tianwu realm, can't take care of this matter. The teleportation array will be repaired soon. Let's let the old minister and his powerful martial saints take over the task of snatching the chaos skyfire origin heart." "No! By the time the old minister and the others arrive, it will be too late. The Chaos Earth core fire surrounding the origin of the Chaos Skyfire will only last for 5 minutes. It will disappear in 5 minutes, and at that time, the 3 Beast Kings will snatch the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. By the time the martial saint from our dragon country arrives, the heart of the origin of the primal Chaos Skyfire will have already been refined. Senior Qingfeng, I will not leave. I want to snatch the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. You! General Qingfeng looked helpless. He didn't know how to persuade Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I don't care whether what you said is true or not, but my responsibility is to take you away safely. As he said that, Qingfeng rushed directly towards Ling Tian, wanting to capture Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at General Qingfeng and shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry. After hearing Ling Tian's words, General Qingfeng felt that Ling Tian was a little too arrogant. He has offended Ling Tian. How could it be that as a powerful martial emperor, he is not Ling Tian's opponent? Even if Ling Tian had the Curse King, it would be easy for him to take Ling Tian away. But at this moment, a light flashed in Ling Tian's hand, and suddenly a flag appeared in Ling Tian's hand. The true energy in Ling Tian's palm turned into a rune and slapped it on the flag. As soon as he finished speaking, the flag suddenly burst into light and was inserted into the ground under General Qingfeng's feet. Along with the roaring sound, the flag shone brightly. Countless runes burst out, and then, sword energy enveloped the area, and the sound of swords rang out. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies condensed and transformed into a sword energy barrier. Then, the sword energy barrier trapped Qingfeng inside. Formation. General Qingfeng was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect that Ling Tian would do this in order to avoid being taken away by him. He even set up a formation to trap him, but he didn't believe how powerful the formation set up by a 17-year-old high school student could be. Break it for me. General Qingfeng was surrounded by true energy, and at the same time, he burst out with power, and his arms bulged instantly. His muscular body exuded explosive power, and with one punch he broke the sonic barrier. Boom! Then, General Qingfeng's fist slammed heavily onto the sword energy barrier. However, the sword energy barrier did not move at all, and there was no damage at all. What? General Qingfeng was horrified. He obviously didn't expect that the trap set up by Ling Tian could actually withstand his attack. Although he had only used 10% of his strength just now, he could still defeat even an ordinary 6th level beast. But now there is no way to destroy the small sword formation set up by Ling Tian? Leader Qingfeng expressed his dissatisfaction, and then his muscles bulged and his arms became as thick as buckets. This time, he directly used 50% of his strength and said to Ling Tian, "Boy, stand back, or you'll be hurt by my fist." However, Ling Tian didn't move, which made Qingfeng unhappy. He punched out, breaking the sonic barrier with one punch, and even the space began to distort. Rumble accompanied by a muffled sound echoing around. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword energy barrier was rippling with waves, but there was still not a single scratch. General Qingfeng's old face flushed red, and he felt embarrassed. He had just said that his fist wind would hurt Ling Tian. As a result, his punch was completely unable to shake the sword energy barrier. General Qingfeng's expression also became serious at this time. He realized that Ling Tian was not arrogant. The formation he prepared did have the ability to trap himself inside. Then, Qingfeng no longer wasted time and used all his strength to circulate his true energy. Violent true energy burst out from his body, and all the muscles in his body swelled up. Qingfeng's figure instantly expanded twice, and his whole body exuded explosive power. Break it for me! Qingfeng threw a punch, then exerted force with his feet, and a powerful force was transmitted to Ling Tian's fist. Rumble! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and waves began to appear on the sword energy barrier. Then, a burst of smoke was produced by the explosion of true energy. As the smoke dissipated, General Qingfeng was stunned. He saw several tiny cracks on the sword energy barrier that he had blasted out. Go! And those tiny cracks were completely repaired in less than 3 seconds. Qingfeng was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe it at all. He had never expected that Ling Tian would set up such a powerful formation. You know, Qingfeng is a powerful warrior at the level of martial emperor. Even the formation was set up by the formation master. Qingfeng could easily break it, but now he has no way to deal with Ling Tian's formation? So what level has Ling Tian's attainment in formations reached? Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian and just wanted to ask one question. Are you still human? How can you set up such a powerful trap at such a young age? At this time, Ling Tian's attention was no longer on General Qingfeng. Instead, he waited patiently for the Chaos Earth Fire, which contained the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire, to disappear in the void. The 3 ferocious beasts also felt that the temperature of the chaotic core fire was gradually dropping. It is estimated that it won't take much time for the chaotic core fire to completely disappear. The battle between the 3 beast kings became more and more intense, with flames filling the sky, cold currents surging, and thunder interweaving. Among them, the red flame vermilion bird is the most powerful, suppressing the purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle alone. At this moment, the chaotic core fire that was surging from the ground suddenly stopped. The Chaos Earth core fire wrapped around the heart of the Chaos Skyfire Skyfire's origin was also rapidly extinguishing. In just less than 10 breaths, the chaotic earthfire surrounding the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire had completely disappeared. Roar! In that instant, the purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle roared at the same time. The aura on his body continued to rise, becoming several times stronger than before. At the same time, the energy in his body condensed into a beam of light intertwined with thunder and ice, tearing through the void. It blasted towards the red flame vermilion bird, like a huge chain of light, stretching in the void. The scarlet flame vermilion bird quickly opened its mouth and flapped its wings rapidly. A powerful heat wave swept through the void, and a huge breath spurted out of the mouth. What? Rumble! In a flash, three terrifying energies collided with each other, causing the sky to shake continuously. The space twisted, an empty vortex appeared, and tiny space cracks emerged. At this moment, a round object with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared above the heads of the cold domain black turtle and the purple thunder white tiger. That was their beast core, which was hanging above their heads, continuously providing energy in the red flame vermilion bird. The power of the frost region black turtle and the purple thunder white tiger instantly doubled. Crackle! The flaming breath of the scarlet flame vermilion bird continued to collapse, and it was attacked and retreated step by step. Afterwards, the flaming breath completely dissipated, and the terrifying attack slammed heavily into the body of the red flame vermilion bird. The red flame vermilion bird spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and flew backwards. The purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle rushed towards the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived less than 5 meters away from the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. But at this moment, the red flame vermilion bird suddenly burst out with a scorching wave of air. His entire body turned crimson as he rushed out, a beast core appearing above his head as if he had turned into a meteor. In an instant, it collided with the purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle. The frost domain black turtle and the purple thunder white tiger roared in pain from the collision and flew backwards. The scarlet flame vermilion bird, with a face full of excitement, opened its mouth and flew towards the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. He wanted to swallow the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire in one gulp. But at this moment, something strange happened. The originally huge chaos Skyfire and the heart of origin suddenly shrank and became only the size of a fist. Just when the red flame vermilion bird was about to swallow the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. With a sound, the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire turned into a beam of light and flew out on its own. The speed was so fast that even the red flame vermilion bird couldn't react. He looked in the direction where the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire was flying. Ling Tian was seen right in front of the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. At this time, Ling Tian's body was erupting with infinite heavenly fire, which condensed into a set of flame armor and was worn by Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian exuded a domineering aura, like a fire god of war. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire flew in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian stretched out his right hand and grabbed the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. How so? Xingfeng was stunned, and the people who saw Ling Tian's actions through the video were also completely stunned. The three Beast King level ferocious beasts fought to the death just for the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. However, Ling Tian actually stood there without even moving. The heart of the origin of the chaotic Skyfire came to look for Ling Tian on its own. Ling Tian, how come the primal chaos Skyfire origin heart came to you on its own initiative? Ling Tian remained calm, as if he had already expected something like this to happen. Ling Tian said calmly, the heart of the origin of chaos Skyfire is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It has its own spirituality and will choose its own master. The more affinity one has with the fire element between heaven and earth, the more hope one has of obtaining the heart of the origin of the chaos heavenly fire. If I weren't here, then as the scarlet flame vermilion bird that possesses the true vermilion bird fire, obtaining the heart of the chaos Skyfire origin wouldn't be a big problem. But my fire-related talent is the SS level Wuji Tianhua. My affinity with fire is even higher, several times higher than that of the scarlet flame vermilion bird. Therefore, the heart of the origin of chaos Skyfire will naturally choose me. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Xingfeng suddenly understood. No wonder Ling Tian refused to leave here. It turned out that Ling Tian was very confident that he could snatch the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. Ling Tian, what are you still standing there for? We've already got the chaos Skyfire origin heart. Why don't you hurry and leave? Human. However, just as General Xingfeng finished his words, an extremely angry voice echoed between heaven and earth. Swish! The scarlet flame vermilion bird transformed into a dazzling flame and appeared in front of Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. The frost domain black turtle and the purple thunder white tiger followed closely behind, forming a triangle that trapped Ling Tian and Xingfeng. Human! You want to escape after stealing our things? You're dreaming! The scarlet flame vermilion bird roared loudly in anger. Just now, it could be said that the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire was already at his fingertips, but it actually ran away. As one of the three dominant beasts on the Flame Dragon Island, how can even the 7th level Beast King, the red flame vermilion bird, endure it. General Qingfeng's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, his face frozen. It's over. Any one of the 3 Beast Kings can defeat General Qingfeng. There are nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts around, and it would be easy to tear them to pieces. General Qingfeng didn't know what to say to Ling Tian at this time. He just thought Ling Tian was a jerk. If he hadn't come to rescue Ling Tian, he would have slipped away long ago. Ling Tian looked at the red flame vermilion bird without saying a word. Human, talk back. The red flame vermilion bird roared loudly in anger, and then exhaled a terrifying breath. However, before the breath could even get close to Ling Tian, the Frost Domain Black Turtle actually condensed an ice barrier to block the breath. The Frost Region Black Turtle spoke in human language. Human, you hand over the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire to us. We promise that the Scarlet Flame Vermilion Bird can't kill you, and I can help all of you humans escape from Flame Dragon Island safely. How about that? After hearing the words of the Black Turtle from the Frost Region, General Qingfeng was obviously moved, because he knew very well that the ferocious beast at the core of Flame Dragon Island had already rushed out, and the teleportation array would take another hour to repair. If the ferocious beasts on Yanlong Island wanted to kill humans, the military soldiers stationed on Yanlong Island would be unable to resist at all. Ling Tian, promise him. The original heart of the Chaos Skyfire may be rare, but if you lose your life, everything else will be in vain. Besides, for Dragon Country, you candidates are the hope for the future and the most precious treasure of Dragon Country. However, Ling Tian just shook his head lightly, his eyes still calm. When did I ever say I was going to run away? The moment he finished speaking, Ling Tian directly collected the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire into his storage ring. Then, he looked at the 3 Beast Kings and said, I'll give you 3 a chance. Take all the beasts away obediently. How about I not kill you? Otherwise, no ferocious beast within a 10-mile radius will be spared. What? After hearing Ling Tian's words, the 3 ferocious beasts were shocked, and Qingfeng was also confused. People who heard the video and saw all this were also dumbfounded. Qingfeng couldn't help but shout out, Ling Tian, do you want to listen to what you are saying? All the people and animals who saw this scene and heard Ling Tian's words were stunned. They looked at Ling Tian as if he was an idiot, thinking that Ling Tian's brain must be broken. Ling Tian is only a 5th level heavenly grade warrior. Any one of the 3 Beast Kings could easily kill Ling Tian countless times. In front of them, Ling Tian was just a weak ant who could be easily crushed to death with just one finger. However, Ling Tian actually said that he wanted to kill more than 10,000 ferocious beasts, including the 3 Beast Kings, without leaving a single one alive. Everyone thought Ling Tian must be crazy and mentally abnormal to say such things. Ling Tian, are you crazy? Hand over the Primal Chaos Skyfire Origin Heart quickly. If a student taking the exam today loses his life because of you, I, Qingfeng, will not let you go even if I die. Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian angrily and shouted angrily. The Scarlet Flame Vermilion Bird, the Purple Thunder White Tiger, and the Frost Realm Black Turtle were also furious. You bastard human, you're courting death. Accompanied by roars, the 3 ferocious beasts exhaled at the same time and rushed towards Ling Tian. A terrifying breath with the power to destroy the world came towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian remained extremely calm and motionless. Go! A formation flag appeared in Ling Tian's hand, and Ling Tian threw it out casually. The formation flag was inserted into the ground, and in an instant, a brilliant light burst out. Tens of millions of formation runes burst out at this moment, and densely packed formation runes intertwined with each other. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the sounds of swords rang out in the void, and in an instant, endless sword energy condensed around Ling Tian. Endless sword energy directly transformed into a huge sword shield, blocking Ling Tian. In that instant, the breath of the 3 Beast Kings hit the sword and shield in front of Ling Tian. Rumble, accompanied by a huge explosion sound. Dust suddenly flew up. The space around Ling Tian instantly twisted, and a huge space vortex with a diameter of more than several meters appeared. However, the sword and shield in front of Ling Tian had no effect at all, and they were still guarding Ling Tian. Qingfeng and the 3 Beast Kings were stunned. They obviously did not expect that Ling Tian could remain unharmed under the attacks of the 3 Beast Kings. However, before Ling Tian could even wait for them to be shocked, streams of true energy appeared in Ling Tian's hands. The true essence directly transformed into countless runes and entered the formation flag. Zhun! The clear and loud sound of the sword resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shaking everyone so much that they felt as if their eardrums were being torn apart. Rumble in an instant, the ground shook violently, and then, in 8 places with Ling Tian as the center, huge pillars of light rose from the ground. Boom boom boom, the beam of light rushed directly into the void of nearly 1,000 meters, then separated and connected together. It directly formed a huge formation barrier, covering an area of 10 kilometers in radius. Endless energy surged out from 8 directions and quickly transformed into sword energy. Swish, 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 the dense sword energy was like shining stars, illuminating everyone so that they couldn't open their eyes. In just a breath of time, tens of thousands of sword energies appeared in the void. And this is not the limit, the amount of sword energy is still increasing. 100,000 100,000, 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. Countless sword energies burst out with extremely sharp sword intent, as if even the space was about to be cut and severed. Another formation. The three Beast Kings roared in anger when they saw that Ling Tian had actually set up a powerful formation. You know, they were trapped in the core of Flame Dragon Island for decades because of the formation set up by humans. But this time, after they had finally escaped from the formation, they unexpectedly encountered another formation master. Human, you're looking for death. The three Beast Kings roared in unison, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The scarlet flame vermilion bird flapped its wings, and suddenly a terrifying firestorm erupted, carrying an overwhelming heatwave, and rushed towards Ling Tian. The purple thunder white tiger condensed a terrifying thunder spear that was 100 meters long, which instantly shattered the sound barrier and rushed towards Ling Tian. The black turtle of the frost realm condensed a huge ice sword that was 100 meters long and smashed it towards Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian was not afraid at all. At this moment, the sky was filled with dense sword energy, and there were already hundreds of thousands of them. Broken! Ling Tian cast out a formation rune, and suddenly, endless sword energy surged. Clattered dense sword energy gathered together and attacked the three powerful Beast Kings in an orderly manner. It became a long river of sword energy, tearing through the void with roaring and roaring sounds. Rumble in an instant, the full-strength attacks of the three powerful Beast Kings collapsed the moment they collided with the long river of sword energy. Endless energy was annihilated inch by inch in the void. Facing Ling Tian's terrifying and vast river of sword energy, it was no match at all. Great Thousand Sword Formation, broken. Ling Tian shouted angrily and pointed his sword at the three Beast Kings. The sword energy flowed and the sound of the sword was deafening. Not good, retreat quickly. The three Beast Kings roared, and directly increased their aura to the strongest state, and then increased their speed to the limit. The powerful Beast King narrowly avoided the attack of Ling Tian's Great Thousand Sword Formation. They wanted to attack Ling Tian, but there was no way to hurt Ling Tian at all. Dense sword energy wrapped around Ling Tian's body, forming a sword shield, protecting Ling Tian 360 degrees. Their attacks had no way of breaking through the sword and shield surrounding Ling Tian. Although the three ferocious beasts avoided Ling Tian's long river of sword energy, the ferocious beasts behind them were in a miserable state. The sword energy swept across the sky, tearing through the space and instantly submerging the ferocious beasts. Along with the painful roars of the ferocious beasts, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. Countless ferocious beasts were turned into countless pieces under the extremely fierce sword energy and were unable to resist at all. Whether it was a 5th level ferocious beast or a 6th level ferocious beast, it was submerged in the long river of sword energy at that moment. They will be completely cut into countless pieces of flesh by the long river of sword energy of the Great Thousand Sword Formation. In just less than 5 breaths, thousands of ferocious beasts died under Ling Tian's sword formation. Ling Tian's score soared like crazy. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 10 million. Soon Ling Tian's score reached an incredible 10 million, but this was not the end. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. Ling Tian's score only stopped when it reached 50 million. You know, Ling Tian would get at least 10,000 points for killing a 4th level beast and at least 100,000 points for a 5th level beast. For a 6th order beast, the number would be at least 1 million. Therefore, in just a few breaths, Ling Tian, who had killed thousands of ferocious beasts, directly raised his score to 50 million points. How is that possible? People who watched all this through the video felt like their brains were about to shut down. It was as if I had seen the most unlikely thing in the world, and I felt like my worldview had completely collapsed. The students shouted in anger, "Cheating! Isn't this cheating? A formation that can kill a 6th order beast instantly can only be set up by a formation master at the formation king level." Ling Tian is a 17-year-old student, and his level of cultivation at the 5th level of heavenly grade is already terrifying. How could he possibly have such attainments in formations? Right. Ling Tian must have cheated. Someone had already set up a formation on Yanlong Island. However, those high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Education were even more shocked and found it even more incredible than these students. The senior officials of the Ministry of Education saw with their own eyes how Ling Tian set up a large formation from scratch. Formations are also a means for warriors. If you say Ling Tian cheated, it doesn't make sense. There are clear regulations in the exam. If students can kill ferocious beasts through formations, that is completely possible. However, for many warriors, learning formations will greatly delay their training time. Therefore, those talented candidates will not choose to learn formations before becoming innate masters. But now Ling Tian had actually set up a large formation of at least level 7 right under their noses. How could the old ministers and others remain calm? Old minister, you have to know that when the formation level reached the 7th level, it took more than 40 years to be used. But Ling Tian is not even 18 years old now, and he has already reached such a level before he is 18 years old. The old minister suddenly had a feeling that all the time he had been studying and researching formations over the years, he had learned the same thing as a dog. I am nothing. At this time, the three ferocious beasts all felt felt terror and felt the powerful destructive power contained in the long river of sword energy. If the long river of sword energy had submerged them all, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. However, at this time, Ling Tian had become a ruthless killing machine. Originally, Ling Tian didn't want to activate the formation. After all, Ling Tian had spent nearly 30 billion worth of materials to set up this formation. Once it is activated, it will be a crazy waste of money. But the three ferocious beasts force Ling Tian to activate the formation. Ling Tian felt unhappy and looked at the three fierce beasts. I told you that we will not spare any of the nearby fierce beasts. Do you really think I'm kidding you? Walala, the moment the words fell, Ling Tian controlled the great thousand sword formation and killed the ferocious beasts again. The terrifying and sharp sword energy directly locked onto the three ferocious beasts, and the three ferocious beasts fled frantically. However, the ferocious beasts that were affected could not escape. Puff puff puff, blood-colored lotuses continuously bloomed in the void, and ferocious beasts appeared one after another, some crawling on the ground and some flying in the sky. None of them could resist the terrifying river of sword energy from the great thousand sword formation. The limbs were constantly cut off, and the ferocious beasts that were killed kept wailing. Ling Tian's score continued to soar, 60 million, 70 million, 80 million. In just less than a minute, Ling Tian killed nearly 2,000 ferocious beasts, and Ling Tian's score also reached 100 million. 100 million. Everyone was completely stunned after seeing Ling Tian's score. Is 100 million points a score that a human can get? Cheating, cheating, why not cancel Ling Tian's score? Ling Tian used a formation set up by someone else. The candidates roared loudly, but soon the senior military officials stood up. All of Ling Tian's actions on Yanlong Island were carried out under the watchful eyes of the Ministry of Education's top brass. The formations Ling Tian set up were personally completed by him, so it doesn't count as cheating. This is impossible. Those candidates were almost collapsed. How could one person be so outstanding? They are all geniuses in their own cities, but now in front of Ling Tian, they are complete idiots. Ferocious beasts continued to die, and countless beast cores continued to appear. Ling Tian directly withdrew the sword energy that was besieging Qingfeng. Senior Qingfeng, please help collect the beast cores. They are very valuable. I am too busy controlling the formation. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qingfeng was stunned and nodded blankly. Then he saw the sword energy barriers that trapped him disappear. Ling Tian felt very happy as he watched the countless ferocious beasts being killed. Unfortunately, he couldn't activate the formation instantly, although the formation could help a warrior to cross many realms and kill the opponent. However, to set up a formation, one needs a large amount of materials and a lot of time. If Ling Tian does not make prior preparations, any opponent who is stronger than Ling Tian can kill him before he sets up the formation. However, once Ling Tian has enough time to set up the formation, Ling Tian will be the strongest king. Endless sword energy gathered into a long river of sword energy, flowing in the void. Wherever it went, blood splattered, and countless ferocious beasts had no choice but to escape when faced with the long river of sharp sword energy. Soon, more than 3,000 ferocious beasts were killed. Not only that, even the three ferocious beasts were harmed by the sword energy. Wounds appeared on the surface of the body, and blood kept flowing out of the wounds. Damn it! The three ferocious beasts roared loudly and kept attacking Ling Tian. They knew very well that it was Ling Tian who was controlling the formation, and once Ling Tian died, the formation would stop working. However, their attacks were protected by the sword and shield condensed by Ling Tian's formation and had no way of shaking Ling Tian at all. In just less than 5 minutes, corpses were scattered all over the area covered by the entire formation. Countless ferocious beasts wanted to break out of the formation, but Ling Tian didn't give them any chance at all. The ferocious beasts kept crashing into the barrier of the formation and attacking it. However, the barrier of the formation was extremely solid. Even the strongest attacks of the 7th level beast kings fell on the barrier of the formation. There was no way to cause any damage to the formation barrier. Ling Tian's score soared wildly, 150 million, 160 million, 170 million. Just when Ling Tian's score reached an astonishing 200 million, more than 3,000 ferocious beasts were killed, which was a disaster for the ferocious beasts on Yanlong Island. It seems that there is no need for us to go to Yanlong Island. The old minister and others in the Ministry of Education watched Ling Tian continuously kill the ferocious beasts. Everyone was speechless. Ling Tian alone was enough to kill all the ferocious beasts above the 4th level on Yanlong Island. The other ferocious beasts are all 3rd level ferocious beasts, and there are soldiers from the Yanlong Island military among them. They have no way of harming the students taking the exam. Soon, more than 5,000 ferocious beasts died, and Ling Tian's points reached 380 million. Ling Tian's sword formation only consumed about 20% of its energy. As for the three beast kings, their bodies were covered with dense scars. The three beast kings were fighting each other just now, treating each other as their biggest enemy and wanting to kill each other. But now they have joined forces to resist Ling Tian's sword formation. Human, we are wrong. Stop now. The three beast kings knew very well
that once all the ferocious beasts in the formation were killed by Ling Tian, Ling Tian will focus all his energy on the three of them. Sooner or later they will be completely killed by Ling Tian. After hearing the three ferocious beasts begging for mercy, Ling Tian still did not hesitate at all and continued to control the formation to kill the beasts. Looking at the three powerful beasts fleeing in panic, the old minister couldn't help but sigh. This is the wisdom and power of mankind. Although these ferocious beasts can easily kill humans at the same level, but humans have wisdom. They can create weapons, develop martial arts skills, set up formations, and improve their combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, the three 7th level ferocious beasts can easily kill hundreds or even thousands of humans of Ling Tian's level. However, thanks to Ling Tian's wisdom, he killed them and forced them to flee, some even begging for mercy. Everyone nodded in agreement and couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of mankind. Obviously, the starting point and number of ferocious beasts are greater than that of humans. However, the ferocious beasts have been unable to conquer Blue Planet, and humans have always been the overlords of Blue Planet. The ferocious beasts continue to die, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. In just 10 minutes, Ling Tian had passed through the Great Thousand Sword Formation and killed more than 8,000 ferocious beasts. There are only less than 2,000 ferocious beasts left. Ling Tian also felt that 70% of the energy in his formation was still remaining. It is enough to annihilate all the ferocious beasts. Boy, we surrender. We don't want the heart of the primal chaos Skyfire origin. You can take it. We won't attack the humans on Flame Dragon Island. Just let us go. The scarlet flame vermilion bird cried out loudly. At this moment it had already felt the threat of death. Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as he looked at the three 7th level ferocious beasts, without any emotion in his eyes. It's too late to beg for mercy now. After he finished speaking, Ling Tian continued to control the formation, and the sword energy continued to submerge the ferocious beasts. At this time, Ling Tian's score had reached a terrifying 900 million. Qingfeng kept shuttling around the corpses of the ferocious beasts, collecting their cores one by one. This made Qingfeng feel refreshed. You know, at this time, he has collected 12 6th level beast cores, and more than 500 5th level beast cores. If these beast cores were sold, they would be worth at least 30 billion. If you can kill all three 7th level beast kings, you will get even more benefits. Damn it, humans. The three beast kings looked at Ling Tian and ignored them. They fled while yelling, but unfortunately they had limited knowledge and didn't know how to curse. Soon, another 5 minutes passed, and only a dozen of the more than 10,000 ferocious beasts were left. The remaining ferocious beasts are at least above level 6, but in front of Ling Tian, no matter whether they are at the 6th or 7th level, they can only run away. The ground was stained with blood, ferocious beasts were wailing, and Ling Tian's score had reached a terrifying 1.2 billion. Everyone was completely stunned. I'm afraid no one will be able to surpass such a score in the future. It's over. The old minister looked at the last few remaining ferocious beasts. The others looked at the old minister and asked curiously, "Old minister, are we still going to Yanlong Island?" The old minister shook his head. There is no need for that. Ling Tian alone killed all the beasts on Yanlong Island. The remaining low-level beasts can't harm the candidates at all. Notice, the exam continues. Yes, everyone became excited. Originally, everyone thought that this exam was a crisis for mankind and a disaster for these candidates. As a result, Ling Tian successfully prevented the disaster from happening with his own strength. Soon, the military soldiers on the beach received the news. Among them, the warrior who was at the 9th level of the Martial King realm loudly said, "Everyone, the crisis on Yanlong Island has been resolved. The exam will resume in half an hour. The end time of the exam will also be postponed by 1.5 hours. What? After hearing the news, the candidates were still shocked. But you don't need to think about it, everyone knows the reason. It was temporarily stopped because the core formation of Yanlong Island collapsed and the high-level ferocious beasts in the core ran out. If this happens, it is very likely that all the candidates will be eliminated. But now, the core high-level ferocious beasts were almost completely killed by Ling Tian's Great Thousand Sword Formation. Now that the threats are gone, we can naturally continue with the exam. At this moment, Ling Tian finally killed all the ferocious beasts except the three 7th level ferocious beasts. All the people who saw this scene felt a surge of excitement and their hearts were pounding because they felt they had witnessed a miracle. Witnessed this historic moment, especially Xiao Fan and Yi Tian. They had completely given up comparing themselves with Ling Tian, and instead there was a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. At this moment, Yi Tian and Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with awe and admiration for Ling Tian. It's not just the two of them, more than 90% of the candidates have similar thoughts. The three ferocious beasts almost collapsed when they saw that all the ferocious beasts except them were killed, and the aura on his body was less than 80% of its peak. They knew that if they continued like this, they might not be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes before being killed by Ling Tian. I saw a long river of sword energy rushing towards the three ferocious beasts. The three ferocious beasts roared and launched their attacks. At the same time, it crashed
into the river of sword energy, but it only offset more than 10,000 sword energies. The long river of sword energy is endless. The next moment when the sword energy disappears, new sword energy will be generated immediately. The 3 7th level Beast Kings had no way out at all. The purple thunder white tiger roared, "Boy, let us go immediately. We are willing to be sealed in the core by you again. How about it?" But Ling Tian was too lazy to answer. You know, the beast core of a 7th level ferocious beast is worth hundreds of billions. That is a good thing used to refine 7th grade elixirs. How could Ling Tian give them a chance to survive? When the purple thunder white tiger saw that Ling Tian had no intention of letting it go, its eyes became crazy. "Damn human, you forced me to do this. I will die with you." As soon as the words fell, the purple thunder white tiger opened its bloody mouth. The beast core of the purple thunder white tiger instantly spewed out of its mouth. Crack, crack, crack. I saw cracks constantly appearing on the beast core, and extremely violent energy erupted from the cracks. "Oh no, it's going to self-destruct its beast core." General Qingfeng shouted loudly upon seeing this. Ling Tian frowned and controlled the formation, then layers of swords and shields condensed around Ling Tian and General Qingfeng. In just this instant, the aura of the white tiger quickly became violent. A connection was established with the beast core, and cracks appeared on the body of the purple thunder white tiger. "Retreat!" The red flame vermilion bird and the frost domain black turtle were also frightened and shouted loudly, increasing their speed to the limit. It distanced itself from the purple thunder white tiger, and in that instant, an extremely dazzling light burst out from the purple thunder white tiger's body in the beast core. A wave of destruction spread instantly, the space twisted instantly, and then became full of cracks. Boom! The aftermath of the devastating destruction instantly swept across the entire formation, and the formation barrier was constantly rippling with layers of waves. Rumbling, the earth-shaking sound of the huge explosion impacted the entire formation. In an instant, the land within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground, leaving no grass behind. The barriers around Ling Tian and General Qingfeng continued to collapse, but the final sword energy barrier still protected their safety. The 7th level ferocious beast, the purple thunder white tiger, died completely. The self-detonation of a 7th level, 8th grade beast king had the same power as the full-strength attack of an ordinary 8th level, 1st grade beast. Ling Tian's great thousand sword formation was shaken directly, and countless cracks appeared on the formation barrier. While the powerful aftermath made it impossible for the red flame vermilion bird and the frost domain black turtle to completely resist. The scarlet flame vermilion bird and the frost domain black turtle both vomited blood at the same time, their spirits becoming listless. The red flame vermilion bird and the frost domain black turtle are in less than 50% of their peak state. The red flame vermilion bird saw that the barrier of the formation was about to collapse, and the energy of the great thousand sword formation had been consumed a lot in the previous self-explosion. The black turtle of the cold realm, upon seeing the death of the purple thunder white tiger, became almost insane. You know, purple thunder white tiger is a good friend of the cold domain black turtle and his only friend on the flame dragon island. If it weren't for the purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle helping and supporting each other, the scarlet flame vermilion bird had already devoured both of them long ago, and then tried to break through and advance to the 8th level sacred beast. "Human, you killed my friend." Tears welled up in the eyes of the frost realm black turtle. "I want you to die." Along with the roar of the frost domain black turtle, a terrifying cold current suddenly froze the land for 10 miles in an instant. A thick layer of ice condensed on the ground. Along with the frost domain black turtle's roar, its beast core also spewed out from its mouth. Violent, extremely cold energy leaked out from the beast core. The frost realm black turtle had gone berserk. Ling Tian did not dare to be careless and used all his strength to control the great thousand sword formation. The long river of sword energy roared as it charged towards the frost realm black turtle. It seemed that the long river of sword energy was about to submerge the frost domain black turtle. An extremely dazzling white light illuminated the entire darkness of Yanlong Island. The frost region black turtle and the beast core exploded at the same time, transforming into an ice crystal white lotus, and its aura spread in all directions. 1,000 alpaca horses were running through the mind of the red flame vermilion bird, and the self-destructing bodies of the frost domain black turtle and the purple lightning white tiger were nearby. "He's going to take me away with him." The red flame Suzaku directly used his life-saving trump card. The Suzaku's blood burned and then turned into a huge flaming red lotus. The scarlet flame vermilion bird was wrapped in it, and its aura gradually weakened. Rumble in just a moment, the terrifying aftermath of the explosion once again swept across the entire formation. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks kept appearing on the barrier of the formation, and soon it became riddled with holes. The sword energy barrier condensed by Ling Tian continued to shatter. The long river of sword energy was also constantly swallowed up by the aftermath of the explosion. Just 10 breaths later, the great thousand sword formation finally reached its limit, and the power of the self-explosion disappeared completely. With a crisp sound, the entire great thousand sword formation completely collapsed. The frost realm black turtle was completely dead, and its self-destruction with the purple thunder white tiger shattered Ling Tian's great thousand sword formation. General Qingfeng was also a little frightened, even though he was a powerful martial emperor in the Tianwu realm. But he is only at the first level of Tianwu realm, and his strength is almost 10 times weaker than that of the black turtle of the cold realm. If the frost realm black turtle self-destructed without the help of Ling Tian's formation, it would probably have been shattered to pieces in the instant of the aftermath. It's over, it's over. General Qingfeng also forced a smile on his face. Just now, the red flame vermilion bird was seriously injured by the self-explosion protected by the purple thunder. This time, when the frost domain black turtle self-destructed, the red flame vermilion bird was the closest to the frost domain black turtle. General Qingfeng felt that the red flame vermilion bird must have died in the self-explosion of the frost domain black turtle. Not only General Qingfeng felt this way, but Ling Tian and the people who watched all this through the video screen also felt this way. At that moment when everyone relaxed, chirp, an extremely clear and loud chirping sound resounded through the void. A huge beam of fire shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of General Qingfeng. General Qingfeng's pupils dilated instantly, and the threat of death lingered in his heart. He saw clearly that the one in front of him was actually the scarlet flame vermilion bird. The red flame vermilion bird actually survived the frost domain black turtle's self-explosion just now, although its aura was much weaker than its peak state. However, the red flame Suzaku was still much stronger than General Qingfeng. Bang! The wings of the scarlet flame vermilion bird slammed into Qingfeng's chest, although Qingfeng immediately condensed a true essence defense barrier. However, the true energy defense barrier collapsed in an instant, and Qingfeng turned into a meteor and flew backwards, with his chest sunken. After flying backwards for nearly a kilometer, he fell heavily to the ground, blood spurting out. It's over. The people who saw this scene fell into silence instantly. No one expected that the red flame vermilion bird would survive. Ling Tian also frowned. He had not expected that the red flame vermilion bird could survive 2 self-explosions. Red flame Suzaku's face was filled with excitement as he laughed excitedly. Ha, kid, you never thought I would survive. My Suzaku clan has a way to save our lives. Now your formation is destroyed, the white tiger and the black turtle are dead, and that human is seriously injured. I wonder if you can survive. Ling Tian, however, remained calm as he looked at scarlet flame vermilion bird. You're at the end of your rope now. Are you so sure you can defeat me? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Shien Suzaku just felt amused. I've got you beat? You're absolutely right. I have you beat, kid, even though my strength is less than 30% of what it was at my peak. Pa 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 pa. But it is not something that a mere heaven-level person like you can imagine. Even an ordinary martial emperor can be defeated by me. Even if you were 10 times stronger, you would never be my opponent. General Qingfeng looked at Shien Suzaku, almost in despair. They knew that what Shien Suzaku said was true. Although the red flame vermilion bird has less than 30% of its strength left, it is a superior ferocious beast, and its combat power is close to that of an ordinary martial saint. Less than 30% of his strength is equivalent to a martial emperor at the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm. Therefore, even if Ling Tian had the protection of the Curse King, it would be useless. It's over. The senior officials of the Ministry of Education saw this scene through the video, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Originally, everyone thought that the red flame vermilion bird would die from the self-explosion of the purple thunder white tiger and the frost domain black turtle, but unexpectedly, the red flame vermilion bird actually survived. Now, of the 3 ferocious beasts, only the red flame vermilion bird is left. It can be said that the red flame vermilion bird is the strongest existence on the Flame Dragon Island, and it can kill anyone it wants. But Ling Tian still remained calm. Not only was there no fear at all, but there was even a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, really? You said that your strength is only less than 30% left? Ling Tian looked at the red flame Suzaku and asked. The red flame Suzaku nodded with a look of disdain. To crush you to death, it won't take more than 30%, 10% will be enough. Human, how about this? If you're willing to hand over the heart of the primal chaos Skyfire to me, I'll only kill you, and I can let the others live. How about that? The reason why the red flame vermilion bird did not kill Ling Tian immediately was because Ling Tian had taken the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. If Ling Tian was forced into a hurry, he would swallow the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire in anger and disappear with it. Then, the red flame vermilion bird would suffer a great loss, which is why it has been reluctant to attack Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you can't give him the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire. Qingfeng roared. Qingfeng knew very well that it would not take much time to repair the teleportation formation. Once a strong human enters the Flame Dragon Island, he can easily kill the seriously injured red flame Suzaku. The current situation is completely different from what it was just now. If the red flame vermilion bird obtained the heart of the origin of the chaos Skyfire, if the strength is increased to the 8th level beast, it will be difficult to deal with. Ling Tian nodded calmly. Don't worry, I won't give it to him. After hearing Ling Tian's assurance, General Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Boom! At this moment, an extremely hot air wave waves suddenly burst out from General Qingfeng's body. Suddenly, his hair began to grow rapidly, his muscles became more energetic, and veins popped out on the surface of his skin. The whole person looked extremely ferocious and exuded a terrifying aura. His body instantly grew bigger, as big as a small mountain, and his true energy turned blood red, shaking constantly. The true essence seemed to turn into flames, carrying a powerful and violent aura. Get back! General Qingfeng's forehead was covered with veins, and he then increased his strength to the extreme. It was as if there were springs wrapped around his feet, and he was instantly launched out. Rumble, the ground exploded, and in an instant a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters appeared. The Qingfeng general was like a human missile, charging towards the red flame Suzaku. The red flame vermilion bird reacted instantly, raised its sharp claws and charged towards General Qingfeng. Bang! In a flash, two powerful energies collided with each other, stirring up endless sparks of electric current. The aftermath was so strong that Ling Tian's body couldn't stop shaking and his hair was fluttering wildly. Afterwards, the force was offset, and the red flame vermilion bird directly shocked General Qingfeng back dozens of feet. Burning your true essence? You're really courting death. How long can you hold on? If you were to burn your true essence and fight me right from the start, I would be wary. But you are already seriously injured. Even with your true essence burning, you are still no match for me. The red flame Suzaku said this with disdain, and the Qingfeng general rushed towards the red flame Suzaku again. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, General Qingfeng and the red flame Suzaku collided several times. However, he was still easily knocked away by the red flame vermilion bird and was no match for the red flame vermilion bird at all. Ling Tian, run, find a way to escape. Don't let the scarlet flame vermilion bird catch you. I will hold you off until reinforcements arrive. Ling Tian looked helpless. Why did these warriors always like to burn their true essence or swallow berserk potions? Ling Tian felt that it was stupid to fight in such a way that life was exchanged for life. Senior Qingfeng, why are you so anxious? It's not like I have no way to deal with the scarlet flame Suzaku. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qingfeng was stunned, but he didn't believe that Ling Tian had any other cards up his sleeve. You have to know that no matter how powerful Ling Tian is, he is only a 5th level heavenly grade warrior. And a warrior, no matter how powerful he is, wants to fight against an opponent who is more than 30 levels higher than him. Qingfeng thought about it, and there was only one possibility, that was the formation. But Ling Tian, the formation had collapsed long ago. If he wanted to rearrange it, he would need not only enough materials but also enough time. It took Ling Tian almost 2 days to set up the Great Thousand Sword formation. How could the red flame vermilion bird give Ling Tian time to set up a formation? Chien Suzaku also felt that Ling Tian was exaggerating and was just trying to scare Ling Tian, but he still felt pressure from Ling Tian. He always felt that if he didn't kill Ling Tian quickly, something unexpected might happen. Get out of my way! The red flame vermilion bird roared loudly and then spewed out a breath of fire. General Qingfeng had no intention of dodging, but instead took a bow step forward and punched out with a punch as powerful as a dragon. Suddenly, a huge and thick air column hundreds of meters long erupted. It collided with the breath of fire, stirring up endless sparks and electric currents. However, the wind from General Qingfeng's fist was constantly dissipating and was swallowed up bit by the fiery breath of the red flame vermilion bird. Qingfeng yelled, "Let's go, Ling Tian." Ling Tian still did not run away, but leaped and came behind General Qingfeng. Then he said to General Qingfeng, "Senior Qingfeng, let me take care of this little bird." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Qingfeng was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Solve it? How are you going to solve it? Ling Tian, you have to remember that you are only a 5th level heavenly grade warrior. However, in just a moment, the breath of fire instantly engulfed Qingfeng. Qingfeng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was burned black by the fire breath and his hair turned to ashes. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed, trembling all over and kneeling on the ground. It's over. It's over. Ling Tian, why don't you leave? Qingfeng felt extremely unwilling. Once the red flame vermilion bird obtained the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire, bad things would definitely happen. Ling Tian frowned, feeling annoyed. Stop yelling. I said you can kill it. Why are you talking so much? As he spoke, Ling Tian pushed Qingfeng away and came in front of the red flame Suzaku. Boy, you don't think you can defeat me by summoning that 6th level giant skeleton, do you? Ling Tian shook his head. I said, I will deal with you personally. Everyone who heard Ling Tian's words was stunned, including Qingfeng, Chien Suzaku, and people from the Ministry of Education. They didn't know where Ling Tian got the confidence to say such words, and actually said that he would personally deal with the red flame vermilion bird. Boy, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. The red flame vermilion bird was angry. It was okay that he had suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Tian before, because Ling Tian had a formation. Now that Ling Tian is no longer in the formation, it would be easy for me to deal with him, right? However, Ling Tian had already taken a step forward at this time, and the aura on his body burst out. Boom! The powerful momentum continued to rise. True energy surged, and Ling Tian's 5th level cultivation was displayed in front of everyone. The thick and extremely powerful blood
energy continued to erupt and condensed into blood energy stars. The blood stars flickered, and finally 28 blood stars appeared. 28 blood stars? After seeing this scene, Shien Suzaku was stunned, and General Qingfeng was also confused. They knew that when a warrior was in the quasi-warrior stage, opening up the tendons and veins could condense blood, energy, and stars. But there are at most 27 blood stars, but now Ling Tian has 28 blood stars wrapped around his body.
This is not over yet. Ling Tian, a terrifying mental power burst out from his body.
Shien Suzaku and the Qingfeng general were stunned. They actually felt the threat of death from Ling Tian.
Ling Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. His left eye was like a 9-colored vortex, captivating and captivating.
The pupil of the right eye is attached with destructive black flames, which is extremely domineering. The terrifying aura shocked Qingfeng and Shien Suzaku again. This is the innate ability of spiritual pupil power, General Qingfeng said in shock. The innate ability of his spiritual pupil power made both him and the red flame vermilion bird feel the threat of death. The oppressive feeling emitted by this innate ability is obviously much stronger than the pressure of Ling Tian's infinite skyfire.
You know, Wuji Tianhua is already an SS level innate ability.
At this time, Ling Tian's spiritual pupil power type of talent is even more terrifying.
Doesn't that mean Ling Tian's spiritual pupil power is at the SSS level? Ling Tian said calmly, how about this, little bird? I have a pair of SSS level path-destroying pupils. How would you deal with them?
Double pupils of destruction. After hearing Ling Tian's words, General Shien Suzaku, General Qingfeng, and the people from the Ministry of Education were all stunned. There were turbulent waves in their hearts. They had heard of the twin eyes of destruction, which was the legendary spiritual eye power. Only among the ancient warriors on Blue Star tens of thousands of years ago, some people awakened.
And Ling Tian actually awakened the legendary SSS level spiritual pupil power talent, the twin pupils of destruction. Ha ha ha.
The red flame vermilion bird suddenly burst into laughter.
Amazing, amazing, you actually awakened two superpowers, one is SS level, and the other is SSS level. But so what? You are only at the 5th level of heaven grade. Even if you were a warrior at the Martial King level, I would turn around and run away today. But, you are only at the 5th level of heaven grade. The level difference between us is more than 20. How can you kill me?
Ling Tian smiled slightly, and at this moment, terrifying pupil power burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, a cold, domineering aura of death burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. It directly caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and it seemed that heaven and earth were wailing. A gigantic image of the god of death, tens of meters tall and condensed by pupil power, instantly enveloped Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's aura continued to rise, although his cultivation was still at the 5th level of the heavenly grade.
But that aura is much more powerful than that of a strong man at the 9th level of the innate realm.
Even the ordinary Martial King powerhouse's aura is not as fierce as Ling Tian's.
Shien Suzaku was frightened. He didn't expect Ling Tian to be so terrifying. Only then did Shien Juke realize that he had still underestimated Ling Tian. If Ling Tian was a 9th level innate expert, he would probably have run away. What a terrifying aura. My goodness, even ordinary Martial Kings wouldn't be your match. What a pity, you are still too weak. You are only at the 5th level of heavenly grade.
Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at the red flame vermilion bird.
At this moment, the huge image of the god of death took action. Death god's Dharma image, soul slashing.
Ling Tian spoke coldly, and the power in his eyes was running wildly in just a moment.
Ling Tian saw the death line on the red flame vermilion bird.
Indeed, the scarlet flame vermilion bird at this moment only had less than 30% of its strength in its prime. Any strong person, as long as Ling Tian is in a state below 40% of his peak when he is performing the death god Dharma image, will be found to be on the killing line by Ling Tian. In that instant, destructive black flames burst out from Ling Tian's pupils. It directly transformed into a huge black flame sword that was 100 meters long. The image of the god of death holding a huge black flame sword took a bow step forward. Scarlet flame vermilion bird was stunned, and the world seemed to stand still. Qingfeng and Shien Suzaku felt a deadly energy spreading. The world within a radius of several miles instantly turned black and white, and the god of death slashed out with a sword.
Dead soul slash.
In one breath, Ling Tian unleashed SSS level martial arts skills, the death slash line and the undead slash. The red flame vermilion bird immediately burst out with all its strength to resist, but it was too late. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in space, and a black beam of light streaked across the red flaming vermilion bird. The red flame vermilion bird's pupils dilated and his face was filled with horror. Puff the blade cut through flesh, blood splattered, like a blood-red rose blooming between heaven and earth. In an instant, the huge head of the red flame vermilion bird separated from its body. It was thrown high up, and then fell heavily to the ground. The terrifying black flame flowed into the body of the red flame Suzaku along the wound.
In less than a breath, the red flame vermilion bird's internal organs were completely burned.
Suddenly, the death god's Dharma image collapsed. Ling Tian's face turned extremely pale, and he collapsed limply with all his strength.
The entire entire Yanlong Island fell into silence. Xingfeng behind him was completely stunned, with his mouth and eyes wide open in surprise. The eyeball seemed to be about to fall out of the eye socket. The expression was as exaggerated as it could be. It was hard to believe that this was real. Those who saw this scene through the live video were completely stunned. Shocking. Only these two words can describe what is in everyone's mind. They felt like they were dreaming. A warrior of the 5th level of heaven grade actually killed a 7th order, 8th level superior ferocious beast with a single blow. Things like this are completely beyond everyone's cognition and understanding. Is there really anyone in this world who can do something like this? A 5th level heavenly grade warrior can kill a 7th level beast. If he reaches the innate realm, wouldn't that be heavenly? Silence. The entire Yanlong Island fell into silence for several minutes. Ling Tian also recovered a little. The previous attack had almost drained all his strength. Trying to use it a second time is almost impossible. After Ling Tian killed the Scarlet Flame Vermilion bird, his score directly increased by 90 million points. Xingfeng kept swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling. Ling Tian, did you kill the Scarlet Flame Vermilion bird? That's right. Ling Tian nodded. Although he seemed calm on the surface, he was actually extremely excited. Killing a 7th order beast king at the 5th level of heavenly grade was something that even Ling Tian in his previous life could never do. Ling Tian was shouting in his heart, I'm so awesome. Xingfeng kept swallowing his saliva. How did you do it? You are only a heaven level warrior. You are a heaven level warrior. You are not a martial emperor. Ling Tian smiled slightly. This is because I have mastered the SSS level martial arts skills, the ultimate move in the Death God Dharma. I can see the kill line for any enemy whose health is less than 40%. Once the kill line appears, no matter how strong they are, they will die. In other words, as long as my condition is less than 40% of my peak, I can kill gods. Ling Tian's words immediately plunged everyone into deep shock. Before the shock in my heart subsided, another huge wave of turmoil arose. Such martial arts skills are indeed too awesome, making it impossible for anyone to imagine. However, this is also limited, and the status must be less than 40%. You know, if the red flame vermilion bird was not injured so seriously, it would be at just 40% of its peak condition. Ling Tian was also unable to see the killing line, while the red flame vermilion bird could kill an ant as easily as crushing it. Ling Tian slowly walked in front of the red flame vermilion bird. This red flame vermilion bird is a good thing. It can be said that the whole body is a treasure. The blood essence of the red flame vermilion bird can be used to temper the body and improve cultivation. Feathers can be used to create S-level inner armor, and beast cores can be used to refine pills. The claws can be used to make S-level weapons. How could Ling Tian waste them? He put them all into his storage ring. Afterwards, Ling Tian dug another small pit and poured the blood essence of the red flame vermilion bird into the pit, turning it into a pool of blood essence. It's time to upgrade. Ling Tian came in front of General Qingfeng and put a hand on him to help him recover his strength. In just less than a minute, General Qingfeng recovered to his peak. General Qingfeng then remembered that Ling Tian, this idiot, actually had an amazing healing talent. Senior Qingfeng, you can inform the candidates to continue the exam. There is no threat to Yanlong Island anymore. I need to improve myself. Please help protect me. Well, General Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian in confusion, his expression extremely complicated. Ling Tian ignored General Qingfeng and jumped into the pool of Suzaku's blood essence and began to absorb it. The healing and recovery innate abilities and extraordinary absorption helped Ling Tian quickly absorb the essence and blood of the vermilion bird. It only took less than a minute to recover to its peak. Ling Tian's face was filled with excitement, as if this was the essence and blood of the 7th rank ferocious beast, the red flame vermilion bird. If such a pool were sold out, it could be sold for at least tens of billions. This time, although he consumed materials worth more than 200 billion, nearly 30 billion, in setting up the formation. However, the value of the beast cores and corpses of the hunted beasts alone exceeded 30 billion. Ling Tian also obtained the body of Suzaku in the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire. The harvest this time can be said to be terrifyingly rich. After recovering, Ling Tian did not rush to breakthrough, but quickly used the vermilion bird's blood essence to consolidate his foundation. While tempering his body, Ling Tian felt that his tendons and veins were becoming stronger little by little. Not only the surface of the body, but also the internal organs have been greatly improved. A huge vortex also appeared around Ling Tian, madly absorbing the essence and blood of the vermilion bird. Xingfeng was stunned. The speed at which Ling Tian absorbed the essence of Suzaku was beyond his imagination. At this time, the vermilion bird's essence and blood around Ling Tian were disappearing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Just after Ling Tian absorbed about 70% of the vermilion bird's blood essence, Ling Tian's foundation had reached a terrifying level. It is estimated that Ling Tian will only encounter an unstable foundation if he breaks through to the 9th level of the innate realm. The foundation has been stabilized, so the next step is to improve your cultivation. Ling Tian absorbed the essence and blood of the vermilion bird and directly impacted his cultivation realm. Bang! In just less than 10 breaths, a strong airflow spread out from Ling Tian's body. 6th level of heaven. Breakthrough? General Qingfeng was stunned. It had only been a few minutes and Ling Tian had actually made a breakthrough. However, before General Qingfeng could react, another powerful wave of air erupted. Ling Tian's cultivation level broke through one after another, and his aura continued to rise. The 7th level of heaven, the 8th level of heaven, the 9th level of heaven. Qingfeng was stunned. Looking at Ling Tian, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. General Qingfeng felt his scalp tingling. He just felt that Ling Tian was a pervert. This is not a human. It was the first time he saw someone break through so quickly. You know, although the blood of the red flame vermilion bird is a good thing, normal heavenly level warriors simply cannot withstand the violent power of the blood. If he really jumped directly into the vermilion bird's blood pool like Ling Tian did, it might be directly blown up by the violent energy contained in the Suzaku's blood and end up having the opposite effect. But Ling Tian could actually absorb the power of Suzaku's blood easily and break through so quickly. You know, even if a martial emperor level warrior like you absorbs the essence of the vermilion bird, it will probably take several days to break through a small level. But Ling Tian only took less than a minute to break through from the 5th level of the heavenly grade to the 9th level of the heavenly grade. At this time, Ling Tian's aura was still constantly improving, and his true essence had been transformed into innate true essence. As long as all the true energy in the body is transformed into innate true energy, Ling Tian's cultivation can be elevated to the 1st level of innateness. General Qingfeng saw that the Suzaku blood essence around Ling Tian was constantly decreasing and was being continuously absorbed into Ling Tian's body for refining. 10%, 20%, 30%. Ling Tian's aura grew stronger with every passing second. The true essence will be transformed into innate true essence. What was shocked at this time was the entire Ministry of Education and the military of Manhwa. All the places where there were teleportation arrays leading to the secret realm of Yanlong Island caused a huge commotion. Music started playing directly on the radio. Thump, 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 today is a good day. Congratulations to adventurer Ling Tian for successfully clearing Flame Dragon Island and breaking the record with a time of 53 hours. The broadcast kept repeating that Ling Tian had successfully passed through Yanlong Island. Everyone was stunned, their heads were buzzing and their ears were ringing. Everyone wondered if they had misheard or were hallucinating. What the hell is this? Isn't Yanlong Island the venue for the final exam of the college entrance examination? Is this even possible? However, the people in the Ministry of Education soon let it go. You know, Yanlong Island is also an SS level secret realm, and it is only a little bit away from being upgraded to the SSS level secret realm. Since it is a secret realm, it can be passed through. There are 3 dominant ferocious beasts in the Flame Dragon Island: the purple thunder white tiger, the frost domain black turtle and the red flame vermilion bird. It can be said that the 3 overlord ferocious beasts all died at the hands of Ling Tian. Then isn't it normal for Ling Tian to break through the secret realm? But before this, no one had thought that anyone could pass through the Flame Dragon Island, because those who take the exam are all college entrance examination students, and the strongest students are usually at the Shen level. A Shen level warrior can only fight against a 3rd level ferocious beast at most, so how could he possibly pass the level? But Ling Tian did it. He used the formation and his powerful martial arts skills to successfully open up the secret realm of Yanlong Island. But at this moment, Ling Tian didn't think too much, but focused on breaking through. You know, Yanlong Island is a permanent secret place, although he has killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts. But it won't be long before new ferocious beasts will be teleported to Yanlong Island. After all, Ling Tian had to refine the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire before the new ferocious beasts arrived at the Flame Dragon Island. In the permanent secret realm, the corpses of ferocious beasts can be taken away. However, the natural treasures in the permanent secret realm cannot be taken away. The heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire is a treasure from heaven and earth, and Ling Tian must refine it before leaving. Otherwise, once the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire is taken away from the secret realm of Yanlong Island, the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire will disappear. As Ling Tian's true essence continued to transform into innate true essence, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. Just when Ling Tian had finished absorbing all the remaining vermilion bird's essence and blood, 90% of the true energy in Ling Tian's body had been transformed into innate true energy. It can be said that at this time Ling Tian is only one step away from successfully ascending to the innate realm. At this moment, Ling Tian opened his eyes. Then a flash of light appeared in his hand, while suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from Ling Tian's palm. The heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire appeared in Ling Tian's palm. After seeing this scene, General Qingfeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Is he about to break through to the Xian Tian realm? General Qingfeng just thought that everything was so crazy. Ling Tian was not even 18 years old. 18-year-old innate master. This is something that General Qingfeng would never even dare to think about before he met Ling Tian. Looking at the extremely tempting heart of the origin of Chaos Skyfire, Qingfeng knew that if he refined behind it. He estimated that he could awaken an S-level fire talent and ability, and even his cultivation level would skyrocket. But there was not a trace of greed in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes how Ling Tian killed the red flame vermilion bird. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and directly stuffed the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire into his mouth. As soon as it entered Ling Tian's mouth, the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire melted directly. It became a hot and gentle force that instantly poured into Ling Tian's body. In that instant, Ling Tian's extraordinary power absorbed and madly refined the power of the heart of the origin of the chaotic skyfire. Crash in an instant, Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into the son of fire, and flames that reached the sky burst out from his whole body. It illuminated the entire Yanlong Island, and the scorching airwaves pushed out, instantly submerging the entire Yanlong Island. Whoosh whoosh then, the entire Yanlong Island was filled with wind and clouds, and huge dark clouds condensed. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, enveloping the entire Yanlong Island. Crackling, there were countless thunders flashing and interweaving in the dark clouds. The collision produced sparks and terrifying pressure, as if there was an invisible waterfall from the sky. They fell straight down, and the impact made it difficult for everyone to even breathe. There was no way to breathe normally, and the heat wave erupted from Ling Tian's body. It swept across the entire Yanlong Island, and Yanlong Island seemed to have turned into a huge melting pot of heaven and earth. The infinite skyfire on Ling Tian's body directly turned into a huge pillar of flame. A pillar of flame shot up into the sky and instantly connected with the dark clouds above. The color of Ling Tian Wuji Tianhua is also constantly changing, from crimson to bright red. Slowly, black appeared, and at first it was only the size of a sesame seed. But as the aura on Ling Tian's body became stronger and more terrifying, the black area also expanded rapidly in less than a minute. 1/10 of the flame beam had already turned completely black. Ling Tian was madly absorbing the power of the heart of the origin of the chaos skyfire, and excitement appeared on Ling Tian's face, because he felt that all the cells in his body were beating wildly, cheering and shouting. That breath made him crazy, excited and intoxicated. Ling Tian felt that his strength was increasing crazily. The kind of pressure that erupted from Ling Tian was the most powerful pressure in the nature of his soul. General Qingfeng, who was next to the attack, couldn't help but tremble. General Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian with a fear that came from the deepest part of his soul. The color of the flame continued to change for 10 minutes. Nearly half of the flame beam turned pitch black. The pitch black flames had an aura of supreme dominance. Even compared with the destructive black flames in Ling Tian's eyes, it is no worse. Half an hour later, Ling Tian's Wuji Tianhua had completely transformed and turned black. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky shattered into pieces. Rays of 9-colored auspicious light shone down. The entire Yanlong Island was plunged into a scene of auspiciousness, and everyone became excited. 9-colored rays of light descend, and SSS level innate ability is born. After seeing this scene, the people from the Ministry of Education shouted excitedly, This. The old minister was trembling all over. He could only say that he witnessed the birth of history. He witnessed the birth of the most powerful talent in history. Ling Tian's healing and recovery talents, as well as his powerful mental abilities, are both SSS level. And now, even his Wuji Skyfire has successfully evolved to the SSS level. One person possesses 3 SSS level talents and abilities at the same time. This makes everyone feel like they are dreaming. You know, in the entire Dragon Country, there were only 5 people who possessed SSS level superpowers before Ling Tian. But now, Ling Tian alone possesses 3 SSS level talents and abilities. How can everyone not be shocked? Whoosh whoosh, the black flames on Ling Tian's body were burning. The domineering aura made the Qingfeng generals feel extremely wary. The chaos infinite divine fire. It can decompose and burn everything in the world. Let me see if it's true. The infinite divine fire of chaos. Everyone trembled after hearing Ling Tian's words. The old minister immediately ordered his subordinates to open the database and investigate the information of the chaos infinite divine fire. After a while, information appeared in the database. 5,000 years ago, an ancient warrior awakened the chaos infinite divine fire. The chaos infinite divine fire can burn and decompose everything in the world. Once hit, it will be burned and decomposed. It can ignore defense and burn materials of any level. After seeing this information, everyone was even more shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that the chaos infinite divine fire would be so powerful. At this moment, Ling Tian successfully awakened and evolved the chaos infinite divine fire. Ling Tian's cultivation also began to improve at this moment. A powerful wave of air burst out from Ling Tian's body, and at this moment, Ling Tian's cultivation successfully reached the first level of the innate realm. Master Xiantian, you have finally broken through to the Xiantian realm. General Qingfeng couldn't help but shout loudly, his whole body trembling. A master of the innate realm who was less than 18 years old. When I entered the innate realm, I was already 35 years old. This damn Ling Tian Kai is not even 18 years old. It's really infuriating to compare yourself with him. However, General Qingfeng's shock had not yet subsided. Ling Tian Tian's cultivation level improved again, and the speed of improvement was jaw-dropping. Boom! Another wave of energy erupted, and Ling Tian's cultivation broke through again, reaching the second level of Xian Tian. Then came the third level of innateness, the fourth level of innateness, and finally, Ling Tian's cultivation level directly rose to the fifth level of innateness. What is this? Qingfeng was numb, and he couldn't understand how Ling Tian did it. Why did he break through? It was just a matter of seconds, as easy as eating and drinking. Other people come to Yanlong Island to take exams, but Ling Tian comes to Yanlong Island to look for opportunities for breakthroughs. When others come, they are at the first level of Xin level, and when they leave, they are still at the first level of Xin level. When Ling Tian came, he was at the fifth level of heaven grade, and when he left, he was at the fifth level of innate grade. A smile finally appeared on Ling Tian's lips, and he became the first high school student master in history. This is Ling Tian's goal, and now it has been achieved. Unfortunately, Ling Tian no longer has any more materials. If so, Ling Tian could reach the ninth level of the innate realm directly in one go. Ling Tian muttered to himself, it seems that becoming the first Grandmaster level high school student in history isn't that difficult. After hearing Ling Tian's words, both the Qingfeng generals and the senior officials of the Ministry of Education who saw Ling Tian's breakthrough through the live video broadcast, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Damn it, Ling Tian is simply not a human being. A master high school student actually said it wasn't difficult. Ling Tian felt his own strength and felt the power of the Chaos Infinite Divine Fire. He couldn't wait to try it out, and then looked at General Qingfeng. Senior Qingfeng, you take over the defense and test the power of my primal Chaos Infinite Skyfire. Okay. General Qingfeng nodded. Ling Tian raised his right hand without any hesitation, then took a bow step forward. He stepped on the ground and stretched his arms, and suddenly, a 2-meter-long Chaos Infinite Divine Fire Spear was caught in Ling Tian's hand. In just such a moment, Ling Tian threw with force, and the Chaos Infinite Divine Spear shot out. It was as if it turned into a long black chain in the void. General Qingfeng did not dare to be careless at all. He raised his hands and condensed a 3-meter-high true energy shield to block in front of himself. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed all around. The Chaos Infinite Divine Fire Spear collapsed instantly, but the collapse did not disappear. Instead, it turned into flames and attached itself to the true essence barrier of General Qingfeng. Boom! Crash! General Qingfeng's true chaos was completely decomposed by the Chaos Infinite Divine Fire in just 1 second. What the hell is this? General Qingfeng looked at Ling Tian in shock and said, I used all my strength to build this shield, and you broke it just like that. What? The people in the Ministry of Education were also shocked and felt like they were dreaming. You know, General Qingfeng is a strong man in the first level of Tianwu realm. His full-strength defense is so powerful, but it was easily cracked by Ling Tian. Doesn't that mean that Ling Tian already has the ability to threaten the martial emperor? Moreover, this was when Ling Tian did not use his terrifying martial arts skills. Ling Tian also began to estimate his own strength. Similarly, Ling Tian, who had reached the 5th level of the innate realm, relied on his blood and physique that far surpassed those of the same level. Ling Tian's combat capability is still at the level of a peerless genius, and he can fight against an average martial king at the 5th level of the true martial realm. The combat effectiveness spans a major realm, which has 9 small levels. If the SSS level Infinite Chaos Divine Fire is used, then on the basis of this combat power, the combat power will be increased tenfold. In other words, Ling Tian can defeat a strong man at the 8th level of Martial King, spanning 12 small levels. If the power of the Twin Eyes of Destruction is integrated and the Infinite Chaos Divine Fire and the Twin Eyes of Destruction are used at the same time, an ordinary Martial King of the 9th level can be defeated. Spanning 13 levels, if you add SSS level martial arts skills, the Death Image, and the Undead Slash, the attack power can be increased 3 times, that is, it can defeat an ordinary Martial Emperor level 1 strong man. For example, General Qingfeng, if Ling Tian goes all out, the chances of winning between him and Ling Tian are 40:60, and Ling Tian is level 4. If Ling Tian sees the killing line, General Qingfeng will definitely die. Ling Tian has become incredibly powerful at this time. Although he is only at the 5th level of the innate realm, his actual combat power is already close to the top level of the Dragon Kingdom. If Ling Tian reaches the realm of Martial Emperor, he would be almost invincible. Ling Tian was not in a hurry to leave, but felt his new strength. The old minister and others looked at Ling Tian. They knew that times had changed. Originally, they thought Ling Tian had the potential to become one of the strongest people on Blue Star, but now it seems that he might have to eliminate the title of one of the strongest. Time passed quickly, and soon, it had been 72 hours since Ling Tian entered the Yanlong Island. The final ferocious beast hunting test is officially over. Ling Tian became the first with a score of 1.5 billion. He became the first candidate to score over 100 million since the college entrance examination. However, the old minister did not announce Ling Tian's score. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said, Ling Tian's score is too shocking, so it will be kept secret for the time being. Just give him full marks, and you can also reveal a little about how he used the formation transformation to kill the ferocious beast. As for his talents, martial arts, and supernatural powers, they will be kept secret for the time being. He is such a genius. Not only will the fierce beasts be jealous, but hostile nations will be jealous too. Before Ling Tian reaches the martial emperor realm, it's better not to let his reputation become too famous. Indeed, if the news that Ling Tian killed the 7th level red flame vermilion bird with his 5th level heavenly grade cultivation were to be spread, once it is confirmed, I am afraid that other countries will not hesitate to send martial saints to kill Ling Tian. When the score rankings of the final 4th round of exams were announced, everyone in Longwa who paid attention to the scores was stunned, because Ling Tian's final score in the column of the ferocious beast hunting test showed full marks. This left everyone confused. What does a full score mean? What is the perfect score? 100 million, 1 billion, or 10 billion? However, this still makes everyone feel impressed and they can get full marks. Ling Tian can be said to be the first student to obtain full marks in the college entrance examination, which shocked everyone. As for the students who took the exam with Ling Tian, they also signed confidentiality agreements with the Ministry of Education and the military. The news of Ling Tian's exam must not be leaked, otherwise he will be severely punished. Those candidates also knew the seriousness of the matter and naturally kept their mouths shut. Wow, accompanied by the flashing light of the teleportation array. In Yunnan province, in the first war zone, Ling Tian's figure appeared. Suddenly, warm applause echoed throughout the entire war zone. The applause was thunderous, and countless soldiers and teachers looked at Ling Tian excitedly. City Lord Li Yuntian, chairman by Jin Yuan, and General Wang Tong stood at the front of everyone. There was a smile on his face and his eyes were full of gentleness and appreciation. City Lord Li Yuntian shouted loudly, "Welcome our hero, our top scholar has returned." Ling Tian, the national #1, truly deserves the title. A huge lead, really, crushing all contemporary students. No one knew that Ling Tian was already a 5th level innate warrior at this time. At the moment Ling Tian killed the red flame vermilion bird, the Ministry of Education ordered people to cut off all live broadcasts. The person who truly saw Ling Tian awaken the chaos infinite divine fire and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. There are only senior officials from the Ministry of Education and the military, and their total number does not exceed 20 people. Ling Tian smiled and watched City Lord Li Yuntian and the other two walk away. At this moment, Ling Tian's aura was restrained. In the eyes of ordinary warriors, Ling Tian's blood and chi had not leaked at all, and there was no fluctuation of his true energy. He is just an ordinary person, but Ling Tian has the aura of a master in his every move. His eyes were sharp, and one look, one gesture, could actually make the three leaders feel pressured. The three powerful martial kings, Li Yuntian, Bai Jinyuan and Wang Tun directly increased their mental power to the extreme. After investigating Ling Tian's cultivation, he soon felt the endless innate aura in Ling Tian's body. Master Xian Tian. In an instant, the expressions of the three martial kings changed drastically. Looking at Ling Tian, he felt a huge pressure, because the innate true energy in Ling Tian's body is rich and extremely pure. He is even not weaker than the three powerful true martial realm martial kings. Ling Tian has actually successfully reached the realm of the innate master. Yes, the most shocked person was City Lord Li Yuntian. You know, when he met Ling Tian more than 2 months ago, Ling Tian is just a quasi-warrior, but now, only a short time has passed. Ling Tian actually succeeded in reaching the innate realm. Young Grandmaster, this is unheard of. Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at the three martial kings. Yes, on Yanlong Island, I absorbed the blood of the vermilion bird and luckily broke through. The three powerful martial kings twitched their lips. Is this even human language? If it were them, let alone absorbing the essence and blood of Suzaku. Being able to survive the scarlet flame vermilion bird is already a blessing. After a period of flattery, everyone left the war zone. The more Commander Zhao Feng looked at Ling Tian, the more incredible he found it. Commander Zhao Feng can be said to have watched Ling Tian grow up all the way. It started with the Western Joint Examination, then he went to Xinyan Lingquan to practice, and then took the college entrance examination. Ling Tian has become a powerful innate master at such a young age, which makes Commander Zhao Feng feel extremely excited, because this made him feel like he had witnessed the birth of the strongest person in history. Come on, Ling Tian. I'm going to hold a celebration party for you today. Invite all the students from Yunqing and let's celebrate. At this time, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru also walked up to Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, you can't refuse. You have won the national championship this time. Not only will the Ministry of Education headquarters give you a bonus, but Yunnan province and Yunqing will also give you a bonus. I guess you've probably received tens of millions in bonuses. If you don't treat us to a meal, that's unreasonable. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. Speaking of eating, Ling Tian also felt a little hungry. After all, he had been on Yanlong Island for 3 days. Not eating for 3 days will not cause any impact on a warrior. However, I still feel hungry, or perhaps eating has become a habit. You know, once you reach the realm of the innate master, even not eating for a month will have no effect. However, the masters in the innate realm can still feel hunger. Afterwards, Afterwards, everyone boarded the car brought by Commander Zhao Feng and headed to Hentaing Restaurant, one of the best hotels in the provincial capital of Yunnan province. Ling Tian took everyone on a big meal and didn't leave the hotel until after 1 in the morning. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bill. Ling Tian invited City Lord Li Yuntian and others, as well as all the students from Yunqing who came to take the college entrance examination to have dinner. The final bill amounted to more than 50 million yuan, and he spent a lot just on the spiritual wine that could help people speed up their cultivation progress. But this was just a drizzle for Ling Tian. This time, Ling Tian's harvest in Yanlong Island can be said to be extremely rich. The beast cores of the ferocious beasts alone are worth more than 30 billion, and the body of the red flame vermilion bird has not been sold yet, so 50 million is nothing to Ling Tian. This time, even Ling Tian felt dizzy from drinking, and Ma Ming put his arm around Ling Tian's shoulders. In front of Ling Tian, he kept talking to Ling Tian, this time you really gave our Yundian governor face. In our Yunnan province, no candidate has ever been able to make it into the top 10, but this time you directly became the top scorer. In the future, if you become rich, don't forget me, your brother. I took the college entrance examination with you. After hearing what Ma Ming said, Ling Tian smiled slightly and nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, in that instant, a bright light suddenly appeared in the void. Ling Tian immediately felt a dangerous aura approaching him. Ling Tian's hair stood up, and at this moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket appeared. In an instant, it descended from the void. Along with the falling thunder, dozens of huge fireballs with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters fell into the narrow passage. Rumble. In an instant, a huge explosion sounded, and the bus that Ling Tian and the others were riding on exploded instantly. Flames shot up into the sky, and a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters appeared on the ground. Swish, swish, swish in the void, black shadows kept descending. There were a total of 6 people, and each of them had powerful innate true energy flowing in their bodies. The person in the lead is the most powerful and has reached the Jinwu realm, the 3rd level of the martial king. After seeing that the bus had exploded, the 6 people didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, he continued to condense his true essence and activate his supernatural powers. 6 people, flames, thunder, wind blades, and water blades continued to merge together. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge elemental energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. The leader, a warrior king, raised his arm and shouted angrily, "Go!" In an instant, the huge elemental energy ball arrived at where Ling Tian and the others were and quickly cracked. A violent aura surged out and pushed in all directions. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed in the darkness of everyone. The violent airwave rushed out for several thousand meters before gradually disappearing. However, they still did not stop, and thunderballs, wind blades, water guns, and flames continued to hit the direction where Ling Tian was. Boom, boom, boom! The sounds of explosions continued to echo around. The violent energy seemed to engulf the entire space, causing the space to be slightly distorted by the vibrations. The 6 strong men attacked for a full minute before stopping their actions. "That's enough," said the powerful warrior who was at the 3rd level of martial king and was in the lead. After hearing his words, everyone stopped attacking Ling Tian. They believed that no matter how powerful Ling Tian was, he could not survive such a powerful attack from them. "Boss, the mission is completed. Can we go now?" At this moment, a master of the 8th level of the innate realm looked at the powerful martial king who was in the lead. "Don't worry, Shaoling, go put out the flames. We have to confirm Ling Tian's body." After hearing the words of the powerful martial king, a 9th level innate master named Shaoling nodded. Then he began to activate his special abilities, and a thick column of water sprayed towards the flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Smoke continued to rise and the flames were quickly extinguished. At this moment, everyone saw a figure in the smoke. Someone. In an instant, the 6 strong men were stunned, with shock in their eyes. You have to know that their sneak attack just now was not enough for those students who had just finished the college entrance examination. Even an ordinary strong man in the Jinwu realm would probably die under their attack. A warrior with wind-related abilities raised his arm and swung it. Suddenly a strong wind blew up and the smoke was blown away. Everyone looked closely and saw a young man looking down at the 2 bodies on the ground. That young man was none other than Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian's face was so gloomy that it looked as if water was about to drip out of it. At the same time, there was deep sadness in his eyes. The 2 bodies beside him were Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were 2 classmates who took the Western Joint Examination with Ling Tian and entered the Xinyan Lingquan for training. Finally, they participated in the 4th round of the college entrance examination, the beast hunting test, together. Their relationship with Ling Tian was not very good, but they were the few friends Ling Tian had in this life. In his previous life, Ling Tian had few friends because of Meng Haiyan's frame-up. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru Yueru can also be considered his friends, but now they died at the hands of these people. The sadness in Ling Tian's eyes disappeared instantly, and then he raised his head. Looking at that group of people, they were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Ling Tian was not hurt at all under their attack. You deserve to die. Instantly, a terrifying murderous intent erupted, and an extremely powerful pressure emerged from Ling Tian's body, like an invisible tsunami. In an instant, it submerged all 6 people, and the impact shook their minds. They immediately felt as if their souls were about to be disintegrated. Ling Tian looked at the leading warrior who was at the 3rd level of martial king, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. It was like a sharp sword of ice that had been piercing for tens of millions of years, making the powerful king of martial arts feel as if his heart was about to be pierced. Ling Tian raised his right hand, and then black flames condensed. After seeing Ling Tian's actions, the 6 people were all stunned. Boss, is he going to attack you? The powerful martial king had a look of disdain on his face and smiled. It should be. They thought Ling Tian was courting death. As a powerful martial king, could it be that he couldn't even deal with a mere college entrance examination candidate? After killing the national champion, I guess from today on, our Shadow's reputation will also be greatly enhanced. Die. However, Ling Tian spoke just as the powerful martial king finished speaking. Then, the flame on the finger shot out instantly, as if it turned into a long black chain. That speed was not very fast. The powerful king of martial arts had a look of disdain on his face and directly condensed a thunder shield. He stood in front of him, trying to resist Ling Tian's attack. Bang! In a flash, Ling Tian's flames attacked the thunder shield. In an instant, the thunder shield was broken down and dissipated in a breath. What? The powerful king of martial arts was stunned, his eyes showed shock, and his pupils dilated. The thunder shield condensed by his 3rd level martial king was unable to withstand Ling Tian's attack, but before his shock subsided, Ling Tian's flames spread directly to his body. Suddenly, he felt that his flesh and blood were being eaten away bit by the black flames. He activated his true energy and was about to expel the flames from his body, but he was shocked to discover it had no effect at all. The moment his true essence came into contact with Ling Tian's flames, it was directly decomposed and had no effect at all. The powerful king of martial arts roared in pain. In just 3 breaths, a huge hole was burned on his chest. The powerful king of martial arts looked at the warrior with water-related talents and abilities. Shaoling, use your water to help me put out the fire. After hearing the screams of the powerful king of martial arts, Shaoling reacted immediately. Then, a water column condensed and sprayed towards the powerful king of martial arts. Sizzle, however, at the moment when the water came into contact with the flame, it had no effect at all. Not only was the flame not extinguished, it burned even more fiercely. The powerful king of martial arts roared in pain, and the flames on his body actually burned along the water column sprayed by Shaoling. Shaoling was so scared that she gave up spraying water because if she continued like this, not to mention the powerful king of martial arts, even he himself would be burned by the black flames. The other 2 powerful 9th level innate masters became angry instantly and looked at Ling Tian. What did you do to our boss, little bastard? Ling Tian didn't even look at them, but walked towards the powerful martial king step by step. Did the Meng family ask you to come? Needless to say, Ling Tian has only one enemy, and that is the Meng family. Ling Tian had given them a chance before, but he didn't expect that the Meng family would send someone to assassinate him just after he finished the college entrance examination. The Meng family sent someone to assassinate him. Ling Tian couldn't say how angry he was because Ling Tian had guessed it. But they killed Ma Ming and Lin Yueru. Ling Tian's physique is so strong that even if he is attacked by a powerful martial king at the 5th level of the true martial realm with all his strength, it is impossible for him to be killed with one strike. Their attack just now couldn't hurt Ling Tian at all. However, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were only yellow level warriors. Almost at the moment of the explosion, Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were shocked to death by the terrifying force. Ling Tian didn't even have time to use his special abilities to heal them. This is why Ling Tian is most angry now. Ling Tian was filled with murderous intent as he walked towards the martial king expert. The 2 innate experts became angry instantly when they saw Ling Tian ignoring them. You bastard, you're looking for death. The moment the words fell, the 2 of them increased their speed to the extreme. He rushed towards Ling Tian and in the blink of an eye he was not far in front of Ling Tian. Swish, the light flashed in Ling Tian's hand, and the soul-devouring Z-bead also turned into a soul-devouring battle sword. Ling Tian casually slashed with his sword, breaking the sound barrier and tearing the space apart. The blade passed the throat. The 2 masters of the 9th level of the innate realm had not yet reacted to what had happened. His head was thrown high up, and blood gushed out like a fountain. After the head rolled to the ground, the body fell down and there was no breath left. Killing 2 masters of the 9th level of the innate realm is as easy as crushing 2 ants. The powerful king of martial arts roared in pain, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. Just now, Ling Tian's sword drawing speed was extremely fast. Even though he was a powerful martial king at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, he could only barely see it clearly. Only then did he realize that they had underestimated Ling Tian's strength. strength. Ling Tian's strength has far exceeded their imagination. Run! The warrior with water-based talents shouted loudly. She had realized that Ling Tian was not someone they could deal with, and she no longer cared about their boss. The woman and two other 8th level innate warriors turned around and tried to escape. However, just as they turned around, a pale, cold blade flew past. Suddenly they felt their bodies get cold. Blood splattered as the 3 great masters' bodies were cut in half by Ling Tian's sword. How is this possible? The 3 looked at Ling Tian in horror and fell down, their vitality gradually dissipating. And the powerful king of martial arts was completely plunged into fear. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying fire that could not be extinguished no matter what. His internal organs had been completely burned, and the fire was spreading to his head and limbs. This is the horror of the chaos infinite divine fire. Even a martial emperor in the heavenly martial realm cannot extinguish it and can only avoid it. Ah, let me go, I don't want to die. The martial king wailed in pain. Ling Tian asked coldly, did the Meng family send you here? Yes. The eyes of the powerful martial king became empty, and he was directly controlled by Ling Tian's eyes of destruction. Tell me the details of your transaction. Ling Tian also took away his own chaos infinite divine fire, and the powerful martial king confessed honestly. Their organization is called Shadow, and it is the #1 killer organization in the neighboring country of South Korea. The Meng family offered a high price of 10 billion to let them kill Ling Tian, so they disguised themselves as tourists visiting Dragon Country just to kill Ling Tian. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Tian was a college entrance examination candidate, and no matter how good he was, he could only be at the Xian level at most. But only now did they realize the value of Longwa's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Even the powerful martial kings were mercilessly slaughtered by Ling Tian. Just when the powerful martial king explained everything clearly, he also died completely. The whole person was burned by the chaotic infinite divine fire, leaving only the head. Swish. Ling Tian raised his hand, and 5 flames fell on the other 5 people. In an instant, the corpse decomposed and completely disappeared from this world, leaving no trace. Meng family, we originally planned to give you a chance, but now it seems that there is no need. It's not that Ling Tian was a saint before and didn't kill them. It was simply because, in his previous life, the only person in the Meng family who had persecuted Ling Tian was Meng Haiyun. This time, there was one more person, Meng Hao. Therefore, Ling Tian at most wanted the Meng family to ask for leave on the spot, and he had no intention of killing the entire family. After all, this is a society ruled by law. Even Ling Tian would not kill people at will unless he is sure that the other person has committed a capital crime. Just like when Ling Tian was in the court of judgment, even though Ling Tian had the god of war order, Ling Tian executed Meng Haiyun only after he had obtained evidence of her crimes from those experts, and the crimes she committed were enough to warrant the death penalty. If they were not in Dragon Country but in the secret realm, Ling Tiankai would not care whether they committed a crime or not. No matter how serious their crimes are, as long as they provoke Ling Tian will kill them directly. This time, the Meng family sent people to assassinate him twice in a row, and he already had evidence. Then there is no need to be polite to the Meng family. At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian, along with a group of people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, hurried over. Seeing Ling Tian standing there with his forehead raised, they were all stunned. Ling Tian, what happened? Ling Tian's face was gloomy. Without even turning his head, he said coldly, the Meng family sent a Korean assassin to assassinate me. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the chaotic infinite skyfire erupted from Ling Tian's body, and a terrifying heat wave swept across the area for several miles. Even City Lord Li Yuntian felt a sense of suffocation. Those law enforcement officers were so overwhelmed by the terrifying aura that they began to tremble and could not even move. Swish! Ling Tian soared into the air. Flames erupted under his feet and he looked in one direction. City Lord Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian anxiously. Ling Tian, where are you going? Destroy the Meng family. The loud and deep voice echoed in the darkness. Ling Tian seemed to have turned into a meteor and disappeared into the void in an instant. City Lord Li Yuntian was shocked. You know, flying in the void is something that can only be done by those who have at least reached the Tianwu realm and become a martial emperor. But now Ling Tian is just a master in the innate realm. It can actually fly in the void. The principle of a warrior's flight is actually very simple, or they have a natural ability to fly, or they could rely on their powerful and vigorous true energy to lift their bodies up and fly. And Ling Tian at this moment is obviously the latter. When City Lord Li Yuntian reacted, he immediately led a group of law enforcers and rushed towards the Meng family. Li Yuntian didn't know Ling Tian's strength at this time, and the Meng family had a powerful martial king in charge. Li Yuntian was afraid that Ling Tian would die in the Meng family due to his impulse, which would definitely be a huge loss for Longwa. At the same time, in the Meng family, a group of people from the Meng family sat in the hall, led by an old man over 70 years old. The old man was none other than the former patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Qingfeng. Meng Qingfeng is a powerful man of the 9th level of the innate realm, and beside him are his eldest son Meng Ran and his second son Meng Quan. Tian. Meng Ran frowned and looked at Meng Qingfeng and said, "Dad, do you think those Koreans will fail? Are they reliable?" Meng Qingfeng shook his head calmly. "Impossible, these people are from the Shadow, the #1 assassin organization in South Korea. Once the assassination is successful, they will be able to escape safely. Besides, the leader, Park Chan-yeol, is a powerful warrior at the 3rd level of Martial King. Ling Tian, even if he is the strongest high school student in history, even if he becomes a master, he will definitely die." Everyone nodded in agreement. "I feel that no matter how powerful Ling Tian is, he can never be a match for 5 high-level and 8 masters and a Martial King." However, just as they were waiting for the news of the successful assassination, suddenly, a voice gradually echoed in the Meng family. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of the sound barrier collapsing continued to be transmitted. "What's that sound?" Everyone was stunned and frowned. At this moment, shouts were heard from the Meng family compound. "There's someone in the sky." Whoosh whoosh, I saw a figure falling rapidly in the void hundreds of meters away. The falling speed had already exceeded the speed of sound, and the harsh sound made everyone feel as if their eardrums were about to tear. The terrifying pressure made everyone feel as if an invisible waterfall was instantly falling on them. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for everyone to even breathe. Everyone looked up at the figure falling in the void, rapidly approaching the ground. In a flash, the figure fell heavily to the ground. Rumble accompanied by a huge earth-shaking explosion, it echoed throughout the Meng family. In an instant, smoke filled the Meng family's house, and countless pieces of gravel kept splashing out. The terrifying airwave, like a tsunami, instantly swept out in all directions. Crash! The terrifying airwave directly knocked the guards in the yard to the ground. The Meng family's house was also hit by the terrifying aftermath, and cracks continued to appear on the walls. The glass above the window also shattered, and the dozen or so people from the Meng family who were closest to the falling place, they were directly swallowed up by the terrifying aftermath. The powerful force shook their bodies and shattered them instantly. "What's going on?" The huge noise alarmed everyone in the Meng family. Everyone in the Meng family gathered in the courtyard at the first opportunity. As the smoke continued to dissipate, everyone saw a young man in the big pit. The young man, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the people present. His eyes seemed to contain a 1,000-year-old cold current. Mingming, the hot blood in his body continued to spread, making everyone feel as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. Everyone immediately saw the young man's appearance clearly. Meng Qingfeng frowned and his pupils shrank. "Ling Tian, you are Ling Tian." Meng Qingfeng, Meng Ran, and Meng Quan recognized Ling Tian immediately. You know, they sent people to assassinate Ling Tian twice in a row, so they naturally knew what Ling Tian looked like. Originally, they felt extremely surprised when they failed for the first time. Obviously, they did not expect that they would send several masters in the innate realm to assassinate Ling Tian, but in the end the assassination failed. However, when they learned about Ling Tian's performance in the college entrance examination, they could no longer sit still. Especially when the entire Dragon Country was saying that Ling Tian was the strongest high school student in history, they were completely terrified and panicked. A young man who was not even 18 years old is already a warrior at the heavenly level. Once he grows up, if Ling Tian wanted to deal with their Ling family, it would not be difficult at all. So they decided to kill Ling Tian no matter how great the cost. Originally, they thought that since they had invited Park Chan-yeol, who had reached the level of Martial King, there would naturally be no mistakes. But Ling Tian is now standing here intact. Ling Tian looked at Meng Qingfeng, his father, and his son calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. "Meng family, you guys are really brave. Last time you arranged for someone to assassinate me, and now it's only been a few days, and you're doing it again, right?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Qingfeng and the others were stunned, obviously knowing that their plan had failed. But on the surface he still looked confused and a little angry. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by I arranged for someone to assassinate you? Don't make such accusations against us." However, just as Meng Qingfeng finished his words, Ling Tian swung his hand, and a black shadow flew out from his hand. Finally, it fell in front of Meng Qingfeng, Meng Ran, and Meng Quan. The three people looked closely and were stunned. It was as if a current of tens of millions of volts was rushing through their bodies in an instant. Because it was a head, and that head belonged to no one else but the head of the shadow killer they sent out, Park Chan-yeol. They were extremely shocked. Obviously they had not expected that this would happen in such a short time. A powerful warrior at the 3rd level of Martial King was actually dead, and his eyes revealed some fear of Ling Tian. Of course, they didn't believe that Park Chan-yeol was killed by Ling Tian. After all, Park Chan-yeol is a powerful Martial King in the Jinwu realm. Even if Ling Tian is the strongest high school student in history, he is not strong enough to kill the Martial King. Ling Tian looked at the three people indifferently, his expression looking extremely indifferent. "He's already told me everything. There's no need to quibble. Today I'm here to destroy your Meng family." "What?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone present was stunned, with surprise in their eyes. Ling Tian, alone, actually said he wanted to destroy the Meng family. You know, the Meng family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, and it not only has a powerful Martial King in charge,
large. There are more than a dozen masters in the innate realm. Ling Tian, a young man who was less than 18 years old, actually said that he wanted to destroy the Meng family, which made everyone feel funny. Arrogant. In an instant, a 9th-level heavenly grade captain of the Meng family guard team shouted angrily, "You want to destroy the Meng family? I will destroy you first," accompanied by an angry shout. The captain of the guard team, who was at the 9th level of the heavenly grade, directly raised his true energy to the extreme. Then, he rushed towards Ling Tian like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian had a calm expression and raised his hand casually, looking for death. Then, a powerful blood energy burst out and slapped out directly. Whoosh, the palm wind whistled, and wherever the palm went, the space was slightly distorted. Puff, accompanied by the sound of blood and flesh breaking, echoed in an instant. The head of the 9th level heavenly grade guard captain exploded instantly and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He instantly became a headless corpse, falling lifeless to the ground. Everyone was completely stunned upon seeing this, staring blankly at the 9th level heavenly grade master lying on the ground. He could defeat a 9th level heavenly grade expert with just one slap. How could his strength be so strong? Could it be that Ling Tian was a grandmaster at the Xian Tian realm? Everyone had this outrageous thought in their minds, but everyone quickly rejected this idea. How could it be possible for a master of the innate realm who was less than 18 years old? Even if Ling Tian was only 25 or 26 years old, they would still think that Ling Tian was a master of the Xian Tian realm. But Ling Tian is only under 18 years old. A grandmaster under 18 years old is too outrageous. Disciple. However, at this moment, a burly middle-aged man with a crew cut rushed out from the crowd. Looking at the headless corpse at Ling Tian's feet, he suddenly went crazy and roared loudly. He stared at Ling Tian intently. "You little bastard, how dare you kill my apprentice?" Boom! The moment the words fell, the middle-aged man's aura burst out, and his innate true energy wrapped around his whole body. Invisible airwaves spread out, and the powerful true energy impacted his clothes, causing them to flutter wildly. However, when facing that strong man, Ling Tian still looked disdainful. That middle-aged man, with the cultivation level of the 5th level of innateness, appeared before everyone. He glared at Ling Tian and roared loudly, "You bastard, I want you dead." However, before he finished speaking, Ling Tian raised his hand and snapped his index and middle fingers. In an instant, a chaotic and infinite divine fire, wrapped in innate true essence, turned into a meteor in the dark night and stretched out in an instant. That speed broke the sound barrier, and the powerful 5th level innate warrior had not yet reacted. Ling Tian hit him directly on the head, and his head exploded instantly, with his brain splattering. The powerful warrior at the 5th level of the innate realm didn't even react to what was happening before his head was blown apart. How is that possible? This time, everyone in the Meng family was shocked, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. He was a powerful master of the 5th level of innateness, but in front of Ling Tian, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Before the opponent could even react, Ling Tian simply fired a firebomb that blew up his head. Everyone also felt the innate true energy bursting out from Ling Tian's fingers. Meng Qingfeng, the old patriarch of the Meng family, was so shocked that he shouted loudly, "Xian Tian Jinyuan, you are actually a Xian Tian grandmaster." The roar was deafening, and every word of that sentence was like a heavy hammer. It hit everyone's chest again and again, making everyone feel pain and discomfort. However, Ling Tian still looked relaxed and calm, as if he had done something very normal. Ling Tian looked at the people in the Meng family and spoke lightly. "I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're not surnamed Meng, leave and I'll spare your lives." After hearing Ling Tian's words, the masters of the Meng family immediately began to waver. After all, the methods displayed by Ling Tian were too beyond belief. A powerful master of the 5th level of innateness could easily blow up the opponent's head with just a snap of his fingers. No one knew how powerful Ling Tian was at this moment. Who dares to leave? However, at this moment, a master of the 8th level of innateness stood up. The master of the 8th level of innateness was Meng Quan's personal bodyguard and had been in the Meng family for more than 40 years. He has long regarded the Meng family as his own home, and he does not allow anyone to do anything that harms the interests of the Meng family. Look at yourselves. Don't forget, we have over 100 warriors. The weakest among you are all Earth-level warriors, and we have 12 innate masters. Ling Tian is just a young man under 18 years old. Aren't all of us his? Puff. However, the powerful grandmaster of the 8th level of the innate realm had not yet finished his words. Ling Tian snapped his fingers again, and the primal chaos infinite divine fire, wrapped in the innate true essence, turned into a flame gas bomb. It shattered the space and penetrated into the opponent's head in the blink of an eye. The head of the master of the 8th level of innateness exploded. Blood splattered, flesh scattered, and another headless corpse fell to the ground. The entire Meng family fell into silence, and everyone was almost in despair watching the scene before them. They had no idea how Ling Tian did it. Ling Tian just casually snapped his fingers, and a powerful master of the 8th level of innate power died. This time, even old man Meng Qingfeng was frightened. You know, as a warrior, Meng Qingfeng was also a genius when he was young. Although he is only at the 9th level of the innate realm, he is still able to fight
against an ordinary martial king at the first level. But he absolutely couldn't raise his hand and easily defeat an 8th level innate expert like Ling Tian did just now. This time, everyone was completely terrified and they began to doubt. Perhaps Ling Tian really has the power to kill them all. It seems that Ling Tian's power is really beyond their ability to resist. Ling Tian looked at one of the warriors who was at the 3rd level of Xian Tian and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" The innate 3rd level warrior looked at Ling Tian and hesitated for a moment. "The Meng family has done me a favor." Puff! The Chaos Infinite Divine Fire bullet penetrated his head, and before he could finish his words, his head exploded. Ling Tian looked at the next person. "What about you? Are you going to leave or not?" The man looked at Ling Tian with hatred and resentment, as if Ling Tian was really a great villain. "You little beast, you killed so many." Puff! However, before he could finish his words, Ling Tian hit him on the head. "You!" Ling Tian looked at the next person. The man blared at Ling Tian, "Asshole." Puff! The head exploded again, and in just a short while, all 3 people died. And the 3 people killed by Ling Tian, each of them was a master of the innate realm. Everyone was completely stunned. It was obvious that Ling Tian's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Meng Qingfeng and his father and son began to panic, and Meng Qingfeng roared loudly, "Everyone, attack together. As long as we kill him, whoever delivers the final blow will be rewarded with 50 billion. 50 billion. After hearing this number, everyone went almost crazy. It feels like a dream. You know, 50 billion is a huge sum of money that an ordinary martial king will never get in his lifetime. The 8 desolations are destroyed. However, just when everyone had just started to have greed, the flame of desire in their hearts had just started to burn and was quickly extinguished. Ling Tian's soul-devouring sword appeared, and he drew his sword and slashed it, and the sword energy spread out, tearing the space apart. It swept across the bodies of more than 30 people in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered continuously, and more than 30 warriors were cut in half by Ling Tian before they even had the chance to react. The most terrifying thing was that the flames attached to the sword energy instantly engulfed their bodies. The corpse decomposed and disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared in this world. More than 30 warriors seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Among them, there were 3 masters in the innate realm who died together. The entire Meng family fell into silence, as if time and space had stopped. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in horror, unable to imagine how powerful Ling Tian was. Ling Tian only wielded a single sword strike, a single, careless strike, and he killed over 30 people. Originally everyone was still excited about the 50 billion, but in that instant, everyone quickly calmed down. 50 billion, they must have the ability to get it. If you rush up to fight Ling Tian without the strength, wouldn't that be courting death? Ling Tian continued to look at the warrior guards in the Meng family. The guard who was stared at by Ling Tian trembled all over, and then looked at the 3 members of the Meng family, father and son. "Mr. Meng, my Sao has given birth to a son. I need to go back and take a look. Bye." Ling Tian looked at another person, and that person was also stunned. "Mr. Meng, my great-grandmother is getting married tomorrow. I need to go back and prepare the venue. Goodbye. Come back." Meng Qingfeng roared loudly as he watched the 2 masters of the innate realm leave. But the other person ignored Meng Qingfeng and ran away after a while. With someone taking the lead, everyone no longer hesitated. "Mr. Meng, we are leaving too." Afterwards, the warriors in the Meng family hurriedly left the Meng family. Ling Tian looked at the 3 Meng family members calmly, then said, "Kneel down, kowtow, and beg for mercy. I'll give you a quick death." Meng Qingfeng became angry instantly, looked at Ling Tian and roared loudly, "Little bastard, I'm going to fight you." With an angry shout, Meng Qingfeng raised his aura to the extreme. The aura of a 9th level innate expert burst out, his true essence entwined, and the shadow of a tiger appeared on his body. He rushed towards Ling Tian in an instant, then punched out, and the wind from the fist shook and turned into a 100-meter-long air column. Just as it was about to hit Ling Tian casually raised his hand and slapped out. Bang! In an instant, the fist wind collapsed and the tiger's shadow disappeared. Ling Tian slapped Meng Qingfeng on the face, then took a bow step and pressed hard on the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, Meng Qingfeng's head hit the ground heavily. Suddenly the ground shook and a big hole appeared. Meng Qingfeng felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter due to the powerful impact. He instantly lost his fighting ability and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Tian looked at Meng Qingfeng with disdain. Ling Tian raised his right foot and stepped on Meng Qingfeng's face. Meng Qingfeng immediately felt as if a 100-foot-high mountain was crushing down on his head. His head seemed to be crushed to pieces, causing him to feel immense pain. Meng Quan and Meng Ran were completely stunned and had no idea what to do. You know, Meng Qingfeng is a genuine 9th level innate grandmaster. He is extremely powerful, but in front of Ling Tian he is like a child. He was easily defeated by Ling Tian without any resistance at all, and they knew that Ling Tian had shown mercy just now, otherwise, Meng Qingfeng is already a dead man now. Ling Tian's eyes revealed murderous intent. Why do you Meng family members always act so recklessly? Why don't you cherish the chance I gave you to live? Why, knowing I can't afford to offend you, do you still want to die? Meng Qingfeng was stepped on by Ling Tian without any remorse. Ling Tian, we really underestimated you. We didn't expect that a top-ranked high school student like you could be so powerful. But we don't regret it, and my granddaughter Meng Haiyun did nothing wrong. She just wanted to step on you to get to the top. Just imagine, what's the point if you are just an ordinary high school student? Even if you are sent to prison, it will only add icing on the cake for Meng Haiyun's career. After all, if some ordinary people are sent to prison, they will have no way to resist. Your identity is quite special. Although you are from a wealthy family, you are an abandoned child and a top-ranked high school student. If we can send you to jail, not only Meng Haiyun, but also our Meng family will become famous. After hearing what Meng Qingfeng said, Ling Tian's face turned ugly. If you say so, then ordinary people will just be slaughtered by you? Meng Qingfeng sneered. Aren't you talking nonsense? It's you. We didn't expect your energy to be beyond our control. If you were just a slightly normal top-ranked high school student, there would be no possibility of turning things around. You should have just been a stepping stone for my granddaughter, letting her step on you to ascend to the throne. You should never, ever kill her. Meng Qingfeng roared loudly, almost like a madman. Ling Tian's anger also surged to his head, and murderous intent filled the air. Yes, it's a good thing that it was Ling Tian who encountered such a situation this time. If it were an ordinary person, it would be a bottomless abyss. In this world, it is because of people like the Meng family that ordinary people will be bullied their entire lives. Even if you have been wronged, you are not qualified to redress the injustice. Ling Tian stepped hard and stepped directly on Meng Qingfeng's head. Meng Qingfeng's head deformed and twisted little by little, and he wailed in pain. Stop! However, at this moment, a roar of anger echoed throughout the Meng family. The sound waves vibrated, like a divine thunder descending from the sky, and exploded in the Meng family in an instant. The minds of Meng Quan and Meng Hao were shaken by the attack, and pain appeared in their eyes. But they were excited in their hearts. Everyone looked up in the direction where the sound came from. I saw an old man with white hair, but extremely majestic, wearing martial arts clothes, standing in the void. There was a powerful whirlwind wrapped around his feet, dragging his body down. Grandfather! Father! Meng Quan! Suddenly, Meng Qingfeng saw the old man and shouted excitedly. The old man's blood and energy burst out, his true essence was entwined, and his wind-based abilities were released, making him look like a god of storms. And that old man was none other than the strongest man of the Meng family. Meng Qingfeng's father, Meng Fan. Meng Fan is a powerful martial king at the 5th level of the true martial realm. He has also awakened an S-level wind-related ability and is extremely powerful. Even a strong man like Woa who is at the 6th or 7th level of the Jinwu realm can be easily defeated. They are the most powerful group of people in Yunnan province, under the 3 great martial kings. The moment everyone saw Meng Fan appear, they all felt that the Meng family was saved. Indeed, Ling Tian's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. But could it be that Meng Fan, a powerful martial king at the 5th level of the true martial realm, couldn't deal with Ling Tian? They didn't believe it. Meng Qingfeng shouted excitedly, Father, save me. Meng Fan looked unhappy and said coldly, a bunch of trash. At this time, Meng Fan was standing in the void, with a strong wind blowing around him. The powerful aura was like a raging storm, instantly submerging the entire Meng family. He was like a god, high above, looking down at Ling Tian with disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an ant. His expression was extremely indifferent. I saw a violent wind erupting around him, and the wind elements between heaven and earth continued to gather together. The strong wind seemed to have transformed into a huge human face, wrapping up Meng Fan. That huge wind elemental face seemed like the face of a god, looking down at Ling Tian. But Ling Tian still looked relaxed and calm, without any panic at all. Don't look at Meng Fan standing in the void. That's just because he has awakened the supernatural power of the wind element. It can only stay in the air for a short period of time, which is still far from the real flight of a martial emperor. At this moment, Meng Fan slowly spoke, looking down on Ling Tian, you little bastard. You treat my Meng family members like ants. Who told you to stand so high up and talk to me? However, before Meng Fan could finish his words, Ling Tian shouted angrily. In an instant, he drew out the soul-devouring sword at his waist and slashed. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, echoing through the void. A stream of sword energy instantly shot out, growing stronger against the wind. In just a blink of an eye, the terrifying sword energy spread to more than 100 meters. Meng Fan was stunned and wanted to defend himself, but he had just condensed the defense. Bang! With a muffled sound, Meng Fan's huge face instantly collapsed. The defense was immediately broken down, and a terrifying force instantly fell on his chest. Puff! Blood splattered, and immediately, a shocking scar appeared on the chest. Ah! Meng Fan screamed, fell straight down from the void, and finally hit the ground heavily. He looked at Ling Tian in shock, obviously not expecting that Ling Tian could easily cut him down with one sword. He pointed at Ling Tian, you. However, only one word was uttered. Meng Fan's painful roar echoed clearly in every corner of the Meng family. The chaotic and boundless divine fire above Ling Tian's sword energy spread out. It continued to burn and decompose Meng Fan's body. accompanied by the painful screams, Meng Fan rolled wildly on the ground. He wanted to use his true energy to dissolve Ling Tian's chaotic infinite divine fire, but it had no effect at all. He discovered that as soon as his true essence came into contact with Ling Tian's primal chaos infinite divine fire, it would quickly decompose. His strength and his abilities were nothing in front of Ling Tian. They are two completely different levels of power. Watching Meng Fan rolling on the ground, the expressions of everyone in the Meng family froze. Everyone fell into a state of confusion, wondering if they were hallucinating. Ling Tian actually defeated Meng Fan, who was at the 5th level of Martial King, with just one strike. Meng Fan kept wailing, but Ling Tian had a blank expression on his face, showing no trace of emotion. It's like doing something as simple as eating and drinking, it's not worth mentioning at all. Ling Tian walked step by step to the side of Meng Fan. At this time, Meng Fan resisted with all his might, but half of his limbs were still burned. If this continues, it will take no more than 2 minutes. Meng Fan will be completely devoured by Ling Tian's chaotic and boundless divine fire and completely disappear from this world. Little brother, spare my life. I surrender. I surrender. Meng Fan wailed loudly, and his loud plea for mercy made the people in the Meng family tremble all over, unable to accept it. Meng Fan, who was as powerful as a god just now, in the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Ling Tian looked disdainful, raised his right foot, and stepped on his face. You said you have no ability. Why are you pretending in front of me? As he spoke, Ling Tian increased the strength of his feet. Meng Fan roared in fear, sensing Ling Tian's murderous intent. Although the murderous intent was not particularly strong, it was extremely pure. It made him feel like he was about to be swallowed by murderous intent. Ling Tian, you can't kill me. My sworn brother is the Purple Sky Martial Emperor of the Qian family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto. If you dare to kill me, Emperor Zixio will definitely do it for me. Puff. However, before Meng Fan could finish his words, Ling Tian exerted force with his feet, and Meng Fan's head deformed. Ling Tian kicked him in the head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He was deader than dead. The entire Meng family fell into silence again. The storm in everyone's heart could not be calmed for a long time. It was as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. A young man who was less than 18 years old, with a light kick, directly crushed the head of Meng Fan, a 5th-level Jinwu realm warrior. As one of the 4 major families in Yunnan province, no one in the Meng family can be a match for Ling Tian. This made everyone feel that everything was so unreal, as if they were dreaming. Ling Tian, you. At this moment, City Lord Li Yuntian rushed into the Meng family with a group of people. He had just seen Meng Fan floating in the void and was thinking that Ling Tian might be in danger. However, just as he had this thought, he saw Meng Fan being cut down by a blade of energy. Just when he arrived at the Meng family, he saw that the head of the powerful martial king Meng Fan was stomped to pieces by Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian was in shock, looking at Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster. About 2 months ago, I met Ling Tian for the first time. At that time, Ling Tian was extremely weak in front of him, and he could easily kill hundreds of them. However, in just 2 months, Ling Tian had already grown to a level comparable to himself. It is even possible that they are even more powerful than oneself. At this time, Meng Quan, Meng Ran, and Meng Qingfeng were completely desperate. Meng Fan was their last resort. Now that Meng Fan was dead, how could they deal with Ling Tian? Ling Tian, I was wrong. It was all Meng Quan's fault. Meng Quan, that bastard, was unwilling to let his daughter be killed by you. That's why he asked us to help him assassinate you time and time again. All the plans were made by him. We will hand Meng Quan over to you. Please let us go, please. Meng Ran, unable to bear the overwhelming pressure any longer, knelt down in front of Ling Tian and begged for mercy loudly. Ling Tian sneered, my daughter was killed by me? Didn't Meng Haiyun harm me for promotion, fame and fortune, and end up losing her life? Meng Ran was stunned, and at this time everyone in the Meng family reacted. Who exactly caused the conflict with Ling Tian? But it's too late to say anything now. In Ling Tian's hand, the chaotic infinite divine fire erupted and then turned into 3 arrows. The 3 arrows instantly shattered the sound barrier and streaked through the sky like meteors. Bang bang bang, accompanied by huge explosions on the 3 avenues. Meng Ran, Meng Quan and Meng Qingfeng didn't even have a chance to react. The head was shattered at the same time, and the body fell to the ground without a breath. City Lord Li Yuntian was extremely shocked when he saw the dozens of headless corpses in the Meng family. Ling Tian is really a head-blowing maniac. Basically, anyone who offends Ling Tian will not even have a complete corpse after death. Of course, their ending is much better than Meng Haiyun's. After all, Meng Haiyun was eaten alive by several people. City Lord Li Yuntian also understood that Ling Tian was no longer someone he could understand. More than 20 minutes ago, Ling Tian said he wanted to raise the Meng family to the ground. Now it seems that Ling Tian has indeed done it and does have this ability. City Lord Li Yuntian sighed. Ling Tian, you were impulsive. You shouldn't have wiped out the Meng family. After hearing what City Lord Li Yuntian said, Ling Tian shook his head lightly. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I already have evidence of the Meng family's crimes. The crimes they have committed created over the years are enough to make them die dozens of times. I have the war god order given by my grandfather, which gives me the right to execute first and report later. Everything is in accordance with the regulations. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Li Yuntian shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. The reason why the Meng family has developed rapidly in recent years is that it has become one of the 4 major families in Yunnan province. With the help of the Qian family, one of the 5 super families in Kyoto, Meng Fan has a very good relationship with Zixiao Martial Emperor, one of the 3 martial emperors of the Qian family. If he knew that you had killed Meng Fan, Emperor Zixiao would most likely cause trouble for you. Ling Tian also knew Zixiao Martial Emperor. Each of the 5 major families in Kyoto has 20 powerful people at the martial emperor level. The 3 strongest martial emperors of the Qian family are all powerful martial emperors of the 9th level. He is only one step away from becoming a martial saint. The Purple Sky Martial Emperor had even awakened the SSS Thunder ability and was a powerful being of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. He is said to be the person with the greatest hope of becoming a martial saint in the past decade. However, Ling Tian was not afraid at all. Today, Ling Tian was not someone who could be bullied by anyone. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I naturally have the means to deal with him. Afterwards, after exchanging pleasantries with Li Yuntian for a while, Ling Tian took out a large bottle of the blood of the red flame vermilion bird and handed it to the city lord Li Yuntian. My lord City Lord, this is the blood of the vermilion bird. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. Consider it a token of gratitude for taking care of me during this period of time. Now that the Meng family has been destroyed, I won't stay any longer. I'll have to trouble you to clean up the mess from now on. Blood of vermilion bird. Li Yuntian was stunned and looked at the approximately 5,000 milliliters of blood in his hand in surprise. He was tempted, although the effect of vermilion bird's blood was not as strong as vermilion bird's essence and blood. It was only 1/10 of vermilion bird's essence and blood. However, with this bottle, Li Yuntian's chance of reaching the martial emperor realm has increased by 30%. This is definitely a good thing for Li Yuntian. Even if he sells it in the trading area, he can sell it for billions, and it is still in short supply, which makes Li Yuntian very happy. As for the matter of Ling Tian destroying the Meng family, he also put it behind his mind. The next day, Ling Tian returned to Yunqing and returned to Yunqing No. 1 Middle School. As soon as we entered the school gate, all the students in the school gathered there. A huge banner hung above the school gate. Congratulations to Ling Tian from Yunqing No. 1 Middle School for becoming the national No. 1 student. At this moment, the principal of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School saw Ling Tian. They cheered loudly and excitedly. Welcome Ling Tian back to school. The applause was like thunder. Everyone went crazy. Look, that's our national No. 1 scholar Ling Tian. Oh my god, Senior Ling Tian is so handsome. Senior Ling Tian, I want to have a baby with you. Senior Ling Tian, look at me, look at me. The girls screamed wildly, their voices becoming hoarse. Ling Tian was helpless, then looked at the screaming girls and smiled slightly. Ah, so handsome. Accompanied by heart-wrenching roars, more than a dozen girls fell asleep. Oh no, a female student is captivated by Senior Ling Tian's handsomeness. Stretcher, hurry up and get a stretcher to the school infirmary. The boys were not jealous of Ling Tian at all at this moment, because Ling Tian's excellence has far exceeded their imagination, and the gap between them and Ling Tian is simply too huge. As a result, when they faced Ling Tian, they did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. All they have for Ling Tian is admiration, respect, and yearning. The boys also roared, Ling Tian, I want to have a baby with you. Ling Tian looked helpless, and at this moment the principal grabbed Ling Tian. Ling Tian, welcome back to school. Come on, follow me to the conference room. There are some adults who want to see you. Oh, Ling Tian's eyes showed interest. Ling Tian estimated that it must be people from the major universities in Long Country who came to recruit students. With strength and achievements like Ling Tian, he is an extremely eye-catching presence no matter where he goes. Ling Tian doesn't even need to fill out an application form, he just needs to wait for the 3 prestigious universities to recruit people. Following the principal, Ling Tian arrived at the conference room of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School in a short while. When Ling Tian walked into the conference room, he saw 3 people waiting for him. When he saw the 3 people, Ling Tian was stunned and a look of shock flashed across his face, because any one of those 3 people is a famous super boss in the Dragon Kingdom. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and black-framed glasses. He was a man with a restrained aura, without revealing a single bit. Even an ordinary martial king could not tell his strength. However, Ling Tian could sense that the other party was a powerful person at the peak of martial emperor. Ling Tian had seen this person more than once. He was none other than the vice president of the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association, named Lu Mu. At the same time, he is also the president of Magic City University, one of the 3 most famous universities in Dragon Country. His strength has reached the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. He is only one step away from becoming a martial saint. The other one was wearing a military uniform, and from the medals on his shoulders it could be seen that he was a 3-star general. The other party is
the president of Longhua Military University and also a high-ranking military official named Longzhan. In the middle of Longzhan and Lumu was an old man with white hair and kind eyes. Compared with Longzhan and Lumu, this old man with white hair is the real boss. He is the Minister of Education of Longhua. Tianni, Tian Lao, and Ling Tian's grandfather were the first group of powerful people to emerge after the revival of spiritual energy. He is also one of the 8 great martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom today. His strength is among the top 3, even among the 8 martial saints. I heard that he had reached the 8th level of the Holy Martial Realm 5 years ago. I didn't expect that such an old senior would come to a small place like Yunqing No. 1 Middle School. However, Ling Tian was only surprised for a moment before he calmed down. After all, given the strength and talent he had demonstrated, Ling Tian would not be surprised at all no matter who came to see him. Ling Tian looked at the 3 powerful men, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. "I'm Ling Tian, nice to meet the 3 seniors." The old minister, Tian Lao, smiled slightly. "Ling Tian, please introduce yourself." As they spoke, the 3 of them introduced themselves. Then, Tian Lao got straight to the point. "Ling Tian, let me tell you the purpose of our visit this time. This time, I'm here to recruit you on behalf of Kyoto University. Originally, my son was supposed to come here, but I wanted to meet you, so I came here in person." Tian Lao is now over 80 years old and is even older than Ling Tian's grandfather. Tian Lao's son is one of the top 10 martial emperors in Kyoto and serves as the president of Kyoto University. At this moment, Lumu said with a smile, "Tian Lao, we agreed before that we will compete fairly. You can't force Ling Tian to go to your Kyoto University." Longzhan also nodded. "Yes, Ling Tian is a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Elder Tian, we must compete fairly." Tian Lao laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, I am several dozen years older than you. I will never bully you. Let's compete fairly. You can set the conditions. If Ling Tian is willing to go to your place, I will definitely not stop him." After hearing Lumu's words, Longzhan and Lumu nodded in relief. Lumu stood up and said, "Ling Tian, I won't tell you a lie, as long as you are willing to come to our Magic City University. For years of tuition are free, and every year you can enter the Holy Land of our Magic City University and practice in the Jiang Divine Spring for a month. At the same time, I will give you 1 million contribution points in the name of the Martial Arts Association. Magic City University is truly wealthy and powerful." After hearing Lumu's words, Principal Zhu was so excited that his whole body began to tremble. "You know, 1 point of contribution to the Martial Arts Association is equivalent to 10,000, 1 million, or even 10 billion Dragon Country currency. As for the Jiang Divine Spring, it is an upgraded version of the Jinyang Spiritual Spring. Practicing in the Jiang Spiritual Spring and tempering the body is not only free from the pain of the Jinyang Spiritual Spring, but the effectiveness is about 3 times greater. Even the most outstanding students in Magic City University usually only practice for about 10 days a year at most. Magic City University directly offered a condition of a full month. The contribution value of the Martial Arts Association is okay, but after hearing about the Jiang Divine Spring, Ling Tian was a little moved. At this moment, Longzhan stood up. "Ling Tian, today I'm not only here to represent the military university, but also the military. As long as you are willing to come, not only will your tuition be waived, but you will also be given the treatment of a 1-star commander. After you graduate, you can go directly to the military and become a 1-star general in our military. Of course, we are also willing to build you a set of SS-level battlesuits." After hearing what General Longzhan said, Principal Zhu was completely stunned. The value of an SS-level battlesuit cannot be measured by money. Let's put it this way, a yellow-level warrior, if wearing an SS-level battlesuit, can be considered a martial emperor. It is also impossible to kill the yellow-level warrior wearing SS-level combat uniform with 1 blow. It can be said that the defense power has skyrocketed. Ling Tian was also excited. If he burst out with all his strength at this moment, he would have a chance to kill even an ordinary martial emperor of the 1st level of the Tianwu realm. But there is also a possibility that Ling Tian will be killed by the other party. If Ling Tian got the SS-level battlesuit, then Ling Tian would definitely be able to easily kill an ordinary Tianwu realm 1st level strongman. There are also those who can become 1-star generals directly after graduation. You know, one of the 3 most powerful martial kings in Yunnan province, the military general Wang Tang, is also a 1-star general. Damn Wang Tang, he joined the military at the age of 18 and participated in countless battles. Now he is almost 50 years old, and he has just become a 1-star general. Ling Tian graduated at the age of 22, and he was given the rank of 1-star general? With such conditions, who wouldn't be tempted? Seeing that Ling Tian was already moved, both Lumu and Tian Lao felt a little nervous. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Tian Lao. Tian Lao smiled slightly, then said, "Ling Tian, in terms of material rewards, I am probably not as good as them. If you are willing to join Kyoto University, I can make you the close disciple of any martial emperor in Kyoto University. In addition, I will provide you with 3 S-level Millennium Blood Ganoderma Lucidum and 3 S-level Millennium Dragon Herd
verb. The 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum and the 1,000-year-old dragon grass are exactly what Ling Tian needs now. The 1,000-year blood Ganoderma lucidum can help a strong person at the level of the innate grandmaster to quickly break through 1 or 2 levels of cultivation. As for the millennium dragon grass, it can help the strong ones at the level of innate grandmaster to stabilize their foundation. The value is also in the hundreds of millions. If there are 6 of them in total, the value would reach 2 or 3 billion. However, compared with the conditions proposed by Magic City University and Military University, it is indeed a little worse. After all, if you become the close disciple of a powerful martial emperor, Magic City University and the military can also offer such conditions. Tianlao smiled slightly. However, I can also give you an identity, Ling Tian. You should know that the military has a highest department, the Temple of War God, and our Ministry of Education also has a special department. Do you know where it is? Ling Tian nodded and replied, it's the Soul Gate. That's right. Every one of the people in the Soul Gate is the soul of our dragon country, and they are also known as the national treasure of the dragon country. Ling Tian nodded. Although he already knew something about the Soul Gate, he still listened patiently. Being a national treasure of Soul Gate is a symbol of status. It doesn't have any substantial rights, but the status is very high. Not only can you get some rich cultivation resources from the Soul Gate every year, you even requested 2 martial emperor level experts to serve as bodyguards to protect your safety. To put it bluntly, it's a bit like your previous status as a top-ranked high school student. Ling Tian nodded. The national treasure level talents of Hunman were indeed very similar to the national top-ranked high school students. It can be said to be a super plus pro version. Tianlao continued. As for how high your status is, let's put it this way. If you become a national treasure of the Soul Gate, then even Lu Mu and Long Zhan are actually not as high-ranking as you. After hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes showed shock. Obviously, no one expected that a national treasure level talent from the Soul Gate would have such a high status. You know, Lu Mu and Long Zhan, one of them is the vice president of the General Association of Martial Arts. The other one is a 3-star general in the military, and both of them are powerful warriors at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. But with such a status, he is still not as good as Ling Tian. How can Ling Tian not be surprised? Is the status of a national treasure so high? Ling Tian said in shock. Tianlao smiled slightly. Of course, a national treasure level talent must have made great contributions to the dragon country. Or, one must become a martial saint in the future to be qualified to become one. Ling Tian, this time, you protected the safety of many candidates in the college entrance examination and resolved the crisis of the college entrance examination. It can be considered a contribution, but it is still not enough to become a national treasure. However, considering your talent, you will definitely become a martial saint in the future, so you are qualified. Indeed, the martial saints are the most important force in a country. You know, in the entire Yanxia, among the hundreds of millions of warriors, there are nearly 100 people who have reached the 9th level of martial emperor, and the total number of martial emperors is close to 1,000. But aren't there only 8 martial saints? Ling Tian nodded. He didn't really care about status. What Ling Tian cares about is the bodyguard of the martial emperor. Although Ling Tian's strength has exceeded 95% of the warriors now, however, the strong ones above the martial emperor realm still pose a threat to him. It would be best if there were 2 martial emperor level bodyguards following him. Seeing that Ling Tian was already moved, Lu Mu and Long Zhan immediately became anxious. Ling Tian, you need to think carefully about this. National treasures do have a high status, but they don't have any rights. Long Zhan quickly said, if you come to our military, you'll be a 3-star general upon graduation, commanding 100,000 soldiers. That's real power. Lu Mu also said, yes, if you come to our Magic City University, after graduation, you will be directly made the president of a martial arts association or a provincial association. The president of a provincial association can command hundreds of thousands of warriors. This is real power. Watching Long Zhan and Lu Mu seducing Ling Tian, Tianlao was not in a hurry, but looked at Ling Tian with a smile. Ling Tian, I won't say any more. No matter where you choose, I will respect your choice. The 3 people's eyes fell on Ling Tian, while Principal Zhu stood aside and was completely stunned. Wow, Ling Tian, who just graduated from high school, is actually receiving so much attention. A Ministry of Education, a Ministry of Military Affairs, and a Martial Arts Association. How could Principal Zhu not be shocked by the 2 strongest official forces and the strongest civilian force? Principal Zhu stared at Ling Tian intently, and even his breathing seemed to become cautious. Ling Tian already had the answer in his mind at this time and nodded. Then he looked at Lu Mu. Senior Lu Mu, Senior Long Zhan, thank you for your respect. I don't have a strong desire for power or money. My thoughts are very simple. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts, to protect my country, to protect the people I cherish, and to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts, it's that simple. If the Martial Arts Association or the military needs my help, I will do my best to help. I thought about joining the military or the Martial Arts Association after graduation, but now all I want is to enjoy university life, so I chose Kyoto University. Long Zhan and Lu Mu Mu were both extremely disappointed, but they had already thought of it. Maybe the conditions they offer are better than those of the old minister Tianyi, but it cannot be said that they are more sincere. You know, the two of them are only 9th-level martial emperors. The old minister is one of the top 3 among the 8 martial saints of Dragon Country. They can't compare with him in terms of strength or status. The old minister came to see Ling Tian in person. This is the greatest sincerity. Ling Tian's words also made them very satisfied. Ling Tian had already said that after graduation he would join the military or the martial arts association. The military department mainly deals with troubles caused by foreign warriors and ferocious beasts. The martial arts association mainly deals with troubles caused by realm warriors and ferocious beasts. They were all trying to protect the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Tian said it so confidently, so naturally they couldn't find any fault with it. After all, Long Zhan, Lu Mu and others asked Ling Tian to join the Magic City University or the military university. The purpose is to allow Ling Tian to join the martial arts association or the military in the future. Since Ling Tian will choose these two places after graduation, what difference does it make whether he studies at Kyoto University or not? After getting Ling Tian's answer, Tian Lao laughed. Good, very good, Ling Tian, Kyoto welcomes you. As he spoke, Tian Lao took out some things from his storage ring. It was a certificate and 6 rare treasures. That certificate was Ling Tian, the certificate of a national treasure level talent of Hunmen. There are also 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum and 1000-year-old dragon grass. Ling Tian, this is what I promised to give you, keep it. This. Ling Tian was a little surprised after seeing this scene. Tian Lao, are you so sure that I will join Kyoto University? Tian Lao smiled slightly and said, no, it's just that your college entrance examination this time solved the crisis of Yanlong Island, and your talent is qualified to become a national treasure, and you also broke the record for clearing Yanlong Island. This time, whether you choose Kyoto University or not, I will give you these rewards. After hearing what Tian Lao said, Ling Tian, Lu Mu and Long Zhan all looked at Tian Lao with respect. As expected of the top boss of Dragon Country, his vision is incomparable to theirs. Tian had already prepared the reward for Ling Tian a long time ago. Whether Ling Tian chose Kyoto University or not, the reward would be given to Ling Tian. This is Tian Lao's pattern. It is normal that they cannot compete with Tian Lao. Ling Tian picked up the certificate, examined it carefully, and was extremely happy. You know, this national treasure level talent certificate is no less valuable than the War God Order given by my grandfather. Although the War God Order is also very powerful, he is a national treasure level talent, and he belongs to Ling Tian himself. In other words, if the members of the military's War God Temple, they can ignore Grandpa Ling Tian's War God Order. Because, the War God Order is not Ling Tian's own, but if the members of the War God Temple face a national treasure level talent, then they must be treated respectfully, and no one has the right to enforce the law against the talents of the treasure country. For example, if Meng Fan from the Meng family was a member of the Temple of War God, they could ignore the War God Order that Ling Tian was carrying and attack Ling Tian. But if Ling Tian is a national treasure, the members of the Temple of War God are not qualified to attack him. Moreover, when national treasures are in danger of their lives, even if they are members of the Temple of War or the highest combatants of the law enforcement department, they must unconditionally protect the lives and safety of national treasures. A national treasure level talent may not even be able to command a small law enforcer, but he is not someone who can be bullied by the highest level law enforcers. Ling Tian played with the ID for a while, then put it into his storage ring. Finally, his eyes fell on the 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum and dragon grass on the table. Looking at Tian Lao, he asked, Tian Lao, these things are mine, right? Of course. Tian Lao nodded slightly. Ling Tian picked up a 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it a few times. Then he swallowed it into his stomach. After seeing this scene, Tian Lao, Long Zhan, and Lu Mu were all stunned and frowned. Lu Mu directly reminded Ling Tian, this 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma is a very precious S-grade treasure. How could you just swallow it like that? You should find a suitable place to swallow it, then practice to absorb and refine it. If you swallow it hastily, the medicinal power will be lost and it will not be fully absorbed, which will be wasted. However, Lu Mu had not yet finished speaking. A powerful wave of energy burst out from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's aura suddenly surged, and his cultivation level directly rose from the 5th level of the innate realm to the 6th level of the innate realm. It's a breakthrough. Tian Lao, Lu Mu, and Long Zhan were all confused. Principal Zhu was also shocked with his mouth wide open. Damn, even for a top genius innate master, it would take half a month to absorb a 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum to break through, right? Ling Tian actually broke through in less than 10 seconds, and there was no sign of any drug leakage or waste. How could anyone accept this? However, before everyone could calm down from the shock, Ling Tian had already stuffed the second blood Ganoderma lucidum into their mouths. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it into his stomach. Within a few seconds, another powerful aura emanated from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's cultivation level improved again, from the 6th level of the innate realm to the 7th level of the innate realm. You young man, Lu Mu shouted in shock. It only took a few seconds to break through to the 6th level of the innate realm. He achieved another breakthrough and reached the 7th level of the innate realm. However, the moment Lu Mu finished speaking, the third blood Ganoderma lucidum had already been stuffed into Ling Tian's mouth. After chewing it into pieces, swallow it into the stomach and then absorb the medicinal properties. In just a few seconds, Ling Tian's cultivation level had another breakthrough, successfully reached the 8th level of the innate realm. How is this possible? The old minister looked at Ling Tian in shock. In less than half a minute, Ling Tian took 3,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum in succession and successfully broke through 3 levels. Damn it, even the old minister couldn't do it when he was at the innate grandmaster level. The old minister felt that even he, when he reached the innate realm, would have to absorb and refine the medicinal power of a 1,000-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum to achieve a breakthrough. It would take at least 10 days, but Ling Tian did it in just a few seconds, and it perfectly absorbs the medicinal properties of the herbs without any waste. Ling Tian, you've already absorbed the medicinal power of the Millennium Blood Ganoderma? Lu Mu swallowed his saliva and stared at Ling Tian blankly. Ling Tian nodded calmly. Yes, is there anything strange about this? Isn't the Millennium Blood Ganoderma a natural treasure that can allow a Xiantian Grandmaster to break through a level? Isn't it normal for me to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation after taking it? Lu Mu, Long Zhan, and Tian Lao twitched their lips and nodded. It's normal, damn it. How can someone absorb and refine the medicinal power of an S-grade treasure and achieve a breakthrough in just a few seconds? Lu Mu shouted loudly. Oh, you should have told me earlier. This isn't surprising. It's a trait derived from my healing and recovery abilities, extraordinary absorption. It can increase the speed of absorbing natural treasures and elixirs. No matter what kind of natural treasures or elixirs they are, they can be absorbed in just a few breaths. Lu Mu and the others were completely confused, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with turmoil. Obviously, no one expected Ling Tian's healing and recovery talents to be so abnormal. Originally, they all knew that Ling Tian had 3 innate supernatural powers: healing, fire, and spiritual power. Among them, the Chaos Infinite Divine Fire and the Twin Eyes of Destruction are both SSS level. Then healing and recovery are the weakest abilities among the auxiliary abilities. Now it seems that he is not weak at all. Healing and recovery are the basis of Ling Tian's strength. In this way, everything becomes clear why Ling Tian reached the realm of the innate master at such a young age. It would take others a month or even longer for those with average talent to achieve a breakthrough by absorbing the Millennium Blood Ganoderma lucidum. Ling Tian finished it in 9 seconds. If Ling Tian's cultivation is not fast, then who is fast? Just when everyone had not yet recovered from the shock, Ling Tian stuffed the 3,000 spirit dragon herbs into his mouth and swallowed them. In an instant, after absorbing the medicinal power, they felt that Ling Tian's foundation became extremely solid. The corners of Tian Lao's mouth twitched again. They suspected that Ling Tian did it on purpose. Ling Tian could have waited until there was no one around before taking it, but he had to take it and make a breakthrough in front of everyone. This was just blatant pretense. Tian Lao quickly recovered. It seems that by the time Ling Tian graduates, he will probably be a martial emperor. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Maybe. Ling Tian didn't explain much. What he wanted to talk about was his previous life. After he broke away from Meng Haiyan's control, he spent 10 years to become the strongest being on Blue Star. And now, he has lived a new life, and his foundation is even stronger than in his previous life. The time it takes for Ling Tian to become the strongest on Blue Star will only get shorter. Ling Tian estimates that he can become the strongest in 3 years at most. Even 1 second longer would be disrespectful to myself as a time traveler. Tian Lao said, Ling Tian, since we have already agreed, I will let my son arrange for your admission. There are still about 50 days until the start of school. You can enroll early and experience the environment of Kyoto University. Ling Tian nodded, chatted with a few people for a while, and then left. Although Lu Mu and Long Zhan did not bring Ling Tian to their school, they were very satisfied, because they got a positive answer from Ling Tian. That is, after graduating from Ling Tian University, he will definitely join the military or one of the forces in the Martial Arts Association. So, the two of them left with peace of mind. Ling Tian left school, but didn't know where to go. What are you thinking about? At this moment, a pleasant voice like the sound of nature echoed in Ling Tian's ears. Turning around, I saw a beautiful woman dressed in white, with an extraordinary temperament, like a real fairy. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and her eyes exuded a charm. If Ling Tian's mental strength had not reached the world's top level at this time, I guess everyone would be captivated by her peerless beauty. She is Ling Tian's protector, the seven-tailed fox, Xuanning. After Ling Tian took the college entrance examination, he separated from the seven-tailed fox. When they met again, Ling Tian discovered that the aura of the seven-tailed fox Xuanning had become even more unfathomable. Even the red flame vermilion bird of Yanlong Island did not give Ling Tian such a feeling. Ling Tian knew that Xuanning was only stronger than the red flame vermilion bird. Ling Tian looked at Xuanning. Breakthrough? Xuanning Xuanning smiled mysteriously. There is a little progress. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Xuanning was his protector. The stronger Xuanning was, the happier Ling Tian would be. You haven't told me yet. Why are you in a daze? Xuanning looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled helplessly. Nothing, I just think it's a bit ridiculous. I'm obviously from Yuncheng. Now I have achieved some success in my cultivation and have become famous throughout the country. But when I look around me, there is not a single person I recognize. I have a family, but my father disowned me, and my cousins and uncles consider me an enemy. My mother is missing, and I have a grandfather who was very good to me, but I can't see him for the time being. I finally made 2 friends, but they died tragically because of me. I don't even have a home anymore. Don't you think I'm a little pathetic? Xuanning shook her head and directly denied Ling Tian's words. What's the big deal? I don't have any relatives now. You're the only one I know. Before I met you, I had been lonely for thousands of years, and I became a spiritual pet of the human race. You have the mark of human breath on your body and cannot return to the beast tribe. How long have you been lonely? I can be lonely for thousands of years. Do you think I am as sad as you? Ling Tian was stunned. Yes, his previous life and this life combined only lasted for a few decades. Xuanning has been alone for thousands of years. Why is she sad? Ling Tian looked at Xuanning and laughed. I know, Xuanning, you will be my family from now on. Wherever you are, that's my home. Let's go, I'll treat you to something delicious. Ling Tian laughed loudly and walked forward. Looking at Ling Tian's departing back, Xuanning looked thoughtful. He murmured to himself, where I am is your home. Finally, Xuanning's lips curled up into a smile that seemed to be able to charm all living beings, as if it could make thousands of creatures fall in love with it. As for Ling Tian, although he didn't communicate much with Xuanning, but he could feel Xuanning's concern for him. Although Xuanning was not in front of him, no matter where she went, Xuanning hid in the dark, protecting herself at all times. Aren't these still my relatives and friends? Time passed quickly, and soon 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Ling Tian did not practice, but took Xuanning out for fun. The relationship between the two people has also improved a lot. It seemed like this was the first time Xuanning had interacted with Ling Tian since they met. This made Xuanning feel that Ling Tian was a very strange person. Although, Xuanning is Ling Tian's protector, and they have an equal relationship. However, Xuanning has always been the pet of her old master and they have a slave relationship. Ling Tian truly treated himself as a friend, and the two of them traveled, ate, and played together. Ling Tian did not have any strange opinion towards Xuanning just because Xuanning was a beast man. 10 days later, Ling Tian and Xuanning also set off for Kyoto. Kyoto, the capital of Dragon Country, is also the place with the most powerful people. In the hot summer, the 5 super families all gathered here. Each of the 5 super families has about 20 martial emperors. It accounts for 1/10 of the martial emperors in the entire Dragon Kingdom. If the 5 major families unite, even one of the 3 major officials will be wary of them. And in Manhwa, the second-ranked university, Kyoto University, is also here. Kyoto, in terms of urban construction, economy, and transportation, far surpasses the provincial capital of Yunnan Province. The level of martial artists is far beyond that of the provincial capital of Yunnan Province. For example, the Meng family, with Meng Fan, a martial king at the 5th level of the true martial realm, can become one of the 4 overlords. In Kyoto, having a powerful person at the martial emperor level in charge is the basic condition for becoming a first-class force. At the gate of Kyoto University, Ling Tian and Xuanning stood at the gate, looking up at the huge and vast school gate, sighing in their hearts. As expected of the second most famous university in the country, this magnificent school gate does not feel crowded even if thousands of people enter at the same time. The entire university, including all teachers, students, and social workers, has a total of no more than 6,000 people, but the school covers an area of 20 miles. In his previous life, Ling Tian had never experienced college life. At the martial arts university, geniuses gather together, and Ling Tian can witness all kinds of magical powers and cool martial arts. The fierce competition among students made Ling Tian yearn for it. The most important reason why Ling Tian chose Kyoto University was that here, he had the opportunity to awaken his 4th supernatural power. Now Ling Tian's 3 types of supernatural powers are at least SSS level. If it weren't for the SSS level supernatural power, Ling Tian wouldn't even look at it. And Ling Tian will obtain his 4th SSS level supernatural power here. Ling Tian looked at Xuanning beside him, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Xuanning, why did you follow me this time? Kyoto University has more than a dozen powerful warriors at the martial emperor level. This time, aren't you afraid that they will see your true identity? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Xuanning smiled slightly, with confidence in her eyes. Don't worry, this is impossible. Didn't I tell you? My strength has improved. Now, even an ordinary martial saint would not be able to discover your identity without careful observation. The strongest person in Kyoto University is a 9th level martial emperor. He can't tell who I am. Oh, after hearing Xuanning's words, Ling Tian smiled slightly. In that case, why don't you come to our school to apply for a position? Xuanning lowered her head and thought for a while. Sure, Sure, this way, I can protect you better and don't have to hide in the dark all the time. Xuanning and Ling Tian, who were talking at this time, also attracted the attention of people from Kyoto University. Xuanning and Ling Tian, both of them, the man has a transcendent temperament and is extraordinarily handsome. The woman has a perfect figure and a peerless beauty. Standing together, they look like a golden boy and a jade girl. It's hard not to attract everyone's attention. Student Ling Tian. At this moment, a voice echoed in the ears of Ling Tian and Xuanning. I saw a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, wearing black glasses, jogging towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked from afar and immediately realized that the man was extraordinary. The middle-aged man gave people a gentle and refined feeling, but his aura was restrained, without any leakage, and his body contained immense energy. Obviously, the other party is at least a martial emperor who has reached the heavenly martial realm. The people around were also surprised. It's the vice principal. It's actually the vice principal who came to greet us personally. What are the identities of these two people? This person looks unfamiliar. He seems to be a freshman. He actually asked the vice president to come and greet him personally. The students around looked at Ling Tian and Xuanning and started talking in low voices. The middle-aged man also came in front of Ling Tian and then showed a gentle smile. Hello, Ling Tian. My name is Zhang Fan, and I'm the vice president of Kyoto University. The principal asked me to pick you up today to register at the new student office and arrange a dormitory for you. Ling Tian nodded, suddenly realizing that he was the vice president of Kyoto University. Then it is not surprising that there are strong people at the martial emperor level. Hello, Principal Zhang. Ling Tian politely greeted Principal Zhang Fan. Principal Zhang Fan also looked at Ling Tian curiously. At first glance, Ling Tian seemed calm and ordinary. He could not feel any fluctuation of true energy or the heat of blood, just like an ordinary person. Principal Zhang was shocked, because he knew that this was the state of being restrained and returning to nature. However, anyone who wants to reach such a state must at least be a strong person in the innate realm. Although Zhang Fan had heard yesterday that Ling Tian was a 17-year-old innate master. However, Ling Tian is now 18 years old. After the college entrance examination, Ling Tian will just turn 18. Xuanning also spent a relatively simple birthday with Ling Tian. Principal Zhang Fan immediately activated his mental power, allowing it to sense Ling Tian's cultivation level. Because, when you reach the state of returning to nature, you don't use mental power to perceive. There is no way to judge a person's cultivation level unless that person directly demonstrates his or her cultivation level. After sensing Zhang Fan's perception, Ling Tian did not interfere with Principal Zhang Fan's perception. After all, it is no longer a secret that Ling Tian has become a master of the innate realm. The top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's military, education department, and martial arts association already knew about it. When he was on Yanlong Island, Ling Tian had already improved his cultivation to the innate realm. In just a breath of time, Principal Zhang Fan had already sensed Ling Tian's cultivation level. What? Principal Zhang Fan was stunned. He felt the endless and vast innate true energy in Ling Tian's Dantian Qi Si. Principal Zhang Fan was stunned, because in Ling Tian's Dantian Qi Si, there were a total of 8 innate true energy cyclones. After reaching the realm of the innate master, a vortex of innate true energy will condense in the Dantian of the Qi Si. Afterwards, in the innate realm, every time one breaks through a new realm of cultivation, a vortex of innate true energy will be condensed. And now, Principal Zhang Fan, through his mental power, can fully sense what is inside Ling Tian's body. He has 8 cyclones of innate true energy, and the purity of that innate true energy is more than 10 times stronger than that of an innate master of the same realm. It was completely beyond his imagination, and he was so shocked that he almost shouted out, 8th level of Xiantian. You have truly reached the 8th level of Xiantian. Principal Zhang Fan felt his breathing become rapid, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. He had heard before that the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination was a master at the innate realm. Principal Zhang Fan still had some doubts. An 18-year-old innate master, wasn't that a joke? However, this has already been recognized by the Ministry of Education and senior military officials. He is also the only person in the history of Dragon Country who got full marks in the college entrance examination. Perhaps he is really a master of the innate realm. At that time, Zhang Fan felt that even if Ling Tian was a master of the Xiantian realm, he could only be at the first level of Xiantian at best. But now he sensed that Ling Tian was not at the first level of the innate realm, but at the 8th level. Even he, a powerful warrior at the 4th level of martial emperor, could sense a dangerous aura from Ling Tian. This immediately made Principal Zhang Fan unhappy. Are there really such awesome people in this world? Ling Tian smiled slightly, looked at Principal Zhang Fan and said, Calm down, Principal Zhang Fan, this is just basic operation. Principal Zhang Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This is just basic operation. Then, have all the training I have done over the years been in vain? Ling Tian, welcome to our school. Originally, the principal was supposed to come and pick you up today, but he went to the Ministry of Education for a meeting, so he asked me to come over. Come on, I'll take you to register first. With that, Principal Principal Zheng Fan brought Ling Tian into the school. Soon, I arrived at the registration office, registered, and received the dormitory room card. Principal Zheng Fan took Ling Tian to the dormitory. Along the way, Ling Tian and his friends met many students. I have to say that Kyoto University is really awesome and deserves to be one of the 3 top martial arts schools in Dragon Country. Basically, during the college entrance examination, one must reach at least the 4th level of the yellow grade to have a chance to enter Kyoto University. As for the freshmen at the top, they are basically warriors who have already entered the Shen level. Under normal circumstances, sophomores can reach the late Shen level or the early D level. The graduation requirement is to reach at least the 7th level of the heavenly grade. The probability of graduates from the 3 famous universities reaching the heavenly level is already 90%. The remaining 10% of students are all masters of the innate realm. Once you enter the 3 famous universities, it is basically certain that you can become a congenital master in the future. Principal Zheng Fan said, Ling Tian, there are no holidays in our 3 prestigious schools. Whether or not to rest is entirely up to the students themselves. However, the school will conduct an exam and credit assessment every semester. First of all, credits can be obtained by completing courses or trials. If the credits do not meet the requirements, you will be held back. You should have noticed that it is a national holiday now, but we, the students of Kyoto University, are all at school. Of course, if you have enough credits, you don't have to worry about that. You can take a break whenever you want. Ling Tian nodded. No wonder, it was summer vacation now, but students could be seen everywhere at Longdu University. Your school is really good. I sense that there are actually 16 martial emperors at the heavenly martial realm. At this moment, Principal Zheng Fan looked at Xuanning. It was a bit surprising. After all, Xuanning could actually sense the strong people in the university. Principal Zheng Fan looked at Xuanning with a look of surprise on his face. He was a powerful martial emperor at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm, but he couldn't actually see the cultivation level of the little girl in front of him. Xuanning gave him the feeling of a huge cold pond, with no bottom in sight. Even he felt a sense of pressure. Principal Zheng Fan asked, Ling Tian, is this your sister? Or aunt? Ling Tian smiled faintly. Principal Zheng Fan, this is my protector Xuanning. She is like a sister, right? Protector. Zheng Fan suddenly realized, but it was normal when he thought about it. Ling Tian is an unparalleled genius, a powerful person who has awakened multiple SSS level talents and abilities. How can there be no protector around you? Ling Tian asked, by the way, Principal Zheng Fan, is there any position available in our school? Please assign it to my sister. She is my protector, so she needs to be by my side all the time. She has an identity and can easily enter and exit Kyoto University. Principal Zheng Fan nodded, then looked at Xuanning. Miss Xuanning, may I ask if your cultivation has reached the Martial King realm? Zheng Fan was a little unsure about the other party's cultivation level. After all, if he couldn't see his cultivation level, it didn't necessarily mean that his strength was greater than his. There are some warriors who have sophisticated concealment methods and can hide their cultivation. It makes it impossible for strong people who are 1 or 2 realms higher than oneself to see one's true cultivation level. Xuanning sneered, what King Wu? Who are you looking down on? In an instant, a violent and domineering aura burst out. Boom! The powerful pressure from Xuanning was like a waterfall from the sky. It descended and crushed heavily upon Principal Zheng Fan. In an instant, Principal Zheng Fan's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt a tremendous gravity on his body. Bang! Then he bent his knees and knelt on one knee in front of Xuanning. Martial Emperor. Principal Zheng Fan was shocked. He obviously didn't expect the other party's aura to be so terrifying. At this moment, he could be sure that Xuanning was definitely a martial emperor, and a high-level martial emperor whose strength was far above his own. Of course, he never thought that Xuanning was a powerful martial saint. After all, there are only 8 martial saints in Dragon Country. If Xuanning was a martial saint, she would have caused a sensation in Dragon Country a long time ago. After seeing Zheng Fan's shock, Ling Tian smiled slightly. How about it, Principal? Can you arrange it? Principal Zheng Fan immediately said, I have 2 positions here that are suitable for Miss Xuanning. One is an external professor at our Kyoto University. Every week, I have to teach 2 classes to guide students in their cultivation, and my monthly salary is 1 million. As long as Miss Xuanning passes the assessment, she can take up the position. Still have to go to class? Xuanning frowned. Although Xuanning is powerful, she is a ferocious beast. How can she teach humans? Zheng Fan continued. The other one is security. Normally, there's nothing much to do, so we just need to be responsible for the safety of the students. For example, if the school or students are in danger, you may be needed to mediate. For this one, there's no need for assessment, you can take up the position directly. Xuanning smiled slightly. Okay, that's good. The security guards in your school are not very strong. The strongest one is only at the Xiantian level. It is true. Kyoto University has about 300 security personnel, and the weakest one is at the heavenly level. The strongest ones have reached the innate realm. After all, the king of martial arts is a powerful man with great strength. He is the overlord overlord wherever he goes. He can definitely be a teacher at Kyoto University. How could he lower himself to become a small security guard? Zheng Fan looked at Xuanning with some surprise. You know, he's an external professor at Kyoto University. This is a job that countless people dream of. Although the monthly salary is not very high, becoming a professor at Kyoto University is equivalent to gaining huge fame and fortune. But Xuanning was unwilling to do so and chose to be a security guard instead. Miss Xuanning, are you sure you want to be a security guard? Xuanning smiled slightly. That's right, from now on I will be the security captain of your Kyoto University. Zheng Fan nodded. Okay, come with me later to apply. With your abilities, you're more than qualified to be a security guard. You don't need any assessment. Okay. Xuanning agreed readily. Soon, Ling Tian and the other two arrived at the dormitory of Kyoto University. Ling Tian's dormitory is a small single-family villa of about 200 square meters, where two people live. The dormitory is fully equipped with facilities and has two training rooms. The training rooms have strong defense and good sound insulation. A small spirit gathering array was also set up. Practicing in the training room was 1.5 times faster than outside. Principal Zheng Fan continued, Ling Tian, put your luggage down first. I'll take Miss Xuanning to handle the formalities. You can also go and have a look around. There are still about 40 days before school starts, so you can go to our Kyoto University and have a look. Places like the Trial Tower, Enlightenment Monument, and Secret Realm Building are all places where you can earn credits and improve your strength. On September 1st, after the school officially opens, the school will hold a freshman competition, and the top 10 students will be selected. You will have the opportunity to practice at the Jiang Divine Spring at Modu University. You should make good use of this time to practice. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem to break through one more level before school starts. With that, Principal Zheng Fan took Xuanning away first. Ling Tian also made some plans for his current university. Kyoto University has three major places for training, the first of which is the Monument of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment Stele records an advanced martial art called the Chapter of Response between Heaven and Earth. The Chapter of the Response of Heaven and Earth is neither a martial arts skill nor a cultivation method. Rather, it is a special method of comprehending artistic conception. And artistic conception is what is needed to become a powerful martial king in the true martial realm. If you want to become a master of the innate realm, you must transform the true energy in your body into innate true energy. When all the true essence is successfully transformed into innate true essence, and one is a strong man of the 9th level of the heavenly grade, he can break through to the innate master level. If one wants to break through to the Jinwu realm, one must comprehend the artistic conception of heaven and earth. The artistic conception is also divided into 9 levels. Only after comprehending one level of artistic conception can one reach the 9th level of innate strength. Only then can you break through to the first level of Jinwu realm. Artistic conception is a magical power of martial arts that exists between heaven and earth. Releasing the artistic conception and wrapping it around yourself can greatly enhance your combat effectiveness. If you want to break through to the second level of Jinwu realm, you must comprehend the artistic conception of the second level. To break through the third level, one must comprehend the artistic conception of the third level. You know, out of 10 warriors, there may be only 3 or 4 who can awaken their innate special abilities. As for the rest, they may never be able to awaken their innate abilities in their entire lives. Innate superpowers can increase a warrior's combat effectiveness, but that doesn't mean that a warrior without awakened superpowers is no match for a warrior with superpowers. Warriors can enhance their combat effectiveness through artistic conception. For example, there are 2 powerful martial kings who are both at the first level of the true martial realm. One of them has awakened an A-level superpower, while the other has not. However, the person who awakened the superpower only had 1 level of artistic conception, while the one who did not awaken the superpower had comprehended 3 levels of artistic conception. Then, the person who awakens the superpower may not be as powerful as the one who awakens the superpower. Therefore, for a warrior who has reached the Jinwu realm, the most important thing is to comprehend the artistic conception. To appreciate the artistic conception, one must have the ability to understand. Normally, among 10 masters of the 9th level of the innate realm, 7 or 8 of them may never be able to comprehend the artistic conception and become martial kings in their entire lives. Therefore, in the 3 famous universities, special abilities and talents are not the most important things. The most important thing is understanding, which can help you comprehend the artistic conception. Among warriors, there are many examples of people who have awakened S-level superpowers, or even SS-level superpowers, but are unable to break through the true martial realm in their entire lives. The Enlightenment Stele, which records the chapters on the response of heaven and earth, can help people quickly comprehend the artistic conception. Moreover, if one can comprehend the artistic conception of the Enlightenment Monument, one can also obtain credits from Kyoto University. Therefore, the first place Ling Tian planned to go was the Enlightenment Monument of Kyoto University. Ling Tian took the map of Kyoto University and soon arrived at the Enlightenment Square. There were about 100 students practicing on the martial arts square. In the the center of the martial arts square stands a huge stone tablet over 100 meters high. Ling Tian could clearly feel the mysterious power contained in the stone tablet. That mysterious power cannot be understood by a master at the innate realm. The stone tablet is engraved with dense runes, and those runes have an aura of time and antiquity. And that huge stone tablet is the Enlightenment Tablet. The Enlightenment Monument contains the chapter of the response between heaven and earth, which can help Ling Tian sense the artistic conception of heaven and earth. Ling Tian. At this moment, an excited voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. A slim and heroic girl rushed towards Ling Tian excitedly. After seeing the girl, Ling Tian's eyes immediately showed joy. Senior Chen Yu. Yes, that girl was Chen Yu, who had gone to the secret realm with Ling Tian to protect his safety. If it weren't for Chen Yu, Ling Tian wouldn't have awakened his extreme double pupils so easily. Why is Chen Yu here? Chen Yu's appearance made everyone in the square look surprised. You know, Chen Yu is one of the 4 campus beauties of Kyoto University. He is usually quiet and seldom communicates with others. Many boys wanted to pursue Chen Yu, but they didn't even have the chance to speak up. Ling Tian looked at Chen Yu with admiration in his eyes. After 2 months of absence, Chen Yu's strength has improved greatly. He has successfully reached the 9th level of the Earth level. With such ability, he could be ranked among the top 20 among the third-year students at Kyoto University. It is obvious that Chen Yu has not been lazy in the past 2 months. Ling Tian looked at Chen Yu and smiled slightly. Senior Chen Yu, your strength has improved a lot. Hearing Ling Tian's praise, Chen Yu smiled shyly. It has improved a bit, but compared to you, it's far behind. You got full marks in the college entrance examination, but I'm already a 3rd grade student, and I'm only at the 9th level of the Earth realm. You're just a freshman, yet you've already reached the heavenly level. Aren't you making fun of me? Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. No, I really think that senior sister is amazing. He scored full marks in the college entrance examination, and he is Ling Tian. After hearing the conversation between the two people, the students on the Enlightenment Square were all shocked. You know, at the end of the college entrance examination, Ling Tian was the only student in the history of Manhwa who got full marks in the college entrance examination. The name has long been spread all over the country, and everyone just saw Ling Tian. I felt that Ling Tian looked very familiar. Now after hearing what Chen Yu said, everyone was shocked and started talking about it. No wonder the usually cold Chen Yu is so enthusiastic towards a boy. Turns out he is Ling Tian. Ling Tian also came to the Enlightenment Monument to comprehend the artistic conception of heaven and earth, right? What do you think? How many stars on the Enlightenment Monument can Ling Tian light up? I don't know. I heard Ling Tian is a peerless genius, so lighting up 7 or 8 martial arts stars shouldn't be a problem, right? After hearing everyone's discussion, Ling Tian looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled look and asked, Senior Chen Yu, what do they mean by lighting up the stars of enlightenment? After hearing Ling Tian's question, Chen Yu patiently explained. It's like this: if you want to comprehend the heaven and earth induction chapter and the artistic conception of the heaven and earth contained in it, then, you need to use your own attacks to attack the Enlightenment Monument, and the Enlightenment Monument will reflect a mood that suits you and transmit it to you. For example, if the Enlightenment Monument senses your attack and it is suitable for the state of fire, the Enlightenment Monument will feed back the state of fire to you. If it fits the mood of the big waves, then the Enlightenment Monument will reflect that the big waves have been given to you. Moreover, everyone will have a chance for enlightenment when they first perceive the Enlightenment Monument. Enlightenment. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Ling Tian's eyes showed anticipation. Ling Tian knew very well what kind of state enlightenment was. Sudden enlightenment means that one's thoughts and state of mind suddenly reach a transcendent state. In this state, one's understanding will skyrocket and increase dramatically, reaching more than 100 times the usual level. In this state, whether it is improving cultivation or improving the proficiency of martial arts skills, it will have a terrifying effect. A warrior will probably only experience this state of enlightenment 2 or 3 times in his lifetime. There are even people with mediocre qualifications who may never experience a state of enlightenment in their entire life. And now, students of Kyoto University can actually get a chance for enlightenment through the Enlightenment Monument. Chen Yu continued, during the moment of enlightenment, many students can quickly grasp the artistic conception. As he spoke, Chen Yu pointed to the top of the Enlightenment Monument. There are many star patterns on the top of the Enlightenment Monument. Chen Yu said, the Enlightenment Monument, the star pattern on it, if your progress in comprehending the artistic conception has reached 10%, then, a star will light up on the Enlightenment Monument. If you have comprehended one level, 10 stars will light up. After you have 10 enlightenment stars, every time you advance a level, 1 more enlightenment star will light up. For example, if you comprehend the 9th level, 18 stars will light up on the Enlightenment Monument. So that's how it is. Ling Tian's eyes also showed anticipation. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian and said, I'll give you a demonstration, and you'll understand. As he spoke, Chen Yu walked directly to the Enlightenment Monument. After the students around him saw Chen Yu, they all stepped aside to make way for Chen Yu. Chen Yu was seen standing in front of the Enlightenment Monument, and then he began to circulate his true energy.
Afterwards, he used his own punch, which was inspired by the artistic conception, to strike the Enlightenment monument. The fist wind shook instantly. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a ray of light flashed on the Enlightenment monument. Afterwards, at the top of the Enlightenment monument, the stars of enlightenment began to light up one by one. Each of the stars emits an extremely dazzling light. 1, 2, 3. Finally, 10 enlightenment stars began to twinkle on the Enlightenment monument. The light of the stars illuminated half of the martial arts square. 10. Senior sister Chen Yu has actually comprehended a new level of artistic conception. 10 stars of enlightenment flickered, which meant that Chen Yu had already comprehended a level of artistic conception. Ling Tian felt that the punch Chen Yu had just thrown out was filled with a burst of coldness. There was envy in everyone's eyes. This shows that the artistic conception that Chen Yu comprehended is the artistic conception of ice. If Chen Yu has already comprehended a level of ice realm, then Chen Yu will definitely become a powerful martial king in the true martial realm in the future. You should know that more than 70% of the innate masters will never be able to comprehend the artistic conception and become a powerful martial king in their entire lives. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said to Ling Tian, "Ling Tian, now you know how to use the Enlightenment monument to gain enlightenment." Ling Tian nodded and said, he came to Chen Yu, "Let me try it too." Ling Tian had been eager to try it out. In fact, Ling Tian had already touched the threshold of the Jinwu realm. However, Ling Tian never tried to comprehend the artistic conception, because only the powerful martial kings needed to comprehend in practice. Ling Tian's cultivation was very weak before, so there was no need for him to comprehend the artistic conception for the time being. Although, artistic conception can enhance Ling Tian's combat effectiveness, but Ling Tian already has 3 SSS level talents and abilities, but he also has 28 blood stars. Ling Tian has no shortage of means to increase his combat power, so naturally there is no need for him to gain any insights. But now Ling Tian's cultivation has reached the 8th level of the innate realm. There is only one small level left. Once you reach the 9th level of the innate realm, you will be able to impact the realm of the king of martial arts. Ling Tian can naturally begin to comprehend the artistic conception. Is that Ling Tian? The first person in Dragon Country's history to get a perfect score. At this time, students from Kyoto University gathered together one by one. They all received news that the national top scorer in the college entrance examination had come to Kyoto University and was preparing to appreciate the artistic conception at the Enlightenment Monument. Students from Kyoto University came hurriedly one after another. Originally, there were only more than 100 students on the Wudao Square, but in less than 5 minutes, the number of people has reached more than 300, and the number is still increasing. Ling Tian also activated his true energy, preparing to attack the Enlightenment Monument to see what kind of artistic conception the Enlightenment Monument would reflect to him. However, Ling Tian had already guessed that his awakened fire-type supernatural talent, recovery ability, and the double pupils of destruction were considered special types. It is highly likely that the artistic conception that I have comprehended is the artistic conception of fire. Ling Tian's true energy wrapped around his palm, ready to strike the Enlightenment Monument. "Are you Ling Tian?" At this moment, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. He looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw a handsome boy wearing a raglan shirt and blue shorts walking over with a group of students. Every one of those students exuded a powerful blood energy. The boy in the lead had already reached the first level of innate strength. The other students are also powerful heavenly level people. They are all senior students at Kyoto University. It's the student union vice president, Lu Quan. Lu Quan, now 21 years old, is already a first level innate warrior. At the same time, he is also one of the top 15 students in Kyoto University. Served as vice president of the student union at Kyoto University. In Kyoto University, he is respected and revered by countless academics. Lu Quan came to Ling Tian's side and asked, "You are Ling Tian, right?" Lu Quan looked at Ling Tian with arrogance in his eyes. His attitude made Ling Tian uncomfortable, but since it was his first day at Kyoto University, Ling Tian didn't want to cause any trouble. So he didn't bother with Lu Quan, but nodded lightly. "It's me." "Hello Ling Tian, my name is Lu Quan, and I'm the vice president of the Kyoto University Student Union. I am here today on behalf of my master, Hua Tianyu, professor of swordsmanship at Kyoto University." Professor Hua Tianyu. After hearing Lu Quan's words, there was surprise in everyone's eyes. You should know that Professor Hua Tianyu of Kyoto University is known as the Heavenly Dao Martial Emperor, a powerful martial king who has reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. He is known as the second most powerful person in Kyoto University, and his strength is second only to the president of Kyoto University. Ling Tian asked doubtfully, "Excuse me, Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, is there anything I can do for you?" Lu Quan said calmly, "My master is very optimistic about you and is interested in taking you as his last disciple. Let me call you over. If you pass his test, he might consider accepting you." Lu Quan's tone was extremely arrogant, as if it was such an honor to be his junior apprentice. Ling Tian frowned. Indeed, at Kyoto University, University, every student can choose a teacher or professor to become his or her disciple. Of course, whether the other party accepts you depends on their mood. The Sword Emperor was indeed very powerful that day. He had awakened an S-level fire ability and used a sword as a weapon. It's exactly the same as Ling Tian, but Ling Tian doesn't plan to become a disciple of Tian Dao Wang. Ling Tian already has someone he wants to become a disciple of. Lu Quan looked at Ling Tian and actually hesitated. Ling Tian, why are you still hesitating? Being able to become master's disciple is the blessing you have cultivated for 10 lifetimes. How many people don't even have the chance to see my master, and you are still hesitating now? Let me tell you, my master has more than just one disciple. He is also the #1 genius in the history of Kyoto University. Xiao Longquan, who has awakened the SSS talent, is also master's disciple. Do you understand how to choose now? Looking at Lu Quan's arrogant attitude, Ling Tian immediately felt unhappy. Ling Tian had already heard of the name of Tian Dao Wu Huang in his previous life. This person is extremely arrogant and conceited. Among all the peak martial emperors, he is the youngest. Almost everyone believed that Tian Dao Wu Huang would inevitably become a martial saint. However, in his previous life, because of Emperor Tian Dao Wu's arrogance, he misjudged the strength of the ferocious beasts during a tide of ferocious beasts. He died directly under the tide of ferocious beasts. For such a person, Ling Tian would never become his apprentice. Even if Ling Tian wanted to find a disciple, he had to find someone who would definitely become a martial saint in the future. Shen Yu seemed to have noticed Ling Tian's displeasure, but Ling Tian hadn't spoken yet. Shen Yu immediately said, Senior Lu Quan, Ling Tian is preparing to comprehend the artistic conception. How about waiting until Ling Tian finishes his comprehension and then giving you an answer? After all, it was Professor Tian Dao Wu Huang who wanted to accept a disciple, so he also wanted to see Ling Tian's comprehension, don't you think? After hearing Shen Yu's words, Lu Quan nodded, thinking that what Shen Yu said made sense. Alright then I'll see how many times you have to attack the Enlightenment Monument before you can enter the state of enlightenment. Lu Quan looked at Ling Tian with an arrogant look. Ling Tian, let me tell you about my senior brother, Xiao Longquan, the #1 student at Kyoto University. He only attacked the Enlightenment Monument 3 times before he entered a state of enlightenment. At the end of the epiphany, 10 stars of enlightenment were directly lit up, and he directly comprehended the first level of Jinwu realm. As for me, I only attacked the Enlightenment Monument 6 times before I entered the state of sudden enlightenment. After the enlightenment ended, I lit up 8 enlightenment stars. I'll give you a standard. You just need to enter the state of enlightenment within 7 times, and after the enlightenment, light up 7 martial arts stars. I will agree to let you become my junior apprentice and take you to see the master. Ling Tian was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Quan and looked at him as if he was a fool. What is this Kunba thing? Did Ling Tian say that he wanted to become his disciple? Ling Tian came directly to the Enlightenment Monument and then started to circulate his true energy. He slapped the Enlightenment Monument. Suddenly, the palm wind whistled, and a heavy slap hit the Enlightenment Monument. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared on the Enlightenment Monument. Immediately, Ling Tian felt an extremely mysterious power emanating from the Enlightenment Monument. It was directly fed back to himself, and Ling Tian instantly felt a breath of scorching flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea, pouring into his spiritual world. Not only that, there is also a terrifying cyclone that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth and enters his spiritual world. At the same time, there was an extremely domineering aura of destruction churning in his spiritual world. Ling Tian understood instantly that this was the artistic conception reflected to him by the chapter on the response of heaven and earth and the monument of enlightenment. There are 3 kinds of artistic conception, one of which is the artistic conception of heavenly fire. That black domineering aura is the mood of destruction. Even Ling Tian didn't understand the meaning of that mysterious milky white cyclone. Ling Tian suddenly felt enlightened, and his thoughts began to race. This is a sign of entering a state of enlightenment. Just once, Ling Tian can enter the state of enlightenment. However, Ling Tian suppressed the state of enlightenment, and Ling Tian had not yet begun to realize it. Because Ling Tian knew that the opportunity for enlightenment was rare and he must not waste it. Because it was just a feedback from the Enlightenment Monument just now, Ling Tian's comprehension of the artistic conception has reached 10%. In other words, Ling Tian's comprehension of artistic conception had not encountered any bottleneck at all at this moment. If you enter the state of enlightenment without a bottleneck, then you are wasting the opportunity for enlightenment. So Ling Tian decided to forcibly suppress his state of enlightenment and wait until he encountered a bottleneck in his understanding and then enter the state of enlightenment. In this way, Ling Tian can easily break through his bottleneck. Ling Tian felt that if this was the case, he would most likely be able to comprehend the 9th level of artistic conception in one breath, or even condense his own domain. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Ling Tian did not enter the martial arts state when he hit the Enlightenment Monument for the first time. However, Ling Tian didn't care about everyone's gazes. He once again activated his true energy and struck the Enlightenment Monument. Everyone held their breath, staring at
at Ling Tian intently, waiting for the result. After all, Ling Tian is the strongest high school student in the history of Dragon Country. In their opinion, Ling Tian's talent and understanding must be extraordinary. It is very likely that he will surpass the current top student of Kyoto University, Xiao Longquan. Bang, accompanied by Ling Tian's slap, it hit the Enlightenment Monument heavily. Buzz buzz buzz, then, bursts of light appeared on the Enlightenment Monument, flashing continuously. Three extremely rich auras of artistic conception immediately emerged from the Enlightenment Monument and fed back into Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian felt the existence of artistic conception, and he quickly comprehended it without any hesitation. This time, the artistic conception that Ling Tian felt from the Enlightenment Monument was even more intense than the first time he hit the Enlightenment Monument. This allowed Ling Tian to reach 30% completion of his comprehension of the first level of artistic conception. At the same time, Ling Tian also felt a mysterious power entering his body. Ling Tian immediately felt like he was about to enter a state of enlightenment. However, Ling Tian did not enter a state of enlightenment, but suppressed that impulse. After seeing Ling Tian for the second time, after hitting the Enlightenment Monument, he still did not enter the state of enlightenment. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. After all, for most people, Xiao Longquan of Kyoto University was the strongest student. Xiao Longquan is the only god in everyone's mind, the eternal god. If someone could surpass Xiao Longquan, it would be unacceptable to everyone. However, Ling Tian still didn't care about everyone's gazes and raised his hand again. He circulated his true energy and then slapped the Enlightenment Monument heavily. The entire Wudao Square fell into silence. At this time, there were already more than 500 students watching Ling Tian strike the Enlightenment Monument. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and stared at Ling Tian. Because it was after hitting the Enlightenment Monument that Xiao Longquan entered the state of sudden enlightenment for the third time. And now Ling Tian is hitting the Enlightenment Monument for the third time. If Ling Tian successfully enters the state of enlightenment this time, it will mean Ling Tian's comprehension is as strong and extraordinary as that of Xiao Longquan, the strongest student of Kyoto University. Bang! The sound of the palm hitting the Enlightenment Monument echoed in everyone's ears. A ray of light flashed above the Enlightenment Monument, and then the aura of artistic conception poured into Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian's comprehension of the artistic conception also improved rapidly, like riding a rocket, and he directly comprehended 50%. The feeling of being on the verge of enlightenment became stronger and stronger. As long as Ling Tian is willing, it will only take a breath of time for him to successfully enter the state of enlightenment. But Ling Tian still suppressed that impulse and did not want to enter a state of enlightenment. How the students watching around breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Quan even had a big smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. I'm telling you, although Ling Tian has powerful talents and abilities, he cultivates very quickly. But it is impossible to be more powerful than our boss Xiao Longquan. After all, boss Xiao Longquan is the #1 person in the 5 elements at our Kyoto University. At the age of 22, he was already a 9th level innate expert, awakened in SSS level talent, and comprehended the 7th level true martial realm. If Ling Tian and our boss were to close their eyes, they would still be a little behind. After hearing Lu Quan's words, everyone present nodded in agreement. However, Ling Tian did not care about everyone's gaze. If he wanted to enter the state of enlightenment, he could do it when he tapped the Enlightenment Monument for the first time. These people, once they have the urge to have an epiphany, directly enter the state of enlightenment. For Ling Tian, this is a complete waste of the opportunity for enlightenment. Epiphany should be achieved when one encounters a bottleneck, as that is the only way to achieve the greatest improvement. Ling Tian continued to raise his palm and attacked the Enlightenment Monument once again. Bang! After the 4th time, Ling Tian received feedback from the Enlightenment Monument and successfully comprehended 70% of the artistic conception. Ling Tian estimated that if he continued to tap the Enlightenment Monument twice, he would be able to fully comprehend the first level of Jinwu realm. Then came the 5th time, the 6th time. After 6 slaps, Ling Tian directly comprehended the artistic conception of the first level of Jinwu realm. However, there was disappointment in everyone's eyes, especially Lu Quan. I haven't reached the state of enlightenment in 6 attempts. I think this strongest high school student in history is not much better than me. Everyone nodded in agreement. I thought the strongest high school student in history was so awesome, but this is it? Then, the 7th time, there was still no epiphany. The 8th time, still no epiphany. Lu Quan became even more disdainful. That's not that great. I had an epiphany the 8th time. The students next to Lu Quan also said, Vice President, it seems that Ling Tian is not qualified to become the disciple of the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor. Indeed, I will go back and tell Master that Ling Tian is not qualified to be his disciple. Ling Tian didn't care about what everyone was saying. The 9th time, the 10th time, the 11th time. Soon, Ling Tian slapped the Enlightenment Monument 20 times. 20 times, Ling Tian still did not enter the state of enlightenment. Across the entire Enlightenment Square, more than 500 students showed disdain and disappointment enlightenment in their eyes. I tried for 20 times but failed to reach the state of enlightenment. This shows that Ling Tian's comprehension is actually not top-notch. Normally, a warrior with the talent and comprehension to enter the true martial realm can enter the state of enlightenment within 20 attempts. If one fails to reach the state of enlightenment after 20 attempts, it means that one's understanding is very ordinary. In the future, if you want to become a powerful martial king in the true martial realm, it will be very difficult. But what they didn't know was that after hitting the enlightenment steel 20 times, Ling Tian received feedback of his artistic conception through the steel. Ling Tian's state of mind has reached the 3rd level, but everyone felt that Ling Tian's comprehension was not good enough. Ling Tian didn't bother to explain to them. What if everyone looked down on him? When he entered the state of enlightenment, his artistic conception was greatly enhanced. Once they light up the enlightenment star on the enlightenment monument, they will know how awesome Ling Tian is. Ling Tian didn't care about other people's eyes at all and continued to tap the enlightenment monument. Hearing everyone's discussions and contemptuous looks, Chen Yu's anxious tears kept welling up in her eyes. She wanted to say something to explain for Ling Tian, but Ling Tian tapped the enlightenment monument 20 times without entering the state of enlightenment. It seemed that any explanation he made for Ling Tian was pale and powerless. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Chen Yu shouted loudly in his heart. 25 times, 30 times, 40 times. In half an hour, Ling Tian tapped the enlightenment monument 40 times, but he still did not enter the state of enlightenment. Let's go. He's just a waste. Lu Quan finally lost all patience with Ling Tian. We have 4,000 people at Kyoto University, and those who have reached the state of enlightenment after 40 attempts are basically those in the bottom 100. These people basically have no way of entering the Jinwu realm and becoming a powerful martial king in their lifetime. Ling Tian has not had any sudden enlightenment after 40 attempts, which means that there is a 90% chance that Ling Tian will not become a martial king in the future. The people around nodded, thinking that what Lu Quan said was right. At the same time, his eyes revealed regret and sympathy for Ling Tian. How pathetic, how pathetic. He clearly possesses SSS-level talents and abilities, and his combat power can transcend a major realm. He could be called a peerless genius, but his comprehension is so poor that he couldn't achieve enlightenment even after 40 attempts. He's really a bit stupid. What a waste. Such an amazing talent is wasted. Everyone shook their heads in regret and then left. Lu Quan looked at Ling Tian with disdain and left with the student union members. However, Ling Tian still didn't care about everyone's gaze and continued to hit the enlightenment monument. Don't think that Ling Tian hit the enlightenment monument 40 times but still didn't enter the state of enlightenment. However, Ling Tian's comprehension of artistic conception has reached the 4th level of artistic conception. Ling Tian didn't care about everyone's discussions and gazes, and continued to tap the enlightenment monument. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hitting the enlightenment monument again and again echoed across the enlightenment square. 50 times, 60 times. Just after the 60th time, Ling Tian successfully comprehended the artistic conception of the 4th level of Jinwu realm. At this time, almost all the students who came to watch the excitement on Wudao Square had left. Only the original 100 or so students were left. There was disdain in their eyes, and they looked at Ling Tian as if they were looking at a clown. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Ling Tian hitting the enlightenment monument again and again continued to echo above the enlightenment square. Soon, 2 hours passed, and Ling Tian hit the enlightenment monument more than 100 times. After hitting for more than 100 times, Ling Tian still did not enter the state of enlightenment. Idiot. He's just an idiot. He has the most powerful talent in history, but he has no understanding. He can't even enter the state of enlightenment. Yes, after more than 100 hits, he still hasn't entered the state of enlightenment. This has already broken the worst record of our Kyoto University. Soon, Ling Tian struck the enlightenment monument for more than 100 times, but failed to successfully enter the state of enlightenment. This matter spread throughout Kyoto University. However, Ling Tian continued to hit the enlightenment monument, ignoring everyone's discussions. Soon, Ling Tian hit the enlightenment monument more than 200 times, but Ling Tian still did not enter the state of enlightenment. Looking at Ling Tian, who was persevering in hitting the enlightenment monument again and again, there was pain in Chen Yu's eyes, and she felt very sad. Chen Yu just stayed by Ling Tian's side silently. She felt that Ling Tian must be unable to enter the state of martial arts. Therefore, he suffered a huge blow in his heart and was unable to accept it, so he hit the enlightenment monument again and again. But what everyone doesn't know is that Ling Tian hit the enlightenment monument more than 200 times. The understanding of artistic conception has already achieved a qualitative leap. At this time, Ling Tian had successfully comprehended the 5th level of artistic conception. In just 4 hours, Ling Tian became the laughingstock of the entire Kyoto University. Someone directly posted a message on the Kyoto University forum. The strongest high school student in history, Ling Tian? Is he a myth or a joke? Countless people responded, and in just a few hours, the number of responses reached more than 8,000. IDAI Chi Pai Yen Z replied, I haven't been able to enter the state of enlightenment enlightenment after more than 200 times. Isn't this too stupid? ID Basketball and Chicken replied, more than 200 times? If I throw a basketball on the Enlightenment Monument and pick up a chicken to peck at it, the chicken will also get enlightenment, right? Almost everyone was laughing at Lin Ling Tian, and only a very small number of people felt sorry for Ling Tian. He clearly possesses the strongest and most amazing talents and abilities in the world. However, it had no effect at all, because everyone already knew that Ling Tian had hit the Enlightenment Monument more than 200 times and had not entered the state of enlightenment. This is almost the worst comprehension in the world. In everyone's opinion, Ling Tian is not worthy of the name. Soon, a day and a night passed, and Ling Tian was still constantly hitting the Enlightenment Monument. At this time, Ling Tian had hit the Enlightenment Monument more than 1,000 times, and Ling Tian has also successfully comprehended the 9-level true martial realm. Ling Tian still didn't feel his bottleneck, so Ling Tian still didn't enter the state of enlightenment. This time, Xinyu couldn't bear it anymore. Ling Tian, forget it. Really forget it. If I can't have an epiphany, then I won't have one. There's no need to do this. However, Ling Tian ignored Xinyu and continued to hit the Enlightenment Monument. Seeing that Ling Tian was still insisting on his own will, Xinyu walked towards Ling Tian, wanting him to give up. After all, if you hit the Enlightenment Monument more than 1,000 times but still don't enter the state of enlightenment, this is not the worst understanding of Kyoto University. It can be said to be the worst understanding in history. But just as Xinyu took 2 steps towards Ling Tian, a slim woman with a stunning appearance blocked her way. Senior Ling Hu. Xinyu was stunned for a moment, and his heartbeat accelerated. A fear from the deepest part of my soul suddenly surged over my head. That's because Xinyu knew who the other person was. She was the 7-tailed fox Xuanning. Xinyu had witnessed Xuanning's strength before. Don't worry, little sister, I am Ling Tian's protector, and now I am also the security captain of your Kyoto University. Not only will I not hurt you, I will also protect you, so don't be afraid. Security captain. After hearing Xuanning's words, Xinyu felt incredible. A dignified 7th-rank beast king. He actually became the security captain of Kyoto University. This made Xinyu feel like he was dreaming, but Xuanning's words seemed to have a kind of magic. This made it impossible for Xinyu to doubt Xuanning. Xinyu felt Xuanning's kindness and gradually calmed down. Senior Xuanning, when did you come? Xuanning smiled slightly. I came here when Ling Tian came to school. I applied for the security guard position before, and your vice president asked me to be the captain of the security team. Those security guards were unconvinced and questioned my ability, but I killed them all instantly with my crow flying plane move, and only then did they accept my defeat, which is why we were delayed for a while. Xinyu was stunned. Isn't the crow flying on the plane Ling Tian's ultimate move? But there is no time to care about these things now. Xinyu looked at Xuanning anxiously. Senior Xuanning, please punch Ling Tian right away. Ling Tian has been hitting the Enlightenment Monument for a whole day and night, and he still refuses to give up. Ling Tian has become a laughingstock in the entire school, and everyone is talking about him. But Xuanning looked calm and composed. At this moment in the martial arts square, anyone who was a martial king in the true martial realm could see the changes in Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian exuded 3 terrifying artistic conceptions, the intensity of which far exceeded that of an ordinary martial king. Among those students present, the strongest is no more than the heavenly level. Heavenly level strongmen, when they have comprehended the artistic conception, will not actively release the pressure of the artistic conception. There is no way to feel the existence of artistic conception, but Xuanning, a strong man at least at the level of martial emperor, can naturally feel it. Why should we persuade him? Ling Tian is making progress all the time. Don't bother him. After hearing Xuanning's words, Xinyu was stunned. Progress? Senior Xuanning, are you serious? But Ling Tian has already struck the Enlightenment Monument more than 1,000 times, almost 2,000 times. Even Ling Tian hasn't reached the state of enlightenment. If he hasn't achieved enlightenment, how can he not make progress? Xuanning smiled slightly. You don't understand. If Ling Tian wants to have an epiphany, he can do it at any time. It's just that Ling Tian is suppressing the urge to have an epiphany. What? Enlightenment can be suppressed? Xinyu wondered if he had heard it wrong. Xuanning smiled and nodded. Ling Tian's strength is beyond your and my imagination. Just wait and see. What I can tell you is that Ling Tian has already comprehended the realm of artistic conception. What? Xinyu's heart was filled with turmoil when he heard Xuanning's words. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure and smile. Since Senior Xuanning has said so, then I will wait for Ling Tian. At the same time, in the teacher's dormitory area of Kyoto University, in a 3-story villa, Lu Quan came to the study on the 3rd floor. In the study, sat an arrogant middle-aged man. That man was none other than the 2nd most powerful martial emperor in Kyoto University, Tiandao Martial Emperor. Master. Lu Quan looked at the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor and said respectfully with his fists clasped. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor frowned and said, I asked you to go find Ling Tian. Why are you only here now? Where is he? After hearing what Emperor Tiandao said, Lu Quan felt a little nervous. He quickly said, Master, I was busy with some things at the student union yesterday, so I was delayed. Are you saying that your student council affairs are more important than my taking in a disciple? Suddenly, Lu Quan felt a terrifying pressure like a waterfall from the sky, which instantly crushed him. Lu Quan felt as if he was suffocating, which made him extremely painful. Lu Quan quickly said, "Master, that's not the case. It's because Ling Tian is not qualified to be your disciple." Oh, after hearing Lu Quan's words, Emperor Tian Dao Wang's eyes showed a look of doubt. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will not forgive you," Emperor Tian Dao Wu said coldly. Lu Quan nodded, then took out his mobile phone and opened the Kyoto University forum. The first post pinned to the top is the one about Ling Tian, which also contains a video. It is the video of Ling Tian hitting the Enlightenment Monument again and again. The more Tian Dao Wu Huan looked at it, the more disdainful and ugly his expression became, and he frowned. "Fool, you're so stupid. You've struck the Enlightenment Monument over 1,000 times, yet you still can't achieve enlightenment?" As he spoke, Emperor Tian Dao Wu's anger towards Lu Quan also disappeared. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Anyone who can become my disciple, the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, must possess the qualities of an emperor. This Ling Tian is as stupid as a pig or a dog, not worthy at all. Go away, I want to practice." "Yes, master, I will withdraw first." Having said that, Lu Quan breathed a sigh of relief and left. Time passed quickly, and soon Ling Tian was striking the Enlightenment Monument on the Enlightenment Square. 2 days and 2 nights had passed, a total of 48 hours. Ling Tian struck the Enlightenment Monument more than 4,000 times. However, he still had not entered the state of enlightenment, but Ling Tian had now successfully comprehended the 9th level of Jinwu realm. And there is not just one artistic conception, but 3. The artistic conception of destruction, the artistic conception of heavenly fire, and the mysterious artistic conception of creation. And Ling Tian finally felt the existence of a bottleneck. Everyone looked at Ling Tian with disdain, thinking that Ling Tian was a fool. After more than 4,000 attempts, there was no sudden enlightenment. Everyone thought that Ling Tian would never be able to comprehend the artistic conception in his lifetime. At this moment, a mysterious wave of energy instantly burst out from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian felt his thoughts working rapidly, increasing by nearly 100 times. "It seems that all difficulties are not difficult in front of me, and I can solve them easily." Ling Tian's palm also pressed on the Enlightenment Monument. Such movement instantly attracted the people on Wudao Square. "What is this? Enlightenment! Ling Tian, you have an enlightenment!" Someone immediately shouted loudly. But most of the students were extremely calm. "Why are you yelling? Ling Tian has already struck the Enlightenment Monument over 4,000 times. Isn't it normal to have sudden enlightenment? Besides, with such comprehension and sudden enlightenment, what's so great about it? Can he comprehend the realm of Jinwu through sudden enlightenment? It's simply impossible." But just when everyone thought that Ling Tian's sudden enlightenment was nothing special, wow! The martial arts stars on the Enlightenment Monument began to flicker. 1, 2, 3. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this scene. They obviously didn't expect Ling Tian to be able to light up 3 martial arts stars. However, after a few breaths, the style of the painting became wrong. The Enlightenment stars on the Enlightenment Monument began to flash one after another. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Everyone was stunned after seeing the Enlightenment star on the Enlightenment Monument. Ling Tian's comprehension was so poor that he had to strike the Enlightenment Monument more than 4,000 times before he entered the state of enlightenment. This kind of understanding can be said to be the worst understanding in the history of Kyoto University. Such a person probably can't even light up a martial arts star. But now Ling Tian has successfully lit up 9 stars of enlightenment. What does this mean? This means that Ling Tian is about to comprehend the artistic conception, which is totally unreasonable for everyone. Wow! However, just when the students on the Enlightenment Square were still shocked, the Enlightenment star on the Enlightenment Monument began to twinkle again. The 10th one. Everyone opened their eyes wide, staring intently at the martial arts stars on the Enlightenment Monument, and kept rubbing their eyes to confirm whether what he saw was real. The flashing light of the Enlightenment star has illuminated half of the martial arts square. This made everyone feel incredible and wonder if they were dreaming. 10 martial arts stars were lit up, so doesn't that mean Ling Tian has already comprehended the first level of true martial art? However, the light had not yet gone out. At this moment, one of the Enlightenment stars on the Enlightenment Monument began to flash again. 11. 11? Could it be that Ling Tian has comprehended the second level of the true martial realm? Everyone was stunned because this didn't make any sense at all. Ling Tian had hit the Enlightenment Monument more than 4,000 times before, but he had never entered the state of enlightenment. But now, Ling Tian Kai had only stayed in the Enlightenment Square for 2 days, and he had actually comprehended the second level of the true martial realm? But this is not the end. The martial arts stars flashed one after another. 11, 12, 13. Soon, 13 martial arts stars lit up, and the dazzling light almost illuminated half of the martial arts square. What's going on? The students on the martial martial arts square were stunned looking at the dazzling enlightenment stars. But this is not Ling Tian's limit at all. The star of enlightenment is still flashing continuously. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. A total of 18 enlightenment stars twinkled, directly illuminating the entire enlightenment square. The light shot up into the sky, so bright that it seemed as if it had turned into 18 beams of light, connecting with the void. Can anyone tell me what happened? What is going on? Even Shen Yu fell into a daze, staring blankly at Ling Tian. Because everyone knows very well what the 18 martial arts stars lit up on the Enlightenment Monument represent. That means that the person who lit up the Star of Enlightenment has reached the 9th level of comprehension of the Jinwu realm. The powerful fluctuations of artistic conception were transmitted far away, and almost more than 70% of the warriors felt the fluctuations of artistic conception. Everyone looked up at the void, and the 18 beams of light shot up into the sky. The people of Kyoto University immediately became excited and shouted loudly, 18 rays of enlightenment starlight, which senior student has comprehended the 9th level of the true martial realm. Let's go and take a look. It's surprising that a college student can comprehend the 9th true martial realm. Let's go and see who it is. At the same time, thousands of students in the school continued to gather on the Enlightenment Square. In the student union, Lu Quan and everyone else also saw the light of the enlightenment star in the void. It's really terrifying that someone can comprehend the 9th true martial realm. Let's go and take a look. In the teacher's residential area, Emperor Tiandao Wang, who was originally practicing, also felt the strong aura. Looking at the 18 beams of light in the void, he thought to himself, I never thought that in our Kyoto University, besides Xiao Longquan, there is someone who can comprehend the 9-layered true martial realm. It just so happens that I've recently been wanting to recruit a disciple, so I'll go over and take a look. After thinking about this, Emperor Tiandao Wang no longer hesitated and moved quickly towards the Enlightenment Square. In just less than 5 minutes, more than 1,000 Kyoto University students had gathered in the entire Wudao Square, and when they saw that the person who lit up the 18 stars of enlightenment was Ling Tian, they were all stunned. Everyone's heart was filled with turbulent waves, and they felt as if they were dreaming. It all feels so unreal. Someone immediately asked loudly, who can tell me if this person is Ling Tian, the freshman, and the strongest high school student in history? After hearing the man's question, someone revealed a strange expression after a long while. It is indeed him. He lit up the 18 stars of enlightenment. What the hell is going on? Some idiot told me before that Ling Tian's comprehension is the worst in the history of Kyoto University. He may never be able to comprehend the realm of Jinwu in his lifetime, but what is going on with the 9th level of Jinwu realm that he has comprehended now? After hearing that person's question, the people present were also confused for a while. They also want to ask who spread the fake news. It was actually said that Ling Tian was the person with the worst comprehension in the history of Kyoto University. Ling Tian Kai has just turned 18 years old. At the age of 18, he has already comprehended the 9th level of the true martial realm. Is this what you call poor comprehension? If this is called poor understanding, then what are these people? Pigs? Compared with Ling Tian, are their understandings worthy of being called the same person? This made everyone feel extremely depressed. Is this Ling Tian? At this moment, a shocking voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone look at that person. If it's not Lu Quan from the student union, then who is he? 2 days ago, he personally saw Ling Tian strike the Enlightenment Monument 40 times, but he failed to enter the state of sudden enlightenment. But now 2 days have passed, and Ling Tian has entered a state of enlightenment. The most terrifying thing is that Ling Tian has already comprehended the 9th level of the true martial realm. You know, Lu Quan is one of the top 10 strongest students in Kyoto University. Even he had only comprehended the 3rd level of the true martial realm, and Ling Tian was only 18 years old. He is 3 years younger than Lu Quan. What is going on? Lu Quan felt that Ling Tian's artistic conception was getting stronger little by little. Because Ling Tian was already in a state of enlightenment at this time, the speed of his comprehension was more than 100 times faster than normal. At this time, Ling Tian had already comprehended the 9th level of the true martial realm, and if he could make further progress, Lu Quan didn't dare to think about it anymore, and his eyes were filled with deep jealousy. He thought to himself, even Xiao Longquan only realized his domain a few days ago. Ling Tian is only 18 years old. Why? After thinking about this, Lu Quan's eyes showed hostility. Boom! In an instant, the aura of a congenital master burst out from Lu Quan. Then, the true energy wrapped around his feet, and his legs bent and bounced out. Swish! Lu Quan seemed to have turned into a meteor, and his speed increased to the limit. He rushed directly towards Ling Tian and punched Ling Tian in the chest. Not good. Everyone reacted after seeing this scene. They all knew what Lu Quan was going to do, and it was obvious that they saw Ling Tian enter a state of enlightenment. His artistic conception was about to break through, and he randomly felt jealous, deliberately wanting to interrupt Ling Tian's state of enlightenment. After all, a warrior doesn't have many opportunities to enter a state of enlightenment in his lifetime. After being interrupted this time, I don't know when I will be able to enter the state of enlightenment again. However, just when Lu Quan Quan's attack was approaching Ling Tian. Wow! Suddenly, a star of enlightenment flashed on the Enlightenment Monument, and the light turned into an extremely thick beam of light that rushed into the void. That was the 19th star of enlightenment that Ling Tian lit up. The light that this star shines is brighter than the light of the previous 18 enlightened stars. It seemed to light up half of Kyoto University. Almost 90% of the people in Kyoto University were alarmed. The president of Kyoto University, Tian Ming, and the vice president, Zheng Fan, are in a meeting with a group of people. Instantly, a powerful pressure was felt, spreading throughout Kyoto University. Someone has gained enlightenment and condensed a domain. Let's go and take a look. Principal Tianming's eyes showed surprise, and he took a dozen teachers directly to the Wudao Square. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the Enlightenment Square. Above the Wudao Square, it was as if something had suddenly crushed it, and the void caved in like the mouth of a bull. The powerful force directly caused twisted vortexes to appear above the space. Before Lu Quan could react, he felt a tremendous gravity pressing down on him. With a scream, Lu Quan was crushed to the ground by the terrifying gravity. Bang! The ground crushed by his body continued to sink, and a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. Lu Quan was in the center of the pit and had no way to move. The terrifying aura from Ling Tian made all the students present feel fear and pressure. Domain! This kid actually comprehended the domain. Where on earth did he come from? Why is he so awesome? At this moment, a burly, sharp-eyed, and domineering middle-aged man came and asked in shock. After seeing the middle-aged man, everyone was shocked and shouted, "Hello, Emperor Tian Dao Wu," the students greeted. That person was none other than the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, a 9th-level martial emperor who was known as the second most powerful person in Kyoto University. After hearing what Emperor Tian Dao Wu Wang said, everyone was shocked. Since Emperor Tian Dao Wu Wang said so, it was confirmed. Ling Tian, an 18-year-old freshman, actually comprehended the domain. They knew that this was still because of Ling Tian, he just had not fully released his domain. If he fully released his domain, Lu Quan would probably be crushed and seriously injured or even killed on the spot. At this time, Ling Tian had already lit up 19 martial arts stars. Ling Tian was still in a state of enlightenment. He felt that his understanding of the realm of artistic conception was improving with every second. Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Tian Dao Wu Huang asked loudly. At this moment, a student from the student union spoke up. Master Wu Huang, he is Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in history. Impossible. Emperor Tian Dao Wu Huang was confused and wondered if that student was deceiving him. He said loudly, Ling Tian, I know that during the college entrance examination, he was already a 5th-level heavenly grade warrior. Moreover, he had hit the Enlightenment Monument thousands of times but was unable to gain enlightenment, and this person was obviously a master of the 8th level of the innate realm. He even condensed a realm of artistic conception. How could he be that Ling Tian? What the hell? Grandmaster of the 8th level of Xian Tian, are you sure you're not kidding us? Everyone was completely confused and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Emperor Tian Dao Wu Wang actually said that Ling Tian's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the innate realm. You know, this year is called the Golden Age of Warriors. No matter what age the warriors are, their cultivation is increasing rapidly. Even so, the strongest senior student at Kyoto University is only at the 9th level of the innate realm. The top 5 students only reach the 8th level of the innate realm. And Ling Tian, he is an 18-year-old freshman at Kyoto University. How could such a person be a powerful person of the 8th level of innateness? However, just when everyone was still shocked and confused about Ling Tian's cultivation level, a powerful aura burst out from Ling Tian again. Wow! On the Enlightenment Monument, the 20th Enlightenment star flickered, and the light turned into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. The radiation made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. The pressure on their bodies doubled, and everyone felt that breathing became difficult. The pressure from Ling Tian's domain became increasingly powerful. The second realm of artistic conception. At this moment, everyone reacted. His comprehension of artistic conception has actually reached a breakthrough again. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. Everyone's heart was already filled with turbulent waves that could not be calmed for a long time. They all felt that what was happening in front of them was not real at all. However, the one who was under the most pressure at this time was Lu Quan. Lu Quan felt as if there was a 100-foot-high mountain crushing him. Crack, crack, crack. The whole person was crawling on the ground, unable to move at all, and his bones were creaking. Lu Quan felt that his bones, tendons, and internal organs seemed to be about to explode from the powerful pressure. Blood kept flowing from the corners of Lu Quan's mouth, and his expression was extremely painful. Master, save me! Lu Quan shouted loudly, looking in the direction of Tian Dao Wu Wang. Emperor Tian Dao Wu was stunned. Seeing his disciple in such a miserable state, he frowned. Come here. Then he uttered 2 words. He raised his palm and grabbed into the void. Suddenly, the extremely thick true energy turned into a huge true energy palm and grabbed Lu Quan. Then he pulled gently and brought Lu Quan to his side. Waste! Emperor Tian Dao shouted angrily. Because Lu Quan, as his apprentice, was suppressed by the pressure of one person and lay on the ground unable to move. This made Emperor Tian Dao Wang feel extremely embarrassed because he was hungry. Lu Quan was also feeling embarrassed and looked at the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor with a little fear. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor frowned and looked at Lu Quan. "Do you know that boy?" After hearing what the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor said, Lu Quan frowned and said awkwardly, "I know him." "Oh." The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor immediately became interested. "Who is he? Which senior student is so outstanding?" After hearing the question from Emperor Tian Daowu, Lu Quan became even more embarrassed. "Master, this is the Ling Tian from before." "What?" Emperor Tian Daowu was shocked, his pupils dilated, and he couldn't believe what was happening. Tian Dao Wang is considered to be the most outstanding warrior under the age of 50 in the current Dragon Kingdom. But when he was 18 years old, he was still far inferior to Ling Tian. If the person in front of him who had comprehended the second realm of artistic conception was really Ling Tian, this means that Ling Tian successfully reached the realm of the 8th level of the innate master at the age of only 18. Moreover, he also comprehended the second realm of artistic conception. How awesome is that? You should know that Tian Dao Wang had become a powerful Wang of the first level of Tianwu realm at the age of 38. He thought he was already incredibly awesome, but now, seeing Ling Tian, he actually felt like his self-esteem was hurt. He had already comprehended the second realm of artistic conception at the age of 18. Doesn't that mean that Ling Tian might become a martial emperor before the age of 30? Then wouldn't they be much more awesome than me? What do you mean? Didn't you say Ling Tian's comprehension is the worst in Kyoto University? Can poor comprehension lead to the realm of artistic conception? Tian Dao Wang suddenly thought that maybe Lu Quan didn't want him to accept a disciple, so he was deliberately fooling him, and he became angry. The terrifying pressure crushed Lu Quan. How could a low-level innate master like Lu Quan resist the pressure from a peak martial emperor? Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lu Quan was crushed to the ground by the powerful pressure. His body kept shaking, and blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth again. At this moment, Lu Quan was so aggrieved that he wanted to cry. He also felt that he was very wronged. "Master, I don't know either. Before, I was indeed watching Ling Tian strike the enlightenment steel. He struck 40 times but still didn't enter the state of enlightenment. I don't know what he was doing. This is something everyone has seen. How dare I lie to you?" Lu Quan was so scared that he started crying. Emperor Tian Dao Wang frowned and looked at the students around him. Is what he said true? The students from the student union nodded and said, "Professor Tian Dao, that's indeed the case. We all saw it at the time." And Ling Tian seemed to have hit the enlightenment monument more than 4,000 times before he entered the state of enlightenment. At this moment, commotion broke out among the crowd again. "Hello, principal!" Everyone shouted, and saw a man in his 50s, who looked very majestic, walking over with a group of people from the crowd. And that person was none other than Ten Ming, the president of Kyoto University. He is a peak martial emperor who has already touched the threshold of the laws of martial arts, and can be said to be a half-step martial saint. Principal Tianming also has another identity, that is, the son of Tianni, the former minister of education of Longhua. Principal Tianming nodded in response to everyone, and then his eyes fell on Ling Tian. He is Ling Tian. Principal Tianming was obviously shocked as well. As a half-step martial saint, he could naturally feel Ling Tian's 8th level innate cultivation. What kind of monster is this that has such strength at such an age? Zheng Fan's face was also filled with shock. He had been shocked when he had felt Ling Tian's cultivation level before. The result now is even more shocking. Principal Zheng Fan realized that although he had overestimated Ling Tian, he still found that he had underestimated him. Boom! However, in just that instant, Ling Tian's aura increased again. The intensity of the artistic conception realm surged again, and the light of the Enlightenment Monument almost illuminated the entire Kyoto University. 21 stars of enlightenment were lit up, which means that Ling Tian comprehended the third level of artistic conception. To reach the Jinwu realm, there is a hard condition, that is, you must comprehend the artistic conception. If one wants to reach the Tianwu realm and become a martial emperor, there is also a hard condition, which is that one must condense the artistic conception into a domain. Ling Tian is only 18 years old, but he has already comprehended the triple realm of artistic conception. How can everyone not be shocked? Although they felt that this was impossible, the Enlightenment stele was a divine object left over from ancient times. The judgment of the Enlightenment Monument was correct. If the understanding was not sufficient, the Enlightenment star would never emit any light. How did he do it? Everyone was asking, hoping someone could give an answer. At this moment, Principal Tianming said, "Everyone, be quiet. Ling Tian's epiphany is about to end. After his epiphany is over, we can ask him how he did it." Principal Tianming naturally knew over the past 2 days that Ling Tian had struck the Enlightenment Monument over 4,000 times but had not yet experienced enlightenment. "It's just because I was busy with other things and didn't have time to look for Ling Tian." Seeing that Ling Tian's epiphany was about to end, Principal Tianming decided to ask Ling Tian what was going on. At this time, time, the artistic conception aura on Ling Tian's body was gradually weakening. 3 minutes later, the light of the martial arts star on the Enlightenment Monument completely disappeared. Ling Tian's epiphany also ended. Finally, his comprehension of the realm of artistic conception was elevated to the third level of artistic conception. In other words, Ling Tian's martial arts limit is at least the third level of Tianwu realm. Soon, the light of the Enlightenment stars on the Enlightenment Monument was all extinguished, and everyone also confirmed how powerful Ling Tian's understanding of the realm of artistic conception was at this time. He was just a master warrior at the 8th level of innateness, but he had already successfully comprehended the third level of artistic conception that only ordinary warriors at the third level of martial emperor could comprehend. This kind of talent for understanding cannot be described in simple words. Good. Seeing Ling Tian's extraordinary comprehension, and the fact that he was a possessor of SSS level innate abilities. At this time, in the minds of the teachers at Kyoto University, Ling Tian had already been regarded as a future martial saint. Even the most powerful warrior in the Dragon Kingdom, who was at the level of martial saint, was not as powerful as Ling Tian when he was young. Principal Tian Ming looked at a teacher in the crowd who was at the 6th level of the martial king realm. Teacher Zhang, go help Ling Tian register. He has lit up a total of 21 enlightenment stars. Record all the credits. After hearing what Principal Tian Ming said, Teacher Zhang hurried to an office on the edge of Wudao Square. Then he turned on the computer and started recording Ling Tian's scores. You know, credits are extremely important to every student at Kyoto University. Credits are not only an important criterion for assessing a student's performance, but also have many functions. For example, the cafeteria and trading areas at Kyoto University all require credits to conduct transactions. It's the same as the contribution value of the Martial Arts Association. 1 credit can buy something worth about $1,000. However, if you use Dragon Country currency to purchase things at Kyoto University, it will be more expensive. For example, if you want to buy something worth 1,000 Dragon Country coins at Kyoto University, you only need to pay 1 credit. But if you want to use Dragon Country currency to purchase it, you will have to pay 1,200 Dragon Country currency. The purpose of doing this is to encourage students to actively complete various courses and tasks at Kyoto University, earn credits, and improve their abilities. On the Enlightenment Square, you can also earn credits by improving your understanding of the artistic conception and lighting up the Enlightenment stars on the Enlightenment Monument. You can get 10 credits by lighting up the 1st to 9th Enlightenment stars. If you light up the 10th to 18th stars, you can get 100 points of stars. If you light up 19 to 27 Enlightenment stars, you can get 1,000 credits. And now Ling Tian has successfully lit up 21 stars of enlightenment. So the total score is 3,990 points. If freshman students at Kyoto University want to smoothly transition from freshman year to sophomore year, you must obtain at least 100 credits. If you want to advance from sophomore to junior year, you need at least 1,000 points. Ling Tiankai had just arrived at Kyoto University and had already obtained a full 3,990 points in just a few days. In other words, Ling Tian at this time has already qualified to advance to the junior year. The competition at Kyoto University is extremely fierce. If you fail to meet the credit requirements for 2 consecutive years, then they will be forced to drop out of school. Of course, this kind of thing usually doesn't happen. After all, students who can study at Kyoto University are 1 in a million. It is not impossible to graduate. Even if you cannot meet the requirements in the first year, you can still advance if you repeat a year. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Emperor looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian slowly stood up and immediately saw Principal Tian Ming, Principal Zhengfan and others in the crowd. Principal Tian Ming, although a peak martial emperor, his aura far exceeds that of an ordinary martial emperor, and his temperament is somewhat similar to the old minister Ling Tian had met before. Ling Tian guessed the identity of Principal Tian Ming almost immediately. Ling Tian was not surprised that there were so many people here. After all, he had lit up 21 stars of enlightenment. Ling Tian had already learned about this before. Among the more than 4,000 students in the entire Kyoto University, only half of the people can light up more than 9 martial arts stars, and only 30% of people can light up more than 12. Only 10% of them can light up 15. After the 15th one, the number of people dropped significantly. There are only a dozen or so students who can light up the 18 stars of enlightenment. As for lighting up the 19 and condensing the realm of artistic conception, there was only one person before Ling Tian. Now Ling Tian directly broke all previous records and directly lit up the 21 enlightenment stars on the Enlightenment Monument. Then it must have caused a sensation throughout Kyoto University. So it is normal for the principal and others to gather here. Hello, principal and teachers. Ling Tian came to the teachers, clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Everyone nodded, looking at Ling Tian's neither humble nor arrogant attitude, with admiration in their eyes. Principal Tianming looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, very good. You are very very good, although my father has already told me about your excellence. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked when I saw you. You are worthy of being the most outstanding student admitted to Kyoto University. I believe that with you and Xiaolongquan, Kyoto University will be able to successfully defeat Magic City University, become the #1 martial arts university in our Dragon Country again. Originally, Kyoto University was the top military university in Dragon Country, but in recent years, Magic City University has made rapid progress. Perhaps it was because of the support of the Martial Arts Association, which was so rich that many students accepted the admission of Magic City University and went to Magic City University. It was just like when the people from the 3 major martial arts universities went to recruit Ling Tian. Just talking about the benefits of letting Ling Tian study there, the most practical and valuable one is the Magic City University. You know, Magic City University gave Ling Tian Martial Arts Association a benefit of 1 million contribution points. If it were someone else, they would have succumbed to such temptation long ago. At this moment, Emperor Tian Dao frowned. He could understand why Ling Tian was the first to greet Principal Tianming. After all, Principal Tianming is a powerful man who is half a step into the holy martial realm, and he is also the president of Kyoto University. In terms of both strength and status, he is the #1 in Kyoto University. However, Ling Tian actually ignored him all this time, which made Emperor Tian Dao Wang feel very unhappy. That day, the Sword Martial Emperor stood up and looked at Ling Tian with a condescending attitude. Ling Tian, right? Kneel down and kowtow. After hearing what Emperor Tian Dao Wang said, everyone was stunned and looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he meant. Why do you have to kneel down and kowtow? Ling Tian frowned and asked the Heavenly Sword Emperor, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Ling Tian nodded lightly, even though he was in a state of enlightenment just now. But Ling Tian's mental strength was so strong that he was in a state of enlightenment. It is still possible to distract yourself a little and pay attention to the surrounding situation. If someone else entered the state of enlightenment, they would not have such ability. Because, for ordinary warriors, the state of enlightenment will end prematurely if they are distracted even a little. Senior Tian Dao Wang, the director of the Sword Department of Kyoto University, is also the second most powerful person in Kyoto University and a peak Wang. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Emperor Tian Dao nodded with satisfaction, with pride in his eyes. So you know it's mine? If that's the case, why are you still standing there? Ling Tian, kneel down and kowtow. I will accept you as my personal disciple and teach you everything I know. With a famous teacher like me as your master, you will definitely become a martial saint in the future. That day, Dao Wu Huang was full of confidence. He believed that Ling Tian had no reason to reject him. Emperor Tian Dao Wang has made it so clear that he wants Ling Tian to be his personal disciple. Everyone knows very well what it means to be a direct disciple. That is to teach Ling Tian everything he knows and understands without any reservation. He treated Ling Tian just like his own son. Everyone felt that Ling Tian had no reason to refuse. Those powerful martial emperors were also unhappy when they heard the words of Tian Dao Martial Emperor. You know, Ling Tian is the most outstanding student in the history of Kyoto University. Even compared to the strongest student in Kyoto University, Xiaolongquan is better than him. They also wanted to take Ling Tian as their apprentice, and everyone started cursing. Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, who are you? Do you think we don't exist? Are we not qualified to accept Ling Tian as our apprentice? Why should Ling Tian accept you as his master? Ling Tian, come to me, I will accept you as my apprentice without reservation. I have a daughter who is 3 years older than you. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. I will marry all my daughters to you. After hearing what that person said, everyone was even more shocked. It has to be said that these martial emperors really spent a lot of money to make Ling Tian their disciples. But that day, the Sword Martial Emperor had a look of disdain on his face. All of you, shut up. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor pointed at a burly old man and said loudly, Purple Hammer Martial Emperor, if you're talking about innate abilities, it's an S-level lightning ability. Speaking of cultivation, you are only at the Martial Emperor level, and you are more than 10 years older than me. Is your daughter 3 years older than De Ling Tian? She is clearly 13. What can you compare me with? Speaking of talent, am I not the best among the martial emperors of Kyoto University? I am less than 50 years old, but I am already a 9th level martial emperor, second only to the principal. Speaking of superpowers, Ling Tian and I both awakened the innate superpower of fire. Finally, speaking of weapons, Ling Tian and I both use swords as weapons. Are you more suitable than me? After hearing what Emperor Daowu said that day, everyone was stunned and then fell into silence. That's indeed the case. In this way, it seems that no matter which aspect, Tian Dao Wang is more suitable to be Ling Tian's master. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. At this moment, Principal Tianming came out. Principal Tianming said, Ling Tian, my father made a promise to you before, if you come to Kyoto University. No matter which martial emperor of Kyoto University you want to become a direct disciple of, we can help you. Now you can choose for yourself. Almost all the martial emperors of Kyoto Kyoto University are here. Who do you want to choose as your master? Ling Tian nodded. Principal, in fact, I had already decided which powerful person I would like to be my teacher on the way to Kyoto University. Oh, after hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone's eyes showed curiosity. Everyone was speculating who Ling Tian would choose to be his master. Principal Tianming said, "Tell me, who do you want to be your master? I can make the decision for you. Even if it's my father, I can ask for you." After hearing what Principal Tianming said, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. You have to know that Principal Tianming's father is the Minister of Education and one of the 8 great martial saints. Even the Tiandao martial emperor was a little worried, but he was not worried at all about what these martial emperors said. After all, they are not as good as himself, but if he were to compete with a martial saint, he would lack confidence. At this moment, Ling Tian glanced at the powerful martial emperors present. The entire Wudao Square fell into silence, and everyone held their breath. Many students were excited and curious about who Ling Tian would choose as his master. At this moment, Ling Tian said, "Principal, the person I want to become your disciple is not here." Oh, everyone was stunned after hearing Ling Tian's words. Even the Emperor of Heavenly Sword felt surprised, including President Tianming of Kyoto University and the Emperor of Heavenly Sword. The strongest one and the second strongest one were not the ones Ling Tian wanted to choose. This made everyone even more confused. Who exactly did Ling Tian want to become his disciple? Tianming, the president of Kyoto University, asked, "Ling Tian, who do you want to become your disciple?" Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and answered directly, "The person I want to become your disciple is Professor Han Yu from Kyoto University." Han Yu. Everyone was stunned after hearing this name. There was a look of shock in the eyes of Emperor Tiandao Wu, and he looked at Ling Tian in surprise and asked loudly, "Ling Tian, you want to become Han Yu's disciple? Are you sure you are not kidding me?" Ling Tian nodded lightly, but his eyes showed determination. "Yes, I have already thought about it. A big part of the reason I came to Kyoto University is for Professor Han Yu." Emperor Tiandao Wu immediately felt unhappy and felt that he was better than Han Yu in every way. "Ling Tian, are you crazy? I admit that old guy Han Yu's talents and abilities are very powerful, but he is now a useless person. He's just a useless person, and you actually want to become his disciple? Are you kidding us?" Ling Tian's eyes showed a firm look. "I have already known Professor Han Yu for a long time. Of course, he is not joking." Seeing Ling Tian's incomparably determined look, Principal Tianming shook his head helplessly. "Ling Tian, I don't know where you heard about Professor Han Yu, but I still want to tell you once. Professor Han Yu is indeed an extremely talented warrior. He is the only one who has awakened SSS-level spatial abilities since our Dragon Nation entered the warrior era. His talent is much stronger than that of Tiandao Wawang. At the age of 38, Tiandao Wawang reached the first level of Tianwu realm and became a Wawang powerhouse. Professor Han Yu had already reached the first level of the Tianwu realm and was a martial emperor at the age of 36. 10 years ago, he had even reached the level of a half-step martial saint. His strength was only stronger than mine. But just 10 years ago, an SSS secret realm suddenly entered a violent mode, and 3/8 level overlord beasts inside broke through the space barrier. He led 100,000 ferocious beasts to attack our Kyoto. Professor Han Yu worked hard to protect everyone and defend our home. He burned his potential and fought against 3/8 level ferocious beasts, and actually succeeded in killing them. However, his Chi Hai Dantian also collapsed as a result, and his cultivation level regressed. He is now unable to condense true essence. His strength has regressed to the level of an innate master, and there is no way he can recover in his lifetime. Ling Tian nodded. "I know about this matter. You know, there is such a saying among those who have awakened their talents and superpowers. Time is king, space is king." Although, Ling Tian felt that even the time ability was not as powerful as his healing talent. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, time and space are indeed the most powerful supreme talents. At present, no one with the gift of time has been found on Blue Star. Although there are several people with spatial abilities, there is only one person like Han Yu in Dragon Country. Ling Tian would naturally become Han Yu's disciple if nothing unexpected happened to him. He must be a martial saint now. Even the old minister may not be his match. Principal Tianming nodded helplessly and said, "It's like this. Professor Han Yu's strength may have declined due to the shattering of his Dantian Chi Si. His personality also became extremely withdrawn. He only gave lectures twice a month. Normally, he would even meet me." Ling Tian, although Professor Han Yu is an SSS-level space talent awakener, but now his personality, his talent, and his strength, he is not a match for you. In fact, I don't recommend you to become his apprentice. However, Ling Tian shook his head, with determination in his eyes. What Ling Tian was concerned about was that Professor Han Yu had suffered irreparable injuries. Because only in this way can Ling Tiankai heal him, and after being healed, Ling Tiankai can copy and awaken the other party's SSS-level spatial ability. You know, Ling Tian has been coveting the ability of space for a long time. As an auxiliary, the spatial ability can open up storage space, and the size of the space continues to expand as the strength increases. If Ling Tian awakens his spatial ability now, the storage space he opens up can probably earn him a 1,000-foot mountain. When Ling Tian reaches the realm of Martial Emperor or even Martial Saint, he dare not imagine how big the storage space will be. Speaking of attack, the space dimension slash is extremely sharp and can cut through anything. Although it may not be as overbearing as his own destructive black flame, it is hard to guard against and difficult to avoid. Speaking of movement, once you awaken your spatial ability, you can easily walk in the air. In the void, it is like walking on flat ground. You can fly even without reaching the realm of Martial Emperor, and the energy consumption is very small. Most importantly, it's fast enough. In addition, the spatial ability of spatial movement makes him like a ghost in battle, making him unpredictable. If Ling Tian could obtain the SSS space ability, his combat capability could be said to be comprehensively improved. Moreover, Professor Han Yu was already a useless person at this time, and he must have lost hope in martial arts. If Ling Tian could heal the other person, it would undoubtedly be a timely help to Professor Han Yu. Ling Tian could naturally treat him sincerely. On the contrary, although Emperor Tian Dao Wang spoke so nicely, he treated Ling Tian as his personal disciple without reservation. But who knows if the other party has any bad intentions. As for character, Ling Tian still trusts Professor Han Yu, a hero who fights for his country. Ling Tian looked at Principal Tian Ming and said, "Principal, I have decided that I came to Kyoto University to become Professor Han Yu's apprentice. If not, I would not have agreed so easily to the old minister. If you are really willing to help me, just say hello to Professor Han Yu and let me meet him." But the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor instantly became angry. "Boy, are you crazy? I admit that Han Yu was stronger than me when he was at his peak, but now he is just a useless person with a withdrawn personality. Having someone like me as your master is a blessing you have earned in several lifetimes. Why did you choose a loser? Kneel down and kowtow to me to become your disciple. Do you hear me?" Ling Tian's face was gloomy. "Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, please be careful with your words. What do you mean by he is a waste? Professor Han Yu fought for humanity and for the people, but ended up like this. He is a hero that all of us deserve to respect for our entire lives. In my opinion, people like you who are useless to the country and the people, and who only curse others behind their backs, are the real waste." Well said. Ling Tian's words disturbed many students and teachers. What Ling Tian said was absolutely correct, although Professor Han Yu didn't have many friends at Kyoto University. But everyone respected him very much. Tian Dao Wang was so arrogant that he said such a hero was a waste. Everyone has been unhappy for a long time, and now Ling Tian is expressing everyone's thoughts. "Boy, you're looking for death." In an instant, Emperor Tian Dao Wu became angry, furious, and shouted loudly. Boom! Suddenly, the powerful pressure from the 9th level Martial Emperor of the Tianwu realm descended in an instant. The terrifying pressure, like an invisible wave hundreds of feet high, instantly submerged the entire Wudao Square. Even space was constantly distorted by the powerful pressure. The powerful pressure crushed the students present, making them feel like they were suffocating. It seemed as if his bones were about to be crushed to pieces by the invisible pressure. That day, the Sword Martial Emperor glared at Ling Tian and loudly demanded, "Boy, I'm asking you one last time, do you want to be my apprentice?" Ling Tian just felt confused for a moment. What was this matter of becoming a disciple? What matters is that both parties are willing. If Ling Tian doesn't want to, then why is Emperor Tian Dao so excited here? "I already have someone I want to be my apprentice to." After hearing Ling Tian's answer, Emperor Tian Dao Wang immediately felt very embarrassed. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished," followed by the angry rebuke of Emperor Tian Dao Wu. In an instant, Emperor Tian Dao Wu raised his right hand, and suddenly a strong true energy burst out. As he raised his hand, the shadow of an extremely huge palm of true energy condensed above Ling Tian's head. As if it wanted to grab Ling Tian, the powerful airwave hit Ling Tian like an invisible wave. Ling Tian's clothes fluttered wildly and his hair swayed continuously, but Ling Tian was still not at all panicked. At this moment, Emperor Tian Dao Wu shouted angrily, "Boy, kneel down." With an angry shout, a huge palm of true energy pressed down from above Ling Tian's head. "Stop!" At this moment, Principal Tian Ming shouted angrily and raised his aura to the extreme. A powerful wave of air burst out from Principal Tian Ming's body, and Principal Tian Ming shouted angrily. The sound wave seemed to turn into an invisible sound wave column and hit the Jinyuan palm. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the huge true energy palm and the void collapsed instantly. The powerful aftermath impacted the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, causing his body to tremble slightly. He felt the blood boiling in his body and frowned. Although a half-step martial saint, like a Heavenly Martial Realm 9th level, is essentially the same as a Heavenly Martial Realm 9th level, but a half-step martial saint is someone who has already touched the threshold of the laws of martial arts. It seems that the two sides are only half a step away from each other, but the gap between them is simply beyond the comprehension of normal people. It can be said that at this moment, even if there are 3 Heavenly Sword Martial Emperors, they may not be a match for Principal Tian Ming. "Principal Tian Ming, what do you mean? Didn't you see Ling Tian was so disrespectful to me? crazy? Can't I teach him a lesson? Ling Tian instantly burst into laughter. Bullshit. If I don't agree to be your disciple, I'm disrespecting you? If I refute you and insult Professor Hanyu, is that disrespectful to you? If that's really the case, then you don't deserve to be my master. I'm disrespecting someone like you. Just get out of here. In my eyes, you're not even as good as Professor Hanyu's finger. Looking for death. Emperor Tian Daowu was furious. You are looking for death. However, it was just such a moment. A white figure suddenly appeared beside Emperor Tian Daowu Wang. That person was none other than Xuanning. Pa! The moment Xuanning appeared, she slapped him with her backhand. He slapped Tian Daowu Wang's face hard, but Tian Daowu Wang's attention was on Ling Tian and Principal Tian Ming. Xuanning's sudden appearance left him no time to react. A heavy slap landed directly on the face of Emperor Tian Daowu, and the crisp sound echoed in every corner of the Enlightenment Square. After the powerful force acted on Tian Daowu Wang's face, Tian Daowu Wang's facial features instantly deformed and twisted. His feet left the ground and he flew backwards. Rumble then, it hit the Enlightenment Monument heavily. Buzz buzz buzz, the Enlightenment Monument was smashed by the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, causing ripples. Wow! Emperor Tian Daowu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Xuanning in shock, obviously not expecting that there would be an inconspicuous little girl standing in the crowd. He actually had such strength that he could even slap himself away. This was something that Emperor Tian Daowu Wang had never expected. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor glared at Xuanning. Little bitch, you. However, before Emperor Tian Daowu Wang could finish his words, Xuanning suddenly appeared in front of him. He grabbed Tian Daowu Wang's hair and smashed it hard on the Enlightenment Monument. Bang! Tian Daowu Wang's face hit the Enlightenment Monument heavily, and Tian Daowu Wang's nose bridge was broken instantly. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor roared angrily, ah, but he had just shouted when he felt a terrifying force like a tidal wave erupting from Xuanning's palm. The terrifying power left him with no power to resist at all. Bang! With powerful force, Emperor Tian Daowu's face collided heavily with the Enlightenment Monument again. Who the hell do you think you are? You can't even beat me, and you still want Ling Tian to be your apprentice? Are you worthy? Xuanning shouted angrily, and holding the head of the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, she slammed it against the Enlightenment Monument. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, right? The second strongest person in the university, right? You want Ling Tianxia to kneel down, right? As Xuanning pressed Tian Daowu Wang's head again and again, it hit the Enlightenment Monument again and again. The blood of the Heavenly Sword Emperor continued to burn on the Enlightenment Monument. Emperor Tian Daowu Wang felt that an extremely powerful force was pouring into his body and blocking it. It left him with no power to resist at all, and that power was actually the power of the law. In other words, the little girl who was pressing his head was actually a strong man at the half-step martial saint level. After seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Even Principal Zheng Fan was shocked, although he had already known that Xuanning was very awesome. But I didn't expect Xuanning to be so awesome. He is the second strongest person in Kyoto University. He is extremely powerful. Normally, only President Tianming can suppress him slightly, but now, Emperor Tian Daowu Wang had no power to resist at all in front of Xuanning. Gurgle, even Principal Tianming swallowed his saliva. Who is this heroine? Zheng Fan quickly said, Miss Xuanning is my newly recruited security captain, and she is also Ling Tian's protector. What? Everyone was stunned after hearing what Principal Zheng Fan said. Principal Tianming was stunned. When did our school's security guards become so valuable? Those students looked at Ling Tian with surprise and envy. What surprised them was that Ling Tian actually had such a powerful protector. Even the second strongest person in Kyoto University, Emperor Tian Daowu Wang, was no match for her. If I were to be envious, it would be because Ling Tian actually had such a beautiful protector. It can be said that before Xuanning took action, she gave people the impression of being a fairy who came and went from the mortal world and was not affected by worldly affairs. But beneath that ethereal temperament, there is a hint of charm, and it is that charm that makes everyone feel a fatal heartbeat. It can be said that Xuanning has reached perfection in terms of appearance, temperament, and figure. No one could find any flaws at all on Xuanning's body. Everyone had already noticed Xuanning's existence, but no one dared to talk to her, because everyone always felt that this stunning woman, who had no flaws whatsoever, posed an inexplicable danger to them. It seemed that as long as they got close, they would be swallowed up by the unknown crisis. Now they all felt that they were so rational and restrained the urge to chat with Xuanning. Even a 9th level Tianwu realm expert like Tian Daowu Wang had no chance to fight back in front of Xuanning. If they try to flirt with Xuanning, wouldn't that be courting death? Principal Tianming quickly said, Ling Tian, can you get your protector to stop? Ling Tian nodded and quickly shouted, Sister Shui, that's enough, let him go. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Xuanning stopped. At this time, Emperor Tian Daowu Wang had already been hit so hard that his face was bruised and disfigured. He was completely in a state of self-doubt, and he couldn't even beat a little girl. This is the first time that Emperor Tian Daowu has been in such a miserable state since he broke through to the Tianwu realm. being ruthlessly ravaged. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Xuanning looked at the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor with disdain. You can't even defeat a protector like me, and you still want to be Ling Tian's master? Are you worthy? As soon as she finished speaking, Xuanning spat on Tian Dao Wang. It looks like the contrast is huge. Pooh, she clearly looked like a fairy who had just entered the mortal world, but she actually did such a rude thing, which made everyone feel their heads buzzing. Ling Tian also shook his head helplessly. Emperor Tian Dao Wang was so angry that his whole body began to tremble, because he just felt that Xuanning had used the power of the law to block his sea of true energy. As a result, he was unable to use his true energy in front of Xuanning, and thus lost the power to resist. If I could also comprehend the power of the martial arts laws, then I would definitely be able to defeat Xuanning. Emperor Tian Daowu was extremely angry and felt extremely humiliated. He asked loudly as he watched Xuanning leave. Who are you? Leave your name if you dare. Xuanning turned around and grinned. That smile was like a ray of sunshine in the morning, warm and pleasant. Ling Tian's protector, Kyoto University, captain of the security team, Xuanning. As she spoke, Xuanning came to Ling Tian's side. Everyone looked at Xuanning with shock on their faces. They didn't expect that such an awesome person would be the captain of the school security team. At this moment, Principal Tianming looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, I'm sorry about what happened today. It's my fault for not controlling Tian Dao well. Indeed, today's Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor was indeed inexplicable. Just because Ling Tian chose to become Han Yu's apprentice, he was furious with Ling Tian, and even disregarded his own face as a martial emperor and took it out on Ling Tian. Isn't this Chun Chun a psychopath? She deserves to be beaten up by Xuanning. Ling Tian shook his head. It's okay, Principal. I'm not hurt at all. Principal Tianming nodded, then his expression became serious. Ling Tian, although my father promised you before, if you come to Kyoto University, no matter which martial emperor you want to become his disciple, we can help you. But we really didn't expect that you chose Professor Hanyu. If you insist on taking him as your teacher, I can only let you meet Professor Hanyu. As for whether he is willing to accept your words, that depends on your own opportunity. Ling Tian nodded, unconcerned. Don't worry, Principal. I'm confident that Professor Hanyu won't miss out on a good disciple like me. Principal Tianming nodded with a helpless look on his face, then took out a jade pendant from his body. On the jade pendant, there is a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon carved. There is spiritual energy flowing in it, and you can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary item. Principal Tianming said, Ling Tian, this is the jade pendant I wore when I was young, called the Golden Dragon Jade Pendant. When you practice normally, put it on your body to keep your mind clear and avoid going astray. At the same time, you can also release a five-clawed golden dragon soul to protect you, and even the full-strength attack of a peak martial emperor can be blocked. However, once the five-clawed golden dragon soul appears, it will need to cool down for a month before it can appear again. If you take this jade pendant, then Professor Han Yu will naturally come to see you. Thank you, Principal. Ling Tian looked grateful and then happily accepted the golden dragon jade pendant. You know, this is a good thing that can withstand the full force attack of a peak martial emperor. It is at least SS level stuff, so Ling Tian naturally won't miss it. At the same time, he also remembered the help that Principal Tianming had given him, and he would be happy if Principal Tianming needed him in the future. Ling Tian will definitely not hesitate. Then Principal Tianming looked at the students and teachers around him. Alright, the farce is over. Everyone, those who need to study should study, those who need to practice should practice, and everyone can go home. After hearing what Principal Tianming said, everyone nodded and left quickly. Lu Quan ran to the side of Tian Daowuan with an anxious look on his face. Master, are you okay? A strong murderous intent was revealed in the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor. That bastard Ling Tian and that little bitch actually dared to insult me. Just wait for me. Soon, Ling Tian, Chen Yu and Xuanning returned to the dormitory, only to see a flash of light in Xuanning's hand. There was an extra piece of equipment on the table, something similar to a chessboard. After seeing that thing, Ling Tian's eyes showed a puzzled look. Isn't this a formation plate? Xuanning, how did you get this thing? Xuanning smiled slightly. I saw it in Principal Zhang Fan's office when I went to register with him. I played a few rounds with him and won the formation plate. The array board, something similar to a chessboard, has a total of 162 squares. It is divided into two camps, the red side and the blue side, and one camp has 81 grids. A formation can be set up in each grid. The array plate is used by array masters to deduce arrays. As long as you infuse your true essence into the array plate, then, you can set up a formation without any materials. The formation plate can also be used for two formation masters to play against each other. Therefore, the formation masters of the red side and the blue side will set up the formation together, attack each other, and deduce the formation. Of course, because the array plate does not require any materials, the array arranged by the array master can be displayed on the array plate. Therefore, the formation on the formation plate will not have any power at all, so the formation displayed is also virtual. However, almost every formation master has a formation plate. Ling Tian had heard a long time ago that Zhang Fan, the vice president of Kyoto University, was a grandmaster of formations. He is also the head of the formation department. He didn't expect that Xuanning could even beat Principal Zhang Fan. No wonder you haven't been seen for 2 days. Shen Yu on the side was also extremely surprised. She knew very well how powerful Vice Principal Zhang Fan's attainments in formation were. Many of the formations at Kyoto University today were set up by President Zhang Fan. Xuanning said with pride, Zhang Fan is pretty good. 3 games took 2 days to finish. But compared to me, he is still a little bit behind. Ling Tian, how about it? Are you interested in playing with me? Xuanning knew that Ling Tian also had good attainments in formations, and wanted to see what level Ling Tian was at. Okay. Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at Xuanning. Shen Yu was also a little excited. She knew that Ling Tian had also done some research on formations, but she didn't know how accomplished Ling Tian was in formations. Soon, Ling Tian and Xuanning activated their true energy and carved formation runes on the formation plate. The formation runes were continuously imprinted on the formation plate, and the formation game began. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 9 o'clock the next morning. Xuanning sat on the sofa in the dormitory, with a dull and empty look in her eyes, and kept shaking her head. He muttered to himself, impossible, impossible. I haven't won once. This is impossible. Yes, Ling Tian and Xuanning played chess all night long yesterday. As a result, Xuanning could only last half an hour in Ling Tian's hands at most. If Ling Tian wanted to, he could defeat her in just 1 minute. Xuanning has survived for thousands of years and has already done some research on battle formations, but now she is completely no match for Ling Tian. Looking at the unfinished game of chess in front of her, Xuanning almost collapsed. Xuanning persisted in this game of formation for half an hour before losing. Xuanning originally thought that her attainments in formation had improved, but she only realized it after it was over. Ling Tian's formation guided him everywhere, clearly giving him instructions. After Xuanning figured it out, she angrily said, Ling Tian, you look down on me. Your chess game is clearly an old man teasing a naughty child. Ling Tian laughed heartily. Sister Xue, you have a good talent for formations, but it's a pity that you met me. Playing chess with you all night is enough for you to study for a while. I'm going to become your disciple. Having said that, before Xuanning could react, Ling Tian slipped away. Xuanning felt unwilling and her self-esteem was hurt. From the day Xuanning met Ling Tian, she knew how terrifying Ling Tian's talent and understanding were. I also know that Ling Tian is proficient in formations. After all, Ling Tian relied on his awesome formations to crush the 3 beast kings during the college entrance examination. However, thousands of years ago, Xuanning was known as the most talented person in formation among the demon clan. But now she realized that her talent in formation was nothing compared to Ling Tian. Xuanning gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Ling Tian, just wait for me. From now on, I will concentrate on studying the formation. Next time we play chess, I must hold on to you for 3 minutes. No, 5 minutes. Kyoto University, Teacher's Lounge, second living area. Ling Tian stood outside the gate of a villa located at the deepest part. This is the residence of Professor Han Yu of Kyoto University. Ling Tian came to the door and pressed the doorbell. After a while, a voice came from the doorbell. Who is it? The person who spoke was a woman around 25 years old. Ling Tian said, hello, my name is Ling Tian, and I'm here to see Professor Han Yu. The person inside replied, my grandfather doesn't want to see guests. Please leave and don't come again next time. Ling Tian was not surprised. After all, everyone in Kyoto University knew that Professor Han Yu was eccentric and aloof. Normally, apart from appearing in classes twice a month, he doesn't communicate with anyone at other times. Ling Tian directly took out the jade pendant given by Principal Tian Ming from around his neck. This golden dragon jade pendant was given to me by Principal Tian Ming. He said that if I take it out, Professor Han Yu will meet with me. After seeing the golden dragon jade pendant, the woman was silent for a while and replied, come in. As he spoke, the door opened automatically. Ling Tian entered the villa and then came to the living room. In the living room, there was an old man with snow-white hair and a frail appearance. The old man was a little weak and his face was pale, like a candle in the wind. However, there is a powerful vitality in the body. At the same time, there is a domineering force that is devouring that vitality. Ling Tian knew that once the vitality in the body was devoured, the old man would die. And this old man is none other than the legend of Dragon Country. SSS level Space Ability Awakener, Space Martial Emperor, Han Yu. Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared calm on the surface, but was actually quite agitated on the inside. This guy is an SSS level guy sitting in a wheelchair, with a natural ability of space. Emperor Han Yu is about the same age as Principal Tian Ming and they are of the same generation. If it wasn't for the battle with the ferocious beast 10 years ago, burning his life and burning his sea of chi, it is estimated that he is now a martial saint in the holy martial realm. Next to Professor Han Yu was a woman wearing a professional suit, with a cool temperament, delicate face, and hot body. The person who just spoke to Ling Tian was her. And this woman is Professor Han Yu's granddaughter, named Han Xian. Han Xian, although only 20 27 years old, is already a powerful martial king at the third level of the true martial realm. He is a teacher at the Kendo department of Kyoto University. She has a hot temper and many students are afraid of her. After Ling Tian met the two people, he clasped his fists and bowed, neither humble nor arrogant. Student Ling Tian, greetings to Senior Han Yu and Teacher Han Xian. Professor Han Yu looked Ling Tian up and down and felt the surging power contained in Ling Tian's body. A complex look flashed in his eyes. Professor Han Yu felt that although Ling Tian in front of him was extremely young, his strength had already reached the level of a congenital master, and the surging and powerful blood in pure innate true essence are dozens of times or even more than those of warriors of the same level. It is estimated that even an ordinary martial king in the true martial realm is no match for Ling Tian. A genius like Ling Tian has great hope in the future and can become a powerful martial saint, and I was only half a step away from breaking through to the martial saint realm back then, but it was because of his burning true essence, burning sea of chi, and burning life. This caused his strength to decline and his injuries to be unable to recover. At the same time, he also lost the opportunity to become a powerful martial saint. Seeing Ling Tian now, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed a hint of pain. I've heard of you, Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in history, the only one to have received a perfect score in the college entrance examination. After hearing what Professor Han Yu said, a look of disdain flashed in the eyes of Professor Han Yu's granddaughter Han Xian. Because in Han Xian's opinion, the reason why Ling Tian could become the only person with full marks in the college entrance examination was because Ling Tian had the strongest SSS level talent and ability. If I had SSS level supernatural talents when I took the college entrance examination, I estimate that I can also get full marks in the college entrance examination. In Han Xian's opinion, a true genius is not just about being stronger than others in terms of supernatural talents. You must also have talent on top of understanding. Of course, Han Xian left Kyoto University yesterday to seek medicine for Professor Han Yuan, so they didn't know that Ling Tian had already successfully comprehended the third level of artistic conception. Han Xian only knew that Han Yu had attacked the Enlightenment Monument more than 1,000 times, but had never entered the state of enlightenment. Therefore, in Han Xian's opinion, Ling Tian's comprehension is a joke, and he probably won't have the chance to become a powerful warrior at the level of martial king in the future. As for Professor Han Yu, because of his introverted personality, he usually lives in his own world. Except for attending classes, I never communicate with anyone. This resulted in Professor Han Yu being completely unaware of Ling Tian's affairs. Professor Han Yu looked at Ling Tian and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Han Yu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Senior Han Yu, you are a hero in our dragon country's martial arts world and a leader among the second generation of strong men. I have long heard of your deeds and admire you. I came to you today hoping to become your direct disciple." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ling Tian actually came to become his disciple. "Boy, did I hear you right? You took me as your master, but do you know my situation? Right now, I might not even be able to defeat a slightly stronger Xian Tian Grandmaster. But you are a peerless genius with SSS-level supernatural powers. Are you sure you want to take me as your master?" Ling Tian nodded, his eyes showing determination. "Senior Han Yu, I am telling the truth. I am here to become your disciple." Han Yu smiled coldly, not believing what Ling Tian said was true at all. "Go away. I've already made the decision not to accept any more disciples. I'm already a useless person." "You are just a useless person. How can you be qualified to accept a disciple?" Professor Han Yu's attitude was still polite at this time. However, Ling Tian shook his head. "I am here today to become your disciple. If you don't accept me, I won't leave." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Han Yu and Han Xian both frowned, with dissatisfaction revealed in their eyes. "Boy, don't you understand what my grandfather said? Get out of here now. My grandfather doesn't accept disciples. Although my grandfather is no longer the space martial emperor he once was, he is no longer someone like you who can become his disciple." Ling Tian was completely bewildered. He had no idea what Han Xian meant. "Am I that kind of person? What kind of person am I? What the hell did I do?" Ling Tian did not answer Han Xian's words, but looked at Professor Han Yu sincerely. "Senior Han Yu, I know your situation. You suffered irreparable injuries from the battle with the ferocious beast. However, I happen to have the innate ability to heal, so why not let me help you? What if I can heal you?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Professor Han Yu remained calm, without any emotional fluctuations. "Over the past 10 years, I don't know how many people have come to me and said that they are confident that they can cure Professor Han Yu, but the final result was that no one could do it, not even the gifted warriors with SS-level holy healing light." Professor Han Yu had no idea how many times he had expected this before, but the final result was always disappointment. So now that he heard Ling Tian say that he was confident that he could cure him, he had already given up all hope. Professor Han Yu waved his hand, without any emotion in his eyes. "Please leave. My injuries cannot be cured. I know my situation. I need some quiet time. Let's go." Han Yu shook his head, Senior Hanyu, why don't you let me try? Maybe I can really heal you? At this time, Han Qian was completely furious. Shut up, who do you think you are? You said you cured my grandfather, but what did you do? Ugh, you got that dog mouth of yours? Do you know what my grandfather's injury is? You said it can be cured. Get out of here. Han Qian's expression was extremely angry, as if Ling Tian didn't leave, Han Qian was going to attack Ling Tian. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Professor Han Yu seemed to be affected and started coughing. When he coughed, blood foam came out of his mouth, his face was pale, and he looked very uncomfortable. Han Qian quickly took out a bottle of medicine from her body and then poured out a pill. The moment the pill appeared, a fresh fragrance filled the entire living room. There was a faint blue light flowing on the pill. Ling Tian recognized it at a glance. It was a 9 extreme green lotus pill that had reached SS level. As she spoke, Han Qian handed the pill to Professor Han Yu and glared at Ling Tian at the same time. Boy, get out of here quickly and don't disturb my grandpa here. Then he fed the pill to Professor Han Yu. If you take this pill, you will die. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Professor Han Yu, who was about to open his mouth to swallow the pill, suddenly froze. He stopped his actions, and Han Qian frowned immediately, and anger instantly surged to his head. He glared at Ling Tian, wishing he could tear his tongue out. What are you talking about, you little bastard? Get out of here right now. But Ling Tian was not in a hurry and explained calmly. Senior Han Yu, the injuries you sustained are not just the aftereffects of burning your life force in your sea of qi. When Senior Han Yu fought against the 3/8 level sacred beasts, one of them was a cursed blood dragon. When Senior Han Yu killed the cursed blood dragon, he was also cursed by the cursed blood dragon's ice blood curse. This is why even our dragon country's miracle doctors and those who have awakened advanced healing abilities are unable to cure it. Because the ice blood curse, normally only the heart blood of the cursed blood dragon can break the curse. Because of the ice blood curse, if someone wants to heal Senior Han Yu's injuries, the curse will be triggered, causing Senior Han Yu to fall into an extremely cold state. Not only is it untreatable, it will also cause Senior Han Yu even more pain. Am I right? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Professor Han Yu and Han Qian both showed surprise in their eyes. Originally, they thought that Ling Tian was just trying to get benefits and had no idea about Professor Han Yu's injuries. But now it seems that Ling Tian had made sufficient preparations before coming. Han Qian snorted coldly. Humph, so what? You are right, can you treat it? Even the miracle doctors in our dragon country can't cure this injury. Can you heal it? Besides, burning your true essence and your vital energy will cause irreversible injuries. Get out of here now. Ling Tian shook his head. 9 Extremes Green Lotus Pill is a grade healing pill, and the Ice Blood Curse is also an extremely curse. If Professor Han Yu swallows it, not only will it not be able to stabilize the injury, but it will also help the power of the Ice Blood Curse grow stronger, causing Professor Han Yu to suffer from the pain of being frozen and cut by a knife. Losing the ability to move and speak, he will die in a month at most. If Professor Han Yu takes this pill, he will die. What nonsense! This elixir was made by the Dragon Nation's top alchemist. Could he possibly harm my grandfather? Ling Tian said calmly, he's an alchemist, not a doctor, so he naturally doesn't know. Get lost. Even the top alchemists don't know. How could you know? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude to you. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying aura of a powerful martial king burst out from Han Qian. A powerful Zhenwu artistic conception enveloped Ling Tian, as if it was going to crush him. But Ling Tian didn't move at all and was not affected at all. Ling Tian said calmly, if you don't believe me, then let old Han take the medicine. After swallowing it, he will be in danger within 5 breaths at most. You are in danger, your whole family is in danger. Han Qian was completely enraged by Ling Tian. He was about to attack Ling Tian. Stop. However, Professor Han Yu stopped Sun Qian. Ling Tian, you said I'd be in danger within 5 breaths. I'll see if it's true. As he spoke, Professor Han Yu swallowed the pill directly into his stomach. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and sighed. Alas, I told you, but you just won't listen. Shut up. I want to see if my grandfather is in danger. If not, I'll make you pay. Han Qian glared at Ling Tian and shouted at him. Ling Tian was not in a hurry and just looked at Professor Han Yu. Han Qian counted coldly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You bastard, the 5 breaths are up. Why can't I see my grandfather? But at this moment, an icy breath instantly burst out from Professor Han Yu's body. The cold air was like a cold current that had existed for tens of millions of years, submerging the entire living room. The surroundings seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar in an instant. Han Qian, who was hit, felt as if her body was frozen. How could it be? Professor Han Yu's eyes were extremely ugly. He felt the power of the curse law erupting in his body, as if it was madly absorbing the power of the 9 Extreme Green Lotus Pill. Afterwards, the energy of the curse was becoming stronger little by little. In an instant, Professor Han Yu's skin turned blue, and Han Yu immediately felt that his blood, veins, and internal organs were frozen. The whole body couldn't stop shaking, and it only took a breath. A thick layer of ice had already frozen on Professor Han Yu's calves. Moreover, the ice was still spreading little
little by little, constantly freezing Professor Han Yu's upper body. Grandpa! Han Xian became extremely anxious after seeing this scene. It is indeed like that. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. It's not that Ling Tian is a great doctor, but because Ling Tian knows how Professor Han Yu died in his previous life. Professor Han Yu's curse broke out because he took the 9 extreme green lotus pill. His whole body was frozen, and even the 8 martial saints of Dragon Country could not solve the problem. Because the curse had long been deeply rooted in his body, the curse had taken root in his internal organs and even in his soul. If it is pulled out forcibly, Professor Han Yu will die. Grandpa, I'll take you to see the principal and ask him to ask the old minister to take a look at you. Ling Tian stopped Han Xian and said, don't bother. By the time the old minister arrives, Senior Han Yu will have already been cursed and frozen into an ice sculpture. Why don't you let me give it a try? In 3 minutes, I guarantee you'll be able to see a brand new Han Yu Senior. Get out of here, you bastard. I don't know what your purpose is. You're here just for Grandpa's 3 enlightenment pills. Are you still pretending? Ling Tian was stunned. Enlightenment pill? When did I get the enlightenment pill? Han Xian's eyes revealed murderous intent. Ling Tian, do you think I don't know how poor your understanding is? You've struck the enlightenment monument 1,000 times and still haven't had any enlightenment. Your comprehension is the worst among our Kyoto University students. It is almost impossible for you to become a powerful martial king in the future. You must know that my grandfather has the enlightenment pill. I want to get the enlightenment pill from my grandfather, so that I can comprehend the Jinwu realm and get the opportunity to break through the Jinwu realm. Ling Tian was speechless for a moment. This woman really has big breasts and no brains. Everything was based on her own guesswork. As for the rumors about herself, she must have only known the events before Ling Tian struck the enlightenment monument. Han Shen didn't even know what the final result was, yet she actually said such words now. At this time, Professor Han Yu's face was pale, and he felt that his body was completely frozen by the cold. It felt as if there were countless sharp icy blades inside his internal organs, constantly cutting and dividing him. It made him feel an unprecedented pain, as if even his soul was about to be frozen and shattered. Professor Han Yu, I only need 3 minutes. How about letting me give it a try? Han Xian was about to curse when Professor Han Yu said with difficulty, Give him 3 minutes. After hearing what her grandfather said, Han Xian suppressed her anger. Boy, I'll give you 3 minutes. If my grandpa is not good enough, I'll make you pay. Ling Tian was too lazy to answer the other party and went straight to Professor Han Yu. Afterwards, he activated his healing ability and infused power into Professor Han Yu's body. The power continued to enter Professor Han Yu's body, and at the same time Ling Tian also felt immense pain emerging in his body. Ling Tian felt as if his body had entered a state of ice and fire. Sometimes it feels like a burning fire, and sometimes it feels like a sharp blade of ice cutting through the air. It was as if tens of millions of insects and ants were frantically gnawing at his internal organs. Even the surface of the skin seemed to be torn apart by a strange force. At the same time, Ling Tian also felt the pain of his life, true essence, and sea of chi burning. This pain is already the 9th level of pain that Ling Tian can endure. This can almost be said to be the strongest pain Ling Tian has felt since traveling back through time. However, the pain continued to increase, and Ling Tian had already prepared himself mentally. He wanted to feel the 9th level of pain, but Han Xian, the stupid woman, refused to listen and insisted on making Professor Han Yu swallow the 9 extreme green lotus pill. This caused the pain to escalate, almost reaching level 10. If Ling Tian cannot bear the pain, he will fall into a coma. Once he falls into a coma, the cure will fail. Ling Tian was already a little angry. Originally, if he had cured Professor Han Yu, he wouldn't have needed to feel level 10 pain. While Ling Tian was healing Professor Han Yu, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed shock. He clearly felt that the injuries in his body were recovering rapidly. The pain was getting less severe with every passing second. What shocked him the most was that his chi-si, which had been shattered, was actually repairing itself bit by bit. The broken tendons and veins were also reconnected. The ice blood curse transformed from the power of the curse law in the body was actually disappearing bit by bit. If the situation continues like this, there is nothing I can do to repair it except my cultivation, but my condition will be restored in 3 minutes at most. What kind of healing power is this? I've never heard of it before. Professor Han Yu became excited, but he couldn't speak and express his excitement. But the one who was in pain was Ling Tian. Ling Tian felt that he was about to pass out at any moment. Han Shen looked at her watch and checked the time. Han Yu, 3 minutes are almost up. If you can't cure my grandfather, you'll delay his treatment. I won't let you go. Ling Tian didn't bother to pay attention to her. Since his rebirth, this was the first time that Ling Tian felt such difficulty in treating someone. On the one hand, I had to endure the pain of healing, and on the other hand, I had to listen to Han Xian chattering nonstop. Han Xian looked at the watch on her wrist. Ling Tian, you have less than 15 seconds left. Seeing that Ling Tian ignored her, Han Xian actually started counting down by herself. 10, 9, 8. Just shut up. Ling Tian was furious, and with a roar of anger, veins popped out on his forehead. In an
an instant, he raised his other hand. He slapped out with a slap, and the wind from the palm whistled instantly. That terrifying slap seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force and was as fast as lightning, directly hitting Han Xian's face. Pa! A loud and clear slap echoed throughout the living room. Han Xian was stunned instantly, her facial features twisted and crumpled into a ball. His body left the ground and flew backwards. Rumble! It directly smashed through a wall and fell heavily to the ground. Then it rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before stopping. Han Shui and Professor Han Yu were completely confused. However, Professor Han Yu did not feel sorry for his granddaughter at all, because he had already felt it a long time ago. At this moment, Ling Tian was enduring tremendous pain while healing himself. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept flowing down his forehead. It was as if he would pass out at any moment, and that painful expression reminded him of the pain he usually felt when he was ill. Ling Tian was enduring the pain and healing himself, but Han Xian kept nagging beside him. Not to mention Ling Tian, even I was angry. At this time, Han Xian stood up, anger surged to her head, her face turned red with anger, and her expression became ferocious. The slap Ling Tian gave her just now caused half of her face to swell up. A little freshman actually dared to hit himself. Ling Tian, if you don't want to die, shut up. However, Han Xian had just uttered 2 words when Ling Tian shouted angrily. In an instant, murderous intent filled the air, and Ling Tian's angry rebuke exploded in Han Xian's ears like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. The void above Han Xian's head sank like the mouth of a bull. Ling Tian's extremely domineering Skyfire realm domain erupted instantly, crushing and affecting Han Xian. Boom! Han Xian immediately felt a tremendous force crushing her. She was completely unable to resist and was instantly crushed to the ground. The ground shattered by the crushing, and a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. The scorching heavenly fire realm directly burned her clothes to ashes. The whole person was lying on the ground with his bare head, unable to move at all. What is this? When Han Yu and Han Xian, the grandfather and grandson, saw this scene, their hearts were filled with turmoil and they couldn't calm down at all. Han Xian could feel that Ling Tian could easily burn herself to ashes and turn her into dust with just a thought. This is actually a field? At this time, Professor Han Yu and Han Xian were completely confused. They simply couldn't understand it, and they even doubted whether the young man in front of them was Ling Tian. Didn't it say that Ling Tian was on the Enlightenment Square and hit the Enlightenment Monument 1,000 times but still couldn't enter the state of enlightenment? With such understanding, it would not be difficult for him to even comprehend the first level of Jinwu realm. But now Ling Tian in front of them not only comprehended the Jinwu artistic conception, but also condensed the artistic conception and broke through into the artistic conception realm. This is clearly something that only a strong person at the martial emperor level can do, but Ling Tian, a martial artist at the 8th level of the innate realm, actually did it. Han Xian, a martial king at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, was like an ant in front of Ling Tian. He was clearly 4 levels higher than Ling Tian in terms of cultivation, but he had no power to resist Ling Tian at all. The gap was so huge that Han Xian was completely scared this time. Only now did she realize how good Ling Tian's temper was. After seeing that Han Xian didn't say anything, Ling Tian continued to heal Professor Han Yu. Originally, Ling Tian should have been able to recover in 3 minutes, but Han Xian kept nagging in front of him. This caused Ling Tian to take about an extra minute. At this time, Professor Han Yu clearly felt that the curse in his body had disappeared. The most miraculous and incredible thing is that his shattered Qi Hai Dantian has completely recovered. The broken tendons and veins were reorganized and the injuries were almost healed. Only his own cultivation had not recovered yet. However, when his Qi Hai Dantian, tendons and veins recovered, the curse also disappeared. Professor Han Yu was confident that he would only need a month at most to recover to his peak condition. At this moment, although Ling Tian looked painful on the surface, he was actually happy in pain, because Ling Tian felt that the extremely mysterious talent and ability was copied by himself. A mysterious blue energy appeared in his body and merged with his body. Then it took root and sprouted in his body. Ling Tian knew that this was the SSS level innate ability, space. Not only that, Professor Han Yu's understanding of martial arts, his insights into martial arts skills, and his life memories also continued to enter Ling Tian's mind. This made Ling Tian extremely excited. In the future, he would be an awesome warrior with spatial talent and ability, although he was already awesome now. Soon, just 1 minute passed and Ling Tian was finally healed. Ling Tian put away his natural talents and abilities and looked at Professor Han Yu. Ling Tian didn't have time to speak. Ha 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 ha! Professor Han Yu burst into a loud laughter. I'm fine. I'm fine. Professor Han Yu was extremely proud. I'm fine. As he roared, he felt that all the pain and grievances he had suffered over the years were vented out with each roar. Han Xian was also confused. At this time, Professor Han Yu had a rosy complexion, a steady breath, and a strong vitality. The most incredible thing is that a man who is nearly 60 years old now looks like a middle-aged man in his 30s. I'm fine. Professor Han Yu roared, took a step forward, and appeared directly at a height of 1,000 meters in the air. I'm fine. Then, he appeared in front of Ling Tian again and gave gave Ling Tian a big hug. Kyoto University, in President Zhang Fan's office. Vice Principal Zhang Fan stared at the computer and opened a Japanese action movie. Teachery crying in Airk's new film is here, let me see what's going on. As he said this, he prepared to unbuckle his belt. I'm fine. A loud roar echoed in the ears of Principal Zhang Fan. He was so scared that his whole body shuddered and he went limp in an instant. When I took a closer look, I was stunned for a moment. Old Han. Principal Zhang Fan was completely confused. I'm fine. However, just as Principal Zhang Fan reacted, Han Yu had already disappeared. Kyoto University, President Tianming's staff dormitory, in the toilet. Principal Tianming was excited. It's coming. It's coming. I've been constipated for 3 days. It's coming. I'm going to be free from the pain. I'm fine. Principal Tianming, who was about to get rid of constipation, was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he held it back again. You're looking for a roar. Principal Tianming was about to get angry, with veins popping out on his forehead, but when he saw who was coming, he was calm. Principal Tianming was confused. Old Han? However, before Principal Tianming could recover from his shock, Professor Han Yu teleported and disappeared. Along with Professor Han Yu's roar, for a full 5 minutes, Professor Han Yu's old friends at Kyoto University. After being scared by Professor Han Yu again and again, Professor Han Yu returned to his dormitory. At this moment, Han Yu looked at Ling Tian with excitement in his eyes. At this moment, Han Yu was the greatest benefactor in his life. He never thought that there was someone in this world who could help him recover. Even Han Xian was stunned when she saw Han Yu frantically using his spatial ability to move through space. Han Xian already knew that her grandfather had been cured. Normally, Professor Han Yu doesn't dare to use his spatial ability, because once he used his spatial ability, the curse in his body would be unleashed, and he would fall into pain and even find it difficult to move. Now that she saw Professor Han Yu jumping around in life, she knew that Han Yu was completely recovered. Han Yu looked at Ling Tian excitedly. Ling Tian, how on earth did you do it? Even a warrior with SS-level healing ability can't heal me? What's with your healing talent? Why can it heal me? This was not only Han Yu's doubt, but also Han Xian's doubt. However, Han Xian didn't have time to care about so much and hurried to her room, because just now, Ling Tian's Skyfire realm directly burned all her clothes. She couldn't stand next to her grandfather and Ling Tian like this. Ling Tian explained his healing ability, and Professor Han Yu exclaimed, it can actually recover to the point where there are no negative states. This ability is beyond the scope of healing. However, Han Yu looked apologetic. I didn't expect that you would endure my pain while healing me. Ling Tian, I won't say more. Please accept my greeting. As he said that, Han Yu was about to kneel down in front of Ling Tianxia. However, just as Professor Han Yu's legs bent down, Ling Tian, however, held up Professor Han Yu's arms and helped him up. Professor Han Yu has now fully recovered from his injuries. However, his cultivation is still at the level of an innate master. If he is at his peak state, Ling Tian's strength is naturally far inferior to his. But now Ling Tian can surpass Professor Han Yu in strength. Professor Han Yu had no way to kneel down. Ling Tian quickly said, Professor Han Yu, healing you is what a student should do. You are the pillar of our dragon country and the hero of our people. I naturally have the obligation to treat you well. If I see you injured like this and I don't do anything, then what good is this gifted ability of mine? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed deep emotion. Ling Tian, you are my savior. If you hadn't intervened today, I would have been dead. Even if you are immortal, you are still a useless person, spending your life in a muddle. You deserve my respect. As he spoke, Professor Han Yu wanted to kneel down to Ling Tian again, but Ling Tian was still holding Professor Han Yu. Senior Han Yu, I'm here to become your disciple. How can a master kowtow to his disciple? What should I do if you say that? Seeing how determined Ling Tian was, he would never accept Han Yu's thanks no matter what. Han Yu shook his head helplessly and looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you are a good kid, whether it is your comprehension, physique, or supernatural talent. They are all unique in the entire Dragon Kingdom. I really don't know what to teach you. I have awakened an SSS level spatial ability, and I have also learned about your abilities, which are healing, mental power, and fire. All my life, I have been studying the supernatural powers of space. Even the Jinwu artistic conception and the realm of artistic conception are all about space. Even if you follow me, I can't teach you anything. Afterwards, Han Yu puffed out his chest and promised, Ling Tian, you saved me, and you will be my lifelong benefactor. No matter what you ask for in the future, I will do it for you. I will help you without hesitation, but forget about becoming your disciple. It's not that I look down on you, it's just that I can't afford to be your disciple. If you follow me, wouldn't that be misleading the students? Don't worry, in this dragon country, tell me who you want to become a disciple of. Even if you want to become a disciple of any of the 8 martial saints, I will definitely help you achieve it. However, Ling Tian smiled slightly and shook his head, with a firm look in his eyes. Professor Han Yu, I came here today just for you, and you are the only one who can teach me. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Han Xian, who had just walked out of the room, was also confused and looked at Ling Tian with Han Yu. You know, Professor Han Yu knows nothing about fire, spiritual power, and healing abilities. They really didn't understand what they could do to help Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled slightly, and at this moment, a ray of light appeared on his body. Professor Han Yu, look! The moment Ling Tian finished speaking, a powerful spatial fluctuation appeared around him. In just that instant, Ling Tian took a step forward and appeared in the void dozens of meters away in an instant. Walking in the air, standing in the void, looking at Professor Han Yu. Then, he took another step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. Ling Tian's figure moved continuously in the void, and after flashing several times, he came in front of Professor Han Yu and Han Xian. Suddenly, the entire courtyard fell into silence. Time and space seemed to have solidified and stopped flowing. Han Yu and Han Xian, the grandfather and grandson, stopped breathing and stared at Ling Tian blankly. It felt like my heart was about to jump out of my chest. I simply couldn't believe this was real. Ling Tian then raised his hand, and in an instant, the blue supernatural power condensed and turned into a 3-foot-long sharp blade. He slashed towards the space, and in an instant, ripples appeared in the space. Ling Tian easily tore a hole in the space. Space shift, and space dimension slash. Finally, Professor Han Yu couldn't help but call out the name of the move Ling Tian performed. At this time, Ling Tian's body was emitting strong spatial fluctuation energy. Even Han Xian was completely confused. They knew very well that moves like Ling Tian's could only be used by warriors who had awakened their spatial abilities. Ling Tian is using it so smoothly now. Doesn't that mean that Ling Tian is also an awakened person with spatial talent and supernatural powers? The basic abilities of space-related supernatural powers are space storage, space movement, and space dimension cutting. Now that Ling Tian has performed spatial displacement and spatial dimension slash, it goes without saying that Ling Tian also has spatial storage. Professor Han Yu looked at Ling Tian in shock. His eyeballs seemed to fall out of his sockets. Ling Tian, you have awakened your spatial ability? Professor Han Yu took a long time to stammer out a sentence. Ling Tian nodded calmly. Yes, he has indeed awakened his spatial ability. It should be SSS level. Professor Han Yu and Han Xian were both filled with shock and had no idea how to describe their shock. Space-related abilities do not necessarily reach SSS level strength upon awakening. For most warriors who awaken space abilities, their space abilities are only at S-level strength when they first awaken. The basic ability of S-level spatial ability is just spatial storage. However, the probability of spatial abilities evolving is very high, just like the normal evolution of a warrior's abilities when his cultivation breaks through to a higher realm. The chance of their abilities evolving is less than 10%. However, when powerful spatial ability masters break through to a higher realm, the probability of their spatial ability evolving exceeds 30%. Just like Professor Han Yu, when he became a warrior with awakened superpowers, the strength of his spatial superpower was only at the S level. Only when one reaches the innate realm can one be promoted to the SS level. When he broke through to the martial emperor realm, his spatial ability reached the SSS level. And now Ling Tian, while still in the innate realm, has awakened spatial abilities that have reached the SSS level. Professor Han Yu's inner thoughts were extremely complicated. He used to be known as the #1 space genius in the entire blue planet, but now in front of Ling Tian, he felt like a clown. Before this, Professor Han Yu and the others had already known that Ling Tian was the strongest high school student in the history of Dragon Country. That's because Ling Tian has awakened 3 sets of innate abilities, and the strength of the 3 sets of innate abilities has reached the SSS level. They felt that this was probably the limit of human warriors, but now they realized that it was just the limit of their cognition, not Ling Tian's limit. After half a day, Han Yu finally calmed down and looked at Ling Tian. Afterwards, he swallowed and asked, Ling Tian, when did you awaken your spatial ability? Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, just when I broke through the Xiantian realm, the essence of my life transformed and I awakened my spatial ability. Of course, Ling Tian would not say that he copied your spatial ability while treating you. After all, this is Ling Tian's biggest secret, and he would not easily tell it to even the people closest to him. Professor Han Yu and Han Xian looked at Ling Tian as if he were a monster. They couldn't find any words to describe Ling Tian now. Ling Tian still had a relaxed and calm look on his face, as if he had done something very normal. Professor Han Yu, you are the one who knows the most about spatial abilities in the entire Dragon Nation. I've only just mastered my spatial abilities. Who else can be my teacher besides you? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed confidence. He nodded and said, you are indeed right. After all, before you, I was the only strong man in Dragon Country who had awakened the SSS space ability. Although there are a few people who have awakened their spatial abilities, their levels have not yet reached the SSS level. It seems that I must accept you as my disciple today. Before, Han Yu disagreed because he felt that he had nothing to teach Ling Tian, and it would be misleading for Ling Tian to become his apprentice. But now it seems that if Ling Tian doesn't become his disciple, then whose disciple will he become? Looking across the entire Dragon Country, is there anyone who understands spatial abilities better better than me? Ling Tian knelt down in front of Han Yu without any hesitation and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple Ling Tian, greetings to master. There was sincerity in Ling Tian's eyes. After all, without Han Yu, Ling Tian would not have been able to awaken the SSS level spatial talent ability. From another perspective, Han Yu is the best among the second generation of strong men in Manhwa and a hero who protects the millions of people in Manhwa. The other party is fully worthy of my respect. Seeing Ling Tian's sincerity, Professor Han Yu's eyes showed satisfaction. Good. Professor Han Yu said 3 goods in a row. In that case, I will accept you as my apprentice. Afterwards, Professor Han Yu directly helped Ling Tian up and looked at him with joy on his face. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. Ling Tian, since you've already become my disciple, I must give you the apprenticeship gift. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a medicine bottle and a box appeared in his hand. It was an antique mahogany box with exquisite workmanship. Professor Han Yu explained, Ling Tian, inside this mahogany box is a 5,000-year-old SS-grade blood spirit ginseng that I obtained a few years ago. Although blood spirit ginseng is only considered as upper or lower grade among the SS-level treasures of heaven and earth, its effect is very good. It can help all warriors below the 3rd level of Tianwu realm to quickly improve their realm to a small level and consolidate their foundation at the same time. Of course, consolidating the foundation has the strongest effect. I can see that, although you are now at the 8th level of innate cultivation, but if you reach the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, your foundation will show signs of weakening. The blood spirit ginseng is just right for you now. Then, Professor Han Yu introduced, inside this medicine bottle are 3 enlightenment pills. As the name suggests, enlightenment pills can help people enter a state of enlightenment. Of course, it is not absolute. Even if you take the enlightenment pill, the chance of enlightenment is only 30%. However, this also varies from person to person. The higher a person's understanding, the greater the chance of enlightenment. When Ling Tian saw what Han Yu was holding, he was delighted. He was indeed a half-step martial saint. He is worthy of being the peerless genius among the second generation of warriors of Dragon Country. It turns out that his background is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ling Tian smiled slightly. Then I would like to thank you, teacher. Speaking of which, senior sister Han Xian thought I came here just for the enlightenment pill, but now the enlightenment pill has really fallen into my hands. After hearing Ling Tian's teasing, Han Xian's face also turned red. This is indeed the case, because Han Xian just now felt that Ling Tian was a person with ridiculously poor comprehension. He must have come here for the enlightenment pill, seeking an opportunity for enlightenment. As long as she had an epiphany, she would have the opportunity to comprehend the realm of Jinwu. However, Han Xian now realized that she was wrong, because Ling Tian had already comprehended the realm of artistic conception a long time ago, and was not the person with poor comprehension as he thought. Han Yu took Ling Tian and sat on the sofa in the living room. Ling Tian, since you have accepted me as your master, you will be a student of the formation department of Kyoto University from now on. Let me first tell you about me. I am a professor in the formation department of Kyoto University. I have reached the peak of my cultivation and am half a step away from becoming a martial saint. I have already comprehended the basic laws of space. The martial arts skill I practice is Xiaoya Yakong. Since you have become my apprentice, first, you must practice martial arts with me, and second, you must learn the formation. As for formations, you can just treat it as an elective course. After all, your talent in martial arts is already incredible, and I don't expect you to have a strong talent in formations. The practice of martial arts is nothing more than cultivation, martial arts skills and supernatural powers, as well as the training of mental strength. Ling Tian nodded. He had known all these things for a long time, because when Ling Tian was healing Han Yu, he had already gained an understanding of Han Yu's martial arts skills. However, Ling Tian still waited patiently. Professor Han Yu said, the martial arts skill I practiced, Xiaoya Yakong, is actually the name of a general martial arts skill. Xiaoya Yakong is divided into 3 major magical powers. The first is the bodybuilding magical power and the flying divine body. The sky-controlling divine body is the foundation of free and easy flying. Only after cultivating the sky-controlling divine body can one practice the other 2 magical powers. The sky-controlled divine body can greatly enhance the strength of one's physical body, while also achieving the ultimate affinity with the spatial elements between heaven and earth. As he spoke, Professor Han Yu raised the tea in front of him, drank it all, and continued. You should know what it means when your affinity with the spatial elements reaches its peak. You can easily absorb the power of space between heaven and earth, transform it into true energy in your body, and help you display your spatial abilities. At the same time, your recovery speed can be greatly improved. For example, when you have not successfully cultivated the sky-flying divine body, you can perform space shift 10 times in a row, with the maximum distance being 100 meters, once you have successfully practiced it. Whether it's the number of times you can perform or the distance you can move, it can be increased tenfold. Ling Tian nodded, anticipation already visible in his eyes. You know, spatial abilities are not only great for fighting, but also for escaping. sleeping. At this moment, Ling Tian's combat power was at its limit, and he was not at all inferior even to an ordinary Tianwu realm 4th level warrior. However, once you encounter a strong person above the 4th level of Tianwu realm, you will be threatened. However, if he could awaken his spatial ability and cultivate a divine body that could fly in the sky, I guess even a half-step martial saint like Principal Tianming can't catch me. Professor Hanyu continued, if you successfully cultivate the sky control divine body, then you will gain the second martial arts skill of free and easy sky control. That is an auxiliary type of martial arts skill, space confinement. Space confinement can condense space chains to bind your enemies, but it can only bind beings with similar strength to yours. Once their strength exceeds yours, they can easily break free from your spatial confinement. But the most incredible thing about spatial confinement is that it is guaranteed to hit. Ling Tian said excitedly, it's a sure-win martial arts skill. Although Ling Tian had just gained insights into Han Yu's spatial martial arts abilities, the amount of information was too overwhelming. Ling Tian had not had time to digest it and understand the mystery of this martial arts skill. So, now that Han Yu said it, Ling Tian was so excited. That's right, it's a sure thing. Space confinement, wherever there is space, it will be bound. In other words, once you master it, no one can escape from where you set your sights, as long as they are weaker than you. Ling Tian nodded excitedly. I didn't expect that Master's free and easy flying skill would be so terrifying. Han Yu smiled slightly and nodded, with pride in his eyes. Finally, it's Xiaoyao Yukon's third martial arts skill, Attack. 8 Desolation's Sky Smashing Slash. To perform this, one must base their practice on the Dimensional Slash, which is a skill that only powerful space-controlling divine bodies and spatial-specific superpowers can condense. In terms of power, Ba Wang's Shattered Sky may not be as good as the average SSS-level martial arts skills, but it has one advantage. That is ignoring space. Ignoring space? Ling Tian became expectant again, looking at Han Yu, waiting for his explanation. Great! It ignores space and distance and can hit the enemy. Han Yu said proudly, let me tell you this, a normal half-step martial saint can only condense 1,000-meter-long sword or knife energy to attack an enemy 20 or 30 miles away at most. However, my 8 Desolate Sky-Shattering Slash can transcend the distance between spaces. Even if the enemy is dozens of miles away, I can still cross the space with my mental power. When I was at my peak, I once killed a 7th-level Beast King from 300 miles away. Hiss! Ling Tian took a deep breath, obviously not expecting it to be so awesome. Taking the enemy's head from hundreds of miles away is so awesome. Even the gods in the cultivation novels that Ling Tian read might not be able to do it. Ling Tian, since you have become my only direct disciple, I will naturally pass on all the things I know to you. However, Xiaoyao Yukong is an SSS-level martial arts skill, and it requires a large amount of true energy as a foundation to perform. You are now at the 8th level of the innate realm. You should practice well and refine and absorb the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng that I gave you. After you reach the 9th level of the Xian Tian realm, I will teach you the art of free and unrestrained flying, and help you cultivate the divine flying body. Okay. Ling Tian couldn't wait any longer. He directly took out the blood ginseng from the mahogany box. Seeing Ling Tian's impatient expression, Han Yu smiled slightly. Ling Tian, let your senior sister Han Shan find you a training room. First, you. However, before Professor Han Yu could finish his words, Ling Tian stuffed the blood spirit ginseng into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Professor Han Yu and Han Xian both frowned. Ling Tian, this is an SS-level treasure. We should find a quiet place to refine it. Why are you? Boom! However, at this moment, a powerful wave of air rushed out from Ling Tian's body. Afterwards, Ling Tian's momentum continued to rise, and his cultivation level directly increased from the 8th level of the innate realm to the 9th level of cultivation. This, Han Xian and Han Yu were stunned in an instant. He had just eaten it and it took less than 2 seconds for him to break through? Although Professor Han Yu's strength is not as good as before and he is only at the innate realm now, his mental power is comparable to that of an ordinary martial saint. Naturally, one could feel that Ling Tian's body had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the blood spirit ginseng. Not only has his cultivation level been improved, but his foundation has also been consolidated and become extremely stable. At this time, even if Ling Tian was promoted to the 3rd level of Jinwu realm and the realm of King of Martial Arts in one breath, he would not encounter the situation of loosening of realm. Ling Tian, what do you mean? Did you absorb and refine the blood spirit ginseng? Professor Han Yu looked at Ling Tian in confusion, and Han Xian also had a dazed look on her face. Ling Tian said as if it was a matter of course, yes, this is how I usually take natural treasures. 2 seconds is considered a long time to absorb them. Normally, I can absorb S-level treasures in just 1 second. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the corners of Han Yu and Han Xian's mouths twitched violently. Han Xian couldn't help but yelled, are you kidding me? Even if I want to completely absorb and refine the blood spirit ginseng, it will take at least a month. You only need 2 seconds? What do you mean? Ling Tian looked embarrassed. Maybe it's because of the extraordinary absorption that my healing talent has given me. I absorb natural treasures, elixirs, and other things in seconds. seconds. Han Yu couldn't help but complain, it was simply unfair. Not to mention Han Xian, even for a strong man like himself who was at the peak of the martial emperor realm, it would probably take a week to absorb the medicinal power of the blood spirit ginseng. Ling Tian actually managed to do it in 2 seconds. How could he not be shocked and surprised? Professor Han Yu looked at Ling Tian and asked, "You absorb natural treasures so quickly, do you also absorb elixirs so quickly?" Ling Tian nodded. "It's not a big problem." Han Yu was a little skeptical. "The enlightenment pill is different, Ling Tian. The higher the level of understanding, the easier it is to absorb the enlightenment pill. The power of the enlightenment pill is not easily absorbed by the body. If you want to take the enlightenment pill, it is best to find a quiet place." However, before Professor Han Yu could finish his words, Ling Tian stuffed a sudden enlightenment pill into his mouth, bit it into pieces, and swallowed it. Then, a mysterious aura emanated from Ling Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian successfully entered the state of enlightenment. This young man, Han Yu couldn't help but swear. Han Xian was completely confused and wondered if she was dreaming. Ling Tian then swallowed the enlightenment pill and in less than 2 seconds he entered a state of enlightenment. If they hadn't met Ling Tian, they would have thought that the person who said such a thing was a psychopath. However, what shocked them was that the space around Han Yu was distorted at this time. Regarding the supreme, king-like aura of space spread out. Suddenly, the artistic conception of the space condensed and turned into an artistic conception wave, enveloping the entire courtyard. A level of spatial artistic conception. Professor Han Yu and Han Xian were completely confused. Han Xian pinched her cheeks, trying to confirm whether she was dreaming. Normally, after a warrior takes the enlightenment pill, he will absorb and refine all the medicinal power. You have to look for opportunities, look for that kind of sudden enlightenment, and it will take at least 4 or 5 days to enter the state of enlightenment. But now, after Ling Tian swallowed the enlightenment pill, he easily absorbed and refined the medicinal power of the pill in just 1 second. That would have been fine, and Ling Tian successfully entered a state of enlightenment within a few seconds. However, this was not the end yet. Ling Tian only took a few seconds to successfully comprehend a new level of spatial realm. In the eyes of Han Xian and Han Yu, Ling Tian is no longer a human being. He is simply a humanoid monster. But what they didn't know was that the reason why Ling Tian could do all this was because Ling Tian absorbed Han Yu's understanding of space. When Ling Tian cured Han Yu, he not only copied his innate abilities, Ling Tian even successfully absorbed and copied all his insights into martial arts, and artistic conception. In this way, Ling Tian only needs to easily digest those insights. The reason why Ling Tian's state of mind broke through so quickly before was because of the help of the Enlightenment Monument. Even without the help of the Enlightenment Monument, Ling Tian can still achieve the same level now. Just when Han Xian and Han Yu had not yet reacted, the spatial fluctuations became stronger again. In just less than a minute, Ling Tian's spatial state of mind became stronger again. How waves began to appear in the space around Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian's spatial realm was successfully upgraded to the 2nd level. Then the movements and noises caused by that perception occurred one after another, and the space continued to vibrate. Bang bang bang. Waves of space continuously echoed around, making sounds. Ling Tian's artistic conception also continued to improve and break through. Triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple. In just less than a minute, Ling Tian's state of mind successfully broke through to the 6th level. It only slowed down a little bit, but Han Xian and Han Yu could still feel it clearly. The artistic conception emanating from Ling Tian is still constantly improving. Bang bang bang. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Tian's state of mind broke through 3 small levels again. It directly upgraded from the 6th level of spatial realm to the 9th level of spatial realm. At this moment, Ling Tian also woke up. Then there was a hint of loss in his eyes, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "The enlightenment effect provided by this enlightenment pill is not good enough. How come it ended in just 10 minutes? I had a sudden enlightenment through the Enlightenment Monument before, but it took 20 minutes. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the corners of Han Xian and Han Yu's mouths twitched. Ling Tian, are you speaking human language? A normal warrior can only maintain the state of enlightenment for 2 minutes. You've already had your epiphany for 10 minutes, and you're still not satisfied? Ling Tian smiled faintly. Yeah, 10 minutes is enough. Han Xian and Han Yu were so irritated by Ling Tian's Versailles behavior that they wanted to slap Ling Tian in the face. But just when the two people were about to say something to Ling Tian had already stuffed the 2nd enlightenment pill into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. After chewing it twice, he swallowed it into his stomach. Afterwards, Ling Tian closed his eyes again, and the spatial fluctuations around him spread out again. What the hell? Even Han Xian, a woman, couldn't help but complain. It seemed like Ling Tian's state of enlightenment could be entered at any time if he wanted to. Just now, after a while of enlightenment, Ling Tian entered the state of enlightenment again. Han Yu opened his mouth in shock, then turned around mechanically and looked at Han Xian beside him. Is this the student with the worst comprehension at Kyoto University you mentioned? You call this poor comprehension? If his understanding is poor, what are you? Are you a pig? Han Xian also felt felt aggrieved at this moment, wondering which idiot had spread the rumor that Ling Tian had poor comprehension. This led to a deep misunderstanding of Ling Tian. In just 3 minutes, Ling Tian's surrounding state of mind exploded and then directly transformed into an invisible domain. That area directly covered an area of 2 miles in radius, and the spatial elemental energy between heaven and earth gathered towards Ling Tian frantically. In this space, in this domain, Ling Tian seems to be the master of this world, this space, the absolute king. Spatial realm. Han Yu and Han Shen shouted at the same time. They felt like they were dreaming and everything they saw was so unreal. Ling Tian actually took less than 15 minutes right under their noses. He successfully comprehended the artistic conception of space, and at the same time broke through his own artistic conception of space to the 9th level. Finally, the realm of spatial artistic conception was directly condensed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a horrific thing could happen in the world. Ling Tian continued to practice, and soon, 10 minutes had passed when he took the second enlightenment pill. Ling Tian's spatial realm also successfully reached the 2nd level. After Ling Tian woke up, he stuffed the enlightenment pill into his mouth again. This was Ling Tian's last enlightenment pill. After stuffing it into his mouth, he swallowed it into his stomach just like the previous 2 times. Without any surprise, Ling Tian easily entered the state of enlightenment again. With the sudden realization and his terrifying thinking ability, Ling Tian felt that it would be easy to digest Han Yu's understanding of the spatial realm. Another 10 minutes passed, and the scope of Ling Tian's artistic conception expanded again. Ling Tian's spatial realm was also successfully elevated to the 3rd level, on par with Ling Tian's 3 realms of artistic conception. Ling Tian felt an incomparable wonder. He felt like the master of his own space. Ling Tian used space teleportation and instantly appeared 500 meters away, then used teleportation again. After returning to the original place, Ling Tian's face was full of joy, because he was in the space field and did not need to consume any additional true energy to perform space shift. Ling Tian only needs to output true energy and mental power to maintain the operation of the domain. If I had used space shift 100 times before, my strength and true energy would have been exhausted. Ling Tian stood in the domain and performed space shift 1,000 times, but only a small half of the true energy in his body was left. If I could develop a divine body that could fly in the sky, I would probably be able to perform acupuncture tens of thousands of times by using space teleportation within the domain. Ling Tian's face was filled with excitement as he felt his own strength. At this time, Ling Tian's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the innate realm, and his foundation was also terrifyingly stable. In terms of artistic conception comprehension, he has successfully comprehended 4 areas of artistic conception and has reached the 3rd level. At this time, Ling Tian was actually already a half-step martial king, and he only needed to accumulate energy for a period of time. Ling Tian can then directly break through his cultivation to the 1st level of Jinwu realm. Ling Tian estimated that if he had SS level treasures, he could break through now. If not, it will take at most 10 days to break through. The lower grade SS treasures would cost at least tens of billions, so Ling Tian would not choose to buy them for the time being. After all, you can break through by accumulating energy for a period of time, so there is no need to spend that money. Ling Tian felt the powerful force in his body and judged his own strength. Ling Tian, who is at the 9th level of the innate realm, can defeat ordinary 9th level martial kings in the true martial realm by relying on his pure true essence and powerful blood. If any one of the SSS level supernatural powers is added, he can defeat an average martial emperor at the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm. If the 9 extremes flame slash is performed, even an ordinary martial emperor of the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm can fight. With the chaos infinite divine fire and the twin eyes of destruction released together, even an ordinary 4th level martial king of the heavenly martial realm can be easily killed. By unleashing the primal chaos infinite divine fire, the twin eyes of destruction, and the magical power of space, even a strong man at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm can fight on equal terms. With 3 series of SSS level supernatural powers and domains, plus his own SSS magical power of the death god's Dharma image, even a strong man of the 5th level of the Tianwu realm would be killed instantly. Even a strong man at the 6th level of Tianwu realm can compete with him. In other words, Ling Tian's current combat power theoretically spans at least 15 levels. As for the limit, Ling Tian couldn't say for sure. Anyway, Ling Tian was no match for those who were stronger than the martial saint. If Ling Tian wants to escape, he still has a high chance of success. Ling Tian was very satisfied at this time. As for the SSS level martial arts skills and free and easy flying, even if Ling Tian learned it, the combat power bonus would not be that great, but it could greatly improve his ability to run away. Therefore, if it comes to flying freely in the sky, Ling Tian still needs to learn it. I'm sorry, master, senior sister, I wasted some time. Let's make a breakthrough. Get out. Han Shen was so angry that she started cursing. What does it mean to make a slight breakthrough? Han Shen glared at Ling Tian. In less than an hour, you broke through from the 8th level of the Xian Tian realm to the 9th level of the Xian Tian realm. He even comprehended the realm of spatial artistic
artistic conception and, in one breath, condensed the realm of spatial artistic conception.
You tell me this is a slight breakthrough? Ling Tian laughed. It was indeed a bit too pretentious.
Ling Tian now feels that he is so awesome.
Ling Tian quickly changed the subject. Master, didn't you say that after my cultivation level improves, you can help me cultivate the sky-controlling divine body? Now that I've made a breakthrough and successfully condensed my spatial realm, can I start now? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Han Yu felt a little embarrassed.
Ling Tian, if you want to cultivate the sky-controlling divine body, you need to make a lot of preparations.
I originally thought that if you want to comprehend the realm of space and break through to the 9th level of the innate realm, even if it's done quickly, it'll still take half a month. I still have time to prepare. Right now, I really can't start right away. Han Yu showed an embarrassed look on his face. Ling Tian asked curiously, Master, what do I need to prepare to cultivate the sky-controlling divine body?
Han Yu said, first, we need some S-level medicinal herbs, such as Kongming grass, Tianming fruit, and the beast core of a 7th-level monster. The most important thing is the blood of the 6th-level ferocious beast, the void rabbit, which is about the amount of a regular swimming pool.
These things are not that difficult to find as long as you have money. The key is to have enough money. If you want to prepare it, you will need at least 100 billion Dragon Country currency.
I have been living off my savings all these years. Apart from the salary from the school, I have no other income and have never gone out to hunt ferocious beasts. I'm so poor that I only have 50 billion left.
It's not enough to prepare the sky-controlling spiritual liquid for you to cultivate the sky-controlling divine body. Ling Tian was stunned and looked at Han Yu.
It seemed that his master was also very Versailles.
He actually said that he was so poor that he only had 50 billion left?
You know, for an ordinary person in Dragon Country who has not become a warrior, the minimum monthly salary is only about 10,000.
The monthly salary of a yellow-level warrior is only around 1 million.
Han Yu actually said that he was so poor that he only had 50 billion left.
Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. Master, I am a little poor, but I don't need you. If I sell these things, will it be enough to collect the Yukon spirit liquid?
As he spoke, Ling Tian directly threw out the beast cores of the 5th level, 6th level, and ferocious beasts in his storage ring.
There were thousands of them, so many that they were piled up into a small hill.
Among them was a fire beast core that emitted a terrifying aura. And that flame beast core is none other than the beast core of the 7th order peak beast king, the red flame vermilion bird. As for the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the flame dragon island, Ling Tian has asked the military to help him collect them and sell them. As for the final profits, they will be split 30% with the military and 70% with Ling Tian naturally getting 70%. Just from the corpses of those ferocious beasts, Ling Tian, you have obtained nearly 100 billion Dragon Country currency. The value of the cores of these ferocious beasts will only be higher, such as the core of the red flame vermilion bird.
That is equivalent to today's top-grade SS-level treasures of heaven and earth, and has many uses.
The beast core of the red flame vermilion bird is worth at least 60 billion, not to mention that there are so many beast cores.
What is this?
After seeing everything in front of them, Han Yu and Han Shan were shocked again. Ling Tian looked helpless. Alas, during the college entrance examination, something strange happened on Yanlong Island, and thousands of ferocious beasts at the core escaped. Fortunately, I was well prepared and set up a formation, killing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, including a 7th level peak red flame vermilion bird.
After killing him, I got these scraps. Master, these are all I have. Do you think selling them will be enough to make the Yukon spirit liquid? After hearing Ling Tian's Versailles, Han Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. There are so many ferocious beast cores, and the lowest grade is level 5. Is this junk? You said the beast core of the 7th level peak beast king is broken?
Han Yu's face was full of regret.
There was nothing he could do because he was the first to act in front of Ling Tian.
Unexpectedly, Ling Tian actually turned the tables and made it impossible for Han Yu to play with him.
Han Yu said after a long while, that's enough. This stuff is enough to make not only a pool of Yukon spiritual liquid, but 3 pools. Well, thank you for troubling me, master. Han Yu looked unhappy at this time. With a wave of his hand, about 1/3 of the beast cores entered his storage space. Then he looked at Ling Tian impatiently and said, get out of here now. I'll go and help you deal with this garbage. Once I've prepared the Yukon spiritual liquid, I'll have Han Xian come and call you. Ah, master, don't you want me to go with you? Ling Tian looked at Han Yu and asked doubtfully. Get out of here. Han Yu shouted angrily.
He moved in space and came in front of Ling Tian, kicked Ling Tian on the butt, and kicked Ling Tian directly away.
Seeing Ling Tian being kicked away by his grandfather, Han Xian asked in confusion, Grandpa, preparing the sky-controlling spiritual fluid is very troublesome. Why don't you leave this kid to help? Han Yu looked helpless. This guy is a pervert. Have you ever seen anyone break through or have an epiphany like this? I'm afraid of having him around every day. I'm afraid my mind will become unstable. After hearing Han Yu's explanation, Han Xian was stunned, and then she felt the same way.
Originally, Han Xian thought that she was already a powerful martial king at the 3rd level of the true martial realm in her 20s. Although she was not the top one, she was still a rare genius. genius. But now after meeting Ling Tian, Han Shen realized that she was simply an idiot.
Ling Tian soon returned to his dormitory.
As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard Xuanning's voice.
Chunyu, your formation skills aren't very good. If you can hold on in my hand for 10 minutes, I'll give you a favor. How about that?
Then, Chenyu's voice was heard. Senior Xuanning, I will do my best.
Just at this moment, Ling Tian walked in.
I saw that there was a formation plate placed in front of Chenyu and Xuanning.
It seems that when I was away, the two of them were playing chess in the formation. Senior Chenyu, why are you here?
At this moment, when Chenyu saw Ling Tian, it was as if he had seen a savior. Originally, Chenyu came to find Ling Tian, but Xuanning said that Ling Tian was not there, so she asked Chenyu to accompany Xuanning to play chess formation.
Although Chenyu had some knowledge of formations were his elective course at Kyoto University.
But Chenyu could only set up a third-level formation at most, which could threaten some low-level warriors. Xuanning's formation level is at least at the level of a 7th-level formation emperor. Xuanning naturally killed Chenyu without leaving a single trace of him, and Chenyu could no longer bear it. Unfortunately, Xuanning had suffered too much injustice from Ling Tian, and she finally found someone to bully. Xuanning naturally would not let Chenyu go easily. Now that Chenyu saw Ling Tian coming, he was extremely excited as if he had seen a savior.
Senior Chenyu, why are you here? Chenyu smiled slightly. Ling Tian is like you.
Yesterday, almost all the freshmen of Kyoto University this year had already arrived at the school to register.
Kyoto University and the Ministry of Education jointly organized a freshman reception and wanted to invite outstanding freshmen to attend.
I heard that the person from the Ministry of Education is a national-level talent from the Soulgate who will be in charge of tonight's reception.
I came here to invite you to join us. Okay, what time today?
Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. You know, Ling Tian in his previous life had never been to college. This is my first time in college, so naturally I want to try all the activities in college. Although Ling Tian's character is far superior to that of his peers, he is not the kind of old monster that survives for a long time. He lived 2 lives, and the total time he lived was less than 40 years. And before Meng Haiyun and the others were dealt with by Ling Tian had always lived in hatred. Now, most of my enemies have been dealt with, and I am interested in many things in this world.
Chenyu's face was full of joy.
Originally, Chenyu thought that Ling Tian was a peerless genius.
He probably likes quiet places to practice well.
He didn't expect Ling Tian to agree to it so readily.
Ling Tian looked at Xuanning and asked, Sister Xue, are you going?
No. I was killed so miserably by your formation before, and I just happened to have a feeling that the formation is going to be upgraded. I want to study the formation, and when you come back, I'll let you know how powerful I am.
Ling Tian nodded helplessly and did not force it.
I didn't expect that Xuanning, a demon, would be so interested in battle formations. But speaking of it, Xuanning's talent in formation is indeed incredible. Whenever he played chess with Xuanning before, Ling Tian could feel that Xuanning's attainments in formation had improved after almost every game. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Tian absorbed the insights of almost all the strongest formation masters on Earth in his previous life, if Ling Tian wanted to digest those insights and make them his own, it would definitely not be easy to defeat Xuanning in terms of formation attainment.
Near Kyoto University, next to the artificial lake, there is a mid to high-end restaurant called Rhinespring. This is the location of today's Kyoto University Welcome Exchange meeting.
At this time, at the door of the restaurant, a young man and woman were walking side by side.
The man is handsome, with perfectly proportioned facial features and extraordinary temperament. He exudes a strong confidence in his every move.
The woman had a rather cold temperament, but she had an exquisite and beautiful face. When she walked with the man, they looked like a golden boy and a jade girl. They were none other than Ling Tian and Chenyu, who came to attend today's welcome reception. As soon as Ling Tian and Chenyu entered the scene, they immediately became the most eye-catching presence. Both of them are far superior to their peers in terms of appearance, temperament, and cultivation. Ling Tian's aura was restrained, and no fluctuation of power could be felt on his body. However, there is an invisible pressure from a powerful superior that makes people dare not underestimate him. As a junior student, Chenyu's heavenly level of cultivation naturally far surpasses those students present.
Look, isn't this senior sister Chenyu? Who is next to her?
Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Tian and Chenyu. Chenyu, although her ability is only average at Kyoto University, she is the campus belle of Kyoto University. As he was a prominent figure in Kyoto University, everyone naturally recognized Chenyu easily.
Before, many boys in Kyoto University had pursued Chenyu,
but Chenyu has always kept people at a distance, and no one has ever succeeded. Even if boys wanted to become Chenyu's friends, they couldn't, but now, Chenyu held Ling Tian's wrist.
A happy smile appeared on his face, which surprised everyone.
He's Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in history, the only one to have achieved a perfect score on the college entrance exam, and the one who caused such a stir the day before yesterday.
What? He is Ling Tian.
In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. You know, although Ling Tian has only been in Kyoto University for a few
few days. However, the name Ling Tian is known to everyone in Kyoto University. A freshman at Kyoto University, at the age of 18, he is already a master of the 8th level of the innate realm. Not only that, he also awakened 3 series of SSS-level talents and abilities. His comprehension is even more incredible. Although he is only at the realm of the innate master, he has already condensed the artistic conception that the martial emperor of the heavenly martial realm must condense. Almost all the students in Kyoto University were discussing who was more powerful, Ling Tian or Xiao Longquan, the #1 student in Kyoto University. Everyone started discussing, is this Ling Tian? He's only 18 years old and already at the 8th level of Xiantian. You have to know that more than 95% of the senior students haven't reached the Xiantian realm yet, isn't it? Kyoto University currently has over 4,000 students, but only about 50 grandmasters in the Xiantian realm. They are mostly seniors, with the exception of Ling Tian, who is only a freshman but has already reached the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. It's terrifying. Who's more powerful, Ling Tian or Xiao Longquan from Kyoto University? After hearing this question, the students present immediately became excited. Speaking of talent, I think it should be Ling Tian. After all, even senior Xiao Longquan was already a junior when he reached the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. Ling Tian is only a freshman now, so in terms of talent, there is no doubt that it is Ling Tian. But the situation is different when it comes to strength. I heard that a few days ago, senior Xiao Longquan entered the S-level secret realm for training. I accidentally opened a hidden level, and when I came out, I was already a strong man in the Jinwu realm. What? Senior Xiao Longquan is a true martial realm martial king? That's right. He is also a peerless genius, and his combat power can transcend a major realm. His current combat power is at least at the level of an ordinary martial emperor. You say, no matter how powerful Ling Tian is it possible that he can be a match for a martial emperor? However, Ling Tian and Shen Yu didn't care about what everyone was saying. Ling Tian's strength at this moment was simply beyond their comprehension, let alone these young college students. Even among the veteran strongmen, most of them were surpassed by Ling Tian. Soon, Ling Tian and Shen Yu arrived at the center of the venue. The exchange meeting was held in a restaurant, so naturally there would be delicious food. Ling Tian and Shen Yu didn't care about everyone's gazes, but enjoyed the food leisurely. They also met an acquaintance, who was one of the vice presidents of the student union, Lu Quan. A few days ago, after Ling Tian entered the state of enlightenment, it was Lu Quan who wanted to interrupt Ling Tian's state of enlightenment. As a result, he was suppressed by Ling Tian's artistic conception and fell to the ground, completely losing face. Later, even when the Heavenly Sword Emperor came in person, he was also beaten to pieces by Xuaneng. Lu Quan looked at Ling Tian with resentment in his eyes. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian and asked curiously, Ling Tian, are you interested in joining the guild? Guild? Ling Tian was stunned and looked at Chen Yu curiously. It was the first time he heard this word since he came to Kyoto University. Yes, Kyoto University also has its own secret realm. Just like the military and the Martial Arts Association, it has a teleportation array leading to a permanent secret realm. Of course, Kyoto University does not have as many secret places as the Martial Arts Association and the military. The Kyoto University Secret Realm building has a total of 36 teleportation arrays leading to the secret realm, including 20 A-level, 10 S-level, and 5 SS level. One of the SSS level, and can at least sneak into a secret realm with at least 100 people at the same time. Among them, the SSS level secret realm can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. In order to earn credits, students have established many guilds. Let's go on adventures in secret realms, kill ferocious beasts, and earn credits. Today's freshman exchange meeting is actually for the major guilds of the school to absorb fresh blood. Guild? Ling Tian was actually not interested, because Ling Tian is very strong now. If he teams up with others, his teammates will only drag Ling Tian down. Not only that, but Ling Tian's benefits will also be shared in the end. Ling Tian prefers to solo the secret realm rather than team up. Look, isn't this senior Yi Chen? At this moment, a commotion spread among the crowd. A handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked in with a group of students from Kyoto University. That young man had a restrained aura and contained powerful true energy. His every move and gesture exuded the demeanor of a master, and everyone became excited when they saw him. Ling Tian's powerful mental power swept over him, and he immediately felt the other party's powerful cultivation. Judging from the other person's life breath, he is only in his early 20s. However, his cultivation had reached the powerful 9th level of the innate realm, and Ling Tian also felt a powerful sword intent from him. That kind of sword intent was extremely terrifying, as if it had merged with the body into one. Chen Yu looked at the young man and said, Ling Tian, his name is Yi Chen, and he is the second strongest person in our Kyoto University. Half a month ago, his cultivation had been successfully raised to the 9th level of the innate realm, and the second guild of our school, Tianjian, was founded by Senior Yi Chen. Besides Senior Yi Chen, there are 3 grandmasters in the Tianjian guild who have reached the Xiantian realm. Ling Tian nodded lightly, his eyes showing strong interest. In his previous life, Ling Tian had also heard of Yi Chen's name. Yi Chen could be said to be one of the best among the younger generation in Long Country. He is an existence that is good enough to be ranked in the top 5. In his previous life, he successfully reached the realm of martial saint before the age of 50. In the end, he fought the beast until the very last moment and sacrificed himself for the survival of mankind. For Ling Tian, Yi Chen is still a person worth making friends with. Although Ling Tian and Yi Chen had never met in their previous life, things about Yi Chen reached Ling Tian's ears from outsiders. Ling Tian could tell that Yi Chen was an upright and kind person. Otherwise, Yi Chen would not have fought against the ferocious beasts for the people of Dragon Country and sacrificed himself in the end. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Yi Chen walked towards Ling Tian and Shenyu. Yi Chen came in front of Ling Tian with a gentle smile on his face. That smile was very kind, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. It was impossible to feel any disgust towards him at all. Yi Chen stretched out his right hand and looked at Ling Tian. "Hello, Junior Ling Tian, my name is Yi Chen." Ling Tian also smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yi Chen. "Feel the other person's kindness." Yi Chen got straight to the point. "Junior Ling Tian, I have heard about your deeds a long time ago and have always wanted to meet you. I'm a straight-talking person, and I won't beat around the bush with you. I came to the freshman exchange meeting today just for you." "Oh?" After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ling Tian's eyes showed doubt. "I wonder if Senior Yi Chen wants to talk to me about something?" Yi Chen said, "Ling Tian, you should have heard that I created a secret adventure guild at Kyoto University called Tianjin. I came here today to invite you to join our Tianjin guild, as long as you are willing to join. Our Heavenly Sword Guild is willing to give you 5,000 credits and unconditionally provide you with the strategies for the secret realms we have conquered." After hearing what Yi Chen said, everyone was stunned, and envy appeared in their eyes. You know, even if those students want to join the Tianjin guild on their own initiative, they will not be accepted. But now, the president of the Tianjin guild, Yi Chen, actually took the initiative to invite Ling Tian to join. He is also willing to give Ling Tian credits and provide strategies for the secret realm. How can we not be envious of this? But it's normal when you think about it. This is Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in history and the only one in Manhwa who got full marks in the college entrance examination. Yi Chen still has a year to graduate, and Ling Tian will lead the Tianjin guild in the future. It will definitely be able to develop into the #1 guild in Kyoto University in one fell swoop. However, Ling Tian showed a hint of embarrassment. "Senior Yi Chen, thank you for your kindness, but I have no plans to join the guild for the time being." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Chen was not surprised, nor did he smile at all. "Junior Ling Tian, I hope you can consider this carefully. I know you are very powerful, and there are few people in the entire Kyoto University who can be your opponent. You can successfully clear most secret realms by yourself, but there are some secret realms that cannot be entered by one person. Among the 36 secret realms of Kyoto University, almost half of them require a team of at least 4 people to enter. If you are willing to join our Heavenly Sword Guild, it will be convenient for you to form a team in the future, and with our secret realm strategy, it will be easy to clear it." After hearing Yi Chen's words, Ling Tian was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. Indeed, there are some secret realms that require a team of multiple people to enter. Although Ling Tian has the ability to clear the secret realm alone, the rule is that you must form a team. You cannot enter without a team. Ling Tian looked at Yi Chen. "Senior Yi Chen, I'll think about it again. If I ever think about joining the guild, I'll contact you." Ling Tian refused again, although a hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. But he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Ling Tian politely. "It's okay. Although you didn't join, we can be friends, right?" Ling Tian looked at Yi Chen's sincere attitude and smiled. "Of course, you are Ling Tian?" However, at this moment, a loud voice clearly echoed throughout the entire exchange meeting venue. Boom! In an instant, a hot breath swept across the entire venue. The intense pressure made everyone feel as if the entire venue was trapped in a huge furnace, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. I saw a beautiful woman with noble temperament, gorgeous clothes and arrogant eyes, walking towards Ling Tian with 3 students in the innate realm. "It's Fong Ningxiang." After seeing the arrogant woman, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Shenyu was also surprised and whispered in Ling Tian's ear, "Ling Tian, her name is Fong Ninghuan, and she is from the First Secret Realm Adventure Guild of Kyoto University. The vice president of the Holy Sun Guild. He has reached the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. He also has another identity. He is Xiao Longquan's girlfriend." Ling Tian nodded, and saw Fong Ningxiang came in front of Ling Tian, staring at Ling Tian arrogantly. "Master Xiantian, very good. You will be a member of our Holy Sun Guild from now on." After hearing Fong Ningxiang's words, everyone was stunned and looked at Fong Ningxiang. Fong Ningxiang didn't even ask Ling Tian whether he wanted to join or not. Fong Ningxiang directly announced the result. Such an attitude made Ling Tian uncomfortable and he frowned. "Senior, I don't think I ever told you that I want to join your Saint Sun Guild, right?" Fong Ningxiang smiled coldly, still arrogant. "Why, do you think our Holy Sun Guild is not worthy of you? Our Holy Sun Union is the #1 union in Kyoto University, and and Xiao Longquan, the #1 student in Kyoto University, is the president.
If you join our Holy Sun Guild, we can help you pass any secret realm you like and get as many credits as you want.
It is your honor to join our Holy Sun Guild, do you understand? Ling Tian felt completely bewildered. So what? If I want to pass the secret realm and get credits, can't I just earn them myself? Do I need to join your Sunship Guild?
Feng Ningxiang sneered. Ling Tian, I only told you so much because you have some abilities. Indeed, you can clear secret realms and earn credits on your own, but there is one thing you can do only if you join our Holy Sun Guild.
Oh, what's the matter? Ling Tian's eyes showed a hint of interest.
That is, Xiao Longquan is our president.
I am here today on his behalf. If you are willing to join, then Xiao Longquan will allow you to be his follower. Being a follower of Xiao Longquan is a blessing that you will never be able to obtain in 10 lifetimes. Do you understand?
Suddenly, the disappointment in Ling Tian's eyes became more intense.
He thought it was something interesting, but that's what I told him. Sorry, I'm not interested. Seeing Ling Tian's straightforward refusal, Feng Ningxiang was stunned and immediately became angry.
Boy, I advise you not to refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit.
Do you know how powerful Xiao Longquan is? Xiao Longquan. He previously entered a hidden level in the secret realm and received the inheritance of a powerful martial saint.
Xiao Longquan is now striving to reach the 3rd level of martial king.
If you become his follower, as long as you are loyal enough, he may teach you some SSS level martial arts and magical powers in the future, some rare treasures, understand?
What? I heard that Xiao Longquan was already trying to reach the 3rd level of the true martial realm.
Everyone present was shocked.
They had just heard not long ago that Xiao Longquan had broken through to the 1st level of Jinwu realm. It's only been less than a month now, and Xiao Longquan is already trying to reach the 3rd level of Jinwu realm. Even Yichen was extremely surprised and felt that he had received a huge shock. At the beginning, the gap between Yichen and Xiao Longquan was not that huge. However, if Yichen fights with Xiao Longquan, he can still remain undefeated within 10 moves. But now Yichen is only at the 9th level of the innate realm, while Xiao Longquan has already begun to strive for the 3rd level of the true martial realm.
Ling Tian, you simply don't understand how powerful Xiao Longquan is. My patience is limited.
Promise to join our Holy Sun Guild right now and don't challenge my patience.
Looking at Feng Ningxiang, Ling Tian also became angry. Where did this brainless and stupid girl come from? Ling Tian didn't give any face. Who is Xiao Longquan? Is he worthy of asking me to be his follower? Is the 3rd level of the Jinwu realm so awesome? I just turned 18, and less than 2 weeks have passed, and I'm already at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Who is Xiao Longquan? When he was my age, what was his status? You want followers?
Go back and tell Xiao Longquan that if you want to be my follower, I will consider it if you don't treat your brain properly. Ling Tian didn't give any face at all, and the voice echoed clearly in every corner of the exchange meeting.
Everyone heard Ling Tian's words word for word, and in an instant, the entire audience fell into silence. Time and space seemed to stand still. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and looked at Ling Tian in shock.
They didn't expect Ling Tian to be so arrogant and say such words. It would be fine if he didn't give Feng Ningxiang any face, but he didn't even give Xiao Longquan any face. When Lu Quan, who was hiding at the back of the crowd, saw this scene, he became excited. Lu Quan had long been unhappy with Ling Tian, since Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan had a conflict.
Ling Tian will definitely be dealt with. Isn't this the result he wants?
Feng Ningxiang was stunned. Obviously she didn't expect Ling Tian to dare to say such words.
Xiao Longquan and I have been in Kyoto University for more than 3 years.
This has been the 4th year. In Kyoto University, no student or teacher has ever dared to be so rude to me. But now, Ling Tian not only talked about himself but also about Xiao Longquan. There was a cruel look in Feng Ningxiang's eyes as she stared at Ling Tian.
Ling Tian, are you looking for death? After hearing Feng Ningxiang's words, everyone knew that she was really angry. But Ling Tian didn't care at all. At this moment, Ling Tian was not afraid even of the semi-saints. Even if Ling Tian cannot defeat a semi-saint, he can run away.
As for Xiao Longquan, he was at the 3rd level of martial king. Even though he was a peerless genius, he could only cross a major realm at most, and his combat power was equivalent to that of the 3rd level of martial emperor.
Ling Tian was not afraid at all.
If he wants to die, Ling Tian doesn't mind letting him doubt his life and let him understand what a true genius is. But Chen Yu and Yi Chen beside Ling Tian became anxious. Yi Chen stood in front of Ling Tian and looked at Feng Ningxiang. Feng Ningxiang, calm down.
If Ling Tian doesn't want to join, why force him? Get out.
However, before Yi Chen could finish his words, Feng Ningxiang slapped him in the face with her backhand.
Pa!
A crisp and loud slapping sound echoed all around. Yi Chen obviously didn't expect Feng Ningxiang to not give him any face at all and suddenly attacked, leaving him no time to resist.
He was hit by a slap and flew backwards instantly with a loud bang.
With a dull thud, it hit a wall heavily, causing the wall to collapse. There was also a bright red slap mark on Yi Chen's face.
Feng Ningxiang looked at Yi Chen coldly. Yi Chen, you, a defeated general of Xiao Longquan, dare to speak in front of me? Believe it or not, Xiao Longquan can kill you with just one finger now? Everyone was shocked. They obviously didn't expect Feng Ningqian to be so domineering. No matter what, Yi Chen is the second student at Kyoto University.
Feng Ningqian, who is also the president of the Tianjin Guild, actually slapped Yi Chen in front of so many people.
Even Shun Yu couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Anger appeared in his eyes and he asked loudly, "You are too domineering, aren't you? No matter what, Senior Yi Chen didn't provoke you. How could you hit him? Little bitch, do you have the right to speak here?"
Feng Ningqian frowned, a cruel look appeared on her face, and she raised her hand and slapped him again. However, Feng Ningqian's palm hadn't even landed on Shun Yu's face. Ling Tian stretched out his right hand and grabbed her wrist.
Bang! Feng Ningqian was stunned when Ling Tian grabbed her wrist.
She felt as if her hands were welded to cement and it was impossible to move them at all.
Feng Ningqian was filled with rage. She glared at Ling Tian and shouted, "You bastard, put away your rake." Pa!
However, before he could finish his words, Ling Tian let go of Feng Ningqian and slapped her in the face with his backhand.
Feng Ningqian's facial features were distorted after being whipped directly.
Ling Tian had no sympathy for this arrogant, unreasonable, and brain-dead woman. The powerful force acted on Feng Ningqian, and she flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and crashed heavily onto the tables. Crash with the sound echoing, more than a dozen tables were knocked over by Feng Ningqian.
The wine spilled all over Feng Ningqian.
Everyone was stunned, holding their breath and opening their eyes wide in shock,
staring intently at everything happening in front of him. You know, that's Feng Ningqian, the daughter of the Feng family, a top-tier force in Kyoto. She is the daughter of Kyoto's genius. But now, he was slapped away by Ling Tian, without any face at all. Everyone present wondered if Ling Tian was crazy.
His actions had offended Feng Ningqian and Xiao Longquan.
Not only that, they also offended the big family behind them.
They didn't know where Ling Tian got the courage to do such a thing. Ling Tian still had a calm expression, but with a hint of coldness on his face. It was like doing a very simple thing, as simple as eating and drinking water. There was nothing to be surprised about. At this moment, the three masters of the innate realm brought by Feng Ningqian suddenly became furious.
Boom! Three masters in the innate realm released their aura to the extreme almost at the same time. The powerful momentum instantly locked onto Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you're looking for death.
However, in that instant, Ling Tian's spatial realm exploded, directly controlling the gravity of space.
An extremely terrifying pressure, like a 1,000-foot mountain, instantly acted on the three masters. Boom!
Rumble accompanied by a huge muffled sound, the three great masters were crushed to the ground, trembling. The entire exchange venue was shrouded in Ling Tian's artistic conception. Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into the king and ruler of this world. Everyone present felt a huge pressure, and it seemed that they didn't even have the courage to look Ling Tian in the eye. However, Ling Tian still looked relaxed and calm, not caring at all. Feng Ningqian became crazy in an instant, and the scorching heat on her body exploded, and suddenly a red-hot phoenix phantom appeared above her head.
That is Feng Ningqian's innate ability, SS level, Fire Phoenix Skyfire.
The shadow of the Fire Phoenix wrapped Feng Ningqian up completely, and Feng Ningqian was able to regain some of her movements. Feng Ningqian stood up, glared at Ling Tian and shouted angrily, "Ling Tian, you bastard, you actually dared to hit me. I'm going to hit you." Ling Tian interrupted Feng Ningqian and shouted angrily. He took a step forward, moved through space, and came directly to Feng Ningqian's side. Ling Tian's actions were so strange that Feng Ningqian had no way to react. Ling Tian slapped Feng Ningqian again, hitting her hard on the face.
Snap! The crisp sound clearly echoed in everyone's ears.
Feng Ningqian's facial features were crumpled up and she was about to fly backwards, but Ling Tian used spatial teleportation again. He came behind Feng Ningqian, who had not yet fallen from mid-air.
Pa!
Ling Tian slapped Feng Ningqian again, making her stunned. Pa. Ling Tian's figure kept moving, and Feng Ningqian was like a ball being whipped and moved back and forth.
Feng Ningqian finally couldn't help but let out a scream.
In fact, Feng Ningqian also wanted to hold back, but she found that Ling Tian was deliberately controlling his strength. He deliberately didn't let Feng Ningqian suffer any internal injuries. He beat her so hard that she only had external injuries, and the pain reached the extreme.
Under Ling Tian's continuous beating, Feng Ningqian finally couldn't help but scream. Everyone was stunned.
They obviously didn't expect that Ling Tian could be so cruel to Feng Ningqian, a woman. Originally, if someone else was so arrogant towards him, Ling Tian would not teach the other person a lesson without giving them any face. But the truth is, Feng Ningqian and Xiao Longquan were not good people in his previous life. When ferocious beasts attacked Blue Star in large numbers, Xiao Longquan and Feng Ningqian fought for their lives and to improve their strength. They chose to cooperate with the ferocious beasts. Although Blue Star was originally unable to resist the invasion of the ferocious beasts, it would not fall so quickly. It was because of human traitors like Xiao Longquan and Feng Ningqian that Blue Star was destroyed so quickly. The reason why Ling Tian did not attack Feng Ningqian directly was because, in this life, they had not done anything that would harm the interests of mankind. And now Feng Ningqian has completely angered Ling Tian. Then there was naturally no need for Ling Tian to hold back and he could just teach Feng Ningqian a lesson directly. At this moment, Ling Tian grabbed Feng Ningqian's neck and lifted her up. The powerful realm of
of mind overwhelmed her, making it difficult for her to even speak. Ling Tian, just wait, Xiaolongquan won't let you go. I want him to kill you, your friends, and your woman. None of them will have a good ending. I will make you my slave and sell your women to an island country to make action movies. Ling Tian frowned. Feng Ningqiang actually dared to say such harsh words at this time, which made Ling Tian furious. You're looking for death. Ling Tian was filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, an icy breath, like a cold current that had lasted for tens of millions of years, swept through the entire venue in an instant. Ling Tian has already made up his mind. Rather than letting a woman like Feng Ningqiang harm humanity in the future, he would rather let her do the same. It would be better to use my ability directly to absorb all her potential power. Use her power to consolidate his own foundation and turn Feng Ningqiang into a cripple. After becoming a disabled person, Feng Ningqiang's threat to humans will naturally become smaller. After thinking about this, Ling Tian decided to inflict fatal injuries on Feng Ningqiang. After feeling Ling Tian's murderous intent, Feng Ningqiang was stunned. Only then did she realize that she had been impulsive. Xiaolongquan was not by her side, and she was no match for Ling Tian. She understood that Ling Tian really dared to kill her. In an instant, Feng Ningqiang's heart rose to her throat and her eyes were filled with fear. Don't! At this moment, Ling Tian stretched out his right hand, and the chaotic infinite divine fire turned into a sharp blade. He easily crushed the phantom of the fire phoenix on Feng Ningqiang's body and wanted to pierce Feng Ningqiang's heart. Feng Ningqiang screamed in fear. Stop! At this moment, an angry shout echoed in everyone's ears. A terrifying gust of air swept through the entire venue, and the pressure of the artistic conception overwhelmed everyone. A middle-aged man in uniform, with a crew cut and regular features, walked in with 4 powerful men who had reached the level of martial king. After seeing the man, everyone present was stunned, and someone shouted loudly, "It's someone from the Soul Gate." From their clothes, everyone can tell that the people who came are from the core organization of the Ministry of Education, Soul Gate. Ling Tian also felt the aura of cultivation from the 5 people from the Soul Gate. The strength of the middle-aged man in the lead has reached the 4th level of martial king. As for the other 4 people, they were not bad either. Their strength was at least at the 1st level of martial king. The leader looked at Ling Tian and shouted angrily, "Boy, what are you doing? This is a freshman orientation meeting. Are you planning to kill someone here?" After hearing the words of the leader, Ling Tian frowned. After all, Ling Tian is now also a member of the Soul Gate. Naturally, he had to give the other party some face, and then let go of Feng Ningqiang in his hand. Ling Tian thought to himself, "I'll let you jump around for a while, but you won't be able to jump around for much longer." After Ling Tian released Feng Ningqiang looked at the middle-aged martial king who was in the lead, as if she had found hope. With an excited look on his face, he rushed directly towards the middle-aged man and looked at him with a wronged look on his face. "Uncle Chen, you have to take charge of this for me. It's this bastard, who wants to kill me. Is your last name Chen?" Ling Tian suddenly felt that things were getting interesting, because, when he was in Yunnan province, he destroyed the Meng family, and they said that the backer behind the Meng family was the Qian family in Kyoto. And this powerful martial king named Qian, could he be related to the Qian family behind the Meng family? Yi Chen frowned and came to Ling Tian's side. "Ling Tian, things are a bit troublesome. This person is called Qian Zhaowen. The Qian family is one of the 5 top wealthy families in Kyoto. Someone from the Qian family works at the Soul Gate of the Ministry of Education and has considerable power in their hands. It's equivalent to a department head in our school. You're familiar with the principal, right? You can ask the principal to come over." Sure enough, after hearing Yi Chen's words, Ling Tian thought to himself that this Qian family member was indeed from the Qian family behind the Meng family. If the other party is looking for death, don't blame Ling Tian for not giving him face. After all, the conflict between him and the Qian family had already existed before Ling Tian came to Kyoto. Facing the enemy, Ling Tian naturally had no need to hold back. The Qian family asked, comforted Feng Ningqiang, then turned around and looked at Ling Tian. He squinted his eyes and looked Ling Tian up and down, as if he was looking at a strange monkey. That look makes people feel uncomfortable. The Qian family didn't ask Ling Tian about the cause and effect of the matter, and just spoke. "Ling Tian, right? Get over here, cut out of my niece Feng Ningqiang, admit your mistake, then go back to the dormitory, pack up your things, and leave." The tone was full of arrogance and would not tolerate disobedience. After hearing what Qian Zhaowen said, everyone was stunned. They obviously didn't expect Qian Zhaowen to be so strong. It's so unreasonable. It was Feng Ningqiang who started the incident today. However, the Qian family did not even bother to investigate the development of the matter, but directly asked Ling Tianxia to kneel down and apologize. Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, a sneer on his face. "Oh, why don't you ask why I attacked her?" Qian Zhaowen said with disdain, "There is no need for that. What I saw was that you wanted to kill your own senior. We have never had someone as arrogant as you in Kyoto University. Don't you welcome us to today's exchange meeting? We at Kyoto University don't welcome you either. We'll give you one day. Get out of Kyoto immediately, or I'll make you regret ever setting setting foot in Kyoto. Let me get out of Kyoto University? Get out of Kyoto? Why? Ling Tian's face turned completely gloomy. Yi Chen and Chen Yu's faces were extremely ugly. They whispered in Ling Tian's ear, Ling Tian, you should go and call the principal over. It's no use for the principal to come. Chen Zhaowen shouted angrily, not giving Ling Tian a chance to answer. He looked at Ling Tian. Little bastard, let me tell you, why? Just because you are so arrogant and dare to attack Feng Ningqian. Just because I am from the Ministry of Education. Just because I'm from the Qian family, one of the 5 major families in Kyoto, I can kill you with just one finger. Do you understand? Chen Zhaowen didn't take Ling Tian seriously at all and thought he could easily crush Ling Tian to death. But Ling Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled. I hate people like you the most. You said you don't have the ability, so why are you pretending in front of me? Chen Zhaowen looked at Ling Tian's mocking expression and felt angry. Little bastard, I think you are looking for death. Bang! However, the words that Chen Jia asked had just fallen. Ling Tian directly performed a space teleportation and arrived in front of Chen Zhaowen in the blink of an eye. Chen Zhaowen didn't even have time to react before Ling Tian raised his hand and slapped Chen Zhaowen in the face. An extremely clear and loud sound echoed in everyone's ears. The powerful force was so strong that Chen Zhaowen's facial features were distorted. Thump thump. Chen Zhaowen was slapped by Ling Tian and retreated 2 steps before he stopped. Everyone was completely stunned after seeing this scene. They obviously didn't expect Ling Tian to be so bold. Chen Zhaowen looked at Ling Tian in shock. The people around him opened their eyes wide, stared at Ling Tian intently, and held their breath. Everyone thought that Ling Tian must be crazy to do such a thing. Chen Zhaowen is not just a member of the Qian family. He is also a member of the Soul Gate, a core institution of the Ministry of Education of Manhwa. With such an identity, even the senior executives of the 5 top families would give some face to the Qian family when they saw them. But what about Ling Tian? Ling Tian was just a freshman who had just arrived in Kyoto. Although he slapped Chen Zhaowen in front of so many people, it took Chen Jia a long time to react, and half of his face was slapped and became red and swollen. Suddenly, Chen Zhaowen became angry, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, and his whole expression became distorted. Looking at Ling Tian, veins popped on his forehead. Little beast, you are really tired of living. How dare you hit me? I'm going to hit you. However, before Chen Jia finished asking the question, Ling Tian shouted angrily, Pa! Another slap with the backhand, the arm stretched out like a whip and hit Chen Zhaowen's face heavily again. This time, Ling Tian's strength was 3 times greater than before, knocking Chen Zhaowen so hard that he spun around on the spot before he came to his senses. You! However, Chen Zhaowen had just uttered a word when Ling Tian slapped him again. Chen Zhaowen was shocked and quickly raised his arms to protect his face. At the same time, he activated his true energy and formed a protective chi to try to block Ling Tian's slap. However, just as Ling Tian's palm hit Chen Zhaowen's arm, the protective energy instantly shattered. Cracked. Chen Zhaowen only felt a tremendous force acting on his arm. In an instant, the sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears, and intense pain instantly surged to Chen Zhaowen's head. Chen Zhaowen felt powerless, and his arms were directly bounced away by Ling Tian. The third slap landed heavily on Chen Zhaowen's face, making it impossible for Chen Zhaowen to keep his body stable. His body flew into the air, flew backwards, and then hit a wall heavily. Bang! Rumble. Along with the sound of the collapsing wall, Chen Zhaowen also fell down. However, Ling Tian still had a relaxed and calm look on his face, without any emotional fluctuations on his face. Then he took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of Chen Zhaowen and stretched out his right hand. He picked up Chen Zhaowen as if he was picking up a chicken. Chen Zhaowen was beaten dizzy by Ling Tian, and then Ling Tian's thick, powerful blood and true energy. It was directly poured into Chen Zhaowen's body. Chen Zhaowen immediately felt his own actions, and his Qi and Dantian were suppressed. The powerful pressure made him lose the strength to resist, and he couldn't even move his arms. How is this possible? Chen Zhaowen's heart was filled with shock. He really didn't expect that Ling Tian was so powerful. You have to know that he is a powerful martial king at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, while Ling Tian is just a college student who just turned 18. His cultivation was not as strong as his own, but Ling Tian gave Chen Zhaowen the feeling that he was an insurmountable mountain. In front of Ling Tian, he had no power to resist at all and was completely ruthlessly abused. You don't welcome me, do you? Are you deliberately shielding Feng Ningqian? Are you cursing at me? Snap, snap, snap. Ling Tian was like punishing a child who had made a mistake. He grabbed Chen Zhaowen's collar and beat him again and again. Every time Ling Tian said something, he would slap Chen Zhaowen hard. Everyone in the audience was stunned and thought Ling Tian was really daring. It was the first time that everyone heard that people from the Ministry of Education, a core institution, and Soul Gate would be beaten in public. Stop, stop. In a short while, Chen Zhaowen was beaten into a pig's head by Ling Tian. Even his speech was unclear, and blood was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. Ling Tian had seen enough, so he threw the Chen family's question out like trash. Chen Zhaowen fell to the ground and used a lot of effort to get up. He had to rely on the support of several people from from the soul gate around him to barely stand. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, feeling that it was all so unreal. However, Chen Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. She was already angry because Ling Tian had hit Feng Ningxiang before. That could be considered a conflict between students. After all, Kyoto University often has students disagreeing and fighting with each other. Such things have long been commonplace, but as long as no one is killed or disabled, Kyoto University will turn a blind eye. But the people Ling Tian was beating up now were from the Ministry of Education and Soulgate. Bastard! Chen Zhaowen looked at Ling Tian angrily and roared loudly, "How dare you assault a public official? You're dead. Just wait." Having said that, Chen Zhaowen took out his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhaowen looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, if you have the guts, don't leave. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau will be here soon. You beat me today, even if you are a student of Kyoto University, I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail." "Okay, I want to see how you make me stay in jail forever," Ling Tian said, and he found a seat to sit down. He took a drink and a cake and savored them leisurely. But Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian's leisurely look and became so anxious that she almost cried. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian, grabbed the corner of Ling Tian's clothes and asked Ling Tian to leave quickly. "Ling Tian, you'd better go find the principal quickly, otherwise they won't let you go easily." However, Ling Tian still had a calm and indifferent look on his face, as if he was not worried at all about what the other party could do to him. "Don't worry, he can't do anything to me. I want to see what tricks he comes up with." Seeing Ling Tian so calm, everyone was very confused. Everyone knows something about Ling Tian. Ling Tian's grandfather was one of the first powerful people in Dragon Country. The Ling family is the top family in Yunqing, but this is Kyoto. In everyone's eyes, the Ling family that Ling Tian belongs to is just a local tyrant family that is not worthy of being on the stage. Isn't it courting death to offend someone from Kyoto here? Ling Tian didn't care at all. Feng Ningxiang's eyes were bloodshot with anger and she gritted her teeth. "You little bastard, you dare to hit Uncle Qian? Just wait, you will pay the price for your actions." After hearing Feng Ningxiang's words, Ling Tian still looked relaxed and calm. Instead, he looked at Yi Chen. "Senior Yi Chen, didn't you just say that you wanted to invite me to join your Tianjin guild? I have thought it through now. I want to join. Will you accept me?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Are you serious?" Yi Chen didn't expect Ling Tian to agree so suddenly. "Of course I'm telling the truth, but you've also seen that I've offended Feng Ningxiang and the Qian family. Do you still want me?" Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all. "Of course I am willing. Ling Tian, don't worry, since you have chosen to join us Tianjin, I will find a way to help you solve any trouble you encounter." Ling Tian shook his head. "No, I didn't join to seek your help, but I want to tell Feng Ningxiang, the stupid woman. Ling Tian, would consider joining any guild, but I just wouldn't consider joining their Saint's Son guild." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Feng Ningxiang was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick. Since Feng Ningxiang entered Kyoto University, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of her, and no one dared to look down on her Holy Sun guild. But today, Ling Tian completely disrespected the Son of God, and his dignity and face were rubbed on the ground. At this moment, a burst of extremely noisy footsteps came directly into the exchange meeting. About 20 fully armed law enforcement officers rushed into the venue of the exchange meeting. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old, with strong blood and vigor. Ling Tian could tell at a glance that the other party was a powerful martial king at the 9th level of the true martial realm, and the other 20 or so law enforcers were all masters at the innate realm. Ling Tian also sighed in his heart. Kyoto was worthy of being the capital of Dragon Country. Even in a team of law enforcement officers, there are so many innate masters. But it's normal if you think about it. After all, Yunqing is just a 5th-tier city, while Kyoto is the capital and a 1st-tier martial arts city. The strongest warriors from all over the country have gathered here, so it is normal to have so many innate masters. The 9th-level martial king who was leading the group had a puzzled look on his face. At this moment, Chen Zhaowen stood up and shouted loudly, "Lu Qing, come here." After hearing Chen Zhaowen's roar, the 9th-level martial arts master named Lu Qing looked at Chen Zhaowen with a puzzled look on his face. "Who are you?" At this time, Chen Zhaowen had been beaten into a pig's head by Ling Tian, and his original appearance could not be seen at all. Chen Zhaowen was furious. "I am Chen Zhaowen, Ministry of Education, Soulgate, Level 3 combatant." As he spoke, Chen Zhaowen took out his ID and showed it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing finally reacted after seeing the documents that the Qian family asked for. "It turns out to be Lord Qian. How did you become like this?" Lu Qing looked at the Qian family's questioning expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to. After all, Chen Zhaowen treated him so badly, and he didn't have any good feelings towards Chen Zhaowen. But there was no way. Even if he was a level 3 fighter of the Soulgate, his position was several levels higher than that of a team leader of the Law Enforcement Bureau. In the combat department, the rank of a 3rd-level combatant is equivalent to that of a deputy director of a prefecture-level city. Of course, it is not someone you can provoke. Chen Zhaowen glared at Ling Tian. "It was this bastard who hit me. He actually beat up a public public official from the Ministry of Education. Lu Qing, quickly hold him down. I'm going to kill him today. Qian Zhaowen looked extremely ferocious, crazy, and almost out of control. Lu Qing looked in the direction of Ling Tian and his face immediately turned gloomy. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Ling Tian was eating the cake leisurely. With an indifferent look on his face, Lu Qing had not expected that a young man who looked only about 20 years old could beat Qian Zhaowen into this state. Little brother, did you hit that person? Lu Qing asked Ling Tian coldly. That's right. Ling Tian admitted it generously without hesitation. Lu Qing's face darkened. Hold your head, squat down, and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Along with an angry shout, the terrifying sound waves shook everyone's minds. Lu Qing directly released his Jinwu artistic conception, and the impact of the 9-level Jinwu artistic conception shook everyone's mind. Everyone's minds were shaken by the powerful pressure. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they were unable to resist the powerful pressure. Ling Tian looked at Lu Qing calmly. You're going to attack me without asking what happened. Have you thought it through? Lu Qing looked at Ling Tian coldly. I'm sorry, the commander's orders must be obeyed absolutely. Commander Qian is my superior. I have no way of disobeying his orders. If you have any grievances, just follow us to the Law Enforcement Bureau. We naturally have our own investigation procedures. And now all I have to do is catch you. After hearing Lu Qing's words, Chen Yu and Yi Chen both frowned. I didn't expect that the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau were so rigid that they didn't even ask for the reason behind the incident. However, Ling Tian had nothing to say. Although the Qin family favored Feng Ningxiang, it was indeed Ling Tian who attacked. Ling Tian smiled slightly. You mean, whoever has a higher position has the final say and can make the decision, right? Lu Qing frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was the fact. Lu Qing shouted angrily, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hold your head and squat down. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly, but Qian Zhaowen looked very proud. Boy, aren't you awesome? Aren't you arrogant? If you have the guts, why don't you attack Lu Qing? Believe it or not, as long as you make a move on them, a martial emperor will come and capture you immediately. This is Kyoto, and you are from your country. Here, what matters is background, power, and status. Do you understand? I am a Qian Zhaowen, but I am a level 3 fighter of the Soul Gate, a cadre at the deputy director level. With my status, I can kill you with just a flick of my finger. Looking at Qian Zhaowen's smug look, Chen Yu and Yi Chenqi's bodies trembled slightly. Although they were unhappy, they had to admit that this was indeed true. In Kyoto, status is sometimes more important than strength. In Kyoto, as long as you hold a high position and have a strong background, even if you are not even a warrior, there will be a martial king or even a martial emperor working for you. But Ling Tian still looked calm and not angry. Oh, I originally wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but in return you just acted like an ordinary person and insulted me. Stop pretending. I'm going to be frank. I'm actually a high-ranking member of the Soul Gate, Lu Qing, right? I now order you to arrest Qian Zhaowen. What? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone present was stunned. He looked at Ling Tian with a confused face, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Ling Tian actually said that he was also a member of the Soul Gate. What kind of joke is this to them? You know, Soul Gate is the core institution of the Ministry of Education and the highest existence. Whether it is status, power, or combat effectiveness, it is the pinnacle of Yenxia. It can be said that each of the 5 top wealthy families in Kyoto has about 20 martial emperors, and even some martial saints. However, the 5 top giants are far behind the official Ministry of Education. Only if the 5 major families unite will they have a chance to compete with the education department. The core Soul Gate of the Ministry of Education is what countless people want to enter. Ling Tian is so young, yet he says he is from the Ministry of Education. Even if Ling Tian really joined the Ministry of Education, he was only 18 years old. Could it be that his position was higher than that of Qian Zhaowen? Boy, are you crazy? Do you know what crime you will be charged with for impersonating someone from the Soul Gate? Anger showed in Lu Qing's eyes. Ling Tian sneered. Why, you don't believe it? Lu Qing looked at Ling Tian coldly, too lazy to answer Ling Tian's words, and walked towards Ling Tian step by step. Ling Tian directly took out his ID from his storage space. See for yourself. Swish. In an instant, Ling Tian's ID was thrown out by him, just like turning into a meteor, flying directly towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing quickly grabbed the ID. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed around, and waves appeared in the space. What? Lu Qing's pain magnified, and shock appeared in his eyes. Because of the terrifying force with which Ling Tian threw the ID, Lu Qing felt that his entire arm was paralyzed. Such strength is not inferior to that of himself, a 9th-level martial king, and may even be stronger. Lu Qing looked at Ling Tian, wondering why a college student in his 20s would have such terrifying strength. Lu Qing estimated that if Ling Tian wanted to resist, he might not be able to take Ling Tian down. Who are you? Why do you have such strength? Lu Qing hesitated. Looking at Ling Tian, he asked loudly, he is so powerful at such a young age, maybe his background is not simple? Ling Tian looked impatient. Didn't I tell you? I'm from the Soul Gate. I threw my ID to you, can't can't you read it yourself? Lu Qing was stunned, then picked up the ID in his hand. Everyone looked confused. Everyone seemed to guess what Ling Tian had given Lu Qing, and that was why Ling Tian was so calm and composed. It's probably because he has the thing he threw to Lu Qing in his hand. Lu Qing saw the cover of the certificate. What? Lu Qing was stunned for a moment, and his body shook violently, as if a powerful electric current was surging through him. His pupils dilated, as if he had seen something incredible. His breathing became rapid. He had not expected that Ling Tian's identity would be so terrifying, but he still tried to stay calm and took out his cell phone. Then, an authentication system app of the Law Enforcement Bureau was opened. There is no way. After all, there are some people in Manhwa who specialize in forging documents. In order to confirm that the document is authentic, each document has a QR code on it. As for the authentication system of the Law Enforcement Bureau, as long as the QR code is recognized, the authentication system will pop up the information of the owner of the certificate. Ding, the QR code was scanned successfully and the page jumped immediately. A young man's information appeared on the authentication system page, and that person's information was exactly the same as the information on Ling Tian's ID. What does this mean? This means Ling Tian's ID is real, and Ling Tian's identity is also real. Lu Qing was already trembling all over, with beads of sweat on his forehead and his back already wet with sweat. He was extremely grateful that he did not rush to attack Ling Tian, otherwise he would be dead. Ling Tian looked at Lu Qing with a half-smile on his face, but Qian Zhaowen was getting anxious. Lu Qing, what the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take him down. At this moment, Lu Qing knelt on one knee in front of Ling Tian. I am Lu Qing, your subordinate, here to see Commander Ling Tian. Lu Qing shouted loudly, kneeling on the ground respectfully, looking at Ling Tian with awe in his eyes. You know, he saw Ling Tian's information. He was 18 years old, had reached the innate realm, and was an unparalleled genius. How could a mere law enforcer like me dare to offend monsters by fighting them like this? What? After hearing Lu Qing's words, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone stared blankly at Ling Tian and Lu Qing, completely confused as to what was going on. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face. He looked at Lu Qing and spoke lightly. Lu Qing, the Qian family asked, you know what to do if you commit insubordination? Yes. Lu Qing stood up without any hesitation and looked at Qian Jia and asked. Qian Zhaowen was immediately furious. He looked at Lu Qing and shouted, Lu Qing, how dare you? I work for the Ministry of Education. My position is higher than yours. Swish, however, before he could finish his words, Lu Qing moved behind Qian Zhaowen, grabbed the other's head and pressed hard. Boom! The floor shattered and caved in instantly. Qian Zhaowen was pinned to the ground by Lu Qing like a criminal. What's going on? Everyone was completely confused after seeing this scene. It's like seeing something incredible. Isn't the situation turning around a little too quickly? Wasn't Lu Qing called by the Qian family to help them? But now Lu Qing not only failed to help the Qian family to capture Ling Tian. Qian Zhaowen was pinned to the ground by Lu Qing and was completely unable to move. He looked extremely embarrassed. Lu Qing, what the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Qian Zhaowen roared loudly. He was so angry that he was almost going crazy. It was the first time he felt so humiliated. Among the 5 top families, the Qian family is from the core institution of the Ministry of Education, the Soulgate. Today, not only was he severely humiliated and slapped in the face by Ling Tian, a high school student who just turned 18, in front of so many people, now he was still pinned to the ground by the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, and Lu Qing's powerful and abundant true energy directly flowed into Qian Zhaowen's body. Afterwards, he completely blocked Qian Zhaowen's Qi Hai Dantian and tendons. Qian Zhaowen completely lost the strength to resist and couldn't even move. He looked extremely embarrassed. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face, looking at Qian Zhaowen indifferently, as if he had already expected such a thing to happen. After Qian Zhaowen lost the strength to resist, Lu Qing directly took out the handcuffs and then handcuffed both of Qian Zhaowen's hands together. Only then did Qian Zhaowen's handcuffs come free. The handcuffs were made of special metal. Only those who have reached the martial emperor level or above have a chance to force it open. Qian Zhaowen was only a martial artist at the 3rd level of martial king, so naturally he had no way of forcibly opening the handcuffs. Damn it! Damn it! Qian Zhaowen roared loudly in anger, but Lu Qing didn't care at all. Just now, he had already been unhappy with Qian Zhaowen, but he was afraid of Qian Zhaowen's identity, so he didn't dare to say anything. But now, Ling Tian's identity is much more powerful than that of the Qian family, so he naturally has no reason to be afraid of anything. Qian Zhaowen knelt on the ground with a ferocious look on his face. Lu Qing, what are you going to do? Why don't you let me go quickly? You're actually going to fight me for a bastard. Do you want your job? You don't want your future? Even Feng Ningqiang had a gloomy face and looked at Lu Qing coldly. Captain Lu Qing, do you know what you are doing? Lu Qing looked relaxed and calm, and calmly took out Ling Tian's ID from his hand. Commander Ling Tian. He is a national treasure level talent certified by the Ministry of Education and Soulgate. His rank is equivalent to that of a general. Qian Zhaowen, you are just a small 3rd
3rd level fighter, your level in the Soul Gate is at least 4 or 5 levels lower than Commander Ling Tian.
Who do you think you are? You dare ask me to arrest Commander Ling Tian? You are committing treason and courting death. I don't care, but if you take me with you, I won't do it.
Captain Lu Qing spoke loudly, and the voice echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. Everyone heard it clearly, and in an instant, the whole audience exploded and everyone was boiling with excitement. Ling Tian is actually a national treasure. Everyone shouted in shock. There was horror in everyone's eyes, and they couldn't believe that this was true. You have to know how old Ling Tian is. Ling Tian is just a freshman who has just arrived in Kyoto, but he is actually a national treasure. Everyone knows what a national treasure means. In the entire Soul Gate, there are no more than 30 certified national treasure level talents. Among these people, each one has made great contributions to the Dragon Country, and in special fields, they have great significance to the Dragon Country. Every national treasure level talent can apply for a martial emperor to be their protector and guard them.
And it wasn't just one martial emperor level protector, but two.
The reason why Ling Tian did not apply for the protection of a martial emperor was because Ling Tian did not want to waste the resources of Dragon Country. Ling Tian already has Xuaneng, a peak beast king level being, as a protector who is dozens of times more powerful than the average martial emperor. Therefore, there was really no need for Ling Tian to apply for a martial emperor to protect him in the Soul Gate. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. Even Feng Ningqiang was stunned because he was a national treasure level talent. Her boyfriend, the top student in Kyoto University, although he is a peerless genius, is not qualified to become a national treasure of the Soul Gate.
Feng Ningqiang's eyes showed jealousy, but she also didn't believe that this identity was real.
What they didn't know was that Ling Tian had indeed made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. After all, during the college entrance examination, if Ling Tian had not stood up once any of the 3 overlord beasts obtained the heart of the origin of the Chaos Skyfire, then, it is estimated that thousands of military soldiers and more than 4,000 college entrance examination students on Yanlong Island will die. If we talk about a field in which Ling Tian has made a huge contribution to Dragon Country, we can talk about his healing and recovery abilities.
The old minister has personally confirmed that Ling Tian's healing ability can recover any kind of injury. This kind of ability is much more powerful than the SS level healing Holy Light.
Therefore, in the field of healing, Ling Tian can be said to be the #1 in Dragon Country. Ling Tian can become a Soul Gate certified national treasure of Dragon Country. There is nothing wrong with him at all.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
At this moment, Shen Zhaowen roared loudly.
His identity must be fake. How old is he?
He is just an 18-year-old youth. You are not from the Soul Gate, so you have no idea how difficult it is to become a national treasure.
Ling Tian's identity must be a fake.
There's no way Ling Tian is a national treasure. Although he said so, Shen Zhaowen also began to panic, because he knew very well that he was just a low-level member of the Soul Gate. The status of a national treasure level talent is unknown to me. If Ling Tian is really a national treasure level talent. Just now, I committed the crime of insubordination and bullied a national treasure.
I am dead today.
Feng Ningqiang also didn't believe it and looked at Lu Qing. Captain Lu Qing, you must have made a mistake. I have never heard of such a young national treasure level talent in Manhwa.
Ling Tian sneered. If that's the case, why not just call the old minister and find out? Old minister? Everyone's pupils shrank and they looked at Ling Tian in shock. Everyone naturally knows who the old minister Ling Tian is talking about.
Naturally, it is the highest leader of the Ministry of Education of Manhwa, the old minister Tianni, one of the 8 martial saints of Manhwa. Everyone was completely shocked and their heartbeats began to accelerate. You know, people like the old minister are strong people standing at the top of the pyramid of Dragon Country. Although, Feng Ningxiang and the Qin family also had the opportunity to meet the old minister. But that was also because we participated in a joint meeting or some important national event.
Moreover, they were the most inconspicuous presence in the event. They could only watch the old minister from afar in the corner.
But now Ling Tian actually said that he could contact the old minister.
How could everyone believe that this was true? Ling Tian didn't waste time.
The old minister had told Ling Tian about it before he left Yunnan province. If he had any problems in Kyoto, he could tell him. Originally, Ling Tian didn't want to trouble the old minister.
But now Ling Tian has figured it out. He is not a grassroots person without any background in Kyoto.
I also have a background in connections. Even if the 5 top families want to provoke me, they have to think carefully.
Ling Tian didn't waste any time, took out his mobile phone and made a video call directly. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the call was connected. Hello, a deep and majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. It was the old minister.
Although Ling Tian only showed a small mobile phone screen, they were all warriors with strength far exceeding that of ordinary people, so they naturally saw the person on the other end of the phone.
And the person on the other end of the line is the powerful man that everyone respects the most, right?
Normally, we only see each other on TV or in the news. But Ling Tian actually got in touch with that big shot.
How could everyone not be shocked and surprised? Master Tian, it's me, Ling Tian. Ling Tian said respectfully. Tian Lao smiled, giving people a kind and gentle feeling. Ling Tian, what's wrong? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Ling Tian nodded. Tian Lao, I've run into a little trouble. I hope you can help me solve it. Tian Lao frowned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I have already explained everything to my son when Ling Tian came to Kyoto University. That is the president of Kyoto University, Tian Ming. If Ling Tian comes to Kyoto University, he must take good care of Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian went to Yunnan province in person and brought Ling Tian to Kyoto University. But now Ling Tian actually called him, which made Tian Lao feel very unhappy. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Tian Ming? Did he get into trouble at school? Ling Tian shook his head. Tian Lao, this is not a problem for the school. I think this matter will be easier to resolve if I come to you. I'm here today to attend a freshman orientation meeting held outside of the school, hosted by someone from your soul gate. Oh, after hearing Ling Tian's words, Tian Lao raised his eyebrows, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Ling Tian, tell me, what's the problem? Ling Tian nodded. That's right, that person said that Kyoto doesn't welcome me. Kyoto University doesn't welcome me either, and he wants me to get out of Kyoto. I refused, and he even sent people from the law enforcement agency to arrest me. Tell me, since you didn't welcome me in Kyoto, I could have gone to Shanghai. Do I really need to come here? Don't you think so? In an instant, Tian Lao's face turned completely gloomy. Everyone seemed to be able to clearly feel Tian Lao's anger on the other end of the phone, even through the phone. Who is he? I personally went to Yunnan province to persuade you to come to Kyoto, but he actually didn't welcome you. What a shame. I want to see who gave him such a big face. He even dares to expel the person whom Tianyi likes. Tian Lao is very unhappy now, because Ling Tian was brought to Kyoto by himself. He is also a national treasure level talent certified by his own soul gate. If the other party does not welcome Ling Tian and wants to expel Ling Tian from Kyoto, isn't that slapping himself in the face? Ling Tian calmly pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Qian Jia, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked. Qian Jiawen was stunned, and when he looked at Tian Lao in the video, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart, and fear appeared in his eyes. I don't know how to describe how I feel at this moment. Ling Tian said. Tian Lao, this man is from the Qian family, a level 3 fighter of the Soul Gate, and his name is Qian Jiawen. I took it upon myself to teach him a lesson. Do you think that's okay? After all, the Qian family is a member of the Qian family, so Ling Tian still has to ask Tian Lao. Tian Lao's face was gloomy, and he nodded. No problem, even if you kill him, I will help you collect the body. What? After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone present was shocked. I didn't expect that the former Minister of Education would say such a thing, but it's normal when you think about it. Although Qian Jiawen is just a middle or senior level member of the Qian family, their status was not that high, and the Qian family was a joke in front of the Ministry of Education. If the 5 major families unite, the Ministry of Education may still take a look at it, but if it is the Qian family alone, it is nothing. Okay, Ling Tian, I understand, just do whatever you want. Don't worry, as long as I, Tianyi, am in Kyoto, no one has the right to expel you. You must remember that you are a dragon countryman, and you are qualified to set foot on any part of the land in Dragon Country. As long as you don't commit any crime, you're welcome everywhere. Afterwards, Ling Tian exchanged a few words with Tian Lao and then hung up the phone. Ling Tian smiled slightly and asked the completely dumbfounded Qian Jia, do you have anything else to say now? My identity was personally approved by the old minister. How could this be false? Qian Jiawen finally reacted and immediately became crazy, roaring loudly. Impossible. This must be fake, absolutely fake. Ling Tian, you dare to find someone to impersonate the old minister. The person on the other end of the video must be fake. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to deserve such respect from the old minister? However, at this moment, Qian Jiawen's phone suddenly rang. Ling Tian looked at Lu Qing. Help him answer the phone and turn on the speakerphone. Yes. Lu Qing nodded, took out the mobile phone that Qian Jiawen had asked for, and answered the call. The Qian family is asking. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The Qian family asked, are you at the exchange meeting? The person on the other end asked. Qian Jiawen suddenly became excited. Captain, it's me. I was indeed at the orientation meeting at Kyoto University. After hearing what the Qian family asked, the person on the other end of the phone sighed. Alas, Qian Jiawen, please be more restrained in the future. Don't think that you are a member of the Soul Gate and have a relationship with the Qian family, so you can be arrogant and domineering. Sorry, you are fired. You are no longer a member of Hunmen, and you have also implicated your Qian family. Ministry of Education, all members of the Qian family will be implicated. Come back, collect your things and get out of here. Impossible. After hearing his boss' words, Qian Jiawen screamed in shock. There was absolutely no way to accept it. I just said that Ling Tian randomly found someone to impersonate the old minister. The next second, I received a call from my boss saying that I was fired. Not only himself, but also those in the Qian family were implicated. This made Qian Jiawen almost crazy, and everyone was shocked and looked at Ling Tian with admiration. At this point, point, everyone was 100% certain that the person who had just spoken to Ling Tian was the former Minister of Education. Otherwise, how could Qian Zhaowen be fired less than 2 minutes after Ling Tian hung up the phone? Why? Why on earth? Captain, are you kidding me? Why are you expelling me? After hearing the questions raised by the Qian family, the man on the other end of the phone also became angry. Qian Jia asked, "You dare to ask me why? You actually want to expel our Soul Sect's national treasure level talent. These talents were brought to Soul Gate by the old minister himself. You are so shameless that you want to expel your boss's boss. Who gave you the courage? We Soul Gate won't allow someone as arrogant as you to exist." Beep beep beep. As soon as the words fell, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Their conversation was heard clearly by everyone present. Everyone was in confusion and shock. Now it has been confirmed, and no one can question Ling Tian's identity. Ling Tian is indeed a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, certified by the Soul Gate. How is it possible? How is it possible? Only then did the Qian family feel panicked. Only then did he realize that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. But if I react now, it's too late. How could you be a national treasure? Why? Why? Qian Zhaowen looked at Ling Tian and roared loudly. Ling Tian frowned, took a step forward, came directly in front of Qian Zhaowen, and slapped him. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in everyone's ears. Qian Zhaowen was slapped unconscious by Ling Tian. Lu Qing came to Ling Tian respectfully and returned Ling Tian's ID to him with both hands. Ling Tian looked at Lu Qing calmly. "Captain Lu Qing, take Qian Zhaowen away and deal with him as needed." "Yes, sir." Lu Qing nodded respectfully, then saluted Ling Tian and carried Qian Zhaowen away as if he were carrying garbage. Looking at the backs of the law enforcement team taking Qian Zhaowen away, everyone felt extremely complicated. Obviously, they didn't expect that they were all college students at Kyoto University. While everyone was still working hard to earn credits without mercy, Ling Tian had already become a national treasure of Dragon Country. Ling Tian even knew a big shot like the old minister, which made everyone very envious. Only then did Jichen understand why Ling Tian was not nervous at all. Because Ling Tian has enough strength and connections, so he doesn't need to be afraid of the small Chen family. Ling Tian looked at Feng Ningxiang with a playful expression. "What about you? Why don't you just get out of here and wait for me to deal with you?" After hearing Ling Tian's words, Feng Ningxiang's anger immediately surged into her heart, but she didn't dare to vent it. Because Feng Ningxiang knew very well that she was no match for Ling Tian. It would be irrational for me to continue to conflict with Ling Tian now. "You." Feng Ningxiang only uttered one word and swallowed the rest. Then he looked at his men and said, "Let's go." When leaving, he did not forget to say harsh words to Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, just wait for me. Xiao Longquan will soon succeed in his cultivation and will come out before the freshman competition. Whatever you did to me today, including the expulsion I received, Xiao Longquan will help me get back at it." Afterwards, Feng Ningxiang took her people and left quickly. However, Yichen looked at Ling Tian with a worried look on his face. "Ling Tian, you have to be careful of Xiao Longquan. Xiao Longquan is definitely not as simple as he seems. Xiao Longquan is an unparalleled genius. When he was about to become a warrior, he opened up 107 tendons and awakened the SSS superpower, the Thunder of Annihilation. He is a peerless genius who can achieve this, transcending a great realm and defeating his opponent. If you underestimate him, you will suffer a loss." After hearing what Xiao Longquan said, Ling Tian smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I know what to do. For ordinary warriors, Xiao Longquan is indeed out of reach and can only be looked up to. But for Ling Tian, it was nothing. The Annihilation Divine Thunder was an SSS-level supernatural power that evolved from the Purple Divine Thunder after a trace of destructive power was awakened. Ling Tian's Chaos Infinite Divine Fire is SS level, a supernatural power evolved from the chaotic power awakened in the Infinite Divine Fire. In terms of power, they are equally matched. However, Ling Tian's Eyes of Destruction and spatial abilities are both purer and more powerful abilities. Apart from the fact that Ling Tian's cultivation was inferior to Xiao Longquan, he was superior to Xiao Longquan in terms of foundation, supernatural powers, and comprehension of the Jinwu realm. If a fight really breaks out, Ling Tian is confident that Xiao Longquan will never be his opponent. The conflict ended and the exchange meeting ended at midnight. Ling Tian returned to the dormitory and rested. At around 9 o'clock the next morning, a man came to the door of Ling Tian's dormitory. She was a cool and beautiful woman, none other than Han Xian, the beautiful teacher at Kyoto University. After seeing Ling Tian, although Han Xian still looked indifferent, her attitude had changed a lot compared to before. Han Xian looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, your sky-controlling spiritual fluid is ready. My grandfather wants you to go to the school swimming pool." "Oh?" Ling Tian immediately showed great interest. Doesn't this mean that Ling Tian can cultivate the sky-controlling divine body right away? And Ling Tian is confident that he can take advantage of this opportunity to break through the Jinwu realm in one fell swoop and become a powerful martial king. Ling Tian has already started to look forward to it. After all, he has consumed materials worth hundreds of billions. Having asked his master to concoct the sky-controlling spiritual liquid, Ling Tian
Tian naturally would not miss this opportunity to improve himself. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and followed Han Xian to the swimming pool of Kyoto University. As soon as he arrived at the swimming pool, Ling Tian felt the strong aroma of medicinal herbs filling the air. The spiritual energy in the entire swimming pool is more than 10 times richer than that outside the swimming pool. Ling Tian, you're here. At this moment, a voice echoed in the ears of Ling Tian and Han Xian. At the edge of the swimming pool, Professor Han Yu was looking at Ling Tian with a look of joy. There was also a hint of surprise in Ling Tian's eyes, because Professor Han Yu's aura at this moment was different from that of yesterday. It is more than dozens of times stronger. Compared with yesterday, it is as if it has been reborn. Moreover, at this time, the aura of Professor Han Yu's cultivation had not yet been completely restrained. Ling Tian easily felt Han Yu's cultivation level. At this time, Han Yu's cultivation level had successfully recovered to the 4th level of Jinwu realm, and Ling Tian could clearly feel that Han Yu's strength seemed to be increasing and becoming stronger every minute and every second. But it's normal to think about it. Professor Han Yu is known as the most talented among the second generation of strong people in Longbo Blue Star. He was someone who had already touched the threshold of the laws of space and was a powerful half-step martial saint. Now that his injuries have fully recovered, it will be easy for him to restore his cultivation. Ling Tian looked at Han Yu and bowed respectfully. Disciple Ling Tian, greetings to master. Han Yu smiled gently. You're welcome, this is all thanks to you. As he spoke, Han Yu's expression became serious. Ling Tian, you must have understood the reason why I asked you to come here today. It is to help you cultivate the sky-controlling divine body. The water in this swimming pool is the sky-controlling spiritual liquid, which can help you cultivate the sky-controlling divine body. After hearing Han Yu's words, Ling Tian nodded impatiently. Then, Han Yu took out a notebook directly from his storage space. Han Yu handed the notebook to Ling Tian. Ling Tian, this notebook is the copy of the free and easy sky control that I copied for you. The front part records the cultivation method of the sky control divine body. Please write it down first. Thank you, master. Ling Tian nodded and put away the copy of Xiaoyao Yukong. Ling Tian opened the notebook and began to read it, and he read it very quickly. He read 10 lines at a glance, and in just a few seconds, Ling Tian would turn to the next page. After seeing this scene, Han Yu and Han Xian both frowned. After all, Ling Tian flipped through the pages too quickly, and they were worried that Ling Tian wouldn't be able to remember the contents 100% correctly. Of course, they were obviously overthinking it. Not to mention that Ling Tian has amazing comprehension and a strong memory. Reading 10 lines at a glance is not difficult at all. Secondly, Ling Tian had already memorized the general outline of Xiaoyao Yukong's martial arts skills deeply in his mind. While Ling Tian was treating Han Yu, he had already mastered Xiaoyao Yukong's cultivation method and all of Xiaoyao Yukong's cultivation insights. The reason why Ling Tian is looking through the copy of Xiaoyao Yukong now is because he needs to go through a process. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Tian finished reading the entire book of Xiaoyao Yukong. Then, he looked at Han Yu and said, Master, have I memorized all the contents? Han Yu and Han Xian were both surprised and obviously had some doubts. You know, Xiaoyao Yukong records more than just words. Those words also contain the artistic conception that Han Yu has infused into them, which needs to be comprehended together. Some geniuses with amazing memory may be able to remember words, but it is difficult to truly remember the content. Even Han Yu himself did not have the confidence to memorize the entire outline of Xiaoyao Yukong without 3 or 4 hours. But now, only less than 10 minutes had passed, and Ling Tian actually said that he had remembered it. At this moment, a hint of gratitude flashed in Ling Tian's eyes when he looked at Han Yu. It was because Ling Tian had read all the content that he realized that Han Yu really had no reservations about him. All the contents of Xiaoyao Yukong have been printed on this copy, and even the spatial artistic conception has been integrated into it. Ling Tian looked at Han Yu. Master, don't worry, I really have memorized all the content. Oh, how about I test you? Han Yu looked at Ling Tian with some doubt. Ling Tian still looked confident, of course. Afterwards, Han Yu asked Ling Tian several questions in succession, and Ling Tian answered them all perfectly. This is the standard answer in Han Yu's mind. It can be said that Ling Tian's answer is exactly the same as his own idea. Han Yu's face was filled with excitement. Great, great. It seems I underestimated you. From your answer, I can confirm that you have indeed memorized it. Afterwards, Han Yu said, Ling Tian, since you have already memorized the method of cultivation, then practice the cultivation method of the sky-controlling divine body. Complete a great circulation. If successful, you can then cultivate in the Yukong spiritual liquid. Okay. Ling Tian nodded, then sat down on the spot and started practicing with his legs crossed. Seeing Ling Tian easily entering into meditation in just a few seconds, Han Yu's eyes showed satisfaction. Then he looked at Han Xian and said, Han Xian, how long do you think it will take Ling Tian to complete a full cycle of circulation? Han Xian said, it took me half a day to successfully complete a full cycle of qi. Ling Tian is better than me, so an hour should be enough, right? Han Xian no longer had any pride in front of Ling Tian, even though she was considered a top talent among warriors. But in front of Ling Tian, she realized that she, the so-called genius, was nothing at all. Han Yu smiled faintly and said, I think you still underestimate Ling Tian. I think Ling Tian can complete a big circle of circulation in half an hour at most. Han Xian was stunned, a little dissatisfied. Half an hour, that's also. Boom. However, before Han Xian could finish her words, a powerful spatial fluctuation burst out from Ling Tian's body. The airwave pushed out, and Ling Tian's clothes began to flutter wildly. At this time, Ling Tian's spatial ability was moving, and at the same time, endless air elements gathered above his head. In just less than 3 breaths, it had successfully condensed into a watermelon-sized space vortex, hanging above Ling Tian's head. Is it done? How is this possible? Han Yu and Han Xian, the grandfather and grandson, roared loudly almost at the same time after seeing this scene. Both of them opened their eyes and mouths wide, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. You know, after the sky-controlling divine bodies technique has been successfully circulated through one cycle, a small space vortex will be formed above the head. This also means that Ling Tian can now use the sky-controlling spiritual liquid to cultivate the sky-controlling divine body. This, Han Yu and Han Xian's hearts were already filled with turbulent waves that could not be calmed for a long time. I just felt like I was dreaming. It all seemed so unreal. Originally, they thought that it was already amazing that Ling Tian could successfully complete a big circle within an hour, or even half an hour. This was already overestimating Ling Tian, but now Han Xian and Han Yu, the grandfather and grandson, realized that they had underestimated Ling Tian. How could they not be shocked? You know, Ling Tian succeeded in less than a minute. And how could Han Yu and the others possibly understand that Ling Tian had already absorbed all of Han Yu's cultivation insights into free and easy flying? Han Yu has been practicing Xiaoya Yukong for many years, and his true energy has already circulated hundreds of thousands of times according to the trajectory of Xiaoya Yukong. Ling Tian, who absorbed Han Yu's insights, was equivalent to someone who had practiced and operated the free and easy flying technique hundreds of thousands of times. Naturally, he had completed a cycle easily, but this was because Ling Tian was not yet proficient in the actual operation. If Ling Tian is given an hour to adapt, and he practices Xiaoya Yukong and performs a large circulation, his speed will be no less than that of Professor Han Yu. Just when Han Yu and Han Xian had not yet come to their senses, a powerful spatial fluctuation burst out from Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian completed the second big cycle. Only then did Han Xian and Han Yu realize that Ling Tian could not be viewed with their common sense at all. Just when Ling Tian successfully completed 36 cycles, he felt a sense of comfort all over his body. It was as if some impurities in the body were expelled, and the affinity with the space elements was also slightly improved. Not only that, even the strength of blood, energy, and true essence increased a little bit. Although the improvement was not huge, Ling Tian could clearly feel that the strength of his true essence and blood energy had increased. Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked at Han Yu and Han Xian with a confused look on his face. Ling Tian was feeling wicked inside, and said somewhat depressedly, alas, it only took 5 minutes to complete 36 cycles. Master, teacher Han Xian, am I progressing a little slowly? Shut the fuck up. You call this slow? What do we call this? Han Yu was so angry at Ling Tian's words that he yelled. The corners of Han Xian's mouth twitched involuntarily. If it wasn't because she couldn't beat him, Han Xian couldn't help but want to go over and give Ling Tian a big slap in the face. Han Yu looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, you are now proficient in practicing the sky control divine body. Then I won't waste any more time. You can directly enter the Yukong spirit liquid to practice. But you have to remember one thing, this Yukong Lingyun, after being absorbed, will produce a strong rejection with your body and tendons. It will cause you a lot of pain, and you must endure this kind of pain. The longer you persist in the Yukong spiritual liquid for the first time, the better the effect of your cultivation will be. Got it. Ling Tian nodded without any hesitation. He jumped directly into the swimming pool and immediately felt a cool and comfortable feeling coming over his heart. But Ling Tian knew very well that this comfort was only temporary, because he had not yet started to practice Xiaoya Yukong to cultivate the divine body of flying. Once you start practicing the technique, you will absorb the Yukong spirit liquid into your body. At that time, the Yukong spirit liquid will repel himself, and Ling Tian will feel pain. At this moment, Han Yu's words echoed in Ling Tian's ears. Plop. Just after this meeting, Han Yu and Han Xian were transferred to the swimming pool at the same time. Han Yu said, Ling Tian, Han Xian and I have also cultivated the sky-controlling divine body. I sold the materials you gave me for over 200 billion. The amount of sky-controlling spiritual liquid we exchanged for is already far more than what you need. Is it okay for us to borrow some of your sky-controlling spiritual liquid? Ling Tian smiled faintly. Of course there is no problem. It's just some materials. If I don't have them, I can earn them back by hunting some ferocious beasts in the secret realm. If it were Ling Tian before he reached the Xiantian realm, he would still feel a little sorry for money. But now, Ling Tian has completely lost interest in this concept. Everyone says that warriors can make money faster than printing money. Ling Tian understood
understood this very well. He had only entered the Yanlong Island and killed some ferocious beasts during the college entrance examination. He has gained countless benefits, so Ling Tian doesn't feel sorry for the materials now. As long as he can improve his strength, Ling Tian doesn't care even if he is left with no money. Han Yu saw Ling Tian so straightforward and smiled. Okay, start practicing. I'll help you and Han Xian watch over you. If there is any accident, I can help you in time. Ling Tian nodded and started practicing immediately. Just like before, it only took him a few breaths to successfully enter a state of meditation. Han Xian looked at Ling Tian and said, "This guy, is he going to surpass our imagination again and cultivate a flying body in one breath? After all, he has an amazing physique and can absorb the medicinal properties of herbs instantly." Han Yu shook his head. It's hard to say, the situation this time is different from before. They remembered that Ling Tian easily absorbed the medicinal power of the rare treasures yesterday and achieved a breakthrough easily. As soon as Han Yu finished speaking, Ling Tian frowned. He felt a large amount of medicinal power of the Yukong spirit liquid entering his body. As expected, there was a rejection from his body, and Ling Tian felt a powerful and violent force flowing through his body. The violent force seemed to be about to burst his tendons and veins. Not only that, Ling Tian also felt his internal organs and bones. It was as if there were countless invisible sharp blades constantly cutting him apart, causing Ling Tian immense pain. This feeling forced Ling Tian to slow down his absorption speed slightly. You know, the Yukong spirit liquid is completely different from the Yin-Yang spirit spring that Ling Tian had soaked in before. The true Yang spiritual spring destroys the physical body while also repairing it. However, if the Yukong spirit liquid causes injuries due to rejection, one can only rely on one's own abilities to slowly repair the damage. Ling Tian also knew that he should not act too hastily, and that this pain was not something a normal person could endure. Ling Tian judged that this kind of pain was close to level 7 pain. I guess even a warrior with weak willpower would have fainted long ago. I saw that Ling Tian's speed of practicing the martial arts technique became slower. Han Yu smiled slightly. See, he is slowing down the speed of his practice. Let's see how long he can hold on. Han Xian nodded and then ignored Ling Tian and started practicing on her own. The innate ability that Han Xian awakened was the gravity ability, which is considered a lower level innate ability in the space system. There is a lot of room for growth, and Han Xian has already comprehended the artistic conception of space. Han Yu guessed that if Han Xian could cultivate the divine body of flying, there was a 50% chance that her superpowers would mutate and evolve into higher-level spatial superpowers. Even if the sky-controlled divine body is successfully cultivated, the gravity ability will not mutate or evolve. When you break through to the martial emperor realm, your life will transform and you will definitely be able to evolve your gravity ability into space ability. Han Xian had practiced the sky-controlling divine body before, but just when the progress reached 70%, Han Yu encountered an accident. Without Han Yu's guidance, Han Xian has never been able to cultivate the flying divine body. This time, it is a good opportunity to let Han Xian practice the sky-controlling divine body. Han Yu can also use the Yukong spirit liquid to restore his cultivation, which is a three-pronged approach. In just less than 2 minutes, Ling Tian, Han Yu and Han Xian had successfully entered a state of meditation. Whoosh, whoosh, the water in the pool continued to surge, and a huge vortex formed with Han Yu as the center. When the vortex appeared, it had a diameter of 3 meters, and the diameter was still expanding. When the diameter of the vortex reached 10 meters, it stopped expanding. Han Yu also felt the pain caused by the rejection reaction when the Yukong spirit liquid entered his body. However, this is nothing to Han Yu. After all, Han Yu already has the divine body to fly in the sky. The pain Han Yu felt at this moment was less than 1/10 of Ling Tian's, and could be completely ignored. Soon, a vortex appeared beside Han Xian, with a diameter of 2 meters. The vortex around Han Xian stopped expanding after reaching a diameter of 2 meters. This means that Han Yu's speed of absorbing the Yukong spirit liquid is 5 times that of Han Xian. The vortex formed when Ling Tian absorbed the sky-controlling spiritual liquid was only 2 meters in size, not much different from Han Xian's. At this time, Han Xian and Han Yu were slightly distracted and glanced at Ling Tian. When they saw that Ling Tian's cultivation speed was almost the same as Han Xian's, they also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Ling Tian is not omnipotent, and he is not far superior to ordinary geniuses in everything he does. Afterwards, they entered into the state of cultivation with peace of mind. However, they did not notice that Ling Tian's speed of absorbing the Yukong spirit liquid would become faster with almost every minute. And the vortex around you, Ling Tian, will also expand. Although the expansion range is not large, it is large enough to be noticed. Ling Tian also completely entered into a very wonderful state. As his progress in cultivating the sky-controlling divine body deepened, Ling Tian also felt that his affinity with space was constantly improving, and the spatial ability seems to be getting more and more powerful, as if I can make the spatial ability appear in any form I want. The improvement in spatial affinity also made Ling Tian feel that the pain in his body was gradually decreasing. As the pain decreases, Ling Tian's speed in practicing the martial arts will become faster and faster. faster. Time passed quickly, and soon a day and a night had passed. Ling Tian, Han Yu and Han Xian all entered into a state of selfless cultivation. Outside the swimming pool, two women with excellent looks and temperament were sitting in front of a stone table. In front of them, there was a formation plate, and two people were playing formation games on the plate. They were none other than Xuanning and Chen Yu. At this moment, Chen Yu was in tears. Since yesterday morning, Xuanning had captured Chen Yu and asked him to play chess with her in formation. If it were someone else, Chen Yu would not have even bothered with the other person. Unfortunately, Xuanning is a person whose strength is no less than that of Principal Tian Ming. She had no chance to refuse at all. Xuanning said that in this school, besides Ling Tian, she only knew Chen Yu and Principal Zheng Fan. Now that Ling Tian is here to cultivate, only Chen Yu can accompany him. Chen Yu asked why Xuanning didn't look for Principal Zheng Fan. Xuanning explained that she didn't like to get along with men other than Ling Tian. In just one day, Chen Yu was tortured to pieces and had no desire to live. Chen Yu suffered another crushing defeat and looked at Xuanning with tears in his eyes. Sister Xue, I really can't stand it anymore. The gap between us is too big. Please let me go. I don't want to play anymore. I won't play anymore no matter what. Seeing Chen Yu's resolute expression, Xuanning smiled slightly and a light flashed in her hand. How about I give you one of these for every time you last longer playing chess with me? This is the Bodhi fruit. Chen Yu's face suddenly showed excitement, and he started the passionate formation game again. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yu and Han Xian frowned, feeling something strange. What's going on? Why can't I absorb the Yukong spirit liquid? Han Yu and Han Xian opened their eyes at the same time. In an instant, Han Yu and Han Xian's hearts were in their throats, and their faces were filled with shock. It was unbelievable. At this moment, in the swimming pool, the sky-controlling spirit liquid turned into a huge vortex, covering the entire swimming pool. Ling Tian was in the center of the vortex, and they clearly saw that the sky-controlling spiritual liquid was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And there was a silver light on Ling Tian's body, which kept flashing, and the strength of his blood, energy, and true essence increased rapidly. Han Xian and Han Yu were both completely stunned and couldn't help shouting in their hearts. What kind of monstrous cultivation speed is this? At this time, the vortex generated by Ling Tian absorbing the Yukong spirit liquid had completely covered the entire swimming pool. At the same time, Ling Tian was madly devouring the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles gathered towards Ling Tian madly. It enveloped Ling Tian's head, and the sky-controlling spiritual liquid and spiritual energy rushed into Ling Tian's body frantically. Ling Tian felt extremely refreshed, and every cell in his body seemed to be cheering and jumping for joy. At this moment, the sky above the swimming pool was filled with wind and dark clouds gathered. In a short while, almost the entire Kyoto University was shrouded in the dark clouds, and Han Xian and Han Yu also saw the scenery outside the window. Han Yu and Han Xian understood why they could not absorb the power of the Yukong spirit liquid, because Ling Tian's absorption speed has far exceeded that of Han Yu and Han Xian. Almost all the sky-controlling spiritual liquid in the entire pool gathered towards Ling Tian, so they naturally could not absorb the sky-controlling spiritual liquid in the swimming pool. And they also felt that Ling Tian's aura was getting stronger little by little. Whether it is the strength of the physical body, the purity of the true essence in the body, or the strength of the qi in blood, at this time, everything was improving little by little, and they all knew that Ling Tian was now on the verge of a breakthrough. Don't practice for now, let's wait for Ling Tian to break through. Okay. After hearing Han Yu's words, Han Xian nodded. Obviously they still underestimated Ling Tian's cultivation speed. Even the Yukong spirit liquid would be rejected by his body. Those who absorb the Yukong spirit liquid will feel immense pain, but Ling Tian's willpower is amazing. Even though he felt immense pain, he still endured the pain and continued to practice quickly. The dark clouds in the void continued to gather, and everyone felt a heavy and oppressive feeling. Ling Tian closed his eyes and entered a state of selfless cultivation, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Xuanning, who was playing chess with Chen Yu, looked up at the dark clouds in the void, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. A smile appeared on his face and his eyes were full of admiration. It seems like Ling Tian has come up with something incredible again. Xuanning then looked at Chen Yu and said, "Keep going. Come on, you lasted 180 seconds in my hands last time. This time, if you can hold on for even 181 seconds, the Bodhi fruit will be yours." After hearing Xuanning's words, Chen Yu's eyes showed anticipation. Chen Yu naturally knew what Bodhi fruit was. Bodhi fruit was an S-level treasure from heaven and earth. If warriors take it, they can quickly improve their cultivation. However, the Bodhi fruit has two shortcomings. It is only effective against warriors with wood, water, and ice essence attributes. Another disadvantage is that the effect of Bodhi fruit in improving cultivation is not as good as that of S-level natural treasures of the same level. Its effect is only 1/5 of the natural treasures of the same level. However, Bodhi fruit also has an advantage, that is, one Bodhi fruit tree can produce a full 108 Bodhi fruits. Moreover, the Bodhi fruit is different from other natural treasures. If you take 3 of the other natural treasures, their effects will be greatly weakened. After the 6th one, there was almost no effect at all. However, no matter how much Bodhi fruit you take, it will be effective as long as your cultivation level does not exceed the 3rd level of Tianwu realm. Shen Yu is now very interested in playing formation against Xuanning because Xuanning seems to have a lot of Bodhi fruits. As long as you improve yourself enough, you can get enough Bodhi fruits, and then your strength will increase faster. The two of them no longer paid attention to the changes in the world caused by Ling Tian at this time, and continued to play chess formation. Time passed quickly, and soon another day had passed. At this time, Ling Tian was almost on the verge of a breakthrough, and Han Xian and Han Yu were staring at Ling Tian. At this time, only half of the sky-controlling spiritual liquid was left in the swimming pool. Ling Tian is now only half a step away from cultivating a divine body that can fly in the sky, and there is hope of success at any time. It's like there's just a layer of window paper between us, and we can easily break it through by just stretching out our finger. What on earth happened? Countless students gathered outside the swimming pool at this time. Everyone wanted to see what was happening, because in the void, the source of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth seemed to be the swimming pool. But when they wanted to enter the swimming pool to find out what was going on, they felt a terrifying pressure. It acted on their bodies, crushing them so much that even breathing became extremely difficult. And that was Xuanning's masterpiece. Xuanning would naturally not let anyone disturb Ling Tian's practice. Finally, on the 5th day, thunder exploded in the void. Boom! Accompanied by the huge sound of thunder, everyone saw that the dark clouds in the void continued to crack under the entanglement of thunder. Then, in the void, 9 colored auspicious rays of light directly enveloped the entire swimming pool. At this time, above Kyoto University, a group of martial emperors stood in the air and looked at the swimming pool. Among them are the professor of swordsmanship Tiandao Wuwan, Vice President Zheng Fan, President Tian Ming, as well as strong men of swordsmanship, spearsmanship, and talismansmanship. Principal Tianming's eyes showed excitement. It's the sky-controlling divine body. It seems that Han Yu has really recovered. When he cultivated the sky-controlling divine body, he caused a similar change in the world. This must have been caused by Han Yu. It's Professor Han Yu. Everyone was shocked. In fact, everyone already knew a few days ago that Han Yu had recovered from his injury. The sky-controlled divine body can only be cultivated by warriors who have awakened their spatial abilities. So now almost everyone believes that the strange phenomena in the world at this time were caused by Han Yu. No one thought about Ling Tian, because everyone knew that Ling Tian had no spatial ability at all. At this moment in the swimming pool, Ling Tian's whole body was emitting a deep blue light, and a huge space vortex appeared around him. Ling Tian's air-controlling divine body is completed. He felt that the purity of his true essence had increased by 50%. The amount of true energy that his own Qi could hold was doubled. At this time, Ling Tian still had not yet broken through to the Jinwu realm and become a powerful martial king. But Ling Tian's combat effectiveness has almost doubled. Ling Tian's eyes showed confidence, without any hesitation at all. He immediately put his own skills into practice and then broke through his own cultivation level. Bang! Accompanied by a powerful wave of air, it instantly spread out from Ling Tian as the center. Ling Tian's clothes fluttered wildly, and his hair swayed wantonly. In just that instant, Ling Tian's cultivation successfully broke through. He directly broke through from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 1st level of the true martial realm in one fell swoop. The true martial realm. Han Yu and Han Xian both smiled with joy. They were not at all surprised by Ling Tian's breakthrough, because they all know that when practicing the sky-controlling divine body, they need to accumulate huge amounts of energy. Once you successfully cultivate the divine body that can fly in the sky, your cultivation level will naturally improve. Therefore, it is normal for Ling Tian to break through from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 1st level of the true martial realm. However, before Han Yu and Han Xian's joy faded away, a strong wave emanated from Ling Tian's body again. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds echoing, powerful waves of true energy directly swept across the entire swimming pool. Ling Tian's aura rose steadily, and the strength in his body continued to increase. A successful breakthrough in cultivation. He directly broke through from the 1st level of Jinwu realm to the 2nd level of Jinwu realm, and then to the 3rd level of Jinwu realm. It seems that he is about to successfully break through to the 4th level of Jinwu realm. How is this possible? Han Yu and Han Xian were completely stunned after seeing this scene. They felt as if their bodies were struck by lightning, and the shock paralyzed their entire bodies. It was as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and they simply couldn't believe that it was real. Ling Tian had just broken through to the 1st level of the Jinwu realm in less than a minute. Ling Tian had actually broken through again, and in one breath he had broken through to the 3rd level of the Jinwu realm. Now he was about to reach the 4th level of the Jinwu realm. How can they believe this is true? Han Shen, in particular, felt that the scene she saw was so unreal, and that she must be dreaming to see such an exaggerated thing. I still remember that when I first met Ling Tian was just a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, but now, only less than 10 days have passed. Ling Tian's cultivation had actually successfully broken through to the third level of the Jinwu realm, completely on par with himself. Seeing Ling Tian's huge improvement while Han Xian was still standing still, Han Xian was completely confused. I couldn't believe it at all and couldn't help but pinch my thigh. It was not until the tingling sensation reached her brain that Han Xian was sure that what she saw was not a dream. Gurgled Professor Han Yu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Looking at Ling Tian, he felt extremely complicated. What kind of extraordinary disciple did he accept? Professor Han Yu now has some doubts about his own abilities. Is he qualified to be Ling Tian's master? Han Yu was at least the number one among the second generation of strong men in Dragon Country, but now, looking at Han Yu, he felt so ridiculous. Compared with Ling Tian, I, the number one, am nothing. However, at that moment, Ling Tian was about to break through. A terrifying pressure erupted, and the space in the void suddenly began to twist. Swish! Immediately, the spatial barrier was torn apart, and everyone saw the top of the swimming pool. A huge space crack appeared, nearly 100 meters long. In an instant, a powerful pressure erupted, like an invisible waterfall, instantly crushing Ling Tian and the others. Ling Tian's practice was immediately interrupted. What is this? All the onlookers were shocked to see a huge palm of true energy appear in the broken space crack. The big palm continued to expand, covering the entire swimming pool. In an instant, the big palm of true energy crushed down, and everyone also saw that there were countless densely packed runes wrapped around that big palm. Click, click, click. The palm descended, the void was annihilated inch by inch, and the space continued to collapse. What is this thing? All the martial emperors in Kyoto University were alarmed. Rumble, the huge palm of true energy had not yet fallen, but the terrifying pressure instantly caused the entire swimming pool to collapse. In just that instant, the terrifying energy directly hit Ling Tian, Han Yu, and Han Xian, and their clothes shattered into pieces. His bones creaked, and Ling Tian's pupils shrank when he saw the huge palm of true energy in the void. The falling saint talisman. What? After hearing Ling Tian's words, almost everyone became frightened. Han Yu was almost in despair because he knew what the fallen saint talisman was. Ling Tian immediately recognized the runes on the huge palm of true energy. They were talisman runes. Through the talismans and runes, it can be determined that someone used the falling saint talisman to launch a sneak attack on them. The falling saint talisman is a very special talisman. It is used by powerful martial saints who have reached the holy martial realm and have reached the end of their lives. When he is about to fall, he will pour all his strength into the falling saint talisman. Of course, as long as power is poured into it, the cultivation will dissipate. However, the falling saint talisman contains the power of a martial saint who made a desperate attack with all his strength during his lifetime. And now, someone actually used a powerful weapon like the falling saint talisman to launch a sneak attack on them. For the first time, Ling Tian felt the threat of death. You know, this is the first time I have felt the feeling of despair since Ling Tian traveled back. That terrifying palm of true energy directly crushed the space, and the surrounding space barriers collapsed. The turbulence of time and space continued to flow out from the chaotic space, interweaving and flowing around. Under such circumstances, Ling Tian and Han Yu were not even qualified to use space teleportation to escape, because space shifting can only be used when the space is stable. In this situation, if you use space transfer, the result will be crashing into the chaotic space. Even if a martial saint enters the chaotic space, he will surely die. What's more, it's Ling Tian and Han Yu. It's over. The terrifying palm wind and pressure acted on Ling Tian and the others. Bang! Ling Tian and Han Yu were crushed to their knees, while Han Xian even prostrated herself on the ground, trembling. Swish! However, just when they were about to despair, a figure instantly moved into the void. Standing above Ling Tian and the others was a woman dressed in white as snow, with an ethereal air and a transcendent temperament. Sister Shui. Hope appeared in Ling Tian's eyes again. That woman was none other than him. It was Ling Tian's protector, the seven-tailed fox, Xuanning. At this moment, Xuanning's true energy burst out in an instant, and then, a nine-colored glass light emanated from her body. The extremely powerful Jin Yuan Sutra burst out and then wrapped around Xuanning's body. The powerful true energy directly condensed into the phantom of a giant demon fox that was 100 meters tall. The fox demon's aura burst out, and the artistic conception flowed, transforming into a domain. Within the domain, there were mysterious colorful energies. Colorful energy wrapped around the entire body of the fox demon condensed by Xuanning. The power of law. Han Yu shouted excitedly after seeing this scene, because the colorful energy wrapped around Xuanning at this time is exactly the power of the law. The power of law is a power that can only be used by those who have reached at least the half-step martial saint realm. Unexpectedly, the woman in white in the void at this moment might actually be a powerful half-step martial saint. In just that instant, the huge phantom of the demon fox condensed a powerful energy cannon directly in its mouth. Boom! In an instant, the energy cannon transformed into a huge beam of light, shredding the void. Rumble, the light beam and the huge palm of true energy collided with each other. Crack, crack, crack. Endless sparks of electric current were stirred up in an instant. The impact shook everyone's minds, and the spreading pressure made Ling Tian and the others feel as if their bodies were about to be crushed. Puff! Han Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At this moment, Ling Tian and Han Yu also condensed a huge defensive barrier at the same time. At this moment, the powerful martial emperors in Kyoto University appeared one after another. He exploded his true energy and condensed a huge true energy barrier, which quickly sealed off the world where Ling Tian and the others were. Otherwise, the aftermath of the collision between Xuanning and the huge palm of true energy would be enough to cause huge losses to Kyoto University. Crack, crack, crack! The beam of light and the huge palm of true energy collided violently and were in a stalemate. Ling Tian and the others also felt the strong pressure, and blood kept flowing out of the corners of their mouths. I felt as if my body was about to be crushed, and the pain was extreme. Ling Tian was very clear about how enormous the pressure he was under at this moment. Han Yu also burst out with all his strength. In the past few days, his cultivation level has successfully recovered to the 9th level of the Jinwu realm. Han Yu was originally a peerless genius, and his combat power was equivalent to that of an ordinary 9th level martial emperor. The two people's strength was combined to resist the aftermath, but there was still no way to resist it perfectly. Crack, crack, crack! In just 2 breaths, the true energy defense barrier condensed by Ling Tian and Han Yu was covered with cracks. Rumble! Finally, just when Xuanning spat out a mouthful of blood, the energy of the Jinyuan hand reached its limit. Accompanied by a huge explosion sound that echoed around, the beam of light and the huge palm collapsed at the same time. The explosion echoed, and the terrifying energy tore the void apart. A huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in the sky. The powerful aftermath rushed out in all directions like a devastating tsunami of flowers. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The aftermath acted on the defensive barrier condensed by the martial emperors of Kyoto University, and the impact on the barrier continued to cause waves. The martial emperor of Kyoto University also successfully protected Kyoto University from the impact of the aftermath, but Ling Tian and the others were in a miserable state. The defensive barrier formed by Ling Tian and Han Yu at the same time quickly began to crack. As cracks continued to appear throughout the entire defensive barrier, with a crisp sound, the defense collapsed. At that moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. The powerful mental force, accompanied by the overbearing aura of destruction, transformed into a huge image of the god of death. The shadow of the god of death instantly enveloped Ling Tian, Han Yu, and Han Xian. The aftermath continuously impacted the Death Dharmakaya. This was Ling Tian's strongest defense, the twin pupils of destruction, which activated his martial arts skills, and the Death Dharmakaya's strongest defense. However, facing the aftermath of the martial arts level, it is still not enough. Crack, crack, crack! In just a blink of an eye, countless cracks appeared on the image of the god of death. Bang! After about 4 or 5 breaths, the death god's image shattered. At the same time, the aftermath dissipated, and the entire swimming pool in the area within a radius of 2 miles became empty. While Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. Xuanning in the void had disheveled hair, but her aura was still sharp, like a valkyrie above the 9 heavens. The huge hole in the shattered space had already repaired itself. Xuanning looked at Ling Tian. "Are you okay?" Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. "I can't die." At this moment, Xuanning's spiritual sense suddenly enveloped the entire Kyoto University. In the crowd, a man in a black hooded sweatshirt trembled. Boom! Instantly, the cultivation of the martial emperor realm exploded, and the true essence surged, bursting out from under his feet, and the whole person flew into the air. Like a rocket, he instantly rushed out of Kyoto University. Everyone understood almost at the same time that the person who caused this crisis at Kyoto University was the man in the black hooded sweatshirt. Xuanning stood in the void and grabbed into the void. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 20 miles condensed madly, as if it was instantly grasped by Xuanning. In an instant, it turned into a spear more than 2 meters long. Xuanning took a step forward, and the space she stepped on shattered into pieces. "Then bend your body and stretch your arms." The true essence spear in his hand shot out like a meteor. The sound of the sound barrier collapsing echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone felt as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart. The man in the black hooded sweatshirt immediately felt a palpitation and was about to turn around. Blood splattered. The martial emperor's body was directly pierced by the real spear, and his body was carried across the sky quickly. Finally, the whole person was nailed to the cliff face behind the mountain of Kyoto University, thousands of meters away. What? Principal Tianming and a group of martial emperors from Kyoto University were all shocked after seeing this scene. Obviously, he had not expected that the new security captain of Kyoto University, Ling Tian Protector, would be so powerful. Although he was only a powerful warrior at the first level of martial emperor, his cultivation level was far inferior to Xuanning's. But just now, Xuanning had resisted the attack from a falling saint talisman and was hurt. Even in an injured state, Xuanning could still easily defeat a martial emperor. Principal Tianming estimated that with such strength he was no weaker than himself. No one present thought that Xuanning's strength had reached the level of a martial saint, because the martial saint realm is already the strongest strongest realm on Blue Star today. He is the top existence in the world. Once a new martial saint is promoted, all the martial arts masters in the world will be able to sense it and notice it no matter how far away they are. If Xuanning was a martial saint level warrior, everyone would have known that Dragon Country had gained another martial saint. Even if a ferocious beast in the secret realm breaks through to the 8th level, it will be noticed. So everyone thought that Xuanning should be the same as Principal Tianming, also a half-step martial saint who had touched the threshold of the law. Xuanning let out a long breath, and almost at the same time, the martial emperors of Kyoto University disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the martial emperor who was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt. The man in the black hooded sweatshirt was nailed to the Jinyuan spear. Before everyone got close, he raised his hand. The true energy surged, and then he slapped his head. The sound of flesh and blood exploding echoed, and the head of the martial emperor, who was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, instantly exploded like a watermelon. It directly became a headless corpse. Everyone frowned after seeing this scene. Everyone knew that the falling saint talisman just now was used by this powerful martial emperor. The target person could be Ling Tian or Han Yu, because Ling Tian and Han Yu, one is the current top genius and strong man of the younger generation, and the other was once the top genius and strong man of the younger generation. It is normal for them to encounter assassination attempts, and the other party actually used the falling saint talisman, so the other party's background is worth everyone's speculation. Half an hour later, Ling Tian, Xuanning, Han Yu, President Tian Ming, and Vice President Zhang Fan gathered in the conference room of Kyoto University. Principal Tianming frowned and said, "The DNA of the deceased martial emperor has been taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation, and there is no information about him in the database." After hearing what Principal Tianming said, everyone's faces became a little gloomy. Without the information about Emperor Wu, it would be difficult to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Principal Tianming looked at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, this assassination attempt is very likely aimed at you. Do you have any clues?" Ling Tian thought for a while and replied, "I don't have many enemies. If I really have to name one, then the Qin family is the only one. The ancestor of the Meng family in Yunnan province is a man of the Qin family's Zishou Wang, and they have a special relationship. In addition, a few days ago, I had all the people in the Qin family who worked in the Ministry of Education fired. If the Qin family wants to take action against me, this is also possible." After everyone heard Ling Tian's words, Principal Tianming felt that it was unlikely. The Qin family does have the resources to produce a falling saint talisman, but I don't think they have the guts to do that. Principal Tianming analyzed the situation. "Now many people know that you are a national treasure level talent certified by the Soul Gate and the only genius in Dragon Country who scored a perfect score in the college entrance examination. If you anger the Ministry of Education, you will anger Longhua. The Qin family shouldn't be so bold." Han Yu smiled helplessly. "Then it might be my enemy. You know, I have offended many people before. There is information about the mysterious martial emperor in the database, so it is very likely that someone from a hostile country has learned about my recovery. You want to kill me before I recover to my peak strength." After hearing Han Yu's words, everyone nodded, thinking that this was very possible. After all, once Han Yu recovers to his peak, he will definitely be a terrifying existence. Han Yu, although he is only a half-step martial emperor, is an unparalleled genius. Even when facing a martial saint, he cannot fight across a major realm. However, it is still possible to fight across several small levels. Once Han Yu reaches the peak, he is not a martial saint, but he is better than a martial saint. A hostile country certainly does not want another powerful person with strength comparable to that of a martial saint to appear in its hostile country. However, Ling Tian had a gloomy face and said nothing. Although it was very likely that the person was targeting Han Yu had a strong premonition. "The other party is coming for me." Han Yu's current threat is indeed much greater than Ling Tian's. However, only a few people at Kyoto University knew about Han Yu's recovery. Even if it is to be delivered abroad, it will take time. It is impossible for the enemy to prepare for the assassination so quickly. Ling Tian instead felt that the other party must be the Qin family. After everyone discussed it for a while, Principal Tianming shook his head helplessly and let Ling Tian go back to recuperate. Ling Tian's healing ability has a shortcoming, which is that he can heal others but cannot heal himself. Otherwise, it would be too against the will of heaven. He could copy other people's talents and abilities, seize their cultivation, and be invincible. Then this plugin is really awesome. This incident can be regarded as a reminder to Ling Tian. Although my talents and abilities are awesome, they are not perfect. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to copy and obtain a healing talent. From then on, I will not have any shortcomings, whether it is combat power, auxiliary ability, or survivability, they will all be maximized. Ling Tian can now only be regarded as a pentagonal warrior. When Ling Tian obtains a powerful healing talent, he will be the most powerful hexagonal warrior. This time, Ling Tian could have directly broken through to the 4th level of the Jinwu realm, but was interrupted by a sudden assassination. If you want to make another breakthrough, you can only find more time. At 11 o'clock o'clock in the evening, in a huge and luxurious super-large manor in the northern suburbs of Kyoto. On a throne, there was a majestic man in a purple robe, and in front of him knelt an ordinary-looking young man. If there were students from Kyoto University present, they might be able to recognize that this was a senior student with average grades at Kyoto University. The young man looked at the majestic man with respect. "Sir, the operation failed." The man in the purple robe was none other than the Zishou martial emperor, the pinnacle martial emperor of the Qian family, one of the 5 super families in Dragon Country. Zishou martial emperor, although he is just over 50 years old now, is already a peak martial emperor at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. And what he awakened was an SS-level thunder-related talent and ability, the purple sky divine thunder. Although he has not yet reached the holy martial realm and become a martial saint, he can still fight against ordinary martial saints below the 3rd level. Even in Kyoto University, the heavenly sword emperor was no match for the purple sky emperor. The man who was holding the falling saint talisman and going to kill Ling Tian and the others today was sent by Emperor Zishou. Just as Ling Tian guessed, the target of today's assassination was not Professor Hanyu, but Ling Tian. Zishou Wuwan, as the helmsman of the Qian family, and Ling Tian's behavior has provoked the Qian family twice. Zishou Wuwan naturally will not pretend that nothing happened. The Qian family, as one of the 5 super families in Dragon Country, has been more prominent in recent years because of the rise of Zishou Wuwan. As the most powerful among the 5 super families, it is natural that they cannot tolerate Ling Tian damaging the interests of the Qian family twice. In addition, the talent displayed by Ling Tian is so terrifying and extraordinary. Therefore, the Qian family made the decision to kill Ling Tian before he fully grew up. The martial emperor who tried to assassinate Ling Tian today was none other than the assassin trained by the Qian family. He was raised and brainwashed by the Qian family since he was a child, and became a killing machine that unconditionally executed the Qian family's orders. When the action is exposed, they will take the initiative to end their own life. For example, there are 7 martial emperors who tried to assassinate Ling Tian today in the Qian family. At this time, Zishou Wuwan learned that the operation had failed, which surprised Zishou Wuwan. You know, he didn't underestimate Ling Tian just because he was only an 18-year-old college student. The fallen saint talisman was something the Qian family had obtained in an ancient secret realm years earlier. There is only one such talisman in the entire Qian family. The power of that talisman is so great that even an ordinary martial saint of the 3rd level would be caught off guard. If attacked, they would be seriously injured, and normal warriors below the level of martial saint would surely die if hit. However, their action failed, which made Zishou Wuwan feel incredible. "Okay, I understand. Send me the video of what happened today, and then you can go." The Kyoto University student nodded, handed a cell phone to Zishou Wuwan, and left. The video on the mobile phone shows the entire process of what happened today. Just as the falling saint talisman was condensed, the huge palm of true energy that covered the sky and the sun crushed towards Ling Tian and the others. Xuanning appeared above Ling Tian and the others, helping them successfully resist the attack. There was a look of surprise in the eyes of Zishou martial emperor. "I didn't expect that Ling Tian actually had a protector beside him." At this moment, several figures flashed behind Zishou Wuwang and then walked out from the shadows. Those people were wearing masks, with deep eyes, rich and restrained blood in their bodies, and the space around them was slightly distorted. It seemed as if it was affected by the invisible pressure from several people, and even the space seemed to be swallowed up. These people, without exception, are all martial emperors in the Qian family. Ling Tian actually has a half-step martial saint level protector by his side. It seems like killing Ling Tian won't be that easy. One of them spoke, and the others nodded, with unwillingness in their eyes. Is this matter over? Our Qian family has finally had the opportunity to infiltrate the Ministry of Education over the past few years, but because of that bastard Ling Tian, all the spies we had planted in the Ministry of Education were eliminated. We even lost a martial emperor and a falling saint talisman today. Are we going to let Ling Tian go so easily? A cold murderous intent flashed in Zishou Wuhuan's eyes, but he remained calm. Don't worry, I will never let Ling Tian reach the martial emperor realm. He must die. Oh, does the patriarch have any plans? Zishou Wuhuan said calmly. Don't we still have people at Kyoto University? After hearing what Zishou martial emperor said, they were all stunned. You mean, Hanjian martial emperor? That's right. Zishou Wuhuan nodded. Kyoto University, the freshman competition is about to begin. Before that, Kyoto University will open the trial tower to all freshmen for free. If Ling Tian enters the trial tower, it will be a good opportunity for us to kill him. Good idea. The martial emperors of the Qian family all became excited, as if they felt that this matter was almost certain to happen. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Kyoto University returned to its former order and tranquility, and nothing major happened. During these 3 days, Ling Tian has been trying to find a way to recover from his injuries. At this moment, Ling Tian was already 100% certain that the falling saint talisman of the mysterious martial emperor was released after targeting him, although Ling Tian had no way to use the healing ability on himself. However, However, Ling Tian's physique is different from that of ordinary people, and he has obviously successfully cultivated a divine body that can fly in the sky. My self-healing speed is more than 100 times that of a normal person. But now 3 days have passed, and Ling Tian has not fully recovered. This was because, at this moment, there were several chains formed by the power of laws in Ling Tian's body, which were wrapped around his internal organs. It was the chains of power of law that entangled Ling Tian that suppressed his self-healing ability. Ling Tian's injuries took a long time to recover. This is very obvious. If the opponent's falling saint talisman was used to kill Han Yu, why did the power of the law not enter Han Yu's body, but instead entered Ling Tian's body? Ling Tian now has chains formed by the power of 8 laws in his body. It took Ling Tian 3 days to break just one chain. That is to say, Ling Tian still needs to break the other 8 chains of law in his body before he can fully recover. This is also because Ling Tian possesses the destructive power of the twin eyes of destruction. If it were someone else, there would be no way to erase the power of the law. Now Ling Tian needs to use the power of destruction all the time. The power of the laws in his body was being eroded bit by bit, but before the freshman competition, Ling Tian was confident that he could fully recover from his injuries. However, Ling Tian's condition is not very good now because of the existence of 8 chains of power of law in his body. As a result, Ling Tian's strength was only about 10% of his peak period. Of course, even if he only had 10% of his strength, Ling Tian would be able to kill an average 9th level martial king in seconds. It won't take Ling Tian a month to recover to his peak, and the impact on Ling Tian is actually not that big. Ling Tian did not waste time and continued to exert his destructive power to erase the power of laws in his body. Soon another 6 days passed, and 2 of the laws of power in Ling Tian's body were shattered again. Ling Tian. At this moment, a voice as pleasant as the sound of nature echoed in Ling Tian's ears. Chen Yu, Xuanning, and Han Qian walked towards Ling Tian's dormitory. Ling Tian was puzzled and left the training room. Looking at Chen Yu, Shui, and the others, "Aren't you guys playing chess formations today?" Looking at Chen Yu, Ling Tian was still a little surprised. He knew that Chen Yu had been playing chess formation with Xuanning these past few days, and as long as Chen Yu made any progress, Xuanning will give Chen Yu a blood body. So in just less than 10 days, Chen Yu's cultivation level broke through continuously and reached the 3rd level of the heavenly level. Although Chen Yu is only a junior student at Kyoto University, his cultivation is no weaker than some senior students. Chen Yu smiled and said, "Ling Tian, the school's trial tower is open. All freshmen can enter once. Do you want to go?" Oh, after hearing the 3 words trial tower, Ling Tian's eyes immediately showed strong interest. You know, the trial tower is one of the 3 blessed places of Kyoto University. Trials in the trial tower can help warriors comprehend the true meaning of weapons. The true meaning of weapons and the true meaning of martial arts sound similar, but they are 2 completely different things. The true meaning of weapons is a kind of understanding of how to use weapons. The true meaning of martial arts is the understanding of the martial arts of the natural way of heaven and earth. For example, Ling Tian is a warrior who uses a sword. When his understanding and proficiency in the sword reach a certain level, you can then condense the true meaning of the sword, and when the true meaning is integrated, your combat effectiveness will naturally skyrocket. Normal warriors who have not awakened their natural talents and special abilities want to improve their combat effectiveness, in addition to relying on external objects and breaking through their cultivation. There are 2 options. One is to enhance your understanding of the artistic conception of martial arts, and the other is to enhance your understanding of the true meaning of weapons. The true meaning is purely a way to increase combat power, which is different from the artistic conception. If you have comprehended the artistic conception and achieved a breakthrough, then you will not encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation. However, the true meaning of the weapon will not help improve your cultivation. But there are still countless people who choose to understand the true meaning, because the true meaning can cut off the artistic conception. The true meaning of weapons is also divided into different levels. For example, the first realm that Ling Tian needs to comprehend the true meaning of the way of the sword is the realm of the spiritual sword. Once you master the true meaning of the spiritual sword, the attack power can be increased by at least 3 times. After the spiritual sword, it is the heavenly sword. The true meaning of the heavenly sword is enough to increase the attack power by 9 times. Then comes the 3rd realm, the true meaning of the divine sword. The true meaning of the divine sword, a realization, the attack power increased by at least 27 times. The president of Kyoto University, President Tenming, is a kendo master. He is also the only warrior in Kyoto University who has comprehended the true meaning of the divine sword. Using the sword as a weapon, his attack power increases by nearly 30 times. Although he is a strong man at the half-step martial saint level, he can easily kill even a strong man at the 1st or 2nd level of martial saint. In addition to the 3 major realms, there is also a legendary realm, the 4th realm, the mortal realm. The mortal realm sounds extremely ordinary, and seems to be even inferior to the spiritual realm. But it has truly achieved the state of returning to nature and simplifying the complex. Every random move is an earth-shaking and terrifying attack. Of course, the mortal realm only exists in legends. limitations. Since the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, no one has ever reached the mortal realm. In that case, let's go and take a look. Ling Tian also wanted to go to the trial tower to take a look. In fact, Ling Tian's use of weapons has already reached perfection. The true meaning of Ling Tian's weapon had already reached the spiritual realm long ago, and was at the level of great perfection in the spiritual realm. Because when Ling Tian absorbed his grandfather's insights into martial arts, he also absorbed the true meaning of his grandfather's martial arts and the insights into the great perfection of the spiritual realm. After 3 months, Ling Tian had already mastered the spirit sword's artistic conception. It's just that Ling Tian's ability is really too strong. The true meaning of martial arts at the spiritual realm level is indeed a powerful ability that is 1 in a million among ordinary people. But compared with Ling Tian's 4 SSS level talents and abilities, they were nothing at all and seemed mediocre. And this time, the trial tower might be a good opportunity for Ling Tian to break through the true meaning of the weapon. If Ling Tian can comprehend the true meaning of weapons at the divine realm level, then Ling Tian's combat power will be terribly increased again. Ling Tian followed Qinyu, Xuanning, and Han Xian, left the dormitory, and headed towards the trial tower. In the trial square of Kyoto University, people are constantly coming and going. Today, the trial tower will be open to freshmen for free. Other students who want to enter the trial tower, undergo trials, and comprehend the true meaning of weapons must spend 1,000 credits. You know, even a junior student may not be able to easily get 1,000 credits. This is definitely an extremely rare opportunity for freshmen. Ling Tian looked towards the trial tower with a longing look on his face. The trial tower, towering into the clouds, stood between heaven and earth like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Shenyu introduced Ling Tian. Ling Tian, the trial tower is divided into 13 floors. Each floor is 30 meters, a total of 390 meters. Once you enter the trial tower, all your cultivation and supernatural powers will be sealed. If you want to pass the trial tower, the only thing you can rely on is the weapon in your hand. Even if you haven't grasped the true meaning of martial arts, there is still hope of passing the first 3 levels. However, if you want to pass the 4th level, your understanding of the true meaning of the weapon must reach the level of minor spiritual success. The 5th level is the spiritual realm of perfection, and the 6th level is the spiritual realm of complete perfection. The highest record at Kyoto University was set 15 years ago by the former Minister of Education. He successfully cleared the 12th level but stopped at the 13th level. Ling Tian nodded. On the way here, Ling Tian also understood the internal situation of the trial tower. There are varying numbers of combat puppets in each level of the trial tower, and inside each combat puppet, there is a crystal of true meaning. True meaning crystal is a special energy crystal. A warrior who has comprehended the true meaning of weapons, when death is approaching, solidifies his true essence into a solid object and transforms it into a crystal. And that crystal contains their understanding of the true meaning of weapons. The combat puppets that possess the crystal of truth, when fighting, carry the purest truth in every move. The students of Kyoto University entered the trial tower and fought with the combat puppets. By feeling the true meaning of the weapon in the combat puppet, you can quickly improve the true meaning of your own weapon. The true meaning crystal is also very precious, so students of Kyoto University need to pay 1,000 credits just to enter the trial tower once. Ling Tian. At this moment, a voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. A handsome man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes ran towards Ling Tian with a look of joy on his face. And that young man was none other than the second student among Kyoto University, Yi Chen. After seeing Yi Chen, Ling Tian remembered that he had already joined Yi Chen's secret realm guild and was already a member of Tianjian. Ling Tian smiled slightly, looked at Yi Chen and nodded. Senior Yi Chen. Ling Tian, I heard you were attacked a few days ago. Are you okay? Yi Chen looked at Ling Tian with concern. At this moment, Ling Tian was smiling. But anyone with eyesight could see that when Ling Tian walked now, his aura would involuntarily spread out. Ling Tian's face was pale, and his eyes were not as sharp as before. Obviously, Ling Tian suffered a serious injury and has never recovered. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. It's okay, I should be able to recover before the newcomer competition. At this moment, on the 6th floor of the trial tower, an extremely dazzling light suddenly flashed. Suddenly the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. 6th floor. Senior Bai Wenhao has passed the 6th floor of the trial tower. His sword intent has reached the level of spiritual perfection. Everyone became excited, and the light on the 6th floor of the trial tower began to shine, which meant the person on the 6th floor of the trial tower has successfully passed the trial, which means that his state of mind has reached the level of great perfection in the spiritual realm. Everyone became expectant, but Yi Chen frowned. Looking at Ling Tian, he said, Ling Tian, the man on the trial tower is called Bai Wenhao, and he is from the Holy Sun Guild led by Xiao Longquan. With the cultivation level of the 8th level of innateness, he awakened the SS level supernatural power, the heavenly storm, and unexpectedly, he also comprehended the sword intent of the great perfection level of the spiritual realm. Now our heavenly sword and the Holy Sun Guild are in opposition, so you must be careful of this person in the future. future. Ling Tian nodded and didn't take it to heart. Ling Tian's strength has now reached the third level of Jinwu realm. Even Xiao Longquan, the top student at Kyoto University, was defeated when Ling Tian used his full strength. Ling Tian was confident that he could kill the opponent instantly. How could a warrior at the 8th level of innateness pose a threat to Ling Tian? The students around saw the president of the Tianjin Adventure Guild, Yi Chen, actually went up to Ling Tian and took the initiative to greet him. Everyone was surprised and very curious about Ling Tian. Who is this person? Judging from the way Senior Yi Chen treats him, he seems very polite. He is Ling Tian, the strongest high school student in the history of our dragon country, and the only one to have received a perfect score in the college entrance examination. He is Ling Tian? In an instant, the entire trial square was boiling. You should know that at Kyoto University, the first year of university is not officially started yet. Since Ling Tian came to Kyoto University, he has already caused several earth-shattering events. First, on the martial arts square, he successfully comprehended the realm of artistic conception. Then he refused the offer to be accepted as a disciple by Emperor Tiandao Wu, and some time ago, he took action against Feng Ningxiang, a prominent figure in Kyoto University. Moreover, during the welcome meeting for new employees, he revealed his identity as a national treasure-level talent certified by Soulgate. With the blessing of various halos, Ling Tian has long become a legendary figure. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Tian. Is he Ling Tian? Why does he look so frail and sickly? When someone raised the question, most of the people present showed doubt in their eyes. Not long ago, Ling Tian and Professor Han Yu were practicing together, and Professor Han Yu was assassinated by an enemy country. I heard that the other party used a legendary falling saint talisman to assassinate Professor Han Yu, and Ling Tian was also seriously injured. He has not recovered from his injuries yet. So that's it. Everyone was shocked. You know, the news of Professor Han Yu's assassination had already spread throughout Kyoto. Many people have witnessed the power of the falling saint talisman. It is understandable that Ling Tian was affected and seriously injured. After all, the fallen saint talisman is a talisman that contains the power of a full-strength attack from a martial saint. It was a blessing in disguise that Ling Tian did not die under the attack of the falling saint talisman. Swish! At this moment, the light on the 7th floor of the trial tower suddenly lit up. The light almost illuminated the entire trial square, and everyone looked at this scene in shock. The 7th floor has lit up. Bai Wenhao actually passed the 7th floor of the trial tower. This means that Bai Wenhao's weapon true meaning has reached the minor success level of the heavenly realm. Everyone was shocked, and there was admiration in their eyes. You know, the true meaning of the heavenly realm is something that is very rare, even among the strong ones of the older generation who can comprehend it. At this time, Bai Wenhao, who was still a senior student in the trial tower, had already comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly realm, which was truly remarkable. As the light disappeared, everyone saw the exit of the trial tower after a while. A handsome, extremely arrogant young man with a crew cut walked out. That person was Bai Wenhao, who had just been undergoing the trial in the trial tower. And at this moment, a familiar person came to Bai Wenhao. When he saw that person, Yi Chen frowned, because that person was Feng Ningxiang. Feng Ningxiang whispered something in Bai Wenhao's ear after a while. Bai Wenhao's gaze fell on Ling Tian and he spoke slowly. Ling Tian, right? I heard you're quite jumpy. How about sparring with me? After hearing what Bai Wenhao said, everyone was stunned. You should know that almost all the Kyoto University students present already knew it. Ling Tian was assassinated some time ago when he was with Professor Han Yu. This resulted in serious injuries, which anyone with eyesight can see. Ling Tian is very weak now, and he has completely lost his usual spirit and energy. It is obvious that he has not fully recovered from his serious injuries. Now, Bai Wenhao is challenging Ling Tian at this time. Isn't that taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Ling Tian looked at Bai Wenhao coldly, only feeling that he was amused. Indeed, his current strength is only about 10% of his peak state, but not everyone can bully him. This Bai Wenhao is not even a martial king in the Jinwu realm, yet he wants to challenge me. He is simply courting death. But when Ling Tian hesitated, Feng Ningxiang stood up without even looking at Ling Tian. Obviously, Ling Tian's previous behavior left a shadow in Feng Ningxiang's heart. So now Feng Ningxiang doesn't dare to face Ling Tian directly. In Feng Ningxiang's view, Ling Tian is a madman. If she confronted Ling Tian head-on, she couldn't guarantee that Ling Tian wouldn't do something to her. Feng Ningxiang looked at Yi Chen and said loudly, Yi Chen, are you people from the Tianjin Guild so cowardly? It's just a sparring match. Are you afraid someone might get killed? You don't even dare to spar? After hearing Feng Ningxiang's words, the people present immediately understood what Bai Wenhao and Feng Ningxiang meant. Now, the trial tower is open to freshmen for free. Freshmen will gradually come to the trial square to take the trial in the trial tower. If the people from the Holy Sun Guild defeated the people from the Heavenly Sword Guild, they would naturally become famous. It can not only strengthen the influence of the Holy Sun Guild in Kyoto University, but also suppress Ling Tian's arrogance. For them, it is a win-win situation. Yi Chen frowned and looked at Feng Ningxiang and Bai Wenhao. Ningxiang, Bai Wenhao, you clearly know that Ling Tian was seriously injured. You are still shameless to challenge Ling Tian at this time? If you have the guts, wait until your junior brother Ling Tian's injury is healed before you come back. Or, let me take over for Ling Tian, it will be the same. Bai Wenhao snorted coldly and refused to agree at all. You have to know that his target is Ling Tian. Besides, he is not a fool. Yi Chen is known as a sword genius that is rare in a century. Although he is only 22 years old, he is already a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, and has comprehended the heavenly level sword intent, and his strength is formidable. Bai Wenhao's swordsmanship was only at the minor level of the heavenly grade, 2 levels lower than Yi Chen's. If a fight breaks out, he is naturally no match for Yi Chen and will definitely not agree. Bai Wenhao looked at Ling Tian and said, "Boy, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you don't agree." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wenhao took out a token from his storage ring. The token was beautifully crafted, with the emblem of Kyoto University engraved on it, and the word challenge engraved on the front. Ling Tian, I'm going to use this challenge token to challenge you. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Challenge order. After seeing the token in Bai Wenhao's hand, everyone's eyes showed surprise. Unexpectedly, Bai Wenhao actually used the challenge order of Kyoto University to deal with Ling Tian. Unless you are a freshman at Kyoto University, you know what a challenge order is. Someone in the crowd immediately started explaining to the freshman. The challenge token is a token specially created by Kyoto University to resolve conflicts between academic societies. When the conflict between two people cannot be resolved, the person holding the challenge order can challenge the other party, and that party cannot refuse the challenge of the person holding the challenge order, and the two are allowed to fight under any circumstances. As long as it doesn't cause death or damage others' cultivation, any stage of the fight is acceptable. And a challenge order like this would cost 10,000 credits to redeem. 10,000 points. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. You know, if a junior student wants to successfully advance to the senior year, he or she needs 10,000 credits. Almost more than 80% of third-year students strive to obtain 10,000 credits throughout the entire year. No one expected that the Holy Sun Guild and Bai Wenhao would be so willing to give it up. In order to challenge Ling Tian, he actually took out a challenge order. But after seeing the challenge order, Ling Tian was not angry but happy, looking at Bai Wenhao. Bai Wenhao, are you sure you want to challenge me? Have you thought about the consequences? Challenging me when I'm seriously injured is just a deliberate targeting of you. You are my enemy, and I, Ling Tian, will never show mercy to my enemies. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Wenhao just felt ridiculous. There was a look of contempt for Ling Tian in his eyes, and he felt that Ling Tian was just bluffing. Stop trying to scare people here, Ling Tian. Aren't you known as the strongest high school student in history? Today I'm going to tell you. This is Kyoto University. No matter if you are a high school student or not, if you come here, you must coil up like a dragon or lie down like a tiger. Ling Tian smiled slightly, but that smile turned cold. Well, I don't need to prepare anymore. I accept your challenge. Ling Tian. After hearing Ling Tian's agreement, Shen Yu, Yi Chen, Han Qian and others became worried. But Xuanning had a calm expression on her face, and said calmly, "Don't worry, we have to trust Ling Tian. You know, among all the people present, the person who knows Ling Tian best is Xuanning." Although Ling Tian was seriously injured at this time, he was not someone who could be provoked by a mere Kyoto University student. Bai Wenhao was excited. "Alright, everyone has seen that Ling Tian has accepted my challenge. Please make room." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him stepped aside and soon made way for a space of about 300 square meters. A flash of light appeared in Bai Wenhao's hand, and then a long steel sword was held in his hand. In an instant, the true energy exploded, the airwave spread, and the impact on Bai Wenhao's clothes fluttered wildly. The sound of a sword echoed through the void. It echoed clearly in everyone's ears, an extremely sharp aura that directly affected the heaven and earth. The space of heaven and earth began to distort along with the powerful sword intent. It was as if he was about to be crushed by the terrifying sword intent. It made everyone present feel an immense amount of pressure. Is this the meaning of the heavenly sword? Everyone's eyes showed a deep fear. Although Bai Wenhao's cultivation level is only at the 8th level of the innate realm, the aura on his body is 3 times more powerful than that of an average martial king at the 4th level of the true martial realm. Bai Wenhao looked heroic and poured his true energy into his sword. Then, he pointed his sword at Ling Tian and said loudly, "Ling Tian, today I will let you know what the heavenly sword intent is." So much nonsense. Ling Tian disdainfully spoke, casually raised his hand, and a space-dimensional blade flew out. It instantly stretched out in the void like a long blue chain. The sharp blade seemed to have completely broken free from the constraints of space. Its speed increased to the extreme, so fast that people could not see it at all. Accompanied by a muffled sound, blood splattered. Bai Wenhao's screams echoed in everyone's ears. Before Bai Wenhao could react to what was happening, one of his arms was already thrown high into the air. Then he fell to the ground, with the sword in his hand still in his hand. What? Everyone was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Ling Tian would casually strike strike and directly cut off Bai Wenhao's arm. Bai Wenhao didn't even have the chance to react. After Bai Wenhao screamed, he glared at Ling Tian, you. However, he had just said 3 words when Ling Tian waved his arm again, and a sharp blade in space shot out again. Bai Wenhao saw Ling Tian taking action and was already on high alert when the fight started, but it still had no effect. In an instant, the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh echoed in everyone's ears. Blood splattered and screams echoed again in the trial square. Bai Wenhao screamed and threw his other arm high into the air. The ending was still the same. Bai Wenhao was unable to react or dodge at all. The second arm was cut off directly. The wailing sound echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone present feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. Is this called a serious injury? Everyone was extremely shocked. Wasn't it said that Ling Tian was seriously injured? But why did Ling Tian still possess such terrifying strength even though he was seriously injured? Why, even Bai Wenhao, who had comprehended the power of the heavenly sword, had no power to resist Ling Tian at all. Ling Tian looked at Bai Wenhao with an icy expression. With your limited strength, you dare to challenge me? As the words fell, Ling Tian's artistic conception realm instantly exploded. Boom! The powerful artistic conception field was like a huge invisible magnetic field falling from the sky in an instant. The powerful pressure acted on Bai Wenhao, who faced the terrifying pressure. Bai Wenhao had no power to resist at all. His legs bent down, and then he could no longer support his body. He fell heavily to the ground, crawling on the ground, unable to move. Bang! How is this possible? Everyone looked at Ling Tian in shock. They obviously didn't expect Ling Tian to be so powerful. Originally, Bai Wenhao thought that the reason why Ling Tian was so powerful was because of his supernatural powers and artistic conception. Ling Tian was already seriously injured, which was enough to fill the gap between him and Ling Tian in terms of supernatural powers. As for the artistic conception, the sword intent can cut off the state of mind, so he felt that even if he faced Ling Tian, he had more than 80% chance of winning. But when the actual battle came, he realized that the gap between him and Ling Tian was too huge. He couldn't even catch Ling Tian's casual attack, and he didn't even have the ability to resist when Ling Tian released his domain. Ling Tian took a step forward, moved in space, and appeared next to Bai Wenhao in the blink of an eye. Everyone was amazed, and felt that Ling Tian's body movements and speed were extremely powerful and strange. No one thinks that this is a spatial talent, because everyone knows that Ling Tian possesses many advanced talents and abilities. But he didn't have the ability to travel in space, so everyone thought that Ling Tian was able to instantly appear in front of Bai Wenhao only because of his powerful body movements and speed. Ling Tian stood beside Bai Wenhao, and Bai Wenhao began to tremble with fear. At this moment, he regretted extremely, regretting why he listened to Feng Ningqiang and challenged Ling Tian. Ling Tian's strength had already far exceeded his imagination. Just now, the spatial blade that Ling Tian used to cut off his arm, the pure true energy, was almost as strong as that of an average 9th-level martial king in the true martial realm. At this time, Bai Wenhao had already made a judgment about Ling Tian, that is, his combat power was at least equivalent to that of a 9th-level martial king in the true martial realm. Even if I had comprehended the sword intent of the heavenly sword, I would not be strong enough to fight against a strong man of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Ling Tian stretched out his right foot and stepped on Bai Wenhao. Ling Tian said calmly, "Do you really think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured? If you want to step on me to get to the top, be prepared to be stepped on." As soon as he finished speaking, murderous intent appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. Then, a light flashed in his hand, and the soul-devouring blade was in his hand. Bai Wenhao suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if a cold current that had existed for tens of millions of years had instantly submerged his entire body. Bai Wenhao's voice trembled, "I vote." With a sound, blood splattered and limbs fell. Bai Wenhao didn't even have time to finish his words of surrender before he started screaming loudly. One of his legs was directly cut off by Ling Tian's soul-devouring sword, and blood flowed all over the ground. Of course, this will not result in death. After all, the other party is a master in the innate realm. It's just that his legs were cut off. If they are reconnected in time, he can still recover to his peak condition. It just takes some time. Feng Ningqiang looked anxious. She knew that Ling Tian was now dealing with more than just Bai Wenhao. This was a slap in the face of their holy sun guild, and she couldn't continue to let Ling Tian deal with Bai Wenhao. "Ling Tian, that's enough. Bai Wenhao has already lost. Why are you still so aggressive?" However, just as he finished speaking, Ling Tian's terrifying pressure instantly crushed down, like a waterfall from the sky, and hit Feng Ningqiang directly. Feng Ningqiang's knees were crushed by the powerful realm of artistic conception and slammed heavily to the ground, unable to move. Everyone was shocked. They were both students of Kyoto University, but Ling Tian could make Feng Ningqiang unable to move just by using his domain. "Boy, you're treating my people like vegetables, and you think my holy sun guild is empty?" However, at this moment, a deep, majestic and domineering voice echoed all around. Almost at the same time, everyone looked up into the void. What? Everyone trembled and their scalp went numb. In the void, at some unknown time, thousands of thunders condensed. There were thousands of black thunderbolts, each of which which carried a domineering aura of destruction. It makes people feel suffocated and desperate. After hearing that voice, the people of the Son of God were all excited. It's Xiao Longquan. Feng Ningqiang looked excited as she looked at the void, where the endless black thunder gradually gathered. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge thunder face. The man's face was as huge as half a football field, like the god of thunder above the 9 heavens, extremely domineering. It's the president, everyone cheered excitedly. Oh, Ling Tian's eyes showed anticipation and strong interest. Ling Tian saw at a glance that the huge thunder face in the void was just the incarnation of Xiao Longquan. Xiao Longquan himself was not present, but the thunder was an SSS-level innate ability, the thunder of annihilation. The annihilation divine thunder is extremely domineering and indestructible, and has the same effect as the destructive black flames of Ling Tian's annihilation pupils. Ling Tian could also feel it. The power contained in this one annihilation divine thunder alone was not something that an ordinary martial king could resist. Boy, let go of my people, kneel down, surrender, and forgive your rudeness. The words of that face were extremely overbearing and could not be disobeyed. Everyone clearly felt the terrifying pressure of the domain acting on them, but Ling Tian still stood straight, not afraid at all, looking at the huge human face. You are not worthy of making me submit. Looking for death. The huge human face was angry. Crackling suddenly, endless sparks of electricity surged across the entire trial square. The vibrating void swayed wildly. The space could not withstand the pressure and gradually twisted, with tiny cracks appearing. Suddenly, the destructive field within the annihilation divine thunder directly collided with Ling Tian's realm of artistic conception. Everyone saw clearly that there were two huge magnetic fields with a diameter of more than 500 meters in the void, which collided with each other in an instant. Boom accompanied by a muffled sound, the airwaves surged, impacting the people present, making their bodies shake. Some students who were not strong enough could not resist the powerful attack at all and were directly knocked over by the airwaves. Crack, crack, crack. The crazy collision of the two realms of artistic conception stirred up endless sparks of electric current, which continuously intertwined and flowed around. Within a few breaths, dense cracks appeared in both realms of artistic conception. Rumble. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the realm of artistic conception collapsed instantly, and the powerful aftermath affected Ling Tian. Thump thump thump. Ling Tian took 4 or 5 steps back before he could stand firm. There was a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled, and he looked quite disheveled. Boy, if you have some strength, come again. The huge human face in the void showed a fighting spirit. Ling Tian was also a little angry, if it wasn't because his strength was only 10% of his peak period. Ling Tian could easily crush a remote-controlled avatar with one hand. Stop! At this moment, an angry shout echoed in everyone's ears. A figure, stepping on the void, approached rapidly and finally arrived above the trial square. After seeing the person in the void clearly, he found that he was a middle-aged man, Zheng Fan, the vice president of Kyoto University. Ling Tian, Xiao Longquan, the battle between Ling Tian and Bai Wenhao is over. Today's affairs end here. Humph. Xiao Longquan snorted coldly and spoke slowly. Ling Tian, the day I come out of seclusion will be the day you face great disaster. As the words fell, Xiao Longquan's huge face in the void gradually dissipated. As the human face condensed by the silent divine thunder disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way. The fight between Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan brought too much pressure to everyone. Even Yi Chen, the former second-ranked student of Kyoto University and president of the Tianjin Guild, felt tremendous pressure. It made him feel suffocated, and only then did he understand that he was the so-called second person. He was a complete joke in front of Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan. He was not even on the same level as them. Principal Zheng Fan looked at Ling Tian helplessly, thinking to himself that Ling Tian was not a person who could easily get by. It hasn't even been a month since Ling Tian arrived at Kyoto University, and he's already caused so much trouble. Principal Zheng Fan stretched out his right hand and grabbed into the void. Then Bai Wenhao's challenge order returned to his hands. He said to Bai Wenhao, "You guys from the Student Union and the Holy Sun Guild, take him to get treatment immediately. As for the challenge order, it's already been used, so I'm taking it back." Yes, the people from the Holy Sun Guild took Bai Wenhao away directly. Principal Zheng Fan looked at Ling Tian with a complicated expression and then spoke to the people around him. Ling Tian was assassinated a few days ago and was seriously injured. You should not bother to influence Ling Tian. If you have any doubts about Ling Tian's strength, the freshman competition will begin in less than a week. When the time comes, if you want to challenge Ling Tian, I won't stop you. Everyone could hear that this was a warning from Principal Zheng Fan. Of course, in everyone's mind at this moment, Ling Tian was already a strong man second only to Xiao Longquan. After seeing Bai Wenhao's tragic end, everyone naturally didn't dare to cause trouble for Ling Tian anymore. However, these freshmen were also excited and were discussing whether to join the Sky Sword Guild or the Holy Sun Guild. What do you think? Should we join the Heavenly Sword or the Holy Sun? Of course it's the Holy Sun. Didn't you see it? Senior Xiao Longquan was still in seclusion, but he was able to remotely condense his supernatural power incarnation and injure Major Ling Tian. Senior Xiao Longquan is obviously stronger, so we naturally have to join the Holy Sun. At this time, almost everyone has ignored the fact that Ling Tian is still seriously injured, because everyone thought that Ling Tian's serious injury was just a disguise. If he was really seriously injured, how could he still have such strong fighting power? Someone else said, I think it's better to join Sky Sword. Ling Tian is only a freshman, while Senior Xiao Longquan is already a senior. I will be leaving Kyoto University next year. When Xiao Longquan leaves, Ling Tian will be the strongest, and then the Sky Sword Guild will naturally rise in prominence. I want to join the Sky Sword Guild. Seeing so many students wanting to join his Tianjin Guild, Yi Chen was naturally very happy and immediately arranged for people from his guild to register the new students. Of course, Yi Chen doesn't recruit everyone into the guild. Only those who rank at the top in the college entrance examination can join the Tianjin Guild. For a while, the popularity of the Tianjin Guild and the Holy Sun Guild was on par with each other. Yi Chen believed that it would not take long for his Tianjin Guild to develop into a guild as powerful as the Holy Sun Guild. This was something Yi Chen had never thought about before, but it changed because of Ling Tian's arrival. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, hurry up and sign up. The free trial of the trial tower has already started. You still have to queue up. Ling Tian nodded and went to the registration desk at the entrance of the trial tower. At the entrance registration desk of the trial tower, a powerful martial king who was at the 7th level of the true martial realm was registering. The teacher who was at the 7th level of martial king was extremely warm and friendly towards Ling Tian. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected, and everyone saw how powerful Ling Tian was just now. Although the teacher who was at the 7th level of martial king was several levels higher in cultivation than Ling Tian, but in terms of actual combat power, Ling Tian far surpassed his teacher who was at the 7th level of martial king. The teacher who was at the 7th level of martial king estimated that even if he faced Ling Tian with all his strength, he would probably not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Ling Tian. Student Ling Tian, if you're in a hurry, you don't have to queue up. I can talk to the student in front of you and let you go to the trial tower first. Ling Tian shook his head and didn't agree. No need, teacher, just arrange it however you want. There's no need to make it special. Seeing Ling Tian's seriousness, the teacher nodded and did not let Ling Tian cut in line. Afterwards, Ling Tian returned to Qinyu, Han Xian, and Xuanning. At this moment, Xuanning looked at Ling Tian and smiled slightly, with a strong fighting spirit in her eyes. Ling Tian immediately knew what Xuanning was going to do. He looked at Xuanning with a smile and said, "Want a plate?" Xuanning's face was filled with joy. That's exactly what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanning took out a formation plate from his storage ring, and then he and Xuanning found a quiet corner on the trial square. The game of formation started right away, and Han Xian was full of anticipation. Oh, you guys also know about formations? I know formations too, Ling Tian. I'm a 3rd level formation master. Do you want me to give you some pointers? There was confidence in Han Xian's eyes. Han Xian believed that she had some talent in formation. I have only studied formations for 1 year, but I have already reached the level of a 3rd level formation master. Such talent has surpassed 90% of people. Han Xian felt that if she was not as good as Ling Tian in cultivation, she should be able to compete with him in formation. After hearing Han Xian's words, Ling Tian just smiled slightly. Let me play a game with Sister Xue first. As they spoke, Ling Tian and Xuanning immediately activated their true energy, and then gathered the true energy on their fingertips. The battle of formations begins. Xuanning's eyes instantly became sharp, and her expression was extremely serious. Xuanning immediately began to carve the formation runes on the formation plate, and the speed of carving the runes was extremely fast. Swish, 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 accompanied by rays of light that kept flashing. Afterwards, one by one, formation runes continued to emerge from Xuanning's fingertips, and then were imprinted on the formation plate. Ling Tian just watched Xuanning quietly and did not rush to carve the formation runes. In just less than 10 seconds, Xuanning had successfully carved out nearly 100 formation runes. Each of the formation runes was extremely exquisite and profound, and Han Xian was stunned. She just felt that every formation rune carved by Xuanning was obscure and difficult to understand, even a simple rune. It took Han Xian a while to study it carefully, which surprised her very much. He thought to himself, this senior Xuanning is probably at least a 6th rank formation master. Can Ling Tian play against her? Soon a minute passed, and Xuanning directly set up a formation on the formation plate. The second formation had already been set up, and Ling Tian Kai only started to move at this time. Ling Tian's fingertips were flashing with spiritual light, and then he began to carve rapidly. Ling Tian's fingers seemed to have turned into afterimages, and array runes continued to emerge. The speed of carving the formation runes was several times faster than even Xuanning's. I saw formation runes jumping and interweaving one by one, appearing from Ling Tian's fingers, and then being imprinted on the formation plate. Xuanning was completely stunned. She couldn't understand the formation runes carved by Ling Tian at all, and the speed at which she carved the runes was beyond her imagination. In just less than half a minute, Ling Tian successfully set up a formation on the formation plate. Ling Tian and Xuanning immediately started to bombard the formation, and the runes continued to surge and dissipate. In a short while, Xuanning's forehead was covered with sweat. In less than 3 minutes, Xuanning was defeated. Xuanning looked at Ling Tian angrily, not knowing what to say. Ling Tian's attainments in formations were unfathomable, yet she still felt she was far behind him. Seeing Xuanning being defeated, Xinyu felt very happy, because he usually lost so badly when he played formation games against Xuanning. Han Qian was completely stunned. Ling Tian, how come your attainments in formations are so high? Ling Tian smiled and replied, I've been studying this since I was little. You've forgotten that when I took the college entrance exam, I used a formation to kill a 7th level beast. Yes. Han Qian was suddenly extremely ashamed. She actually forgot such an important thing. Just now, he had the audacity to say that he would give Ling Tian some pointers. Now that he thought about it, he was actually the clown. Xuanning looked at Ling Tian with an unwilling expression. Come again. On the trial square, Ling Tian was surrounded by 3 beauties, the young and beautiful schoolgirl, the cold and charming teacher, and the otherworldly fairy Xuanning. Make everyone extremely envious. At this time, among the crowd, there were several strong men who had reached the realm of Martial King and walked to the entrance of the trial tower. The person in the lead is the strongest and has reached the 9th level of Martial King. The other 3 are all masters above the 7th level of Martial King. When they looked at Ling Tian, it was just a quick glance, but Ling Tian felt the murderous intent. The powerful warrior who was at the 9th level of the Martial King realm and was in the lead said to the teacher who was guarding the trial tower, Hello, I'm Zhang Hao, the puppeteer hired by the principal. I'm here to replace the true meaning crystal. Master Zhang Hao, I've long heard of your name. With the recent enrollment of new students, the consumption of our true meaning crystals is quite high, so I'm sorry to bother you. After hearing the words of the teacher guarding the trial tower, the Martial King expert named Zhang Hao nodded and said, Leave it to us. The students around them looked at those powerful Martial Kings with great curiosity. However, there was a hint of vigilance in Ling Tian's eyes. Just now, when Zhang Hao and the others walked out of the crowd, they clearly glanced in his direction. Ling Tian also felt a faint murderous intent, although it was extremely weak and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But Ling Tian still noticed it keenly. Ling Tian always felt that these people had bad intentions. At this moment, Ling Tian stood up, looked at Xuanning and said, Take some time to digest the whole game between you and me. I'm going to the trial tower soon, so I won't be playing anymore. Xuanning nodded with a distressed look on her face. They had been playing chess for 3 hours, and she lost every 2.5 minutes on average. Xuanning had lost so much that she was beginning to doubt her life. She decided to improve her skills before playing against Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian came to Yi Chen and asked curiously, Senior Yi Chen, who were those martial kings just now? Oh, the one in the lead is Zhang Haowang. He is a puppeteer. They are from our Kyoto University puppet maintenance team. I am here to replace the puppet's true meaning crystal. The energy of the true meaning crystal and the puppet will be consumed. So every once in a while a puppeteer will come and replace the true meaning crystal. Oh, Zhang Hao seems to be quite strong. Yi Chen nodded. That is Zhang Hao, the puppeteer. Among all the martial king masters, he is also ranked at the top. He is the 53rd strongest person on the list of the top 100 kings of our dragon nation. Oh, Ling Tian's eyes flashed with interest. He can actually rank 10th. Is there something special about him? Ling Tian knew that the top 100 kings list was a ranking of the strength of the 100 most powerful peak-level martial kings in the Dragon Kingdom. You know, a powerful martial king is unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, and it is difficult to meet one in a lifetime. But now everyone in Dragon Country practices martial arts, and there are nearly 10,000 powerful martial arts masters. Among the tens of thousands of martial kings, his strength ranks 10th, which is really remarkable. Yi Chen explained, King Zhang Haowu is not only a puppeteer, but also a powerful person who has comprehended the sword intent of the heavenly sword. Although he is only a martial king 9-level warrior, he can fight against a martial king 4-level warrior without losing the upper hand. Ling Tian nodded. It was indeed very powerful that a 9th-level martial king could comprehend the full power of the heavenly sword. At this moment, the teacher of the trial tower shouted loudly, Student Ling Tian, it's your turn. After hearing the teacher's words, almost everyone turned their eyes to Ling Tian at the same time. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, Ling Tian was recognized as the most outstanding student in Kyoto University this year. Everyone wanted to see how long Ling Tian could last in the trial tower. As he spoke, Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the trial tower under everyone's gaze. There were 7 other freshmen who entered the trial tower with Ling Tian. In the trial tower, there are 8 combat puppets on each floor. Just defeat one of the puppets to proceed to the next level. Therefore, the trial in the trial tower is carried out by 8 people together. The teacher looked at the group and said, Are you all ready? Ready. After hearing the teacher's words, everyone nodded. Then the teacher of the trial tower gave each of Ling Tian and the other 8 people a crystal. Remember, don't force yourself, otherwise the battle puppet will kill you. Once it feels that it is no match for the battle puppet, puppet, it will crush its life-saving crystal. Once you crush the life-saving crystal, the battle puppets fighting you will stop attacking and you can get out. Yes, everyone nodded. After the teacher explained everything, everyone walked towards the trial tower. After a while, Ling Tian and the other 8 people arrived at the trial tower. I saw that there were 8 huge battle rooms on the first floor of the trial tower. Ling Tian and his group of 8 each chose a room and entered it. At the same time, Ling Tian also felt that there was an extremely powerful force in the trial tower, crushing him. That power was like an invisible shackle, directly suppressing Ling Tian's cultivation and true essence. At this moment, there was no trace of true energy fluctuation or cultivation aura from Ling Tian. He couldn't even use the supernatural powers in his body, just like an ordinary person. This is the power of the trial tower. Ling Tian has also heard of the legend of the trial tower. Legend has it that the trial tower was left behind by a powerful ancient warrior 10,000 years ago. The trial tower had been located at this location as early as the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, but it had always been closed. The trial tower was not opened until the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was restored and the era of universal martial arts cultivation began. Ling Tian guessed that this trial tower might be a magic weapon left by an ancient powerful being. At this moment, a door appeared in the battle room. After the door opened, a battle puppet wearing silver armor walked out of the door. After seeing the battle puppet, Ling Tian did not hesitate. Then a light flashed in his hand, and his soul-devouring sword was in his hand. At this moment, light was released from the eyes of the combat puppet and the light scanned Ling Tian. Then, the combat puppet took out a sword from its body. There is a small storage space inside the combat puppet's body, which contains various weapons. The combat puppet can choose the same weapon and the same true meaning crystal to fight the person taking the trial based on the weapon held by the person taking the trial. This will effectively help those undergoing the trial improve their understanding and cultivate the true meaning of their weapons. The moment the sword appeared in the hands of the combat puppet, Ling Tian immediately felt a very sharp sword intent attacking him. Afterwards, the sword puppet bent its legs and rushed towards Ling Tian like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Ling Tian did not retreat at all when facing the combat puppet. Holding the soul-devouring saber, he slashed out easily. That strike, both in terms of power and speed, far surpassed the combat puppet. A sound of metal clashing echoed all around. The powerful force directly knocked the sword in the combat puppet's hand away. Ling Tian's sword, with undiminished momentum, directly hit the combat puppet's body. With a dull sound, Ling Tian's sword easily split the combat puppet into 2. Suddenly, the first floor of the trial tower lit up. Information also appeared on the big screen outside the trial tower square. Trialist Ling Tian passed 1 level in 1 second. After seeing this result, no one felt surprised. After all, Ling Tian was originally a warrior who used a sword, although everyone didn't know whether Ling Tian had already comprehended the sword intent. However, if you want to pass the first 3 levels of the trial tower, you don't need to comprehend the sword intent. If Ling Tian passed, it would be considered normal by everyone. Ling Tian came to the shattered combat puppet and picked up a dropped access card. It was a temporary access card. With this card, Ling Tian could enter the second floor of the trial tower. Ling Tian also felt that the energy of the true meaning crystal in the combat puppet was slowly recovering. Although the recovery speed cannot keep up with the consumption speed, as long as the power in the crystal is not consumed, it will be fully recovered sooner or later. This is the magic of the trial tower. In the trial tower, the energy in the true meaning crystal can be slowly restored. For example, if a piece of true meaning crystal whose energy has been exhausted is placed in the trial tower for a month, the true meaning crystal will recover again. Normally, the combat puppets in the trial tower do not need to replace their crystals. It's just because new students can enter the trial tower for free once, and the true meaning crystal is consumed too quickly. Only then do the puppeteers need to go to the trial tower to replace the crystals. Ling Tian picked up the access card for the second floor, left the room, and then came to the stairs. He then placed the access card on the sensor and swiped it. The door to the second floor of the trial tower opened, and Ling Tian went straight to the second floor. Ling Tian entered the battle room, and soon a puppet appeared. Ling Tian still defeated the battle puppet with a single easy strike. The second level of light flickered, and the passing information appeared on the big screen at the entrance of the trial tower. Trialist Ling Tian passed the second level in 1 second. Soon, Ling Tian arrived at the third floor. The final result was the same. Ling Tian successfully passed it in just 1 second. When he arrived at the fourth floor, Ling Tian saw that the combat puppet was different from the previous one. The combat puppets on the fourth level are smaller than those on the first 3 levels, but their material is more solid. The moment the combat puppet took out the sword, Ling Tian immediately felt a sharp sword intent sweeping towards him. The invisible sword intent seemed to turn into a sharp blade and hit Ling Tian. It was as if there were sharp blades cutting into his body, which made Ling Tian feel anticipation. Because the fourth level combat puppet has already achieved a small level of spiritual truth. Compared with the combat puppets in the previous 3 levels, they are completely not on the same level. level. The combat puppet instantly came in front of Ling Tian, raised the sword in his hand, and slashed out. With a powerful momentum of sweeping across the enemy, Ling Tian quickly drew his sword and engaged the combat puppet. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. Ling Tian immediately felt the strong sword intent, and Ling Tian had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Ling Tian was not in a hurry to defeat the combat puppet but was feeling the sword intent used by the puppet. Ling Tian's swordsmanship was also constantly improving. Originally, Ling Tian's sword intent had already reached the realm of spiritual perfection. Now, after just a simple confrontation with the combat puppet, Ling Tian felt that his sword intent was about to break through. However, Ling Tian didn't know at this time that in addition to the students on the trial square, there were many other people paying attention to Ling Tian's trial. Soon, 3 minutes passed, and Ling Tian was still fighting with the combat puppet and had no intention of defeating it. Ling Tian also felt that his sword intent was on the verge of a breakthrough and could reach the realm of heavenly sword intent at any time. It's been 3 minutes. Ling Tian has been on the 4th level for 3 minutes and still hasn't passed it. It seems that Ling Tian's understanding of the sword intent is not that strong. The students on the square began to discuss. However, no one looked down on Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian was far superior to his peers in terms of cultivation, comprehension of artistic conception, and formation. Even the strong men of the older generation are not as good as Ling Tian, so it is understandable that their understanding of the true meaning of weapons is weaker. If someone has amazing achievements and talents in any aspect, it would be difficult for people to accept it. 20 minutes passed quickly, and Ling Tian still failed to defeat the battle puppet. At this moment, on the trial square, an ordinary-looking senior student turned around and left, then took out his mobile phone. Master Zixiao, Ling Tian has been on the 4th floor for 20 minutes. The person on the other end of the phone replied calmly, 20 minutes? It seems his understanding of the true meaning of weapons is at most at the spiritual level. Let Zhang Hao and the others take action. Each of the 4 of them is a master who has comprehended the heavenly sword intent. They are more than capable of killing Ling Tian in the trial tower. With that, the phone was hung up. Zhang Hao and his men are the powerful men sent by Emperor Zixiao to assassinate Ling Tian. Zixiao Wuwang was well aware that Ling Tian had Xuanning as his protector, and it would be almost impossible to assassinate Ling Tian through normal means. Moreover, Ling Tian himself is a powerful warrior, so if you want to assassinate Ling Tian, you need to find another way. And the trial tower was the solution they came up with. In the trial tower, all cultivation and supernatural powers are useless. In the trial tower, the one with the deepest understanding of artistic conception is the boss. In the trial tower, even a powerful martial saint, if he has no understanding of the true meaning of the weapon, may be killed by a warrior who has understood the true meaning of the weapon. The strongest person in Kyoto University, President Tenming, once had such a deeds. When Principal Tianming was young, he was assassinated by the enemy country. At that time, Principal Tianming was just a heaven-level warrior. However, the assassin was a powerful warrior at the 1st level of Martial King, so Principal Tianming rushed directly into the trial tower. The assassin also followed Principal Tianming into the trial tower, but all of his abilities were suppressed. Principal Tianming easily killed him with his sword power that had reached the great perfection of the spiritual level. And now Zhang Hao in the trial tower has already comprehended the heavenly level sword intent. They believed that killing Ling Tian would be an easy task and there would not be any difficulty at all. Time passed, and soon half an hour had passed. Boom! At this moment, Ling Tian's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp, and the powerful sword intent rushed towards the combat puppet like a river. The body of the attacking combat puppet began to sway slightly, and Ling Tian's aura increased several times. At this moment, Ling Tian immediately felt that his proficiency in the soul-devouring blade had reached an incredible level. It was as if the soul-devouring blade had turned into another part of his body. That feeling made Ling Tian feel very wonderful, as if he was holding the soul-devouring sword in his hand. Even the heaven and earth seemed to be cut apart by himself. And Ling Tian's comprehension of the true meaning has also reached the heavenly level. That is the heavenly level sword intent. Ling Tian's offensive power suddenly increased dramatically. Compared with just now, it increased by several times. Swish! Ling Tian's soul-devouring sword and the attack of the combat puppet collided with each other. With a snap, the battle puppet's sword was easily cut off by Ling Tian's sword. Ling Tian's attack did not slow down at all. He went straight to the dragon's death and chopped at the neck of the combat puppet. Puff! Immediately, the combat puppet didn't even have a chance to dodge before Ling Tian's sword slashed its neck. Wow! At this moment, the people outside the trial tower saw it clearly. On the 4th floor of the trial tower, a strong light flickered. Past, someone shouted excitedly. Information appeared on the big screen. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 4th level in 2 hours. Everyone was a little surprised, and they all thought that Ling Tian must have comprehended the spiritual level sword intent in the trial tower. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way to pass the 4th level trial. Ling Tian came to the side of the combat puppet, took the access card dropped by the combat puppet, and walked out of the combat room. However, However, just as Ling Tian walked out of the door of the battle room, swish, an extremely cold sword energy, with a chilling chill, came directly towards Ling Tian. The speed was extremely fast. It was a sword energy condensed by sword intent, without any true energy in it. But he easily broke through the sound barrier and arrived in front of Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian's senses were so sharp that he immediately took out his soul-devouring sword and slashed at the sword energy. Boom! Suddenly, the soul-devouring saber collided with the sword energy, and a huge explosion sounded. Then, the sword energy shattered. Ling Tian frowned, and felt a huge force acting on his body. The shock paralyzed my entire body, and even my knuckles felt like they were about to break. He was completely unable to control his body, and it flew into the air, like a kite with a broken string. Rumble. Then, his body slammed heavily onto the gate of the trial tower. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Tian's mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Oh! At this moment, a surprised voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. He's not dead. Everyone looked at Ling Tian in surprise. I saw 4 people appear on the 4th floor of the trial tower, and those 4 people were Zhang Hao and others who had entered the trial tower before Ling Tian. Sure enough, Ling Tian thought to himself, the murderous intent he had sensed before was not an illusion. It turns out that Zhang Hao and his puppeteers have bad intentions. Zhang Hao and the others were also shocked. You know, Zhang Hao had used 70% of his strength in that sword strike just now. However, he failed to kill Ling Tian with one sword, which surprised Zhang Hao and the other 3. This shows that the level of truth that Ling Tian comprehended has exceeded their expectations. However, they were not worried, because Zhang Hao knew that Ling Tian's sword intent was not as strong as his own sword intent. Otherwise, Ling Tian would not have been repelled by his sword just now. Boy, have you comprehended the heavenly sword intent? Zhang Hao asked Ling Tian. Ling Tian had a gloomy face and did not say anything, but looked at Zhang Hao and the other 3. Among the 4 people, Zhang Hao is the strongest. The sharp sword intent on his body seems to be able to affect even space. Although the sword intent of the other 3 people was not as strong as Zhang Hao's, it was not weaker either. Ling Tian immediately determined that Zhang Hao's sword intent had reached the heavenly level. The other 3 were also masters of the sword art who had reached the minor level of heavenly grade sword intentions. Don't talk? Then let me try and you'll know. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut instantly increased his speed to the extreme. Then, he swung the giant sword in his hand, and the sword was pulled open, shattering the sound barrier and causing the air to explode. A tremendous force, with an overwhelming momentum, directly hit Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and attacked directly with a sword. Ling Tian directly used his martial arts, 9 extreme flames slash 8 desolate ashes. Although there is no supernatural power, the power of the moves is still extremely strong. He drew his sword and slashed it. The blade energy flew across the sky, the sword energy was crisscrossed, and in a flash, the sword and the knife collided. In an instant, a powerful force acted on Ling Tian and the middle-aged man with a crew cut at the same time. Thump thump, the 2 people took 2 steps back at the same time. The middle-aged man with a crew cut also felt his body slightly paralyzed by the huge force. Wow! He really has achieved a minor level of heavenly sword intentions. After seeing this scene, Zhang Hao and the other 3 people were all shocked. Originally, they thought that Ling Tian's swordsmanship was at most at the minor spiritual level, but they didn't expect Ling Tian to have hidden his strength. Ling Tian is just an 18-year-old college student, but he has already comprehended the heavenly sword intent. You know, even when Zhang Hao comprehended the heavenly sword intent, he was already in his 30s. They immediately felt the terrifying power of Ling Tian. No wonder the Qian family was willing to pay a huge price to deal with Ling Tian. You must not stay this time, Zhang Hao said coldly. Swish! Almost at the same time, the 4 great sword masters moved their bodies at the same time and increased their speed to the extreme. 4 extremely sharp sword energies headed directly in 4 directions. Ling Tian frowned and launched his attack with all his strength, using the 9 extremes flame slash to break the sky. With a sweep of the sword, Ling Tian used almost all his strength to collide with the 3 sword energies. It offset the power of 3 sword energies, but was unable to resist Zhang Hao's sword. Puff! In an instant, the sword energy slashed down on Ling Tian's chest, and blood splattered. Ling Tian flew backwards and was injured. After seeing this scene, Zhang Hao was full of confidence. What a pity! Although both are heavenly level true meanings, the difference between great success and minor success is still huge. Zhang Hao believed that if his sword hit Ling Tian, even if Ling Tian didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But he still underestimated Ling Tian, even though Ling Tian was only a warrior at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. But Ling Tian is the only person in the history of Dragon Country who opened up 109 tendons and meridians when he was a quasi-warrior. Ling Tian's physical strength far exceeds that of the strong men of the same level, almost 10 times. Not long ago, Ling Tian cultivated the divine body of flying, and the strength of Ling Tian's physical body increased dramatically again. At this moment, Ling Tian's physical strength was even stronger than that of an average martial emperor. If Zhang Hao's sword just now was a sword energy that was wrapped with sword intent and true energy, it would naturally be able to seriously injure Ling Tian. But the damage Ling Tian suffered now was just some superficial injuries. With Ling Tian's incredible self-healing ability, such an injury would probably be healed in less than half a day. Just when Zhang Hao and the others thought Ling Tian was dead, Ling Tian suddenly jumped up. He took out his access card and swiped it directly on the door leading to the 5th floor. The door opened instantly, and Ling Tian walked straight in without any hesitation. Not good. Zhang Hao and the others' faces turned cold. They wanted to give chase, but the gate had already been closed. All of this was designed by Ling Tian just to confuse Zhang Hao and the others. It wasn't that Ling Tian couldn't resist Zhang Hao's sword just now, but that Ling Tian deliberately allowed himself to be hit, and then let himself fly towards the gate leading to the 5th floor. Chase! Zhang Hao looked at his 3 men with anger. The 3 men rushed directly into the battle room on the 4th floor and fought with the battle puppets. Zhang Hao and the others never thought that Ling Tian would run upstairs to the trial tower. In the trial tower, if you want to go up, you must defeat the combat puppet and get the access card. If you want to go down, there is no limit, you can leave directly. So when they attacked Ling Tian just now, they thought that if Ling Tian wanted to escape, he would naturally go downstairs and leave the trial tower to seek help. No one expected that Ling Tian would actually rush to the upper level of the trial tower. Therefore, if they wanted to kill Ling Tian now, they would have to go to the battle room on the 4th floor to fight the trial puppet. At this time, Ling Tian quickly rushed to the 5th floor of the trial tower and entered the battle room. When the battle puppet appeared, Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and swung his soul-devouring blade. Break the sky with force. The sword energy was like a crescent moon, tearing through the space and directly cutting off the head of the combat puppet. The situation on the 4th floor was the same at this time. Zhang Hao and his team also easily defeated the combat puppet with just one move. At this moment, above the trial square, the students saw that the lights on the 4th and 5th floors of the trial tower began to flicker. Then the big screen flickered and information appeared. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 5th level in 1 second. What's going on? After seeing this message, everyone shouted in surprise. Everyone was confused and had no idea what was going on. Didn't Ling Tian just take more than 2 hours to pass the 4th floor? If you want to pass the 5th level, you must reach the true meaning of spiritual level perfection. But now Ling Tian passed the 5th level of the trial tower in just 1 second. What does this mean? This shows that Ling Tian's understanding of the true meaning has far surpassed the spiritual level. Just after Ling Tian's message disappeared, Zhang Hao and the others' message also appeared. Trialist Zhang Hao passed the 4th level in 1 second. Trialist, what's going on? Everyone looked confused. The teacher guarding the trial tower was even more confused. Didn't Zhang Hao go to the 4th floor of the trial tower to replace the puppet crystal? Before, they directly gave Zhang Hao a pass that allowed him to go directly to the 4th floor. But now Zhang Hao and the other 4 actually started the trial. The teacher guarding the trial tower gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, Zhang Hao and the others are so dishonest. They actually secretly conducted the trial under the pretext of replacing the puppet crystal. Pay money, you must pay. Can outsiders enter our Kyoto University trial tower without paying? At this time, Zhang Hao and the other 3 quickly rushed to the 5th floor after passing the 4th floor. When they just arrived at the 5th floor of the trial tower, they saw that Ling Tian had already entered the gate to the 6th floor. Zhang Hao and the others were so angry that they were jumping up and down. You're playing Qin Wang around the pillar for me, right? Don't let me catch you. Zhang Hao was so angry that he started cursing at Ling Tian. At this time, Ling Tian also arrived at the 6th floor of the trial tower and rushed directly into the battle room. Zhang Hao and his team also rushed into the battle room on the 5th floor to fight the battle puppets and get the access card. When Ling Tian appeared among the battle puppets in the battle room, he still did not stop at all. He displayed his strength without any reservation, because what he wanted now was to race with Zhang Hao. He couldn't let Zhang Hao and the others catch up with him in the trial tower, where his superpowers and cultivation were completely suppressed. Ling Tian was no match for Zhang Hao and the other 4. Ling Tian's figure was as fast as thunder, and he cut the combat puppet in half with one sword. At this moment, the light on the 6th floor of the trial tower began to flicker. Information appeared on the big screen. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 6th level in 1 second. What's going on? Everyone present was completely confused. Why did it take Ling Tian so long to pass the 4th level? However, it only took 1 second to pass the 5th and 6th levels. Also, is Ling Tian's true intention so terrifying? Being able to pass the 6th level of the trial tower means that Ling Tian's understanding of the true meaning has at least reached the level of spiritual perfection. Just after Ling Tian passed the 6th level, the light of the 5th level also began to shine. Zhang Hao and his team's information also appeared on the big screen. Ling Tian quickly went to the 7th floor, while Zhang Hao and the others chased Ling Tian towards the 6th floor. As soon as Zhang Hao and his friends arrived at the 6th floor, they saw Ling Tian had already entered the gate of the 7th floor. Zhang Hao and the others were one step behind, and roared in anger. After Ling Tian entered the 7th floor of the trial tower, he did not stop at all and rushed directly into the battle room. The students on the trial square became nervous one by one. Hateful. They were all waiting waiting for news from Ling Tian. You know, it only took Ling Tian 1 second to pass the 6th level. In other words, Ling Tian easily defeated the combat puppet with just one move. Judging from this, Ling Tian's true intention may have reached the heavenly level. The true meaning of the heavenly level is a realm that countless warriors cannot comprehend. You know, among the 4,000 to 5,000 students at Kyoto University, each one is a top talent from his or her own place. However, among 4,000 or 5,000 people, there are only less than 300 who can comprehend the true meaning of the spiritual level. Among these 300 people, only a handful can successfully comprehend the true meaning of the heavenly level. They were all very curious as to whether Ling Tian's talent and true meaning was as strong and abnormal as his comprehension of artistic conception. As soon as Ling Tian entered the battle room on the 7th floor, the battle puppet entered combat mode. Holding a sword in his hand, the sharp sword intent seemed to gather into an invisible wave of sword energy. It swept towards Ling Tian, and the impact caused Ling Tian's clothes to flutter continuously. Swish! In just a blink of an eye, the combat puppet turned into a cannonball and its speed increased to the extreme. He rushed to Ling Tian in an instant and chopped down at Ling Tian's head with a knife. Ling Tian reacted quickly, holding his soul-devouring blade horizontally above his head to block the attack. Clang! The sound of a huge metal collision echoed around. Ling Tian and the combat puppet each retreated 4 or 5 meters, then suddenly exerted force with their feet. In the blink of an eye, he launched another attack. The attacks of the two were evenly matched. In fact, Ling Tian could suppress the combat puppet, but Ling Tian did not do so. Ling Tian knew that the 7th level combat puppet had the true meaning of a small success in the heavenly level. There seems to be only one small level difference between the heavenly grade minor success and the spiritual grade great perfection, but the gap between these small levels is as huge as a chasm. Once you cross it, your combat effectiveness will increase several times. If Ling Tian wanted to defeat the battle puppet with one move like he did on the 6th level, it would definitely be impossible. Therefore, Ling Tian did not suppress the combat puppet but let the combat puppet release his true intention with all his strength. In this way, Ling Tian can understand the true meaning of the combat puppet as quickly as possible. Ling Tian and the combat puppet's figures kept flashing in the battle room, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ling Tian felt the battle puppet's sword intent, which was like a river, surging in endless. One layer after another came one after another, and the speed of the knife was extremely fast. Ling Tian continued to parry the attacks of the combat puppet and continued to feel the true meaning of the combat puppet. Ling Tian also felt that his realm of true meaning was changing rapidly. Now, on the 7th floor of the trial tower, outside the battle room, Zhang Hao and the other 6 people have already arrived outside the battle room. That kid hasn't come out yet. Zhang Hao and the other 3 were excited, but it is normal to think about it. In their opinion, Ling Tian's true meaning is at most the realm of minor success in the heaven level. How is it possible to defeat the battle puppet before they arrive? One of the warriors looked at Zhang Hao and said, "Boss, do you think Ling Tian is still hiding in the battle room?" Zhang Hao said confidently, "Impossible. The puppets in the battle room can only stop fighting if you defeat them or crush the life-saving crystal. If Ling Tian crushes the life-saving crystal, he must leave. No matter what the outcome is for Ling Tian, he must come out." As he spoke, Zhang Hao and 3 other kendo masters waited at the door of the battle room where Ling Tian was. As long as Ling Tian dared to come out of the battle room, they would immediately launch a violent attack on him. However, they did not know that Ling Tian had already entered the realm of quickly comprehending the true meaning. In just a few minutes, Ling Tian's true meaning improved a little. In Ling Tian's mind, the powerful man's understanding of the true meaning was constantly being digested by Ling Tian. You know, in Ling Tian's previous life, he absorbed a lot of healing and gained the martial arts insights of a swordsman. As long as Ling Tian continues to digest and understand those insights, his swordsmanship will continue to improve. The battle between the combat puppet and Ling Tian is like a catalyst for Ling Tian to absorb and digest those insights. Ling Tian gains new insights almost every time he fights with a combat puppet. The sword intent on Ling Tian's body became stronger and stronger. Every blow he made seemed to have a natural feel. Time passed little by little, and soon 2 hours had passed. The students on the trial square all felt that it would be very difficult for Ling Tian to pass the 7th level of the trial tower. Yichen looked at the trial tower and said, "It seems that Ling Tian's sword intent has just reached the realm of heaven grade minor success. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 2 hours to pass the 7th floor." The people around nodded in agreement and started talking. It seems that Ling Tian's true intention is at the realm of heaven grade minor success, and he has obviously just broken through not long ago. It's still a bit difficult to pass the 7th floor of the trial tower. Well, but Ling Tian is already very powerful. In the entire Kyoto University, among all the teachers and students combined, there are only a few people who have comprehended the true meaning of the heavenly level. There are no more than 15 people, and it is already remarkable that Ling Tian can be one of them. Although Ling Tian can comprehend the heavenly sword intent, this has already surpassed 99% of people. But no one showed any expression of shock or surprise.
After all, it was just a small success of the heavenly level sword intent. Compared with the previous time when Ling Tian had an epiphany in the Monument of Enlightenment and directly condensed the realm of artistic conception, it was nothing. However, what everyone didn't know at this time was that Ling Tian's comprehension of the true meaning was improving almost every minute. Now, Ling Tian's comprehension of the true meaning in 1 minute is equivalent to a normal person's comprehension of more than 10 days. This speed of perception has reached a level that normal people cannot understand. In the battle room, the battle puppet attacked Ling Tian frantically, but Ling Tian was calmly parrying it. Ling Tian's endless sword intent seemed to have transformed into an endless cyclone. It was as if a shield condensed by sword intent was formed, easily blocking the attack of the combat puppet. The combat puppet couldn't even damage Ling Tian's sleeves. At this time, Ling Tian's sword intent had already completely transformed and successfully reached the realm of heavenly perfection. If Ling Tian wanted to now, he could easily defeat the combat puppet with just one strike. But Ling Tian did not do so, because fighting with the combat puppets could still help Ling Tian continue to improve his sword intent. You know, when Ling Tian was at the 4th level, he was able to raise his sword intent to the small success level of heaven simply by relying on the battle puppet and the sword intent of the small success level of spirit. Now, the battle puppet in front of Ling Tian has the sword intent of the small success level of the heavenly level, and the help it brings to Ling Tian is unimaginable. Soon, another hour passed. Both Zhang Hao and his companions in the trial tower and the students on the trial square felt confused. Ling Tian's trial isn't over yet. Everyone was very surprised. Under normal circumstances, after fighting with the combat puppet in the trial tower for 3 hours, one would have already lost to the combat puppet due to exhaustion. After all, in the trial tower, cultivation is suppressed. Not only is it impossible to use true energy, but even the recovery speed is very slow. But everyone was surprised that Ling Tian could actually hold on to the 7th floor for such a long time. At this moment, Ling Tian was standing in the battle room, his whole body emitting an extremely terrifying sword intent. The sword intent, like a torrent, swept through the entire battle room. At this moment, Ling Tian didn't even need to swing his disabled sword to fight. Ling Tian just stood there, and the terrifying sword intent that was like a torrent easily distorted the space. At the same time, they transformed into invisible sharp blades, constantly colliding with the combat puppets. Ling Tian's sword power is now so strong that it is enough to distort space and change the color of the sky and the earth. He was only half a step away from reaching the heavenly level of perfection in his swordsmanship. At this moment, a gleam of light burst out from Ling Tian's eyes, sweeping around, and waves of energy surged. The invisible sword intent condensed in an instant and turned into a sword energy dozens of meters long, slashing down from the air. Ling Tian's momentum suddenly increased several times. The terrifying sword energy and the explosive pressure directly crushed the combat puppet's body so that it could not move. Puff! Accompanied by a crisp metallic sound, it echoed all around. The combat puppet didn't even have a chance to react before it was split in two by Ling Tian's powerful sword energy. Wow! In an instant, the dazzling light directly illuminated half of the trial square. Cleared! Ling Tian actually cleared it. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Originally, everyone thought that the 7th floor of the trial tower was almost Ling Tian's limit. However, Ling Tian once again exceeded everyone's imagination. After 3 hours of fierce battle with the combat puppet on the 7th floor of the trial tower, Ling Tian successfully passed the 7th floor. At this moment, Ling Tian felt an unprecedented sense of relief. His whole body was wrapped in sword intent, as if his arms, legs, and even his fingers could be used as swords. Ling Tian's sword intent has successfully reached the realm of heavenly perfection. Among all the students in Kyoto University, only Yi Chen had reached this level before. Now there is one more person, Ling Tian. Ling Tian came to the severed combat puppet and picked up the access card dropped by the combat puppet. With a confident smile on his face, he walked out of the battle room. At this time, Ling Tian was no longer afraid of Zhang Hao and the others, because Ling Tian's sword intent was no weaker than any of them. Ling Tian walked out of the battle room and immediately felt an extremely fierce murderous intent. Die! The voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears as soon as he walked out of the battle room. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, dozens of sword energies condensed from sword intents rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian stood still with his hands behind his back, and the sword intent on his body turned into an invisible sword shield. Standing in front of Ling Tian, the sword energy continuously bombarded Ling Tian's sword and shield. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued to echo around. Dust and smoke rose up, and Zhang Hao jumped high into the air, more than 10 meters high. He raised his sword intent to the extreme and condensed a sword energy that was 100 meters long. The sword was slashed down, and the sword light was like a waterfall, as if it was going to cut through space. Rumble accompanied by the sound of a huge explosion. In the 7th layer of space, dust and smoke filled the air, completely obscuring Ling Tian's figure. Kill! Don't give him a chance. Zhang Hao gave a loud order, and then launched a crazy attack together with his 3 men. The attacks, one after another, fell on Ling Tian's original location like a violent storm.
alarm. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued to echo. They were confident that Ling Tian would be chopped into countless pieces by their sword energy. The four men attacked like raindrops, slashing down continuously, and the attack lasted for several minutes. Everyone stopped. Huff, huff, huff. Zhang Hao and the other three were so tired that they were panting, thinking to themselves, Ling Tian is definitely dead this time under their intensive attacks. They didn't think Ling Tian had any possibility of survival unless Ling Tian's true intention was greater than theirs. But they all felt that this was something that would never happen. After all, Ling Tian's swordsmanship had only reached the level of minor success in the heavenly realm a few hours ago. It is simply impossible for him to understand the true meaning better than the four of them in just a few hours. Watching the smoke slowly dissipate, Zhang Hao and the other three did not leave in a hurry. In the trial tower, even mental power could not be released, so they could not detect whether Ling Tian was dead. They would not leave easily without seeing Ling Tian's body. At this moment, the dust and smoke dissipated by 50% to 60%. Zhang Hao and the other three were stunned. There was a figure in the dust and smoke, and that figure was clearly Ling Tian. How is that possible? Zhang Hao and the others were greatly surprised. They attacked Ling Tian so hard just now, but Ling Tian didn't die? However, just when Zhang Hao and the other three had not yet reacted, the clear and loud sound of a sword echoed throughout the 7th floor of the trial tower, as if it was going to tear the eardrums of the four people apart. Then, a flash of sword light appeared on the 7th floor of the trial tower. Zhun! The space twisted, and a chilling chill that made Zhang Hao and the other scalps tingle instantly swept through the hearts of the four of them. In an instant, the sword energy condensed by the sword intent swept across the void and killed towards Zhang Hao and the others. Get out of the way! Suddenly, Zhang Hao trembled all over, and hundreds of thousands of hairs stood up instantly. Zhang Hao subconsciously held his sword across his front and retreated violently. Before Zhang Hao's three men could react, the blade passed through their flesh and the blade energy slashed through their bodies. With a loud rumble, it hit the wall of the trial tower heavily, leaving a faint white mark. Zhang Hao felt the huge force acting on his body, and he flew backwards and fell heavily. Puff puff puff. As for the other three people, blood splattered, and then their upper bodies fell directly to the ground. How is it possible? Zhang Hao's three men were completely confused and didn't even react to what was happening. He was cut in half by the terrifying sword energy. How could this happen? Zhang Hao roared in shock. He clearly felt the power of the sword energy just now, and it was so shocking that he felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. At this time, the dust and smoke had completely dissipated. Ling Tian's figure appeared in the eyes of the four people. Ling Tian was seen holding the soul-devouring blade, with a look of ease and some surprise on his face. It seems that I can't kill all four of you in one blow with my current sword power. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. As for Zhang Hao's three men, their pupils dilated, their faces full of unwillingness, blood constantly flowing from the corners of their mouths, and they closed their eyes and died instantly. Seeing his men die, Zhang Hao was extremely sad. He glared at Ling Tian with bloodshot eyes. The man's expression became extremely ferocious and he roared loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao quickly jumped up, stood up, took a step forward, and stretched out his arms. The whole body of the man seemed to turn into a scabbard, and he drew his sword and slashed. In an instant, the sword intent was rampant, and the sword was slashed out, and the sword energy like a crescent moon tore through the sound barrier. Ling Tian. However, facing the extremely sharp sword energy, Ling Tian just stood there, with no intention of dodging at all. He raised his soul-devouring sword, and then the sword intent burst out. The sword intent was like a terrifying torrent, erupting in an instant. It rushed towards Zhang Hao's sword energy, and the moment the sword energy and the knife intent touched each other, the sword energy was annihilated inch by inch, and it completely dissipated in just a blink of an eye. He couldn't even touch Ling Tian. How is this possible? Zhang Hao roared in shock in an instant. He felt Ling Tian's terrifying sword intent, which was several times stronger than his own. I still remember that before, Ling Tian's true intention was completely inferior to mine, but now, only a few hours had passed, and Ling Tian's true meaning was already able to crush him. What on earth did you do? Why is your sword intent so powerful? Zhang Hao's eyes were almost crazy, and he asked loudly. However, Ling Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him. Instead, he bent his body, exerted force with his feet, and stepped on the ground. The whole person shot out in an instant like an arrow from a bow, and the speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhang Hao and slashed down with a knife. Zhang Hao wanted to dodge, but Ling Tian's terrifying sword intent exerted pressure on his body. He was crushed and only felt his body pause, with no way to dodge at all. Zhang Hao had no choice but to quickly raise his sword and hold it across his head. Clang! In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying knife strike hit Zhang Hao's sword hard, and the powerful force tore Zhang Hao's tiger mouth apart instantly. The long sword in his hand flew out and fell to the ground, and Ling Tian's sword chopped heavily on Zhang Hao's chest. Puff! Blood splattered. Zhang Hao was directly chopped by Ling Tian's knife, and a shocking wound appeared on his chest. Zhang Hao fell in a pool of blood, his breath gradually weakening. How is it possible to have a heavenly grade great perfection sword intention. Zhang Hao looked at Ling Tian as if he was looking at a monster. It was obvious that more than 3 hours ago, Ling Tian only had a minor success in the heavenly grade sword intentions, but now, he has actually reached the realm of heavenly perfection. He couldn't understand why a person's talent and understanding could be so extraordinary. Even for top-level geniuses, it would take several years to break through to a higher level of heavenly realm. However, Ling Tian only needed a few hours to improve his true meaning by 2 small levels. Ling Tian looked at Zhang Hao coldly. "Tell me, who told you to do that? Tell me, and I may consider letting you go." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zhang Hao raised his hand without any hesitation and prepared to end his life. However, his idea was easily seen through. However, just as Zhang Hao raised his hand, Ling Tian swung his knife. Blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere. Ling Tian easily severed one of Zhang Hao's arms with a single blow, leaving him without the ability to end his own life. Zhang Hao looked at Ling Tian with hatred, and Ling Tian raised his fist. Bang! A heavy punch hit the opponent's face. That terrifying punch twisted Zhang Hao's entire body. Wow! Zhang Hao opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, along with several teeth falling out. However, before Zhang Hao could react, Ling Tian punched out again. Bang! Zhang Hao's teeth kept falling out. Ling Tian didn't give Zhang Hao any chance to breathe. The fists kept falling on Zhang Hao's face like raindrops. All of Zhang Hao's teeth were knocked out directly because Ling Tian had already seen it. Zhang Hao wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide, but how could Ling Tian give him this opportunity? After the last time, when he was with Han Yu, he encountered an assassination. Ling Tian knew that if the people who came to assassinate him failed and were discovered, they would commit suicide. He didn't leave them any clues at all, so Ling Tian would never give him any chance to commit suicide. At this moment, Ling Tian's attack still did not stop, and he kept hitting the opponent with punches. The bones in his ribs, legs, and hands were all broken by Ling Tian. At this time, Zhang Hao howled in pain. Just after Ling Tian broke almost 70% of Zhang Hao's bones, Ling Tiankai stopped his actions only after Zhang Hao was barely hanging on to his last breath. Ling Tian is now in the trial tower and has no way to use his special powers, so he cannot control Zhang Hao. As long as he left the trial tower, Ling Tian would use his eyes of destruction to control Zhang Hao's mind. In this case, Zhang Hao would naturally tell himself who had asked him to assassinate him. Of course, even if he doesn't use his twin pupils of destruction, as long as he heals Zhang Hao, he can get Zhang Hao's memory. Ling Tian could also find out who asked Zhang Hao to assassinate him. Ling Tian grabbed Zhang Hao as if he were grabbing garbage. Ling Tian brought Zhang Hao directly to the entrance of the 8th floor of the trial tower. He opened the door and took Zhang Hao into the 8th floor of the trial tower. At this time, the people on the trial square had no idea what was happening in the trial tower. Ling Tian threw Zhang Hao at the door of the battle room and entered the room, holding the soul-devouring sword. The moment the combat puppet saw the soul-devouring saber in Ling Tian's hand, a light flashed in its hand, and a saber appeared. Then a powerful sword intent erupted. The sword intent had reached the realm of heavenly perfection. The sharp sword intent caused the space to distort. But before the combat puppet could act, Ling Tian rushed out first and came in front of the combat puppet. A knife swept across towards the combat puppet, and the combat puppet quickly resisted. Clang accompanied by a huge crisp sound that echoed around, Ling Tian's sword intent was like a torrent. Cracks appeared on the body of the combat puppet that was crushed in an instant. Ling Tian did not give the combat puppet any chance to breathe. He raised the soul-devouring blade and chopped it down over the top of the combat puppet's head. The terrifying pressure of the sword intent caused the space to cave in instantly like the mouth of a bull. The sword puppet's arm shattered instantly, and the sword flew out of its hand. Ling Tian did not give the combat puppet time to retreat. He took a step forward and swung the soul-devouring sword. The sound of the sword echoed throughout the space. Zhang after the crisp sound of a knife, a cold light flashed across the neck of the combat puppet. Puff in an instant, the combat puppet's head was separated from its body and rolled to the ground. The access card to the 9th floor also fell to the ground. At the same time, outside the trial square, students from Kyoto University were still discussing. It seems that Ling Tian's sword intent has probably reached the level of minor success in the heavenly realm. I think Ling Tian will be out of the trial tower in 10 minutes at most. After hearing everyone's discussion, Xuanning smiled slightly, looked at Chen Yu and said, "Believe it or not, Ling Tian can still pass the 8th level." After hearing Xuanning's words, Yi Chen, Han Xian and Chen Yu were all surprised. Chen Yu thought for a while and nodded firmly. Perhaps it was because Chen Yu and Ling Tian had known each other for the longest time and understood Ling Tian best. Chen Yu knew that Ling Tian was good at creating miracles. The more people thought something was impossible, the more likely Ling Tian was to do it. I believe Ling Tian can pass. Han Xian's understanding of Ling Tian was not that deep, but she did have a certain understanding of him. After all, Ling Tian was someone who had created miracles in front of her. Han Xian nodded and said, "I think it's possible." However, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. "It's not that exaggerated, right? Ling Tian is only 18 years old. Could it be that he can comprehend the true meaning of heaven-level great accomplishment?"
Ling Tian, who practiced martial arts, was suspected to have reached the realm of martial king. After all, Ling Tian had demonstrated his cultivation in front of everyone last time. It was that time at the martial arts square. After Ling Tian's breakthrough, only Han Qian and Han Yu saw it. His cultivation level is similar to that of a martial king. He understands formations, and his artistic conception has been condensed into a domain. How is it possible for an 18-year-old to be so awesome in every field? Therefore, Yi Chen still didn't believe that Ling Tian could do it. Yi Chen said, Ling Tian is still too young. If he cultivates the true meaning for another year, I think he may be able to pass the 8th level of the trial tower. Wow, however, before Yi Chen could finish his words, an extremely dazzling light flashed on the 8th floor of the trial tower. The light directly covered half of the trial tower square, and the entire place was shaken instantly. Information appeared on the big screen. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 8th level in 5 seconds. How is this possible? After seeing the message, everyone was completely shocked. They never thought that Ling Tian could be so amazing. It was hard for them to believe that Ling Tian was actually a freshman who had just joined Kyoto University. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. He felt that his self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. You know, Yi Chen is known as a sword genius that is rare in a century. At the age of only 21, he had already successfully comprehended the sword intent of the heavenly level. I was 19 years old when I comprehended the heavenly level sword intent. Ling Tian is only 18 years old now, but he has already comprehended the heavenly level of sword intent. Originally, Yi Chen felt that he had at least one advantage over Ling Tian, and that was his understanding of the true meaning. Now it seems that he has no advantage at all in front of Ling Tian. After Ling Tian got the access card, he left the battle room, picked up Zhang Hao, and continued walking towards the 9th floor. The people on the trial square began to discuss, do you think Ling Tian has any chance of passing the 9th level? Impossible, someone immediately objected loudly. The most outstanding students in our Kyoto University are our seniors Yi Chen and Xiao Longquan. Their comprehension of the true meaning has reached heavenly level, and they are all senior students. Ling Tian is just a freshman. How could he possibly reach such a powerful realm of true meaning? Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling that it was impossible for Ling Tian to reach the true meaning of heavenly level great perfection. At this time, Ling Tian had already arrived at the door of the battle room on the 9th floor of the trial tower. He still left Zhang Hao at the door. The reason why Ling Tian wanted to take Zhang Hao with him all the way was because Ling Tian was afraid that someone would go into the trial tower and take Zhang Hao away. Ling Tian entered the battle room and fought Mr. Puppet. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying sword intent like a ferocious torrent swept towards Ling Tian with an overwhelming impact. Whoosh, whoosh, the vibrating space continued to shake. Ling Tian was unwilling to be outdone and released his own sword intent at the same time. The two powerful sword intents, like a torrent, collided with each other in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The collision of the sword intent stirred up countless tiny electric currents, which kept flowing and interweaving around. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, the torrent of sword intent collapsed, and Ling Tian and the combat puppet engaged in a fierce battle in the blink of an eye. Ding ding ding, the sound of weapons colliding continued to echo. Sparks flew, sword energy flew, and sword intent filled the sky. Tiny cracks appeared in the space as a result of the vibration. Ling Tian was also quickly feeling the most primitive sword intent on the combat puppet. At the same time, Ling Tian's understanding of the sword intent was also rapidly improving. Why is it easy for people to understand the sword intent of the combat puppets in the trial tower? Because the moves released by the combat puppets all contain the most original true meaning. Without any change in moves, people can experience the purest true meaning. But it's different when fighting with warriors. When warriors fight, every move and every style is different. It can be said that the same way of attacking has countless different variations. In this case, the people fighting with it will naturally not be able to feel the intent of the sword. Now Ling Tian can feel the purest sword intent, and his progress is naturally terrifyingly great. And Zhang Hao, who was outside the battle room, was also listening to Ling Tian's battle. He has now completely lost the ability to move and can only lie on the ground. He was also very curious about how powerful Ling Tian's sword intent was now. Time passed quickly, and soon half an hour had passed. Ling Tian's sword intent changed again. The sword intent that was originally like a torrent was instantly restrained. The soul-devouring blade was wrapped around it, as if it had been retracted into the blade. If we talk about Ling Tian just now, his sword intent was like a 1,000-year-old torrent, with great momentum. At this moment, Ling Tian's sword intent was restrained with charm. On the surface, it did not seem to be very impressive. However, one can feel that the small blade contains earth-shattering and terrifying power. It seems that if you don't move, it's fine, but if you move, it will be earth-shattering. Ling Tian's sword intent has now successfully broken through to the level of minor god-level success. You know, this is the true meaning of God. In the entire Kyoto University, there are 3 people who have comprehended the true meaning of the god level. One is Ling Tian's master, Han Yu, who has comprehended the true meaning of the minor success divine sword. The other one is Tian
Huan Dao Wan, who has comprehended the true meaning of the divine sword to a small extent. Finally, there is the strongest person in Kyoto University, President Tianming, who is known as a sword genius that is rare in 1,000 years and has comprehended the god-level sword intent. The sword art is so profound that even without using the true energy, he can kill the powerful martial emperor of the heavenly martial realm with just the sword intent. And now, there is one more person who has comprehended the true meaning of the god level, and that person is Ling Tian. Ling Tian slashed with his sword, and the blade tore through the void in an instant. The sound of the sword clanging was so loud that even Zhang Hao, who was standing at the door of the battle room, could hear it clearly. In an instant, the sword tore through the body of the combat puppet, and the combat puppet was cut in half by Ling Tian's sword. Even the sword in his hand was cut off. Wow, the dazzling light directly illuminated almost the entire trial square. Puff! How is this possible? The students in the square were completely stunned. They all didn't know what level Ling Tian's true meaning realm had reached. All they knew was that Ling Tian could pass the 9th floor of the trial tower. This means that Ling Tian's level of true meaning has reached the realm of heavenly perfection. Yi Chen stood there in a daze. This time, he felt his self-esteem completely shattered. Originally, Yi Chen thought that Ling Tian's realm of true meaning should be one level lower than his. But now he realized that he was wrong, and he was so wrong. Ling Tian was actually the same as himself, and both of them understood the true meaning of heavenly level perfection. Ling Tian didn't stop at all and brought Zhang Hao to the 10th floor of the trial tower. The 10th and 9th floors of the trial tower are a qualitative leap, because the combat puppet on the 10th floor has god-level true meaning. The true meaning of the god level can only be comprehended by a truly peerless genius. Once you comprehend the true meaning of the divine level, you will have the power to kill the enemy across a large realm. Almost more than 99% of the swordmasters are stuck at the heavenly level great perfection in their true meaning realm. Among 100 people who have comprehended the true meaning of heavenly level great perfection, not necessarily one of them can break through to the god level. Almost everyone believed that the 9th floor of the trial tower was Ling Tian's limit. There was no way Ling Tian could pass the 10th floor. Yi Chen said, Ling Tian should have almost reached his limit. The last time I entered the 10th floor of the trial tower, I faced a battle puppet with god level true meaning. I only lasted a minute before I was defeated. I guess Ling Tian could only last 3 minutes at most. Even Xuanning and Shen Yu didn't say much at this time, because they all knew how difficult it was to comprehend the true meaning of the divine level. Xuanning is a demon beast that survived from the ancient warrior era and is a native demon of Blue Star. They are different from the ferocious beasts from other worlds that are now in the secret realm. Xuanning is an existence that has experienced the ancient times when there were as many martial kings as dogs and martial emperors as there were powerful warriors. However, even in that era, there were very few strong people who could comprehend the true meaning of the god level. Xuanning knew that in that era, among 100 people who had comprehended the true meaning of heavenly level great perfection, at most only 1 or 2 could comprehend the true meaning of god level perfection. Xuanning naturally believed that Ling Tian would be able to comprehend the true meaning of the god level in the future, but that was not the Ling Tian of now. Ling Tian is only an 18-year-old young man now, and he has been practicing martial arts for too short a time. 3 minutes passed quickly, and everyone felt that Ling Tian was about to leave the trial tower. However, after 5 minutes, Ling Tian still hadn't come out of the trial tower. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Ling Tian still did not come out of the trial tower. There was no information displayed on the large screen at the entrance of the trial tower, indicating that Ling Tian had failed in his challenge to the 10th floor of the trial tower. At this time, everyone on the trial square began to lose their composure. 10 minutes. Ling Tian can actually hold on for 10 minutes on the 10th floor. Yi Chen's face changed drastically, and he said with horror, until 11 minutes later, Ling Tian did not come out of the trial tower, and there was no news of Ling Tian's failure. How is this possible? Ling Tian actually managed to hold out for 11 minutes against the battle puppet on the 10th floor of the trial tower. Could it be that Ling Tian has already comprehended the true meaning of the minor god-level success? After hearing Yi Chen's words, the people present felt as if their hearts had risen to their throats. Everyone felt like they were dreaming and that what Yi Chen said was so unreal. But it's not completely impossible, because everyone knows very well how huge the gap is between the divine level true meaning and the heavenly level great perfection. If someone has only comprehended the true meaning of heavenly level great perfection, it is absolutely impossible for him to last 11 minutes in front of a combat puppet that possesses the true meaning of god level perfection. Everyone was horrified, as if realizing that they were about to witness something extraordinary. A student pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. Spread the word, Ling Tian lasted 11 minutes on the 10th floor of the trial tower. He seems to have grasped the true meaning of the god level. In an instant, this news spread like wildfire throughout Kyoto University like a growing bacterium. Pass it on, Ling Tian lasted 21 minutes on the 10th floor of the trial tower. What? 21 minutes? It's not 21 minutes, it's 11 minutes. What? Ling Tian lasted for 41 minutes on the 10th floor of the trial tower? Either either 41 minutes or 11 minutes. What? Ling Tian lasted 91 minutes in the trial tower. The news became more and more outrageous, shocking the entire Kyoto University. In Principal Zheng Fan's office, Principal Zheng Fan sat in front of the computer with an expectant look on his face and a lewd smile on his face. This week, Hashimoto Yutsuchi's new work is out. Let me see what it's all about. At this moment, Principal Zheng Fan's door was kicked open. Principal Zheng Fan became angry instantly and looked at the person who came. He was a teacher from Kyoto University. But Principal Zheng Fan didn't have time to get angry. Bang! The teacher shouted loudly, "Oh no! Oh no! Principal! Ling Tian has persisted on the 10th floor of the trial tower for 121 minutes. What?" After hearing what the teacher said, Principal Zheng Fan stood up suddenly. Even the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor would die of exhaustion if he persisted for 121 minutes on the 10th floor of the trial tower. Could it be that Ling Tian has comprehended the true meaning of the God level? Let's go and take a look. Principal Zheng Fan didn't hesitate at all and took the teacher directly to the trial square. When Principal Zheng Fan arrived, he looked at Xuanning with a look of shock on his face and said, "Miss Xuanning, Ling Tian has persisted on the 10th floor for 121 minutes? Xuanning frowned and looked at Principal Zheng Fan. "Who told you that Ling Tian lasted so long on the 10th floor of the trial tower? It's only been 25 minutes now." What? Who the hell spread this rumor? Zheng Fan was filled with anger, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. Even if he only managed to hold on for 25 minutes, it was still pretty impressive. Ling Tian can last for 25 minutes on the 10th floor of the trial tower. This means that Ling Tian has a probability of more than 50% to comprehend the true meaning of the minor God level success. Even if it is not the true meaning of the minor success of the God level, it is also the true meaning of half a step to the God level. Once you reach the half-step God level, there is hope that you can reach the minor God level within a month. Because almost everyone who has achieved the minor success of the half-step God level has achieved the minor success of the God level within a month. Having reached the half-step God level, it is almost certain that one will be able to enter the minor God level immediately. Wow! At this moment, light flashed on the 10th floor of the trial tower, and the dazzling light directly enveloped the entire trial square. "Passed! This is impossible!" Yi Chen shouted loudly, as if his throat was about to break. How could he accept and believe this? Ling Tian actually successfully passed the 10th level of the trial tower. Doesn't that mean that Ling Tian's comprehension of the true meaning has reached the realm of minor God level success? You know, the true meaning of the minor God level success was achieved by 3 people in the entire Kyoto University before Ling Tian. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 10th level in 26 minutes. This is impossible. At this moment, a shocking roar echoed throughout the trial square. The sound waves rolled and shook everyone, making them dizzy and as if their eardrums were about to be torn. Everyone looked in the direction of the shouting, and the owner of that voice was none other than the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, right? After Ling Tian rejected Tian Dao Wu Huang and became his apprentice, Tian Dao Wu Huang held a grudge against him. He wanted to tell Ling Tian that it was wrong for Ling Tian not to choose him. When he learned that Ling Tian had come to the trial tower, Emperor Tian Dao Wu Huang hid in the crowd and observed secretly, because he wanted to tell Ling Tian that he, the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, had comprehended the divine level minor success of sword intent. If Ling Tian follows Han Yu's words, his sword intent will never reach the God level in his lifetime. But now, Ling Tian actually used his performance to tell everyone that Ling Tian had already comprehended the God level minor success sword intent. Everyone just felt that this was so unreal. You know, that was the true meaning of God. In the history of Dragon Country, there has never been a warrior who could comprehend the true meaning of the God level at the age of 18. But now Ling Tian has done it, and he is just an 18-year-old young man. However, he comprehended the divine true meaning that countless warriors would never be able to comprehend in their entire lives. At this time, Ling Tian still remained calm, because everything was under his control. In his previous life, Ling Tian was healed and absorbed a lot of insights into the true meaning. Ling Tian is confident that he will never encounter a bottleneck before his level of true meaning breaks through to the divine level of perfection. Everyone felt that Ling Tian, who had passed the 10th level of the trial tower, had reached the level of a minor god. In fact, Ling Tian's divine true meaning had already reached the realm of divine perfection. At this moment, Ling Tian exuded a domineering and fierce aura in every move he made. It exudes a powerful aura invisibly, just like an indestructible and peerless sword. That breath made people feel despair and a sense of fear. Ling Tian came to the door of the battle room and looked at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground. Zhang Hao's pupils dilated instantly, and shock appeared in his eyes. Facing Ling Tian, he felt as if he was suffocating. He felt that the sword energy emitted by Ling Tian invisibly was like a long river of sword energy, with the momentum to swallow the sky and drown him. Even if Ling Tian didn't do anything to him, he felt as if his body was about to be cut into countless pieces by the invisible sword intent. Has your sword intent improved again? Zhang Hao looked at Ling Tian, his heart beating faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. At this moment, Zhang Hao regretted extremely that he had come to hunt down Ling Tian. He felt that Ling Tian was a monster. Ling Tian's appearance in this world is totally contrary to common sense. It was obvious that at the beginning, when Zhang Hao launched the assassination attempt on Ling Tian on the 4th floor of the trial tower, Ling Tian's swordsmanship had just reached the realm of minor success at the heavenly level. At that time, Ling Tian was no match for him in the trial tower. But now, less than half a day had passed, and Ling Tian's sword intent had grown to such a powerful level. Zhang Hao knew very well that even if he was in peak condition now, if Ling Tian wanted to kill him in the trial tower, I guess I won't even have the chance to react before I'll be killed by Ling Tian. At this moment, Zhang Hao seemed to understand why the Qian family, one of the 5 super families in Longhua, existed. They were going to attack a young man who was only 18 years old because Ling Tian's talent was too extraordinary and too terrifying. Ling Tian picked up Zhang Hao and went straight to the 11th floor of the trial tower. The 11th floor of the trial tower is different from the previous floors. There is only one battle room on the 11th floor. There is only one combat puppet, and this combat puppet has the true meaning of god-level perfection. In other words, to pass the 11th level of the trial tower, one must possess the true meaning of god-level accomplishment. Ling Tian had just entered the 11th floor when the combat puppet sensed his presence. Suddenly, a fierce and violent sword intent swept towards Ling Tian like an overwhelming force. The terrifying pressure directly crushed the space and caused it to deform rapidly. Ling Tian went straight into the battle room and left Zhang Hao outside. As they started to fight fiercely with the combat puppet, Ling Tian could clearly feel the powerful sword intent that was constantly being transmitted to him. Ling Tian continued to fight with the combat puppets, and the airwaves formed by the sword intent kept colliding with each other. It directly penetrated the trial tower, and the aftermath of the sword's intent spread to the trial square. Everyone clearly felt the aftermath of the sword's intent, and immediately felt as if their bodies were about to be cut into countless pieces. How is this possible? Principal Zheng Fan's eyes showed shock. Although, the aftermath of the sword intent that spread out was only about 1% of its true power, but he could clearly feel the horror of the sword intent, which was beyond his imagination. He knew that among the 2 sword intentions, one of them was Ling Tian. The strength of the 2 sword intentions is not much different. Principal Zheng Fan roared in shock. This is divine level mastery of sword intent. Both of these sword intents are actually divine level mastery of sword intent. What? After hearing what Principal Zheng Fan said, everyone present was completely stunned. Everyone was wondering if they had heard it wrong, but Principal Zheng Fan actually said that both sword intentions were of divine level. One of them comes from the combat puppet, and the other one, the god level sword intent, doesn't it belong to Ling Tian? How is this possible? Everyone was completely confused. You should know that in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are no more than 10 people who have comprehended the true meaning of the god level achievement. Among these people, almost every one of them has reached at least the level of Martial Emperor in the heavenly martial realm. Even the youngest people were nearly 50 years old before they comprehended the true meaning of the divine level of achievement. But Ling Tian was only a little boy, yet he had comprehended the divine level sword intent. Even Xuanning was shocked. She had to admit that Ling Tian's strength still exceeded her imagination. Xuanning thought that she already knew Ling Tian very well, but now Xuanning discovered that it seemed that her understanding of Ling Tian was still not enough. As the battle continued, Ling Tian felt that his sword intent was rapidly improving and evolving. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and soon, Ling Tian had been fighting with the combat puppet for a full 15 minutes. Ling Tian's sword intent became stronger and stronger, and almost everyone was certain that Ling Tian had indeed comprehended the god-level sword intent. The trial tower was shining with light, and that light almost illuminated half of Kyoto University. The unrivaled sword intent was transmitted from the trial tower like an invisible tsunami. Buzz buzz buzz. The weapons of the students on the trial square were actually shaking continuously under the powerful sword intent. It was like a cry of fear, as if it had lost the will to fight in the face of Ling Tian's terrifying sword intent. Countless weapons seemed to be submitting to Ling Tian's sword intent. God level, perfect sword intent. All weapons submit. Everyone was shocked and felt it was incredible, including those student warriors whose cultivation had not reached the innate realm. They were completely unable to resist the terrifying knife, and their bodies began to tremble continuously. Finally, he bent his legs and knelt on the ground. A peerless genius. A true peerless genius. Principal Zheng Fan exclaimed excitedly. He never dreamed that such an awesome person would appear in his Kyoto University. My Kyoto University is about to reach an unprecedented height. President Zheng Fan's face was full of excitement. At this time, there were also several powerful martial emperor-level warriors among the crowd. The leader among them was none other than the strongest person in Kyoto University, President Tianming. Principal Tianming looked at the trial tower in bewilderment. How is this possible? I practiced for almost 60 years to reach the true meaning of divine-level perfection. Ling Tian has already achieved this at the age of 18? Principal Tianming was both excited and helpless, and at the same time
time he felt that his self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. Bang! Principal Tianming fell directly to the ground, feeling weak all over and almost falling asleep. Oh no! Principal Tianming has fainted. Xuanning was stunned and looked in the direction of Principal Tianming. Ha! You're already halfway to the Saint Martial realm, and you still sleep so well? With so many people around, you fall asleep right away? You should know that a martial emperor who has reached the heavenly martial realm does not need to sleep. He only needs to simply practice his skills for one cycle. You can completely eliminate the fatigue of the day. Principal Tianming quickly stood up, looking embarrassed. I didn't faint. Don't say anything nonsense. At this time, Ling Tian's understanding of the true meaning had reached the realm of divine perfection, successfully defeated the 11th level combat puppet. Outside the battle room, Zhang Hao had already been crushed to death by Ling Tian's terrifying sword power. This time, Ling Tian ignored Zhang Hao because Ling Tian was going to the 12th floor. The 12th level combat puppet has a god-level sword intent. If Zhang Hao goes up with him, it is estimated that he would be directly killed by the aftermath of the battle between him and the combat puppet. Ling Tian left Zhang Hao on the 11th floor and was not afraid that Zhang Hao would run away. On the trial square, in a corner, an ordinary-looking student looked at the trial tower with a gloomy expression. At this moment, his cell phone rang and he answered the call. The voice of Zhixiao Wuwan came from the other end of the phone. Is the matter settled? The ordinary-looking student looked very solemn. Master Zhixiao, Ling Tian has stepped onto the 12th floor of the trial tower. What? Zhixiao Wuwan on the other end of the phone shouted in shock. Emperor Zhixiao Wuwan just wondered if he had heard it wrong. If he stepped onto the 12th floor of the trial tower, wouldn't Ling Tian's true meaning realm be at least at the divine level? The true meaning of god-level perfection is beyond the reach of even a peak martial emperor like myself. How could he believe this? Are you kidding me? The student shook his head helplessly. Master Martial Emperor, if you just come to the school and ask around, you'll know that Ling Tian has indeed reached the 12th level of the trial. Zhixiao Wuwan was completely confused. With the state of mind of a god-level master, if he asked Zhang Hao and others to kill Ling Tian, wouldn't that be courting death? Not to mention Zhang Hao and the others, even for Zhixiao Wuwan, a peak martial emperor, killing Ling Tian in the trial tower would be an act of seeking death. Damn it! Zhixiao Wuwan roared and smashed his cell phone to pieces. You know, this is the second time I have sent someone to kill Ling Tian, and I have failed. He couldn't understand. Ling Tian was just an 18-year-old youth. Why was he so difficult to deal with? Ling Tian entered the 12th floor of the trial tower and started fighting with the combat puppet directly. 3 minutes later, Ling Tian felt the bottleneck. The highest level of true understanding that one has gained is the divine level of great perfection. The true meaning of the combat puppet at this time is the level of divine perfection. Fighting with combat puppets can no longer help Ling Tian improve his true meaning. So Ling Tian didn't waste any time and immediately used all his strength to fight fiercely with the combat puppet. The combat puppets only used the most basic moves without any changes. Ling Tian's moves are more exquisite, even though their true meaning levels are the same. Ling Tian's moves were more powerful than the battle puppet. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian had completely crushed the battle puppet. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Tian successfully defeated the battle puppet on the 12th floor of the trial tower. Swish the trial tower, from the first floor to the 12th floor, all flashed with light. The light turned into a pillar of light, shooting up into the sky and directly illuminating almost the entire Kyoto University. Ling Tian's information appeared on the big screen. Trialist Ling Tian passed the 12th floor in 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned. Now it was confirmed that Ling Tian's understanding of the sword intent had indeed reached the realm of divine perfection. You have to know that this is the divine level great perfection of sword intent. In terms of comprehension above the true meaning of weapons, there are no more than 3 people in the entire Dragon Country who have reached the same level as Ling Tian. The whole place fell into silence, and no one knew what to say, because they only felt that what was happening in front of them. It's really too exaggerated and too outrageous. Xuanning's face was also filled with shock. Ling Tian's achievements, talents, and understanding were unmatched even in the era of ancient warriors. There is no one who can surpass Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as he headed towards the road leading to the 13th floor. The 13th floor of the trial tower is the last floor. Legend has it that the one on the 13th floor is a combat puppet with mortal level true meaning. No one on the Blue Star today can reach the true meaning of the mortal level. Even in the ancient warrior era, there were probably only 1 or 2 people who could achieve this. Ling Tian began to look forward to it. He also wanted to see what the true meaning of the legendary mortal level was. Soon Ling Tian arrived at the 13th floor of the trial tower. The 13th floor of the trial tower is different from the previous ones. It is an extremely empty space with no combat rooms. In the center of the trial tower, there was a figure. Upon closer inspection, it was a puppet. The puppet was made to be very realistic and lifelike. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to tell that it's a puppet. The puppet was wearing a green robe, his hair was swaying slightly, and he had an extremely handsome face. There was no emotion on his
face, giving people a feeling of indifference and callousness. The puppet seemed to sense Ling Tian's arrival and opened its eyes. "Congratulations, young man. You become a candidate for the master of the Chaos 3000 Truths Tower." Candidate for the tower pillar? Ling Tian was stunned. At the same time, they felt surprised. They obviously didn't expect that the puppet actually had its own consciousness and could even speak for itself. The puppet nodded calmly. "Yes, this trial tower is called the Chaos 3000 True Meanings Tower. It contains the true meaning of 3000 weapons and is a divine artifact. As long as you can pass my test, you can obtain it and become the pillar of the True Meaning Tower." What? Ling Tian's eyes showed shock. He obviously didn't expect that the trial tower was actually a divine artifact. Even in his previous life, after obtaining the memories of countless powerful people, he still didn't know. The trial tower is something that has been passed down since the ancient warrior era. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying its power is. "Senior." Ling Tian just opened his mouth to ask a question when the puppet interrupted him. "Take my attack and I'll naturally know if you're qualified to be the tower master." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in the hand of the combat puppet. The puppet slowly walked towards Ling Tian, just like strolling in his own garden. It seemed to be neither hurried nor slow, and Ling Tian could also feel that there was not even a trace of true energy fluctuation in the combat puppet. He couldn't even sense the breath of true meaning, but Ling Tian felt a strong sense of crisis that could not be described in words. Soon the combat puppet arrived in front of Ling Tian, and Ling Tian instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Crushed by the pressure, Ling Tian's body began to tremble unconsciously, with shock in his eyes. Even though the combat puppet hadn't done anything yet, Ling Tian felt such immense pressure. "Are you ready?" The battle puppet looked at Ling Tian and asked. Ling Tian looked at the battle puppet with a vigilant expression and nodded. "Ready." Then, the combat puppet raised its sword and slashed at Ling Tian. Swish! In an instant, the space was like a fragile piece of paper and was easily cut open. That knife looked ordinary, without any pressure or power at all. That was the feeling it gave people. Whether it is speed or strength, it seems unremarkable, giving people an extremely ordinary feeling. But even so, Ling Tian felt that there was no way to escape. Ling Tian frowned, his hair standing on end, and he immediately held his soul-devouring blade across his chest. He activated his strongest sword intent and wrapped it around his sword. There was a crisp sound of clang. The soul-devouring sword was cut off in an instant, and a huge hole was torn in the space in front of Ling Tian. The powerful knife pressure acted on Ling Tian. Ling Tian's bones made a crisp sound and continued to shatter, and his body flew backwards. With a dull thud, Ling Tian's body slammed heavily onto the wall of the trial tower, while Ling Tian felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Click, click, click. The whole person's expression looked extremely painful. Rumble. He was extremely shocked. His seemingly ordinary sword strike, which had no power at all, actually cut off his soul-devouring sword directly, and it shattered the space. What a terrifying sword intent. You know, the sword intent does not need to be mixed with any true energy. It is a sword that contains the sword intent. This is the true meaning of the mortal level. Return to simplicity and nature. The simplest and most common attack is the strongest. Ling Tian estimated that even an ordinary warrior was a warrior who had not even reached the level of a congenital master. If one comprehends the mortal sword intent, he can probably shatter space. Even an ordinary person who is not a warrior and has no true energy can shatter the space. Of course, this does not mean that an ordinary person who comprehends the true meaning of the ordinary level can kill the martial emperor. Indeed, ordinary true meaning can threaten the life of a martial emperor. However, in the eyes of a martial emperor, the speed of an ordinary person is as slow as a turtle. Even if an ordinary person has mastered the true meaning of the ordinary level, it is impossible for him to attack a martial emperor. But it's still scary. The mortal level true meaning surpasses the divine level great perfection true meaning, not even a little bit. That is a qualitative leap. The power of the mortal level true meaning is at least 30 times that of the divine level great perfection true meaning. This is how Ling Tian feels about the true meaning of the mortal level. At this moment, the combat puppet came to Ling Tian's side. Looking at Ling Tian, he asked calmly, "Have you realized it?" Ling Tian nodded. "I feel something." "Oh, try it," the battle puppet said expectantly. Ling Tian nodded and came to the severed soul-devouring saber, turning it into the most primitive soul-devouring Z-bead. Then, he swallowed the broken half of the sword into the soul-devouring sky pearl, and soon, the soul-devouring battle sword was restored. This is the benefit of the soul-devouring Z-bead. As long as the soul-devouring Z-bead can devour something, it can be continuously repaired and strengthened. The combat puppet was a little surprised. "Oh, it's a good weapon." Then Ling Tian raised the soul-devouring blade and slashed it out casually. That knife strike looked ordinary, just the simplest one Ling Tian used. Whoosh, the knife fell, and waves appeared in the air. The space seemed to be slightly distorted, although it was difficult to detect. But the combat puppet did feel the subtle changes in space. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, and this was the first time that the combat puppet showed an expression. "You seem to have truly grasped some key points. Consider them carefully." carefully. When you're ready, leave here. Ling Tian nodded and swung the soul-devouring blade in his hand again. The combat puppet no longer paid any attention to Ling Tian, but found a corner and sat cross-legged in meditation. Just like an old monk in meditation, there was no movement at all. Ling Tian also knew that his challenge on the 13th floor of the trial tower had failed. It is too early for me to fight against the ordinary puppet of true meaning now. The gap is huge. The true meaning of the ordinary level is not so easy to comprehend. Ling Tian was not in a hurry to leave, but continued to swing his soul-devouring sword in the trial tower. Every swing is the simplest and most ordinary knife. However, every time I think of the battle puppet's sword, every time I swing my own sword, I will have a new experience and understanding. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed quickly, but Ling Tian still hadn't come out of the trial tower. Everyone was extremely curious, and some people immediately asked, could it be that Ling Tian has passed the final level of the trial tower and comprehended the legendary true meaning of the mortal level? This is impossible. At this moment, Principal Tianming stood up. Everyone was stunned and looked at Principal Tianming curiously. After all, Principal Tianming's words were still very convincing. After all, among those present, Principal Tianming was the only one who had entered the last level of the trial tower. Only Principal Tianming knows what is on the last floor of the trial tower and what kind of situation it is. He must have gained some insights in the trial tower and is currently cultivating. As for the true meaning of the mortal level, Ling Tian is not yet capable of comprehending it. After hearing what Principal Tianming said, everyone nodded immediately and chose to believe what Principal Tianming said. Principal Tianming had also reached the last level of the trial tower. At that time, Principal Tianming encountered a combat puppet that mastered mortal level sword intent in the trial tower. He easily defeated Principal Tianming with one sword strike and repeatedly used the same move on himself to gain insights. Finally, just when he seemed to have found his future path, the combat puppet let Principal Tianming leave. Only Principal Tianming, who has comprehended the divine level sword intent, knows how difficult it is to reach the mortal level. You know, 5 years ago, my sword power had already reached the realm of divine perfection, but now, apart from the little guidance he received from the combat puppet in the trial tower, his true meaning had not improved at all. When Ling Tian was fighting with the combat puppet on the 12th floor, he had already clearly felt Ling Tian's sword intent. Ling Tian's sword intent had just reached the realm of divine perfection, and it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the mortal level. And the fact is indeed so. For Ling Tian, the divine level great perfection of sword intent is already Ling Tian's limit. Because the limit of the true meanings he had copied was the realm of divine perfection. Before reaching the divine level of perfection, Ling Tian's understanding of the true meaning was like being on the path of the true meaning, with a bright light guiding him forward. When fighting with the combat puppets, it was as if there was a force pushing him forward quickly on the path of truth. When Ling Tian's true meaning reached the divine level of perfection, that helping force seemed to disappear. The road ahead has become pitch black, so Ling Tian now needs to comprehend his true meaning and elevate it to the mortal level. He could only rely on himself, and before, the sword strike of the battle puppet was like a dark road for Ling Tian to comprehend the true meaning. As if a ray of inspiration had been lit up, Ling Tian had reached his limit and could not find the way forward. But now, that flash of inspiration once again gave Ling Tian a direction to move forward. However, if Ling Tian wants to successfully comprehend the mortal level sword intent, it is definitely not something that can be done overnight. In 3 days, Ling Tian had swung his soul-devouring blade tens of thousands of times. Every time the soul-devouring blade is swung, it is the simplest and most common move. However, the surrounding space could be distorted by Ling Tian simply swinging his soul-devouring sword. Although Ling Tian's progress is very slow, he is making progress all the time. Soon, Ling Tian entered the trial tower, and it had been 10 days. Ling Tian swung the soul-devouring blade in the trial tower more than 30,000 times. Swish. Ling Tian took a bow step with the soul-devouring sword in his hand, and slashed with the sword. The powerful sword was like cutting through the void, and tiny spatial cracks appeared on the space where the soul-devouring sword passed. There was shock in the eyes of the combat puppet, obviously shocked by Ling Tian's powerful talent. In fact, this combat puppet had already noticed Ling Tian's existence when Ling Tian entered the 10th floor of the trial tower. He felt that Ling Tian's sword intent had directly risen from the heavenly level to the divine level of great perfection. With such understanding and talent, even the combat puppet can be said to be the most powerful and most extraordinary existence he has encountered in all these years. As for Ling Tian, any random sword strike at this moment could easily affect the space, leaving cracks on it. This shows that Ling Tian's comprehension of the sword intent has already touched the threshold of the ordinary level. This means that Ling Tian has every chance of comprehending the mortal level sword intent. The combat puppet still remembered that 5 years ago, there was a man named Tianming who, under his guidance, had not been able to reach the threshold for 5 years, and now Ling Tian had only accepted the attack containing the ordinary sword intent and had already touched the threshold. Even among combat puppets, who have witnessed countless powerful warriors from the ancient warrior era to the modern warrior
cultivator era, few can compare to Ling Tian with such talent. Soon, another 5 days passed, and Ling Tian still did not come out of the trial tower.
Tomorrow is the time for the freshman competition at Kyoto University to begin. It will start on time at 9 o'clock in the morning. However, everyone was not in a hurry at all.
At this moment, it was no longer important to everyone whether Ling Tian participated in the freshman competition or not, because in everyone's mind, this time, Ling Tian is already the most powerful among the freshmen of Kyoto University. Now almost everyone in Kyoto University knows that Ling Tian is a 9th level innate warrior. This level of cultivation has far surpassed those of freshmen.
Not only that, Ling Tian also has 3 series of SSS level talents and abilities.
At the same time, he also comprehended and condensed the realm of artistic conception, and even the true meaning of the weapon was at the divine level of perfection. In everyone's opinion, Ling Tian is now capable of defeating even ordinary martial emperors.
Among the freshmen of Kyoto University, except Ling Tian, the strongest one has only reached the 9th level of Shin level.
Compared with Ling Tian, he is not on the same level at all, so it doesn't really matter whether Ling Tian participates in the freshman competition or not. At this time, Ling Tian in the trial tower was still waving his soul-devouring sword. Ling Tian seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, completely immersed in the perception of the sword intent. At the beginning, Ling Tian could swing the soul-devouring blade about 10,000 times a day, and now Ling Tian can swing the soul-devouring sword about 60,000 times a day. This is what makes Ling Tian different. At this moment, Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. Oh, the combat puppet opened its closed eyes and looked at Ling Tian in surprise. At this moment, Ling Tian gave the fighting puppets a very ordinary and mediocre feeling, as if he was a person who didn't know how to use a sword at all. Ling Tian held the soul-devouring blade and swung it, looking so ordinary. Ling Tian slashed out with his sword, and the sword fell, and it looked very ordinary in terms of power and speed. But just as the knife was about to fall, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. That aura carried a domineering, sharp, and indestructible momentum. It turned into a terrifying blade energy, instantly stretching to a length of dozens of meters. Rumble, then in the blink of an eye it slashed onto the wall of the trial tower. Swish! Ling Tian actually cut a huge crack in the space of the trial tower that was more than 10 meters long. Oh, the combat puppets all showed shock in their eyes. Half a step to the mortal level. The combat puppet immediately felt the horror of Ling Tian's sword. The aura of Ling Tian at this moment gave people a very ordinary feeling, very common, but it was just an ordinary knife. However, the moment it falls, it can burst out with terrifying energy that can destroy the world. The combat puppet immediately felt Ling Tian's power and knew that Ling Tian had broken through to the half-step mortal level of swordsmanship. Although, the half-step mortal level sword intent is not as powerful as the real mortal level sword intent. However, its power is about 3 times stronger than the divine level sword intent, and it is still extremely terrifying. When Ling Tian swung the knife, he suddenly felt that all the blood and energy in his body seemed to be drained away. Huff, huff, huff. Ling Tian gasped for breath, his eyes revealing a look of discomfort. He didn't expect that the previous blow would cause such huge damage to him. At this moment, the battle puppet came to Ling Tian and said, "Congratulations, kid, you have mastered the half-step mortal sword intent." Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. "I'm only half a step into the mortal level. Compared with the mortal level sword intent of the seniors, I'm still far behind." The combat puppet nodded and said, "Don't underestimate yourself. The fact that you can comprehend the half-step ordinary sword intentions means that you are not far from the ordinary level. Do you know what the difference is between a half-step mortal and a true mortal?" Ling Tian thought for a moment and replied, "A true mortal level cultivator returns to the essence of nature. Their strikes are ordinary, and they don't even consume blood or energy. It's all natural. As for me, I am at the half-step mortal level. My sword strikes are ordinary, but my sword strikes are earth-shattering. I still haven't achieved true simplicity and have consumed a huge amount of blood and energy." After hearing Ling Tian's words, the combat puppet's face was full of admiration. "Not bad. It seems that you have completely grasped the essence of the ordinary sword intent. However, if you want to reach the true mortal level, you cannot do it in the trial tower. You need to break through continuous fighting. It's time for you to leave here." Ling Tian nodded, looked at the battle puppet and said, "Thank you, senior." After all, if it weren't for the combat puppet, Ling Tian wouldn't have been able to comprehend the half-step mortal sword intent so quickly. Ling Tian also knew that if he stayed in the trial tower, his swordsmanship would not improve at all. It's time to leave the trial tower. At this moment, a light flashed in the combat puppet's hand, and an exquisite little tower half the size of a palm appeared in his hand. The combat puppet said, "Boy, congratulations, you have passed my test. You are now the quasi-tower master of the 3000 True Meanings Tower. This mini-tower is a sub-tower of the 3000 Truths Tower. You can leave after you have refined it. As for the function of these 3000 small towers of truth, you will understand after you refine them. When you successfully comprehend the complete mortal level sword intent, bring the small tower of 3000 true meanings here. You can take away the 3000 true meanings pagoda and become
become the true master of the 3,000 True Meanings Pagoda. I understand. Ling Tian's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that he could get such a good thing before leaving. At this moment, the fighting puppet waved its hand, and an extremely magical power entered Ling Tian's body. Ling Tian immediately felt the chains formed by the power of laws in his body being annihilated inch by inch. Finally, it disappeared directly into his own body, and the injuries Ling Tian had suffered from the sneak attack by the fallen Saint Talisman were also recovering rapidly. Ling Tian's eyes showed surprise. He obviously didn't expect that the combat puppet could solve the hidden danger in his body so easily. Ling Tian was just about to thank the battle puppet when it said, "Don't say anything more. Hurry and refine the small tower and leave." Ling Tian nodded helplessly, and without any hesitation, he cut his finger and forced out a drop of blood. After merging with the 3,000 Truths Tower, Ling Tian felt that the 3,000 Truths Tower had established a connection with himself. After sensing Ling Tian's half-step mortal level sword intent, the 3,000 small towers of true meaning were quickly refined by Ling Tian. In just less than 10 minutes, Ling Tian had successfully refined the 3,000 Truths Tower. With a thought, the 3,000 Truths Tower seemed to merge into one with his body. It appeared in Ling Tian's Qi Haidantian and lay quietly. Ling Tian's eyes also showed joy, because he knew the function of the 3,000 Truths Tower. These are the functions of the 3,000 True Meanings Tower. First, suppress. When using the 3,000 Truths Tower, you can suppress the enemy's general's cultivation and natural abilities. Of course, the effectiveness of the suppression depends on the difference in strength between the opponent and Ling Tian. If the opponent's strength exceeds Ling Tian's by a large margin, Ling Tian will have no way to suppress him. The second is to trap the enemy. It can form a huge true meaning barrier to encircle the enemy. Once the enemy enters the barrier of true meaning, if his strength is not as strong as yours, then it will be impossible for him to escape from the barrier of true meaning. The third and final function is defense. You can hang the 3,000 true meanings above your head to form a defense. Resist the enemy's attacks. Of course, this defensive function is not really of much help to Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian's martial arts skills and the absolute defense of the Death God's Dharma image are terrifying enough. After learning about the function of the 3,000 Truths Tower, Ling Tian also became excited. The small tower of 3,000 truths is only a sub-tower of the tower of 3,000 truths, but its effect is so terrifying. Then, how powerful would the real 3 True Meanings Tower be? Of course, the 3,000 Truths Tower actually has a fourth purpose. However, this function is not of much help to Ling Tian for the time being, but it can save his life at a critical moment. After refining the 3,000 True Meanings Pagoda, Ling Tian looked at the battle puppet and said, "Senior, before I leave, may I ask your name?" Ling Tian is still very grateful to the combat puppet. The combat puppet was stunned. "Name? I haven't remembered my own name for a long time." The combat puppet thought for a moment and replied, "Just call me Lin Chen." "Senior Lin Chen, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Ling Tian bowed respectfully and left. Soon, Ling Tian returned to the 11th floor of the trial tower. I saw a man lying on the ground on the 11th floor of the trial tower. The man was in a very miserable state, with disheveled hair and bloodstains all around him, and that person was none other than Zhang Hao, who had come to assassinate Ling Tian. Zhang Hao was already dying at this time, as if he would die at any moment. If it weren't for the fact that he was a powerful warrior at the martial king level, he would not have been able to survive such a serious injury. No one cared about it for more than 10 days. Then, Zhang Hao must have died long ago. However, looking at Zhang Hao's current condition, if Ling Tian had come a day or two later, Zhang Hao would probably have died. Ling Tian looked at Zhang Hao and then activated his innate abilities. Ling Tian felt it just when he refined the 3,000 little towers of true meaning. The suppression on Ling Tian in the 3,000 Truths Tower disappeared, and his mental strength, cultivation, and natural abilities were all restored. Ling Tian placed his hand on Zhang Hao's body and then activated his healing ability. An extremely mysterious energy entered Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao immediately felt that his injuries were recovering rapidly, and even his mind became clearer. In just a few breaths, Zhang Hao felt the horror of Ling Tian's healing ability. Zhang Hao had heard before that Ling Tian's healing talent was extremely terrifying. He couldn't understand it yet, but now he does. Zhang Hao was very clear about how serious his injuries were. Even a strong person with SS-level superpowers and the ability to heal with holy light would be injured like this. There was no way to heal myself, but now I am recovering rapidly under Ling Tian's healing ability. And if Ling Tian continues to heal himself at this rate, Zhang Hao estimated, it will only take 3 minutes at most for his injuries to be completely healed, and he will be able to reach his peak condition. Ling Tian quickly healed Zhang Hao, and at the same time, Zhang Hao's potential power continued to enter Ling Tian's body. Zhang Hao's cultivation level is no longer able to help Ling Tian improve his cultivation level. After all, Ling Tian is now a powerful warrior at the 3rd level of Martial King. If one wants to absorb the warrior's cultivation essence to help Ling Tian improve his strength, he must be at least a strong man at the Martial Emperor level. Zhang Hao's understanding
learning of martial arts, the true meaning, and the artistic conception also quickly flooded into his mind. The most important thing is that Zhang Hao's memories also entered Ling Tian's mind.
Ling Tian's expression turned gloomy. The Qian family, Emperor Zixia Wu.
Ling Tian's eyes revealed murderous intent. After obtaining Zhang Hao's memory, Ling Tian also knew that the real culprit behind the assassination attempt on him was Zixia Wang. Ling Tian also understood that Zhang Hao was at least one of the top 10 martial kings in the country. Why would he be willing to take such a big risk to kill himself? That's because the Zixia martial emperor also gave Zhang Hao a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman is a top-level consumable item of SS. If it is crushed, it can shatter the space. Teleport the person using the teleportation talisman to a place hundreds of miles away. Zhang Hao originally planned to use this teleportation talisman to escape directly after killing Ling Tian. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ling Tian and was seriously injured by Ling Tian, and he didn't even have time to take out the teleportation talisman. He didn't even have time to commit suicide before his arm was cut off by Ling Tian. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao's injuries were completely healed and his condition reached its peak. Zhang Hao's face was full of excitement. He thought Ling Tian must be crazy, as he had completely healed himself. Zhang Hao immediately prepared to take out the teleportation talisman from his storage ring. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying sword intent burst out from Ling Tian's body. In an instant, it hit Zhang Hao. The powerful and terrifying sword intent was like a waterfall from the sky. Boom! Zhang Hao was crushed to the ground and couldn't move at all. I couldn't even move my fingers. How is this possible? Zhang Hao was almost in despair, with an incredible look in his eyes. I still remember the first time I faced Ling Tian was no match for me at all. And the second time he faced Ling Tian only needed 3 moves to defeat him. This was the third time he faced Ling Tian head-on. Ling Tian wanted to get rid of him, and Zhang Hao felt that Ling Tian could do it with just a thought. He didn't even need to raise his hands. The terrifying sword intent from Ling Tian would crush him into a pile of minced meat and kill him completely. Ling Tian didn't waste any words and directly activated his twin pupils of destruction, and a terrifying mental power burst out. Zhang Hao and Ling Tian looked at each other, and Zhang Hao felt that Ling Tian's pupils seemed to have turned into 2 whirlpools. It wants to absorb your soul into it, and there is no resistance at all. Ling Tian also easily planted a mark on Zhang Hao's soul. Zhang Hao was shocked. This was clearly a trial tower, so why could Ling Tian activate his innate abilities? Before Zhang Hao could figure it out, he had already been completely enslaved by Ling Tian. Zhang Hao looked at Ling Tian with eyes filled with piety and awe. The way he looked at Ling Tian was as if he was looking at a high and mighty god. I dare not have any intention of invading. Ling Tian looked at Zhang Hao and said calmly, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Zhang Hao lowered his head and thought for a while. "Master, you need me to help you investigate the mastermind behind your assassination." Ling Tian nodded. This was indeed the case. Although Ling Tian knew through Zhang Hao's memory that the person who sent people to assassinate him was Zixia Wang. But Zixia Wang never appeared in front of Zhang Hao, and no evidence was left behind. Emperor Zixia Wang could be said to be the person in charge of the entire Qian family. Representing the entire Qian family, as one of the 5 super families in Manhwa, even Ling Tian cannot easily destroy the other party. Compared with the Meng family back then, the Qian family is completely not on the same level. Their background can be seen from the fact that they can produce the Falling Saint Talisman, an item that possesses the power of a martial saint. With Ling Tian's current strength, he is still far from enough to deal with the Qian family. Therefore, now, the Qian family cannot be touched for the time being. What Ling Tian needs to do is to improve his strength. After talking with Zhang Hao for a while, Ling Tian left the trial tower first. As soon as he walked out of the trial tower, Ling Tian heard the teacher in charge of guarding the trial tower say, "Ling Tian, you are finally out. Hurry up, the newcomer competition is about to begin. If you go to the martial arts square now, you can still make it." Ling Tian nodded, and at this moment, 3 figures quickly came in front of Ling Tian. Those 3 people were none other than Ling Tian's protector, Xuanning, Chen Yu and Han Xian. Xuanning looked at Ling Tian and felt the aura of Ling Tian at this moment. Compared with when Ling Tian first entered the trial tower, there had been earth-shaking changes. If we say that Ling Tian's temperament at that time gave people a feeling of being sharp and aggressive, now Ling Tian's temperament gives people the feeling of being very easygoing and ordinary. It's like being just one of thousands of ordinary people. There is absolutely no aura of a strong man that can be sensed from Ling Tian, but if you sense it carefully, Xuanning could feel the destructive power contained in Ling Tian's body. Xuanning smiled slightly and looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, congratulations, your strength has improved again." Ling Tian also responded with a smile, "Just good luck." At this time, Ling Tian's injuries had completely recovered, and his cultivation naturally returned to its peak state, the 3rd level of the Jinwu realm. Ling Tian, now at the 3rd level of the true martial realm, does not rely on any abilities, but only on the simple means of a warrior. His combat power is equivalent to that of an average Tianwu realm 3rd level martial emperor. if he uses his spatial ability, the Twin Eyes of Destruction, and the Chaos Infinite Divine Fire. Ling Tian's combat power is equivalent to that of a martial emperor at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. If he added his own half-step mortal sword intent and martial arts skills, he would probably be able to kill Ling Tian, the 7th level martial emperor, in an instant. Even if he faced an ordinary martial emperor at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm, Ling Tian still had the possibility of defeating him. At this time, Ling Tian, as a college student, can be said to be terribly strong.
Let's go, Ling Tian, the freshman competition is about to begin. If you win first place, you will receive generous rewards from the school. I think it will be of great benefit to you.
Chen Yu hurriedly urged Ling Tian. Ling Tian nodded, and then followed the 3 women to the martial arts square of Kyoto University.
In the martial arts square of Kyoto University, there is a huge arena of about 800 square meters.
Above the arena, there is a powerful defensive formation. The barrier condensed by the defensive formation is enough to withstand the full force attack of a general 9th level martial emperor.
The Kyoto University's martial arts square is where students and teachers compete and learn from each other on weekdays.
As long as you step onto the ring and activate the formation, you can fight with all your strength on the ring. There is no need to worry that the aftermath of your battle will affect the outside world. At this time, the martial arts square was already crowded with people, because today was the day of the Kyoto University freshman competition. All freshmen can participate in this freshman competition, and those who win the freshman competition will be the winners. Not only can you get a reward of 10,000 credits, but you can also get a special reward from Kyoto University.
Look, it's Ling Tian. At this moment, a sharp-eyed classmate on the martial arts square shouted excitedly.
At the entrance of the martial arts square, a handsome and calm young man and 3 beautiful women slowly walked towards it. The 4 of them were none other than Ling Tian, Han Xian, Xuanning, and Chen Yu. Ling Tian, who had comprehended the half-step ordinary sword intent, had restrained his temperament and gave people a very ordinary feeling. But now Ling Tian was walking with 3 top beauties, and he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. It can be said that Han Xian, Xuanning, and Chen Yu each have their own merits and are all rare, top-notch beauties. Han Xian is beautiful, charming, has the hottest body, and exudes the aura of a mature woman. As for Chen Yu, she is youthful and attractive, and although she has a somewhat cold temperament, she is full of youthful aura. Finally, there is Xuanning, who surpasses Chen Yu and Han Xian in both temperament and appearance. She has an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, and her every move seems to be able to capture everyone's attention. Ling Tian did not approach the arena in the martial arts square, but found a corner and rested. At this time, Lu Quan, Bai Wenhao, and those students who had a grudge against Ling Tian saw that Ling Tian was alone with 3 super beauties.
There was envy and dissatisfaction in their eyes. Damn it, I've been tricked by this kid again.
At this moment, Xuanning took out the array plate from her storage ring and looked at it.
He checked the time and said, 8 o'clock. There's still an hour until the competition. Want to?
Ling Tian looked at Xuanning helplessly. It had to be said that Xuanning's love for formations had indeed reached a level close to obsession.
Ling Tian. At this moment, a voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears.
I saw a middle-aged man walking towards Ling Tian.
Master. Ling Tian quickly stood up and saluted respectfully at the other party. He was none other than Ling Tian's master Han Yu.
After not seeing his master for more than half a month, Ling Tian felt that his master had become even stronger.
He had obviously recovered a lot. Even Xuanning frowned after seeing Han Yu.
Xuanning clearly felt a huge threat from Han Yu. Xuanning whispered in Ling Tian's ear, Ling Tian, your master is quite capable. His future achievements may surpass those of the old master.
Ling Tian smiled faintly.
Of course, Han Yu is the most brilliant and talented among the 2nd generation of warriors in Dragon Country. If it weren't for the severe blow he suffered before that caused him to be unable to recover and his strength to decline. It is estimated that Han Yu has now become the 9th martial saint of Dragon Country.
This must be Miss Xuanning, right?
I was attacked by the falling saint talisman before. Thank you for your help.
Otherwise, Ling Tian and I would have been dead.
After hearing Han Yu's words, Xuanning simply replied, as I should. It has to be said that the 3 women around Ling Tian all have one thing in common, that is, they are cold and have a feeling of keeping people at a distance. But the coldness of the 3 people is not the same.
Rather than saying that Han Xian has a cold personality, it would be more accurate to say that she is tsundere. She just doesn't like communicating with people who are weaker than her.
Chen Yu's cold words are actually because Chen Yu is introverted and doesn't know how to communicate with others, so he looks cold on the surface. But once you get familiar with Chen Yu, you will find that Chen Yu is actually a very gentle and easygoing person. Finally, it was Xuanning's turn. Her coldness was truly cold, deep in her soul. But sometimes, there is still a delicate heart. Han Yu looked at Xuanning and said, Miss Xuanning, I heard from Han Xian that your formation skills are quite good.
I also have some knowledge of formations. Why don't I play a couple of games with you?
Okay. Xuanning agreed without hesitation. These days, while waiting for Ling Tian, he was either playing chess formations with Han Xian or Chen Yu. But Han
Han Xian and Shen Yu were no match for Xuanning at all. Han Xian had said that her grandfather had a good level of attainment in formations. You know, Han Yu's attainments in formations are much better than Principal Zheng Fan's. It was only because of this serious injury that he was unwilling to communicate with others. Otherwise, Han Yu would be the head of the formation department of Kyoto University. Now Xuanning wants to see what Han Yu's formation level is. After all, Xuanning was very clear that the gap between her and Ling Tian's attainments in formation was too huge. If he continued to play chess with Ling Tian, his attainments in formation would not improve much. After all, I haven't fully digested the insights I gained from playing against Ling Tian before, and I can only make progress by playing against different people. Han Yu and Xuanning started playing chess without any further ado. Ling Tian was also watching the game between the two people. He had to admit that Han Yu's formation skills were indeed quite good. He is about the same level as Xuanning, but if you compare them in detail, Han Yu's level is slightly lower than Xuanning's. 10 minutes later, Ling Tian realized that if Han Yu and Xuanning played against each other, the winning rate would be 30% to 70%, and Han Yu had a 30% chance. However, Han Yu had greater room for improvement, and Xuanning immediately showed interest. Obviously, he didn't expect that he could find a formation with similar level in Kyoto University. The people she had played against before were either much lower in level than her, or like Ling Tian, they could easily beat her. Han Yu is definitely a rare opponent for Xuanning now. The two of them soon became absorbed in the game of formations, and soon an hour had passed. In the center of the arena above the martial arts square, a figure slowly descended from the void. That person was none other than Zhang Fan, the vice president of Kyoto University. Zhang Fan stood in the center of the ring and then spoke. Students, please be quiet. Teachers of all grades, please maintain order. Zhang Fan's voice didn't sound very loud, but it echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present. The scene immediately became quiet, and Ling Tian no longer paid attention to the formation game between Han Yu and Xuanning. Instead, he looked at Principal Zheng Fan on the stage. President Zhang Fan said, "Today is the day for our Kyoto University freshman competition. The rules of the competition are very simple. Anyone who is confident in their own strength can step onto the stage. Accept challenges from anyone until no one challenges you, and then you will become the winner of this competition. At the same time, every time you defeat someone, you can get a point, and in the end we will give rewards to the top 10 students with the most points. We have healing warriors at the Tianwu Realm Martial Emperor level who can restore your condition to its peak at any time, so you don't need to worry about being injured or exhausted during the battle and unable to continue fighting." For this freshman competition, the head of the healing department was arranged to help the students recover. Among the students in the newcomer competition, except for the pervert Ling Tian, the strongest one is only at the 9th level of the Xian level. Healing teachers can restore these students to their peak condition in a short period of time. Principal Zhang Fan continued, "In addition to the competition among you freshmen, you can also challenge any sophomores, juniors, or even seniors. If you defeat the senior students, you will have the same resources as the senior students at Kyoto University in the future. If you defeat the junior society, you will get the same resources as the junior students at Kyoto University, and so on." After hearing what Principal Zheng Fan said, everyone became excited. You should know that students of Kyoto University can receive 3 third-level spirit stones from the school's supplies department for cultivation every month of their freshman year. Sophomores can receive 10 yuan, juniors can receive 30 yuan, and seniors can receive 100 yuan. You know, a third-level spirit stone is worth thousands of yuan. Everyone is looking forward to it. This is definitely a huge opportunity for everyone. Alright, now that the rules have been explained, everyone has 5 minutes to prepare. In 5 minutes, the newcomer competition will begin on time. After hearing what Principal Zheng Fan said, everyone looked expectant. Ling Tian also temporarily separated from Han Xian, Xuanning, Chen Yu, Han Yu and others and walked towards the bottom of the ring. At this moment, a familiar figure walked towards Han Yu. She was an extremely proud and noble woman. Ling Tian naturally recognized the other person at a glance. She was Feng Ningxiang, the senior and vice president of the Holy Sun Guild. Feng Ningxiang looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, can we talk?" Ling Tian glanced at Feng Ningxiang, his expression unchanged. "If you have anything to say, just say it here." Seeing that Ling Tian was too lazy to pay attention to her, Feng Ningxiang was very angry, but she was no match for Ling Tian. If any student dared to treat her like this under normal circumstances, Feng Ningxiang would definitely make him understand why the flowers are so red. Feng Ningxiang looked at Ling Tian and asked, "Ling Tian, do you know what the special reward is for winning the newcomer competition this time?" Ling Tian was a little curious. "What? Devil City University, one of the 3 holy places, a 1-month training order at Jiang Divine Spring." Oh, Ling Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be a cultivation token for the Jiang Divine Spring of Magic City University. Ling Tian knew that as long as you could get the training token, Magic City University would unconditionally allow you to train for a month no matter who you were. However, although it was unexpected, a hint of disappointment disappointment soon appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. The Jiyang Divine Spring is still of some help to Ling Tian, but the help is not great. If his own flying divine body has not been fully cultivated, the Jiyang Divine Spring will still be of great help to Ling Tian. But now Ling Tian's body has reached perfection, and the Jiyang Divine Spring is no longer of much help. Feng Ningchang looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, in this newcomer competition, you have to give first place to Xiaoyu from the Xiao family. Let me tell you this directly. Xiao Longquan is planning to practice a martial arts skill that will strengthen his body, and he needs to go to the Jiyang Divine Spring to practice. As long as you give up the victory of this newcomer competition, all your previous grudges with us will be written off. Not only that, Xiao Longquan can also make you his follower. Of course, we won't take your benefits for nothing. Whatever compensation you want, just ask and we'll give it to you. This is a deal that will definitely benefit you. Ling Tian's heart turned cold after hearing Feng Ningshang's words, and he looked at Feng Ningshang in surprise. Didn't you take your medicine this morning? Feng Ningshang was stunned and looked at Ling Tian. What medicine do you want to take? Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. I told you, if there's something wrong with your brain, then you should actively seek treatment. Why are you acting crazy in front of me without taking any medicine? Feng Ningchang became angry instantly, her face flushed red with anger, but she forced herself to suppress her anger. Ling Tian, you have to understand one thing. I'm here to inform you, not to discuss something with you. This isn't the first time you've offended our Saint Sun Guild. I might as well tell you that Xiao Longquan came out of seclusion yesterday. You can't bear his rage. Idiot, get out. Ling Tian by Feng Ningchang glanced at him and said bluntly. Feng Ningchang wanted to get angry, but she held back. Okay, anyway, I brought it to you, so don't regret it. After she finished speaking, Feng Ningchang turned around and left without looking back. She was afraid that if she continued to talk to Ling Tian, he would be angry to death. At this moment, the ring began to shake. Wow, the light is flashing. The formation was immediately activated, and the formation barrier instantly covered the entire arena, leaving an entrance and exit. President Zheng Fan loudly announced, I declare that the Kyoto University freshman competition has officially begun. Then, Principal Zheng Fan's face turned serious. Before that, I want to remind you to strictly abide by the rules of battle. When you fight, you can use weapons, but you are not allowed to kill people. You can only use your own strength. Whether it is innate ability, artistic conception, true meaning, or martial arts, it can be used. However, you are not allowed to use talismans, elixirs or other external items in battle. Once discovered, you will be disqualified from the competition. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to hesitate about whether or not to be the first to go up. After all, if you are the first one to go up, your strength and your moves will be exposed to everyone. In this way, it is easy to be targeted. But while everyone was still hesitating, a person had already stepped onto the ring. This person was Ling Tian. Under the gaze of everyone, Ling Tian slowly walked onto the stage. His expression was extremely calm and relaxed, as if he was strolling in his own back garden, without any pressure at all. It's Ling Tian. Everyone was almost in despair when they saw Ling Tian step onto the ring. After all, when Ling Tian was at the Enlightenment Monument, he easily crushed Lu Quan from the Student Union without any chance of fighting back just by relying on his artistic conception. Ling Tian's strength is obvious to everyone, even though he is only a freshman. But in everyone's opinion, Ling Tian's strength is already ranked second among all the students in Kyoto University. Only Xiao Longquan can suppress Ling Tian. Now that Ling Tian is the first to step onto the ring, what else can they compete for? There is no comparison at all. The entire venue fell into silence, and no one stepped onto the stage for 2 full minutes. Principal Zheng Fan was also quite helpless because he had already thought of this result. No one wants to challenge Ling Tian? If no one wants to challenge Ling Tian, I will declare Ling Tian the winner of this competition. After hearing what Principal Zheng Fan said, everyone felt helpless. This was the first time at Kyoto University that anyone won the freshman competition without even challenging the defending champion. Zheng Fan looked at everyone without saying anything. Then he said, since no one has challenged Ling Tian, I declare the winner of the newcomer competition to be. Wait, I want to challenge you. At this moment, a clear voice echoed all around. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of surprise, and they looked curiously in the direction where the sound came from. They wanted to see which warrior had such courage to challenge a pervert like Ling Tian. It's Xiao Yu. At this time, someone called out the man's name. That person was a handsome young man wearing overalls and with a middle-parted hair. The young man was full of confidence and walked towards the stage calmly. It's actually Xiao Yu, Xiao Longquan's cousin, Xiao Yu, who ranked second among the freshmen at Kyoto University in the college entrance examination and fourth nationwide. Oh, is this Xiao Yu very powerful? Someone asked immediately. Compared to Ling Tian, it's really nothing, but compared to us, it's much stronger. Xiao Yu had reached the 9th level of the Xian grade 2 days ago, and had also awakened the innate ability of the divine beast, the 9-yang divine Kuan. The 9-yang divine Kuan, possessing the power of fire and storm, is a top-level being with supernatural powers that are infinitely close to the SS level. Even though Xiao Yu is only at the 9th level of the Xian grade grade, he is still capable of defeating a 6th level Earth grade warrior even if he were to fight one. After hearing the man's introduction, everyone nodded and didn't care. So what? Doesn't that mean we can't defeat Ling Tian? After hearing everyone's discussions, Xiao Yu didn't care. Instead, he came to the stage with a look of confidence. Xiao Yu looked at Ling Tian with an arrogant look on his face. Hello, Ling Tian, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yu. He ranked 4th in the National College entrance examination of Longwei this time, and is Xiao Longquan's cousin. Ling Tian didn't react at all and looked at Xiao Yu. Not many people in Kyoto University knew about Ling Tian's true cultivation level, but in everyone's heart, Ling Tian is also a master warrior of the 9th level of the innate realm. Xiao Yu is just a 9th level Xian grade warrior, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of Ling Tian, which made Ling Tian feel ridiculous. Then what? Ling Tian looked at Xiao Yu indifferently and asked. And then? Xiao Yu was stunned, then looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, what do you say then? Didn't my sister-in-law Feng Ningchang already tell you in advance? What are you still standing there for? Just follow the plan, you know what I mean. As he spoke, Xiao Yu winked at Ling Tian, but Ling Tian ignored him completely. I don't understand. Then, Ling Tian looked directly at Principal Zheng Fan under the ring. Principal Zheng Fan, I'm ready and can start fighting at any time. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Xiao Yu's face immediately became extremely ugly. Could it be that the negotiations between Ling Tian and Feng Ningxiang broke down? Otherwise, why wouldn't Ling Tian even give him a little face? This made Xiao Yu feel extremely surprised. Principal Zheng Fan nodded and announced directly, I declare that the competition begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a small part of Ling Tian's aura was released. Boom, in an instant, the powerful and pure true energy wrapped around Ling Tian's body transformed into a strong airwave and rushed directly towards Xiao Yu. The wave of true energy that was like a torrent instantly hit the flesh on Xiao Yu's face and caused it to tremble wildly. Xiao Yu was completely submerged and was crushed so hard that even breathing became difficult for him. Xiao Yu instantly panicked and looked at Ling Tian with horror. This was completely different from what he had expected. Wasn't it because Ling Tian surrendered voluntarily after fighting with him for a while? Xiao Yu looked at Ling Tian with anger and horror. Ling Tian, are you crazy? This is Kyoto University, my cousin's territory. You have no idea how powerful my cousin is. If you do this, you're courting death, you know? But Ling Tian ignored Xiao Yu and just walked towards him step by step. It seemed that every time he took a step, there was a powerful pressure like a tidal wave, which crushed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu felt as if his body was about to collapse from the impact, and even his bones were crackling from the impact. Ling Tian, are you crazy? If you dare to attack me, my cousin Xiao Longquan will definitely not let you go. But Ling Tian still ignored Xiao Yu and walked straight in front of Xiao Yu. Ling Tian, you, snap. In that instant, before Xiao Yu could finish his words, Ling Tian took a bow step and raised his right hand. He pressed directly on Xiao Yu's face, blocking Xiao Yu's mouth, and then exerted force with his arms. Xiao Yu felt it immediately, as if a tremendous force had instantly acted on his body. This caused Xiao Yu to lose his balance and completely lose control of his body. Accompanied by a loud muffled sound, Xiao Yu's head hit the ground heavily. The rubble rolled around, the floor tiles of the arena shattered instantly, and Xiao Yu's head sank into the mud. Xiao Yu instantly lost consciousness and had no ability to fight. Rumble. After seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. It is obvious that there is a huge gap between Xiao Yu's strength and Ling Tian's, but Xiao Yu still wants to go up and embarrass himself. No one knew what Xiao Yu was thinking. Ling Tian stood on the stage without even looking at Xiao Yu. It was as if defeating Xiao Yu was an easy and simple thing. It's just like eating and drinking water. There is no pressure at all. Ling Tian stood on the stage and looked around at the students from Kyoto University. No need to waste time, all of you come at me together. Whoever can make me take a step back will lose. Ling Tian's words echoed clearly in everyone's ears, and everyone was stunned for a moment. What? Ling Tian, are you telling the truth? A freshman asked loudly under the ring, with excitement in his eyes. You know, there are more than 1,000 freshmen. If they fight one-on-one, no one can be Ling Tian's opponent. But if they all come together, it will be different. Everyone knows that if you get first place, you can go to the Jiang Divine Spring of Magic City University to practice for a month. 1 month of cultivation in the Jiang Divine Spring is equivalent to 5 years of normal cultivation. It is possible to break through 5 or 6 small levels in succession through practice. How could they not seize this opportunity? Ling Tian nodded calmly. Of course it's true. Come at me all at once. If you make me retreat even one step, I lose. Okay. Ling Tian, you said this, so don't blame us for bullying the weak with our numbers. The freshman became excited. This requirement was made by Ling Tian himself. The training of a warrior is a process of competing for resources. This time, the winners have the opportunity to practice at the Jiang Divine Spring of Magic City University. Now that they see hope, how could they give up? Principal Zheng Fan frowned, obviously a little worried. Although Principal Zheng Fan knew that Ling Tian was very powerful, after all, there were about 1,000 freshmen. Can Ling Tian really fight so many people at the same time? At this moment,
the students rushed directly to the stage one by one. 10 people, 30 people, 100 people, 300 people, and soon, a full 500 people rushed directly onto the ring. They actually wanted 500 people to deal with Ling Tian at the same time. As for the rest of the freshmen, they had no intention of challenging Ling Tian on the stage. Because their strength is not enough, they are only at the 6th or 7th level of the yellow grade. They were very clear about their own strength. Even if they joined forces to force Ling Tian to admit defeat, they would not be the final winner. Principal Zheng Fan frowned and looked at Ling Tian, confirming, "Ling Tian, are you sure you want to fight them alone?" "That's right." Ling Tian nodded. He didn't want to waste time and wanted to end the battle quickly. "Okay, since you said so, I declare the battle begins." As soon as Principal Zheng Fan finished speaking, the more than 500 freshmen became excited, and one by one they started practicing their own skills and releasing their true energy. Boom boom boom, in an instant, waves of aftermath appeared in the space. The powerful air waves, like waves, continued to spread. The waves of true energy from more than 500 Shen-level warriors surged towards Ling Tian like waves of the sea. However, Ling Tian was as solid as a rock, standing on the stage with his hands behind his back, unmoved at all. "Kill. As long as we make him retreat one step, we will win," one of the Shen-level students shouted excitedly. Everyone was also ignited by their inner anticipation, and they immediately raised their momentum to the limit and rushed towards Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian was not panicked at all, and instantly released his artistic conception. In an instant, the realm of artistic conception exploded, and Ling Tian's spatial realm of artistic conception burst out with powerful gravity that directly enveloped the entire arena. All of the Shen-level warriors suddenly felt as if there was a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds pressing down on them. They were crushed so hard that they couldn't move. Some of them couldn't even bear the horrible gravity. He bent his legs and knelt on the ground, completely losing the ability to move. The artistic conception leader. Everyone shouted loudly, with fear in their eyes. They didn't expect that Ling Tian was already dealing with more than 500 of them at the same time, and the pressure of the realm of artistic conception was shared among more than 500 people. Then, the pressure on each of them should have been greatly reduced. But now that they have truly felt Ling Tian's artistic conception, they realize how powerful Ling Tian is. The closer those Kyoto University students got to Ling Tian, the more pressure they felt. Accompanied by a series of muffled sounds that echoed in everyone's ears, students fell one by one on the stage. Those Shen-level students had a hard time taking a single step, not to mention attacking Ling Tian. They couldn't even get close to Ling Tian. How could this happen? One of the 8th level Shen-level students looked at Ling Tian with an unwilling look in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. That student at the 8th level of the Shen grade was also among the top 10 in the country during the college entrance examination. But now, he felt despair. Why was it that Ling Tian was the same age as him? The gap between the two sides is so big that it is hard to accept. Ling Tian still had a relaxed and calm look on his face, constantly releasing the power of his artistic conception to suppress these students. At this time, even Principal Zheng Fan was confused. Ling Tian's artistic conception is really strange. Logically speaking, the artistic conception brings pressure. It has been shared among more than 500 people. Even if they feel the pressure, they won't have as much trouble as they do now. This was not only the doubt of Principal Zheng Fan, but also the doubt of most people present. But under the ring, Han Xian watched the scene and found it funny. They all thought that the pressure the students on the stage were under was the pressure brought about by the realm of artistic conception. But Han Xian knew that this was not the case, because Han Xian knew that Ling Tian had SSS-level spatial abilities. As early as some time ago, Ling Tian had successfully comprehended and condensed the realm of spatial artistic conception. In the realm of spatial artistic conception, it is easy to change the gravity within the realm. Han Xian knew that the pressure those students were under was not from the realm of artistic conception at all. Rather, it was Ling Tian who changed the spatial gravity within the domain, which made those students feel tremendous pressure. Ling Tian gradually increased the gravity of his space. Today, Ling Tian can increase the spatial gravity in his domain by about 20 times. The students Ling Tian is facing now are at most at the 8th level of the Shen level. The gravity limit of the space in which they can move freely is about 5 or 6 times. Ling Tian only released 10 times the spatial gravity, which made them almost lose all their ability to move. Ling Tian looked at the students who were struggling and shook his head helplessly. It's time to end the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian bent his body, took a running up posture, and then circulated his true energy. It wrapped around Ling Tian's legs, and the muscles in his calves bulged instantly. Ling Tian exerted a little force. Suddenly, the sound of floor tiles breaking echoed all around, and the ground beneath Ling Tian's feet continued to crack. In an instant, the more than 500 students on the stage felt a palpitation. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast from ancient times. He held his breath unconsciously and his heartbeat quickened. Click, click, click. In that instant, Ling Tian exerted force with both feet. Bang! Ling Tian rushed directly into the crowd like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Those freshmen
freshman had no time to react at all, and Ling Tian rushed into the crowd in an instant, like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Rushing through the crowd, bang bang bang, the muffled sound continued to echo around. Screams echoed as freshmen were knocked to the ground one by Ling Tian. In front of Ling Tian, there was no power to resist at all. Those people fell from the sky to the ground like raindrops. Everyone wailed in pain, and anyone who was hit by Ling Tian immediately lost their combat effectiveness. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, more than 100 students lost their fighting ability under Ling Tian's impact. However, Ling Tian had no intention of letting them go and continued to rush into the crowd. Bang, 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 students kept falling and collapsing. The students screamed and quickly lost the fight. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu, who had been unconscious, woke up. As soon as Xiaoyu woke up, he saw Ling Tian rushing through the crowd. His expression suddenly darkened, a cruel look appeared on his face, and a strong murderous intent burst out. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ling Tian intently. Ling Tian, you bastard, you forced me to do this. The moment the words fell, a flash of light appeared in Xiaoyu's hand. Then, a white jade talisman appeared in Xiaoyu's hand. This jade talisman was given to Xiaoyu by the elders of the Xiao family to save his life. It is called the Emperor Destroying Talisman. The Emperor Destroying Talisman and the Saint Memorial Talisman are of the same type of talismans, and they serve the same purpose. However, the Emperor Destroying Talisman requires a talisman master to refine, while the Saint Meeting Talisman can be refined even if you are not a talisman master. The Emperor Destroying Talisman requires a martial emperor level talisman master to spend 5 years of cultivation to refine. After it is successfully refined, once it is crushed, no matter what level of person it is, even if it is an ordinary person who crushes the Emperor Destroying Talisman, they can allow him to unleash a force equivalent to a full-strength attack from a martial emperor. And what Xiaoyu held in his hand was this Emperor Destroying Talisman. There are not many such emperor-killing talismans even in the entire Xiao family. After all, it takes 5 years of cultivation to refine it. Refining such an Emperor Destroying Talisman is equivalent to wasting 5 years of cultivation. At this moment, Xiaoyu only felt extremely angry. As a genius of the Xiao family, one of the 5 super families in Longhua, his strength is second only to Xiao Longquan and Xiao Fan. He claimed to be one of the 3 heroes of the Xiao family, but Ling Tian didn't give him any face at all and humiliated him like this. This made Xiaoyu feel very unhappy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Watching the students being defeated by Ling Tian one by one, the girls below the stage were cheering crazily for Ling Tian, screaming in admiration. This made Xiaoyu feel extremely unhappy. They crushed the Emperor Destroying Talisman without any hesitation. At this moment, Ling Tian rushed into the crowd again, and more than 100 people were knocked away by Ling Tian. He fell to the ground, completely losing his fighting ability. Ling Tian, you die. Accompanied by a roar, it echoed throughout the entire arena. Boom! The terrifying momentum like a mountain torrent and tsunami erupted. I saw that Xiaoyu was surrounded by terrifying energy, and his hair stood up and swayed wildly. Xiaoyu floated in the void and raised his right hand. In an instant, endless artistic conception was entangled with sword intent, and a huge sword energy hundreds of meters long was condensed. Not good. Ling Tian instantly felt an extremely terrifying sword pressure, and the space under pressure was sunken. It took effect on Ling Tian instantly. Ling Tian wanted to gather his defense, but at this moment, the sword had already fallen. Die for me! Xiaoyu roared loudly. Swish! The sword slashed down, and the sword light was like a waterfall. Crack, crack, crack! Wherever the sword energy went, the space continued to shatter. In an instant, it arrived above Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian thought about it, and the small tower of 3,000 true meanings was instantly hung above Ling Tian's head. However, the defenses of the 3,000 true meaning towers have not yet been fully condensed. The martial emperor struck with all his strength and cut it down directly. Xiaoyu, you are looking for death. Principal Zhang Fan was surprised and roared loudly in anger. But it was too late. Accompanied by the echoing sound of a huge explosion, the arena was shattered into pieces in an instant. There were more than 100 students on the stage, and they had no time to dodge. It was torn to pieces by the terrifying sword energy. Rumble. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, limbs flew everywhere and blood splattered. Ling Tian flew backwards and hit the formation barrier of the arena heavily. Several cracks appeared on the formation barrier instantly. Wow! A shocking and horrible scar appeared on Ling Tian's chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. If Ling Tian had not cultivated the divine body of flying, his physical strength would be equivalent to that of a peak martial emperor. Just like when Ling Tian took out his 3,000 true meanings tower at the critical moment just now, it helped him to unload 80% of the power. It is estimated that Xiaoyu's sword can kill Ling Tian directly. At this time, Ling Tian's upper body clothes had already been completely torn into pieces, and there was an extremely horrific scar on his chest. The whole person looked dusty and in a very miserable state, completely lacking the high-spirited feeling he had just had. The power of the Emperor Destroying Talisman on Xiaoyu disappeared, and he slowly descended from the void. Xiaoyu was completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. It wasn't just that Ling Tian was seriously injured, more than 100 innocent students also died. Everyone was stunned, and Ling Tian was also angry. Xiaoyu saw Ling Tian falling to the ground like mud, his face full of excitement. Ha ha ha, Ling Tian, aren't you arrogant? Why are you lying on the ground now? Puff. However, before he could finish his words, a blade of energy streaked across the void. No one present, even Principal Zhang Fan, reacted to when the sword energy appeared. As the blade passed through his flesh, Xiaoyu instantly felt his arm go cold, and then a sharp pain spread up, and one arm was thrown high into the air. Ah! Xiaoyu roared in pain. However, before Xiaoyu could react, Ling Tian directly used space teleportation. He came in front of Xiaoyu and then chopped him with his sword again. Puff! In an instant, Xiaoyu's other arm was cut off. Oh, my arm, Ling Tian, you bastard, how dare you? Pa! However, before Xiaoyu could finish his words, Ling Tian slapped Xiaoyu hard in the face. A powerful force acted on Xiaoyu's face. Xiaoyu's facial features twisted and quickly crumpled into a ball. His body left the ground and was about to fly backwards. But before Xiaoyu flew far, Ling Tian grabbed Xiaoyu's ankle and threw him heavily to the ground. Boom! In an instant, Xiaoyu hit the ground heavily. A huge muffled sound echoed, and the ground sank, forming a large pit. Xiaoyu howled in pain and spat out blood. Ling Tian smashed it around as if he was picking up garbage. Boom boom boom. Muffled sounds continued to ring out. Xiaoyu wailed, and his bones continued to shatter. It was hit by Ling Tian for dozens of times before it stopped and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. He was about to lose consciousness and looked at Ling Tian in fear. Ling Tian had obviously been severely injured by his own emperor-destroying talisman, so why did he still have such powerful fighting power? I was wrong. Xiaoyu looked at Ling Tian in fear because he felt Ling Tian's murderous intent. He knew that Ling Tian was not joking with him now and really wanted to kill him. Ling Tian was burning with rage. Xiaoyu had attacked him by surprise and used the emperor-destroying talisman, but that was enough. But there are more than 100 innocent students. They are the future of Manhwa, but now they died inexplicably under Xiaoyu's sword. How could Ling Tian possibly let Xiaoyu go? Ling Tian's face turned cold, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's too late to apologize now. Go to the world below and apologize to those innocent classmates. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling raised his right foot and stepped on Xiaoyu's head. It was obvious that he wanted to crush Xiaoyu's head with one kick. A roar of anger echoed throughout the entire martial arts square. Rumbled dark clouds gathered in the sky, and wind and clouds surged. Crack, 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 thunderbolts continuously intertwined, entangled, and flowed in the sky. Stop! An extremely terrifying pressure flooded the entire martial arts square. I saw a man with a burly figure, handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, and bright eyes, his body wrapped in black thunder, stepping on the void, walking slowly towards me. The man had a terrifying aura, like a king. His true essence seemed to condense into a phantom of the thunder god that was 100 feet tall, enveloping him. That person was none other than Xiao Longquan, the recognized strongest student in Kyoto University in the past 2 years. Xiao Longquan walked over step by step and arrived in an instant, and the arena was empty. Everyone clearly felt the aura of Xiao Longquan's cultivation. Principal Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise, 5th level of the true martial realm. Xiao Longquan, you actually broke through to the 5th level of the true martial realm. What? Everyone was shocked after hearing what Principal Zhang Fan said. Before, they had heard that Xiao Longquan had broken through to the Jinwu realm, and Feng Ningchang said that he was trying to reach the 4th level of the Jinwu realm. But now the aura emanating from Xiao Longquan is that of the 5th level of the true martial realm. At this moment, even Principal Zhang Fan, a powerful martial emperor in the Tianwu realm, felt a little pressure on Xiao Longquan. Xiao Longquan, a man with SSS-level talents and abilities, the owner of the Nirvana Divine Thunder, was previously the only peerless genius at Kyoto University, with combat powers spanning a major realm. In other words, at this time, Xiao Longquan, with the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Jinwu realm, has a combat capability that is at least equivalent to that of an average martial emperor of the 5th level of the Tianwu realm. The powerful pressure shook the minds of the people around. Everyone had difficulty breathing and looked up at Xiao Longquan. Everyone looked at Xiao Longquan in shock and couldn't help swallowing. At this time, Xiao Longquan was like the god of thunder above the 9 heavens, standing above everyone's heads with a domineering aura of destruction. Although Xiao Longquan has not yet reached the Tianwu realm, he can rely on the thunder that permeates the sky and the earth to lift his body and let him float in the void. Xiao Longquan looked at Ling Tian coldly. Ling Tian, let Xiaoyu go. The tone was domineering and brooked no disobedience as he loudly ordered Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian remained calm. He must die today. Xiao Longquan was instantly furious. Ling Tian, Xiaoyu is from my Xiao family. If you dare to kill him, my Xiao family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Think about your relatives, your grandfather in the military. Think about your friends at Kyoto University. If you dare to kill Xiaoyu, even if, with a muffled sound, the brain burst. Before Xiao Longquan could finish his words, Ling Tian kicked Xiaoyu's head and smashed it. In an instant, the whole place fell silent, and everyone everyone stared at Ling Tian blankly. Puff. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to be so bold. Xiao Longquan is already such a threat, but Xiao Yu is from the Xiao family, one of the 5 super families in Long Country. What? But Ling Tian didn't hesitate at all and just stomped on Xiao Yu's head to pieces. This made everyone feel confused for a while. Even Xiao Longquan was stunned. This seemed to be the first time in more than 10 years that someone dared to ignore him like this. This is a complete provocation to myself and my own dignity. Ling Tian, you're looking for death. Accompanied by a roar, the sound waves vibrated and turned into sound waves, echoing throughout the entire martial arts square. The shock was so severe that everyone was shaken and covered their ears in pain, feeling as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart. Xiao Longquan glared at Ling Tian with murderous intent, but Ling Tian was not afraid at all. The divine thunder of annihilation? Let me experience it. As soon as Ling Tian finished speaking, he took a step forward, shifted through space, and appeared directly in the sky dozens of meters away from Xiao Longquan, standing in the void. At this time, Feng Ningchang's face was full of excitement, and there was disdain in her eyes when she looked at Ling Tian. You bastard, just wait for death. I've already told you that Xiao Longquan has reached the true martial realm. He will definitely kill you. Feng Ningchang roared excitedly. She had already liked Ling Tian for a long time, and those students from Kyoto University began to worry about Ling Tian. They all thought that Ling Tian did a good job in killing Xiao Yu. Don't look at Ling Tian easily crushing those students on the ring, because Ling Tian only made them lose their fighting ability. It did not take their lives, nor did it harm their foundations. At most, they will need a few days of recuperation to recover to their peak condition. However, in order to launch a surprise attack on Ling Tian, Xiao Yu caused the deaths of more than 100 innocent students. So everyone thought that it was a good thing that Ling Tian killed Xiao Yu, but now he has to face Xiao Longquan. Everyone started to worry about Ling Tian again. Ling Tian looked at Xiao Longquan in the void, the two facing each other from a distance. Xiao Longquan looked at Ling Tian. Boy, you are very arrogant, but unfortunately, I have reached the Jinwu realm. Today, I will kill you. Ling Tian sneered disdainfully. True martial realm, so powerful? Me too. Boom. In that instant, Ling Tian's cultivation aura burst out, instantly entwining and surging, wrapping around his entire body. The terrifying airwave, like a tsunami, instantly submerged the entire martial arts square. Ling Tian's powerful cultivation aura caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Sensing Ling Tian's aura of cultivation, everyone present was stunned. The third level of Jinwu realm. What the hell is this? Principal Zheng Fan was completely confused and felt it was incredible. You know, more than a month ago, Ling Tian just arrived at Kyoto University. Ling Tian was still only an 8th level innate grandmaster, but now, in just a short time, Ling Tian had broken through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Everyone was completely stunned. They obviously didn't expect Ling Tian's cultivation to be so powerful. Even Xiao Longquan's eyes showed shock, and a hint of jealousy flashed across his face. It was the first time that Xiao Longquan saw someone whose talent surpassed his own in cultivation. You know, even when Xiao Longquan was a freshman at Kyoto University, he was only at the 9th level of the Xian level. It was not until I was 22 years old, in my senior year, that I reached the realm of the king of martial arts in the true martial realm. The reason why Xiao Longquan was able to enter the Jinwu realm and become a powerful martial king this time was because he got a huge opportunity in the secret realm. This led to a crazy surge in his cultivation level, which led to his current level of cultivation at the 5th level of the Jinwu realm. But Ling Tian is only 18 years old now, 4 years younger than himself, yet his cultivation level is already close to his own. This was something Xiao Longquan had never expected. Xiao Longquan had already made up his mind to kill Ling Tian no matter what. Because Ling Tian was too awesome, his strength had already exceeded Xiao Longquan's imagination, and Xiao Longquan would not allow Kyoto University to have such an awesome person. After thinking about this, Xiao Longquan immediately raised his aura to the extreme. Boom! The powerful momentum was like a 1,000-year-old torrent, sweeping across the heaven and earth, and even the sky above the shaking martial arts square was distorted. Ling Tian was not willing to be outdone, and at the same time raised his aura to its strongest state. Boom! Everyone saw clearly that the aura of Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan seemed to have turned into two huge rivers. With earth-shaking movement, he directly rushed towards the opponent's aura. Crack, crack, crack! In just a blink of an eye, the powerful auras of the two people collided with each other. The collision of the auras directly stirred up endless electric sparks, which continued to intertwine and flow in the void. For a moment, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan's aura collided, and they entered a state of equal strength. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They obviously didn't expect Ling Tian to be able to fight against Xiao Longquan on equal terms. Speaking of cultivation, Ling Tian is now at the 3rd level of the Jinwu realm, while Xiao Longquan is at the 5th level of the Jinwu realm. In terms of cultivation level, Xiao Longquan is 2 levels higher than Ling Tian. But now, with the collision of the two people's momentum, Ling Tian was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone present had anticipation in their eyes. One of these two people was once the top genius of Kyoto University. The other one is currently the #1 genius in Kyoto University. body. With two numbers 1, who is the strongest one? Xiao Longquan looked at Ling Tian, his eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Ling Tian, I heard that you have already condensed your realm of mind. Let's see which one is more powerful, yours or mine. Boom! In an instant, a black aura spread out around Xiao Longquan. Thunderclap! Thunder exploded in the void, and when the black aura spread to the entire arena, it instantly condensed into a realm of artistic conception. And that realm of artistic conception is exactly Xiao Longquan's realm of annihilation. Ling Tian did not hesitate at all. When he felt the powerful pressure from Xiao Longquan's domain, he released his own domain at the same time. Ling Tian also released his own realm of artistic conception, the realm of chaotic infinite divine fire, which exploded, instantly generating a powerful momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Two terrifying areas, one black and one red, collided with each other. Boom! The huge explosion caused by the collision of two huge areas turned into aftermath and rushed out. Bang 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 on the arena. The formation barrier was constantly impacted by the powerful airwaves, making a series of muffled sounds. The territories of both sides were constantly twisting and colliding, and the powerful aftermath affected Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan at the same time. The two people's clothes fluttered wildly and their hair swayed wantonly. For a moment, no one gave in and the situation remained in a stalemate. Electricity continued to surge around Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan, and Ling Tian slowly descended from the void. However, Ling Tian's eyes revealed excitement. You know, ever since Ling Tian traveled back in time, he has always been able to easily kill opponents of the same grade in seconds. But now it's different. Ling Tian has finally met someone whose fighting ability is not much different from his own. Ling Tian felt that today he could finally fight to his heart's content. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan landed on the stage. Then, the collision of the artistic conception realms seemed to have reached its limit, instantly merging and overlapping without interfering with each other. Because Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan's domains are of the same level, when the domain cannot be shattered, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan chose to let their own domains coexist with each other's. What Xiao Longquan didn't know was that within Ling Tian's Wuji divine fire realm, there was actually another realm, and that was the space realm. At this moment, Xiao Longquan's aura locked onto Ling Tian, and then he bent his legs. Boom! The moment his feet exerted force, he stepped on the ground and it caved in, creating a huge pit. Ling Tian did the same, and his whole body turned into a human cannonball like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He rushed directly towards Xiao Longquan, and the two men came into contact with each other in a flash. The true energy in their bodies collided with each other, producing a huge sound of air explosion. As the sound of air explosion rang out, two people stretched out their hands at the same time and grabbed each other's palms. Xiao Longquan roared, took the lead in exerting force, and directly pushed Ling Tian's body. Thump thump. Ling Tian took 2 steps back in succession. Each step back was like a heavy hammer, hitting the ring heavily. Rumble. It seemed as if the entire arena and the entire martial arts square began to shake, causing everyone's minds to be shaken. Even with the protection of the formation barrier, those Kyoto University students on the martial arts square, they could still feel the huge shock, and their bodies were shaking slightly due to the impact. But just when Ling Tian took 2 steps back, he suddenly stopped retreating and at the same time, exerted force with his feet. The force was directly transmitted to Ling Tian's waist, and at the same time, the force was increased from the waist for the second time. It directly acted on his arms. Suddenly, the muscles on Ling Tian's arms bulged and terrifying power burst out. Finally, it was passed on to Xiao Longquan. You know, Ling Tian has already cultivated into a divine body that can fly in the sky. Both the strength and power of the body are far beyond that of the strong people of the same level. And Xiao Longquan obviously wanted to compete with him in strength, even though Xiao Longquan's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Ling Tian's. But if it comes to a comparison of strength, Ling Tian will definitely not lose to Xiao Longquan. What? At the moment when Ling Tian exerted his strength, Xiao Longquan immediately felt a huge force like a tidal wave directly acting on his body. Xiao Longquan didn't expect Ling Tian's strength to suddenly increase. Caught off guard, he was pushed by Ling Tian and his body kept retreating. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Longquan's body kept retreating, stepping on the ground step by step. Large pits with a diameter of more than 1 meter kept appearing on the ground. Xiao Longquan retreated backwards and was about to hit the barrier of the formation on the arena. Xiao Longquan roared, and at the same time, he suddenly raised his right leg and used his knee to hit Ling Tian hard. Ling Tian's reaction was extremely quick. He raised his right leg and used his knee to collide with it. Bang! The knees, entwined with true energy, collided with each other, producing a sound that shattered the sonic barrier. Bang bang bang. In just 2 breaths, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan's knees collided with each other more than a dozen times. At that moment, Xiao Longquan roared, "Die!" At this moment, a black arc of lightning suddenly appeared above Xiao Longquan's head, and the arc of lightning seemed to turn into a sharp sword. It slashed down from above Ling Tian's head, carrying with it a domineering aura of destruction, and tiny cracks appeared on the surrounding space barriers. Ling Tian quickly unleashed his innate supernatural power, the Chaos Infinite Divine Fire, which erupted in an instant, and then a huge flaming shield appeared above Ling Tian's head. Boom! The lightning arc struck the flame shield, creating a terrifying aftermath that annihilated the surrounding space. A spider web-like space crack with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the space above the arena. What? Principal Zheng Fan looked at this scene in shock. He obviously did not expect that the strength of the two people had reached such a level. I'm afraid that even an ordinary Zhenwu realm 3rd or 4th level strong man cannot display such combat power. Xiao Longquan, as an unparalleled genius, can kill enemies by leaping across a major realm, and Ling Tian is even more extraordinary. It seems that his combat power is not as simple as leaping across a major realm. At this moment, cracks appeared on both the lightning arc sword and the flame shield condensed by Ling Tian. Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan grabbed each other's hands and continued to exert force, while infusing their special powers into the flaming shield and lightning arc sword. Finally, both the flame shield and the lightning arc sword had reached their limits, and the cracks were already densely packed. Accompanied by a huge explosion sound that echoed above the ring, a huge space vortex appeared in the vibrating space. Click, click, click. Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan also separated at the same time, and retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. Bang bang bang, the two men kept retreating. When they stabilized their bodies, almost at the same time, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan took out their weapons tacitly. With a flash of light in his hand, Ling Tian held a soul-devouring sword, while Xiao Longquan held a deep blue sword. Rumble. Xiao Longquan looked at Ling Tian coldly. SS-level divine sword, 7-star dragon spring. Ling Tian said calmly, S-level battle sword, soul-devouring. Reporting the name of one's weapon is a sign of respect for one's opponent. Obviously, both Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan regarded the other as their opponent. Everyone was surprised. You know, when Xiao Longquan was at Kyoto University, he always acted arrogantly and looked down on the students of Kyoto University. But now, Xiao Longquan has obviously recognized Ling Tian's strength, and regarded him as his real opponent. Almost at the same time, the sounds of swords and knives rang out, and the sound directly penetrated the barrier of the formation. There was pain in everyone's eyes, and they felt as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart by the sounds of knives and swords. Ling Tian held the stone forest sword in his hand, took a bow step, and slashed with the sword. Xiao Longquan refused to be outdone and drew his sword to strike. Zheng. The sword energy was rampant, the knife energy was roaring, and it tore tiny holes. The knife energy and the sword energy grew longer against the wind, and in the blink of an eye they were hundreds of meters long. In just a moment, they collided with each other. Suddenly, the sword energy shattered and the airwaves surged. A surge of sword intent burst out, and at this moment Xiao Longquan seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god. With earth-shaking and overwhelming sword intent, he rushed towards Ling Tian. That is the divine sword intent. It's the divine level minor sword intent. Principal Zheng Fan's eyes showed shock, feeling incredible. Before, almost everyone thought that Yi Chen was the most powerful kendo master among the students of Kyoto University, because Yi Chen already had the sword intent of the heavenly sword. But now it seems that everyone realized that they were wrong, because Xiao Longquan's sword intent is even more powerful than Yi Chen's, and has reached the level of minor success in the divine level. Xiao Longquan came to kill, and the sword god was entangled with the divine thunder of annihilation. He swung the sword, and the attack was extremely swift, like thunder and lightning. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian was not willing to be outdone, and his sword intent burst out. Ling Tian directly released the sword intent of divine level perfection. The sword energy and the knife intent were so perfect that they were like a tsunami, with such mighty power that they wrapped around the soul-devouring saber, and the sound of the sword kept echoing. A knife was swung out and collided with the sword. Clang metals collided, knife and sword intentions flew all over the sky, splitting the void. The infinite chaotic divine fire on Ling Tian's blade and Xiao Longquan's annihilation divine thunder continued to scatter. There was a huge explosion. In just a few breaths, the ground of the arena was already riddled with holes, looking like a complete mess. The moment the swords collided, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan quickly distanced themselves and attacked each other again. In an instant, knife shadows filled the sky and sword shadows intertwined. The attacks of the two people were like a storm, extremely fierce. The attacks continued to hit the opponent, and the powerful aftermath caused the vibrating space to continue to distort. Principal Zheng Fan was extremely shocked. It was obvious that Ling Tian's cultivation level was 2 levels lower than Xiao Longquan's. However, Ling Tian successfully made up for the level gap by relying on his advantage in swordsmanship. Even though he was evenly matched with Xiao Longquan, Ling Tian was still extremely relaxed. He kept moving, waving his soul-devouring sword, and fought against Xiao Longquan. At this moment, a black divine thunder of annihilation descended from the void and then split into hundreds of thunders. He rushed towards Ling Tian quickly. Ling Tian dodged quickly and at the same time, activated his own chaos infinite divine fire. It transformed into a gigantic fire demon god and then wrapped itself around Ling Tian. Hundreds of thunderbolts bombarded the fire demon, but all of them were neutralized by the fire demon. However, many cracks also appeared on the body of the the fire demon, which clearly showed that he had consumed a lot of energy. However, in just that instant, Xiaolongquan jumped high and appeared 100 meters in the air in the blink of an eye. He raised his true energy to the limit, then the sword intent entangled him and the annihilation dragon erupted. Dragon fall. Xiaolongquan uttered 2 words, and in an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the void. With a sword strike, a terrifying thunderbolt turned into a sword energy that was 100 meters long. The entangled divine thunder of annihilation was like a black thunder dragon. It transformed into a huge sword waterfall, falling towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian did not hesitate at all, and the chaos infinite divine fire exploded to its limit. Together with the sword intent, it was entangled on the soul-devouring battle sword. Flames break the sky. Ling Tian drew his sword and slashed it, and suddenly a flaming sword energy crossed the void, forming a huge cross of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the huge sword energy in the void. Rumble! A huge explosion sounded in everyone's ears. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the void, and the terrifying aftermath even caused tiny cracks to appear on the barrier of the arena formation. But the tiny crack was repaired in an instant. The terrifying aftermath hit Ling Tian and Xiaolongquan at the same time, causing the blood in the bodies of the 2 people to churn. There was a streak of blood on the corner of Xiaolongquan's mouth. His expression showed pain, and he was frantically circulating his true energy to suppress the blood in his body. However, in that instant, Ling Tian took a step forward and moved through space. He appeared directly above Xiaolongquan's head and slashed him down with a knife. It easily tore through the sound barrier, and the sound of the explosion echoed. The speed of that attack carried the power of a dimensional slash. Ignoring the distance between spaces, Xiaolongquan had no time to dodge. In a hurry, Xiaolongquan held a sword across his head, and the Ling Tian soul-devouring blade fell. Clang! Sparks flew, and in an instant, Xiaolongquan felt a tremendous force acting on his body. Xiaolongquan was completely unable to control his body and was oppressed by Ling Tian and cut down by a sword. Rumble! Xiaolongquan's body was crushed by Ling Tian and sank to the ground, and his clothes were torn into pieces. The ring also broke into more than a dozen pieces and was almost collapsing. The people at Kyoto University were completely stunned after seeing this scene. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to suppress Xiaolongquan. Feng Ningchang screamed loudly. It was obvious that Ling Tian's cultivation was 2 levels lower than Xiaolongquan's, but now, Ling Tian actually suppressed Xiaolongquan. What? Did Xiaolongquan fail? Everyone was completely confused. This was obviously not what they expected. The number 1 student at Kyoto University actually lost to a freshman who had just arrived at Kyoto University. That's impossible. Accompanied by a roar, sound waves vibrated, air waves burst out, and gravel rolled on the impacted arena. I saw Xiaolongquan soaring into the sky, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, and he rushed directly into the void 100 meters away. You bastard, you deserve to die. Xiaolongquan's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He was surprised by Ling Tian's strength. Ling Tian, in the realm of artistic conception, can be said to be on par with himself, and in terms of physical body, he is stronger than himself. Now, his understanding of the true meaning of weapons has surpassed himself. As for their talents and abilities, they are all at the SSS level, just like himself. This made Xiaolongquan feel very unhappy. This was the first time since he was born that he felt suppressed everywhere. Ling Tian, I have to admit that you are very powerful, but do you think that is all my strength? As soon as Xiaolongquan finished speaking, he instantly circulated his true energy and then condensed it on his palm. Puff! In an instant, the 5 fingers landed on the Dantian area and began to spin. It's like turning on a switch. Suddenly, in the void, wind and clouds surged, thunder echoed, and endless electric currents intertwined. The sky was covered with dark clouds, which enveloped almost half of Kyoto University, as if they would fall from the void at any time. Everyone saw that a black ball of thunder appeared in the dark clouds, and the outer edge of the ball was glowing with colorful light. The oppressive aura penetrated the barrier of the arena formation, making everyone present feel tremendous pressure. Rumble! It makes them feel as if they are being overwhelmed by the torrent and are about to suffocate. In an instant, the thunderball turned into a huge thunder as thick as a bucket and landed on Xiaolongquan. Xiaolongquan said coldly, Thunder Dragon Transformation. Thunder descended and wrapped around Xiaolongquan's whole body. Layers of scales appeared on Xiaolongquan's body and turned into armor. A dragon horn grew on his forehead and his aura continued to rise. Crackling, the aura on his body has increased by nearly 10 times. Xuanning was also surprised at this moment. It's actually the Dragon Clan's strongest SS martial arts skill, Thunder Dragon Transformation. Han Yu and the others were all curious. They looked at Xuanning and asked, Miss Xuanning, do you know this martial arts skill? Yes, this is the Dragon Group's strongest SS level martial arts skill, a super powerful skill close to the SSS level. Once activated, you can gain the power of the ancient Thunder Dragon, and your combat power will increase tenfold. Your defense and speed will be greatly improved. Everyone's face was filled with shock. They didn't expect that Xiaolongquan also mastered the most top-level SS level magical powers. Principal Zheng Fan looked at Xiaolongquan Longquan with deep fear in his eyes, and began to worry about Ling Tian. If we say that Xiao Longquan's combat power just now is comparable to that of an ordinary martial emperor at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, then Xiao Longquan's current combat power is enough to rival that of an ordinary martial emperor at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. This, compared to what was said just now, the combat effectiveness has been increased by 2 small levels. Oh, Ling Tian's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect that Xiao Longquan also had powerful attainments in martial arts and magical powers. You know, the more advanced the martial arts skills are, the more difficult it is to master them. Xiao Longquan is only about 22 years old this year, but his cultivation has already reached the 5th level of Jinwu realm. Whether it is the true meaning or the comprehension of the realm of artistic conception, his understanding has far exceeded that of warriors of the same age. It can be said that as a warrior, Xiao Longquan is already very comprehensive. He even mastered the top SS level Thunder Dragon transformation in martial arts. It has to be said that if Xiao Longquan had not met Ling Tian, he would have been almost invincible among the young people of his generation. However, this did not make Ling Tian feel any pressure, but instead aroused Ling Tian's desire to fight. In that instant, Ling Tian's fighting spirit burst out, and a powerful airwave spread from Ling Tian's body, as if it had turned into an invisible airwave. It directly submerged Xiao Longquan, but Xiao Longquan was not afraid at all, and exuded strong confidence. He bent his body slightly, then exerted force with his feet and stepped on the void. Boom! With a loud muffled sound, the space seemed to have caved in as if it had been directly stepped on by Xiao Longquan. Immediately, cracks appeared on the space barrier, and Xiao Longquan's entire body shot out like a meteor. Boom boom boom! As the sound of the sound barrier shattering continued to echo in everyone's ears, Xiao Longquan's body directly broke through Ling Tian's powerful momentum. His figure left dozens of afterimages in the void, just like a bolt of lightning. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that even Ling Tian could hardly keep up with the opponent. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Longquan arrived in front of Ling Tian and punched him. Boom! Ling Tian quickly held his soul-devouring blade across his chest to block the punch, but a hint of surprise flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. Ling Tian felt a force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms erupting from Xiao Longquan's fist. It affected him, causing his entire body to become paralyzed. Ling Tian stepped back, but Xiao Longquan did not give Ling Tian any chance. His 7-star dragon spring appeared in his hand and swept across directly. Puff! With one sword, Ling Tian's chest was easily cut open, and blood spurted out. At this moment, a long dragon tail suddenly grew out from behind Xiao Longquan. The dragon's tail, with the momentum to sweep away thousands of troops, lashed Ling Tian fiercely. Swoosh! Ling Tian had no time to defend himself and his whole body flew backwards. Rumble then, it slammed heavily onto the arena formation barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone clearly saw that the barrier of the arena's formation caved in, and then cracks appeared. Ling Tian felt as if his body was about to fall apart, and his blood surged in his body. Wow! He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Tian, Han Shen, Chen Yu, and others shouted worriedly. However, Ling Tian was full of excitement and did not feel the slightest bit of fear because he was defeated. Ling Tian, die! Xiao Longquan shouted angrily. Xiao Longquan exerted force with his feet, crushing the earth and turning into a meteor again. With violent thunder surrounding his body, he rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian, be careful! The people below the ring shouted worriedly. At this time, Xiao Longquan had already arrived in front of Ling Tian and swept his sword across Ling Tian's chest. Thunder exploded, and black lightning wrapped around the 7-star dragon spring, shattering the space. Just as it was about to hit Ling Tian, a gleam of light flashed in Ling Tian's eyes and his pupil power burst out. Hot, a terrifying, domineering aura of destruction instantly burst out from Ling Tian's eyes. The entire arena seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness in an instant. Whoosh! Immediately, the endless darkness quickly gathered around Ling Tian. It immediately condensed into a statue of the god of death that was nearly 100 meters tall. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Longquan's fist slammed heavily into Ling Tian's death god's Dharma image. The fist exploded, and the terrifying aftermath, like a raging storm, rushed out in all directions. Buzz 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 waves appeared on the barrier of the impacting formation. The absolute defense of the death god's Dharma image helped Ling Tian to perfectly resist Xiao Longquan's punch. Oh! Xiao Longquan felt a threatening aura and retreated quickly. Swish! As expected, the death god swept across with a sword, but Xiao Longquan quickly dodged it. With one sword, the god of death easily tore the space apart, and a spacetime crack dozens of meters long appeared above the space. The people below the ring were completely stunned after seeing this scene. This is hard for everyone to accept. This is just a fight between two college students. Under normal circumstances, the best warriors at the king of martial arts level can distort space and create tiny cracks. A strong person at the level of martial emperor can shatter space. Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan are both college students in their 20s, and their fight can actually break the space with ease. How can we not be surprised and shocked by this? Ling Tian smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Longquan. I also have martial arts skills and supernatural powers. powers. Damn it! Xiao Longquan was so angry that he almost went crazy and shouted loudly. The thunder elements between heaven and earth gathered madly on Xiao Longquan's body. In an instant, endless thunder condensed, and a 100-meter-long thunder dragon phantom condensed around Xiao Longquan. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The sound waves penetrated the barrier of the formation, causing everyone's ears to buzz and faces to show pain. Everyone covered their ears. Ling Tian. Xiao Longquan roared loudly, bent his legs and used all his strength to step inside. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Xiao Longquan and the giant shadow of a thunder dragon rushed towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian did not hesitate at all, activating his death god Dharma image and stretching his arms out. A knife chopped out, and the knife was like an arrow shot from a bow, passing through the void in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it collided heavily with Xiao Longquan's thunder dragon. Boom! 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 Two huge figures fought fiercely on the ring, causing loud explosions again and again. The barrier of the formation was hit by the aftermath and made crackling sounds, leaving cracks on the barrier. After Ling Tian used the death god's Dharma image, he once again made up the gap between him and Xiao Longquan. Ling Tian's form of the god of death appeared, and the destructive pupil power turned into destructive black flames, attached to the sword. At the same time, the flames of the chaos infinite divine fire also wrapped around the sword. The superposition of dual SSS level talents further increased Ling Tian's combat power. Boom! 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 In just less than 3 breaths, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan collided with each other more than a dozen times. Finally, the aftermath spread, and Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan stopped at the same time. Ling Tian was as solid as a rock, standing still without moving an inch. Xiao Longquan retreated dozens of meters. There were actually some cracks on the shadow of the thunder dragon on his body, which obviously showed that he had consumed a lot of energy in the fight with Ling Tian just now. Damn it! Xiao Longquan roared loudly in anger. He simply couldn't accept that he was suppressed by Ling Tian again. Especially Xiao Longquan now, almost half of his true energy has been consumed. As for Ling Tian, his aura was at least 90% of its peak state. This also means that the capacity of the true energy in Ling Tian's Dantian Qi Si is much larger than his own. If he compared his consumption with Ling Tian, it was obvious that he could not outlast Ling Tian, so he had to fight quickly and decisively. Ling Tian, you forced me to do this, Xiao Longquan shouted loudly, and suddenly, the body of the huge thunder dragon quickly circled up. He raised his huge dragon head and opened his bloody mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, the thunder spiritual energy and thunder elements within a radius of dozens of miles gathered together madly. It gathered directly above Xiao Longquan's head to form a huge vortex, and then condensed into the mouth of the huge thunder dragon. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, controlling his own death image, while simultaneously condensing the destructive pupil power and the chaos infinite divine fire. With a swipe of the knife, a wave of energy surged out like a tide, carrying with it the momentum to sweep across all directions. Xiao Longquan directly unleashed the dragon's breath, destroying the world with the thunder of destruction. Xiao Longquan unleashed his martial arts skills, and suddenly, the light of thunder flooded the entire martial arts square. And Ling Tian's sword was also slashed out at this moment. The Death Dharma image, the undead slash, the dragon's breath and the cross-sword energy of the death god's Dharma image tore through the space. The aura spread, and cracks continued to appear on the vibrating formation barrier. Wherever the two energies went, space was annihilated inch by inch. In an instant, the atmosphere became intense. Suddenly, cracks began to spread in the barrier of the formation, and the attacks of both sides came to a stalemate. Swish! Along with the surging breath, the two energies continued to collide, producing endless electric currents and sparks. The aura even penetrated the barrier of the formation and swept across the entire martial arts square. The Kyoto University students on the martial arts square were shaken by the impact of a figure. Boom! Is this a fight between college students? Principal Zheng Fan was stunned. Click, click, click. Principal Zheng Fan was sure that even if he went up to fight with either Ling Tian or Xiao Longquan now, he also had no confidence that he could defeat them. Principal Zheng Fan is already in his 50s and has practiced for nearly 40 years longer than Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan. However, Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan have already reached their own level. At this moment, not only President Zhang Fan, but also the teachers from Kyoto University present were moved. They all felt that all their martial arts training over the years had been wasted. Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan's attacks were in a stalemate, sparking electric sparks of martial arts. Electric currents surged and intertwined, like lightning snakes twisting in space. Finally, the attacks of both sides almost reached their limit and exploded directly. Accompanied by a huge explosion, a huge mushroom cloud appeared directly above the ring. Click, click, click. A spider web-like crack with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in space. The aftermath caused Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan to retreat continuously, but Ling Tian stopped himself first. Rumble! Xiao Longquan's shadow of the thunder dragon has almost disappeared, but Ling Tian's image of the god of death is still alive. It was easy to tell which attack was stronger and which was weaker at a glance. Damn it! Xiao Longquan's eyes were filled with bloodshot from anger. His
his expression became ferocious, and he shouted loudly. I was suppressed in my natural talents and abilities, my martial arts skills, and the true meaning of my weapons. It can be said that he was suppressed by Ling Tian everywhere, which dealt an extremely severe blow to Xiao Longquan's proud self-esteem. Damn it, Xiao Longquan roared. The shadow of the Thunder Dragon also quickly dissipated. Everyone can see who is stronger between Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan. Now Xiao Longquan's clothes were all shattered, the shadow of the Thunder Dragon disappeared, and the transformed form of the Thunder Dragon also disappeared. On the contrary, although Ling Tian's aura has weakened a lot, it is still strong. As for Xiao Longquan, his aura at this moment was only about 30% of his peak state. Xiao Longquan looked at Ling Tian unwillingly, then roared loudly, Out Yen, lend me your power. Everyone looked confused, not knowing who Xiao Longquan was talking to. Suddenly, an extremely bright and dazzling light emanated from Xiao Longquan's body. Then, the body twisted and expanded rapidly. A shocking dragon roar echoed in the void. A powerful aura that looked down upon the heavens and the earth and dominated the world impacted the void. At this moment, Xiao Longquan's aura was surging wildly. His cultivation level immediately began to soar. The 6th level of Jinwu realm, the 7th level of Jinwu realm. In just 2 breaths, his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of Jinwu realm. However, this has not stopped yet. The 8th level of Jinwu realm, the 9th level of Jinwu realm. Xiao Longquan's cultivation level soared to the 9th level of the Jinwu realm before it stopped. Everyone in the audience was stunned and looked at Xiao Longquan with wide eyes. At this time, Xiao Longquan actually transformed into a real ancient thunder dragon. After seeing this scene, Ling Tian remained calm, as if he had already expected something like this to happen. Suddenly, Xiao Longquan, who was also the ancient thunder dragon, took a deep breath. The powerful aura directly shook the arena's formation barrier, causing it to continuously shatter. There was even a hint of the powerful aura of the law of thunder on his body. Although Xiao Longquan's cultivation at this time was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm, his aura was already comparable to that of a half-step martial saint. His strength was enough to destroy the formation and barrier of the arena. At this moment, a man stepped on the void outside the ring and flew over. That person was none other than the president of Kyoto University, Tianming. Principal Tianming shouted, That's enough. Stop it, everyone. The fight ends here. The power displayed by Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan was too strong in the eyes of Principal Tianming. Both Xiao Longquan and Ling Tian are valuable resources and talents of Dragon Country. He doesn't want to see anyone lose anything. But now Xiao Longquan has fallen into a state of madness and can't listen at all. Is this the true form of the ancient thunder dragon within you? Ling Tian, however, looked calm and asked Xiao Longquan. After hearing Ling Tian's words, the originally furious Xiao Longquan was stunned, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. How do you know? Ling Tian sneered. I also know that you entered the hidden level of the secret realm and reached a contract with the ancient thunder dragon. The reason why you were able to quickly break through to the 5th level of the Jinwu realm is because you obtained the essence and blood of the true dragon. You want to help the ancient thunder dragon revive, and the ancient thunder dragon will give you powerful strength, right? What? Everyone was shocked after hearing Ling Tian's words. You know, the ancient thunder dragon is a ferocious beast from another world, an 8th level holy beast. Unlike Xuening is a native monster of Blue Star, while the ancient thunder dragon comes from another world. The ferocious beasts from other worlds have always been invaders of Blue Star. Xiao Longquan actually reached a contract with the ancient thunder dragon. A hint of panic flashed across Xiao Longquan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, a terrifying murderous intent erupted, and he looked at Ling Tian. I don't know what you are talking about, but I will kill you today. Along with Xiao Longquan's roar, all the thunder elements and thunder spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles gathered madly on Xiao Longquan's body. Stop! Principal Tianming shouted angrily, but Xiao Longquan showed no sign of stopping. Ling Tian looked at Xiao Longquan with disdain on his face. He knew that Xiao Longquan at this moment was no longer Xiao Longquan at all. He completely handed his body over to the control of the dragon soul of the ancient thunder dragon. What was in front of him at this moment was actually the ancient thunder dragon. Ling Tian looked at the ancient thunder dragon with disdain. Ancient little dragon, if I were in your peak state, I would definitely run away when I saw you. But you're in a state where you're barely alive. Do you really think I can't kill you? Ling Tian's eyes burst with power. His left eye was like a colorful vortex, and his right eye was wrapped in destructive black flames. The ancient thunder dragon's eyes revealed a look of disdain. You shameless ant, you are courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of thunders descended from the void, gathered together, and then turned into a beam of thunder that was hundreds of meters long. The lightning beam tore the space apart, and the space continued to shatter and collapse, and the chaotic space and time emerged behind the spatial barrier. The formation barrier of the arena collapsed at this moment, and the terrifying aftermath impacted the entire martial arts square. Not good. Principal Tianming, Principal Zheng Fan, and Han Yu immediately burst out with strength, forming a defensive barrier to protect the students at the scene. However, if they protected the students, there
would be no way to stop Xiao Longquan, and Ling Tian would be in danger. They have already sensed Xiao Longquan's aura. After transforming into a true dragon, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step martial saint. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for the energy spreading from his body alone to cause the barrier of the formation on the arena to collapse. It was this Xuanning who rushed out, but Ling Tian glanced at Xuanning. "Don't come over here." After hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone wondered if Ling Tian was crazy. Although Ling Tian's combat power has reached the martial emperor realm, Xiao Longquan is now at the level of a half-step martial saint. Ling Tian didn't know how to resist, but after hearing Ling Tian's words, Xuanning obediently stopped. Boom! A beam of lightning came towards Ling Tian. It was about to drown Ling Tian and shatter him into pieces. But Ling Tian saw that there was a bloody killing line on the body of the ancient true dragon. Ling Tian's eyes revealed a killing intent. Under normal circumstances, Ling Tian would not be a match for even a peak martial emperor. But at this moment, Ling Tian was facing the soul of the ancient thunder dragon whose strength was only 1/10 of what it was before. This allowed Ling Tian's death god form to see the killing line through his eyes of destruction. As long as he sees the killing line, Ling Tian can kill you no matter you are a half-step martial saint or a 9th level martial saint. Die! The ancient thunder dragon and Xiao Longquan almost roared and locked onto Ling Tian. Ling Tian controlled the death god's Dharma image and manipulated the soul-devouring blade. Kill, accompanied by a light shout. The sound of a sword echoed in everyone's ears, and a sword energy turned into a long blood-red line, slashing towards the thunder beam. Swish! In just a moment, time and space seemed to stand still. The sky seemed to be split into two by Ling Tian. A thin line crossed the lightning beam, and the lightning beam shattered in an instant. The attack continued with undiminished momentum and its speed increased to the extreme. Suddenly, the ancient thunder dragon felt the breath of death approaching. I wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The crisp sound of a knife cutting through flesh echoed all around. Blood fell like raindrops, and a huge dragon head was thrown high up from the void, and then fell straight down. The entire place fell into silence. The attack that had the power of a half-step martial saint was easily defeated by Ling Tian. Moreover, the head of the ancient thunder dragon's real body was shattered. How can anyone believe that this is true? The huge dragon head fell, opened its eyes wide, and stared at Ling Tian with an incredible look. "What? The death god of the undead clan is beheading you. Why do you have such a cheat?" The dragon head gradually vanished into nothingness and slowly dissipated, looking at Ling Tian in shock. At this time, the dragon soul of the ancient thunder dragon was extremely regretful. If he had known that Ling Tian knew such martial arts skills, he would not have dared to confront Ling Tian at all. Fuck, that's a pretty accurate description. Ling Tian smiled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian raised his hand, and the chaotic infinite divine fire erupted, turning into a huge ball of flame that instantly enveloped the dragon head. The dragon head didn't even have time to scream before it dissipated in an instant and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Death slash? What kind of martial arts skill is this? Everyone in the audience was stunned. They just felt that Ling Tian's attack was powerful enough to crush the ancient thunder dragon's true body. Is this really the energy that can be unleashed by a mere warrior at the 3rd level of the true martial realm? Xuanning is knowledgeable and experienced. She has dealt with the existence of other worlds thousands of years ago, so she naturally understands. He explained directly, the death god's Dharma image is the strongest martial arts skill of the undead clan in another world, and the death god slash just now is a magical power that can see the slash line. Let me put it this way, as long as the death god Dharma image is cultivated to the state of great perfection, it doesn't matter whether you are a 9th level martial saint or a 9th level martial emperor. As long as your condition is less than 40% of your peak, you will be on the killing line, and if you see the killing line, you will be killed in one blow. What? Everyone was shocked after hearing Xuanning's explanation. This is so powerful. This is the real supernatural power of killing enemies above your level. At this time, Xiao Longquan, with disheveled hair, fell from the void and hit the ground heavily, pointing at Ling Tian and yelling, You are cheating, you can't afford it." Xiao Longquan's face was full of panic. Ling Tian sneered and looked at Xiao Longquan as if he was a clown. "Cheating? Aren't you the same? You have a real dragon soul hidden in your body. You can use the power of the real dragon at critical moments and possess the combat power of a semi-saint level. Isn't this a cheat? But my cheat is more awesome than yours." After hearing Ling Tian's words, Xiao Longquan was speechless and unable to refute. At this time, Ling Tian looked at Xiao Longquan with murderous intent in his eyes. Ling Tian knew very well that in his previous life, Xiao Longquan betrayed humanity because of the influence of the ancient thunder dragon soul in his body. Although the ancient thunder dragon soul in Xiao Longquan's body has been killed by Ling Tian in this life, it cannot be ruled out that Xiao Longquan will betray mankind again. Xiao Longquan is a person who can sell everything, even his own soul, in order to become stronger. Ling Tian naturally wouldn't let him live. Ling Tian used spatial teleportation towards Xiao Longquan without any hesitation. In that instant, Ling Tian appeared in front of Xiao Longquan. Xiao Longquan immediately felt the murderous intent emanating from Ling Tian. He knew very well that Ling Tian had just killed Xiao Yu, so he might kill himself now. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely hot wave of blood burst out from Xiao Longquan's body. It was as if blood was burning on Xiao Longquan's body. When he moved, he seemed to have turned into a blood-colored shadow. Blood Shadow Escape. This is Xiao Longquan's escape trump card, a skill he will only use when he is truly desperate. He can escape by burning his own blood and essence, and can burst out at speeds dozens of times faster than normal. However, there are huge side effects after using Blood Shadow Escape. After using the Blood Shadow Escape, Xiao Longquan will be in a weak state for a month. In such a weak state, even a person who is one level weaker than him may have a chance to kill him. However, how could Ling Tian give him this chance to escape? Space confinement. Ling Tian raised his arm, then stretched out his right hand, with all 5 fingers together, as if grabbing into space. Suddenly, a gray-white force of time and space spread in the void in an instant. A huge shackle was formed in an instant, directly locking the space. In this area confined by Ling Tian's space, everything seems to have lost the ability to move. Originally, Xiao Longquan was about to shoot out, but at this moment, Xiao Longquan completely lost the ability to move and stopped in the void, unable to move at all. Space confinement. How could Ling Tian be space confined? At this moment, Principal Tian Ming asked in shock, staring at Hanyu. Hanyu smiled slightly, looked at Principal Tian Ming and explained, Ling Tian has awakened his spatial ability and cultivated my divine body that can control the sky. What's so strange about using spatial confinement? Hanyu's face was calm at this moment, as if he was talking about something very normal and ordinary. Space ability talent, how is this possible? Principal Ming's heartbeat quickened that day. He couldn't believe it at all, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. You know, they already knew that Ling Tian had awakened 3 kinds of innate supernatural powers, and the 3 talents and abilities are all at SSS level, but now, Hanyu told them that Ling Tian has also awakened the space ability. How can anyone believe that a person can really go against the will of heaven to such an extent? The fact that he could awaken 4 kinds of innate abilities was completely beyond their imagination. Principal Tianming only felt his mouth dry. However, before everyone could calm down from the shock of Ling Tian's awakening of his spatial talent, Ling Tian raised his right hand again. Suddenly, the thick and surging true energy surged and instantly turned into a huge true energy palm that was 100 meters long. A huge palm of true energy appeared above Xiao Longquan's head, and then Ling Tian pressed down hard. Rumble the true energy roared, and a huge palm of true energy fell from the void. The crushed space continued to sink, and a huge dent as big as a bowl appeared directly on the space. The powerful airwave from the Jinyuan palm crushed the flesh on Xiao Longquan's face, causing it to swell wildly. In just a moment, he was crushed and fell from the void. The powerful pressure caused cracks to appear on Xiao Longquan's skin. Blood was constantly flowing out of his body. Ah! Xiao Longquan's bones creaked all over his body and he roared in pain. In the blink of an eye, he fell heavily to the ground. As the huge explosion echoed, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Xiao Longquan also fell to the ground, his face covered in dust and dirt, with blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. His whole body was twitching, and it was obvious that he had suffered very serious injuries and even lost the ability to move. Ling Tian took a step forward and moved in space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Longquan. Then, he stretched out his right foot and stepped on Xiao Longquan's face. He said calmly, Xiao Longquan, if you have any last words, I'll send you on your way. What? Everyone trembled after hearing Ling Tian's words. He felt unbelievable. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Tian to be so bold. Ling Tian actually wanted to kill Xiao Longquan. Principal Tianming quickly advised, Ling Tian, don't be impulsive. Xiao Longquan's identity is not ordinary. If you kill him, it will bring huge trouble. Ling Tian sneered, is his identity extraordinary? Today, Xiao Yu used the emperor-killing talisman, killing more than 100 students. If it weren't for Xiao Longquan's support behind the scenes, would Xiao Yu have the courage? Xiao Longquan is definitely not free from responsibility for today's tragedy. After hearing Ling Tian's words, no one could refute it. Indeed, if Xiao Longquan had not instructed Xiao Yu to deal with Ling Tian, how could such a tragedy have happened? At this moment, a roar echoed in the void. Whoosh! The terrifying sword energy pressure burst out, and in an instant, a huge sword energy hundreds of meters long appeared above Ling Tian's head. The sword energy directly tore through the space, leaving a huge hole on the space barrier. Ling Tian looked up, surprise in his eyes, and had no time to dodge. Die for me! The 3000 True Meanings Tower instantly appeared, hanging above his head and bursting out with protective light. In an instant, the terrifying sword energy slammed heavily on Ling Tian's head. Crack, crack, crack! In an instant, the defense formed by the 3000 small towers of True Meaning collapsed. The ground shattered, and a huge crack more than 2000 meters long appeared. It was as if a terrible scar appeared on the earth. The terrifying energy hit Ling Tian's body and directly tore his clothes into pieces. Puff! Ling Tian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his whole body flew backwards like a meteor. Ling Tian! Everyone saw this scene and became furious instantly. Because, the person who attacked Ling Tian just now was none other than the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor. You know, Xiao Longquan is the disciple of Tian Dao Wuwang. How could Tian Dao Wuwang watch his disciple being killed by Ling Tian? Ling Tian retreated hundreds of meters and rolled on the ground continuously. After rolling for more than 10 times, he stopped. Ling Tian was already extremely weak. You know, although Tian Dao Wuwang was a warrior of the 9th level of Tianwu realm, he possessed natural abilities, and the combat power of a strong man who has comprehended the divine sword intent is equivalent to that of an ordinary 3rd level martial saint. If it weren't for Ling Tian's physical strength being strong enough and Ling Tian's death god's Dharma image not disappearing, with the protection of the 3000 true meaning towers, the previous attack was enough to kill Ling Tian. Seeing that Ling Tian was not dead yet, Emperor Tian Dao Wuwang did not give up. Die! Emperor Tian Dao shouted angrily. However, at this moment, a figure appeared beside Ling Tian and hugged Ling Tian in his arms. That person was none other than Xuanning. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor roared, and a huge sword energy of hundreds of meters had arrived above Xuanning and Ling Tian's heads. Xuanning's face turned cold. Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, you are seeking death. Then, he casually swung his arm and hit the sword energy of the Heavenly Sword Emperor directly. Clap with a simple strike. The sword energy of Emperor Tian Daowu was directly shattered. It turned into countless fragments and dissipated into the void. Everyone was completely stunned after seeing this scene. You know, that was the full-strength attack of the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, but Xuanning easily shattered the sword energy as if it were a piece of fragile paper. Kill! In just a moment, Hanyu rushed to the top of Tian Dao Wuwang's head. You are looking for death. Hanyu clasped his fists together, as if he had turned into a sledgehammer that could shake the heaven and earth. It smashed down heavily on the head of Emperor Tian Dao Wu. Emperor Tian Dao Wuwang wanted to block it, but Hanyu directly launched the space confinement. The spatial confinement broke out, causing Emperor Tian Dao to lose his ability to move for a moment. But in that instant, Hanyu's hands smashed heavily on the head of Tian Dao Wuwang. Bang! Accompanied by a huge muffled sound, the terrifying force of hundreds of thousands of kilograms hit Tian Dao Wuwang's head, instantly deforming it. It seemed as if even his eyeballs were about to fall out of his eye sockets. His body fell directly to the ground like a meteor. Rumble Hanyu exploded his own space field. In the space field, the threads of law are constantly flowing. Hanyu seemed to have become the master of this space. Old Han has recovered. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The huge sense of oppression on Hanyu at this moment was no less than that on Principal Tianming. You all deserve to die. Hanyu's anger had already surged to his head. You know, this is the second time Ling Tian has been ambushed today. The first time, it was Xiaoyu, and this time, it was Tian Dao Wuwang, as a peak martial emperor and an old senior. He actually sneak attacked Ling Tian, and after failing to kill Ling Tian in the first sneak attack, he actually continued to attack to kill Ling Tian. How could Hanyu not be angry about this? While the Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor fell to the ground, quickly got up, and felt the blood churning in his body. He opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Obviously, no one expected that Hanyu's strength had become so powerful. It was obvious that his cultivation level was the same as Hanyu's. Both were at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm, and both had comprehended the true meaning of the minor success of the god level. But it is because Hanyu comprehended the thread of law and had SSS level spatial ability. You can easily defeat yourself. Ling Tian was seriously injured at this time. Xuanning did not hesitate at all, and her whole body was emitting a milky white light. Then, she opened her mouth slightly, and a white bead came out of Xuanning's mouth. Then, it hovered above Ling Tian's head, and Ling Tian immediately felt the endless energy in the bead continuously pouring into his body. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian felt that his injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%. The remaining injuries no longer had any impact on Ling Tian. Xuanning looked at Ling Tian tenderly. Although her tone was cold, it was full of care. Are you okay? Ling Tian smiled. I won't die. Ling Tian was hugged by Xuanning. This feeling was very wonderful, making Ling Tian feel extremely comfortable. Xuanning saw Ling Tian staring at her, a blush flashed across her face, and she quickly put Ling Tian down. At this time, Hanyu's eyes were red and he was in a state of rage. Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor, you bastard. You almost killed me, the strongest high school student in history, a master of divine level. Sword intent, a possessor of 4-element SSS supernatural talents, and entered the Martial King realm at the age of 18. Kyoto University, the strongest student in history, a national treasure level talent certified by the Dragon Nation Soul Sect, my disciple, Ling Tian. You are courting death. After hearing what Hanyu said, everyone was confused. They felt that Hanyu was showing off. Does Ling Tian actually have so many titles? But it's really amazing that an 18-year-old college student has so many titles and is so outstanding. No wonder Hanyu is so angry and upset now. Hanyu raised his right hand without any hesitation, and endless power of space surged. Hanyu's arms seemed to be drawing energy from the endless space. In an instant, a dimensional sword energy hundreds of meters long was condensed. The dimensional sword energy was still wrapped with threads of laws, and it contained the sword intent of a minor god-level success. His aura was so fierce that it seemed as if even the space could be shattered by him easily. This is Han Yu's strength. Before reaching the martial emperor realm, Han Yu, as an unparalleled genius, could cross a major realm, that is, 9 small levels, to kill his opponents. Although, facing a strong person above the martial saint, it is impossible to jump over so many levels. However, Han Yu, who has already comprehended the thread of law as a half-step martial saint, still has the strength to fight against normal martial saints of the 4th or 5th level, and even kill them. The Emperor of Heavenly Sword, who had not comprehended the thread of law, was no match for Han Yu at all. Die! Han Yu spat out a word coldly, and instantly a dimensional slash appeared, turning into a huge waterfall from the sky, falling from the void. The Heavenly Sword Martial Emperor screamed in fear. Zhixiao, Jin, why don't you save me? Accompanied by a roar, the dimensional sword energy fell, and at this moment, 2 figures appeared at the same time. The 2 men, one wearing a purple robe and the other wearing a blue robe, exuded the majesty of an emperor. It instantly descended in front of the Heavenly Tao Martial Emperor, its domain exploded, and a defensive barrier was formed at the same time. Above the defensive barrier, there are threads of laws with 2 different attributes, thunder and ice. Swish in an instant, the space dimension slash fell onto the defensive barrier of the 2 people. The defensive barrier and the space dimension slash shattered almost at the same time. Han Yu's sword was also blocked. However, the powerful force caused the 2 people who were shaken to feel their hands become numb. Obviously, he didn't expect Han Yu's power to be so terrifying. They had already joined forces, but still suffered a small loss in front of Han Yu. The 2 men burst out with murderous intent at the same time and locked onto Han Yu. The aura of a half-step martial saint turned into an invisible airwave, rushing towards Han Yu like a tsunami. At this moment, Principal Tianming shouted angrily, Zhixiao, Jin, what are you going to do? As Principal Tianming questioned him, he stepped on the air and instantly came to Han Yu's side. Then, he and Han Yu released their aura together, and immediately the 4 powerful men were wrapped in the threads of law. The aura was like a torrent that had been flowing for tens of millions of years, and in an instant, they collided with each other. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, endless sparks of electric current were stirred up in the void. The endless sparks of electric current surged, shaking the minds of the people present, and expressions of pain appeared on their faces. In just that instant, the aura continued to expand and distort. Boom, then, it collapsed and turned into endless aftermath, rushing in all directions. It didn't completely dissipate until it was thousands of meters away. The students on the martial arts square were protected by the teachers of Kyoto University and were not affected. Those 2 people were none other than the leaders of 2 of the 5 super families in Dragon Country, the Shao family and the Qian family. The strongest martial emperor of the Shao family is the Jin martial emperor, Xiao Minghan, and the Zhixiao martial emperor of the Qian family is Qian Tianyu. The cultivation base of these 4 people is at the 9th level of martial emperor, and they have all comprehended the thread of law, reaching the level of half-step martial saint. Unexpectedly, the 4 powerful warriors of the half-step martial saint realm of the Dragon Kingdom would gather together because of the battle between the 2 juniors Ling Tian and Xiao Longquan. The 4 people were on the verge of a fight, with swords drawn and murderous intent filling the air. The reason why Zhixiao Wang appeared here was because he had sent people to kill Ling Tian twice in a row, but failed each time. He was very curious about what kind of ability Ling Tian had that he could easily avoid the assassination he sent. As for Emperor Ji Wu, he had already heard that Ling Tian was a super genius who was even more powerful and extraordinary than his grandson, Xiao Longquan, so he also wanted to see who was stronger, his grandson or Ling Tian. When he arrived, he saw his grandson fighting with Ling Tian, and his other grandson, Xiao Yu, was killed by Ling Tian. At this time, Emperor Ji Wu also had a murderous look on his face, although he did not value Xiao Yu as much as Xiao Longquan. But after all, Xiao Yu is your own grandson, and his talent is second only to Xiao Fan and Xiao Longquan among the younger generation of the Xiao family. But now he died at the hands of Ling Tian. As the head of the Xiao family, how could he not take any action? However, they both knew very well that it was impossible to do anything to Ling Tian today. Principal Tianming, my grandson Xiao Yu is dead and Xiao Longquan has been defeated. So, as an elder, it's normal for me to take my younger generation away, right? Emperor Ji Wu looked at Principal Tianming and asked. Principal Tianming nodded calmly. Of course there is no problem. As long as you don't cause trouble, please do as you please. However, Han Yu's eyes were still full of unwillingness. You know, Ling Tian almost died just now. Emperor Ji continued, and Emperor Tian Dao, he also rescued his own disciple just now. Is that understandable? Principal Tianming had a gloomy expression on his face. Everyone knew that what Emperor Tian Dao had done just now was more than just saving people. If it were anyone else, he would have been killed by the Heavenly Sword Emperor and his body would have been completely destroyed. How could he still be standing here?